Chapter 1001. Xuetong opened her eyes as the warm golden sunlight quietly streamed into the room through the window. She was a little uncomfortable and raised her hand to shield herself when she heard the system's voice in her mind. Target has been successfully transported. World code A47298. Xuetong rubbed her eyes, got out of bed, and picked up the school uniform beside her to put on. Character script has been distributed. Please check. Xuetong, who was braiding her hair, took the time to click receive. Keywords: apocalypse, abusive romance, female supporting role, cannon fodder. Xuetong slowly reviewed the information. Because the female supporting role met an unexpected death before the plot began, you need to develop the story the hero's first love. Xuetong rolled her eyes subtly. In the original work, there was only a brief mention of the supporting character Xuetong at the beginning, and it was from the male protagonist's perspective. Summary. 1. The hero's youthful crush. 2. Spoiled young lady with haughty temperament. 3. The main culprit for pushing the young male protagonist into the zombie horde during the apocalypse. 4. Villainous woman. Unfortunately, the plot didn't progress far enough for the male lead to like the female secondary lead before she met an unfortunate end. The current Xuetong was an employee of the Quick Travel Union, specifically handling such world anomalies and glitches. The girl in the mirror wore a blue school uniform skirt, had pale skin, a refined face, and chestnut long hair with small braids hanging by her ears, looking more playful. The current male lead has no interest in you. Please make an effort. Wishing you success. Xuetong looked at the person in the mirror with a smile and said slowly, "Don't worry, I'm professional." After all, her previous missions were all kinds of Mary Sue campus dramas, and she was particularly adept at dealing with 17 or 18-year-olds. Xuetong, what are you still fooling around with? Let's go already, came the impatient shout of her sister Shung Fu from outside. Xuetong, with a bite of sandwich in her mouth, grabbed her bag and ran out shouting, "Coming, coming." Their mother laughed and shook her head from behind, saying, "Eat slower, don't choke." The woman standing by the car was 4 years older than her. She had just started working this year, dressed in professional attire, and wore makeup meticulously. "If you're late, it's your problem." Shung Fu closed the car door for her and walked around to the other side to drive. Xuetong blinked and watched her. One of the villains in the later stages of the book who opposed the heroine. A very vain and selfish person. Set as the poisonous female secondary role, not very smart, even betraying her younger sister later for survival. The original protagonist had the demeanor of a proud young mistress, fond of showing off, with a beautiful elder sister as one of her points of pride. The two sisters were not very close. On the way to send Xuetong to school, Shung Fu asked, "How did you do on the last exam?" "All right." "Shung Fu, how much did you score in math?" Xuetong searched her memory and replied, 68. And that was it. For the entire process, she was under scrutiny from Shung Fu's critical gaze, ridiculing her studies and filled with indignation over how someone so clumsy at mathematics could be her younger sister. Good, Shung Fu now was merely a sister overly critical about her siblings' math scores. After arriving at school, Xuetong quickly opened the car door and stepped out, saying goodbye briefly to her sister without looking back. Second floor classroom, standard main character seat by the window. White curtains rose and fell with the breeze, warm sunlight spilled in from high above, while a black-haired boy sat by the window with correct posture, holding a pen in his delicate fingers as he sketched on the paper unhurriedly. His movements were calm and steady, his features sharp but quiet, giving off a sense of cleanliness and comfort as he quietly remained in a corner, contrasting with the noisy classroom atmosphere. This film-like split screen and tone was truly worthy of the male lead. Xuetong admired this inwardly as she strolled into the classroom. This was an apocalyptic abuse romance centered around the female protagonist, which included 3 significant male supporting roles that had developed romantic relationships with the heroine. But there could only be one male lead, otherwise it wouldn't pass review. Although each significant character had tragic experiences, Xuetong felt that the most unfortunate was the male lead Luha. At 8 years old, his parents died in a car accident, his uncle seized the family assets, and he suffered disdainful looks from his aunt and bullying by his brother from a young age. Even worse, his ill-intentioned uncle attempted to stage accidents multiple times in order to take full control of the family property. Even though he eventually became a great villain after enduring misfortunes in his youth, he would have to endure seeing 3 male supporting characters being intimate with the heroine right under his nose. He was definitely the most tragic and betrayed male lead she'd ever seen. Xuetong even thought the author had some sort of grudge against the male lead. Why else would they treat him so cruelly? Wait, wasn't this originally an abuse narrative? Xuetong wiped her face with a raised hand, focusing as she got closer to the male lead. The script lacked any detailed description of the young male lead, but after the apocalypse, he would become an unfathomable and sarcastic overlord, feared by all. But now. "Good morning, Luha." The girl placed the milk she had hidden behind her back on the table and smiled at the boy warmly. Luha was startled and looked at her in surprise. Her cheerful smile reflected in his tea-brown eyes, sweet but not cloying. "Morning," Luha responded politely. Although classmates, they rarely interacted, which explained why the story hadn't yet progressed. "This is for you." Xuetong handed him the milk and lowered her voice. "This morning, my sister found out I only scored 68 in math and she was furious. She almost made me cry." Luha didn't take it. With one hand gripping his pen and the other holding his book, his demeanor remained calm. He slightly tilted his head, waiting for her to continue. She gave me some problems and said if I couldn't solve them, I'd better not go home tonight. Shuetong pitifully pulled out the math questions prepared by the system. Luo Haosha, could you help me check how to solve them? Her crisp and sweet voice intentionally carried a hint of coquettishness, impossible for anyone to resist. Luo Haosha's serene face showed no fluctuation. Shuetong raised her hand in a solemn vow, my sister really means what she says. After a pause, the boy finally took it and softly replied, let me see. Thus began Luo Haosha's daily routine of helping someone else with 3 math problems. Shuetong quickly figured out the male lead's character. He preferred quiet, was gentle, always polite, and even if disliking something internally, wouldn't respond with harsh words. A kind-hearted good child. On Luo Haosha, Shuetong tried all her tricks. These were the skills she honed while navigating through campus romances. In 4 words, relentless pursuit. Under the pretense of solving math problems every day, she grew increasingly familiar with Luo Haosha. As the saying goes, if you make the first move, there'll be a story. Shuetong initiated towards him excessively, offering care and well-timed flirtations. Luo Haosha, who lacked affection since childhood, gradually weakened his resistance against such a version of Shuetong. Shuetong continued to push forward. Luo Haosha wasn't dull, on the contrary, he was quite smart and had begun to deliberately keep distance from her, trying to cool himself down. It rained before school ended that day. Shuetong told him she had forgotten her umbrella and asked if she could go with him. Luo Haosha refused, saying, I have something to do and need to go back earlier. I can't accompany you. Seeing the disappointment in the girl's eyes, the boy hardened his heart and walked away. Shuetong watched him leave and thought, young man, you've got spirit. Luo Haosha hadn't taken more than a few steps when he heard a male classmate calling, Shuetong, it's raining, didn't you bring an umbrella? Come here, I'll take you, my umbrella is big. I'm fine, this little rain doesn't matter, Shuetong said boldly as she ran right into the storm. She sprinted past Luo Haosha within seconds. Luo Haosha. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, grabbed her, and pulled her under the umbrella. Hey, Haosha, what are you doing? Didn't you say you had something? Shuetong innocently asked. Luo Haosha experienced his first failure in rejection. Silently, he escorted the girl home. On the way, no matter how Shuetong tried to start a conversation, he didn't respond. Luo Haosha's second move, silence and aloofness. It started when he stopped helping Shuetong with her math homework. Right on the spot, she gave him an acting performance of a shattered-hearted girl with a pitiful expression. Any further attempts of cuteness or flattery proved useless. Luo Haosha didn't glance at her. Unashamed, Shuetong let her grievances show and waited until after school to start her own act. Colorful vehicles zoomed past on the roadside as Luo Haosha briskly walked ahead, ignoring the calls from the girl behind. Not until he heard the screeching of tires and the girl's scream did he suddenly turn around. A fallen motorcycle's owner was climbing up angrily, cursing loudly as he took off his helmet and yelled at the girl, You mother, don't you know how to? The youth dashed back and blocked the owner's flying fist. A usually emotionless person, his gaze sharpened, like a blade unsheathed, terrifying to behold. Sorry. Shuetong half rose, grabbing Luo Haosha's sleeve, red-eyed as she apologized. Watching the boy return, Shuetong thought, though cliched, it was damn effective. That night, Luo Haosha carried Shuetong on his back as they made their way home. She had twisted her ankle. The girl wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his thin shoulder and murmuring with red-rimmed eyes, If I did anything wrong, tell me, I'll change. Please don't ignore me. Luo Haosha paused mid-step, slightly lowering his head. Half of his body was hidden in the shadow of the streetlight, making his features unclear. Shung Shuetong, the boy's usually clear voice became deep and hoarse for the first time. Why do you have to come after me? Shuetong laughed softly, lifting her face from his shoulder and whispering into his ear, Because I want us to be best in the world, because I like you more than anyone else in the whole wide world. Luo Haosha didn't speak for a long while. Shuetong watched quietly, noticing that under the cover of dark hair, the tip of his ears were flushed. From then on, the young man's mental defense was completely broken down. Before the apocalypse, Shuetong had been playing the campus romance storyline. Every day, it was about teasing Luo Haosha who already harbored feelings for her. It was Saturday morning, the very day the apocalypse arrived. Shuetong saw Luo Haosha feeding stray cats by the roadside, the orange one who growled at her earlier now rubbing affectionately against the boy's legs. Luo Haosha scratched under its chin graciously, eliciting a purr from the cat. Shuetong glanced between the boy and the cat, sneered inwardly, then walked away silently. Not long after, Luo Haosha noticed the girl returning, now wearing pink cat ears, and looking utterly adorable as she meowed cutely at him. Meow, meow meow tilde. At just one look, Luo Haosha couldn't help but burst out laughing. With a gentle expression, he approached Shuetong and patted her head lightly. As Shuetong tilted her head up to look at him, smiling with her eyes but feeling nothing in her heart. Tonight, she would follow the plotline and push this kind-hearted youth into hell. Chapter 2002. At exactly 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Shuetong entered the cinema with Luo Haosha. Since it was the weekend, there were a lot of people. The two watched an extremely popular comedy, laughter echoing throughout the entire time. Shuetong was also laughing. When the movie ended and no staff turned on the lights, Shuetong knew something had gone wrong. However, the audience only thought it was a small mistake. Most people didn't leave, waiting for the post-credit scene, while a few went to the entrance and exit to open the door. Originally, not many noticed those two leaving, but after the door opened, they were drawn to the horrific screams. A disaster struck without warning, and from that point on, things went out of control. After the door opened, the previous muffled screams and alarm bells began to penetrate their eardrums and strike at their hearts. The previously cheerful people sitting in the seats now screamed as they stood up. Luo Haosha immediately grabbed hold of Xuetong. He could feel the boy's hand slightly trembling but tightly gripping hers, pulling her closer into his embrace. "What is this thing?" someone nearby screamed, falling apart. "Call the police! Call the police!" The irrational zombies paid no heed to reason or commands, mercilessly attacking the living people present. Their bodies were covered in blood, giving off a heavy smell of blood, and their eyes shone with a ghostly green light in the darkness that looked incredibly eerie. Xuetong's previous missions all took place in youthful school settings where the worst outcome was getting slapped by the female lead. She had never encountered something so stimulating. For a few seconds, she felt lost as well. Not until Luo Haosha pulled her toward the exit did she come back to her senses and heard the system alerting her. Plot begins. Xuetong stumbled and fell to the ground amid the chaos. Other terrified people screamed and ran past her. Luo Haosha quickly turned around to help her. "Haosha, don't leave me behind. Please, please." The girl sobbed and cried frantically. Xuetong rolled her eyes inwardly. "This pose is too embarrassing." "Don't be afraid," said Luo Haosha as he helped her up. A middle-aged zombie who was missing an arm lunged at them but was kicked away by him. "Xuetong, I'm here, don't be afraid. I will definitely take you out of here." Luo Haosha spoke seriously, dragging her to break through toward the exit. The girl nearby was only responsible for screaming. The cinema was on the 5th floor of the shopping mall. Outside, the situation was even worse, filled with mutated zombies and fleeing people everywhere. The elevators had broken down, fire alarms rang continuously, and the glass windows shattered during struggles. The zombies being thrown outside still clawed desperately at the edges before being dragged down by others inside. Standing next to the window, Luo Haosha glanced out briefly. Fires raged fiercely in various parts of the city, thick black smoke rose into the sky, and ear-piercing sirens could be heard from far away. Explosions and gunshots, elements typically found only in movies, now echoed clearly in his ears. For a moment, he was disoriented. It was too absurd. How did the world suddenly become like this? The girl's cries snapped him out of it. Luo Haosha tightened his grip on Xuetong's hand. At this moment, there was only one thought: to get the girl he liked out of this hell. "Let's go," he growled, standing in front of the girl to carve out a path. As Xuetong looked up, she saw stains of blood gradually accumulating on the clean jacket Luo Haosha was wearing. There seemed to be some kind of inexplicable talent in Luo Haosha. Every one of his attacks was accurate and fatal, managing to drag Xuetong through crowds to reach the emergency exit. Beside them, an elevator made a ding sound. After the doors opened, the man inside only had time to blurt out shit before being pounced on by zombies rushing in. "Elevator. This elevator is still working," the girl pulled Luo Haosha. Luo Haosha looked back, smashing the fire extinguisher into the male zombie and then protecting Xuetong as he entered the elevator. Xuetong pressed the close button frantically. "Luo Haosha," an alarmed male voice called from the side. "Luo Haosha, wait for me." Luo Haosha lifted his gaze to the door and saw a classmate, Ma Yuanshan. Luo Haosha blocked the closing elevator doors and shouted, "Come over here." Xuetong displayed a mix of shock and anger, saying coldly, "Don't care about him." But she knew it would be useless. Because this classmate, Ma Yuanshan, was later a good friend of the protagonist and the upcoming witness. Under Luo Haosha's cover, Ma Yuanshan got into the elevator, leaned against the wall breathing heavily, and collapsed, shaking violently as he broke down. "What the hell is going on?" Luo Haosha pressed his lips tightly together, not speaking. Instead, he turned around to check if Xuetong was hurt. The girl sobbed pitifully, collapsing into his arms. Luo Haosha experienced a fleeting sense of strangeness but didn't have time to think about it further. Because the elevator stopped at the 1st floor. With a ding, the three of them looked up towards the door. As the elevator doors slowly opened, they exposed a fatal danger to them. In the darkness, green light flashed as countless zombies gathered in front of the door, waiting for their prey to appear. Trapped with no way to escape and overwhelmed by their numbers, the young man's pupils contracted sharply before he could even think of a plan, then was pushed out forcefully by the girl in his arms. The first person to be pushed out attracted the full attention of all the zombies. They pounced on him one after another, their claws tearing through his flesh, their fangs biting into his limbs, killing him cruelly. In the excruciating pain and despair, Luo Haosha turned back just in time to see the elevator doors closing. He didn't even get a last glimpse of the girl. The elevator went to the basement level, the underground parking lot. It was only now that Ma Yuanshan came to his senses, rushing forward and grabbing the girl's hand furiously shouting, "What are you doing?" When the elevator doors opened again, unlike the floor above, there was only one zombie standing by the entrance. It tilted its head, looking inside briefly before baring its teeth in a wicked grin and charging toward the two of them. The girl screamed, pushing Ma Yuanshan away and running off without looking back. Too despicable. This is really it for me. There's no going back from this later on. Xuetong ran while inwardly criticizing herself. She had played the role of a malicious female side character many times, her heart becoming numb to it, effortlessly spouting antagonist lines, convincingly portraying her downfall when needed, all in service of the protagonist's glorious triumph. But never before had she resorted to something like pushing someone into a pack of zombies. It was utterly insane. Breathless, Shuetong ran out of the underground parking lot and onto the road. The night wind was icy cold, and the sweat-soaked strands of hair sticking to her forehead slightly obscured her vision. End of plot, first stage completed. Wiping her face, Shuetong looked around at the chaotic world. On the streets, cars crashed into each other, explosions erupting in fiery bursts, and burning zombies swayed aimlessly. She took a deep breath, turning to look back down the road she had come from, her expression complicated. Although she knew Luo Haoshe wouldn't die, her conscience still gnawed at her. Thinking about how kind Luo Haoshe had been to her these past few months, she hadn't dared to even glance at him when playing out the scenario where she pushed him into the crowd of zombies. It was far too much. Unforgivably excessive. It was only fitting that things would end badly for her later. Shuetong sighed, standing dazed in her spot. Since the system had activated employee protection protocols, the roaming zombies ignored her entirely. The system remained silent as well. After some time, Shuetong said, "I remember, wasn't there an invisibility cloak among the props?" The system didn't respond. "Even though it's expensive. But I've earned quite a bit these last few years, buying one should be." Her words were cut off by the system. "Too expensive." Shuetong gritted her teeth. "Renting it for a couple of days is something I can afford." "Are you sure?" Shuetong nodded, and in the next second, she saw the system send her the rental price list for the invisibility cloak. Seeing the string of zeros made her dizzy, but trembling, she placed the order anyway, and received the cloak instantly. She put on the invisibility cloak, completely disappearing from sight. Shuetong jogged back to the mall. She didn't see Ma Yuanshan, he must have fled already. Since the elevators weren't usable, she climbed up via the stairs, passing people who died but didn't mutate, their appearance truly ghastly. Not daring to look any further, even under the protection of the invisibility cloak, she subconsciously moved silently. Reaching the ground floor, through the open glass doors, she could see the dense swarm of hundreds of zombies moving about within. Without hesitation, Shuetong bypassed the horde and headed inside to locate the position of the elevator. Over there was a pile of zombies. Large pools of dark red blood flowed across the floor as the stacked bodies of dozens of zombies formed a high mound, pressing Luo Haoshe down at the very bottom. What had once been neatly organized racks of clothing and cosmetics now lay in disarray. Shuetong kept a distance from the zombie heap, crouching down behind a checkout counter to wait for Luo Haoshe to come back to life. Outside, alarms continued ringing, the government organizing rescue and evacuation efforts, the sounds of explosions and gunfire echoing endlessly. However, there were various kinds of zombies. They weren't just terrifying-looking brutes who would instinctively attack anyone they saw. Some coordinated in groups, intentionally lying in ambush for prey, while others even learned human combat skills and how to use firearms. Human intelligence on the zombies was severely lacking, coupled with the sudden outbreak, resulting quickly in total loss. Finally, the main force chose to evacuate this city. Shuetong spent the entire night chatting with the system to keep herself awake, but eventually, she dozed off. In her hazy state, she thought she heard the eerie cries of zombies and abruptly woke up. As the first light of dawn broke through the darkness and touched this land, Shuetong saw flames shooting up to the sky. The fire erupted centered around the pile of zombies. The roaring blaze spread to some nearby explosives, causing a thunderous explosion. The force of the blast shattered this row of glass windows into fragments instantly. All the wandering zombies on this floor were consumed by the flames, one after another collapsing in agony. Finally, only a lone figure staggered out of the inferno. Shuetong covered her mouth with her hand, stunned by the sight before her. She held her breath, unable to make even the slightest sound. The youth reborn from the fire seemed like a blazing sun, too brilliant to look at directly. Shuetong had been assigned to follow Luo Haoshe for 7 days. This city had already been overrun by zombies. A small number of survivors hid, yet their numbers dwindled day by day. Luo Haoshe was searching for her. He still did not fully understand what had happened to him, but his ability to wield the flames that could burn the zombies grew stronger with each passing day. On the 7th day, he found Ma Yuanshan trapped by zombies in an alleyway and rescued him. Ma Yuanshan wept with gratitude as he rushed forward to give Luo Haoshe a bear hug. "It's great that you're alive, buddy." Luo Haoshe only asked quietly, "Where is Shuetong?" At the mention of Shuetong, Ma Yuanshan's expression darkened. His eyes revealed both disgust and anger as he clenched his teeth and spat. "Are you still concerned about her? She pushed you into the zombie crowd just to save herself." Luo Haoshe remained expressionless as he stared at him. Ma Yuanshan continued, saying, "After the elevator went down to the basement level and opened, there were zombies right there. She shoved me away and ran, who knows where she might be now." Before Ma Yuanshan finished speaking, a soft laugh was heard. Ma Yuanshan instinctively fell silent. Exhausted, Luo Haoshe leaned against the wall and squatted down, retreating into the shadow. He rested his forehead in his hand, his fingers gripping his soft hair as if punishing himself. Shuetong felt an even sharper pang of guilt. She pressed her lips together and turned to leave. Now that Luo Haoshe had encountered Ma Yuanshan, he wouldn't be alone on his journey anymore. She was merely doing her job. Though the protagonist was currently devastated, The female lead would come to rescue him in the future. And Shuetong herself still had to face retribution, enduring unimaginable torment before meeting her end. In the end, she was nothing more than a stepping stone for the female lead. That was all that was needed. As Shuetong walked away, she asked, "The second stage is 8 years later. What should I do during these 8 years?" The original story didn't specify, it can be freely interpreted. Shuetong. She realized that any part the original work didn't specify could be freely interpreted. Can't I speed up time? You can. In that case, I'll accelerate the time to 8 years later. Additional payment will be required. Forget it, then. Thank you. Surviving for 8 years in this apocalyptic world truly tested her survival skills. Chapter 3003. The fourth year of the apocalypse. In these years, apart from the rampant zombies, there have been quite a few major natural disasters. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, massive mudslides, and plagues. No one knows why they suddenly erupted, and the wide scope involved makes it seem like a crazed attempt to erase all life on Earth. Zunnan is a well-known coastal city. On a completely unanticipated night, violent winds brought with them heavy rain and a tsunami. Giant waves nearly 100 meters high destroyed most of the buildings. When the wind subsided and the waves calmed, Zunnan had become a city at sea. Occasional ripples could be seen on the deep blue sea surface. The high-rise buildings still standing housed zombies who didn't want to go underwater but had nowhere else to go. Occasionally, you could see them scrambling up and down windows. The zombie outbreak had already wiped out 9 out of 10 humans in this city. After the tsunami, the last 10th was gone as well. It was winter now, and small snowflakes were drifting down from the sky. Strangely, the zombies sat in neat rows on the rooftops, gazing blankly upward while occasionally opening their mouths to catch the cold snowflakes. On the edge of the city, a dark brown boathouse was slowly approaching. It was one of those high-end boathouses unique to tourist attractions, but it looked dirty and broken, clearly not having received proper care or regular maintenance. The wooden house built on the boat's body had red SOS written on both sides of its triangular roof with paint. The man at the helm standing at the prow had fiery red hair. A black work puffer coat covered him from his shoulders to his feet, keeping him tightly bundled, yet he still felt the cold and occasionally stomped his feet. The man next to him had striking green hair, fresh and noticeable. The green-haired man was examining the surroundings with binoculars. After confirming there was no danger, he turned back and shouted towards the boathouse, "Boss, we're entering the city." The boathouse sailed over an empty sea and entered the city lined with tall buildings. About 2 minutes later, scattered footsteps approached from behind the door. The door opened from the inside, and a pale hand pulled aside the sagging curtain. A slim figure dressed in the same black down jacket emerged from the room. Shuetong stretched lazily in the cold winter day and asked, "What time is it?" 3:40, the red-haired man answered enthusiastically. "Boss, which area are we going to this time?" "The east side, east," Shuetong replied casually while unzipping her jacket. The green-haired man tactfully turned away as the red-haired man asked, "Which way is east?" "Are you an idiot?" The green-haired man criticized seriously, "North up, south down, west left, east right. Turn the boat to the right." The red-haired man extended his right hand, nodding in agreement, then steered the boat to the right and set off. For a moment, Shuetong was speechless. Then she kicked him in the butt furiously and hissed, "I'm the fool for raising 2 morons. Go back and steer to the left." The red-haired man quickly obeyed, trying to shift the blame fast. "Report boss, I'm not the fool, it's Greenhair who told me to turn right." Greenhair raised his hand as if swearing, "Boss, when I said right, I meant his left, the east." Shuetong was confused by his explanation and angrily said, "Shut up. You make sure the zombies don't jump onto our boat." "Yes sir." Greenhair once again picked up the binoculars. After changing into a diving suit, Shuetong bent down to look at the water surface. The slightly dark water was gloomy, making one uneasy. And when you know that countless zombies also lurk beneath the water, it becomes even more nerve-wracking. Fortunately, zombies underwater sleep during the day and only wake up at night to move around. As long as you avoid waking them after diving in, you're safe. Shuetong stared at the water and thought to herself how time is indeed powerful. She couldn't believe she had already adapted to the survival strategies of this world. Of course, all this was thanks to the system that gave her a shortcut. Though this wasn't the red-haired man's first trip into the city, he had a bad sense of direction, and with frequent flooding here, many landmarks were submerged. By then, the surrounding scenery changed so much that one might doubt whether they'd ever been here before. Even though the green-haired man had a good memory and a better sense of direction, he was unreliable and communicated poorly. Even though he knew which way was east just moments ago, what he said bore little resemblance to what he intended. After the boathouse rounded a building, it arrived at a wider stretch of water, far from any remaining structures. "This place will do," Shuetong said, putting on her goggles. The red-haired man stopped the boat and dropped a bundle of nylon rope tied with stones into the water. As soon as Shuetong dived in, the green-haired man pressed a timer in his hand, placed it near the helm, and leaned forward to peer into the water. However, the dark water was so murky that nothing below could be seen. "I hope the boss is okay," Greenhair sighed. Redhair shot him a glare, "You're tempting fate. Isn't it true that the boss always returns safely after diving?" Greenhair said, "We can't ignore the possibility of an accident. What I mean is, we must have a sense of crisis and be prepared for rescue at any time. Don't be like you, starting to fish as soon as the boss leaves. You motherfucker, if you can actually catch a fish here, then you'll be my boss. As soon as he finished speaking, Red Hair excitedly shouted, "Oh, it's moving, it's moving." The fishing float on the water surface was being pulled back and forth. Green Hair stared in disbelief. What the hell? Red Hair stood up, shouting as he reeled in quickly, his hands turning the reel at high speed. I can feel it, it's heavy, a big fish, it must be a huge one. Come over and help me pull. As Green Hair helped, he couldn't help but complain, I just hope you don't hook a shark. Rubbish. There are no sharks in this sea. Red Hair retorted with excitement, eagerly waiting for the fish to leap out of the water. It came. With a splash, the expected scene of the fishing rod bending slightly from the weight, the line pulling and creating a beautiful arc on the water did not happen. Because what surfaced was a human-shaped thing in a black wetsuit. If anything, you could call it a mermaid. Xue Tong lifted her oxygen mask, grabbed a handful of water and threw it fiercely at Red Hair. This thing hooked onto my oxygen tanks line, you idiot. Sweating profusely, Red Hair immediately bowed deeply and yelled, Boss, I'm sorry, it was my mistake. Xue Tong swam over and only let herself sink back underwater with a splash after Red Hair had removed the fishhook. Tears were streaming down Green Hair's face from laughter as he laughed and said, Fish, big fish, mermaid. Red Hair rushed over and wrestled with him. 10 months ago, these two were chased by more than 10 zombies in the suburbs mountains. Neither had received any innate powers. As ordinary people without weapons, they could only cry for help while running desperately down the dark mountain path. In the midst of their run, the headlights of a somewhat battered black SUV flashed brightly, howling through the wind before passing them by. Red Hair was astonished, while Green Hair, with his fiery temper, directly flipped the departing SUV off, yelling angrily, no humanity. After finishing his curse, the SUV turned around again shortly. The window rolled down, and a pretty girl with little braids hanging by her ears lazily asked, Hey, do you know how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour spare ribs, cola chicken wings, taro braised chicken? Before she could finish, the Red Hair and Green Hair who were following the car screamed hoarsely, we can do everything. Even Manchu Han Imperial Feast. But the pretty girl wasn't so easily deceived. She asked again, really? Then how do you make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Do you fry the tomatoes first or the rice? The zombies behind them were getting closer. Red Hair, tomatoes. Green Hair, rice. After saying that, the two looked at each other. Red Hair, rice. Green Hair, tomatoes. Clearly, such answers didn't convince the pretty girl inside the car. As the zombies catching up tried to drag the two back, she stepped on the gas pedal, reversing and crashing into the zombies while saying, Hey, one last chance, is it cola first or chicken wings for cola chicken wings? In this life and death escape, the two finally reached a consensus and simultaneously yelled, chicken wings. The pretty girl was satisfied, stopping the car and letting the two climb aboard. From then on, Xue Tong no longer had to endure her own atrocious cooking skills, enjoying 3 carefully prepared meals every day thanks to the 2 younger brothers. At first, the food they made was barely acceptable, but after being provoked by Xue Tong's threat to leave if they didn't improve, they tapped into latent talent, studying recipes and improving their culinary skills daily, advancing rapidly in a short period. Although they found it strange where this girl got all those seemingly inexhaustible ingredients from, once they witnessed Xue Tong conjuring a lively wild pheasant out of thin air, they firmly believed the boss had a spatial storage ability. However, that wasn't the case. Chapter 4004. As a cannon fodder secondary female character, she didn't possess the luxury of special abilities. But as an employee of the Union, she had her own storage space, and as for other supplies, they were part of the employee benefits. Since they were leaving her to survive 8 years in the apocalypse, they needed to provide her with the means to stay alive. Thus, Xuetong began her treasure hunting, box-opening lifestyle. Every day, in a specific area, several treasure chests would randomly drop, divided into 4 types, low-level, mid-level, high-level, and rare. The higher the level, the more and rarer the items within. Redhead and Greenhair's current necessities were all obtained by Xuetong opening these chests. Tools, food, medicine, transportation, even houses could be found inside. Although the two were very curious about the source of these things, their curiosity was quickly squashed after Xuetong informed them that only dead people would know. Sometimes, the locations where these boxes dropped were rather unfriendly. Like now. They were all submerged in a flooded city. The water was approximately 40 to 50 meters deep, pitch black below, with dangerous aquatic creatures and sharp debris moving along with the water currents. Colliding with any of these by accident could be fatal. A normal human's vision underwater is chaotic, perhaps better aided by a strong flashlight. However, despite Xuetong not having any superpowers, she had quite a few peculiar tools at her disposal. For instance, the item Zombie Vision X 1 hour. After using it, she could see every plankton floating before her eyes clearly. This was how terrifying a zombie's vision could be. Only Xuetong could see the chests, square-shaped and glowing. White represented low-level, blue mid-level, purple high-level, and orange rare. But what she saw most were white ones. Some of these white treasure chests floated in the water, so Xuetong swam over and tapped one to open it. Cooking oil, salt, vinegar, and soy sauce X3. Bullets X3. Medical cotton swabs X3. Though items from low-level chests were ordinary, They came in large quantities, providing multiple varieties at once. Further down, facing the land, lay many sleeping zombies. They wouldn't die in water, yet the zombies on land refused to enter the water. Shuetong thought the underwater zombies seemed trapped, unwilling or unable to swim to the surface, aimlessly drifting around in the water. She hadn't intended to go down further, but then she caught sight of a flickering orange glow below. Orange, rare treasure chest. She must go. Without hesitation, Shuetong dived deeper. On the watercraft houseboat, Redhead and Greenhair were taking turns observing the surroundings through binoculars. Though far away from buildings, they still maintained vigilance, rotating shifts to ensure safety. Their backs faced different directions. The atmosphere grew a little dull, and Greenhair spoke up. Do you think this time our boss will bring back something interesting from the water? Redhead kept a serious expression. Boss isn't going to tell us anyway, so guessing is useless. Boss doesn't have to tell us, Greenhair hummed, but that doesn't mean we can't guess. The other day when you knocked over the salt shaker during cooking, did boss get mad? Redhead, because I picked up all the spilled salt. After finishing, she realized something wasn't right, turning to glare at him. You asked me to guess what boss brought first, then accuse me of spilling salt. What's the connection? Are you planning to rat on me to boss? You just don't get it, Greenhair sighed. Salt isn't extremely precious to boss because she has plenty of it, which is why she didn't care when you spilled a whole shaker. In other words, what boss brings back from the water is likely salt. Satisfied with his reasoning, he nodded affirmatively. That's right, at least 80% of it must be salt. Redhead rolled her eyes at him irritably. Difficult to understand, this guy really made no sense. He grabbed the binoculars again. Before long, he heard Greenhair exclaim in shock. What the hell? What? Redhead immediately turned back, alert. Someone. No, a boat. Greenhair excitedly said, look over there, quick, quick. Redhead quickly moved next to him and looked in the direction he pointed. The position of the houseboat was obscured by a tall building, and standing at the edge of the boat, they peered around the building, but Redhead couldn't see anything. Who are you fooling? He muttered. It's blocked. Wait a moment, Greenhair eagerly replied. Redhead patiently waited, and soon enough, a small boat emerged from behind the obstruction. It was a small fishing vessel often used by rural households. Behind it, 3 more small fishing boats followed closely. Holy crap, there really are others. Redhead was both excited and tense as he kept his eyes glued to the leading boat. There are other survivors in this area besides us. We should tell the boss about this. Nonsense. But judging by their scale, they seem like a group of people. The atmosphere around them doesn't look too good either. Boss will probably avoid them, Greenhair mused. Redhead looked through the binoculars at the people, then exclaimed, isn't that a woman? There were 4 people on the lead boat, one of whom was rowing manually. They all wore cold weather clothing except for the woman on the boat. The long-haired woman had her head bowed, with her hands tied behind her back. Her disheveled appearance was evident, and even in the freezing winter, she wore only a red spaghetti strap dress. The strap had slipped off, revealing her snow-white shoulders which bore bruised, violent marks from being beaten. The scar-faced man smoking a cigarette sucked hard on it before reaching out and grabbing the woman's hair, forcing her to look up. Seeing her vacant expression made him furious, so he slapped her across the face. Redhead, damn it. How dare he hit a woman? Green hair, what an animal. A brute. Not even human. The scar-faced man pressed the glowing end of his cigarette onto the woman's shoulder but received not a single sound from her. He smirked coldly and said, you trash. Afterward, he kicked her directly off the boat. A rock was attached to the rope binding the woman's hands, dragging her quickly underwater. The scar-faced man stood up, breathing out a puff of cold air, still watching the rippling water as if it wasn't enough for him yet. The man behind him smiled sheepishly and approached him while instructing others to turn the boat away. Redhead watched with a chill running down his spine. What do we do? We can't save her. Greenhair answered matter-of-factly, even if the boss weren't here, our position is way too far away. We couldn't possibly get there in time to rescue her. If we went after them, the boss would come back and miss the landmarks. Then what happens if something happens to her in the water? Shuetong certainly mattered more than the drowning woman. Redhead sighed with dissatisfaction, his gaze following the retreating vessels. We've been here in Zunnan for nearly 3 months, and this is the first time we've seen other survivors. That means someone else has found this place. Greenhair also stared at those people, suddenly exclaiming softly, this direction. Haven't we ever gone this way? Redhead, unsure, replied, maybe, and how am I supposed to know that? You moron. Greenhair rolled his eyes and muttered further complaints, judging by their clear path, they don't seem like newcomers. They must have been living here for some time already, and they're heading in the direction boss said not to go. Although neither knew why boss wouldn't go there, whenever Shuetong said to go east, they definitely wouldn't dare go west. Redhead couldn't help but guess, could it be that the boss knows about these people over there and that's why she didn't want to visit? Greenhair, hard to say. Because it very well could be. In the 2 men's eyes, Shuetong was practically half deity-like in stature. Moreover, since the apocalypse started with zombies breaking loose, humans were also endowed with inexplicable powers called super abilities. Most corresponded to the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, but there were also some special ones like spatial storage. Relationships between people became increasingly difficult due to these superpowers. Once the scar-faced man's group disappeared from sight, Redhead and Greenhair began to patrol the area much more carefully, fearing that they might reappear from somewhere unexpected. Underwater, Shuetong remained focused on her treasure hunting. She tried to approach the rare chest from earlier but found several fallen trees blocking her path. To reach it, she'd need tools to hook it out. Shuetong attempted a few times, eventually giving up. She decided to open the other chests first before coming back to solve this problem. On her way back to search for the rare chest, she unexpectedly saw a stone sinking downwards bound by a rope. Initially mistaking it for one of their markers, upon closer inspection, the rope seemed different, and next thing she knew, an upside-down red-dressed woman fell into her line of vision. Shuetong didn't want any unnecessary involvement, intending to just pass by. But when the black hair spread out, revealing the woman's face, Shuetong froze. Shung Fu. My sister. Holy crap. Shuetong immediately chased after the falling figure without caring whether the woman was dead or alive. She quickly placed an oxygen hood over the woman's face, pulled out a small self-defense knife, cut the rope, and swam upward. During the ascent, Shuetong's mind raced with questions. The story originally mentioned scenes related to Shung Fu 8 years later. Currently, the timeline was only in its 4th year. What on earth happened that got her thrown into the water almost drowning? Spotting a landmark stone on the boathouse, Shuetong gave it a strong tug from below. Up top, Redhead noticed the movement in the marker, putting down the binoculars and calling out to Greenhair, "Boss is back." Greenhair swiftly fetched towels and a coat inside the room. With a splash, Shuetong emerged from the water with Shung Fu in tow. Redhead stared dumbfounded. Boss. What are you standing there gawping for? Haven't you got hands to help her aboard?" Shuetong snapped irritably. Realizing his duty, Redhead rushed forward and helped haul Shung Fu onto the boat before pulling Shuetong up as well. Greenhair emerged with towels and caught sight of Shung Fu lying face up on the deck, startling him so much he jumped back a full step. Holy crap, why's this person dying on our boat? After checking Shung Fu's pulse, Shuetong started performing first aid, furrowing her brow as she did. She's not dead yet. After a pause, she looked at them curiously. Do you recognize her? Greenhair recounted what he had seen earlier, but after hearing it, Shuetong didn't say anything. She administered an all-purpose drug to Shung Fu to keep her alive and then said, "Take her inside and make her some food, ginger soup or something." How extravagant. Truly extravagant. In the post-apocalyptic world where resources were extremely scarce, even a bowl of ginger soup was invaluable. Redhead and Greenhair exchanged glances, sensing something off. The fact was, in their eyes, Shuetong could be downright cold-blooded. If she could avoid rescuing strangers, she would. Unless absolutely necessary. Back when she saved the two of them, it was because she couldn't bear the terrible cooking skills they'd otherwise have to endure, so she ended up saving two buffoons instead. But once she accepted someone, she was overly kind to those within her inner circle. And now, the boss fished a near-dead woman out of the water and immediately asked for ginger soup. What did that mean? It meant they knew each other. As Greenhair carried Shung Fu to bed, Shuetong stood nearby with a towel in hand, drying her hair. When Redhead asked directly, "Boss, do you know her?" Only someone as straightforward as Redhead would think nothing of speaking his mind. Greenhair gave him a thumbs up, silently approving of his candor. Shuetong glanced down at the green vines wrapped around Shung Fu's wrist, her expression peculiar as she said, "She's my sister." Chapter 5005. Compared to drowning, Shung Fu's injuries were much worse. Blows and kicks seemed minor, there were also traces of cuts from sharp objects and burns. What was once smooth skin was now covered with ugly scars. After just 6 months of knowing each other, Shuetong thought Shung Fu wasn't too bad, at least not now. Although she always complained about her sister's math scores, she would still help explain the problems, indirectly boosting the male lead's favorability towards her sister. Since the plot hasn't progressed yet, the system had said they could act freely. It just felt a bit wasteful using that universal medicine on Shung Fu. It only came out 3 times in 4 years. After changing her clothes, Shuetong asked Lu Maro to help carry her to bed. She stretched her neck and said, "You watch over her for a while. I need to go back down." Lu Maro hesitated for a moment. "Leader, it's almost dark. Isn't it dangerous to go now? Handle whatever comes our way." Shuetong replied casually, but Lu Maro knew that meant she had to go no matter what. After all, it might be a rare treasure chest, and if another universal medicine was inside, as long as one breath remained, life could be extended. It was an opportunity for such treasures that couldn't be missed. When Shuetong left, she told the red-haired person outside, "Keep an eye on things. Be careful in case those people come back." The red-haired person nodded seriously, patting his chest to signify he'd take full responsibility. Before diving in, Shuetong instructed again, "If you see them, retreat first." The red-haired person immediately asked, "Then what about you?" "Don't worry. I can get back," Shuetong said before submerging. The red-haired person touched his head and thought, "That's true, the leader being alone might actually be more convenient." Shuetong had a treasure hunting map invisible to others, showing the coordinates of every treasure chest. She swam in the direction she marked. As night fell, some zombies gradually awoke. Occasionally, a faint green light flashed in the pitch-black underwater. Shuetong knew she needed to speed up, or she'd be surrounded by awakened zombies. Though she didn't have superpowers, she had quite a few power exchange coupons. Using water element power x 1 hour, she could breathe freely like a fish underwater, and her swimming speed greatly improved. That's why she didn't use diving equipment this time. These exchange tickets were relatively luxurious for Xue Tong, usually spent on daily necessities. Unless necessary, she wouldn't use them easily. But a rare treasure box was worth it. Under the enhancement of water element power, she ignored the water pressure and dived to the deepest point, reaching the seabed where she stood and walked. Xue Tong kicked at the large tree that was pinning down the treasure box, breaking it with terrifying force aided by water pressure. Her delicate hands gently pushed, snapping the trunk that was as thick as a barrel. Having destroyed all obstacles, Xue Tong reached the rare treasure box as planned. The instant she opened it, she received a prompt. RPG Rocket Launcher X1. Rocket Grenade Rounds X20. This highly destructive weapon supply was not bad, but it wasn't a universal medicine. Xue Tong still felt a little regretful. She surfaced to return, noticing along the way zombies awakening and moving on the ground. Some started floating after awakening, hovering underwater. With the boost from the water element power, her ascent was quick, but winter nights arrived early. When she went down, there was still daylight, but now the sky was already dark. The warm glow of lights from the boathouse shone through the foggy winter night. The red-haired person waiting outside heard a sound and rushed to help. Xue Tong was wearing a light pink plastic raincoat when she went down, but now that she took it off, the clothing underneath was dry and refreshed, even her hair was completely dry. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the red-haired person wouldn't have believed she had been underwater just now. But after over a year, he had grown used to it and didn't ask any questions. His belief in the fact that Xue Tong possessed more than one type of ability became stronger. Xue Tong turned around just as she wanted to ask about Shung Fu, but noticed flickering lights in the mist ahead. "Binoculars," she said. The red-haired person handed them over immediately. Through the binoculars, Xue Tong saw a big ship cutting through the mist heading their way. Judging by its design, it looked like a passenger ship. Two men on patrol stood on the main deck, holding rifles and flashlights, observing vigilantly. Xue Tong frowned and asked, "Are these the same people you met earlier?" The red-haired person observed for a while and appeared confused. "No, before, they were riding smaller boats only capable of carrying 3 people. This one is much bigger. It was definitely the size that could flip their boat with just a collision." The red-haired person added, "We haven't seen these two on the deck before either. That might not be the same group." Xue Tong stared at the blue and white passenger ship without moving. "Let's go, the farther we are from them, the better." According to the red-haired person's account, the people who killed Shung Fu seemed like hooligans, but the ones on this ship were well-equipped, resembling regular troops, clearly no easy pushovers. The red-haired one responded by going back to start the boathouse engine, turning the boat around under the heavy fog and returning the same way they came. They didn't live in the city of Zunnan. Instead, outside a stretch of sea and beside a mountain stood a stilt house built against the mountain wall. The boathouse was moored by the staircase. This stilt house wasn't something Xue Tong had built either. To prevent these two from overthinking, Xue Tong went out alone at night, picked a location, and used a housing item, creating a stilt house that appeared seemingly out of nowhere on the mountain wall. The next day, she led the 2 people over, pointing at the house and saying, "Wow, what a coincidence, there's actually an empty house here." Green hair and the red-haired individual cooperatively smiled, nodding and agreeing, though inside they wondered just how large the leader's storage space must be if it could even hold houses. The stilt house formed an L shape. The wooden railings with small round pillars were somewhat peeling, while red lanterns hung from the eaves corners, lighting up once Xue Tong turned the switch on, dispersing some of the dark shadows. Xue Tong stood by the boat looking up at the lanterns and asked pensively, "What's for dinner tonight?" The kitchen was nearby, its window open, and the red-haired one replied loudly, "Fried rice with tomatoes." Xue Tong sighed. "Fried rice with tomatoes again." She picked up the fishing rod lying on the side and said, "Can the fish here still be eaten?" After a moment's thought, the red-haired person replied tactfully, "Leader, there are zombies in this water area, but they don't eat fish, instead, they play with them. The fish also do. Last time I saw a fish come out from a zombie's pant leg." Xue Tong. The red-haired person continued, "We can't guarantee that the fish we catch hasn't just come out from a zombie's pant leg, or even their sleeves or hair." "Shut up. I won't eat the fish. Cook your rice." Xue Tong snapped. A few flower pots beneath the kitchen window held cherry tomatoes. Long green vines supported by wooden sticks hung with dozens of bright red fruits. Xue Tong walked over and plucked one, wiping it with her hand before putting it into her mouth. She used her wood element power to care for these cherry tomatoes, which caused a mutation, enhancing their cold resistance so they could grow well in low temperatures. However, they ripened more slowly and didn't look as good as those grown in other seasons. Xue Tong wrinkled her face as she swallowed. It was sourer. Adapting to the apocalypse evolution weren't just humans, other lives adapted too. After dinner, Xue Tong checked on Shung Fu and found that she showed no signs of waking, so she let green hair and red hair keep an eye on her and returned to her room to sleep. She didn't stay together with these 2 brothers. It goes without saying that it's inappropriate for the boss to share quarters with their subordinates. The subordinates were very perceptive and dared not entertain any improper thoughts. After respectfully escorting the boss upstairs, they quickly dived back into the boathouse to avoid the cold. Xue Tong wasn't worried about these 2 doing anything reckless. If they had such audacity, they wouldn't have lasted this long. Shung Fu developed a fever that night, intermittently crying out, keeping green hair and the red-haired person awake all night. It wasn't until dawn that the fever subsided. When Xue Tong descended to the boathouse, she saw both men asleep, their heads leaning against each other on the chair beside Shung Fu's bed, still holding the towels used to cool her down. She tiptoed over and flicked their foreheads gently. Green hair woke with a start, grabbing the red-haired person beside him as he fell back, causing them both to tumble backward. Now fully awake, Shui Tong asked, standing by the bedside, "How is she?" "The fever has subsided, and she hasn't muttered nonsense anymore, she should be fine." The red-haired one answered while pulling green hair up from the floor. "What nonsense did she say?" Shui Tong asked. "Calling for someone named Qingyin, saying it was her daughter. She cried and shouted repeatedly, kept saying I'm sorry." Green hair, rubbing his own bruised back of the head, asked, "Leader, does your sister have a daughter?" Shui Tong blinked her eyes and looked at him. She was confused too. "Does Shung Fu have a daughter? The book didn't mention that." Looking at her expression, the red-haired person added, "Leader, is she your real sister?" Shui Tong snapped irritably, "Of course." Green hair wore an expression of realization and said, "Then it must be the daughter she had after you two separated, which is why you didn't know." Shui Tong asked, "Did she say anything else?" The two glanced at each other and shook their heads in unison. Shui Tong made a sound of understanding and gestured toward the two of them as she sat down in the chair. "Breakfast, let's eat before sleeping again." Both hurried off to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Shui Tong appraised Shung Fu before her. To be honest, after 4 years, she was a bit fuzzy on this person's appearance. Now, all she felt was that Shung Fu looked thin. Too thin. The green in her wrist last night now lay discarded nearby, with some withered leaves scattered around and fresh green leaves growing again. Shung Fu possessed wood element powers. This inevitably reminded Shui Tong of the cherry tomatoes planted beneath the kitchen window. Just as she was about to go out and pick a couple, the person on the bed woke up. Shung Fu slowly opened her eyes, appearing somewhat confused. Shui Tong paused in her steps, turned back, and waved her hand in front of her face, tentatively asking, "Shung Fu?" Hearing the voice, Shung Fu finally looked at her, her gaze dazed. Very soon, her eyes turned red and tears began streaming uncontrollably. Shui Tong thought perhaps this was because they were sisters reunited and overcome with emotion. Shung Fu reached out to her, and Shui Tong obliged by grasping her hand. Seeing her sit up, Shui Tong asked, "How do you feel? Anywhere still uncomfortable?" Instead, Shung Fu embraced her tightly. Shui Tong almost retaliated but then heard the woman sobbing beside her ear. "Qingyin, my precious daughter, it's mommy who wronged you, I'm sorry." Shui Tong. Deep sisterly affection? She might have imagined too much. Shui Tong patiently said, "Sister, take a good look, I am your sister, not your daughter." Shung Fu refused to let go, muttering Qingyin and apologizing repeatedly beside her ear. Finally, Shui Tong forcibly pushed her away and pointed at her own face, saying, "Your sister, Shung Shui Tong." Shung Fu stared at her blankly, lightly stroking her face and breaking into a relieved smile. "Qingyin, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Let mommy make it for you." Shui Tong. Her sister must have had some problems with her mind. Chapter 6. Shui Tong was sitting on the edge of the bed, held by Shung Fu. From time to time, Shung Fu would reach out and touch her face, then pat her head. After smiling happily, she would suddenly throw herself forward to embrace Shui Tong, then start crying after laughing. "It's been only a year, but my daughter has grown so much." Shung Fu whispered softly. Shui Tong showed no expression. "Sis, your daughter is at most 3 years old this year. She's still a little radish head, probably not even as tall as my knee. Her speaking ability is also far better than before. I'm sorry, it's all mommy's fault for not taking good care of you and leaving you alone outside." Shung Fu looked at her with red eyes. Shui Tong handed her a handkerchief. "Don't cry, please don't cry." Shung Fu took the handkerchief and wiped her tears while tightly holding one of her hands, crying and saying, "If your father were still here, he would definitely not let those people bully us. Good girl, your father loves you. He loves us. Don't blame him for leaving too early." Shui Tong asked, "Who is the father of the child?" Shung Fu looked at her with teary eyes. "Your father is called Zhao Mian, remember that? You are called Zhao Qingyin. Is he dead?" Shui Tong asked again. Shung Fu paused for a moment and then collapsed into uncontrollable sobbing. The heart-wrenching cries made people listen in sorrow. Shui Tong silently walked out. Breathing in a mouthful of cold air outside the door, Shui Tong went to the kitchen window and quietly picked 2 cherry tomatoes. Green hair poked his head out from the window and said, "Leader, how is your sis doing?" Judge by the sound of crying, isn't it obvious? Shui Tong handed him a cherry tomato. "Eat." Red hair was cooking fried rice behind them and said, "It's good for her to cry, letting it out is good." After dishing up the fried rice, looking back, he saw the 2 people by the window eating cherry tomatoes. Both had troubled expressions with tears in their eyes, tears flowing due to the winter wind. Red hair mocked, "Didn't I say they're sour?" The atmosphere at the dining table was very strange. On normal days, either meals were eaten in silence or the younger ones spoke a lot. But at this moment, neither green hair nor red hair dared to interject. They silently watched Shung Fu gently insisting on feeding Shui Tong with a spoon, bite by bite. Shung Fu said softly, "Qingyin, kids shouldn't be picky about food." Shui Tong, still enduring it, pushed her hand away and said, "Sister, clear your mind. How could you have a child as big as me?" Tears appeared in Shung Fu's eyes. "I know it's my fault, mommy hasn't been with you these days. It's reasonable if you blame mommy, but you can't skip meals." Then she once again pushed the soup spoon towards Shui Tong. Shui Tong slightly frowned. "Stop pretending. I didn't say I'd leave you behind, regardless we're real sisters. Let you stay for 2 days before parting without seeing each other ever again, right? Shung Fu replied, I won't let you leave mommy anymore. Alright, 3 days, just 3 days. Xue Tong agreed. It's not easy to get food now, but mommy has special abilities, which can grow some edible plants. Shung Fu continued, in the future, whatever our Qingyan wants to eat, mommy will provide it for you. Xue Tong pointed at the cherry tomatoes near the window. Sister, I want to eat sweet tomatoes. Shung Fu immediately smiled and stood up. Sure, I'll go pick the tomatoes for my dear daughter right now. When talking about special powers, Xue Tong started calculating mentally. Regardless of whether Shung Fu was truly crazy or pretending, her wood element special power was worth utilizing. At least it could help evolve her tomatoes to make them less sour. Green hair and red hair were also somewhat anticipative since neither of them possessed special powers and Xue Tong wouldn't demonstrate in front of them. At this moment, they could watch someone else demonstrate live, which was quite exciting. They watched Shung Fu carefully picking small tomatoes and then wiping them with her sleeve. She seemed to think it wasn't clean enough, so she ran towards the ship side hastily and reached out to wash them in the water. The water over there cannot be used for washing. Green hair and red hair rushed forward to stop her. Xue Tong raised her hand to support her forehead, sighing as she ate fried rice. It turned out afterward that Xue Tong overthought it. Shung Fu's mental state was unstable, and thus her ability to use her special power was also inconsistent. Not to mention changing cherry tomatoes, she could only conjure up 2 or 3 leaves or small flowers to entertain children. She thought of Xue Tong as her daughter, always circling around her. Whenever Xue Tong lost her temper from impatience, tears would well up in her eyes, and she'd look pitifully and sit outside the boat, blankly staring at the water surface. Green hair and red hair actually felt quite sorry for her. Shung Fu was very good at tidying up rooms and cleaning, and she wasn't afraid of dirt and mess. Every day, she would go upstairs on time to call Xue Tong to wake up. Xue Tong rolled around in the quilt on the bed. Sister, it's already the end times. What reason do we have to get up early? Shung Fu said, kids sleeping too long is bad. Physical exercise should be noted. Now it's the end times, kids also need to learn crisis management. Xue Tong stared at her dumbly further into the quilt, but what she said made perfect sense, almost convincing Xue Tong. In the end, she was still pulled out of bed by Shung Fu. After going downstairs in the boathouse, Xue Tong glared at Green Hair and said, 3 days are up. Give her some food to take along and bring her to the mountain tonight. Green Hair scratched the back of his head. Leader, this is your real sis. Are you sure about doing this? Xue Tong sneered coldly. I can only support 2 people. If she doesn't leave, you do. Green Hair immediately turned and shouted at Red Hair, quickly pack some food and supplies for sister. It's the apocalypse. Humans have become brutally realistic. Shung Fu still had no idea what her sister was plotting. She carefully tidied up the bed, then went down to check on the little tomato plant. She spoke to the tomato. Tomato, oh tomato, grow fast and bear fruit quickly. Qingyan wants to eat you. Shung Fu wiped the leaves with a handkerchief, gentle and careful. She was still very thin, with bruises and unhealed wounds visible on her exposed skin, but her former vacant gaze resembling that of someone not fully alive was gone. A gentle smile lingered on her face. In the afternoon, Xue Tong led Shung Fu into the mountains. Compared to cities these days, perhaps the naturally uninhabited forests were safer. Poisonous insects and ferocious beasts had also been greatly reduced due to the calamity, leaving only the plants struggling to survive. Shung Fu would initially ask where they were going, but receiving no answer, she started helping Xue Tong clear branches blocking their path, warning her to watch her steps and beware of rolling rocks. Red Hair and Green Hair were left behind in the boathouse waiting. Once they were far enough away, under a tree, Xue Tong told Shung Fu, Sis, you wait here. Maybe your daughter will come back. If you don't wait for her, then continue searching, but you can't follow me. Standing under the tree, Shung Fu held the box containing the little tomato plant, looking confused. Xue Tong even used her wood element ability voucher, using trees to cover the mountain path so that Shung Fu couldn't find her way back. That night, it snowed. Red Hair and Green Hair, wrapped in heavy coats, jumped around at the entrance of the mountain trail, trying to stay warm while waiting for Xue Tong's return. In the end, they only saw her come back alone. Xue Tong's expression remained unchanged as usual, and Red Hair and Green Hair didn't dare to ask many questions. After dinner, they again witnessed her heading upstairs alone. Fog arose during the night, spreading across the sea surface, enveloping the boathouse and making the stars above appear intermittently. Red Hair and Green Hair, wrapped in coats, sat on the boat deck smoking, with solemn expressions. Between them stood a small blue mini speaker playing sorrowful instrumental music slowly. Green Hair exhaled a puff of smoke and muttered softly, perhaps. Leader suffered abuse when she was young. This unexpected statement resonated deeply with Red Hair, who nodded and continued, very likely, the abuser might be her sister, smaller ones always lose to bigger ones. After Leader grew up, and the world deteriorated like this, making such a decision isn't surprising. Green Hair also nodded, continuing. Red Hair flicked off the ash, saying solemnly, Leader has been good to us. Truly good. Right. We should be good to Leader too. Exactly. With that, they pressed out their cigarette ends, turned off the speaker, and went back inside to sleep. Although their relationship as sisters wasn't good, there was no evidence of abuse. Xue Tong letting Shung Fu go was entirely because she didn't want to disrupt the plot, allowing the 2 later villains to meet prematurely. Shung Fu's storyline was more prominent in later chapters than hers, yet even after her death, Shung Fu still lived on. Ever since pushing the male protagonist into a zombie horde, Tong began treating everyone as novel characters, avoiding any emotional attachment lest she gets drowned in their reality. Drowning oneself in fictional worlds is never a good thing. Unfortunately, she stayed in this world much longer than in any previous worlds, far longer. Thus, Tong dared to interact with characters not part of the script. On the third day of being abandoned, life went on as usual. The juniors squabbled and laughed every day, finding joy amid hardship. Tong, en route to explore the sea domain, aimlessly poked around the little tomato plant out of boredom. Green hair sighed beside her. Leader, maybe it's already done its best to survive this winter but simply couldn't achieve perfection. Tong plucked one and stuffed it into her mouth. Speak plainly. Green hair twisted his face and said, it's sour. Tong blinked, surprised. Green hair anticipated seeing Tong wrinkling her face, crying tears in the cold wind from the sourness. Instead, he heard her say, something seems a bit off. What? Green hair asked curiously. Not sour anymore. It's still a bit sour, but just the right amount of sourness with a hint of sweetness. Tong picked another one and popped it into her mouth. This time, Green hair also ate one. The two stared at the little tomato in deep thought. Did you do this, leader? Green hair asked. It wasn't me. Tong shook her head. Then was it red hair? Green hair called him over. Red hair also ate one and exclaimed in surprise, hey, it's not sour anymore. Sister has succeeded. Green hair widened his eyes and made a cutting across the neck gesture, indicating that he was doomed. Red hair choked himself, coughed until his face turned red, and waved his hands panic-stricken towards Tong. Tong's expression flickered slightly as she stood up, her peripheral vision sweeping across the forest. Green hair and red hair changed the subject, striving to tell jokes to cheer up Tong but only received a distant glance from her. Tong dove underwater looking for treasures, opening boxes and reaping abundant rewards. Coming out of the water, she said to red hair by the boat, you guys go back first. Where are you going, leader? Red hair didn't understand. My speed is faster than yours. I'm going to find my sister, Tong said and then submerged, using her water element ability to move through the water like a fish. She could be sure Shung Fu was still there waiting. Because she cared about her daughter returning, she wouldn't leave arbitrarily. Sure enough, when Tong found her, Shung Fu was sitting hunched against the tree, pitifully muttering to herself. Upon seeing Tong, Shung Fu both cried and laughed, coming up to touch and hug her, covering her cold hand and saying she'd warm her up. That woman who had managed to perk up a bit in those days now returned to her disheveled state. Tong sighed, taking her back. Red hair and green hair had prepared a relatively lavish dinner, waiting for their return, warmly sending Shung Fu to a bathroom filled with hot water. At the dining table, Tong looked expressionlessly at her two subordinates and said, find a way, make her normal before we leave her behind again. Red hair and green hair exchanged glances, the latter seriously stating, leader, the bell must be UN rung by its ringer, we need to figure out what exactly happened to your sister. Yes, why did those people insist on killing her? Red hair thought for a moment and added, it might not be just your sister they wanted to kill, but also. He didn't finish, but everyone understood. Tong picked up her chopsticks, decisively declaring, we'll go tomorrow. If these guys have already killed my sister, then we don't need to be polite either and can snatch some supplies along the way. Chapter 7007. During the 4 years of the apocalypse, Tong had many conflicts with other humans. She followed the principle of not offending others unless they offended her first. She would only act after being provoked. In the year and a half that red hair and green fur had been with her, they encountered dozens of such incidents. Some people pretended to be in distress to gain sympathy, only to secretly attack their hosts at night to eliminate witnesses and steal supplies. Others were more direct, attacking outright, usually when they had a numerical advantage. Most of the time, Tong preferred to avoid conflicts with living people, but if avoidance was impossible, she wasn't afraid. When she decided to find the scar-faced man to avenge her sister, both red hair and green fur became excited and earnestly brainstormed strategies. However, Tong dismissed all their plans with one sentence, you two just stay back and watch my sister while waiting for support. Red hair protested, leader, this kind of physical work should be left to the men. Tong glanced at him, then held out her hand and said, wanna arm wrestle? The same invitation caused him to lose his dignity last time. Red hair quieted down, while green fur promised earnestly, thumping his chest, go ahead, leader. We're professionals when it comes to guarding from the rear and providing backup. The next morning, the two brothers set off into the city in their boathouse. Shung Fu, unaware of what was about to happen, took even better care of the little tomato plant after returning, still ignoring everyone except Tong, often talking to herself. Tong observed through the telescope and asked casually, sis, do you remember where they set up camp? Shung Fu looked up blankly and said, Qingyan, are you hungry? Tong shook her head and gave up. Green fur was steering, occasionally pointing in certain directions. Leader, I remember the direction they left. If we follow it, we'll surely find them. Didn't you say before that we shouldn't go there? Red hair asked. It feels like there are others over there. I'm too lazy to deal with any trouble, Tong replied. That direction led to land, whereas their activities mostly centered around water. Water naturally had fewer people than land. Tong had an urban map from the system, but beyond the city, she didn't have anything. It took a lot of time just to enter the southern part of the city, navigating by memory across the entire city. Occasionally, they would be noticed by zombies perched on tall buildings, who would peck at windows as they passed. As dusk approached, Shuetong saw lights illuminate in the distance. That's probably it, Red Hair said, looking at the light through the telescope. There's a dock, boats tied there, and a guard tent on the left. Further back lay semi-new structures surrounded by barbed wire, defining their territory. The lights lit up in patches here, and in open spaces, figures could be seen moving. Shuetong surveyed the scene and said, "Sis, want to confirm it?" Shung Fu called from behind, "Qingyan, come home for dinner." Shuetong sighed, handing the telescope to Greenfur, saying, "You wait here, we're far enough away that they won't notice us. I'll send a signal flare once I'm done. If all goes smoothly, we'll meet at the dock." Speaking confidently, she started putting on a raincoat. Shung Fu asked upon seeing this, "Qingyan, where are you going?" Shuetong replied, "Finally sounds normal." She turned to Shung Fu with a radiant smile, "Sis, just wait. I'll bring those who bullied you back to bow down and apologize to you." Confidently, Shuetong waved goodbye to her two subordinates and dived underwater. Greenfur and Red Hair cooperated well, cheering leader, "Go get em," before seriously picking up the telescope to patrol. Shung Fu stood at the doorway blankly saying, "Come eat." Shuetong's confidence was not without basis. Just last week, she had obtained 20 rocket launchers. Even without warning, launching a barrage at them would be terrifying. Besides the massive weapons in her storage space, she also had numerous ability exchange coupons. While others would consider themselves lucky to awaken just one ability, she swapped through various kinds, becoming a bug-like existence in this world. As long as she didn't interfere with the main characters and affect the plot, the system wouldn't limit her. As Shuetong approached the docks, the number of underwater zombies decreased. She carefully avoided them, remaining unnoticed, quietly surfacing by the dock and discovering two individuals warming themselves by a fire in the tent. A loud splash came from the water, startling the two, who immediately grabbed their iron sticks and approached cautiously. When the two vigilantly searched the water, Shuetong had already circled around them, emerging from the rear. She had a small blowpipe clenched between her teeth. The two men at the dock were fully focused on the water, completely unaware that their target was behind them. A precise dart from the blowpipe pierced into the back of the neck of one man, who fainted without a sound. As the other turned around, his forehead met the cold gun barrel. "We should talk," Shuetong said with a smile. The man raised his hands in surrender, full of terror, and stammered, "Talk. What do you want to talk about?" Shuetong led him to the side of the tent, warming by the fire while asking, "Do you know Shung Fu?" This man knelt down on both knees, answering her questions honestly under weapon threat, "I don't know. Very thin, long hair, wearing a skirt, red." The gun barrel held by Shuetong tapped the left eye and chin of the man. She was tied with stones and thrown into the water by an ugly man with scars on his face. The man suddenly understood, "I get it. The woman you're talking about is Alan, and the man is White Tiger Brother. Is White Tiger the leader here?" The man nodded. "What's the relationship between them?" "Alan is White Tiger Brother's woman, but she hooked up with another man. When White Tiger Brother found out, he got very angry, so he threw her into the water." Upon hearing this, Shuetong slightly narrowed her eyes. "Does she have a daughter?" "Yes." The man hesitated for a moment, but after White Tiger Brother found her, he killed her. Since then, Alan went insane, seeing every woman as her own daughter. White Tiger Brother likes her even though she's crazy. However, when she had a fit, she almost killed White Tiger Brother, so she was taken to be drowned. After listening, Shuetong looked back behind her. "How many people are inside altogether?" Originally there were 17, but tonight some members from the secondary group came, probably adding 30 or more. Shuetong. "In total, that makes nearly 50 people. Which base are you from?" "Who are these people from the secondary group?" "Baiheng Base. White Tiger Brother is the leader of the second team stationed in Zunnan." "The secondary group. If you know about the base, you also know they go out looking for habitable places and clean up zombies. They passed through here and seemed to run into trouble, so they came to ask White Tiger Brother for help." Shuetong murmured, "Looks like I came at the wrong time." The man glanced at her fearfully. "Think of a way for me to infiltrate." Shuetong blinked at him. "I've changed my mind. I only target White Tiger." "That's pretty kind of me, isn't it?" The man wailed, "'Tis. You have 10 seconds." Shuetong indicated with her lips toward the gun, silenced. "I'm thinking. I'll think right now." The man widened his eyes and quickly came up with a plan. "There are quite a lot of people from the secondary group, but we don't all know each other, plus they caught some prisoners." Shuetong interrupted, "Who did they catch?" "Not sure, just know most of them are women." The man lowered his voice, "White Tiger Brother recently lacks women, and you happen to be a woman." Shuetong heard and laughed, causing the man to tremble all over. He quickly explained, "Tiger Brother will surely drink wine inside, and once he gets drunk, he'll only want women. If you can trick him into going back to the room, Tiger Brother will definitely let you do whatever you want. That's truly a method a man would come up with." Shuetong stood up and said under the other's terrified gaze, "Get up, do as you say, take me inside." The man rejoiced, quickly rising and enthusiastically guiding Shuetong towards the wire fence range. As usual, fog arose at night, green flashes occasionally appearing beneath the dark waters. Red Hair and Greenfur anxiously waited on the boathouse. Shung Fu was there too, wrapped in a coat sitting beside, blankly staring at the mist. The fog was thick enough that even the telescope couldn't be used. Red Hair persuaded her to go back to sleep, saying, "Our dear Qingyan will come back once she's done." Shung Fu frowned, not speaking. Greenfur sighed, "Sister has had it tough. It's a good thing we have our leader. No one has it easy in the apocalypse, but it's harder for women, Red Hair also lamented. It's lucky we have our leader. The two exchanged glances, and thinking about what happened to Shung Fu, guessed roughly 7 or 8 parts correctly, so they got up to bring her a cup of hot water to warm her hands. Greenfur tapped lightly on the small speaker by his feet and asked, "Sister, would you like to listen to some songs? From Jay Cho to Eason Chan, 7 Miles Aroma to Red Rose, everything is available." Red Hair chimed in, "Let's play Long Time No See." "All right." Greenfur clicked open the small speaker. The three quietly listened to the somewhat sad music, each holding a cup of hot water, their cheeks turning red in the cold night. As the two brothers were fully immersed in the music, Shung Fu suddenly raised her finger and pointed forward. In the thick fog, a large ship was moving ahead right next to their boat. Not until the tail of the ship disappeared from sight did the two brothers blurt out, "Holy shit." Inside the wire fence were several identical bungalows arranged in 2 rows, one long and one short. Xueting faced the longer row after entering. In front of the houses was some distance followed by vegetable fields where many green vegetables grew. Up ahead, there was more hustle and bustle with more people coming and going. The man led her slightly away from the crowd, walking in the shadows. As they passed a group of men who greeted and teased him, one stared at Xueting behind him and said, "Is she taken to the boss?" "Holy shit, she's quite pretty." "The one for the boss sure has to be pretty," the man responded. "Is he drunk inside?" "Drunk already. He's pounding the table talking about Alan now. You'd better take her in so we can have some peace," the other person urged. All right," the man said while gesturing Xueting to follow. Xueting lowered her head, pretending to be shy. As she passed, the talkative man reached out to touch her but was skillfully dodged. That man couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What the hell is this act? He had also drunk some alcohol and felt awkward for not having touched her, so his tone was harsh, cursing and complaining to those around him. One of the two men beside him nodded in agreement while listening, and the other simply watched the departing woman, eyes deep and enigmatic. The room was nicely decorated, bright lights illuminated well-furnished chairs and ornaments, clearly showing it was a place of enjoyment. There were 3 men at Baihu's table, along with 2 women serving drinks. Various bottles and cans were toppled on the table. Xuetong glanced over and noticed that Baihu seemed the most drunk among the 4. She approached Baihu and picked up the wine bottle to pour him a drink. Baihu immediately noticed her. Compared to the other 2 women, this one beside him was truly like a fairy. What was more important was that she bore a resemblance to Alan. Baihu became even more intoxicated, calling Xuetong Alan and pulling her close as he panted and said, "Just admit your mistake to me and forget about that man." "Ouch, it hurts." Xuetong looked at him with tearful eyes. Her system, which had been ignoring her, suddenly sent her fireworks and a row of 666 as gifts at this time. Xuetong paid no attention to its mockery, acting perfectly. Her previous work experience finally came in handy again. Baihu gripped her tighter, red-eyed with urgency. Say it right now, damn you." "Who, brother? I'm wrong," Xuetong pitifully replied with tears welling up in her eyes. "I've already forgotten that man. What's good about others? You're the best in the whole world for me." Baihu felt gratified and was just about to pull her into his embrace with emotion when suddenly gunfire erupted outside. An explosion followed, and the door which hadn't been fully closed was kicked open with a bang. A team of armed people stormed in, swiftly taking control of the situation. Xuetong reacted quickly and was about to leave when a hand pressed her shoulder down and forced her to sit back. The person nearby kicked Baihu away with force, making everyone's heart skip a beat at the ferocity. Baihu coughed blood instantly, sobering up halfway, but the pain made him unable to straighten up. What was going on? Xuetong rolled her eyes around. Quickly the person turned around, grabbed her collar with a big hand and coldly sneered, "Try saying that again." This voice was still pleasant, even more so than before, yet all the gentle affection was gone, replaced by a chilling fierceness. Looking at this face, Xuetong was dumbfounded. Chapter 8. Xuetong had imagined countless times the scene of meeting Luo Haoshe again after 8 years, just like in a script. But she never thought she would meet the male lead again before that. And even under such a cliché scenario, Xuetong looked at the person in front of her. He looked better than before. Maybe because her staring lasted too long, Luo Haoshe sarcastically remarked in a low voice, "You were quite talkative just now, how come you're mute now?" What to say?" Xuetong stammered. Looking at her as if she were a rabbit startled by a predator, Luo Haoshe furrowed his eyebrows slightly and calmed down immediately. He straightened up, standing in a lofty posture, looking coldly at her. White Tiger Brother was dragged up from the ground, along with several people who drank with him. Outside the gunshots kept ringing out intermittently, occasionally bursting as if directly hitting Xuetong's heart. She heard someone shouting outside, "All of you bastards, take it easy. People can die, but the supplies must not be damaged." Another shout came, "Rescued, rescued." Luo Haoshe glanced outside. Xuetong thought it was a good chance, quietly moved her but to turn around and leave. A fierce wind blew by, the corner of her eye caught a shadow moving, that long leg kicked her chair with a bang, extinguishing her desire to escape. Xuetong straightened her back and sat properly. "Haoshe, what are you doing here?" Xuetong was facing away from the door and couldn't see but could tell from the voice that it was Ma Yuenjin. Beside Ma Yuenjin stood a younger guy. Xiao Wu wiped the sweat off and said, "It was really dangerous just now. Big brother should have warned us before making a move. Suddenly rushing in scared me half to death." Luo Haoshe said, "Give me the handcuffs." Xiao Wu handed them over. He saw Luo Haoshe lower his gaze and said to the woman beside him, "Your hands." Shui Tong obediently stretched out both her hands, letting him cuff them. Xiao Wu watched in surprise and curiosity. Take her on board the ship, lock her in my room. In Luo Haosha's cold deep voice, no one could tell if he was happy or angry, yet it was chilling. Xiao Wu nodded seriously. Big brother, you've worked hard. My Yuanjun whistled jokingly at the doorway. Oh, locking her in your room? Did you fancy this little girl? Didn't you say you didn't like to forcibly take anything? How about I rely on Shung Xueting? Hearing my Yuanjun's laughing face turning grim instantly, Shui Tong looked innocently with full eyes. A large ship was moored at the ferry. Before getting aboard, Shui Tong recognized it as the passenger ship she had seen on the day she saved Shung Fu. She should have thought of it earlier. Such facilities ought to belong to the protagonists. There were many people waiting on the ship to receive them, and Xiao Wu seemed to have some status among these people as most of them greeted him. Xiao Wu delayed a bit at the receiving point but was responsible enough not to chat much while escorting Shui Tong, remaining cautious and vigilant all the time, keeping the gun pointed at Shui Tong always loaded. Because of this, Shui Tong did not dare to make rash moves, thus they reached the cabin from the deck without any words. Xiao Wu sent her to the front of Luo Haosha's room, opened the door and said, "Go in." Shui Tong glanced at him, slowly walked in, and turned around to look at him saying, "Your brother Shi." Before she finished her sentence, there was a loud noise and Xiao Wu shut the door. Shui Tong. Outside the door, Xiao Wu sighed in relief, wiping his sweat as he walked and muttered about how exhausting this job was. Inside the dim house, Shui Tong had no interest in seeing whether Luo Haosha tidied his bed or not. She squatted down leaning against the door, hugging her knees gently and feeling heartbroken. "Why today instead of yesterday or tomorrow? Don't you think you're asking for trouble?" She asked the system. "You knew Luo Haosha was here, didn't you?" "No idea." Shui Tong whispered softly. "He wants to kill me, he definitely does, 100% sure." Every hint in his eyes and words is filled with killing intent. The system remained silent. "Not okay, I cannot die now, it's not been 8 years yet. Even if I have to die, I must do so within the plot, otherwise, I fail the mission." Shui Tong angrily hammered the door. "Quickly find a way out. Run." "Yes, run, why don't I run, let's go, right now." Shui Tong became revitalized from her daze and finally found the solution to her problem, acting quickly. The system helped her unlock the handcuffs, confirming that she was truly terrified and confused. Xiao Wu didn't stay behind nor send anyone to watch Shui Tong, assuming she'd be stuck with handcuffs unable to escape. Having regained her freedom, Shui Tong perfectly avoided others outside, heading towards the ship's tail from the corridor, where there was no light at all, only pitch blackness. The night breeze was rustling. Running halfway, she suddenly remembered White Tiger Brother. Leaving empty-handed made her feel somewhat dissatisfied. Shui Tong gritted her teeth and almost lost her nerve as she turned around. The man who had been following her silently was now advancing towards her, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet several degrees in an instant. "Run, run without looking back." Shui Tong prepared to jump over the railing into the water but was grabbed by the wrist at the very moment her body was flipping over. The situation became extremely awkward. She was dangling outside the ship, held by one hand by Luo Haosha. Her feet were off the ground, and all the weight of her body was on her wrist, causing her immense pain that she could only silently howl about in her mind. "You." She didn't finish speaking before hearing a click. Luo Haosha pulled out the handcuffs she had discarded earlier and used them to lock her onto the railing. "You really know how to make use of waste." Pulled by the cold handcuffs, Shui Tong's pain increased further. The night wind made her collar flutter wildly, and her hair was also flying all over her face, partially blocking her vision. In her line of sight stood the tall and imposing figure of a man leaning casually against the rail, even lighting a cigarette and putting it between his lips. He said nothing, occasionally glancing at her with indifference as she struggled in pain, and his eyebrows would betray a hint of mockery whenever he did. Shui Tong gasped sharply from the pain but couldn't help wondering when he had learned to smoke. Luo Haosha remained silent and showed no intention of talking to her. Shui Tong couldn't take it anymore. She tried her best to tilt her head and said, "I won't run anymore. Can't you untie me?" Her wrists were already showing streaks of blood. Luo Haosha exhaled a puff of smoke, lightly tapping the ash with his well-defined fingers. The embers shimmered in the night wind, and the scattered ash fell onto Shui Tong's hand. "Take a look down," he said. Shui Tong looked down. Green light flickered in the water like fireflies at night, yet it looked lethal at this moment. Dozens of zombies underwater were gazing up at Shui Tong hanging outside the ship. If they surfaced and reached out, they might just be able to grab her ankles. Shui Tong shivered involuntarily, finding it hard to look back at Luo Haosha. She managed a forced smile and said, "I really won't run anymore." Luo Haosha smiled too, curling his lips mockingly. "There are fewer of these things in the water compared to those outside the elevator back then," he commented calmly, staring deeply at Shui Tong with eyes full of darkness. At the mention of those days, images of the past flashed through Shui Tong's mind, and she instinctively avoided meeting Luo Haosha's gaze. Her act of avoidance made Luo Haosha perceive her as being guilty. "Do you want to talk about the past? Then why don't we go upstairs to talk? Or back to your room?" Shui Tong looked back and put on an obedient and appeasing expression. She resorted to the tricks she had used on Luo Haosha years ago. Even though she wouldn't admit it, every day since then, Luo Haosha had never forgotten this face. Gone was the naivety of her youth, and she had become more beautiful than he imagined, which filled him with even greater loathing. When this familiar face once again smiled at him with the same insincerity from their shared memory, his heart, which once trembled, felt not a ripple. It seemed that no matter how much she changed, she was still the same as before. Hypocritical, selfish, and venomous. Luo Haosha stubbed out his cigarette and threw it into the water. I'd rather talk after you fall in, he said coolly. Xue Tong bit her lower lip, nearly unable to hold back the cry of pain. Truly worthy of being the male protagonist, mature men were no longer captivated by young girls' coquettish charm. So what if she left? Could she avoid something she couldn't contend with? Xue Tong took out the only universal key she had, painfully stretching her other hand while gritting her teeth. Alright, I'll go down. As soon as the sound faded away, there was another click. As the handcuffs unlocked, Xue Tong dropped quickly with a splash into the water. Luo Haosha's eyes darkened. Without thinking, he leapt into the water after her. Chapter 9. Xue Tong dared to jump down because she had a large stock of exchange coupons for her abilities. Although it was a bit risky, she believed she could make it. By creating high water pressure with her water-based ability, she plummeted to the bottom at a speed and pressure that allowed her to avoid being caught by zombies. However, despite all her calculations, she hadn't foreseen that Luo Haoshi would follow her down. What is this idiot doing jumping down? She cursed silently in her heart, feeling the surrounding water temperature suddenly rise and boil. The zombie that reached out to grab her was melted before it even touched her. Blood mixed with water, and the night wind carried away the scent of blood. Luo Haoshi held her hand, pulling her into his embrace, isolating Xue Tong from the scorching heat so she could feel alive again. Zombies do not feel pain nor fear death, not even the boiling hot water could stop them from rushing towards these two. Luo Haoshi had no weapon in his hands, but his fire-based ability was designed to be the strongest among humans, yet not now. Now, he could only use the high temperature to keep the zombies at bay, needing to leave underwater as soon as more zombies attracted by the smell of blood came over. Luo Haoshi took Xue Tong upward to the surface, but the rushing zombies blocked their way, forcing them to change direction. No one knew how many zombies were underwater, but they all rushed over here. As more and more zombies chased after them, Luo Haoshi had to focus entirely on dealing with them. Even though Xue Tong was being held by Luo Haoshi, she gradually felt the searing water temperature. If it weren't for her, those zombies might not even have been able to get close to him. Thinking about this, Xue Tong slipped away from his embrace unnoticed by Luo Haoshi, utilizing her water-based ability like an arrow leaving the bowstring to retreat swiftly underwater. The water pressure hit her face, knocking down the encircling zombies underwater and opening up a gap in the circle, allowing Xue Tong to escape successfully. An eerie green light flickered underwater, and blood spread far and wide, luring every zombie in the water toward her crazily. The woman's retreating figure was obscured by successive attacking zombies, and Luo Haoshi, reaching out with his hand, grabbed nothing, then clenched it into a fist. This scene reminded him painfully of something familiar. After Xue Tong left, she intercepted some of the zombies chasing after Luo Haoshi, leading them around a large circle before shaking them off and surfacing. She exhaled a breath, wiped her face with her hand, and couldn't see the big ship or any lights in the misty night, nor could she see her own boathouse. Fortunately, she had the city map, and after diving again, swam toward where the boathouse was docked. She wasn't really worried about whether Luo Haoshi could escape. If it weren't for considering her earlier, the temperature could have been higher, rendering it impossible for zombies to approach him. It would be easier for one person to reach the shore than dragging two people along. That's what Xue Tong thought. Red hair and green fur were both waiting for her news. After the previous large ship passed, the two began hesitating whether to follow it or not. Green fur suggested staying put, while red hair supported going forward to back him up. Shung Fu maintained neutrality. They debated loudly, and just when their argument became heated, they suddenly noticed that the boy in the water moved, causing silence immediately. It was nighttime, so the thing shaking the boy could be Xue Tong, or it could be a zombie. Red hair carefully looked at the water's surface, and nearby green fur watched for a moment then covered his mouth, widening his eyes. The figures moving underwater were indeed zombies, yet each one of them appeared to be fleeing in panic, some even colliding with the side of the boat in confusion. In this world today, what is still scarier than zombies? Red hair and green fur involuntarily looked in the opposite direction that the zombies fled from. There was dense fog there, making it impossible to see clearly. Both harbored a sense of ominous premonition, a kind of tightness and oppression, like awaiting the arrival of a powerful boss, but then heard a splash sound. Boss. Green fur realized first, happily moving closer. Thank goodness you're finally back. Xue Tong was also quite exhausted and shivered as she was pulled onto the boat by the two. Come wear this, don't freeze. Shung Fu quickly came forward and took off her warm coat to give to her. You can keep it. Xue Tong rejected feebly, instead taking the towel offered by red hair and wrapping herself in it before stepping toward the cabin. Let's go, hurry. What happened, boss? Green fur asked. If we don't leave, something serious will really happen, said Xue Tong inside the boathouse. Green fur and red hair exchanged glances, sensing a crisis from her words. They wasted no time, starting the boathouse and heading back immediately. Both of them reacted fast enough and didn't delay. However, the boat had only sailed for less than a minute when red hair heard a thud from behind, as if something had climbed onto the boat. He, who was steering the boat, turned around cautiously. In the dim yellow light at the doorway stood a completely soaked man. Seawater mixed with blood trickled down his body. His drenched black hair plastered against his slightly pale skin while his dark eyes remained deep and tranquil, yet carried an intangible coldness. Red hair was dumbfounded by the man who had suddenly appeared on the boat from the water. It wasn't because of his tall and well-built figure or his handsome appearance, but the icy threat that emanated from him. Some people are naturally highly alert. Red Hair instinctively knew this man was extremely dangerous. Even without uttering a word, his natural aura was enough to make Red Hair feel suffocated. On the side, Green Fur quickly recovered from his short moment of shock and let out a scream in a voice loud enough to tear the sky. "Boss, save me." That shout cost him all his courage. Shung Fu remained calm as ever, sitting quietly on her little stool with her knees hugged, doing nothing. Xue Tong, who had intended to take a bath, was startled by the cry and immediately rushed out, thinking the boys had encountered zombies. When she came out, she too was stunned speechless. How? Xue Tong was utterly shocked upon seeing Luo Haoshe stepping on Red Hair's foot and using one hand to choke Green Fur. Luo Haoshe tilted his head toward her, water streaming along his sharp jawline and flowing down his long neck. To evade the zombies, he had discarded his coat underwater, and his shirt had been torn by the zombies. The wounds were bleeding, and his wet clothes clung tightly to his skin, accentuating that enticing waistline. Had it not been for the inappropriate situation, Xue Tong might have appreciated this spectacle illuminated by soft lighting. "Let's talk things through peacefully. Could you please release him first?" Xue Tong said, coming back to her senses and glancing at Green Fur, whose face was red and who looked like he couldn't breathe properly. "I see you're also soaked to the bone. It smells awful down there. I've already prepared some hot water. Go take a quick wash, don't catch a cold." Hearing this, Shung Fu frowned unhappily. Qingyin should bathe first. Glaring at her, Xue Tong retorted. Shung Fu replied indifferently, "I know him. He's Xue Tong's boyfriend. If he's wet, Xue Tong can take care of him. It's none of our business." She got up to pull Xue Tong aside. "Qingyin should go first. Don't catch a cold." "Xue Tong. Sister, do you realize how hard you just stabbed me?" Red Hair and Green Fur forgot their physical pain in that instant and instead stared in shock at Xue Tong. Xue Tong stood still, looking at Luo Haoshe and saying, "Let him go first." The gleam in Luo Haoshe's eyes intensified, and a sinister look flashed across his face. He threw off Green Fur and strode toward Xue Tong. Reaching out, he pinned her by the throat against the door. Anyone could feel the anger and pressure radiating from Luo Haoshe. However, rather than her throat, it felt more like her shoulders and neck were being locked, with unbearable pressure applied to her collarbone, causing tears to stream from Xue Tong's eyes. "What are you doing?" Shung Fu screamed, and the green vine in her hand attacked Luo Haoshe. Afraid she might further provoke Luo Haoshe, Xue Tong reached out to block, but inadvertently touched a warm patch at the back of Luo Haoshe's neck. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "You were bitten?" Luo Haoshe remained silent, his lips pressed together, staring coldly at her with mockery visible in his eyes. Shung Fu continued to scream and attack. Xue Tong shouted to Red Hair, "Why are you just standing there? Get up and hold her back so she calms down." Red Hair hurried to obey, grabbing Shung Fu who was trying to lunge at Luo Haoshe. Xue Tong was still touching Luo Haoshe's nape anxiously, sweating on her forehead. "Let me check the wound. Are you really bitten? How could you be bitten? Universal medicine wouldn't cure an infection from zombies." Luo Haoshe grabbed her fumbling wrist and mockingly said in a cold voice, "What's worrying you? Isn't it normal for me to be bitten?" Xue Tong was momentarily dumbfounded. He then led her hand down towards his abdomen and murmured menacingly, "It wasn't just one place that got bitten. This one happened underwater just now, and this one is from 4 years ago when you pushed me out to get bitten. Carefully think about it, it seems there's no real difference. Every time I was bitten by zombies, it was because you pushed me." Xue Tong had a foreboding. Her end was near. Chapter 10:010. Green Fur coughed inappropriately, slightly disrupting the atmosphere. But he thought this man talking about being bitten by zombies as if it were a daily occurrence was strange. Any bastard who pushed him into a zombie pile to be bitten would surely have his ancestors cursed for 18 generations. But wait, was this man referring to the leader? Already oxygen deprived, Green Fur felt his head spinning even more. Xue Tong, striving to live until the pivotal moment of the plot, raised the hand not held by Luo Haoshe and said, "I swear, I absolutely did not intend to throw you alone into a zombie pile just now, but rather thought that you..." Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Haoshe swayed, releasing his grip on her shoulder, and fell towards her. Reacting quickly, Xue Tong extended her hand to support him. Luo Haoshe?" She hesitated and asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Red Hair pulled Shung Fu and said, "Leader, he seems to have fainted." Fainted? He should have fainted, having been soaked in water and bitten by zombies, which left his condition extremely poor. Xue Tong paused for a few seconds while supporting Luo Haoshe, glaring at Shung Fu's menacing face and saying irritably, "Sister, take a break. Your 2 hands are like sticks that snap easily. Besides, how can you remember him when you clearly remember you have a younger sister? You must be pretending to be insane." Shung Fu continued obstinately shouting, "Qingyin needs washing first." Xue Tong ignored it and locked the person outside. Enraged, Shung Fu stomped hard on Red Hair's foot. In pain, Red Hair gasped for breath, his head filled with several question marks. He heard Green Fur's cough and rushed over to pull the person up from the ground, patting his back. "Are you okay?" Red Hair handed him a cherry tomato and said, "Moisten your throat." Green Fur rolled his eyes, massaging his throat, and glanced inside the room, croaking, "Damn, I really thought I was going to die just now. How come the same man has such strength? You can't even win at arm wrestling against the leader, how do you expect to compare?" Red Hair remarked. Green Fur became so angry he wanted to strangle him. "You can't beat the leader either." After speaking, both had looks of sorrow on their faces. A while later, Green Fur cautiously stretched his head to look at the water below the ship, his tone filled with worry. First the sister, now the ex-boyfriend. Do you think the leader can retrieve anything else from this water? Red Hair scratched his head, hesitating. Perhaps, the leader has more than one ex-boyfriend? Green Fur. He turned to ask Shung Fu, Sister, is there really more than one? Shung Fu frowned, displeased. Don't talk nonsense. Qing Yin is still a child, she doesn't have a boyfriend. The situation right now was truly bizarre. Xue Tong struggled to drag Luo Haoshe back to the bathroom and painstakingly treated the wounds on his body. After consulting the system, it informed her that the area where he was bitten by the zombie had already become necrotic tissue. Although it hadn't further spread, it still needed to be cut off. How painful must cutting flesh be? Xue Tong's face was conflicted, her hand with the surgical tools momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Isn't he the strongest human? Isn't it said that his abilities underwater are like volcanic magma? Then how could he still get bitten by a zombie? That's the setting 8 years later. Xue Tong was temporarily at a loss for rebuttal. If he got bitten by a zombie, why wouldn't he? Wouldn't he mutate or die? Main character's aura. We only handle romantic subplots, we're not familiar with the main plot. Alright, she was just a supporting female character whose purpose was to catalyze the romantic storyline between the male and female leads. Why bother understanding the secrets behind the end-of-the-world zombie scenario? Once Xue Tong was certain Luo Haoshe wasn't going to die, she finally calmed down. She retrieved the necessary medical instruments and used scissors to cut open Luo Haoshe's clothes. This man, seemingly slim when dressed, was muscular once undressed, with an evenly distributed yet powerfully built physique. Just looking at him made her heart race and cheeks redden. Xue Tong reminded herself to stay focused. After tearing off his shirt, she discovered that his entire body was riddled with new and old injuries. His arms, shoulders, chest, waist, and abdomen, his entire upper body hadn't escaped unscathed. Fresh wounds oozing blood mixed with necrotic tissue alongside old scars left Xue Tong deeply shaken. Even looking at them hurt. And yet now, she had to use a knife to cut away the infected necrotic flesh, her hand wielding the blade uncertain and hesitant. Heartbroken by the sight, she started making gestures with the knife when suddenly her wrist was grabbed, her gaze meeting the awakened eyes of Luo Haoshe. Xue Tong hastily explained, I have no ill intentions, I'm treating your wound. No matter what, before the critical time in the plot, she couldn't let herself die at the hands of Luo Haoshe, so it was best not to provoke him and avoid deepening hatred at all costs. Luo Haoshe increased his grip, catching Xue Tong off guard. The dagger slipped from her hand, which he then wielded against her throat. The blade had already grazed the skin, seeping with fresh blood. Xue Tong swore that her actions were driven purely by instinct during a crisis. 4 years of life in the post-apocalyptic world had greatly enhanced her self-preservation skills. So when Luo Haoshe made his move, her other hand had already grabbed a gun and pointed it at his heart. She had almost pulled the trigger. By the time she realized who she was aiming at, it was too late. Oh my god. What an annoying survival instinct. Luo Haoshe slightly arched an eyebrow, silently mocking her. Xue Tong quietly looked at him, then after pausing for a second, decisively threw away the gun in her hand. Spreading her hands to show she meant no harm, she sincerely said, maybe my sense of crisis is just too strong, so I reacted without thinking. It's absolutely not my intention, I swear. Sweet talk. Full of lies. These were the only thoughts that came to Luo Haoshe's mind regarding her explanation. The system informed Xue Tong that this wasn't yet the great villain from 8 years later in the original story. After all, Luo Haoshe appeared as the villain in the original story already. There were no detailed descriptions about how he became the leader of Tunglong Base. So Xue Tong took a gamble. The Luo Haoshe in front of her couldn't be ruthless enough to kill her outright. Fortunately, she was right. Luo Haoshe withdrew his hand indifferently and commanded coldly, get out. Xue Tong immediately obeyed, but before leaving, hesitated and said one more thing, your wounds. I can handle them myself, Luo Haoshe replied curtly. But the ones on your neck. Xue Tong began, thinking he wouldn't be able to treat those himself. However, under the dark gaze of his eyes, she fell silent and obediently left. As soon as the door closed, Xue Tong let out a soft sigh, reaching up to touch her own neck, seeing traces of bloodstains on her fingertips. She sighed silently to herself. The same Luo Haoshe who wouldn't even let her get caught in the rain, had nearly sliced open her throat. There truly was nothing worse than a comparison. Xue Tong rolled her eyes and turned around, speaking toward the closed door, I'll wait right outside if you need anything. Luo Haoshe paused slightly as he held the knife, his long black lashes lightly trembling. Slowly lifting his head, he looked toward the door where her figure stood illuminated faintly by dim light, her silhouette blurred yet undeniably real. He gazed for a moment, then dropped his eyes back to the wound. Perhaps it was because of her shadow lingering outside the door that, despite excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth and didn't make a single sound. Outside, Xue Tong applied a bandage to her neck while muttering to herself various items inside the bathroom. The bright and clear tone of her voice challenged every nerve in his system, each syllable evoking familiar yet distant memories. Caught off guard by her voice, which he hadn't heard in what felt like forever, Luo Haoshe briefly lost focus. Without realizing, his grip on the knife slipped, causing intense pain that forced him to bite down hard, emitting a low groan from his lips. Unfortunately, the woman outside heard it. She quickly asked, what's wrong? Need help? Gripping the knife tightly, his fingers gone white, Luo Haoshe snapped harshly, shut up. Xue Tong promptly obeyed. Just as Green Fur entered and opened his mouth to speak, he saw Shui Tong standing by the bathroom door, signaling for silence with a finger to her lips, making him hesitate at the doorway. Are you hungry? Green Fur signed instead of speaking. Shui Tong shook her head. Green Fur then gestured towards the bathroom, but Shui Tong shook her head again. Red Hair, waiting behind, puzzledly asked, what are you two signing about? Shung Fu pushed through him and rushed in, only to see Shui Tong still damp from earlier. Dissatisfied, she demanded loudly, Qingyin washes first. Qingyin washes first. While saying so, she ran over to bang on the door, until Shui Tong stopped her and handed her over to Green Fur, telling him, keep her occupied. Don't let her disturb. Green Fur nodded in agreement and pulled Shung Fu aside with Red Hair. After shutting the door, Shui Tong finally changed into clean clothes, using a towel to dry her dripping hair. Looking at the bathroom door, she asked, do you have enough bandages and alcohol? Luo Haoshe remained silent. Shui Tong continued waiting. After some time passed, she eventually leaned against the door and unknowingly dozed off. When Luo Haoshe struggled to open the door, Shui Tong stumbled backward unexpectedly, falling onto his legs, thereby waking up instantly. Slightly embarrassed, Shui Tong stood up and absently touched her hair. The man in front of her was now shirtless, having skillfully handled his wounds, though his face looked pale, revealing a hint of fragility. Are you done? Rest up. There are some spare clothes on the bed for you, Shui Tong said while rubbing her eyes, avoiding any unnecessary conversation. Once she finished speaking, she turned to leave. But before taking more than a step, she was abruptly halted by Luo Haoshe grabbing her wrist firmly enough to cause a bit of pain. Turning back, she heard his raspy voice say, you're doing well for yourself. Each word was quiet but hit heavily in her heart. Chapter 11011. Shui Tong's survival instinct began to struggle again. She blinked and pretended not to understand, replying, it's still okay. There was no way she dared to ask Luo Haoshe how he had been. That would be like asking for trouble. Luo Haoshe stared at her for 2 seconds, then slowly released his grip. However, Shui Tong suddenly approached, tiptoed, and touched his forehead. Your temperature is a bit high. Just in case, I'll cook you something to drive out the cold, she said softly, gentle and friendly. There are also injections in the medical kit. Which one do you prefer? Luo Haoshe asked hoarsely, what are you doing? The deep voice made Shui Tong's heart itch. I know you must want to talk about the past, but your condition now is not good. Rest first, and I promise, when you're ready, I'll answer any questions you have. I won't run. Shui Tong withdrew her hand, her clear and bright eyes full of seriousness. Luo Haoshe momentarily felt as if he were back in the past, and the restless feeling in his heart settled down because of this. Shui Tong said, the injection might be better. After saying that, she left, and this time, Luo Haoshe didn't stop her. In fact, Luo Haoshe was quite weak at that moment. He didn't want Shui Tong to see his vulnerable side, so he gritted his teeth and came out of the bathroom. When he sat on the edge of the bed, his body screamed for him to lie down and rest, yet he stubbornly waited for Shui Tong to return. He absolutely couldn't collapse before then. Fortunately, Shui Tong returned quickly. Holding the injection, she told Luo Haoshe, this is from a private clinic I visited earlier. Zombies eat people, but they don't take medicine. Shui Tong deliberately spoke with a joking tone. Luo Haoshe silently watched as she injected him, her technique practiced and skilled. Sleep now. Shui Tong gathered up the syringe, her tone soft and caring. Whether it was the drug taking effect or his body reaching its limit, Luo Haoshe's vision started to blur. Shui Tong helped him lie down, and gently covered him with a blanket, sitting beside the bed while saying, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Her voice gradually faded away. Before completely falling asleep, Luo Haoshe subconsciously grabbed the woman's hand. Shui Tong didn't pull away but waited for a while. She softly called out, Luo Haoshe? Then she lifted her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. No reaction. Shui Tong quietly pulled her hand out and tiptoed out of the room. Once outside, she sighed in relief and quickly walked toward the kitchen. 2 younger siblings and their sister were waiting for her there. They were eating, occasionally glancing at the door, whispering gossip until Shui Tong entered. The red-haired one immediately stood up and asked, Boss, will you eat? Now go pack up what we need to bring, Shui Tong replied while tidying up kitchen utensils. She didn't seem to be joking, and the 2 siblings were used to following her orders, scurrying off to pack things. Shui Tong pointed at Shung Fu and said, Sister, go pick all the cherry tomatoes. Shung Fu happily complied with her request, putting down her chopsticks and getting to work immediately. The houseboat sailed smoothly across the water, leaving the city and coming under the mountain home. Shui Tong collected all the necessities and sent Shung Fu and the others into the stilt house. Then, she set the autopilot course for the houseboat, letting it carry the sleeping Luo Haoshe back. The red-haired one and the green-haired one stood by the railing, watching the departing houseboat and simultaneously exclaimed, ex-boyfriend really sucks. If Shung Fu was allowed to stay for 3 days before being discarded, then Luo Haoshe hadn't even lasted through 1 night before being thrown out along with the boat. Shui Tong observed from the wooden staircase, watching until the houseboat disappeared completely in the thick mist. Only then did she let out a soft sigh. This fool dared to let her inject something without even knowing what it was. 1 tube of sedative later, Luo Haoshe wouldn't wake up until the afternoon the next day. How could he still trust the woman who pushed him into a crowd of zombies just to escape? Perhaps because he was too eager to wake up to see someone, Luo Haoshe woke up around 9 o'clock the next morning. The surroundings were unusually quiet. Seeing the brightness outside the window, Luo Haosha frowned and got up, heading to the bathroom first. His body had an extraordinary self-repair ability. Even being bitten by zombies wouldn't lead to infection or death. Luo Haosha looked at himself in the mirror, doubting whether he could still be considered human every time he was injured. Not getting infected or mutating was his secret. If some people at Tunglong Base found out, his situation would become very dangerous. Before last night, this was a secret known only to him. But Cheng Shuotong now knew it too. He silently put on a black cotton hoodie, which was slightly loose and oversized for him. As Luo Haosha thought about the fact that it belonged to another man, his eyes darkened. When Luo Haosha stepped out after opening the door, he immediately sensed something amiss. Shui Tong hadn't disturbed the room where he had slept, but everything else outside the room that could be taken had been moved. The bowls and cutlery in the kitchen, all sorts of seasonings, along with the small tomato plants under the window. Luo Haosha remembered seeing plenty of bright red fruits last night. Now, nothing remained but bare branches. She didn't even spare the tomatoes. The fog persisted throughout the day, cold winds blowing, tousling the hair on his forehead. Luo Haosha stood at the bow of the boat, surrounded by the city submerged by seawater, with skyscrapers towering around him. The zombies sitting on broken windows looked down at him. This was the third time Shui Tong had abandoned him. After a moment, Luo Haosha couldn't help but chuckle quietly. How dare he trust what that woman said? It served him right to be deceived. A mocking smile tugged at Luo Haosha's lips, yet his eyes reflected deep and unshakable gloom. The next day, when Shui Tong woke up, she picked up her telescope and scanned the water surface from the railing anxiously. Red Hair remarked, at this point, the houseboat must already be inside the city. Shui Tong worriedly said, what if he decides to return by boat? Green-haired, also holding a telescope while gazing out to sea, responded confidently, boss, don't worry. He can't find this place. Hearing this, Shui Tong blinked and then asked Green-hair, but without the houseboat, how are we supposed to gather treasures in the city? I could swim there, Shui Tong replied, but quickly realized the distance was too far, costing valuable anomaly exchange coupons. Maybe we should just look for a new tool instead. Like making a raft? Red Hair suggested. Since they were idle anyway, why not? In the apocalypse, there's no need for work or school, time was abundant. That's worth trying. Anyway, I won't head over there anytime soon. Let them leave first. Shui Tong spoke thoughtfully. That scarred guy named Baihu brother belongs to the Baiheng base. They captured people from Tunglong base, leading to conflict between the two. Red Hair and Green Hair fell into contemplation after hearing Shui Tong recount her experience from last night. Don't these base names sound familiar? Red Hair asked. Green Hair nodded. Around the start of the year, we encountered a team from Baiheng base. Who? Red Hair glanced over curiously. The four who ambushed us at the foam factory. Green Hair gestured with his hands. They begged for mercy after the boss defeated them, mentioning their base name to get us to spare them. Although none of them died, the resources they carried were seized by Shui Tong, leaving only their underwear behind. When the apocalypse broke out and humanity faced near extinction, some cities were attacked by zombies later, allowing humans enough time to retreat safely. As anomalies awakened among them, those left behind organized themselves to fight against zombies and seek safe havens. Eventually, various bases emerged. They sent out signals welcoming survivors to join them. However, in the apocalypse, the laws and rules of the human world had collapsed. Ugliness and selfish desires took precedence. Baiheng base's style was plunder. They would organize raids to seize others' weapons, supplies, and women. After subduing you with brute force, they'd invite you to surrender and join them. Upon joining, you were expected to comply with the act of robbing and forcing others. Yet such base organizations expanded rapidly over several years, attracting many members. Before humans could defeat the zombies, they needed to confront themselves first. Remembered it. It seems like it'll be difficult to avenge sister, Red Hair said honestly. Green Hair glanced at Shui Tong. I think the hardest challenge isn't Baiheng base, it's the ex-boyfriend. Shui Tong. Putting down her telescope, she turned around and glared fiercely at the two, yelling, still standing here? Go make the raft. Green Hair and Red Hair bolted. After watching them go, Shui Tong felt bored, so she tossed the telescope aside and leaned on the railing, spacing out. By noon, the mist had dissipated, visibility extending further, though nothing happened. Cheng Fu came over to stand beside her idly, carrying a bowl full of clean cherry tomatoes. Shui Tong glanced at her, sighing, sister, that guy told me you're playing both sides. Cheng Fu frowned. Nonsense, I've only ever had your father. Think carefully. A man sneaking around with you while allowing you to stay with Baihu brother isn't much of a good man either. Shui Tong continued, and letting you raise a child alone after getting you pregnant, this kind of man is irresponsible, even in normal times. Cheng Fu angrily threw the bowl into the water, and the scattered cherry tomatoes made splashing sounds as they hit the water. She screamed, you are not allowed to say that about him. He is your father. Shui Tong. My tomatoes. She was so angry that she completely lost interest in thinking about Luo Haosha. Cheng Fu was sobbing uncontrollably, squatting on the ground, holding the wooden railing with one hand while wiping her tears with the other, muttering incessantly. He said he would come back. He will come back. Shui Tong was just about to comfort her when she suddenly realized something wasn't right. Judging from Cheng Fu's reaction and the words of that man, her daughter might indeed have died, but it was never mentioned that her husband was also dead. Sister, what are you saying? Shui Tong squatted down beside her and asked, did Zhao Mian die? Cheng Fu glared at her with bloodshot eyes and choked out, "Your father is not dead. He will come back for us, he promised. He said he would." After hearing this, Xue Tong fell silent. She thought, this man probably won't come back. The moment his affair with the boss's woman was about to be discovered, running away was likely his only choice. Listening to Cheng Fu's crying, Xue Tong regretted not bringing the scarred man back last night. The white passenger ship found Luo Haosha around noon. When Ma Yuanshan brought him back from the houseboat, he felt a bit surreal. "Dude, how did you even find this thing?" Last night, the bloodstains in those waters had old Sun laughing until his mouth almost reached behind his ears. "I almost thought you'd been eaten by zombies." Luo Haosha remained silent. Xiao Wu looked back and asked, "Big brother She, should we bring the houseboat along?" "Yes, bring it along," Luo Haosha replied. Xiao Wu then instructed someone to tie ropes onto the houseboat. "What about the group from Baiheng base?" Luo Haosha asked. Ma Yuanshan pointed in a direction and said, "They're over there." Then, lowering his voice, he continued, "Didn't I really see Shung Xuetong last night? Did she toss you into a zombie pile again?" Luo Haosha pressed his lips together and didn't respond, his demeanor growing gloomy. He walked toward the direction Ma Yuanshan indicated. Luo Haosha was going to meet the scarred man who Shung Xuetong tempted to believe was the best under heaven. Chapter 12. People from Baiheng were locked in the bottom of the cabin, and there were quite a number of them. Luckily, the passenger ship was big enough to accommodate everyone. The conflict between the two sides started when Baiheng first captured the people from Tunglong's remaining team, most of whom were women. They also killed 2 men with special abilities. This enmity was deeply rooted now. Although Tunglong wasn't as brutal as Baiheng, they weren't ones to be messed with either. They didn't target individual wanderers much but had a habit of targeting various base organizations. It was like Baiheng had willingly jumped into their crosshairs. Luo Haosha had joined Tunglong for 3 years, serving as one of Di Lao Da's trusted confidants, holding no small position. However, he never sought power or wealth. Instead, he focused on 2 things. Figuring out the changes in his own body. Finding Shung Xuetong. People with special abilities and those without were separated and held in different areas. The scar-faced man was on the side with special abilities. There was only one lamp lit in the hallway, flickering occasionally, its dim light casting a sinister atmosphere over the space. Luo Haosha originally stood under the light, but because of the intermittent flickering of the lamp, he appeared eerily ghost-like at certain moments. Even though they possessed special abilities, they were suppressed by a stronger enemy and couldn't move. Ma Yuanshan, who followed closely behind, dragged the scar-faced man out of the room. His nose and face were swollen, his injuries numerous. He couldn't even stand steadily and collapsed onto his knees the moment he exited, blood filling his mouth as he exclaimed, "It was the deputies that captured them, it has nothing to do with us." Luo Haosha stood there, looking down from his higher position and asked, "Do you know that woman?" The scar-faced man looked confused, hesitating before replying, "Which one?" "The one drinking with you last night." Ma Yuanshan thundered, "Wasn't she one of yours?" The scar-faced man shook his head hastily, his sobriety restored along with his common sense. "I've never seen that woman before." Recalling how Snowtong had been brought in by a man last night, Luo Haosha turned to look at the other group, catching sight of a man in the corner whose gaze constantly evaded. Suddenly meeting those deep dark eyes made the man's heart race. Biting his teeth, he raised his hand and said, I know." He revealed everything about encountering Snowtong last night without omission. Listening to this, the scar-faced man widened his eyes in shock and roared in anger, "You mean Alan is still alive?" Ma Yuanshan chuckled mockingly, she certainly cares deeply for her sister. Clasping his fists tightly, Luo Haosha internally laughed bitterly at himself. To help Shung Fu, she dared to sneak into Baiheng's base despite the dangers, yet she could abandon him together with the entire ship. What status did he hold in Shung Xuetong's heart? Probably none at all. Looks like she's doing fine, at least not falling as far as her sister did. Ma Yuanshan said once again. Luo Haosha thought of the injection Snowtong was holding last night, silently acknowledging just how well off she truly was. "Instruct Brother Chen. A few people from Baiheng's base have escaped. I'm going to bring them back." Luo Haosha spoke calmly while stepping toward the exit. Initially stunned, Ma Yuanshan quickly understood what he meant, walking up closer and lowering his voice. "You're going after Shung Xuetong? Do you even know where she is? After what she did to you, she must have run off pretty far." Standing outside, Luo Haosha let the cold winter wind brush against his lips. He knew. Because he had left something very special inside that woman. Shu Tong, who was eating lunch, suddenly sneezed twice. She reached to rub her nose, suspecting if she had caught a cold. Fufu immediately touched her forehead with worry. "You shouldn't have let him shower first last night," Fufu complained irritably. "Shung Xuetong is really bothersome. Why did you bring your boyfriend back here for us to take care of?" Shu Tong. The redhead curiously asked, "Isn't he your ex-boyfriend?" Fufu sighed, "I guess sister doesn't even know they broke up yet." The green-haired one was picking at the food in her bowl, asking, "Leader, what did you do to make you hide so thoroughly from your ex?" Shu Tong slowly answered, "To escape death, I pushed him into the zombies and fled alone." After hearing her words, an eerie silence enveloped the dining table. A long while later, the green-haired person seriously said, "Good decision, definitely right to run." The redhead nodded in agreement. Supporting her chin with one hand, Shu Tong smiled sweetly at the two and said, "Remember his appearance, don't provoke him. If I'm gone one day and you can join his team, then do it." You'll be safe at least, of course only after I'm gone. Leader, what are you talking about? We're sticking with you. The redhead slammed the table, full of sincerity in her eyes. That's right. Even if the ex-boyfriend is pitiful, we will absolutely side with our leader you. The green-haired one lifted her hand making an oath gesture. Shutong chuckled but didn't say any more. In the afternoon, they took their tools into the mountain to look for suitable materials. The snow piled on the branches began to melt, signaling that winter was coming to an end. Logging was a physically demanding job, but fortunately, it wasn't her task. The redhead and the green-haired one were chopping trees with axes, heavy accumulations of snow falling everywhere. Beside them, Shung Fu spaced out and didn't dodge in time, getting nearly knocked over by a clump of snow falling from above. Sis, are you okay? The redhead quickly helped her up. Shung Fu suddenly let out a scream, clutching her head in both hands, shouting fearfully and angrily, "Get away! Get away!" Hearing this, the redhead immediately loosened her grip to prove her innocence while soothing. All right, I've let go, let go." Shung Fu continued to scream. Shuatong and the green-haired one turned back curiously and asked, "What's wrong?" With no other choice, the redhead explained. "It's just being hit by some snow, right?" Shuatong furrowed her brows, stepping forward and waving a hand in front of Shung Fu's eyes. "Sis? Where were you hit? Does it hurt?" Shung Fu suddenly grabbed her hand, staring past her shoulder saying, "Leave quickly, leave quickly." At the exact moment Shuatong turned around, she caught a whiff of a strong stench. Before she could recognize what it was, she was tackled down by Shung Fu. "Shit." Greenhair's cry of surprise rang out as the redhead reacted swiftly, accurately throwing the axe in her hand toward the shadow jumping down from the tree. The shadow had landed exactly where Shuatong was standing moments before. The axe struck its back, prompting it to emit a furious roar and turn around. The creature before their eyes resembled a human shape but was completely hairless, with deep bluish-green skin that appeared exceptionally smooth. Its frog-like face featured the characteristic green eyes of zombies. The redhead froze for a second. When the frog zombie charged toward her, she narrowly dodged thanks to Greenhair's pull. Then she looked up and saw another frog zombie jump down from the tree. Dodge. The next second after Shuatong's voice, the two immediately squatted low to avoid, as the axe flying from behind directly cut off the head of the second frog zombie. The movements were all very fast. The decapitated head rolled across the snowy ground with a gurgling sound, spurting blackish-red blood which dotted the white landscape like flowers blooming in winter. Shung Fu was still screaming frantically beside her, "Don't come near me." Zombies also have ranks. The lowest level ones were those in Zunnan City. Aside from the instinct to kill living beings, they possessed no self-awareness, they wouldn't feel hunger or pain and would only die if their heads were chopped off or their hearts struck. These were the most common types. However, there were also some intelligent zombies. They knew teamwork, would lie in wait for prey, and could even learn tactics used against them within a short period of time. These zombies were called variants. They moved fast and were extremely agile. Another kind was high-level zombies who had developed certain special abilities, known as Yi-Kuei. From the hearts of variants and Yi-Kuei, crystal cores could be found, which could enhance human special abilities. This was the information Shuatong had about the zombies in the original story. But the ones before her now seemed strange. Because according to the original, all three kinds of zombies maintained a human form. Yet these zombies were grotesque. Their heads were like frogs, their skeletons having mutated. While they had limbs, their bodies were covered in smooth deep bluish-green skin, more like that of frogs than humans. Based purely on appearance, one couldn't tell if they were male or female. Over the years, Shuatong had encountered many variant zombies, yet never an Yi-Kuei. Seeing these odd frog zombies not manifesting any supernatural powers, she didn't panic. Both the redhead and green hair carried guns given by Shuatong for protection and weren't encountering a zombie attack for the first time either, so they remained calm and fought back. As the group was about to finish off the last frog zombie, it suddenly raised its head and emitted a piercing howl. The sound was incredibly discomforting, causing dizziness, disorientation, and nausea. Greenhair couldn't help but cover her ears. Shuatong realized instantly that this was likely a signal and fired a shot at its head without hesitation. Bloody fragments splattered everywhere as the frog zombie collapsed on the spot. When the noise ceased, Greenhair felt she came alive again. "What is that thing?" Greenhair asked blankly. The redhead shook her head slowly and replied faintly, "A zombie." No matter what it was definitely a zombie. Shuatong looked down at Shung Fu crouching at her feet with her head buried in her arms. She reached out and gently patted her head, saying, "Sis, everything's fine." Shung Fu clutched her hand and raised her face filled with fear. "Let's go, quickly. Let's go, let's go." Shuatong also didn't intend to stay any longer. Who knows if that howl was calling its companions? "Boss, aren't we going to extract the crystal core?" the redhead asked. "We don't have any special abilities, so even if we took the crystal core it would be useless," Shuatong replied absent-mindedly. At that moment, she saw Shung Fu stand up, which left her momentarily speechless. Greenhair pointed at Shung Fu and said, "She does." That was true. Giving Shung Fu some crystal cores might help clear her mind a little. Shuatong approached the dead frog zombie and dug out a white crystal core with a faint glow from its heart with her knife. It was about the size of a fingernail and felt slightly soft to the touch. "Sis, here you go." Shuatong handed the crystal core to her. Shung Fu pushed it away in horror. "No." Shuatong was silent for a moment. Greenhair picked it up and said, "Sis got startled, and her brain isn't working well. Boss, you understand. Shuetong rolled her eyes and led her dim-witted sister back. On the way, she quietly observed Shung Fu. Since the appearance of the frog zombie, something seemed off about Shung Fu. It was as if she had known about the frog zombies' existence long before they appeared. Was it because she had been attacked by frog zombies before that she became so frightened? Shuetong pondered this as she walked along the mountain path under the night sky while listening to the redhead saying, "We've been there before too, nothing happened, why is it so weird today?" "Let's pack up and leave tomorrow," Shuetong said. She had originally planned to stay in Zunnan a little longer since winter made her lazy to move around. "Boss, if it's to avoid the things in the mountains, we need to take the water route, but our boat is gone," Greenhair reminded her. This made Shuetong remember she lost the boathouse when she also parted ways with Luo Haosha. Now she had a slight headache. She regretted not just leaving Luo Haosha locked in the stilt house while she sailed away. While Shuetong was feeling regretful, the redhead who was walking ahead suddenly stopped moving. "What are you standing there for?" Shuetong tapped his back with her hand. "Bo! Boss!" Greenhair stepped aside and stuttered, he. Shuetong looked up. At the end of the wooden path connected to the cliffside, a man enveloped in the thick darkness leaned against the rock wall. One of his long legs was bent slightly, and in his other hand hanging loosely by his side was a lighter. It was a very cheap, ordinary green lighter with almost no oil left inside. Luo Haosha repeatedly pressed the lighter button, igniting a flame then releasing it, producing a crisp sound, click, click. A cigarette that had only recently been lit hung between his lips, its red tip flickering like a lone star amid the deep black night. Upon seeing the people he'd been waiting for, he discarded the lighter carelessly. As Shuetong watched dumbfounded, Luo Haosha straightened up from the stone wall. His striking features were calm as he gazed down at her and said, "I came to thank you for the medicine and the boat." His voice, cool and detached, carried an allure like the murmurs of a deity. But he was merely death. Chapter 13013. Shuetong still remembered asking earlier that day, what if he returned by boat? The two younger brothers had answered like this, "Boss, don't worry, he won't find us here." She thought they were right. How could Luo Haosha possibly find them? It was impossible. So she relaxed. As it turned out, she relaxed too soon. Never underestimate the main character, you idiot. She watched helplessly as Luo Haosha walked toward her step by step and awkwardly replied, "Don't mention it, no need to be polite, the boat is a gift for you." "My God, what are you saying? You're really not afraid to die." "Gift for him?" Luo Haosha smirked slightly and said, "Then I won't be polite." Shuetong wanted to run, but when she turned around, she saw Ma Yuanjun and Xiao Wu waiting behind with guns, their chins raised as they looked at her. Their eyes both carried an arrogant dominance that said, "Come on if you're not afraid of death. Try to run, and I'll shoot you. Do you want to walk yourself or do I have to drag you?" Luo Haosha said indifferently, "Drag. So gentle." Shuetong turned back and defiantly replied, "Then drag me." Green hair and red hair couldn't help but give their boss an admiring look. Since there's no escape, then face it head on. After all, being alive gives an opportunity to leave. Because of this, Shuetong found herself opposing Luo Haosha. "I try every trick to send you away, yet you insist on chasing after me. You really ask for suffering." Luo Haosha didn't say anything but approached calmly, extending his hand. Shuetong extended her hand. In the next second, she pulled back immediately from the scorching heat, ready to admit defeat to the big boss, only to be caught by Luo Haosha faster and dragged back. It burned. Her brows furrowed tightly because of the burning sensation. Gradually, pain appeared. "You truly seek torment." Luo Haosha returned this line through his actions. Tears welled in Shuetong's eyes as she walked, repeatedly telling Luo Haosha, "I can walk myself, let me walk alone." Admitting defeat. Luo Haosha acted as though he hadn't heard anything. She noticed the passenger ship moored on the water, with a small boat tail attached behind, instantly understanding why Luo Haosha arrived so quickly. Passenger ships must be faster than her boathouse. But how did he discover she was here? Shuetong was puzzled. Ma Yuanjun and Xiao Wu escorted the two young subordinates and Shung Fu, walking behind, the atmosphere becoming very strange. Everyone dared not breathe loudly, and it was so quiet that they could only hear each other's footsteps. In the dark forest, the snow-covered branches swayed gently. Pairs of green eyes opened through the gaps in the branches, gazing far at the passenger ship lit with lanterns starting up in the night. Rustling sounds came up, dozens of zombie frogmen descended from the trees, reached the shore, quietly slipping into the water and following stealthily. A group of people stood on the deck. The leading man wore a black leather coat, its collar lined with sable fur pressing against his cheek, looking quite domineering. Sun Laoliu squinted, taking in the returning Luo Haosha and his group. His gaze fell on the pretty girl beside him, examining her up and down. "I said, why are you so eager this time? It's because of the pretty sister, isn't it?" Sun Laoliu spoke mockingly, staring at Shuetong freely. Blocked by his path, Luo Haosha temporarily stopped. Looking delicate and tender, making people pity, "It seems even in the apocalypse, you haven't suffered much." While Sun Laoliu spoke, he stretched out his hand intending to touch Shuetong's face, intercepted by Luo Haosha stepping forward. "Luo Haosha, what do you mean?" Sun Laoliu glanced sideways at him, not willing to yield. "Do you want to monopolize?" With tearful eyes still turning around, Shuetong didn't want to bother with the troublemaker, but she heard Luo Haosha say, "She's my girlfriend." The whistling night wind blew past, making everyone present feel cold. Shuetong now completely forgot the pain, staring at him confused. Behind her, Ma Yuanjin rolled his eyes while green hair and red hair looked at Luo Haoshe as if they'd seen a ghost. Only Shung Fu angrily demanded, "What do you want to do to my daughter?" Sun Laoliu listened and was bewildered, looking at Shung Fu and then at Shuetong. "That's your mom?" Luo Haoshe didn't bother with him and led Shuetong inside. Ma Yuanjin exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu, signaling for him to leave first. Walking slowly forward, he smiled and said, "Before the apocalypse, he had a girlfriend, got separated, just reunited now." "Is his girlfriend from Baiheng?" Sun Laoliu asked cunningly. "Her sister is, the others aren't," Ma Yuanjin replied. "Then let's handle things according to the rules," Sun Laoliu said, lifting his chin toward Shung Fu's departing figure. "Is her sister the one with brain issues?" Ma Yuanjin responded instead, "Since he brought her back, it's up to him to decide the arrangements." Sun Laoliu sneered after hearing this, displeasure clear in his eyes as he shot sarcastic remarks. "Of course we have to give face to the favorite by Di Laro Da, but don't blame us if others start whispering about favoritism. How are we supposed to keep others in line then?" Ma Yuanjin walked inside while nodding, unconcerned. "Talk to him yourself." This made Sun Laoliu grit his teeth in frustration. In front of the room door, Luo Haoshe adjusted his temperature and released Shuetong. Shuetong clutched her wrist where blisters had formed from the heat, her gaze following him with a pained expression as tears spilled over and trickled down her cheeks. Under the hazy light, her delicate vulnerability seemed all the more heart-wrenching. Though she could endure it, she didn't want to anymore. She wanted Luo Haoshe to see her cry, so that he'd feel guilty and ache for her. But Luo Haoshe's expression remained indifferent, even laced with mockery as his glance swept over her. Quietly raising her hand to wipe the tears away, Shuetong thought bitterly that the male protagonist wasn't as easily deceived as he used to be. "Go in," Luo Haoshe said as he opened the door. Shuetong recognized this. It was the very room she had been briefly locked in yesterday. Once inside, she asked, "What did you mean earlier?" Luo Haoshe leaned against the doorframe and looked at her. She clarified, understanding his unspoken meaning, "When you said I'm your girlfriend." Luo Haoshe silently observed her for a moment, his posture distant. "We never officially broke up." Shuetong paused, realizing it was true. It was quite something. Caught off guard by his words for 2 seconds, she soon caught up, hesitatingly asking, "Do you want to break up now?" "Come on, your girlfriend abandoned you and escaped alone into the zombie horde. Wouldn't normal people assume they've broken up and turned enemies instantly? And yet here they still were." Luo Haoshe shut the door behind him and turned around. Only one dim lamp lit the room. Standing tall and in partial shadow, he radiated a cold pressure that instinctively made Shuetong retreat 2 steps. "What's there to fear?" Luo Haoshe softly mocked her. Shuetong felt how awkward her retreat appeared and managed an embarrassed grin. "I couldn't help myself." "You have every right to fear, considering in your mind, I've long since died outside that elevator," said Luo Haoshe matter-of-factly, feigning indifference but keenly observing every flicker of emotion across her face. "If you'd moved just slightly slower back then, everything might have been different." Shuetong puzzled. "Different how?" Luo Haoshe murmured quietly, "I would have gone out willingly." Shuetong froze. A step closer brought him nearer, heightening the intimacy of the atmosphere. Looking up, Shuetong saw his profile reflected in her watery eyes overlapping with her memories of that young man. "I would have gone out on my own to distract the zombies, block them, giving you time to escape," Luo Haoshe declared word by word. "Back then, I could do anything for you." Each word struck deeply within her heart. "But you left me first." Unthinkable, Luo Haoshe smirked cruelly, pulling the corner of his lips. "So tell me now, why exactly did you do it back then?" After a few silent seconds, Shuetong averted her gaze and answered weakly, "Because I was scared." Luo Haoshe grasped her chin forcefully, compelling her to look directly at him, eyes flashing like hidden flames. "Say that again." "Fear of death." "So I acted that way," Shuetong muttered, looking into those beautiful eyes while admitting guiltily, "because I was selfish." Awful character, rotten woman. Damn. Shuetong internally cursed herself furiously. Luo Haoshe fell silent listening to her words. His grip on her jaw tightened unknowingly, and Shuetong frowned tightly, refusing to whimper once. Finally, Luo Haoshe released her. He turned toward the door and said indifferently, "Try running if you like." Shuetong blinked, asking curiously, "How did you find me?" Standing near the door, Luo Haoshe lowered his head arrogantly and asked, "Wanna know?" Shuetong nodded. Luo Haoshe snorted, slamming the door abruptly. Shuetong sighed, touching her nose lightly with a melancholic air. The grown-up version of Luo Haoshe was no longer the carefree teenager. Instead, he became somber, distant, unpredictable, and tough to handle. "What should I do next?" Shuetong squatted down against the wall, glancing up at the closed door. Even before leaving, Luo Haoshe didn't mention breaking up. Did this mean he wanted to torture her further instead of just breaking it off? Shuetong raised a hand to support her forehead, conversing with the system. "What shall I do? As long as you stay alive." That was true. There were still 3 years before the storyline began. Besides, it seemed like Luo Haoshe hadn't completely decided how to deal with her yet. There might even be traces of lingering affection. Right when Shuetong had these thoughts, she heard knocking on the door. She slowly rose and walked over to open it. A girl with twin pigtails and an adorable face stood outside. Her eyes glanced at Shuetong with a hint of wariness as she passed over something in her hands. "Shijie asked me to give this to you." Shuetong lowered her gaze. It was ointment for burns. Thanks, Shuetong said while taking it. The girl blinked as she sized Shuetong up but remained silent. Shuetong reciprocated her look, staring back without saying anything. A few seconds later, the girl huffed and scowled. You're that bad woman who pushed Shiji into the zombie horde, right? Leaning against the doorframe, Shuetong calmly unscrewed the ointment lid and started applying it onto herself without looking at the girl. How do bad women talk? Afraid of getting hit? Upon hearing this, the girl really did step back a couple of paces in fear. Smirking inwardly, Shuetong gave her a sideways glance. Who told you that? The girl mustered up some courage again to answer. My boyfriend said so. If anyone knew that story, it could only be my Yuenjin. But could it really be true that my Yuenjin had a girlfriend? Furrowing her brow, Shuetong asked, My Yuenjin? The girl sniffed and wore a proud expression. Shuetong beckoned her closer with a crooked finger, her smile gentle. If you dare tell a third person about this, I'll toss both you and your boyfriend into the zombie horde. The girl fell silent. This woman was truly terrifying. She was indeed a bad person. The girl shot a glare at Shuetong before running away. After frightening a kid, Shuetong cheerfully shut the door and returned to her room. Chapter 14. She knew this was Luo Haosha's room, so she didn't go to the bed but sat on the sofa instead. She hadn't paid much attention before, but now she realized that this room must be the VIP cabin on the ship, equipped with everything imaginable. Standing by the window, one could even see the sea view outside. She applied ointment to herself while deep in thought. Luo Haosha was still in his developing phase, his powers seemed unstable. He hadn't yet evolved into the ultimate big villain, at most, he had a faint outline of it. Moreover, he somehow managed to track her down despite her efforts to stay far away. Could it be that he placed something on her? Shuetong scrutinized herself carefully, full of doubt, but found nothing amiss. She even consulted the system, which also had no answers. This made things difficult for little Dang. Even if there truly was a way to escape, she couldn't stop Luo Haosha from coming after her time and again. She needed to figure out how he kept finding her. As Shuetong thought, she unknowingly fell asleep leaning against the sofa. After a long while, the door was quietly opened. The lamp in the room was still on, its dim light illuminating Luo Haosha as he immediately spotted the person lying asleep on the sofa. He had assumed she would have fled. Luo Haosha stood by the door and watched her for a while, then finally closed the door and left, heading to my Yuenjin's room to sleep. My Yuenjin clutched his pillow and glared at him angrily. You gave your own bed to Shung Shueting, came to sleep in my bed, but made me sleep on the couch. Is this humane? Ignoring him completely, Luo Haosha flipped over under the blanket. My Yuenjin grumbled and turned off the light before shrinking onto the sofa unhappily. What are you thinking? Still silent. My Yuenjin reminded him, Sun Laoliu has been unhappy with you for quite some time. Lately, he's becoming less and less able to hold back. With the way you keep provoking him, who knows what crazy thing he might do. Look at Shung Shueting's attitude, she runs away every time she sees you. Clearly guilty and knowing she owes you an apology, why are you protecting her? What about calling her your girlfriend? If she treats you like this, why don't you break up with her already? This time we came here to find that strange Ikue. It's already risky, and Sun Laoliu is bound to give you a hard time, yet you brought her along, what a burden. Even if it's the end times now, I dare say there are plenty of women better than Shung Shueting. There's no shortage of them, you're not missing anything by letting her go. And take a look at the two handsome men around her. Life seems to be treating her just fine, doesn't it? If not for the unexpected meeting, I bet she'd have already forgotten all about you. Damn, each word stung deeply. Luo Haosha threw off the covers and got out of bed. My Yuenjin peeked curiously. What are you doing? Without expression, Luo Haosha opened the door and said, Go back to sleep. With a loud thud, the door slammed shut. My Yuenjin looked at the door puzzled, muttering something about being baffled, then nimbly climbed back into his bed to lie down comfortably. It was more pleasant there. Shuetong woke up feeling cold. The sky outside the window was still grey and murky, making it impossible to tell the time. Although someone had covered her with a blanket sometime during the night, she still felt chilly. The only person left in the room was her. Shuetong searched the bathroom briefly, washed her face with cold water, and instantly became fully awake. Last night, she fell asleep unintentionally while contemplating things. She furrowed her brow regretfully, noticing the wound on her wrist and applying another layer of ointment. Did Luo Haosha intend to keep her locked here? Just as Shuetong was thinking this, the door opened. Luo Haosha entered with a cold air around him. Catching sight of her, his expression slightly paused, seemingly surprised that she was awake. Good morning, Shuetong glanced at him once, then lowered her head and continued applying ointment casually. Luo Haosha glanced at her burnt wrist and quickly turned away, saying indifferently, Boss Di plans to settle accounts with Baiheng regarding this incident. Once the matter in Zunnan is resolved, they'll launch an attack on the Baiheng base. Pretending not to know, Shuetong asked, Who is Boss Di? The leader of the Tunglong base, Luo Haosha answered, and the owner of this ship. Shuetong looked enlightened, asking further, What brings you to Zunnan? Luo Haosha, watching her apply ointment, replied, To capture a Ikue. To capture a Ikue? To upgrade abilities using its crystal core, Luo Haosha explained succinctly. Ironically, while people were being hunted by zombies, they too hunted zombies. Crystal cores could enhance abnormal abilities, but they were produced only by mutants and Ikwai, with the latter having higher quality cores. Large organizations, due to their numbers, were capable of employing various tactics. Collaboratively hunting down Ikwai, though difficult, wasn't impossible. Years ago, groups were organized specifically to hunt Ikwai for enhancing abilities, but compared to common mutants, Ikwai were exceedingly rare. Even if encountered, the chances of death were significantly higher. After all, the other party was a dangerous being with intelligence and abnormal abilities, and zombies had an instinct to hunt humans. Ikwai is rare, intelligent, and knows how to hide, so it'll take some time to find one, said Luha. In 8 years, Ikwai would be everywhere, and she'd be fighting them daily with the protagonist. Shui Tong sarcastically thought, then looked suspiciously at Luha. Is it worth it just for a Ikwai? If we can't defeat it, wouldn't that mean losing both resources and people? The crystal cores of mutants can also upgrade abilities. She couldn't help but remember the frog zombie in the forest, which made her frown. Luha shifted his gaze from her hand to her delicate eyebrows and eyes, his words tinged with mockery, because they discovered that the Ikwai's crystal core has another function besides upgrading abilities. What? It enables those without abnormal abilities to likely inherit the abilities of this Ikwai. Luha said gravely. Coincidentally, Boss Di's son has poor health. If he could gain abnormal abilities, his bodily functions would change, and at least he would become healthier than he is now. Shui Tong replied indifferently, showing little interest. She wasn't really interested in these matters, whether it was zombies or crystal cores, none of it was her concern. This cold attitude made Luha slightly raise an eyebrow. He continued, but the information about inheriting abilities is known only to a few of Boss Di's confidants. Why are you telling me? Shui Tong pointed at herself, blinking curiously. Luha narrowed his eyes, his tone cold, to see what you're going to do. If she betrayed him again, then he would have to make up his mind. Shui Tong immediately understood. She unconsciously retracted her lazy demeanor, sat up straight, and looked seriously at Luha. Even though I'm selfish, I know what should be said and what shouldn't. Moreover, I've acknowledged my past mistakes. I will reflect, and you can demand any form of compensation from me. Luha gazed indifferently at her. Compensation? Shui Tong nodded. She needed to know how Luha found her, and then figure out a way to deal with it before leaving. So she had to return to her old tricks and start building up goodwill. Anyway, she was that kind of villainous character who sweet-talks and treats others gently until they let their guard down and place their trust in her, only to stab them in the back. However, the current Luha wasn't as easily deceived as he was 4 years ago. Especially after already being stabbed once, it wasn't easy to stab him again. How do you intend to compensate? Luha asked in return, his voice tinged with disgust. Shui Tong said, when you feel it's enough. Luha snorted with laughter, his expression darkening slightly as he got up from the chair. Later, when we go out to look for the Ikwai, you're coming with me. All right, Shui Tong readily agreed, looking at him with bright eyes, not asking why. Luha knew she was only flattering him because of the situation, which made him more disdainful. He was opening the door when Shui Tong asked, since you want me to stay by your side, I won't run away. Can I visit Red Hair and the others? Hearing this, Luha gripped the doorknob tighter, anger surging in his heart, and he turned around and mocked coldly, didn't you say you were selfish? Shui Tong blinked innocently, unsure of his meaning. Luha retorted, a selfish person still has time to care about how others are doing. Shui Tong helplessly responded, you can hold a grudge against me, but it has nothing to do with my sister and the others. Neither of them belongs to Baiheng, nor do they have anything to do with the base conflict. It simply doesn't make sense to keep holding on to them like this, right? Luha stared coldly at her, filled with inner turmoil and barely able to control his emotions. Selfish, fear-driven individuals also cared deeply about others. It seemed her selfish malice was targeted solely towards himself. Without a word, Luha opened the door and left. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist killing this woman. Upon hearing the loud bang of the door shutting, Shui Tong was somewhat stunned. Conscience dictates, she had just casually asked without much calculation, yet the overly sensitive Luha had interpreted too many negative feelings into it. Shui Tong was puzzled while heading over to see Red Hair and the others. Along the way, the system informed her. You almost died. Shui Tong. What exactly did I say wrong? Shui Tong remained confused and went to find Red Hair and the others. These three lived in the cabins at the tail of the ship. Although they hadn't been detained or tortured, they hadn't dared to sleep all night, trembling with fear. When they saw Shui Tong standing at the door, they were moved to tears. Boss. Red Hair and Green Hair rushed over and hugged her tightly. I thought I'd never see you again. Roar. Before she could embrace them, Shung Fu had already beaten her to it. She cupped Shui Tong's face and inspected both sides of it, worry etched all over her features. Qingyan, they haven't been hard on you, have they? Are you hurt anywhere? Are you hungry? I have some food here. Watching Shung Fu shove a cookie into her hand, Shui Tong asked, Sister, who gave this to you? Last night, a girl with twin tails came. Green Hair raised her hand proudly, puffing out her chest and said, she was kind of cute. She tried getting close to us and bribed us with food to know about the boss. But we weren't fooled. We didn't tell her a thing. Good job. So Shui Tong tossed the cookies at Green Hair. It seemed Luha hadn't done anything to these three. They were even treated well with good food. Shui Tong briefly explained their current situation and stated that she would have to stay with this group for a while. It's not a problem for us. After all, there's no feud or grudge between us, nor is there profit in it for them. Red Hair scratched his head hesitantly and looked at Shui Tong before saying, we're just worried that. Boss might be in danger. Be more confident, not might, it's 100% certain. Green Hair declared, he wants you to go after Ikue together. Is that really catching Ikue? No, that's basically asking for you to go to your death. I'll see how to handle it, all you guys need to do is look after my sister, Xuetong said. If anyone tries to bully her, let me know, I'll secretly fight back. As she helped Shung Fu fix her tangled hair, Xuetong whispered softly, Sister, do you still remember those zombie frogs from yesterday? Do you know something about them? Have you seen them before? Shung Fu shivered violently and suddenly shoved her away. Her eyes filled with horror as she started clawing at her hair, screaming uncontrollably. Xuetong quickly apologized, Okay, I won't ask anymore. Please stop screaming. Shung Fu pushed her aside and ran back to her bed, pulling the covers over herself tightly. She huddled in the corner shaking. What's wrong with sister? Red Hair wondered aloud. Xuetong frowned deeply, pay more attention. Outside came the shout of a young woman, Shung Xuetong, Hey, you evil woman. Brother Shi is calling for you to get ready. Chapter 15:015. The girl with twin braids, who had an adorable appearance, was named Xia Fanqian. She pouted at Xuetong as she came out of the room and handed over a bagged bread, saying, Here, your breakfast. Though she appeared to be intimidating with her fierce demeanor, there was no real threat. Xuetong walked and ate while casually listening to the little girl's chatter. Later when you see Brother Di and his gang, it's best if you don't say much. If they ask you anything, just look at Brother Shi and pretend that you're scared. This way old son can't cause any trouble for you. Xia Fanqian said, Brother Di and his people only know that you are Brother Shi's girlfriend. They don't know what you have done to him. It's best if you behave yourself. If Brother Di finds out, he surely won't let you off easily. Xuetong nodded without saying a word. Xia Fanqian said, You should answer. Don't keep quiet like this. I know, Xuetong answered indifferently while eating her bread. Xia Fanqian looked at her in irritation. Although Xia Fanqian knew that Xuetong had done bad things and thus was a bad woman, she was on Luo Haoshi's side. However, looking at how fearless and indifferent Xuetong seemed, Xia Fanqian couldn't help but wonder inside whether bad women were really like that. Shouldn't one glance make them seem unpleasant, with a bad temper, yelling at others? But this woman gave a likable impression right from the first look. Xia Fanqian began to reflect, realizing that she shouldn't judge people by their looks or appearances. Xuetong never imagined the young girl beside her had so many inner thoughts. She thought the girl seemed quite simple, so she casually asked, Are you coming too? Of course I'm going too, it's a big deal. Xia Fanqian raised her head and humphed, I'm water-based ability user. They need me to go underwater to scout the way. Sure enough, how simple, a sentence exposed her power. Xuetong glanced at her, How do you know the Yikei is hiding underwater? That's the Yikei. Aren't you afraid, a young girl like you? I'm not afraid at all. If I was, I'd have been dead already. Xia Fanqian turned her head and pointed at the deck ahead, We encountered an attack from that Yikei before. 3 companions died. Because of this, I wouldn't let it go. The girl was not only simple but also full of integrity. It's truly a miracle she survived until now. Xuetong watched quietly towards Luo Haoshi and his group on the deck. Perhaps the reason Xia Fanqian survived until now had something to do with her good boyfriend helping to protect her. Big Brother Di looked strong and fit, with sharp eyes and a steady aura, making him the type that stands out as the leader among a crowd of people. Standing beside Big Brother Di was a slender-figured woman. She wore the warmest downcoat, half-tied long hair, and even had light makeup on. This woman had a pair of gentle eyes, and her weak beauty made people feel a strong sense of protective instincts. She glanced at Xuetong and quickly diverted her gaze. Without anyone needing to introduce her, Xuetong could read the few words off the woman, leader's woman. Aside from Sun Laoliu who still wore marten fur clothing, next to Big Brother Di stood another man with slick demeanor, smoking a cigarette. Xuetong heard others calling him Second Brother Chen. This person looked about 2 or 3 years older than Luo Haoshi. Standing beside Sun Laoliu, it seemed like he and Luo Haoshi were antagonistic toward each other. When Big Brother Di saw Xuetong, he smiled slightly at her to indicate friendliness, but there was also a hint of teasing in the smile. Hey, here you are. Letting us all wait like this sure shows how special you are, Sun Laoliu mocked rudely. Luo Haoshi didn't look at Xuetong and simply said, Still organizing equipment. Big Brother Di also added, About 10 minutes before we start, your team should take inventory first. The water-based ability users can descend first. Little Shi, how about your girlfriend? At that moment, everyone around, either clearly or subtly, directed their attention towards Xuetong. Luo Haoshi was also looking at her, and Xuetong knew what those words meant. Pretending to be obedient was her forte, so she politely responded with a smile and said confidently, Water-based ability. I stayed in Zunnan for a while and am somewhat familiar with the area around here. That's great. We're short of someone skilled in water-based abilities. Big Brother Di looked at her with an appreciative expression. Sun Laoliu, however, sneered, Then the two of you must be completely incompatible, huh? A few others laughed along with him, including the smoking Second Brother Chen. Xuetong silently acknowledged that indeed they weren't compatible but chose to remain silent while giving them a knowing look. Xiao Wu and Xia Fanqian, however, were fuming inwardly, but unexpectedly my Yuanjin suddenly coldly chimed in, mistaken. Only she can extinguish Brother Shi's fire, the two of them are truly perfectly matched. The laughter from Sun Laoliu and others abruptly stopped, replaced instead with applause from Xiao Wu and his allies, celebrating winning a point. Shui Tong. As she quietly glanced at Luo Haoshe, who wore a blank expression, their gazes just happened to meet. Almost immediately upon noticing her looking at him, Luo Haoshe averted his eyes. Shui Tong smiled inwardly. There were 3 teams in total. Luo Haoshe, son Laoliu, and brother Chen II each led a team. Every team had 1 water-based ability user. Except Luo Haoshe's team, which had 2. My Yuanjin and Shui Tong. Xia Fanqian was on brother Chen II's team, and only then did Shui Tong realize that this little girl was actually brother Chen II's younger sister. Cousin, to be precise. The woman by Leader Di's side was called Jiao Wen, and she wasn't the mother of Leader Di's child. However, they behaved affectionately towards each other, with Leader Di always looking at Jiao Wen with warmth and indulgence as if he cherished her more than anything else. Jiao Wen didn't have any abilities, and she looked frail as well. Had it not been for what Luo Haoshe said earlier, Shui Tong might have assumed Leader Di needed the Yike crystal core for her. Coincidentally, Shui Tong noticed several times that Jiao Wen avoided Leader Di and instead stole glances at their group from afar. Tenglong prepared sufficiently, equipping everyone with necessary diving gear and even bringing along Bai Heng's small boat. Shui Tong's houseboat was requisitioned too. Sitting on her houseboat, chin resting in her hand, she gazed thoughtfully at the large ship that was gradually moving farther away. The dynamics between these people were subtly fascinating. Compared to others who rowed the small boats propelled by paddles, the equipment on the houseboat was considered top-notch. However, since Luo Haoshe had mentioned it belonged to Shui Tong, no one else dared complain much about it. Though son Laoliu dared to comment, Luo Haoshe quickly silenced him with retorts. Leader Di wouldn't overly target individuals like them either, so he didn't stand by son Laoliu, meaning the houseboat still counted as Shui Tong's own possession. When Xiao Wu came to explain this to Shui Tong, she responded generously, "What's there to be polite about? What's mine is his." Luo Haoshe happened to pass by when he heard this, and Shui Tong beamed at him with a big smile. Standing tall by the boat, his lean frame looming silently, he looked at Shui Tong crouching across from him and mocked, "That's true, you left in such a hurry, you only left me this boat." Shui Tong. "Next time, I'll never mention the boat again." Realizing the atmosphere was slightly off, Xiao Wu quietly slipped away to find my Yuanjin, only to see him squatting by the kitchen window eyeing a few cherry tomatoes. His expression serious, it seemed like he was contemplating something very important. Finally, he slowly extended his hand toward the red, plump fruit. Just as his fingertips touched the cool little tomato, Shui Tong murmured, "It's sour." My Yuanjin. He glared at her. "You knew. I grew them." Shui Tong tilted her head proudly. "Of course I know if they're sour or not. Don't believe me? Try it." My Yuanjin refused to be outwitted by her. Bravely, he plucked the lone little tomato, put it in his mouth, and within 2 seconds, he began tearing up violently. The Tenglong base crew had arrived in Zunnan recently and were unfamiliar with the area. That ship was prepared after they'd investigated Zunnan beforehand. While Luo Haoshe and Xiao Wu exchanged diving gear, my Yuanjin approached Shui Tong, suspiciously observing her a few times before lowering his voice and asking, "Do you really have special abilities?" Shui Tong shot him a sidelong glance. "Don't you think I do?" My Yuanjin added, "Not sure." Shui Tong laughed. "What does not sure mean?" My Yuanjin stared straight at her, saying, "I'm not sure if you truly have them." Shui Tong felt a bit uneasy inside upon hearing this. But my Yuanjin didn't pursue the topic anymore and turned to speak to the approaching Luo Haoshe. "Should we continue searching based on that kid's address?" Luo Haoshe replied, "Yes." Short but firm. "What address?" Shui Tong looked curiously at both of them. "Didn't you tell her?" My Yuanjin arched an eyebrow at Luo Haoshe. Luo Haoshe calmly said, "Now would be fine to tell her." My Yuanjin. He felt somewhat deceived by his comrade. My Yuanjin raised a hand to beckon Xiao Wu over and draped an arm around his shoulder while nudging him towards Shui Tong. "You tell her." Xiao Wu scratched the back of his neck and got right to the point after pondering his words carefully. "When we first arrived at Zunnan, during our search for the Yike underwater, we saved a man, a doctor by his own account. Since he'd been bitten by a zombie, Leader Di decided to throw him back into the water, and at the time, it was me and Big Brother Zhen responsible for doing so. When dragging the man to the rear deck to prepare throwing him back into the water, the nearly lifeless man clutched Xiao Wu's hand and used his last ounce of strength to tell him an address. New Beijing City, Liudao Street, Shangyang Lane, East Family Shop." Xiao Wu recounted seriously while recalling, "He said the Yike lived here." Shui Tong's eyes twitched lightly as she listened, a growing sense that the current situation seemed to be straying from the script she should be following. "Aren't I supposed to be in charge of the romance subplot? As an antagonist, a homewrecker, my role is to drive the interaction between the main couple. So why am I here solving zombie mysteries with the male lead at this moment? This cursed timeline." Shui Tong remained silent. Xiao Wu assumed she was scared and was about to leave when he heard her ask, "What about that man? Did you throw him back into the water?" "He's been thrown in, and we kept watching him until he turned into a zombie," Xiao Wu answered. Shui Tong tilted her head toward Luo Haoshe. "Are you really going to find the place he mentioned? How do we even know if it wasn't just nonsense?" Luo Haoshe coldly replied, "I didn't ask you to come." Shui Tong blinked at his retreating back. My Yuanjin said, "The city is already flooded for more than half its area, and we don't have a map. Finding the place he spoke of won't be easy." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Shui Tong didn't say anything. For them, this would indeed be difficult, but not for her, who had spent months treasure hunting in Zunnan. After arriving at the designated area, Xue Tong's group prepared to dive underwater. Water-based ability users could stay underwater for extended periods. Before descending, Ma Yuanjun asked her how long she could hold her breath, to which Xue Tong simply replied, "A little longer than you." Ma Yuanjun scoffed, thinking she was exaggerating. Once submerged, however, he observed her carefully, curious whether she was faking or truly capable. He soon discovered she was genuinely skilled. Her speed was akin to that of a fish, merging seamlessly with the water. She ignored the pressure and dived straight to the bottom while maintaining perfect balance as she stood on the seafloor. After witnessing her feat, Xiao Wu gave her a thumbs up. Putting aside any preconceived notions, Xiao Wu couldn't help but admire her talent. The four of them separated to investigate. Taking advantage of the separation, Xue Tong headed straight for today's treasure chest refresh point, opening chests and collecting items along the way. As for the Yike crystal core, she wasn't overly concerned about it for two reasons. 1. This method seemed unreliable. 2. She doubted the location provided by Xiao Wu. Because what Xiao Wu had mentioned weren't one but two addresses. How did the self-proclaimed doctor know where the Yike lived? She had almost always been underwater in Zunnan lately and hadn't encountered any other living souls apart from herself. If there were other survivors or creatures like the Yike hidden beneath the water, then where were they hiding, and had they also seen her? At the thought of countless unknown eyes watching her from the shadows, Xue Tong felt a chill run down her spine. She tried to calm herself mentally, telling herself not to let paranoia get the better of her, but she couldn't stop being on high alert. Distractedly, she spotted a flicker of orange light ahead. It was the glow of a rare treasure chest. Refreshed inside a small courtyard window, the iron gate before the yard was closed, and within stood a wooden doghouse. Xue Tong scaled the wall into the yard. Facing her was a shack whose door was open, revealing a zombie slumped near the doorway as though asleep. Rather than go around the zombie, she moved directly to the window to smash the glass and retrieve the chest. She placed her hand on the window pane, transferring all the water pressure onto the glass. In a few seconds, the cracks spread rapidly and silently shattered underwater. In that exact instant, as the glass broke, she saw a hand reaching out toward the rare treasure chest in front of her. The hand wasn't the bluish-purple color of a zombie's, causing her panic to subside momentarily. Reflexively, she grabbed it tightly. Looking up, Xue Tong locked eyes with Ma Yuanjun standing inside the house, staring back at her in surprise. Their hands hovered above the rare treasure chest. Meeting each other's gaze, the same thought flashed through both their minds simultaneously. Can you see me? Chapter 16:016. The underwater visibility was low, but fortunately it was daytime. Moreover, Xue Tong had used the zombie vision ability from her item, so she absolutely couldn't be wrong now. The owner of the hand before her eyes was Ma Yuanjun. After a brief shock, both quickly focused their attention on the rare treasure chest. No matter if he could see or not, they should collect the rare treasure chest first. Both sides strained and argued, both with water elemental abilities. The ripples created by their movements spread far, when suddenly Xue Tong pointed toward behind Ma Yuanjun. This movement made Ma Yuanjun alert, assuming it was a zombie. In the instant he turned back to look, Xue Tong swiftly placed her hand on the rare treasure chest and successfully collected it. With her mission accomplished, she quickly fled. Xue Tong freed herself from Ma Yuanjun and tried to run away, only to unexpectedly see a figure standing by the doghouse in the courtyard looking towards the window. The familiar diving suit and figure, why did Luo Haosha have to be the one to see her? However, Ma Yuanjun inside still hadn't noticed Luo Haosha's presence. Realizing he had been tricked, he angrily grabbed Xue Tong's collar and pulled her back. Xue Tong desperately gestured frantically at Ma Yuanjun to tell him there was someone in the yard. It was Luo Haosha. Ma Yuanjun chuckled coldly. You're using this trick again. We'll see if I believe you or not. Give my rare treasure chest back. Both of them were truly at a disadvantage due to the inability to speak underwater. Just as Ma Yuanjun had dragged Xue Tong over, he suddenly saw a shadow loom, grabbing Xue Tong back. His eyes met Luo Haosha's calm ones, and two words surfaced in his mind, it's over. Fortunately, heaven hadn't abandoned him yet. Just as the atmosphere grew bizarrely tense, the zombie at the door inexplicably woke up, its green eyes glancing towards the window. Xue Tong once again gestured to both men, indicating the zombie at the door. Luo Haosha let go of her and just before the zombie came over, he pulled his good buddy Ma Yuanjun out of the window, retreating further. It was also time for their agreed upon ascent. As Xue Tong surfaced and exhaled lightly, she shivered feeling the cold wind hit her face. Someone who had remained in the ship house approached to help her get out. Luo Haosha and others came up gradually. Xiao Wu was the first to report enthusiastically, I didn't find anything, but I saw a lot of sleeping zombies. They were terrifying. After speaking, he looked back at the others expecting an information exchange, but realized the atmosphere was slightly eerie. Xue Tong and Ma Yuanjun were both wearing plastic raincoats. They stood at the end of the crowd, glaring at each other. Luo Haosha removed his mask and asked indifferently, what happened? Although his tone was cold, his eyes were sharp. Xue Tong and Ma Yuanjun turned their heads simultaneously and said in unison, misunderstanding. Standing beside Luo Haosha, Xiao Wu felt the sudden drop in temperature. He thought it was ominous and began sneaking off again. Ma Yuanjun reacted quickly and immediately offered an explanation. She lied that there was a zombie behind me, so I got angry and started fighting. When Luo Haosha coldly glanced at him, Xue Tong obediently replied, I was just fooling around with him. How did I know he would take it so seriously? There was perfect. Even though Luo Haoshe still had some suspicions, he was temporarily convinced by their flawless acting. Besides, he knew his buddy Ma Yuanjun already disliked Xuetong, so it wasn't strange for him to fight because of such a thing. Seeing that Luo Haoshe was convinced, Xuetong and Ma Yuanjun subsequently stayed quiet, even avoiding eye contact. But within their hearts, both exclaimed repeatedly, "No wonder this guy earlier was so sure I lacked elemental abilities. So that's why." The ship sailed to another area, and Xuetong and the rest dived underwater again. After searching through an area, they moved on to switch places. They would spend the whole day underwater. 4 water elemental wielders, it was manageable, but it was a bit hard on non-water types. Therefore, during the afternoon, most of the time only Xuetong and Ma Yuanjun dived while Luo Haoshe and Xiao Wu rested. As winter receded and the weather warmed up, at around 3 in the afternoon, the sun peeked through the thick clouds to glance down at this world. As Xuetong dove down, she said to Luo Haoshe, "If you make me go with him, what if he beats me up underwater later?" Ma Yuanjun almost bled hearing that, glaring fiercely at Xuetong. Sitting on a small stool, Luo Haoshe looked at her after hearing her question and said, "Then don't mess with him." Xuetong blinked at him, sighed, and submerged into the water. Upon entering the water, Ma Yuanjun irritably showed her a go-away gesture, indicating that they should go their separate ways. But Xuetong shook her head and pointed in a direction, indicating they should go together. Ma Yuanjun made a questioning gesture, and Xuetong showed him the number 6. 6? What kind of 6? Nevertheless, Ma Yuanjun followed her. The city streets were completely submerged by seawater, and the initial impact of the sea had also caused much destruction. Buildings overturned, trees snapped, and more. Zunnan was hit first by the zombie crisis before the natural disaster arrived. On the main urban roads, rows of vehicles congested the pathways, whereas in the old district, an apartment building had collapsed onto a street. As Ma Yuanjun wandered around the old district with Xuetong, they climbed over the fallen building and could see many zombies sleeping inside the apartments. After crossing the building to the back part of the street, shops on both sides still maintained their appearance from when they were open for business, though their interiors were disheveled. Supermarkets, restaurants, convenience stores, clothing shops all were in chaos. However, what drew Ma Yuanjun's attention wasn't the absurd sight of the abandoned city but the zombies spread all over the street. Standing on a tall building looking at the latter part of the street, the wide road was densely packed with zombies lying everywhere. Even with 3 cars parked by the roadside, it was impossible to fully see their styles and models because there were zombies on the cars, under the cars, and some had even crawled into broken windows to rest inside. A signpost still stood by the roadside, bearing the words Xinbeicheng, New North City. Xuetong raised her finger pointing to a direction, and following her gaze, Ma Yuanjun saw a shabby little bookstore diagonally behind the signpost called Liudao. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, Ma Yuanjun surfaced and informed Luo Haoshe that they had found the address mentioned by the doctor. This information was also relayed to Brother Di and his group. Brother Di personally came over and, accompanied by Sun Laoliu and Chen Ergo's teams, dived to inspect New North City. The eerie scene of the zombies convinced them that this place indeed could be where the Yi Kuei was located. But the surrounding area had too many zombies, stacked up in front of the bookstore and blocking any entry doors or windows. Though the location was found, how could they get in to catch Yi Kuei? Chen Ergo suggested, these zombies fall into deep sleep during the day, but they will wake up if disturbed. Why don't we wait until they awaken and leave by themselves at night? We can sneak in then. Most people agreed with this suggestion. Sun Laoliu countered, isn't nighttime much more dangerous? The zombies all sleep during the day so we dared to dive then. At night, once they're awake, who knows, we might collide with them just after we go underwater. Then he turned his eyes towards Xuetong and Ma Yuanjun. I think only those with good water elemental abilities should handle this mission. Xuetong didn't respond, wrapped in her coat, while Ma Yuanjun scoffed coldly, don't make it sound like everyone else is useless and can't do anything. Sun Laoliu bristled with anger, you son of a bitch, are you cursing someone? That's enough. Leader Di said firmly, Little Shi, what do you think? Luo Haoshe glanced at the water surface and replied indifferently, I agree with second brother. Xuetong looked at him with surprise. Leader Di nodded, alright, let's take a look later tonight. You've all worked hard, go rest now. Luo Haoshe's team returned to the ship, leaving some people to keep watch above New North City. By the time they got back to the big ship, it was already dark. After taking a shower, Xuetong went to check on Shung Fu. The red-haired one and the green-haired one breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her return safely. Xuetong briefly explained what happened, which excited both of them. Holy shit, the Yi Kuei? Really? We haven't seen this thing yet. You wouldn't want to, Xuetong said, glancing at the sleeping Shung Fu wrapped in blankets. Is she okay? She was finally lulled to sleep after much effort. The red-haired one wiped his sweat and sighed. She kept calling out that man's name even in her dreams. Not long after, Xuetong was called to have dinner with Leader Di and others. Dinner was in the canteen. A large table with many people. Leader Di seemed to be in a great mood because Xuetong had discovered the location, repeatedly praising her and Luo Haoshe as a well-matched couple. Others followed suit with praise, making the red-haired and green-haired ones uneasy. Ma Yuanjun just chuckled mischievously with his girlfriend. Although they pretended not to get along well in public, both were finding opportunities to talk properly. That chance came after dinner. Luo Haoshe was called away by Leader Di, and Xuetong sent the 2 juniors to watch over Shung Fu, pretending to help tidy up the kitchen and staying behind in the rear cooking room. The back kitchen was piled high with ingredients and rice, enough food supplies for everyone aboard the ship. They sat side by side in front of the faucet. Shuetong held a flexible hose rinsing the plate covered with foam handed to her by my Yuenjin. After a short silence, my Yuenjin asked, "What's inside the treasure chest?" Shuetong replied, 20 ability exchange coupons. It was rather useless. After all, she could obtain such rewards from her advanced treasure chest. My Yuenjin indignantly said, "You're even competing with me for the ability coupons. How would I know they'd be ability coupons? If I had known, I would have let you have them." Shuetong replied innocently. My Yuenjin bitterly said, "I only get a chance to open the treasure chest once a month." Shuetong remained silent. My Yuenjin asked again, "How often do you get a chance?" Shuetong smiled more innocently and said, "Every day." My Yuenjin was so angry that he almost smashed the porcelain bowl in his hand. The two employees of the Quick Penetration Union exchanged information based on what they already knew. Seeing a fellow person here gave them a sense of intimacy. "No wonder you asked me if there were real abilities," Shuetong said. "In your script, the female supporting character Shung Shuetong definitely wouldn't have any abilities." "I don't want to create this kind of bug either, but the timeline doesn't allow it," Shuetong explained. "You are the evil villainous female supporting character. I am the male supporting character but also a friend of justice. Why can you open the chest every day while I can only do it once a month?" My Yuenjin still resented it. Shuetong asked, "When did you come here?" "About a month after the apocalypse. This kid stupidly split from the male protagonist, fell into a pile of zombies, and died." My Yuenjin sighed. If the male protagonist's best friend died prematurely, how would the plot needing his assistance proceed? So, naturally, it's time for us professional male supporting characters to step onto the stage. Counting like this, he had been following Luo Haosha for nearly 4 years. "At first, I didn't think much of him," my Yuenjin said. "What kind of absurd setup is that? The strongest human being, strategic genius, king's demeanor, right? The devil who kills abnormal corpse kings without blinking an eye, yet lives and dies for a Mary Sue heroine, tangled up emotionally, giving away the kingdom he established without hesitation just because of her. Okay, I can understand the profound lover's image. For the sake of the heroine enduring mental and physical abuse, throwing you at her to torment as revenge, I'm fine with that since I'm not the one getting tormented, right? But how could he possibly agree to the heroine's proposal of living with her standbys?" My Yuenjin had held back for so long, and finally after encountering the organization, couldn't help but start venting. Her childhood sweetheart, a high and cold boss who falls for her, a tender and deeply loving pharmacist, she gets intimate with everyone, refusing to give anyone up. What's more, she has slept with each one of them. Let's not discriminate. Sleeping is fine, we're all adults, and this is the end times, so no discrimination should exist anyway. All I feel is that my brother is too green. Unlike my Yuenjin's agitated grimace, Shuetong blinked her eyes and said, "It's the typical end-time romance style, after all." My Yuenjin glared at her sharply. "That doesn't mean it should only torture him. Why not torture the heroine?" Shuetong responded, "Because it's a heroine-focused story. Torturing the heroine wouldn't hold up." My Yuenjin stared at her for 2 seconds and then sighed. "Truly worthy of being a professional evil female supporting character, you seem to have no sympathy for your ex-boyfriend at all." Shuetong replied, "We haven't broken up yet. What's the point of not breaking up now? It's bound to happen sooner or later, as I already told you about how entangled and emotional his relationship with the heroine will become." My Yuenjin sniffed. I wasn't pleased when I finished reading the script. Shuetong suspiciously looked at him. "You don't mean you actually wanted to kill the male protagonist and take over, do you?" "I really tried," my Yuenjin said profoundly. "Unfortunately, every attempt failed, and instead, I was saved by the male protagonist." Shuetong poked the plate with the hose in her hand and said, "So, what now?" "Now, of course, I have given up such ideas," my Yuenjin said. "Having spent time with him, I realized he truly is a good person. Being his brother isn't bad. My mission is to assist him to achieve his goals and complete all plots in this world. And with his character and style, I can hardly imagine how he would fall in love with the heroine. At that time, if possible, I'll dismantle their relationship. I can't bear seeing my brother suffering so much." After hearing these words, Shuetong couldn't help but recall past events. Before Shung Shuetong had the accident, Luo Haosha had no connection with her at all, and if she hadn't approached him voluntarily, it was likely that throughout the post-apocalyptic period, Luo Haosha wouldn't have spoken a word to her. This person hasn't followed the script from the very beginning. While Shuetong was pondering this, she suddenly heard footsteps behind the door, and a voice spoke up. "I've settled things with Luo Haosha, think it through yourself." Was that Sun Laolio's voice? Just as Shuetong was about to look, my Yuenjin pulled her down under the water faucet and gestured to her to keep quiet. "Jiao Wen, you should think it through carefully. Leader Di has his beloved son in his heart, so you can only be second place. If his son doesn't accept you, he might abandon you someday, then what will you do? You have no special abilities. If you're abandoned by Tunglong, can you even survive in this world?" Jiao Wen bit her lip and didn't speak, but her eyes clearly wavered. "You've seen how Boss Di increasingly trusts Luo Haosha, asking him everything he does. If these two blow up at each other, then there will only be me beside Boss Di, and I'll definitely stand by your side." Sun Laoliu tempted her. "Moreover, men are possessive of women. If you don't give Boss Di a sense of crisis, he will think you belong to him and nothing else, and that's when men tend to get tired. Luo Haosha is currently dizzy in the meeting room because of the medicine taken from Chen Er. Any man would find it hard to resist. You go and pretend something there, I'll bring Boss Di over so he sees it. No matter how good their relationship is now, you cannot be shared. This has to do with pride. Sun Laoliu's words pierced right into Jiao Wen's nerves. She took a deep breath and glimmered her gaze. I'll go. But you must guarantee that this time the crystal core of Yi Gui will surely be given to me. Sun Laoliu grinned, showing his teeth. I guarantee it, absolutely. After the two people outside the door left, Xuetong and Ma Yuanzhen got up from under the sink. Ma Yuanzhen clenched his teeth and cursed, what a bastard, scheming behind. He tore off his gloves while washing the dishes and said, I'll stop Boss Di. You go find Brother Shi, let's go. After finishing speaking, he already opened the door and ran away quickly. Xuetong looked at his retreating figure and narrowed her eyes slightly. Did this guy forget that she was the antagonist, not the friend of justice? But after thinking about Sun Laoliu and Jiao Wen's plan, Xuetong silently turned off the faucet, took off her gloves, and left through the kitchen door. The corridor was silent and devoid of people. Sun Laoliu had arranged it meticulously. Xuetong followed Jiao Wen to the meeting room. After entering, she didn't close the door fully, just leaving it ajar so DI leader could see the show later on. Several bright lights inside the meeting room were turned off by Jiao Wen, casting it into darkness, with only one backlight illuminating Luo Haosha sitting on the chair. He leaned back against the chair, one hand resting casually on the table. He appeared to be asleep but was actually pretending to check out who came in and what they intended to do. When Jiao Wen approached, Luo Haosha caught a whiff of jasmine perfume through his nose, the only person on this ship using such fragrance. Thus, without opening his eyes, he already knew who the visitor was. Jiao Wen lowered her gaze and inspected Luo Haosha on the chair, lightly biting her lower lip. A flicker of hope showed in her eyes. She undid her top button and carefully stretched her hand toward his face. Just as Luo Haosha was about to move, he suddenly heard the click of the door being shut. Hey! Jiao Wen turned back in terror, meeting Xuetong's haughty gaze. Get away from my boyfriend. Chapter 017. This voice that shouldn't be here caused Luo Haosha's heart to lightly tremble. Jiao Wen never thought she would encounter Xuetong here, and for a moment, she was flustered. Then she heard the exaggerated voice of Old Sun from outside the door, which made her furious. She tore at her collar and turned around, ready to collapse onto Luo Haosha. But Xuetong didn't give her this chance. Stepping forward, she grabbed Jiao Wen by the hair and delivered a swift chop to the neck, knocking her out before she could cry out. Xuetong let Jiao Wen fall behind the table. As the approaching footsteps grew closer, she draped her arms around Luo Haosha's neck and sat down beside him. The oversized hoodie had been pulled aside, revealing her snow-white shoulder and back, pretending to be in a heated embrace. As Xuetong just leaned close to him, she noticed that Luo Haosha opened his eyes. Her hands, circling his neck, could feel the burning temperature of Luo Haosha's body. Thinking it was the side effect of the drug mentioned by Sun Laoliu, she assumed he had no strength to move. Thus, she lowered her voice, teasingly saying, Sorry, I have to do something bad but not really bad to you. Before she finished speaking, there was a click as the door was opened. Sun Laoliu even deliberately turned on the light first, and before Xuetong had time to do anything, Luo Haosha had already pulled up the collar to cover her, wrapped his arm around her and pulled her into an embrace, then turned his body to face the people at the door. Wow, Luo Haosha, I didn't expect you. Sun Laoliu's taunts suddenly stopped when he clearly saw the woman in his arms. The three men behind him also saw her. Chen Ergo raised his eyebrows with a smile full of meaning. Ma Yuanzhen showed an expression of disgust while silently giving Xuetong a thumbs up. Di Laodar coughed slightly, pulling Sun Laoliu back, kindly and gently saying, don't just stand here. Let's go somewhere else to talk. That hour isn't urgent. Such a considerate older brother. Leaning against Luo Haosha, with his steady heartbeat resonating in her ears, Xuetong felt confused. This was not what they had agreed upon. Wasn't he supposed to be unconscious? Wasn't he supposed to be unable to move? Hadn't he still been asleep before Jiao Wen fainted? She had already planned how to have her way with Luo Haosha. Why did it turn out differently? Listening to the sound of the door clicking shut and feeling the scorching heat emanating from Luo Haosha, Xuetong became overwhelmed with frustration. Luo Haosha tightened his grip around her waist, yet his originally calm heart became restless. He had managed to suppress himself until Xuetong got so close that it caused him to lose control. Their entangled breathing created an ambiguous distance where their hearts' pounding sounds reverberated like thunder in their ears. Somewhere along the way, Xuetong's hands, which were encircling his neck, slid to rest against his chest. Meeting his dark eyes, she innocently said, I helped you get rid of someone troublesome. With slightly heavier breaths, Luo Haosha asked hoarsely, Aren't you a water-type psychic? Xuetong immediately understood and answered awkwardly, But your firepower is stronger than mine. I can't extinguish it. Luo Haosha gave a low laugh, mocking her, then figure it out yourself. Under his gaze, Xuetong suddenly felt a little suffocated. Thus, she slightly straightened her body and drew close to the soft lips of Luo Haosha, brushing them against the corner of his mouth. But just as their lips touched, Luo Haosha immediately retreated and increased the distance. Xuetong whispered maliciously, If I help you, you need to tell me how you found me. These words couldn't extinguish his anger but instead ignited greater fury. Xuetong could feel the hand gripping her waist apply more force. In an instant, the burning flame deep in Luo Haosha's eyes transformed into cold fire, emitting a chilling atmosphere. He roughly pushed Xuetong away, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Coldly, he said, Get out. Xuetong stood up calmly, slowly pulling up her sliding clothes again. While closing the door, Luo Haosha seemed to try locking her outside, but she wedged herself in and said to him, "If I'm locked out, what would Sun Larou's people think? Won't all my performance be in vain? How did you end up there?" Luo Haosha responded quietly. Upon leaving the meeting room and heading back to his own room, Luo Haosha remained silent, with a cold and gloomy expression. Xue Tong followed him. When closing the door, Luo Haosha appeared as if trying to lock her out, but she held the door open and slipped inside, telling him, "If I'm left outside, wouldn't others misunderstand? My act will be meaningless." "How did you end up there?" he asked gruffly. "I was passing by." Xue Tong leaned against the door, squinting with a smile. "Just happened to see someone plotting against you. You are my boyfriend now, after all. If anyone dares to lay a hand on you in front of me, I must stop them." Luo Haosha stood by the bathroom door and looked back at her, passing by and yet knowing it's Sun Larou's scheme. "Xue Tong." She sincerely complimented, "My boyfriend is so smart." These 3 words infuriated Luo Haosha. He coldly said, "Don't call me that." Xue Tong obediently nodded. Seeing her agree so readily, Luo Haosha felt even more uncomfortable. An unnamed fire flared up within him, and he couldn't endure for a second longer. With a loud slam, he shut the door and entered the bathroom, turning on the shower to drench himself with cold water under the winter night sky. Xue Tong shouted from outside, "I'll keep watch for you, no need to rush." Luo Haosha's expression darkened further. The concoction of stimulant and hallucinogen was not as filthy as she imagined. Sun Larou's also could not find such drugs. Falling victim meant it would be hard to stay alert, and one would unconsciously succumb to others' inducements, doing things against their own will. These drugs were originally intended for use against zombies. Luo Haosha had been controlling himself well, until Xue Tong hugged his neck. The icy cold water flowed from head to toe, stimulating his nerve endings, purging impure thoughts from his mind, yet her voice kept echoing in his brain. At that moment, Luo Haosha even wanted to open his eyes to see her expression when she spoke those words. He truly deserved his punishment. Luo Haosha clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning white. Xue Tong outside had no idea about the complex emotions of the person inside. She was pondering over Luo Haosha's ability, fire elemental, but different from a typical fire-based power. Though humans had acquired such special abilities known as psionics, at the core, they were merely forces tied to certain elements, and what they could master was but a tiny fraction. In terms of martial arts moves, it was akin to a person only knowing one particular move. Water-type psychics might merely be able to move like fish underwater, unaffected by water pressure while diving deeper or holding their breath longer. But on land, they're mostly useless. Being able to freely manipulate elemental forces, that was humanity's ultimate goal. Crystals could help them upgrade this power, allowing them to gain more, making them stronger. What Xue Tong obtained from that rare treasure chest today was indeed a psychic power exchange voucher, but there was a difference, otherwise, it wouldn't do justice to its reputation as a rare treasure chest. It was an advanced psychic power exchange voucher. This advanced version had far more functions than the ordinary one. Xue Tong took advantage of some spare time to review her spatial abilities, when suddenly a crunching sound started to echo intermittently. Furrowing her brow, she glanced left and right before pressing her ear close to the door. The sound continued, but it wasn't coming from outside the door. It sounded like the friction between scales and metal, subtle yet impossible to ignore. Not from outside the door, then from inside. Xue Tong grew cautious and began inspecting the room, walking along the walls and carefully checking every spot her eyes could reach. As she walked past the storage cabinet toward the window, a sudden dull thud startled her. A shadowy figure with a deep green face pressed closely against the pitch-black window, glaring coldly at her. Between the 5 fingers pressing against the boat window was a thin layer of almost transparent webbing, green watermarks dripping down from the webbed palm, leaving behind a bluish-green imprint on the glass. When Xue Tong met the creature's green eyes, she felt a chill run down her spine and screamed out immediately, "Luo Haosha." The window shattered the moment her words faded, and the frogman zombie leapt through the broken window toward Xue Tong. Reacting swiftly, she rolled aside, and flying shards of glass tore open her clothes. Hearing the commotion outside, Luo Haosha sensed something wrong and rushed out without even shutting off the water. Just in time, he saw the frogman zombie pouncing on Xue Tong. A brilliant wall of flames shot up in front of Xue Tong, forcing the approaching frogman zombie back. Luo Haosha grabbed the gun from the bedside and opened fire. The frogman zombie possessed excellent jumping skills, clearly demonstrating high intelligence. It dodged Luo Haosha's attacks with agile postures while trying recklessly to attack Xue Tong. Xue Tong heard gunfire, not just in front of her, but alarm bells rang sharply across the ship, a warning signal indicating a zombie attack. The situation was critical. She directly drew out her weapon from her space storage. As the frogman zombie avoided Luo Haosha's attack mid-jump, she fired, hitting its right shoulder and causing it to fall from the air. Luo Haosha seamlessly followed up with a headshot. After the tension eased, Xue Tong got to her feet leaning on the ground and looked at Luo Haosha while saying, "Why are you washing your clothes?" Before she finished speaking, she saw Luo Haosha's pupils constrict as he shouted, "Duck." Unfortunately, there was no time. Xue Tong was dragged backward by a second frogman zombie hiding behind the window, her neck gripped tightly as she disappeared in front of the shattered glass instantly. Luo Haosha couldn't describe his mood at that exact moment, his hand with the gun trembled slightly. Though only a few steps away from the window, it felt impossibly distant in those fleeting seconds. As a brilliant flame flickered in his eyes and immense power was about to explode outward, a gunshot rang out unexpectedly. Shui Tong coughed and got up from behind the window, angrily kicking the dead frogman zombie's body. Despicable. How dare you ambush me? Luo Haosha, rushing over upon seeing her unharmed, let out an involuntary sigh of relief. Standing in the moonlit corridor outside the window, Shui Tong witnessed the horrifying sight of dozens of frogman zombies emerging silently from the water and climbing aboard the ship. She immediately thought of Shung Fu and flipped back into the room, saying, I need to find my sister. The frogman zombie attack was completely unexpected, catching most people on board off guard. Several had already fallen victim before the alarm could sound. Laro Da and his group had just changed meeting rooms when their door was suddenly smashed open, revealing a frog-like dark green figure lunging at one of his subordinates, tearing into the man's neck before collapsing on the floor. The scene was bloody and gruesome. Stunned for only a moment, Laro Da joined the fight and raised the alarm. Guns began firing everywhere, and voices of struggle and screams echoed through the radio. Some remained calm, passing intelligence. The attackers were a mutated species, working together in a highly coordinated manner. It was confirmed there were more than 20 of them. Mai Yuanjun grabbed the radio and called out, Xia Fanon, if you're still alive, give me a signal. There was no response. The young girl was too busy fighting off frogman zombies surging uncontrollably into the room, her radio long lost somewhere amidst the chaos. She had originally come to question Shung Fu and the others, but before she could get any answers while chatting with Hongfa and Lumagreen, frogman zombies suddenly broke in through the windows, surrounding them all. 2 frogman zombies at the window, 2 more at the door. Xia Fanon shielded the screaming Shung Fu standing behind her, trembling under the frog's eerie green eyes. Taking a deep breath, she said firmly, I'll lure the 2 at the door away. You take the chance to escape and bring reinforcements. How could we possibly let a girl do something like this? Lumagreen retorted angrily. If you 2 losers can't even win a simple arm wrestling match, then obviously you're not suitable either. Xia Fanon snapped impatiently, stop arguing and follow my plan or we're all going to die. On the count of 3, I'll make my move. 3. Before she finished, both Hongfa and Lumagreen sprang into action simultaneously. They wielded the self-defense guns Shui Tong had handed them earlier, weapons they had practiced with frequently. Firing relentlessly at the frogman zombies by the doorway, they shouted loudly, go. Caught off guard, Xia Fanon realized there was no time for further argument. Clenching her teeth, she pulled Shung Fu along as they rushed toward the exit, only to be blocked mid-step by another zombie leaping down from the ceiling. Now stuck between a rock and a hard place, 5 or 6 frogman zombies dominated the corridor, cold stares pinning her to the spot. Her legs shaking violently, Xia Fanon barely managed to dodge the first wave of attacks, clutching onto the shrieking Shung Fu, but stumbled and fell after her leg was caught, dragging Shung Fu down with her. Finished. Am I about to die at the hands of these zombies? Lying on the ground, as a shadow of death loomed over her, Xia Fanon's fear peaked almost to breaking point when suddenly gunfire erupted. The circle of zombies around her scattered in rage and retreated under fire. Amidst the flames and gunshots, Xia Fanon watched as the graceful silhouette of a delicate yet agile woman fought skillfully against the frogman zombies. She struck each one brilliantly in the light of blazing flames. Blood splattered across the walls as Shui Tong calmly fired a shot into the head of the zombie obstructing Xia Fanon's path, coolly remarking, why'd you have to scare the little girl like that? Staring dazedly at her, Xia Fanon's eyes welled up, turning red. Finished. I've actually been impressed by this troublemaking woman. Chapter 018. Red hair and green fur, hearing a familiar voice, tearfully cried out from inside the room, Boss, save us. Save us. As Snow Tong just looked over, she saw Luo Haosha enter. Red hair and green fur were best at making fried rice with tomatoes. In normal situations, whenever they encountered zombies, Snow Tong dealt with them directly, leaving little chance for the 2 to act. This time was all about showing off. They lost wrist wrestling to Xia Fan Kai and couldn't possibly leave her behind while fleeing. Besides, the 2 were confident that Snow Tong would come rescue them. It wasn't because of brotherhood or anything emotional, it was simply because they knew Snow Tong didn't want to lose her tomato fried rice makers. The remaining 3 frog zombie mutants became agitated. They emitted sharp growls, warnings in anger, as they clung steadily to the walls using the mucus on their hands, skillfully evading any threats. Though already at a disadvantage, the zombies had no intention of escaping. Instead, they recklessly lunged toward Shung Fu. Shung Fu crouched by the wall, holding her head tightly in her hands, crying painfully, get away. Xia Fan Kai stood in front of her, shielding her, muttering, I'll protect you. Don't be afraid. Snow Tong's bullets had run out, so she engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the frog zombies bursting through the door. Their bodies were approximately the size of an adult's, but touching their slick skin induced bone-chilling coldness, like ice blocks. In the 4 years since, Snow Tong had mastered all her combat skills without hesitation. She was completely focused on stopping the frog zombies trying to cross her to attack Shung Fu. Luo Haosha came running and furrowed his brows upon seeing her tangled in battle with the zombies. He suppressed his confusion and fired a shot. The shrill cry sounded again. The remaining 2 zombies began retreating, running away without looking back. Xia Fan Kai came my Yuanjin's shout from the corridor behind. Xia Fanchi's legs buckled, nearly falling, but she managed to steady herself against the wall. Luo Haosha asked her, are you injured? Xia Fan Kai shook her head and extended her hand towards my Yuanjin as he approached. They embraced immediately. Green fur and red hair both sported bruised faces, appearing quite ragged. At the doorway, they woodenly stared at the couple embracing and let out snobbish hums characteristic of single aristocrats. Both hurried towards Shung Fu, asking anxiously, "How is the elder sister?" Shung Fu clutched Snow Tong's hand tightly, her expression frenzied as she repeatedly muttered one word, "Leave." Snow Tong consoled her, whispering softly, "Sister, if you know something, tell me so I can help." She had noticed earlier that the sole target of these zombies was Shung Fu. Ma Yuanjun confirmed Xia Fankai was unharmed, then turned to say to Luo Haosha, "Now the whole ship is full of these things. Combined, there are nearly 30 or more across the upper and lower decks. They fear fire," said Luo Haosha quietly. "I noticed that too, but this kind of mutation, it's the first time I've seen anything like it. How could they resemble frogs so much, green all over? Too eerie." Ma Yuanjun frowned, glancing backward at Snow Tong. "You stay here watching over them, I'll go handle it," said Luo Haosha, catching sight of Snow Tong with his peripheral vision, noticing how her attention was entirely on Shung Fu and she hadn't even glanced at him once. Luo Haosha lowered his gaze and turned away alone. Shung Fu's condition was terrible. Her grip on Snow Tong didn't loosen, repeating only the word "leave." Her widened eyes brimmed with bloodshot veins, showing panic and terror for anyone to see. Ma Yuanjun and his two juniors cleaned up the frog zombies inside the room. Seeing that Shung Fu did not need her consolation, Xia Fankai also went to help. After speaking with Shung Fu, Snow Tong turned and said to Ma Yuanjun, "Where did Bai Heng's gang lock up their captives?" "You're going." Ma Yuanjun frowned, playing his part perfectly without cracking under pressure, exasperatedly stating, "Don't wander around causing trouble now." But Xia Fankai lifted a finger toward the door and said, "They're downstairs. Go down the left side and turn right." Snow Tong responded with an "Oh" and pulled Shung Fu to stand. Ma Yuanjun glared at Xia Fankai, irritably asking, "What did you just tell her?" Xia Fankai muttered quietly, "Well, she did just save me." So Ma Yuanjun added, "If you're going, we're going together. Don't get lost and encounter any accidents, otherwise how am I supposed to explain it to Haosha?" Snow Tong didn't feel like continuing the performance this time, pulling Shung Fu along to find the scarred man from Bai Heng's group. The detention place was at the bottommost level of the ship's cabin, originally used for transporting and stacking miscellaneous items. Due to a hidden door lock, it had been safe from attacks by frog zombies. Ma Yuanjun walked ahead, shining his powerful flashlight into the dim passage after opening the door. The scarred man and his companions appeared weak from lack of food, instinctively shielding their eyes from the sudden burst of bright light. "Come out." Ma Yuanjun grabbed the scarred man, dragging him out and throwing him in front of Snow Tong. He shone the flashlight on him and said, "What do you want to ask?" Snow Tong tilted her head and asked Shung Fu beside her, "Sister, do you remember this person?" Shung Fu timidly glanced at the kneeling scarred man and then turned away, remaining silent. The scarred man barely lifted his head, and when he saw Shung Fu, his pupils constricted sharply as he nearly clenched his teeth, calling her, "Alan, you vile woman. Who are you cursing?" Red Hair said, disgruntled. Shung Fu's hand trembled against Snow Tong's as she murmured quietly, "Bad person, he's a bad person. When we're talking nicely to you, have some respect." Snow Tong lowered her head and seriously said to the scarred man, "Answer my question, where is Zhao Mion?" The scarred man stared intensely at Shung Fu nearby, snickering coldly, "That coward ran off long ago. You're just dumb enough to still believe Zhao Mion will come back. You lie." Shung Fu glared at him fiercely. Mentioning Zhao Mion always made her irritable. "I lie. Look at yourself now, like an idiot." The scarred man laughed with mockery, full of malice in his eyes. "You forgot, didn't you? At first, you escaped together with Zhao Mion, taking your child and running. But what happened? You too were abandoned by Zhao Mion, pitifully coming over to depend on me. To survive yourself, you betrayed your daughter." Before he finished speaking, Shung Fu screamed and lunged forward to strangle his neck, being pulled back by Ma Yuanjun and Snow Tong. The scarred man looked at Shung Fu's crazed state and laughed loudly, but was suddenly punched down by Red Hair. He did it on purpose. Red Hair said, "Just trying to provoke, sister." Green Fur stood nearby looking curiously at him, wondering why he wasn't usually so clever. Qingyin, Qingyin." Shung Fu desperately clung onto Snow Tong's hand, her nails almost digging into the flesh. Snow Tong furrowed her eyebrows slightly, calming her down by saying, "Sister, calm down. Was it him who killed Qingyin? If so, I'll take revenge for you right now." The scarred man sneered coldly, "She killed herself." Hearing this, Shung Fu screamed again, falling into despair. Snow Tong turned around, gripping the scarred man's neck tightly, her expression severe. "Speak. How did Qingyin die? One word of a lie, and I'll break one of your fingers." Ma Yuanjun applauded silently inside, praising her great acting. Being a female villain for years, she knew exactly how to intimidate others. Not to mention spending these 4 years struggling in such a harsh world, Snow Tong had plenty of life experience under her belt. To deal with people like the scarred man, you need to be fiercer and more ruthless than him. The scarred man's face flushed red, struggling for breath, his gaze hesitating before finally blurting out, "She deserved it." After fleeing with Zhao Mion, she came back and encountered 4 or 5 mutant zombies. And she left her own daughter behind to escape from the zombies. Upon hearing this, Shung Fu suddenly seized the knife from Green Fur and repeatedly stabbed towards the scarred man's throat, crazy and forceful, screaming, "Die, die, die." Too fast and unexpected, every stab was lethal enough, blood splashing all over her face, yet Shung Fu continued without stopping, venting all her hatred onto the scarred man. This scene was so shocking that Snow Tong and the others were momentarily stunned. "Sister, stop stabbing." Red Hair and Green Fur rushed forward urgently, pulling Shung Fu away while Ma Yuanjun snatched the knife from her hand. By the time they turned to look at the scarred man again, he was already dead. Unwilling to see more, Snow Tong knocked Shung Fu unconscious and handed her to Red Hair, asking him to take her back. Ma Yuanjun stayed behind with Snow Tong, questioning the rest about whether they knew anything about Alan and Zhao Mian. Everyone thought the kid was White Tiger's at first. Later, after Zhao Mian's relationship with her was exposed, White Tiger found them and discovered they had run away earlier. I don't know. That night, it was White Tiger alone who brought Alan back from outside. What happened only the two of them would know. Snow Tong fell silent. The two left the detention room and went up to the foredeck to feel the cool breeze. The frog zombie creatures seemed to have been cleared out. All the Tunglong base members aboard were busy working, and Snow Tong could hear their post-cleanup chatter from behind. Ma Yuanjun said, "At least we know your sister met mutants before. It might not have been these frogs though." Snow Tong sighed, "We didn't get to ask clearly. How could it not be? Your sister reacted so much to them." Ma Yuanjun said, "It must be the child's issue that stimulated her so greatly, leading to her madness." Shui Tong furrowed her brows and after hesitating a bit, she still said, "I don't quite believe what he said. My sister valued her daughter so much, there's no logic in her abandoning her own daughter to save herself during such a time." Ma Yuanjun then remarked, "Human hearts are complicated. She's now insane, thinking her daughter is still alive and loving her in every possible way. According to that person's account, she's entirely caught in guilt and self-blame for abandoning her daughter and can't forgive herself." Shui Tong frowned at him, asking, "Are you following the deduction route from your previous world?" "Actually, I did back then." Ma Yuanjun gave a profound expression. "Besides, your sister is an antagonist. In the script, she's portrayed as ruthless, selfish, and capable of doing such things." Shui Tong raised her finger pointing at herself, saying, "I'm also an antagonist." Ma Yuanjun rolled his eyes. "Hers is original, but you're taking over halfway, which can't be the same, right? Alright, let's talk about this mutated species. Is there any related intel in your script?" "No, those 8 years are blank since they were skipped in the original writing with just one line passing by," Ma Yuanjun complained unhappily. 8 years of life summed up in one sentence while we have to live day by day conscientiously. What if there's nothing mentioned later? I feel something's off." Shui Tong raised her hand to rub her arm, hopping on the spot to warm herself. "Then does your script have any intelligence about the end of zombies?" Ma Yuanjun stared at her for 2 seconds before answering. "Regrettably, my script follows the romantic auxiliary line, perfect support for the main characters." The two exchanged glances silently, deepening their revolutionary camaraderie once again. From below came Xiao Wu's shout, "Brother Zhan, have you seen Jiao Wen?" "Who?" Ma Yuanjun asked. Xiao Wu shouted from the deck on the lower level, "Jiao Wen." DI leader counted the people and found one Jiao Wen missing. "He's looking for her everywhere." Ma Yuanjun answered, "Nope." Afterward, he turned back and asked Shui Tong, "Where did you hide Jiao Wen?" "I didn't touch her, after knocking her out in the meeting room." The word stuck in her throat suddenly as Shui Tong widened her eyes slightly. "Impossible, right? Hold on, if you knocked her out, those zombies wouldn't do anything to someone who's immobile. If she was in the meeting room, let's go check there." After finishing, Ma Yuanjun started walking. On their way to the meeting room, they encountered Luo Hao. The moment their gazes met, both already understood the reason why they came here. The three pushed open the meeting room door and searched thoroughly inside and out. They didn't find Jiao Wen but noticed traces left behind by frog zombie creatures. Chapter 019. The green slime left a handprint on the ground, and Shui Tong followed the mark to find that the window was broken, indicating she might have escaped from this side. "There are traces of a struggle," Ma Yuanjun said. "She seems to have awakened." Shui Tong thought that even with one chop to knock her out, it wouldn't last long. But it's strange. Even if encountered zombie frogmen, the bodies should still be here unless they've mutated, Ma Yuanjun said, looking at Luo Haosha. "Have there been any mutations?" Luo Haosha shook his head. 6 are dead, no mutations yet. Ma Yuanjun hesitated. "Then it's possible. Jiao Wen is still alive, but if not on the ship, then definitely in the water." Shui Tong stood by the shattered window, feeling the cold wind rushing in, blowing her hair all over. Whether taken by zombies or fallen into the water, Jiao Wen's fate now seemed grim. Di Laro Da earned his nickname not only due to his strong dual-type psychic abilities but also because he himself was a special operations mercenary, much stronger compared to ordinary people. Tunglong Base was built together with his several brothers, but this time, he came alone, leaving 2 others to guard the base. Rui Wen, though met during the apocalypse, was someone Di loved passionately, once known as Tunglong Base's ideal couple. Ma Yuanjun said, "Even if she really fell into the water or was captured by zombies, old Di will surely go look for her." As it turned out, he was right. After the headcount on the ship, Jiao Wen was the only one missing, which made old Di's expression very grim. Sun Laoliu boldly said, "Alu says he saw Jiao Wen last in the meeting room. Did any of you see her?" Though he asked everyone else, his gaze lingered on Luo Haosha. Even old Di couldn't help but glance at Luo Haosha. Luo Haosha remained calm, saying faintly, "I didn't see her. It's possible she went to find old Di. But before I arrived, I checked the meeting room, finding traces of zombie invasion," Ma Yuanjun added. Old Di immediately headed toward the meeting room, discovering those green traces. Ignoring the others' advice, he insisted on diving to search for Jiao Wen. While old Di was deliberating, Shui Tong quietly slipped away to check on Shung Fu. She always felt something off. Why were the zombie frogmen targeting Shung Fu? And Shung Fu also had a certain reaction to their approach. Since Shung Fu could give birth in such an apocalyptic environment and decided to elope with Zhao Mian, it implied she deeply loved this man. Besides, since she possessed psychic abilities, if she claimed to return with her child to join Scarface, why would she abandon her child halfway? Let alone returning to join Scarface sounded absurd anyway. Unless she encountered something more terrifying than Scarface. As Xue Tong walked towards Shung Fu's room, before reaching the door, it suddenly opened from inside, revealing Green Marrow, drenched in blood, collapsing beside the door. She quickly rushed forward to support him, asking, "What happened?" "Old, boss. Missy." Green Marrow managed to say a few words before fainting. Xue Tong pressed down on the wound bleeding from his abdomen and glanced into the room, seeing red-haired lying face down near the window, unclear whether dead or unconscious. Shung Fu and Xia Fancy, however, were nowhere to be found. There was a pool of blood on the floor, seemingly Green Mao's. Could some undiscovered zombie frogman have seized the opportunity to kidnap Shung Fu and Xia Fancy? Without much time to think, Xue Tong used tools in the room to urgently treat Green Mao's wound, as if slashed by something. The bleeding volume was significant. Then she turned to check on Red Hair. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured, just appeared unconscious. Xue Tong woke up Red Hair, gazing at his confused face and asking, "What happened? Where's my sister?" Red Hair, holding his head, sat up slowly, his mind still hazy. After blankly staring at Xue Tong for a while, he suddenly screamed, "Boss, it's bad. My sister was captured by zombies." Xue Tong frowned, "Speak clearly." Red Hair anxiously got up. "Where's Green Marrow? I remember seeing him being clawed by a zombie before I passed out. Is he still alive? Is he dead?" "He's still alive," Xue Tong comforted. "I treated him and gave him medicine. You should calm down first." Red Hair saw Green Marrow lying on the ground and the bloodstains in the room, his throat dry as he said with reddened eyes, "There was another zombie frogman, it had been hiding under the bed." Xia Fancy was wiping Shung Fu's face when the zombie suddenly reached out from under the bed and pulled her down. "I went to save her with Green Marrow, but it flung me away and I passed out seeing blood spurting." He blamed himself. "It's all my fault. If I had noticed earlier, none of this would have happened." Xue Tong checked under the bed and indeed found traces of slime left by a zombie. Truly worthy of a mutated species, they seemed intelligent. "It's not your fault. Since it only took them alive without killing them outright, there is still hope," Xue Tong comforted him, although inside she was bothered too, now having a bone to pick with these zombie frogmen. "You stay here and watch over Green Marrow, I'll go check underwater." Just as she finished speaking, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw Brother Chen stopping at the doorway, frowning deeply upon seeing the scene in the room. The atmosphere turned strangely tense for a brief moment. Brother Chen stared at Xue Tong with a heavy gaze and asked, "Where is my sister?" Not just Jiao Wen was missing, adding Shung Fu and Xia Fancy made it 3 women, which inevitably set others into deep thought. On the wind-blown deck, after listening to Red Hair's recounting, Di Laudar and others all wore grave expressions. To have people taken right under their noses was embarrassing for him as the base leader. If they did nothing about it, the remaining members wouldn't be reassured either. "Since their target has always been women, we just need one person as bait to lure them out," Sun Laoliu suggested leisurely. Among dozens of people present, Xue Tong was the only woman. Before others could say anything, Xue Tong spoke up, "I will go directly underwater and take a look. You keep your distance, don't come near to avoid scaring them off." Sun Laoliu raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting this woman to show no fear and immediately agree. Xue Tong wasn't agreeing, that was exactly what she intended to do. Luo Haoshe glanced at her upon hearing her words, his gaze cold and profound. Di Laudar was preoccupied with Rui Wen, so without any pretense of politeness, he quickly ordered men to prepare. Several small boats were lowered, and those involved boarded. Sun Laoliu said, "Big brother Di, you should stay on the boat. If we're all gone and they attack again, someone needs to remain on the ship. I'll let Gan and others stay on board. If you want to stay behind, go ahead," Big brother Di replied without looking back. Sun Laoliu's face showed some embarrassment as he hurriedly followed. "You misunderstood, brother Di. I didn't mean that. Of course, I'm coming with you." Xue Tong stepped onto the ship cabin and looked back at Red Hair who was coming down the ladder. "You stay on the ship and watch over Green Marrow." "No, if I even lose you, what good am I alongside Green Marrow? The doctor can attend to Green Marrow, I can't help much anyway, but I swim well and I know how to handle the boat well," Red Hair pleaded earnestly with wide eyes. After listening to him, Xue Tong decided to allow him along since they've worked together so long with tacit understanding. Since Xue Tong had mentioned diving underwater, Luo Haoshe hadn't spoken a word, merely standing by the edge of the boat watching the dark water with a cold expression. Behind, faint reflections of lights illuminated silhouettes swaying lightly on the water surface. Xiao Wu, most perceptive to such subtle atmospheres, kept his distance without bothering anyone, directing questions instead to my U-engine. Xue Tong slipped into the water after fitting herself with a raincoat, readying herself to dive beneath when suddenly, she spotted a shadow overhead. Raising her head, she saw Luo Haoshe looming high above her from the boat edge. "You don't need to worry, I won't secretly run away," Xue Tong smiled narrowly at him. "What I'm curious about is whether you're really selfish and afraid of dying," said Luo Haoshe. Xue Tong blinked. "Is it because of your sister?" Luo Haoshe questioned. The fact that Xue Tong had abandoned him remained a psychological knot for him, something he still couldn't comprehend even now. Xue Tong pressed her lips together and said, "Yes." Luo Haosha continued to gaze silently at her, his eyes cold and profound. They both looked at each other wordlessly amidst the interplay of lights and darkness, their hearts swirling with countless emotions. From another boat, Sun Laoliu shouted impatiently, "What are you two doing, dilly-dallying around there? Stop nagging. Why don't you jump down first?" Xue Tong yelled back without hesitation. Startled by her aggression, Sun Laoliu hesitated momentarily until Di Laodar gestured to him silently signaling not to speak further. Looking back at Luo Haosha, her bright eyes reflecting his image, she said, "If you've got nothing else to say, I'm going down first." Luo Haosha remained silent, merely lowering the breathing mask onto his face. The underwater night was pitch black, and it was impossible to see clearly. To avoid arousing suspicion from others, Xue Tong took a flashlight with her when she dove. The beam of light flickered in the water as she moved. Ma Yuanjun and the others kept their distance, lurking around her to prevent the appearance of other zombies. Diving at night was already a dangerous task. With many zombies waking up and spreading out in the water, combined with poor visibility, one might not even notice a group of zombies following behind them. Xue Tong used a prop that enhanced zombie vision and began searching for the traces of the frogman zombies and Shung Fu's group. She had a location in mind, suspecting that these strange events were related to the mysterious creature known as Yi Kuei. So, as she descended deeper, she swam towards the direction of Xinbei City. The passenger ship was moored not far from Xinbei City, and Xue Tong's speed was so fast that only those skilled in water, like Ma Yuanjun, could keep up. Xue Tong saw schools of fish rapidly fleeing away from the direction of Xinbei City. Diving deeper, she reached the submerged streets of the city at night. During the day, the area had been crowded with countless zombies, now they were nowhere to be seen. Xue Tong noticed a bookstore called Liu Dao, its entrance collapsed with overturned counters blocking the way, leaving only a space half the height of a person to get through. After hesitating for a moment, Xue Tong entered the shop. Seeing Xue Tong vanish into the bookstore made Ma Yuanjun's scalp tingle, but he quickly followed after her. Xue Tong's suspicions proved correct. As soon as she entered the bookstore, she saw a shadow emerging hastily from the toppled bookshelves. Shining the flashlight, she revealed a ghastly pale face, Xia Fancy. Xue Tong immediately reached out to grab her, and Xia Fancy also extended her hand. Just before their fingers touched, Xia Fancy's eyes widened in panic as her body jerked backward, seemingly being pulled by something. Xue Tong sped up and caught Xia Fancy's hand, only to glimpse what was pulling her back. It wasn't any mutated species or an abnormal being, it was another woman. Chapter 020. With just a hurried glance, Xue Tong felt a great force pulling her forward to fall. The bookstore had an inner door, which was the place for the owner to rest and live in the store. She held onto Xia Fancy without letting go, so they were pulled in together. The room door was half open, with a fallen bookcase blocking it from closing. Xue Tong cleverly grabbed the doorframe to resist that great force. After a brief moment of hesitation, she felt the water around her form an irresistible vortex suction, which suddenly dragged her into the center of the whirlpool. The powerful water pressure from behind, combined with the suction, made her dizzy and disoriented, and she lost her grip on Xia Fancy. The scattered books flew up and struck Xue Tong, as streaks of blood spread in the water. In the chaos, Xue Tong didn't know what hit her and fainted. Ma Yuanjun caught up just in time to grab the unconscious Xue Tong, and they were both pulled into the deep waters of the whirlpool. There was a large hole near the inner door of the bookstore against the wall. Within seconds, the two of them disappeared through the hole. Non-water elemental people are affected by water pressure, and their diving depth is limited. Even after the apocalypse when equipment was scavenged, few had the specialized knowledge or training in this area. Furthermore, Xue Tong and Ma Yuanjun moved too fast. By the time Luo Haosha and Xiao Wu arrived, they were already gone. Xiao Wu gestured to Chen Ergo at the side of a taxi behind him, signaling to be careful. Luo Haosha didn't see Xue Tong or Ma Yuanjun and thought something was wrong, so he went inside the bookstore. The store was in disarray, with the whirlpool's gravity skillfully contained within the bookstore, unnoticed by those outside. Books and debris floated around, filling the space. Luo Haosha pushed aside obstacles as he ventured forward. He couldn't see the inner door but noticed a zombie hiding under the bookshelf instead. Its green eyes flickered in the dim water, swimming slowly toward him, its outstretched hands thin and seemingly breakable at a touch. Luo Haosha easily dodged and countergrabbed the creature, snapping its neck. The light in the zombie's eyes faded. Yet, more green lights appeared. Suddenly, someone pulled Luo Haosha. He turned back to see Xiao Wu, his eyes full of panic, pointing behind him. At some point, the zombies had surrounded the bookstore again. Those green lights shone like fireflies in a summer night, beautiful yet dangerous. After being sucked into the center of the vortex and tossed about, Ma Yuanjun almost lost hold of Xue Tong. It felt like being suddenly flung far before landing heavily underwater. Once the dizziness passed, he immediately carried Xue Tong upward. With a splash, Ma Yuanjun surfaced, breathing heavily, slapping Xue Tong's face. Hey, wake up. He calmed down only after confirming that Xue Tong was still breathing and then used a flashlight to examine the surroundings. High stone walls formed an arched doorway. The splashing sound during movement echoed. The path ahead seemed long, black, and without end. After swimming with Xue Tong for a while, Ma Yuanjun could feel the ground beneath his feet, the water level gradually receding from shoulder height to waist height. Thus, he began carrying Xue Tong on his back. All he heard were the sounds of splashing water and his own heavy breathing. Keeping vigilant, Ma Yuanjun felt steps beneath his feet. Upon climbing them, they finally left the water surface, reaching dry land. He roughly walked 3 to 5 meters. Ma Yuanjun leaned Xue Tong against the wall and looked ahead with his flashlight. They found themselves in a passage below the city with round arches carved from thick stone walls, and above the walls were rows of light tubes. Could this be an air raid shelter? Just as he wondered, Xue Tong woke up with a furrowed brow. Xue Tong coughed up some water, rubbing her slightly muddled head. Suddenly noticing a bright light shining towards her, she raised her hand to block it. Still alive? Asked Ma Yuanjun. Xue Tong glanced at him, confirming he was one of her group, then wiped the water off her face, her head pulsating with pain. Where are we? She frowned, asking, what happened to Xia Fanxi? You saw Fanxi? Ma Yuanjun squatted down, also frowning. Where? In the water. While explaining, Xue Tong touched the painful spot on the back of her head and discovered a hand full of blood, causing her to inhale a sharp breath of cold air. After hearing Ma Yuanjun's words, his expression turned grim. A woman? I've never seen her. Xue Tong silently took out supplies from her spatial storage to stop the bleeding and deal with her injury. Recalling the situation at that time, she said, I only saw half a face, long hair, quite terrifying, but not green eyes. It's well known that anyone with green glowing eyes is 100% a zombie. Could there be another group of people living in this water? Ma Yuanjun furrowed his brow, deep in thought. But weren't the zombies the ones who took Fanxi and your sister? Why would that woman drag Fanxi back? Unless they're working together, Xue Tong said, leaning on the wall to stand up. She looked around and pointed ahead at the dark passage. Where are we? It's possible we were washed into an air raid shelter beneath the city, which explains why there are people in the water besides us. Ma Yuanjun stood up beside her and also gazed forward. When the zombies appeared, if people reacted quickly enough, they could retreat into these shelters to take refuge. But those staying here didn't anticipate that the later tsunami would completely flood the entire Zunnan city. Xue Tong walked forward along the wall, speaking as she moved. I understand what you're saying, but do you really not have any intelligence on this topic? Ma Yuanjun replied with a dark expression. If I did, I would have already gone to save Fanxi. At the mention of Xia Fanxi, Xue Tong squinted slightly and glanced back at him. That scrutinizing look made Ma Yuanjun feel uneasy, prompting him to caution, what is it? Do you have a girlfriend? Is that a problem? Xue Tong asked. What problem? Ma Yuanjun scoffed and continued forward. I'm different from you, you're expendable, so your story ends when you die. I need to survive until the final chapter, practically settling in this world permanently. Thus, dating and having a girlfriend are relatively unrestricted for him. After all, the original storyline didn't assign such a character to him. After hearing this, Xue Tong felt a bit envious and looked at him longingly. What's the final chapter? You don't know? Ma Yuanjun was somewhat shocked. The script only gives lines to those involved in it, you should know that, Xue Tong humphed. I won't live to see the final chapter, so of course, I wouldn't know. Ma Yuanjun scratched his head. Fine, I'll tell you. The grand finale features the main male and female protagonists, along with the spares, saving the world by wiping out all the zombies and leading humanity into a new era. Xue Tong. So he and the female protagonist's backup men lived happily ever after. Ma Yuanjun nodded, keeping an eye on their surroundings while his expression remained serious. Now you know how tragic my friend's situation is, right? Speaking of which, there's even a side plot about me. Side plot of the male and female protagonists. No, the he, happily ever after, side plot of the protagonist and her spares. Hold on, if there's already a male protagonist, how can there be a happy ending for the male side characters too? Isn't that just a harem? That wouldn't pass censorship. Xue Tong was stunned. Any world with a harem plot will be toned down or harmonized away. Ma Yuanjun waved his hand to signal her to calm down and continued. This side plot is about several months later when everyone celebrates the arrival of the new era, indulging in a joyous banquet. Then the male side characters make passionate declarations of love to the heroine, willing to remain unmarried for life and only guard her. The heroine is deeply moved and takes advantage of her drunkenness to spend the night with them. Before Xue Tong could utter a swear word at this shocking turn of events, Ma Yuanjun added, the next morning, the male protagonist learned about this and became jealous. So the heroine consoles him, swearing lifelong loyalty only to him. To hell with him. Xue Tong clenched her teeth in frustration. The male protagonist couldn't monopolize the heroine and was heartbroken. Yet, he also felt unable to drive away the other male side characters because it would upset the heroine. So he decided to leave secretly. Xue Tong glared at him with anger. Ma Yuanjun chuckled. Why are you glaring at me like that? Even I feel dissatisfied for my brother's sake in this storyline. But there's nothing we can do about it, it's been determined in advance. We must stick to the plot until the end. He left. At this point, it's my turn to step in. When he leaves, I find the heroine and tell her how good my brother has been to her and how hurt he is now, Ma Yuanjun sighed. Then the heroine goes to console him, eventually assigning the 3 backups to defend other places. They only meet during holidays. After listening to this, Xue Tong was still angry. Her anger grew, but she had no outlet for it. She had always believed in completing her designated role and script regardless of what happened to others, especially the protagonists, none of it concerned her. Xue Tong indignantly muttered, why does it feel like the whole thing is torturing just him? You said it yourself, it's a female-centric novel. Ma Yuanjun shot her a sidelong glance. And each romance line within the story revolves around torture. You've already admitted it before, a torment romance novel. Shui Tong fell silent. An unexpected quiet settled between them, their footsteps echoing through the passage. As they kept walking, my Yuenjin suddenly said, "But you're right." "What?" "That it's all about torturing him." My Yuenjin said, "Even you are tormenting him." Shui Tong. It was too real. The little flame of anger in Shui Tong's heart suddenly went out. After walking for a while, they hadn't seen any living person or zombies. After walking about 100 meters, they only saw a tall iron gate blocking their way. Shui Tong slightly raised her head and looked at the sturdy iron gate in front of her, asking, "Do you have a key?" My Yuenjin replied grimly, "Do you see any keyhole on it?" There were no fancy patterns on the iron gate, no keyhole or password lock either. It was just like 2 blocks put together, completely blocking the way. Shui Tong looked around and said, "I have a rocket launcher, I can blow it up." My Yuenjin approached the iron gate and tapped on it. "I have one too, but if we really blow it up, the door might not open, but we will leave this beautiful world." Shui Tong sneered and said, "I wish to leave this world." "I can't, I have to save my girlfriend." My Yuenjin said seriously. The two studied the iron gate by knocking and tapping on it for a long time, but couldn't figure out anything. If it was truly an air raid shelter, then its door could only be opened by the switch inside. "Do you have a universal key?" My Yuenjin asked. Shui Tong replied, "Yes." My Yuenjin became envious and said resentfully, "Why do you have everything?" "It's probably because I won't live to see the grand finale." Shui Tong lazily said, taking out the universal key from her space and said, "It's one-time use, obtained from a rare treasure box, I only have 2. One use isn't a loss." My Yuenjin gestured for her to take action quickly. Shui Tong used the universal key prop on the iron gate. The system issued a red warning, indicating the prop was invalid. "Shui Tong." My Yuenjin asked, "What happened? Why doesn't it open?" "The prop is invalid, it cannot be used on it." Shui Tong kicked the iron gate in anger. "One-time use? Deduct my prop when it's invalid, you stingy scumbag league. If the prop is invalid, could this also be a door in the plot?" My Yuenjin frowned. "I'll bring Haosha over here. If the main character comes over to act out the plot, it should give some respect, right?" Shui Tong watched him walk a few steps and then turn back to tell herself, "You should come too." "Shouldn't someone stay behind to guard?" My Yuenjin said, "Guard what? There's only one way out. Besides, female zombie frogmen only grab women. If I return and find you gone, what should I do?" "That's true, they shouldn't split up under the current circumstances." Shui Tong followed him back to the water pit they came from. She used the water-based ability coupon again, saying before diving in, "There was water pressure and suction at the time, it felt like ability. It might be because you didn't let go, that's why it acted like that." My Yuenjin remembered that hole, the bookstore's hole should be directly connected to here. After entering the water, Shui Tong swam around underwater, and found that what my Yuenjin had said seemed not quite right. The area was too vast. How big was the bookstore's hole? Probably just enough for 2 people to pass through, but the water area below had no boundaries. In such underwater conditions, it was impossible to judge which direction would lead to the location of the bookstore. While Shui Tong and my Yuenjin were communicating with hand gestures underwater, they suddenly felt a terrifying water pressure coming from above. The rolling waves scattered the 2 of them apart. She was battered by the water pressure and rolling waves, and within the blink of an eye, she lost sight of where my Yuenjin had gone. This underwater darkness was far worse than in the city, but fortunately, she had zombie vision, allowing her to barely see her surroundings. This sensation reminded her so much of being pulled underwater by a whirlpool. Shui Tong stabilized herself and carefully observed her surroundings. If Luo Haosha and the others were lucky enough, perhaps they were also brought down by that whirlpool. It turned out that she was correct once again. In the churning water, Shui Tong saw 2 familiar figures. Luo Haosha held the red-haired man tightly, his face had turned red. He looked as if he were a dying fish helplessly flailing around trying to swim. Shui Tong immediately swam over, catching Haosha's gaze as she reached out. However, they were separated by the turbulent waves. The red-haired man saw her now, signaling frantically. He had run out of oxygen, relying entirely on holding his breath. Luo Haosha was in the same condition, both were on the brink of death. However, there were no breathing apparatuses in Shui Tong's possession. The rolling waves carried away Luo Haosha and the red-haired man, with each of them saved separately by Shui Tong and my Yuenjin. At that moment, Shui Tong instinctively swam toward Luo Haosha, grabbing his hand tightly and leaning down to kiss him. Close to Luo Haosha, who furrowed his brow intensely upon seeing her nearby. Without hesitation, Shui Tong began swimming toward the air raid shelter with him. The aquatic mutant swam underwater at great speed, and the brief time it took to pass her breath through a kiss was enough for her to bring Luo Haosha to the surface. However, Shui Tong never expected that on the way back, she would not only get separated from my Yuenjin, but also emerge in the wrong place. With a splash as she broke the water's surface, before she could even check on Luo Haosha, she noticed the glaring lights flashing along the passage. 3 zombie frogmen were crouching at the entrance of the channel, their green eyes coldly observing the 2 who had just kissed underwater. Chapter 021. That kiss, which was supposed to be a breath transfer, slowly turned ambiguous as one of them began to have other intentions. Before they could part, one of the frogman zombies opened his mouth and let out an angry howl. Luo Haoshi, who had been facing away from the tunnel entrance and hadn't noticed the situation immediately, became alert. He pulled Shuetong behind him and turned around to look. Shuetong, hiding behind his shoulder, scolded the 3 frogman zombies, What are you staring at? Don't you know that it's impolite to stare? Luo Haoshi pressed his lips together, flames rising in his palm. Xuetong's hand rested on his shoulder, her other finger pointing at the zombie with the open-mouthed howl, boastfully said, "Beat him up." Luo Haoshi. He felt momentarily confused, as if the two of them were back 4 years ago. She was still the audacious and unrestrained girl who hid behind him whenever she got into trouble after causing some mischief. The 3 frogman zombies all issued low warning growls. 2 of them had their hands on the ground, their backs slightly arched, ready to attack at any moment. As one of them gave a signal for attack, the frogman zombies quickly leapt towards the 2 along the wall of the passage. Once out of the water, Luo Haoshi reigned supreme. The frogman zombie jumping down from above aimed straight for Luo Haoshi's head, its wide-open mouth full of sharp teeth. Xuetong directly dived underwater, but Luo Haoshi caught the leaping frogman zombie, instantaneously wrapping it in flames. The searing pain made the frogman zombie howl in agony. If he had unleashed the flames right from the start, the frogman zombie wouldn't have gotten close to him. Since this creature possessed a certain level of intelligence, Luo Haoshi used its pitiful intelligence to trick it. The underwater frogman zombie was forced back by the water pressure manipulated by Xuetong, unable to get close to her. The seemingly gentle undulating water was actually extremely dangerous. In the water, Xuetong had the confidence to make the zombies completely unable to touch her, and she could remotely send out hydraulic pressure attacks to snap the frogmen's necks. The two worked flawlessly together, efficiently solving these 3 frogman zombies. After coming out of the water, Xuetong saw Luo Haoshi already ascending the steps, standing on dry ground looking at her. "We've lost track of Mei Yuanzhen," Xuetong said. "I didn't come through this passage before." From her position, she could see the path ahead curving, while the previous channel led straight. More importantly, there were no frogman zombies here. Luo Haoshi slightly pursed his lips and said, "Come up." Xuetong climbed up and took off her raincoat hood, shaking the water off her hands, looked up at the light bulbs above, whose flickering brightness was rather terrifying. The two exchanged information. Xuetong first recounted everything about how she arrived here, then listened as Luo Haoshi said, "We didn't see you when we entered the store, but instead, we were surrounded by a group of zombies. During the fight, an underwater whirlpool suddenly appeared, pulling us in with its suction. How did Hongfa get down?" Xuetong asked, somewhat puzzled. Luo Haoshi glanced at her and said, "He followed you down." Although Hongfa did not have superpowers, he possessed a kind of talent akin to superpowers, a danger early warning system. At the time, he always felt staying on the ship would be more dangerous, such unease making him restless. Even more astonishing was how it always came true. So Hongfa changed into diving gear and dove down anyway. Coincidentally, when he arrived, he just saved Xiao Wu, who was almost grabbed by zombies, and the two brothers approached Luo Haoshi and clung tightly to his leg. Hongfa's breathing apparatus was torn off during the struggle with zombies before being sucked into the whirlpool, so Luo Haoshi promptly gave him his own breathing apparatus. Then, both were swept into the whirlpool and carried by water waves into the underground waters. Xuetong muttered, "This kid is truly bold, daring to run around without having any special abilities." Luo Haoshi glanced around, lightly mocking under his breath, "What? Do you regret not saving him?" "I saw Mei Yuanzhen catching up," Xuetong casually replied, "and besides, I couldn't exactly kiss him, could I?" Luo Haoshi's movement paused, and Xuetong also realized what she had just said, her eyes widening as she looked at the man beside her. Fortunately, Luo Haoshi was now facing away from her, so neither could see each other's face, avoiding some embarrassment. Still, Xuetong fearlessly observed, noticing that the man's earlobes seemed slightly red. Ah, they really were red. Xuetong remembered that night from their youth, when Luo Haoshi carried her on the way home, the streetlights dimly illuminating only half of the boy's figure. After whispering her confession into his ear, the boy quietly blushed. Adorable and heart-stirring. The sudden silence made their heartbeats sound deafening, and at this moment the lights flickered again, causing both of them to look up simultaneously. The flickering light provided a new topic for conversation. Luo Haoshi said, "The power system here is still operational. Both Mei Yuanzhen and I thought this place was an urban shelter cave. Since the power system is active, it suggests there are living people residing inside." Xuetong smoothly picked up on the new topic. "But the light at the last tunnel entrance wasn't on, was it broken or?" Before she could finish her sentence, there was a sudden bang as a light tube exploded. Startled, Xuetong let out a yelp and immediately hid behind Luo Haoshi, grabbing his hand. Xuetong's hands were icy cold, but unlike the brightness of the previous frogman zombies, they were soft, filled with trust and reliance. When Xuetong leaned in, Luo Haoshi felt a slight tremble in his heart. After a silent moment, he did not push her away. He raised the flashlight and pointed it toward the ceiling, saying calmly, "It seems to be broken." Xuetong, caught off guard by the broken light tube, how embarrassing. Luo Haoshi took a step forward while speaking. Urban air raid shelters are not just used for emergencies, some parts are open during regular times, and citizens can visit for entertainment. The West Tulanea restaurant in Zunnan's air raid shelter is quite famous. In peacetime, almost all air raid shelters are used as storage spaces. Emergency shelters aren't something many would consider, and even fewer would use them. As Xuetong walked beside him, whether it was due to a lack of awareness or driven by security, she didn't let go of Luo Haoshi's hand, and Luo Haoshi also strangely neither reminded nor shook her off. "How do you know about Zunnan's West Tulanea restaurant in the air raid shelter?" Xuetong focused on the topic. Luo Haoshi replied indifferently, "There was a mention of it in the travel book when you once asked me where I planned to go during winter break. Xuetong. You talk too much. You ask too blindly. Yet after he said that, Xuetong did recall. At the time, she was still chasing after Luha Haoshi and had lured him into the bookstore under the guise of a study session. As she wandered between different categories of books, Luha Haoshi stayed in one place reading, patiently waiting for her. When Xuetong returned carrying several art albums, she saw that he was engrossed in what he was reading and curiously leaned over to ask, "What are you reading?" "A travelogue. Are you planning to go somewhere?" The young boy looked thoughtful while holding the book. "If you have somewhere you'd like to go, then go. I want to see where you plan to visit. I often go traveling across various worlds, various cities, and I'm an expert in this field." Xuetong flipped through the pages excitedly. Traveling requires a lot of preparation, local transportation, weather, and cultural aspects must all be understood. "I'll tell you, you just need to listen. Never mind, rather than doing homework, why don't you take me with you directly? I have money. Let me know if you're going somewhere during the winter break." She looked earnestly at the young boy. But the boy had long since been overwhelmed by her chattering and silently grabbed his bag, ready to leave. A lot of things Xuetong forgot, but Luha Haoshi constantly reviewed every detail of their shared memories. After Xuetong realized she was still holding Luha Haoshi's hand after finishing chatting aimlessly, she froze. That hand remained motionless, letting her do as she pleased. Xuetong gritted her teeth inwardly. After already having kissed him, what harm could there be in holding his hand? Besides, he hadn't forbidden it. With that thought, she became more at ease and decided not to let go. If Luha Haoshi didn't approve, he could have pulled away or wouldn't have allowed her to touch him in the first place. Xuetong cleared her throat, preparing to say something to shift the atmosphere stiffened by her realization. If both living humans and zombies are in this underground air raid shelter, would they be allies? She guessed aloud, zombies with intelligence, meaning self-awareness if humans cooperate with them. Before she finished, Luha Haoshi interrupted, zombies have an instinctive hunting mentality against humans. Even if they are mutated species or exceptional ones, the difference lies only in how they kill or when. The two walked along the curved passage, which wasn't any wider than the previous one. Most of the light tubes above were either shattered or simply unlit. The beam from the flashlight swayed in the tunnel as Xuetong intently observed the surroundings, continuing to listen to Luha Haoshi. "And the frogman zombies we've encountered so far, they appear in groups, have clear goals, making them more likely to be controlled, executing some sort of command." Xuetong's eyes lit up upon hearing this, as she had similar suspicions. "Hey, those are mutated kinds with crystal nuclei," Xuetong suddenly remembered and said, pulling Luha Haoshi's hand and pausing, "Don't you want one?" Luha Haoshi, expressionless, responded, "If you want it, go ahead. It's no use for me." Xuetong glanced back. 3 should be able to upgrade some abilities, right? Upon hearing this, Luha Haoshi looked down at her. "No use?" Xuetong just then realized what she had said. She inwardly cursed herself while maintaining a composed facade. "Yeah, my abilities aren't as strong as yours. Giving them to me would be a waste, wouldn't it?" She needed to end this conversation quickly. "If you don't want them, that's fine. Let's keep moving." "You were talking about the frogman zombies." Xuetong pulled on Luha Haoshi's hand to move forward but was startled when she felt him standing still. Turning around, she asked hesitantly, What's wrong?" Luha Haoshi pointed his flashlight downward, dimming the surroundings, but his dark eyes calmly focused on the woman before him. "Abilities only awaken on the day of the apocalypse." Luha Haoshi's melodious voice carried a hint of coldness. Xuetong replied, "Isn't there already one kind now? The crystal nuclei of anomalies can also grant abilities." Luha Haoshi gazed at her and said in a low tone, "It's true, but anyone who inherits an anomaly's crystal nucleus cannot then use the crystal to enhance their ability." Xuetong was shocked. She really didn't know this. "I swear, I haven't consumed any anomaly's crystal nucleus, nor did I know about this." Xuetong made a gesture with her other hand, looking astonished at Luha Haoshi. "But how do you know?" Not long ago, Luha Haoshi mentioned that the group led by DI might gain abnormal abilities by consuming anomaly crystals. This was just a possibility, indicating no definitive proof was available yet. Since the inheritance of such abilities hadn't been verified, how could he so confidently state that once inherited, one couldn't upgrade further through the crystal? Now, Xuetong became the one full of doubts. As Luha Haoshi noticed the surprise and contemplation in her eyes, he slowly withdrew his hand from hers, switched which hand held the flashlight, and lowered his gaze as he took steps forward. Chapter 022. Xuetong quickly caught up. "Hey, I won't ask anymore, don't be mad." Luha Haoshi ignored her. The sound of footsteps in the empty passage was somewhat grating. Further ahead, light could be seen. The tube in that section still worked. The space suddenly became much larger. Xuetong looked at the fork in front of her and fell into deep thought. It was T-shaped. A row of LED lights on the ceiling had a warm tone and were decorated with some patterns, looking quite exquisite. Both roads to the left and right had equally exquisite lamp decorations. There were even road signs lying on the ground, but because the side with words was pressed down, it was unknown what they said. Luha Haoshi looked left and right and chose the path on the right. When Xuetong followed up, she asked, "Should we go this way?" "There's water." Luha Haoshi answered. Xuetong carefully examined with her flashlight and indeed found water marks in the right passage, as if left by someone who had come out of the water completely drenched. It must have been either a zombie or a living person. As they walked further ahead, the Shitulan YA restaurant in the air raid shelter that Luha Haoshi mentioned earlier appeared before the two of them. At the entrance of the passage on the right, there were several connections visible. Looking through the first connection, One could see a long line of hot pot tables along both walls. There was space left in the middle for people to walk. The tables and chairs were fixed and still looked relatively orderly, but black and red bloodstains dragged across the ground showed that zombies had once been here. There was at least conflict that occurred here. The second connection was the kitchen, which was chaotic and filled with horrifying bloodstains everywhere. Shui Tong remarked while stepping back, it seems hiding underground didn't help them escape from the zombie attack. Luo Haosha continued walking forward. Shui Tong asked, were you thinking about coming here when you read the book? She brought up the old matter fearlessly. However, Luo Haosha graciously replied, no. Shui Tong touched her nose, thinking he killed the mood again. As the two continued walking, the tunnel walls became more colorful and fancy, dotted with painted artwork and festooned with colored string lights. At locations with steps, short wooden railings and seats were built. Some of the lights were still on, green, red, and blue beams blending together elegantly against the walls, rather artistic and elegant. Only when they saw the English sign at the end of the road did Shui Tong understand. This was an underground bar. That's why it was so artistic. The bar door was already gone, broken into glass shards on the ground, but standing at the entrance still revealed a faint smell of alcohol. The lighting inside was bright, but all the chairs and tables were overturned, scattered with broken glass from wine bottles. The decorative flower baskets had fallen to the floor as well. Just as Shui Tong was about to enter, she was abruptly pulled back by Luo Haosha's long arm and pushed against the wall. Surprised, she looked up and saw Luo Haosha frowning as he gazed into the bar. Hiding in the shadow at the doorway, Luo Haosha positioned himself to block the view from inside and cautiously observed a zombie frogman crawling out from under a table. Shui Tong quietly turned around and looked along with him. Their journey thus far had been exceptionally smooth. Though they remained vigilant, they hadn't encountered any mutants or other threats. When Shui Tong had just been about to enter, Luo Haosha spotted the frog zombie beneath the table and quickly pulled her back. This frog zombie seemed to be looking for something, occasionally glancing left and right, bending down now and then to peer beneath tables and chairs. Although the face of the frogman remained expressionless, Shui Tong noticed a hint of frustration in its eyes. Indeed, it proved to be quite volatile. After discovering that what it was looking for wasn't under the table, it kicked the nearby chair aside with a powerful foot. Listening to the sound of the chair cracking and breaking, Shui Tong blinked and stared as it moved towards the counter. What was it looking for? As soon as this question popped into Shui Tong's mind, a figure darted out from behind the counter, swinging a bottle of alcohol that shattered with a boom upon striking the zombie frogman. Drenched in vodka, the frog zombie let out an enraged roar and leapt towards the moving silhouette. It was a man dressed in a white medical robe. He appeared injured, sweating profusely. Forced backward by the zombie to the edge of the counter, he instinctively grabbed another bottle from the shelf and hurled it toward it. The frog zombie jumped to avoid it, landing on the counter in a squatting position resembling a frog, its eyes glowing green and glaring coldly at him, mocking his powerlessness. Having cornered its prey, the frog zombie didn't seem overly concerned. It even extended a hand menacingly toward the man. What a low-class zombie. Leaning back against the liquor cabinet, Jiang Gang could barely reach any remaining bottles. He assumed he'd met his end until he noticed the figure lurking behind the zombie. Hey! The crisp female voice caused the frog zombie to abruptly turn around, only to be met with a fierce flame that scorched its eyes. It howled and fell off the counter. Its body was already drenched in alcohol, and Luo Haosha's fire ignited it further. Shui Tong went in for the final blow, completely finishing it off and digging out a mutated crystal core from its heart. Jiang Gang finally sighed in relief, sliding down against the liquor cabinet. His legs trembling weakly, he had no strength to stand up for now. With a bitter smile, he looked up at Luo Haosha behind the counter and said slightly gratefully, "Thank you." "Are you all right?" asked Luo Haosha. "I've sustained some injuries, but it's nothing serious." Jiang Gang shook his head, wiped his glasses clean, put them back on, and said, "My name is Jiang Gang. Are you people from the first floor?" The mention of first floor startled Shui Tong, who had just risen holding the crystal core, prompting her gaze toward him in slight surprise. "First floor?" Luo Haosha raised an eyebrow. Confused by his lack of understanding as well, Jiang Gang appeared momentarily bewildered and his expression turned odd. Where are you from then?" "From the surface," replied Luo Haosha calmly. Bright light flashed in Jiang Gang's eyes. "Are you people from Baidu base?" "No," Luo Haosha coldly answered. "Are you part of Baidu?" "I guess so." Jiang Gang hesitated. Luo Haosha pulled over a chair by the bar counter and sat down, his composed look silently urging Jiang Gang to continue speaking in a somewhat domineering manner. "A year ago, when my teacher and I came to Zunnan for investigation, we ran into the deputy team from Baiheng chasing after an Ikei. They were injured, and just happened to be saved by me and my teacher." Jiang Gang paused briefly to choose his words before saying, "Because it was an Ikei, my teacher was highly interested and wanted to follow them. The deputy insisted we had to join their group if they were going to take us along. So that made them technically members of Baiheng." "Was the Ikei they chased ice attribute?" asked Luo Haosha. Jiang Gang nodded, guessing aloud. "Could it be that you're here for it too?" "Something like that," responded Luo Haosha. "While searching for the Ikei, we discovered this underground air raid shelter, along with a large amount of supplies stored below. During the transfer, we were surrounded by dozens of frogman zombies." As Jiang Gang recounted his story, Shui Tong looked left and right and tiptoed to grab 2 cups, filling them with wine from a bottle she snatched from inside the bar. She poured one for Luo Haosha with a brilliant smile and handed it to him. Luo Haosha glanced at her but didn't make any moves. She then poured herself a glass, just about ready to drink it, when Luo Haoshe preempted her and took the bottle away. Shui Tong stared questioningly at this action. Jiang Gang wasn't paying attention to the subtle interaction between them. He chuckled bitterly and explained, "These frogmen aren't like any of the mutants I've encountered before. Not only do they have distinct forms, but their behaviors are sophisticated. They're highly trained and can even divide labor among themselves. Several of them even have excellent fighting skills. They blocked our way, forcing us to keep running deeper in. Most people perished. The man we saved initially protected both me and my teacher, helping us find an escape route. But coincidentally, a tsunami erupted on the surface that day. As I'm not a water element ability user, I couldn't breathe underwater for long enough, so I wasn't able to leave that way." Interrupting, Shui Tong questioned, "What's your ability?" Looking at her, Shui Tong smiled faintly, pointing at herself and said, "I'm water type. It may sound hard to believe, but mine is healing type." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Gang supported himself against the knees to stand, approaching the bar counter. He stretched out his hand towards Luo Haoshe's face and said, "For minor wounds like this, I can instantly heal them." Jiang Gang's hand got close to Luo Haoshe's face but did not touch it. However, Luo Haoshe felt a wave of coolness, and the scratches inflicted underwater by floating debris healed immediately. "No, rather than healing, it's more of a regression, reverting the state back to before the injury occurred," mused Jiang Gang. Lifting his gaze, Luo Haoshe remarked, "Not bad." However, Shui Tong, cupping the empty glass in her hands, blinked confusedly at Jiang Gang. What a coincidence. Jiang Gang, previously a doctor before the apocalypse, now possessed the healing ability. Isn't this the heroine's exclusive healer, one of the 3 male supports, the gentle physician? This scene was exhilarating. The protagonist meeting the supporting actor earlier than planned. Why save him? You should have let the zombie bite him earlier. Unsure whether Luo Haoshe would regret this decision later, Shui Tong thought she should drink some wine to calm herself down and glanced at the bottle confiscated by Luo Haoshe. Quietly extending her hand while they were conversing only for Luo Haoshe to give her a glance, causing her to withdraw her hand once more. Annoyance. You have no idea what I'm going through. Let me have a drink to calm my nerves. What's the problem with that? Shui Tong held the cup tightly, trying her best not to crush it. Currently, its effect is quite limited, only able to heal some minor external injuries. Fractures and such are beyond its capability, Jiang Gang said, also picking up a cup and grabbing the bottle of alcohol opened by Shui Tong beside him to pour himself a drink. It seemed like he needed something to calm his nerves too. The air raid shelter has 2 levels. My teacher and I stayed on the 2nd level. The first level here has already been occupied by zombies. Jiang Gang took a sip of wine and fully calmed down, continuing to speak politely and gently. After my teacher and I retreated to the 2nd level, we spent every day looking for an exit. At first, for unknown reasons, zombies wouldn't go up to the 2nd level, so they basically just stayed active on the 1st level. Until recently, more and more zombies gradually made their way to the 2nd level. My teacher and I could no longer hide, we had to find a way to leave. Jiang Gang's voice sank low at this point. If it wasn't for me, relying on my teacher's water-type ability, he could have left long ago. Luo Haoshe said, "Is your teacher named Zhu Shanding?" Jiang Gang was momentarily stunned. "Yes, how do you?" "We encountered Zhu Shanding being attacked by zombies in the water while looking for the Yi Kuei. When we saved him, it was already too late. He mutated after death." Luo Haoshe spoke neither fast nor slow, calmly recounting the event. Jiang Gang's eyes immediately reddened. After giving him a few seconds to grieve, Luo Haoshe asked again, "Are you two the only living humans underground here?" "It should be, at least before you all arrived. I've never seen anyone else." Jiang Gang took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "It's also because I haven't seen my teacher for a long time, so I rashly came up 1 level to look for him." "Then during this time, did you see that Yi Kuei?" As Luo Haoshe was asking the question, he reached out and caught Shui Tong's hand trying to steal the alcohol, pushing it back to her. Angry, Shui Tong threw the crystal core she was holding into Jiang Gang's glass of wine, glaring at him as he looked over in surprise, saying, "Eat it. Right now, immediately. To enhance your power and quickly become the strongest human doctor, and then I'll put all my effort into teasing the protagonist who won't let me drink." Chapter 23. Jiang Gang was a bit stunned by Shui Tong's words. He then looked down, somewhat shyly saying, "How can I possibly accept this?" Shui Tong. "Wait a moment, are you really the type to be this bashful?" "No need for formalities," Luo Haoshe said calmly, tossing a few crystals from his body into Jiang Gang's cup and pushing it over. "You don't have any attack skills, so you can't compete with mutated species to obtain crystal cores, which is why you haven't been able to upgrade your abilities. I'll give you these crystals to upgrade your ability, and you follow us." Jiang Gang paused at the sound of Luo Haoshe's voice. "I have a companion who has been dragged down here by zombies. I'll need your help to guide the way. She may have been injured, so she might also require your assistance for treatment. I could naturally help out, but I fear." Jiang Gang seemed hesitant. "It's fine even if you cannot," said Luo Haoshe calmly. After hearing this, Jiang Gang gave him a glance, grabbed the cup, and drank it all in one go. "Shui Tong, what is this bizarre twist? Are you trying to recruit a rival as an underling?" Shui Tong widened her eyes as she stared at Luo Haoshe. Luo Haoshe tilted his head and asked, "Is he now satisfactory?" Shui Tong meekly replied, "I was just making a joke. You didn't let me drink it, but you let him. That's preferential treatment on your part." Luo Haoshe played with the cup, casually answering, "Didn't you say you wanted to make it up to me?" Are you unable to withstand not drinking alcohol? After hearing this, Shui Tong released the cup as a sign of surrender. Jiang Gang was currently concentrating on sensing the changes within his body, clenching his fists tightly on the bar. The wounds he had sustained while hiding from zombies had silently disappeared. He took a deep breath, his eyes glinting with excitement as he said, "The feeling from these crystal cores is very unique. We will research them more in the future." Standing up, Luo Haosha said, "Let's go find people first." The three left the bar and continued moving forward. Luo Haosha informed Jiang Gang about his purpose for going underwater and also mentioned the group that had gotten separated, including Ma Yuanjun. According to what Jiang Gang had said, Ma Yuanjun and the others were likely on the second floor. Shui Tong asked, "Besides going underwater, is there another route leading to the second floor?" Jiang Gang nodded, saying, "In the warehouse area I came up from there, but if zombies captured your friend, they would probably still be on the first floor." Adjusting his glasses, he quietly said, "Occasionally, when I secretly came up, I could hear women screaming. Following those sounds, I discovered large numbers of zombie frogmen blocking the road." Both Shui Tong and Luo Haosha frowned simultaneously. "There are many, the entire passage is filled with them." Jiang Gang looked at both of them. "With just the three of us, it seems we won't be able to get through." But Luo Haosha replied, "We'll see when we arrive there." He wasn't someone who would simply give up after only hearing about the situation. Shui Tong followed Luo Haosha, thinking this could be the protagonist's storyline, so she decided not to interfere too much. Jiang Gang led the way ahead. A little further along is the grand auditorium. Beyond it lies the usual gathering place for zombies. The trio hurriedly set off. As Shui Tong moved, the raincoat she wore emitted a rustling friction sound. After walking for a while, she felt that this sound might affect their performance, so she removed it and folded it up. Just as she was about to stuff it into her pocket, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and immediately turned around. The light illuminated the corridor, everything appeared normal. "Maybe I'm overthinking this." Shui Tong lifted her hand to touch her hair, then turned back around. She had barely taken a few steps when a shrill gunshot rang out, 3 consecutive shots. Jiang Gang stopped immediately, surprised, asking, "Who fired the gun?" This was a good question. Perhaps intelligent mutant creatures could indeed fire guns. Luo Haosha listened carefully and said, "It's up ahead." Then quickened his pace. The gunfire persisted. It must either be Ma Yuanjun or Di Laro Da's group. Secretly, Shui Tong hoped they'd encounter Ma Yuanjun and the red-haired one. However, as soon as the three reached the entrance of the auditorium Jiang Gang had mentioned, several familiar figures came sprinting towards them, shouting, "Block them! Stop them from coming!" Another shouted, "Fuck, who can stop them?" There were 4 entrances to the grand auditorium, and this group had just come rushing out from the opposite side. Leading the charge was Old Six Son, Chen Ergo carrying an injured brother Di covered in blood, Xiao Wu and the other 2 shooting to cover their retreat. Before the groups could exchange even a simple greeting, they were astonished by the densely packed zombie frogmen chasing closely behind Xiao Wu and the others. "Brother Sha!" Seeing Luo Haosha brought joy to Xiao Wu's face, and he called out loudly as Luo rushed to assist. As Shui Tong was about to hesitate whether to call Luo Hao for help while protecting the fragile medic Jiang Gang, a familiar voice came from the connecting entrance on the left. "Save me. It's pulling my pants and won't let go. Are your pants more important than your life? Just take them off and run." Easier said than done, but if I take them off, it'll just be even more eager for my flesh. The voices of Ma Yuanjun and the redhead reached Shui Tong's ears, causing her eyes to twitch slightly. These two had also unfortunately led a group of frog zombie toward the auditorium entrance in a mad rush. Ma Yuanjun was firing shots to cover the red-haired man who, in the cold weather, was tragically running bare-chested in nothing but his underwear. When he saw Shui Tong ahead, he nearly burst into tears. "Boss, save me, those bastards stole my pants." Jiang Gang looked at Shui Tong with a complicated expression. What should have been a tense life-and-death situation turned out unexpectedly light-hearted. Shui Tong, expressionless, pulled out her gun and said, "Don't look at me, I don't know him, and I don't know who this so-called boss is." The 3 groups converged in such an exciting yet stressful manner. Shui Tong guarded the redhead and told him to hide with Jiang Gang, annoyed as she said, "You blackguard. Each one of you brought a whole nest of zombies along, can't you learn to be more professional like me?" Not a single one stuck to me. The swarm of zombies blocked all 3 entrances, trapping them in the center of the auditorium. There was only one entrance left, and everyone instinctively ran towards it, only to see a gaunt figure slowly rising from the ground in the flickering light, cold mist spreading into the hall. A faint crunching sound was heard as the frost rapidly spread throughout the auditorium, covering the walls, chairs, and even the lights with a thin layer of icy coldness. The frog zombies growled and retreated to avoid the creeping ice, guarding the 3 entrances as they stared coldly with greenish eyes at the cluster of living people huddled together. Sun Laroliu took a step back in surprise, but the ice swept over the ground, freezing his feet and making him immovable. The redhead was terrified and stammered, "WH, what kind of thing is this?" Xiao Wu stuttered in response, "A Beamon monster." Ma Yuanjun glared at Shui Tong, "You're the real blackguard. The tail that's attached to us is even scarier than ours." Shui Tong retorted, "I followed Luo Haosha when I moved. Could this possibly be Luo Haosha's fault? It must be the protagonist's fault." Both of them glanced at Luo Haosha. In contrast to everyone else's shock and fear, Luo Haosha remained very calm, showing no trace of panic on his sharp face. Flames flickered under his feet, breaking free from the ice binding him, and the fire spread to others' feet, allowing them to move freely again. The frail figure paused at the entrance. With the ample light in the hall, everyone could clearly see its true appearance. It was a woman with long hair. She retained the form of a human, her green eyes glowing with an eerie cold light. Her body was slim, the skin exposed outside her clothes had a bluish-purple hue, and there were raised veins visible on her face. She grinned widely at Luha, her expression filled with excitement and murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, the strange creature charged forward and engaged in combat with Luha. Their clash between ice and fire made for quite a spectacle. This strange creature had rich experience fighting humans and was evenly matched with Luha. Seeing everyone watching, my Yuenjin cursed, "What are you standing there for? Come and help." Chen Ergo handed Di Laro Da to Xiao Wu to carry and joined the battle. Xue Tong couldn't use her powers too much in front of the protagonist group. It would be hard to explain, especially to Luha. Had it not been related to being against or entangled with the protagonist group, she might as well throw nuclear weapon systems at the zombies without any interference. Now, she only protected the redhead and Jiang Gang, unable to recklessly join Luha's side. While firing her gun, Sun Laoliu harshly scolded, "Damn it, if it weren't for chasing you bitches, we wouldn't have ended up here. Get up and kill this monster, then our work will be done." However, catching this cunning strange creature was not easy. At first, it seemed to enjoy being chased by a group of people. But after getting hit by a coordinated shot from Luha and his team, it became angry. The strange creature showed its teeth, revealing its menacing face and whistled. The frog zombies that had retreated to the entrances roared and charged forward as if receiving an order. Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Shit. Cheating." Calling for backup. With the mass influx of frog zombies joining the fray, the situation quickly turned disadvantageous for Luha and his team. A member of Sun Laoliu's group was accidentally caught by a zombie, who bit into his wrist, emitting a painful scream. Within seconds, the man was overwhelmed and devoured by the frog zombies. There was no time to mourn or be angry about the death of their companion. The remaining people had to focus all their attention on dealing with the current crisis. Xue Tong tossed a gun to Jiang Gang and said, "If you don't know how to use it, ask the person next to you." Jiang Gang looked at her in surprise while holding the gun. Are you Doraemon?" "Xue Tong. What kind of character is this? He's not just gentle but also a little dazed. That's called spatial, you wouldn't understand. Can you shoot? If not, I'll teach you. First release the safety then load the chamber." In the perilous moment, Jiang Gang learned how to shoot quickly, though his accuracy was abysmal. "Who are you shooting at?" My Yuenjin turned around angrily, almost hit by the bullet. Jiang Gang didn't have time to apologize before a zombie nearby lunged at him, and in panic, he fired another shot, which missed again. The redhead grimaced, "Buddy, give me the gun." "Forget it, I'll protect you." In the chaotic melee, wild shots were the most dangerous. Even worse, Xue Tong saw that the strange creature had picked up the gun that had fallen on the ground. It grinned eerily, aiming at Luha, who was tangled up with the frog zombies. When my Yuenjin saw this, his pupils contracted sharply, shouting immediately, "Haosha, behind you." Before even fully processing my Yuenjin's shout, Xue Tong's body moved faster than her mind, already running toward Luha. The strange creature fired a shot. As Luha turned back, all he saw was a figure throwing him to the ground, narrowly avoiding the fatal bullet. However, this action plunged them deep into the horde of frog zombies. That unfortunate scene from years ago replayed itself once more. Both were trapped in a desperate situation, surrounded by zombies. Luha looked down at Xue Tong pressed beneath him, his eyes dark and intense as the blazing fire enveloped both of them. Just as he pulled her up, the strange creature fired another shot. Stimulated by the smell of blood, the frog zombies disregarded the scorching flames, charging forward one after another. In the past, Xue Tong had, without hesitation, pushed Luha into the zombie horde for the sake of the plot progression. This time, Xue Tong only cared about keeping him alive, so she pushed him out reflexively. The bullet struck her shoulder, its impact causing her to stagger backward. Several frog zombies grabbed her, ready to tear her apart, when the icy layer beneath her feet suddenly cracked open. Before she could react, she fell through, losing balance. All these events happened in the blink of an eye. Luha watched helplessly as the icy crack sealed shut instantly, unleashing the flames long hidden deep within his eyes. Chapter 024. The massive fire engulfed the entire hall avenue, and the frog zombie let out shrill screams as they rolled and fell in the flames. The ice layer melted, and Yi Kuei, who was rapidly moving and firing at the crowd, continuously triggered ice attacks, but they were utterly ineffective in the roaring flames. It realized something was wrong, whistled again to signal the frog zombies to retreat, and also retreated to the entrance of the passage, preparing to leave. However, there was a pair of eyes watching it from the fiery blaze. The surging flames roared like a dragon and pursued it relentlessly. Yi Kuei's escape was rather embarrassing. My Yuenjin shouted amidst the flames, "Haosha, calm down, wait. The others can't withstand such high temperatures." The red-haired man gritted his teeth, pounding on the ground with his gun while shouting, boss, answer me. Perhaps he has dropped to the next level, we can go through the warehouse." Jiang Gang shouted too. Chen Ergang approached Luha despite the scorching heat, patting him on the shoulder and said, "If you want to save people, stop first." Luha turned his head and looked at him. Chen Ergang was startled at heart and subconsciously withdrew his hand out of fear. That one glance felt very strange, easily stirring up an unnamed terror deep within him, causing him to submit to the owner of those eyes under the rule of fear. a look of arrogance above all, despising all beings. This wasn't the Luo Haosha he knew. But that was just a fleeting moment. When Chen Ergang came to his senses and looked again, Luo Haosha wiped off the blood on his face and asked Jiang Gang with a sinister gaze after reining in the terrifying flames, "Where is the way down?" Xue Tong was woken by the cold. She leaned against the icy wall, her shoulder having been shot, left untreated, covered in blood, cold and painful, wishing to lose consciousness as soon as she regained it. However, Xue Tong immediately became alert. No one else could see it, but in the instant she fell, she felt someone pulling her down. Whoever could use Ikue's ice-based abilities this way was undoubtedly Ikue's accomplice. Xue Tong was drenched in cold sweat, her previously dry clothes soaked with sweat and blood. As she was about to take out her universal medicine from the space and give herself a shot, the scene before her shocked her so much that she even forgot the pain. It looked like a storage room, spacious with dim lighting, making the black dome seem incredibly high, almost endless. The white-silver threads stood out extremely in the dimness, densely covering 2/3 of the entire room, akin to a giant spiderweb. Even if it were merely a colossal spiderweb, it wouldn't have frightened Xue Tong into being stunned. What terrified her was what was hanging on the web. Dozens of white cocoons hung from silver threads on the web, and the heads exposed from the cocoons were women's faces full of suffering. Some had tightly furrowed brows, their features twisted, some had wide-open mouths as if trying to breathe desperately like a person about to suffocate, others had completely crumpled faces where eyes and noses were unrecognizable, like they had no face. Each face was brimming with pain and fear, forming a grotesque and horrifying image alongside the giant web and the white cocoons. The excruciating pain brought Xue Tong back to her senses, forcing a muffled groan from her lips. Leaning against the corner not reached by the web, she subdued her inner terror, took out the universal medicine, and gave herself a shot. At the time, things happened too hastily, her body reacting faster than her mind. Xue Tong bit her lips hard from the pain. If she hadn't pushed Luo Haosha, the bullet would have directly hit his head. Would he still be alive then? Even the protagonist might have trouble surviving that, right? The plot would begin in 4 years, and Luo Haosha was still in his growth phase. The book only mentioned this briefly without detailed description. Who knows what he'd go through in the remaining 4 years? Xue Tong injected the medicine into her body, put away the injector, and quickly felt the pain subside. The bullet lodged in her shoulder was expelled and landed on the ground with a soft thud. She picked up the bullet with her hand. Xue Tong silently gazed at the bloody bullet in her palm, reminiscing over the situation then and quietly slipping it back into the space. She rose, leaning against the wall, and barely walked a few steps when she saw Xia Fancy and Jiao Wen lying nearby. Xue Tong went forward for a check, no injuries found, they seemed to have simply fainted. Both of them were here, so where was my sister? Worried by the absence of Shung Fu, Xue Tong attempted to wake Xia Fancy. However, a creak was heard as a glaring light shone in from the door, directly facing her. Squinting, she turned around and saw Shung Fu running toward her, crying, "Qingyan." Yet, Xue Tong's attention was on the figure behind Shung Fu. That was a tall, slim woman dressed in black leather pants and jacket. Her long hair was tied back into a high ponytail. Although it wasn't loose, Xue Tong immediately recognized her as the woman she had seen underwater. The leather-clad woman looked at Xue Tong and laughed sarcastically, "You woke up pretty fast." From her tone alone, Xue Tong only had one thought, she meant no good. Shung Fu and Xia Fancy were different. Their hair was disheveled, their bodies were injured, there were red handprints on their faces, and their lips were chapped and bleeding, making them look very unsightly. Xue Tong touched her face, feeling disbelief. Had her sister not been bitten by zombies but beaten by living people? "Qingyan, are you alright?" Shung Fu asked with a worried expression. When she saw the bloodstains on her shoulder, she started to cry out loud, "Who did this? Who did this? Tell mommy, I won't let them go unpunished." The leather-clad woman mocked, "Madwoman." Xue Tong took a deep breath, pushed Shung Fu behind her, and stared at the woman by the door. The leather-clad woman closed the door again, plunging the room back into dimness. "Did you see your beloved daughter? She got shot in the shoulder. If not treated in time, she'll die from excessive blood loss." "Shung Fu, how does it feel to watch your own daughter die slowly?" The leather-clad woman strolled towards the two women, twirling a thin iron whip in her hands, looking at the Shung sisters with an intriguing gaze. Shung Fu protected Xue Tong in front of her, glaring at her fiercely, "Don't come near us." "Hot-headed, huh?" The leather-clad woman sneered coldly, swinging the whip once. "Looks like you haven't had enough beating." Shung Fu flipped herself over Xue Tong's body, enduring the whip strike on her back. Pain caused tears to flow down her cheeks. Xue Tong raised her head and watched her, tears dropping onto her face and sliding down to her neck. "Don't you dare hit my daughter, you nasty woman, get away." Shung Fu roared. "Crazy person." The leather-clad woman sneered coldly and swung the whip again. Shung Fu wouldn't let go of Xue Tong. Her back had already been whipped raw. When another whip struck, Xue Tong pushed Shung Fu away and took the lash herself, causing her to clench her teeth in pain. "Enough. What's the point of picking on a crazy person?" Xue Tong glanced at the leather-clad woman. "Or do you know her? Have some bad history with her?" Shung Fu was too wounded to have much strength left, falling to the ground when pushed, struggling even to stand up. She was still mumbling her daughter's name. She needed to figure out what was going on. What were these spiderwebs and human cocoons all about? And what did they have to do with Shung Fu? The leather-clad woman glanced at the almost dead Shung Fu, then at Xue Tong who was severely injured, deciding there was no threat, thus behaving more arrogantly. "Do you want to know?" She came close to Xue Tong, roughly poking her wound on her shoulder, pressing so that blood flowed out again. Xue Tong groaned softly, sweat dripping off her forehead, her face gradually turning pale. Yet she looked at the leather-clad woman and smiled faintly. Even when dying, shouldn't we die with understanding? When a beautiful person smiled, it could be sweet, touching the heart, but unfortunately, the leather-clad woman particularly disliked those prettier than her. Sorry, I'm not letting you die peacefully. The leather-clad woman grabbed her collar and dragged Xue Tong towards the giant spiderweb. Shung Fu stretched out her trembling hand, struggling to say, "Why, you, leave her alone." The leather-clad woman suddenly stopped, staring at one of the cocoons above her, muttering, "Trouble." Xue Tong looked up and saw the woman inside the cocoon shaking her head from side to side, making the sound of bones moving. Her teeth chattered as though her whole body trembled. The bone-cracking sounds echoed in the air, combining with the horrifying scene before their eyes, which was unsettling enough to cause a sudden chill in their spines. Her face crumpled, distorted painfully as she suddenly opened her mouth wide. The leather-clad woman released Xue Tong and quickly sidestepped to avoid her. A hissing sound emerged. White silk lines spewed out from the woman's mouth, coiling on the ground in circles, exuding white mist along with a putrid smell. It smelled like rotting flesh, nearly making Xue Tong vomit. The white silk threads eventually gathered into a new human cocoon. As if finished spitting, the woman slowly closed her mouth, raising her head again. The pain seemed to never fade away. Seeing Xue Tong widened her eyes inspecting the new cocoon on the floor, the leather-clad woman mocked, "Take a good look, that's your destiny. Don't rush, soon I will hang you there too." Through gritted teeth, Xue Tong asked, "Who made you do this? You're not worthy of knowing." The leather-clad woman, proud, walked past her to the cocoon on the floor, pulling out a knife and cutting from top to bottom. A dark blue hand reached out from within, tearing the cocoon apart completely. The head of the frogman emerged from the cocoon, his back slightly bent as he slowly straightened up. His green eyes shone brightly as he looked at Xue Tong and growled low, attempting an attack. "Get out," the leather-clad woman ordered. Upon hearing this, the frogman zombie quickly ran towards the door and left obediently. Xue Tong was stunned. She had never expected that frogman zombies came into being like this. Could these even be considered zombies? Scared? The leather-clad woman half smiled, half sneered as she looked at Xue Tong, squatting down and pinching her chin. "Why are you afraid? They are going to be your children soon. How could you be afraid of them?" Xue Tong said, "You actually use live people to create zombies. Zombies are originally people. There's nothing strange about this." The leather-clad woman sneered, pulling her up and walking toward the spiderweb. "There are zombies all over the streets outside. Aren't they all turned from people? Among them are your parents, brothers, friends, and neighbors. If humans eventually become zombies, then why shouldn't humans themselves create zombies?" Xue Tong thought it wasn't Shung Fu who was crazy, but this leather-clad woman. Zombies are humanity's children. They need a legitimate and dignified birth. The leather-clad woman chuckled strangely as she looked down at her. "You should feel honored to accept the great power and become their mother. Why don't you do it yourself?" Xue Tong laughed coldly. The leather-clad woman's face suddenly darkened. She slapped her with the back of her hand and angrily shouted, "Don't get too cocky. What you conceived is just a defective one." Before she could make another move, she was held by the leg by Shung Fu. Shung Fu, her face covered in blood, looked at Xue Tong. "Qing Yin. Hurry, run." The leather-clad woman laughed in fury, kicking her instead and lashing her with the whip, hatingly saying, "Madwoman, you lost that great person's child. Do you think you'll still survive?" However, Shung Fu tightly hugged her legs, even using the two pitiful green vines. Xue Tong watched silently as Shung Fu was repeatedly kicked and beaten by the leather-clad woman. She wiped her mouth with a light sigh, got rid of her vulnerable appearance, and stood up. She had originally intended to let the leather-clad woman think she was severely injured so as to relax and talk. She didn't expect this woman to hate Shung Fu so much. "Hey," Xue Tong called her attention. "Do you think you can still survive after beating my sister like this?" The leather-clad woman paused for a moment, surprised and turning back, looking puzzled. "What did you say?" Xue Tong narrowed her eyes, smirked, and when she raised her hand, the leather-clad woman was caught off guard by the iron whip, causing her to stumble toward her opponent. With the whip now in Xue Tong's hand, she raised it to strike the leather-clad woman a resounding slap. This slap made the leather-clad woman dizzy, and she dropped the whip as she fell to the ground. "You!" The leather-clad woman glared furiously, yelling, "Find death." Holding the whip in her hand, Xue Tong noticed a cold white mist slowly rising around the leather-clad woman as she stood again. Just like when she fought against the Yeek, supernatural creature, the red-clothed woman possessed ice abilities, which was why she could work together with the Yeek to take Xue Tong away. With rage clouding her judgment, the leather-clad woman had no intention of showing mercy. She only wanted to kill Xue Tong out of anger and resentment. Several sharp ice spears flew at her with a wave of her hand. Unexpectedly, Xue Tong waved her hand as well, summoning the same number of ice spears. The leather-clad woman gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Impossible, how could you?" Before she could finish, Xue Tong threw the whip at her. The leather-clad woman tried to escape but found her feet frozen solid at some point. The whip struck her squarely in the face, eliciting a painful scream from the leather-clad woman as she erected an ice wall to block Xue Tong. But an unexpected burst of fire dispersed the ice wall completely. The leather-clad woman widened her eyes in terror, staring at Xue Tong emerging from the flames. Another whip struck her, sending her flying across the room. Screaming as she fell to the ground covered in blood, the leather-clad woman stared fearfully at Shui Tong as she approached, retreating backward. How do you possess so many superpowers? Who exactly are you? Shui Tong stood tall before her, looking down at her. The whip coiled around the leather-clad woman's neck, yanking her dog-like under her foot. Who am I? Shui Tong lightly pinched her chin, leaning close to whisper in her ear, you're not worthy to know. Chapter 025. The leather-clad woman was strangled by an iron chain around her neck, gasping and emitting hoarse growls but unable to utter a single complete word. Shui Tong stared into her eyes and saw fear there, laughing as she said, look at you trembling like this. What would happen if I really left you hanging up there? She gripped the leather-clad woman's chin and turned her face towards the web. Do you feel afraid when you look at them? The leather-clad woman's face flushed red, revealing a pleading look in her eyes as she looked at Shui Tong. Shui Tong slightly eased her grip and asked, you know my sister. Do you know why she has become like this now? The leather-clad woman clutched her throat with both hands and struggled to reply, no, but please, let go. Let go. No way, Shui Tong smiled ambiguously, it doesn't matter if you don't want to tell me. I'm not desperate to know anyway. But your life is definitely over. She pressed the blade of her knife close to the leather-clad woman, who was terrified, constricting her pupils, forcing herself to crane her neck and exclaim, it's the Corpse King. Just after uttering these 3 words, the leather-clad woman started convulsing with whites of her eyes rolling back. A strange growl came from her throat, and white spider silk began oozing out of her mouth, which frightened Shui Tong so much that she immediately stepped back. The spider silk quickly wrapped the leather-clad woman entirely into a cocoon. Frowning as she watched, Shui Tong dared not approach rashly. At this moment, she heard Shung Fu screaming in pain and hurriedly turned to look back. Shung Fu appeared to have been shocked by the sight of the person turning into a cocoon, hugging her head painfully while screaming. Sister. Shui Tong sighed helplessly and moved forward to console her. The 3 words spoken by the leather-clad woman before troubled Shui Tong. Corpse King, the Zombie King. Wasn't that supposed to be the boss that the male and female protagonists in the future had to fight? Shui Tong helped Shung Fu up from the ground, wiping the blood off her face with her sleeve, and whispered softly, don't worry, stand up first, let me check where you're injured. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Shung Fu frown fiercely, ceasing her screams. Her fallen hair obscured Shung Fu's face as she slowly raised her head and extended her hand towards Shui Tong. Shui Tong froze. Shung Fu's eyes were red-rimmed, tears shimmering at the bottom of her eyes. For a moment, Shui Tong thought her sister was regaining lucidity. But in the next instant, Shung Fu raved, burn it, burn it, burn it. What should be burned? Shung Fu pointed at the leather-clad woman cocoon nearby. Burn her? Suddenly, Shung Fu whirled around and pointed furiously at the cocoon suspended at the highest point of the web, shouting, burn it. Following her finger, Shui Tong discovered that one of the cocoons did not reveal a head, it was unclear what was wrapped inside. As Shui Tong examined the headless cocoon, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if there were a pair of eyes inside the cocoon watching her. This ominous premonition made Shui Tong want to flee immediately. As soon as her expression darkened, she saw the spider web breaking strand by strand, the cocoons hanging above falling consecutively like ripe melons. Shui Tong pulled Shung Fu to run away, but white spider silk surged toward her from all directions, entangling her arms and legs, dragging her towards the headless cocoon. It happened too fast. The moment she was entangled by the spider silk, Shui Tong felt sharp pains in her brain, consciousness collapsing, bombarded by fragmented information. In Shui Tong's vision appeared Shung Fu. Under a clear starry night, a man held Shung Fu's hand and took her to see the flower fields of the apocalypse. In a bustling base filled with people coming and going, they quietly held each other's hands before letting go again. The man under the tree spoke to her gently, sketching out images of the future. All happy memories were vivid and colorful. Every painful memory was bleak and black and white. Shung Fu embraced a sobbing little girl, running in the darkness, flashes of green light following closely behind, getting closer step by step, chasing relentlessly. She must keep running. Until she was exhausted, her bloody feet could barely move any further, yet she clutched her daughter tightly in her arms as she fell to the ground. Weakened, she called for help towards the brightly lit place ahead, but it was too far. No one could hear her voice. Coincidentally, that night, the scarred man came to patrol the mountain, just in time to witness this scene. Shung Fu begged him for help. The scarred man laughed. He reached his hand out to Shung Fu, taking the child from her arms, only to throw the baby directly to the oncoming zombies right in front of her. The cries of her daughter drove Shung Fu to madness. An overwhelming hatred buried deep within her heart. She lunged at the scarred man with a knife, every curse imbued with immense strength. Die, die, die. Shui Tong awoke from the suffocation, opening her eyes wide to take big breaths. Shung Fu burst into tears and hugged her tightly after they pulled her out of the cocoon. The women inside the cocoons lost their lives when they fell, ending the long suffering with their dried-up faces. Shui Tong emerged from a cocoon, coughing, looking full of disdain as she brushed off the silk strands sticking to her clothes. Don't cry, see? I'm fine, right? Shui Tong gently guided Shung Fu toward the door, her voice tender. Sister, don't worry. I'm not that fragile. I won't die so easily. Shui Tong placed her index finger against her lips and made a shushing gesture. Sniffling, Shung Fu wiped her tears with her hand, and obediently stopped crying. Shui Tong cautiously opened the door and scanned the surroundings. There were several passageways outside, but no signs of frog zombie creatures. She led Shung Fu away from the web-filled room and deeper into the corridor, moving farther and farther away. Shung Fu quietly asked, Qingyan, where are we going? To a place they can't find us, said Xue Tong. Although she said this, she had no idea where the exit of this underground air raid shelter was. She just aimed to get as far away from the spiderwebs as possible. After circling around for a while, Xue Tong unexpectedly stumbled upon a wine cellar passage. Wooden wine racks stood on either side of the stone walls, with shorter ones in the middle, all filled with bottled wine. Leading Shung Fu to the end of the wine cellar, Xue Tong slumped against the rack in exhaustion. Picking up a bottle of red wine, she pouted and complained, previously, there was alcohol we couldn't drink, now there's alcohol we can't touch. Shung Fu took the bottle from her hand, sternly saying, Qingyan, children cannot drink alcohol. This bottle will be kept by Mom, and you can have it when you grow up. Xue Tong stared at her blankly. She thought she'd finally dodged Luo Hao's attention only to meet another person waiting for her, Shung Fu. Shung Fu returned the bottle to its place, then stroked Xue Tong's face and looked at her shoulder, saying, it must hurt a lot. Qingyan, wait, don't cry, Mom will find some medicine for you. Xue Tong stopped Shung Fu who was about to rise, pulling medicine out from her space storage and sighing, I'm fine, sister, let me check on you instead. Look, your face is swollen from that woman's punch. Then, she raised her hand and touched her own cheek, which still stung from the leather-clad woman's slap. Though Shung Fu's face wasn't in good condition, her back bore the worst whip injuries. Xue Tong asked her to lean sideways against the wine rack, applying ointment to her wounds from behind. Shung Fu's injuries were multiplying, old ones barely healed before new ones appeared. Suddenly, Xue Tong remembered a weekend 4 years ago when she and Shung Fu visited a hot spring together. The woman soaked in the misty, warm water, revealing smooth and white shoulders. Shung Fu loved beauty. Even if she was already very beautiful, she would always put on elaborate makeup for outings, adding to her charm. She picked her sister up from school during the days leading to and after exams, offering lackadaisical encouragement beforehand and harsh criticism afterward concerning her math scores. Silently holding her school bag, the younger sister endured such criticism. Until one day, Shung Fu, arriving as usual to pick her sister up, saw the teenager confidently approaching with a test paper in hand, like an elegant swan. The sister crumpled the test paper showing 90 points and tossed it through the car window, huffing, see that? 90. Praise me, heap extravagant praise on me, shower me with praise. A schoolboy dressed in uniform stood nearby, silently watching but with a smile hidden in his eyes. Recalling past memories of Shung Fu, contrasting them with the injured woman in front of her, Xue Tong felt a twinge of sorrow. In a low voice, she asked, Sister, did Zhao Mian ever take you flower viewing? Leaning her head against the wine cabinet, Shung Fu replied, yes, he did. Was it beautiful? It was beautiful, Shung Fu smiled. At these words, Xue Tong's thoughts returned to the image she had seen in the cocoon, making her feel even more sorrowful. She asked, you remember Zhao Mian taking you to see flowers? Do you also remember the time your sister scored 90 in math? Furrowing her brows, Shung Fu answered, that's impossible. Xue Tong, ? Shung Fu explained, there's no way she could score so high herself. It must be her boyfriend's help. Xue Tong scoffed, do I need his help? I've taken that test countless times. That was strategy, pretending to need help. How could I really score just 68? It's pretty good to have a boyfriend who helps anyway, Shung Fu continued, it shows how much he likes her. Shung Fu added, Qingyan, when you grow up and start dating, look for someone like him, smart, polite, handsome, and good at math. Xue Tong remained silent. Shung Fu added, the most important thing is whether he likes you. If he doesn't like you, you shouldn't like him either. People like that lack taste, aren't good, and aren't worth it. Xue Tong was amused by her words, gently pressing the ointment against her back as she whispered, Sister, people say that over time, even a dog raised together would develop feelings. Besides, it's not a dog, but a living person who smiles beautifully and just happens to be my type. Over time, there might be some stirring of the heart. But I am a professional at work, so a little affection is acceptable, but any more than that is not allowed. And what if he likes me now, but stops liking me in the future? Shung Fu turned back with confusion on her face. How do you know? Xue Tong waved her hand, indicating for Shung Fu to turn around again, softly saying, there's a word called destiny, a predetermined path set by the timeline. Some people have to walk down this road for the world to continue running. Shung Fu honestly replied, I don't understand. That's good, Xue Tong smiled slightly, then said quietly, if I can intervene without disrupting the main storyline, I'll help you kill Zhao Mian. Shung Fu jumped in alarm and turned back, glaring at her angrily. Qingyan, are you talking nonsense? Aya, turn around. I haven't finished applying the medicine. Xue Tong pushed her, turning her back. That's fine. Let's stay immersed in this world where your daughter is still alive, never waking up. Shung Fu fell asleep from exhaustion. Xue Tong finished applying her medicine, then used her ability to build an ice wall in front of them to prevent frog zombie creatures from getting close. During the fight with the leather-clad woman, she had spent several high-level ability cards. Once they returned later, she'd make sure to open all the treasure boxes she missed out on during these days. Xue Tong closed her eyes to rest beside Shung Fu. The reason she left the web area was because she wanted to see how exactly Luo Hao would find her. Whether or not it was true as he claimed, no matter where she went, he could always find her. What if he was bluffing? Xue Tong thought about this as she gradually drifted off to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, the ice wall melted under blazing flames, revealing the way ahead. Shui Tong heard several footsteps approaching, sighing in her heart. It seemed she'd been found anyway. Two blood-soaked figures lay pale against the wine cabinets, their eyes shut, unmoving. When Luo Hao saw this scene, he instinctively clenched his fists tightly. Ma Yuanjun also froze when he caught sight of Shui Tong, full of disbelief on his face. Lao, leader. The red-haired man's eyes instantly watered, turning red. Just as Shui Tong was about to open her eyes, she heard the red-haired man sobbing, "Leader, please don't die, please don't die. I should have found you earlier, it's all my fault. Am I dead?" Shui Tong felt bewildered, missing the best timing to wake up. She sensed a shadow hovering above her, filled with a familiar aura, and instinctively held her breath. Luo Hao reached out his hand, failing to feel her breathing, which made his brain momentarily blank. Judging from Luo Hao's expression, Ma Yuanjun confirmed, thus speaking softly, "How sure, we've come here as fast as possible." The red-haired man knelt beside Shui Tong, crying, "Leader." As soon as he shouted, Shung Fu sneezed, raising her hand to rub her nose before opening her eyes hazily, looking confusedly at everyone. Xiao Wu got scared, hugging Jiang Gang tightly. "Ghost, ghost, ghost." Jiang Gang, holding up both hands, said, "Don't panic, I'm 100% certain that she's still a living human being." Ma Yuanjun snapped out of it, yelling, "Shung Shui Tong, get your ass up." Shui Tong opened her eyes, deliberately avoiding looking at Luo Hao, glaring fiercely at the red-haired man, scolding, "You shut up. You almost scared me to death even though I'm not dead yet." Chapter 026. First, the red-haired one was shocked, then she burst into tears in gratitude, hugging Shui Tong and saying, "That's great, boss, you're not dead, woo woo." Ma Yuanjun and Xiao Wu thought upon seeing this scene, this kid is doomed. Luo Haosha slightly bent his fingers and almost stopped the red-haired girl, but still paused. "Get up. You're pressing on my injured shoulder." Shui Tong pushed the red-haired girl away irritably. The red-haired girl was evidently terrified, looking at her with tearful eyes, like a loyal and crying stray dog. Luo Haosha pressed his lips together and glanced at Jiang Gang. Jiang Gang was very tactful, immediately approaching to say, "Let me check." "It's fine. I've already dealt with it. We'll discuss once we get outside." Shui Tong pulled herself up from her clothes, smiling as she politely declined Jiang Gang's assistance. She had injected a universal medicine. Aside from the wound not being fully healed, there was no longer any pain. However, without changing her clothes and tidying up, it looked severe. "What about sis?" The red-haired girl turned towards Shung Fu. "It's a bit serious." Shui Tong helped Shung Fu stand up and said, "You carry her." The red-haired girl repeatedly agreed, coming over to carry Shung Fu. Only then did Shui Tong turn to look at Luo Haosha, winking at him. "Did you find anyone?" "Yes, except for you and sis. We haven't met yet." Everyone was very. The red-haired girl's words weren't even finished before being led away by Ma Yuanjun and Xiao Wu. Jiang Gang had already heard from Xiao Wu about the relationship between Luo Haosha and Shui Tong, so he quickly followed suit. Shui Tong lifted her hand to touch her face, confusedly asking, "Why are you staring at me?" Luo Haosha's dark gaze landed on the injury at the corner of her lip, asking, "Who hit you?" "A woman around the spiderweb place, the one who pulled Xia Fancy back into the water." Shui Tong felt some pain as she spoke while moving her lips. But she wasn't much better off either. As she stood up to leave, she almost fell due to her legs going numb and had to grab onto a wine rack and sit back down. "I'll wait a moment before walking again." Luo Haosha lowered his eyes and looked at her, his restless heart gradually calming down. He asked, "Why weren't you at the spiderweb place?" Indeed, he still suspected she had run away. Shui Tong silently criticized him, while maintaining an innocent expression on her face. "At that time, both my sis and I were injured and chased by zombie frogmen, so we had no choice but to run." After finishing, she paused for a moment and unintentionally added, "Besides, didn't you say that you could find me no matter where I am? So I dared to run away confidently, thinking that you would definitely come looking for me." Luo Haosha fixed his gaze on her steadily, his deep eyes filled with melancholy, as if doubting the authenticity of her words. "Does it hurt?" he softly asked. Shui Tong slightly widened her eyes in surprise and murmured back, "Can it not hurt?" Luo Haosha squatted down in front of her, closing the distance between them. Under the astonished look from the woman, he slowly extended his hand and gently caressed her chapped lips. This action carried some ambiguity, making Shui Tong hesitant to move. In his low and hoarse voice, Luo Haosha asked, "Why did you rush to block that bullet for me?" Squatting down, he slightly raised his eyes and gazed at Shui Tong, in his beautiful black eyes reflecting only her face. It seemed like he was wavering. Because of blocking that shot? Shui Tong's mind raced as she analyzed rapidly, wasn't this precisely the best time to increase her likability? Once Luo Haosha revealed why he could find her, she would slip away immediately. Having thought out her response, she quietly replied in a low tone, "Didn't I say I would compensate you? Until you feel satisfied. One shot isn't enough. In the future, I'll help you block another 2 or 3 bullets." Shui Tong earnestly looked back at Luo Haosha. "For the wrongs I have done to you, I apologize. If you don't accept it, that's fine too. I will do my utmost." Before she could finish speaking, Luo Haosha sneered, his eyes full of gloom. "All this talking is just to figure out why I could find you, right? Shui Tong, you're going too far. How can you just say it out loud like that? Am I really such a person in your eyes?" Shui Tong continued to look at him seriously, completely unfazed, inwardly laughing coldly. "Would my acting skills as a villain across multiple worlds lose to yours?" Luo Haosha remained silent, merely glaring at her icily. Shui Tong stared into his gaze and slightly smiled. Never mind, it's okay if you think that way. Anyway, I'm the one who owes you first. It's normal for you to dislike me. If I were in your shoes, I'd also dislike someone who abandoned me in critical situations. She supported herself against the wine rack and stood up, her crisp sweet voice sounding somewhat raspy, avoiding Luo Haosha's eyes and looking forward as she said, so, after encountering something like before, I don't want to make the same mistake again, otherwise my conscience won't be at ease. Shui Tong took a couple of steps and, noticing the person behind hadn't caught up, she turned back and blinked her eyes as she said, let's go. Luo Haosha quietly clenched his fist, glaring at her fiercely. Shui Tong's heart skipped a beat. Had he seen through her again? Just when she was feeling a little guilty, she saw Luo Haosha approach with long strides, pulling her uninjured hand to hoist her onto his back. Surprised, Shui Tong blinked. Eh? Luo Haosha said, you're too slow. Carrying her, he walked forward with every step firm and steady. Leaning on Luo Haosha's shoulder, one of Shui Tong's hands circled around his neck while the other acted like it was inconvenient due to injury. It was evident that Luo Haosha had wavered. Then she needed to double her effort, striving to figure out what happened before she fully recovered. Shui Tong leaned closer to his ear and whispered, do you know how those frogman zombies came about? Her warm breath sprinkled lightly around his ear, creating an ambiguous tickling sensation. Luo Haosha showed no reaction outwardly, merely responding with a faint hum. Then how do you know? Shui Tong sounded surprised. Fan Chen said. She saw. Luo Haosha replied, underwater, she could have escaped those frogman zombies, but was grabbed back by that woman. That woman must have been taking orders from someone, helping to guard here, collaborating with Yi Kuei, luring people who want the crystal core to come so they could kill living humans. Shui Tong analyzed reasonably. She told me that the spiderweb was made by the Zombie King. Luo Haosha paused for a moment in his steps and continued walking forward. Zombie King? Right. This makes sense why the actions of the frogman zombies are like that. The only one who can command zombies is the king of the zombies. Shui Tong actually knew little, but this didn't stop her from guessing the plot based on the information she had. Frogman zombies are different from other zombies we've seen, looking like frogs but resembling humans, all of them like copied and pasted, without individual characteristics. The word characteristics caused Luo Haosha's lips to slightly curl. And totally devoid of humanity, manufacturing new zombies in such a way. Shui Tong criticized solemnly. Luo Haosha hummed once more. The most unbelievable thing is there are still humans siding with it. Shui Tong frowned thinking of Shung Fu. Her gaze faltered looking at Luo Haosha, ultimately deciding not to say anything. Luo Haosha remained silent, his calm eyes gazing ahead, where Ma Yuanjun and others were waiting at the corner. Ma Yuanjun saw Luo Haosha come out carrying Shui Tong on his back, showing disdain on his face but giving a thumbs up to Shui Tong inwardly. Amazing, buddy. Shui Tong discreetly rolled her eyes. When Luo Haosha approached, Ma Yuanjun began walking while saying, Di Lao's condition isn't good. There are lots of supplies down here, but no medicine. We need to take him up first. After speaking, he glanced at Jiang Gang. This young man knows the exit, we'll follow him. There aren't enough diving gears, we have to get some upstairs. Xiao Wu added. Shui Tong asked, are you not afraid of zombies? The red-haired girl looked back at her. Boss, don't worry, after you fell in, the brother killed almost all of those frog. Shui Tong looked at her confused. Who do you call brother? The red-haired girl indicated towards Luo Haosha. Shui Tong. How did Luo Haosha become your brother? Shui Tong couldn't solve this puzzle no matter how she thought about it. The group chatted while returning to the spider website. Sun Laro Liu, Chen Ergo, and others were all there, seemingly counting the mutated crystal cores in their hands. Having witnessed the birth of the frogman zombies, Xia Fanqi found it unbearable. These are the crystal cores of those frogs, can they really be eaten? All zombies, why wouldn't they be able to? Sun Laro Liu sneered, don't be picky, if you don't want to eat, give it to me. Xia Fanqi angrily retorted, that's because you didn't see. Sun Laro Liu grunted, even I saw, I could still eat it. Chen Ergo stood between the two to prevent a fight. Xia Fanqi pouted and, seeing Ma Yuanjun return, she went around Chen Ergo to run to him. Yuanjun, did you find the person? Ma Yuanjun nodded. Xia Fanqi initially wanted to rush over, but upon seeing Shung Fu beside Ma Yuanjun, she hesitated and instinctively stepped back 2 steps. Ma Yuanjun silently moved forward, pulling her away to the side. Shui Tong accidentally saw this scene and frowned slightly. Sun Laro Liu turned back upon seeing the returnees and spoke rudely. Luo Haosha, don't you want to kill us? Why did you bring back this woman who collaborates with the zombies? Shui Tong looked up and saw Sun Laro Liu pointing at the person on the red-haired girl's back, Shung Fu. Shung Fu seemed to have fallen asleep again. The red-haired girl glared back furiously. What do you mean? Not only Sun Laro Liu, but the others also cast strange looks at Shung Fu. Even Xia Fanqi, who was usually gentle and kind to her, dared not approach recklessly. Jiao Wen, who had been watching over the unconscious Di Lao, looked deathly pale, tightly gripping Di Lao's hand. What do you mean? Why don't you ask the woman on your back? If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have been attacked by those frogman zombies. So many of our brothers died for nothing. Sun Laro Liu glared coldly at Shung Fu and said, both Jiao Wen and Xia Fanqi, who were captured with her, have spoken up. She's allied with the zombies. Shui Tong glanced at Xia Fanqi, but she couldn't meet Shui Tong's eyes, so Shui Tong looked towards Jiao Wen instead. Jiao Wen bit her lower lip, her face ashen white. She appeared extremely frightened. Before Shui Tong could find Shung Fu, The leather-clad woman seemed to have said something in front of Jiao Wen and Xia Fanxi. Chen Ergo turned to Luo Haosha and said, "She's gone crazy, you won't get much out of her." Both Fanxi and Jiao Wen heard that the woman in charge here knows Shung Fu, and they're even working for the same person. Sun Laro Liu pointed his gun at Shung Fu and said, "I'll kill her right now to avenge our brothers." Just as Xue Tong, who had used her ability coupon, was about to act, Luo Haosha stepped in front of the red-haired girl and raised his gaze, saying, "Try me." Ma Yuanjun and Xiao Wu also took out their guns. Sun Laro Liu's expression darkened. "What do you mean, Luo Haosha? Could it be that you're colluding with your girlfriend and them? It's not your place to decide." Luo Haosha replied indifferently, "Di Laro's injuries are severe, let's take him out to get treated first." Chen Ergo glanced at him and nodded. Enraged, Sun Laro Liu retorted, "You're favoring her on purpose. Just wait till Di Laro wakes up to see if he decides to kill this insane woman." No one paid attention to him. Luo Haosha and Chen Ergo were arranging the care for the injured and departure plans. "You go with them." Luo Haosha gently put Xue Tong down and said. "I'll take my sister with me," Xue Tong said. "Impossible." Sun Laro Liu shot a cold glance. "What if you run off with her directly? One of you must stay behind." Xue Tong glanced at Sun Laro Liu and didn't respond. Chen Ergo remarked, "The remaining brothers already have concerns, there's no need to escalate the conflict further." Luo Haosha looked back at Xue Tong and said, "I'll watch over Shung Fu, you go up first." Xue Tong responded with an "O," handed Shung Fu to Luo Haosha, and followed Ma Yuanjun and Xia Fanxi toward the entrance to the waterway. With Luo Haosha watching over Shung Fu, Xue Tong wasn't worried that Sun Laro Liu would harm her. Once underwater, Xue Tong began pondering. Maybe it's time to just take Shung Fu and run far away. Even if Luo Haosha could find her, wouldn't running constantly suffice? After all, she had plenty of tools. Cheating aside, technically, she should still win. Xue Tong hesitated as she trailed behind Ma Yuanjun and Xia Fanxi out of the water. They entered the water at night, but exited in the daylight. Under the blazing sun, the thick white fog was dispersed, offering a very high visibility. Clearly, not a single boat could be seen on the water. Xia Fanxi opened her mouth slightly in surprise, asking, "Did we take the wrong way?" Ma Yuanjun swam around nearby, disbelieving. As he emerged from the water again, Xue Tong calmly informed him, "The ship is gone." Chapter 027. It was supposed to be a bright and clear day, but Xia Fanxi felt an overwhelming chill. They won't just leave us behind while sailing away themselves. Given the current situation, something must have definitely gone wrong, Ma Yuanjun said gravely. Either they encountered zombies and had no choice but to sail off, or someone has taken control of the ship and forced it to leave. Xia Fanxi chuckled nervously. Zombies should not be this smart, would they? Robbing ships. No one replied. "Don't you stay silent. Tell me it's not true," Xia Fanxi exclaimed in terror. "Of course not." Ma Yuanchen looked at her helplessly. "Stop scaring yourself first. Even if it's a strange genius, he would need to cooperate with people to trick us into such a situation." Xia Fanxi gazed at him expectantly and asked, "So what should we do now?" "You go back and inform Haosha about the situation first, then I'll search around and come over soon," said Ma Yuanchen. After hearing this, Xia Fanxi glanced at Xue Tong, who had been looking in a certain direction without participating in their conversation. Then, "Take care of yourselves," Xia Fanxi said anxiously. Ma Yuanchen watched as Xia Fanxi left safely. He then turned his attention to Xue Tong, with a look of shock and disbelief. "Wow, did you see that? That Jiang Gang, right? Is it the same Jiang Gang I'm thinking of? Having the same name isn't weird in such a vast world, but having the same extraordinary ability is very strange, isn't it?" Xue Tong never expected his primary concern to be about this. Ma Yuanchen had held this in for quite some time and finally found someone suitable to vent to. "You're thinking correctly, it's indeed that gentle Dr. Jiang Gang among the three candidates," Xue Tong nodded affirmatively. "Damn, this is too perfect." Ma Yuanchen was stunned. They've met each other earlier than expected. It seems like Haosha even wants to keep him around. With such a powerful ability, both the heroine and the hero want it. What can you do? Xue Tong seemed not overly concerned. There's a chance after all, once the two brothers get along well, Jiang Gang might not compete with the protagonist for the female lead anymore. Ma Yuanchen eyed her suspiciously. "Is that possible?" "Regardless of its likelihood, this isn't the moment to think about that." Xue Tong pointed to a direction with her finger. "Over there, that's Bai Heng's foothold in Zunnan." Bai Heng. Ma Yuanchen paused momentarily. It couldn't be. After listening to Xue Tong's words, he also began to contemplate a possibility. Zunnan was originally Bai Heng's territory. They had teams stationed to guard certain points. Previously, there were conflicts with Teng Long's people during patrols, leading to the group being captured and detained on board the ship. Wait, the ship? Could it be that Bai Heng's gang took advantage of the chaos and sailed away? Ma Yuanchen angrily slapped the water surface. Upon reflection, it was highly plausible. Due to the appearance of frog zombies and Jiao Wen's abduction, Di Laro Da grew anxious, leaving fewer personnel on board the ship. The majority of the elites went underwater. Although Bai Heng lost Bai Hu Ge, White Tiger brother, several dozen people from the Vice Squad were still detained. If they really emerged from the underground deck cabin, robbing and taking the passenger ship wouldn't be much of a challenge. "Do you have a boat?" Xue Tong asked. Ma Yuanchen sullenly replied, "No, do you?" "No, I only have one." Xue Tong dryly answered, "Now, we don't even know where they've taken it to." Not only was the boat missing, but so was Green Fur. The boat could be forfeited, but Green Fur could not. No boat, no breathing apparatus, people inside can't escape, and if they do, they'd have to fight to make it to shore before nightfall. Shuetong frowned while analyzing the present situation. Are there any boats remaining at Bai Heng's hideout point? Ma Yuanshan thought about it, his eyes lit up, and he nodded. Yes, there are. They frequently operate on the water surface, thus reserving numerous boats. Not all of them were destroyed back then. I'll check out that place. If there are boats, I'll bring them here. Do you have breathing apparatuses? Shuetong turned to look at him. There are still a few left. Once Big Brother Di wakes up, he can replenish the supplies since he possesses dual system abilities. One of them is spatial related, and I recall he carries backups too. This dive will not be an issue. The critical matter is the medicine supply. Ma Yuanshan winked at her. Clearly, he didn't have any medicine on him. Shuetong tilted her chin toward him and said, I can provide it, but at a cost. Ma Yuanshan grimaced. He communicated with the system and had it transfer funds to Shuetong, purchasing part of the urgently needed medicines. While dividing the medicine, the two exchanged information. Ma Yuanshan sighed. When you fell down, I think he went mad with worry, nearly burning us alive as well. Shuetong listened without changing expression, feeling slightly pleased in her heart. His fire-based abilities are a bit strange, different from others. You know, Di Laro Da is also fire-based, and has reached a higher level, but compared to Hao Shi's, it feels somewhat inferior, Ma Yuanshan muttered. And you really did great back then. If the male lead had died near me, my mission would have failed. Shuetong said, if the male lead dies prematurely, all our missions will be considered a failure. Your mission is to act as the female antagonist despised by the male lead, right? But I think, you might have some trouble. Ma Yuanshan looked at her sympathetically and said, because he may not hate you that much. Shuetong, don't scare me. Shuetong glared at him. Ma Yuanshan shrugged with a smirk and said, in fact, my brother is a very gentle person. Even if you pushed him into a zombie crowd, on the premise that he likes you, without your push, he might still go out himself. Shuetong paused while handing over the medicine, suddenly recalling that Luo Haosha had once said similar words. Did he tell you that? Shuetong asked, struggling to voice her question. What? Ma Yuanshan looked at her in confusion. If he hadn't been pushed, he'd still have gone out himself. Ma Yuanshan rolled his eyes. I would only find death if I talked to him about matters related to you. This is merely my guess after interacting with him for these few years. People change, he's still in his growth phase. Regardless of whether he will eventually become like the original character or not, the current Luo Haosha is pretty adorable. Shuetong felt a twinge of sadness. Ma Yuanshan sealed the medicine bag properly, then patted Shuetong's shoulder, saying seriously, so, take this opportunity to run while he still hates you. That shot you blocked might have cancelled out his hatred for you. How will you follow the plot then? Shuetong quietly said, I want to leave too, but he always seems to find me somehow. I've asked him, but he didn't say. However, I suspect it has something to do with his abilities. Ma Yuanshan recalled how Luo Haosha found Shuetong, frowning, he probably left an ability mark on you, though I've never seen him use it, so I'm not entirely sure. Shuetong sighed, I'll figure something out, and I'll leave after finding Green Fur. Ma Yuanshan mocked her, do you actually think you can keep those two kids forever? Shuetong sneered coldly, you wouldn't understand. Before leaving this world, I must not lose his tomato scrambled eggs. Ma Yuanshan. During the waiting process, the atmosphere below ground was not good. Sun Laroliu and others were excluding and guarding against Shung Fu and Red Hair, subtly creating a line of separation between the two sides. Red Hair and Shung Fu waited by the water entrance, silently showing they also preferred not to stay with the group. Only Luo Haosha stayed close to them, ready to prevent any frog zombie encounters or unforeseen accidents. When no one spoke, the atmosphere became awkward and bizarre. Red Hair let Shung Fu down, stretching his shoulders and sneakily glancing at the man leaning against the cave entrance. When silent, his aura seemed even colder and more forbidding, making it hard to approach him. Red Hair stealthily observed, thinking that when this guy stood beside the leader, it was a visually stunning match of beauty and talent, quite fitting. With one being bold and outgoing, and the other calm and steady, they were a perfect pair. Perhaps because Luo Haosha gave him the breathing apparatus earlier to save his life, then went to rescue the leader and strongly supported the sister, Red Hair started liking Luo Haosha more and more. He cleared his throat lightly and looked toward Luo Haosha, stuttering, that time under the water, thank you. Luo Haosha glanced at him expressionlessly after hearing this. Why are you so tense? He won't eat you. Red Hair inwardly screeched like a mole rat. After failing to strike up a conversation, Red Hair became timid and prepared to retreat back to protect Shung Fu, but then heard Luo Haosha softly ask, how long have you been following her? Red Hair perked up his ears, answering seriously like a student called upon to answer a teacher's question, almost 2 years. 2 years. Luo Haosha repeated in his mind, casually muttering, was she alone 2 years ago? Yes, her personality type isn't suited for forming lasting partnerships with others. Red Hair reflected on past events with a sigh. Back then, when Green Fur and I were chased by zombies in the mountains, hanging by a thread, Leader saved us. Red Hair laughed, regaining his seriousness when Luo Haosha looked at him again, clearing his throat and saying, looking back now, what happened at that time was quite amusing because Leader asked us in the car whether we could make tomato scrambled eggs. If we couldn't, she would definitely have abandoned us and driven away. Luo Haosha listened silently. Of course, I don't mean anything bad about the boss. On the contrary, she's been very good to me and green fur, red hair quickly added, trying to clarify. But this only poured oil on the fire. Luo Haosha's gaze became even deeper as he looked at red hair. Red hair hadn't realized it yet, still glad that Luo Haosha was willing to talk to him. Actually, the boss is the type of person who speaks harshly but acts kindly. She's not really bad. If she finds extra supplies, she would give them to people in need on the road. Red hair went on, attempting to build goodwill for Shuetong and reverse Luo Haosha's prejudice toward her. Once, green fur and I found a couple who were injured. We felt pity for them and asked the boss to take them in. The boss wasn't keen on it at first, but eventually agreed anyway. Recalling the situation back then, red hair continued, the couple was very grateful and kept thanking the boss. However, during the night when we were asleep, they tied up green fur and me to kill us and rob our goods. Fortunately, the boss didn't fall for their trick and saved us. The boss said, in the apocalypse, never underestimate human nature, nor overestimate others' kindness. At first, green fur and I thought the boss was super capable and knew everything, but later we discovered she wasn't. Red hair softly revealed his innermost thoughts, this apocalypse, world disaster, zombies everywhere, lack of resources, with everyone fearing for their lives, how could she naturally know all these things? Before meeting green fur and me, she had wandered alone for 2 years, definitely experiencing a lot which made her what she is today. He stealthily glanced at Luo Haosha's expression and kept going. The boss also mentioned that she made mistakes before, but isn't it true that everyone makes mistakes? It's fine as long as one knows how to correct them. Only regretting won't help, one must change. Is the mistake he's referring to, that time? Luo Haosha fell silent, his mind replaying Shuetong's words from the wine cellar. I don't want to make the same mistakes again, otherwise, my conscience won't be at peace. In Shung Shuetong's heart, he was just a mistake she had made in the past. That's why she talked about making up for it, because she regretted it, because her conscience bothered her. It's like that, huh? The little spark hidden deep in Luo Haosha's heart suddenly extinguished. Red hair said, when you were sent away initially. Before he finished speaking, splashing water sounds were heard. Xia Fanyang emerged from the water looking worried, turning to Luo Haosha, brother Shi. The boat is gone. The boat is gone. Hearing this news, everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. What do you mean? How could the boat just disappear when nothing happened? What did Alyu and the others eat? Sun Laoliu burst out angrily. Was it those disgusting zombies again? Luo Haosha, you're still protecting them after they drove off with the boat? Luo Haosha coldly shot back at him. Don't jump to conclusions until we figure it out. How come you're the only one who returned? Brother Chen asked. Xia Fanyang bit her lip and replied, Yuan Zhan and Sheng Shuetong are looking for another boat and medicine above. They sent me back first to tell you. They can't possibly find a boat if there's none left. I think they're probably taking the chance to. Sun Laoliu didn't finish his sentence before Xia Fanyang glared at him. Shut up. Yuan Zhan isn't that kind of person. Brother Chen sternly said, stop messing around. Everyone's emotions are already chaotic. You have to start causing trouble now? Causing trouble? This is the truth. Sun Laoliu exclaimed. Upon hearing about the missing boat, red hair anxiously rubbed his hands together and woke Shung Fu. Green fur is still on the boat. The boss will definitely not let this go. Sister, wake up. We must hurry and look for the boss. Luo Haosha gave him an indifferent glance and said, she doesn't know where they went either. Red hair shook his head with great sorrow. The boss can lose her sister, but she cannot lose green fur. Because of tomato scrambled eggs, cola chicken wings, braised potatoes with ribs, and yam chicken, etc. Luo Haosha lowered his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly, concealing the coldness deep in his eyes. He remained silent and turned to walk toward Jiang Gang standing outside the crowd. Jiang Gang appeared a bit dazed. The heated discussion among others meant nothing to him since he wasn't very concerned. Seeing Luo Haosha approach, he perked up a little. Luo Haosha handed him a crystal core. Jiang Gang. Got it. Even if my Yuanzhen might not bring back the medicine, Di Laro Da's condition was relatively perilous, so they take a gamble upgrading Jiang Gang's powers and seeing if he could try. However, exposing Jiang Gang's abilities might cause some trouble afterward. Neither of them spoke, understanding each other's meaning through a few glances. As Luo Haosha led Jiang Gang towards Di Laro Da, my Yuanzhen returned with the medicine. Shuetong was on her way to Baiheng's landing point looking for a boat when she saw a houseboat floating alone on the water. That moment felt like seeing an old friend again, and it brought tears to her eyes. Once again regaining what she had lost, Shuetong excitedly patted the side of the boat and said, from now on, I will definitely take good care of you. We must never part again. She had brought 2 boats back from Baiheng's landing point to pick up my Yuanzhen and others. The people underground gradually returned to the surface as the sky grew darker. Just before the underwater zombies awakened, they managed to bring everyone back in time. Tunglong now had around 15 members left. Di Laro Da's face was deathly pale, but at least he woke up. Sun Laoliu shouted from a neighboring small boat to Shuetong, Di Laro Da is so seriously injured, why aren't you helping him inside right away? After hearing this, Shuetong instructed Red Hair to maneuver the boat closer. My Yuanzhen helped Di Laro Da board the houseboat, and just as Sun Laoliu was about to follow, he was stopped by Shuetong. Surprised, Sun Laoliu looked up into the woman's smiling eyes. Shuetong slightly leaned forward and softly said, you're dreaming. In perfect understanding, Red Hair steered the boat and put some distance between them. Furious, Sun Laoliu stamped his foot and started shouting curses from behind. Da had woken up only for a short while before losing consciousness again. Jiao Wen was caring for him nearby. Luo Haoshe asked Jiang Gang to check on Da and was relieved to confirm there was no immediate danger to his life. Having experienced encounters with Ichio and frog zombies, this group had no intention of spending the night on the water, not on these tiny wooden boats which gave them zero sense of security. So under cover of darkness, they reached Baiheng's landing point. Although it had become a mess from the earlier battle, after tidying it up a bit, it was still livable. At least it felt safer than being on the boats. Xue Tong docked the houseboat at the pier. Sun Laoliu came over to carry Da ashore, gun in hand, and warned Luo Haoshe, if they dare step onto the shore, I'll shoot, whether you believe me or not, I've said my piece. Xue Tong stood at the pier, scoffing coldly, fine, then don't come near us either. Who doesn't have a gun anyway? Chen Erg hurried Sun Laoliu away. Jiang Gang was also taken away by my Yuenzhen, leaving only Luo Haoshe behind. Shung Fu was sleeping inside, while Red Hair went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. It was a full moon tonight, the silver-white light of the moon illuminating the entire land. As Xue Tong leapt onto the boat from the pier, something fell off her body with a crisp sound, rolling toward the back. Luo Haoshe bent down to pick it up while standing on the shore. It was a bullet. Xue Tong tapped her head awkwardly as Luo Haoshe looked up at her, then she nervously smiled and said, I forgot to throw it away. Luo Haoshe silently stared at her. Xue Tong added, what I said earlier was directed only at Sun Laoliu, it didn't include you. Luo Haoshe faintly responded with a soft ahem. What did that mean? Xue Tong wasn't sure how to interpret the attitude of the man in front of her. She had already decided to leave that night, feeling somewhat guilty under Luo Haoshe's gaze. Just as she was about to speak, Luo Haoshe cut in first, if you want to leave, go ahead. Xue Tong was dumbfounded. She gazed at him wide-eyed. The night wind blew fiercely, fluttering his clothes and hair. His striking dark eyes were calm yet penetrating as he spoke, lacking the intensity of his previous words and instead filled with a faint indifference. Shung Xuetong, he said, we are even now. Luo Haoshe clasped the bullet tightly in his hand and murmured, I've retrieved what I placed on you. In the future, wherever you wish to go, I won't be able to find you, nor will I bother to look. He gave her no room to respond and sealed the conversation firmly. Suddenly, Xue Tong felt the night air grow colder. Aren't you supposed to hate me? She asked. Luo Haoshe looked at her and curved his lips into a sarcastic smile. What use was hatred born alongside love? I don't hate you anymore, he said lightly. With those three simple words, Xue Tong felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. Her mental state crumbled. Luo Haoshe turned and walked away step by step. The moonlight remained, but his figure had already blurred in the distance. Xue Tong slumped helplessly to a squat, her nose tingling, and her vision blurred with tears. Luo Haoshe, you win, she muttered resentfully. For 4 years, her progress had all reverted in just a few brief sentences, back to square one, start again. Chapter 028. The red-haired one, who had come out of the kitchen to ask Xue Tong for a tomato, unfortunately heard the entire process. He then watched as Xue Tong squatted down, shocked inside. The boss, did she cry? The red-haired one tiptoed over and whispered softly, Boss, are you okay? Xue Tong looked up at him, and the red-haired one immediately felt it wasn't good. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her face full of tear streaks, one hand covering her chest, seemingly in great discomfort. Xue Tong bit her lip and stood up, walking to the kitchen door to squat. Beside her lay the now-dead little tomato. She wasn't fine. Not fine at all. Luo Hao's hatred towards her was gone. This idiot, this fool, this dumbass. Xue Tong yanked hard on the withered tomato branch and cried out, how could there be such an absurdly kind person in the world? Someone who could even forgive someone like him who betrayed him during a critical moment, pushing him into a horde of zombies once, and almost dying. Can he really survive until the end? The red-haired one was at a loss as she sobbed, wanting to console her but left somewhat perplexed by her words. Xue Tong's mentality had collapsed, filled with unbearable sorrow, venting her frustrations fiercely at the red-haired one. What kind of absolute idiot is he? How can he forgive so easily? I didn't get shot through the heart, I didn't lose any limbs. Just a little wound, how could he soften so easily? Tell me, how can he be so quick to forgive? I nearly killed him. No, I already killed him once, and I said I liked him most in the world. Then I turned around and shoved him away. Why would such a despicable and nauseating person forgive me? The red-haired one thought she must have been extremely hurt if she started cursing herself when getting angry. He rephrased his words carefully to comfort her, saying, Boss, maybe Big Brother only sees your strengths and not these flaws. Who do you call Big Brother? Don't call him that. Xue Tong glared at him, holding the dried tomato branch in her hands and pointing it at him, yelling, is such a stupid person worthy of being called Big Brother? Call him Big Dumb. The red-haired one nodded furiously. All right, no Big Brother. Big Dumb, Big Dumb. Shung Fu, yawning and coming out, glanced curiously at the two of them, asking, who's the Big Dumb? After finishing the question, Shung Fu also noticed the weeping Xue Tong and quickly asked, what's wrong with Qingyin? Who bullied you? Surprisingly, her tone held a tinge of authority. Seeing her, Xue Tong's nose twitched and she hugged her tightly while crying out, Sis, that idiot, dumbass, fool said he doesn't hate me anymore. He said he doesn't hate me anymore, why doesn't he hate? Such a detestable person, and yet he was so cruel to him. Why doesn't he hate me? Like a 3-year-old upset child, innocently embracing Shung Fu and crying without restraint. Shung Fu held her gently, patting her back and saying, Qingyan isn't detestable at all. Our Qingyan is the cutest and kindest. But kindness what? I threw you away too back then. Shuetong wiped her tears. Isn't Qingyan here to find mother? Shung Fu looked at her with a gentle gaze, tenderly wiping her tears from her cheeks. You are a good, kind child. The red-haired one nodded along, saying, right, sister is correct. Boss, let's think about this differently. Big brother. Luo Haosha saying he doesn't hate you anymore is a good thing. He put aside his hatred, and you also repented before him. Both of you have untangled your inner conflict. Shuetong looked up, gazing at him with a deep gaze. The red-haired one felt a chill down his spine under her stare, scratching his nose awkwardly, saying, well, isn't it true? Shuetong retorted, if it were you, would you foolishly forgive someone like me? The word foolish clearly indicated the answer she expected. But the red-haired one thought seriously about it, then said, yes. Shuetong snapped, then you're the idiot. Because after all, she's the one I love. If I truly super loved her, it would be impossible to hate her for long. The red-haired one spread his hands helplessly, full of resignation, especially since later she admitted her mistakes, regretted deeply, became kind-hearted, and even shielded me from bullets. Before he could finish his sentence, Shuetong threw a bunch of branches in his face. The red-haired one wisely shut up, getting up to go to the kitchen. I'm making dinner, boss. A breakup? So what? Goodbye then, next one better behaved. Can I have 2 more tomatoes please, boss? Not enough tomatoes. Shuetong hurled a tomato at him. Alright then. The red-haired one caught it stylishly and returned to cook in the kitchen. Shung Fu helped wipe her tears, furrowing her brows seriously, and said, Qingyan, don't listen to that strange uncle talking nonsense. You should know better than to fall in love early, right? Shuetong couldn't muster a smile. She sniffled, hugging her knees as she squatted, looking very well behaved. What am I supposed to do with him from now on? I was already beginning to like him and feel my heart racing, so I held back somewhat. And now he pulls a stunt like this, Shuetong muttered dejectedly. Does this mean I'll have to deceive him again? Even if she succeeded next time, Shuetong inexplicably felt as though the consequences would be unbearable. She even felt somewhat afraid. If it came to that, Luo Hao would absolutely refuse to let it slide easily. Shuetong, her eyes bloodshot, gazed at her palm while sighing deeply. The mission panel had once again reverted to the male lead's white moonlight. Could it really be that much of an attraction? It was springtime now. Under the blazing sunlight during the day, there was still quite a temperature drop after sunset. Cool night breezes caressed one's face, refreshing and invigorating. After returning, Luo Hao didn't go indoors but instead stood smoking beneath a tree some distance away from the house. One cigarette followed another, white smoke swirling around as his back faced the direction of the pier. His vision reached the dark, dense forest. In his other hand, he still held onto that bullet, now scorching hot. Sitting on the small stool by his feet, Jiang Gang was busy studying a crystal core. My Yuanjin emerged from the house, yawning, and upon seeing the 2 figures under the tree from afar, his heart jolted. He quietly tiptoed over and just as he was about to greet them, Jiang Gang lazily broke the silence. Smoking is bad for your health. My Yuanjin froze in place. Luo Hao nonchalantly stared into the depths of the night with a cigarette dangling from his lips, showing no reaction. Jiang Gang added, and smoking won't solve what's troubling you. What troubles me? Luo Hao sneered. Jiang Gang slowly said, when I went back looking for something I dropped earlier, I unintentionally overheard a bit. What? Overheard what? What did this good friend of mine not hear that you, the rival, managed to? My Yuanjin pricked up his ears. Luo Hao's expression paused slightly before he cast a glance down at Jiang Gang. Jiang Gang, who seemed extremely survival-minded, quickly turned his focus back to the crystal core in his hands, appearing serious while gently saying, though I don't know exactly what happened between the 2 of you, it was evident underwater how much you cared for Miss Shung. Luo Hao warned sternly, be careful with what you say. I'm being careful already. Jiang Gang replied, still, I think that despite telling her to let go, you've come back here to smoke yourself into self-inflicted suffering. It's contradictory. Self-inflicted suffering? Of course, smoking is self-inflicted suffering. If you can't stand the smell, leave. I can't leave, only here is there enough light to examine the crystal core. The eavesdropping My Yuanjin remained silent. Jiang Gang squeezed the crystal core lightly and continued, moreover, you seem to need a proper conversation with someone. Luo Hao pressed his lips together, tapped his cigarette lightly, and exhaled softly, talk about what? Jiang Gang pondered for a moment. There was a girl I used to really like. She was my junior in the same research institute. She loved clinging to me, very adorable. My Yuanjin widened his eyes in surprise, silently thinking, wasn't your first love the female lead? Where did this junior come from? When I look back now, I still believe my junior was the most adorable girl I'd ever met. The moment she joined the research institute, she always trailed behind me calling senior brother this and senior brother that, running around everywhere with me daily. After some time, it was inevitable to feel a little stirred inside. Luo Hao flicked the ash off the cigarette, quietly listening without puffing anymore. Jiang Gang looked at the faintly glowing crystal core in his palm and spoke softly, but back then, being arrogant and ambitious, I thought I should only consider romance after achieving career success. Eventually, someone else took her away. By the time it came to it, I realized how much I regretted it. I became introverted for weeks, losing strength in everything I did, thinking how ridiculous I used to be. Hardly had I convinced myself to let go when the apocalypse began. Coincidentally, during the apocalypse, my junior and her boyfriend lost each other, but fate brought her to me. Jiang Gang chuckled lightly here, eyes still gentle beneath his spectacles as he slowly turned toward Luo Hao. I thought I had given up, yet hearing her voice every day, seeing her furrow her brows worriedly about others, risking everything to find that person, and ultimately laughing and crying as she embraced him, only then did I realize I couldn't. How could one possibly give up on the person they liked? It was too hard. Even after such a long time, I occasionally think about it and still feel regret. Jiang Gang said, so, I don't want to see anyone else end up like me, regretting due to missed chances. With plenty of opportunities, one chooses to ignore them and deliberately takes a different path, ultimately moving further and further away from the other until there's no more possibility. The cool night breeze blew again, icy and bone-chilling. The cigarette in Luo Hao's finger had finally burnt down to its end, struggling silently for a few seconds in the darkness before ultimately extinguishing itself. He threw the cigarette away and looked at the bullet in his other hand. Jiang Gang's gentle voice came with the night wind. When you were attacked by the Icho, why was it her who came to save you regardless of the danger among so many people? She might have really died, but no one else would have done that. My Yuanjin screamed silently in his mind. Who says there's no one else? Me. I would. All this talk is to tell you, can you stop smoking? Jiang Gang sincerely looked at Luo Hao as he said, either let go and regret, or don't make yourself regret. In short, smoking won't solve any problems. Luo Hao glanced at him, and right in front of Jiang Gang, skillfully took another cigarette from the pack and put it in his mouth. Jiang Gang. Shit. Jiang Gang raised his hand to adjust his glasses, preparing to start a new speech, but then saw Luo Hao stepping into the night. He was taken aback for a moment, looking at the direction Luo Hao left, and smiled silently. My Yuanjin also saw it. While screaming like a marmot in his heart, he was wildly hitting the wall. Damn, it's perfect. He previously thought Luo Hao was trying to recruit his rival as a junior brother, to convert him with brotherly affection, but instead, he was persuaded by his future rival to chase after another woman. My Yuanjin patted Jiang Gang's shoulder, raising an eyebrow as he asked, is your female junior apprentice real? Jiang Gang paused for a moment and slowly replied, she exists in the story I just told. My Yuanjin. The night was deep, and Xuetong sat eating tomato and scrambled eggs with an unrelenting expression on her face. Her eyes were still red. The alarm outside went off, and Red Hair immediately stood up to check, returning 2 seconds later in panic. Boss. His back. Who? Luo Hao? Xuetong rushed out without even swallowing her mouthful of rice. She stood at the prow of the boat, cheeks puffed out like a food-storing hamster, her eyes still red, utterly adorable. Red Hair and Shung Fu hid behind them, squatting in a line while pretending to focus on their bowls of tomato and scrambled eggs, but actually straining to hear the conversation between the two. Luo Hao looked at her reddened eyes, his fingers tightening slightly into fists. Xuetong sniffed, saying faintly, I'm still eating. Can we talk about it later? She feared she wouldn't have the strength to eat after hearing whatever he had to say. Luo Hao, no. Xuetong felt like crying but maintained composure as she said, then hurry up and say it. Luo Hao pressed his lips together, gazing at her with darkened eyes, his voice raspy as he asked, do you want to break up? Xuetong froze. Ah, that's right, they had never used the words break up. Xuetong seemed to hear her own heartbeat thundering in her ears. The blood in her body was boiling, her bones and flesh screaming with fervor. No, she said, I don't want to break up. Chapter 029. Xuetong gave an answer without much thought, and her brain didn't react for several seconds about what she had just done. Shung Fu furrowed her brows, ready to rush forward to stop it, but was quickly intercepted by Hong Fa who gestured frantically to signal the sister to calm down. Xuetong looked at Luo Haoshe with a complex gaze, and asked in a low voice, do you want to break up? Luo Haoshe didn't answer for a long time. Just as Xuetong thought he was pondering the wording for breaking up, she heard Luo Haoshe ask, have you decided where to go? Not yet. Xuetong lowered her head, then looked back up, I have to save LVMAO. Luo Haoshe said calmly, then let's go together. Xuetong stared at him blankly as Luo Haoshe said, we need to find the ship and the people at the base. Xuetong nodded. Luo Haoshe gave her one last look before turning to leave. Xuetong called out, Luo Haoshe. Luo Haoshe paused, turning sideways to look back. Then, see you tomorrow? Xuetong blinked. Luo Haoshe hummed in affirmation. The night was cold, making people shiver. Xuetong looked longingly as Luo Haoshe walked away and disappeared from sight, savoring their previous conversation and losing her appetite for dinner. This person. How much does he like her? Xuetong squatted down, clutching her chest. Hong Fei's heart clenched as he thought, aren't they reconciled? Why is she crying again? Boss. He approached with Shung Fu, patting Xuetong's shoulder and said, look, Big Brother really likes you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed up his harsh words with checking if you want to break up. His question clearly showed he didn't want to break up. Xuetong felt even more heartache hearing this. Sensing something wrong, Hong Fei asked anxiously, boss, are you alright? Xuetong, my heart hurts. Hong Fei puzzled, why does it hurt? Xuetong glared at him, are you even going to ask? Annoyed, she got up and went back to finish her leftover fried rice. Hong Fei was genuinely confused and turned to ask Shung Fu, sister, do you know why? Shung Fu scolded him, are you even going to ask? Hong Fei. The next morning, Di Laodar woke up. His condition was much better than yesterday. After learning about the current situation, he cast a gloomy glance at Sun Laoliu and said, Now is the time when we need manpower to help, but you're still making enemies for yourself. Besides, that girl is Luo Haosha's girlfriend. How could he lack judgment? Sun Laoliu retorted angrily, Di Laodar, just because you find Luo Haosha pleasing doesn't mean others have no issues. That woman is erratic, she used to be from Baiheng and has unclear ties with the frog zombies. Moreover, Jiao Wen and Xia Fancy testified against her, so there's a 100% chance she's problematic. Also, Luo Haosha's girlfriend's origin is questionable too. What if both sisters are from Baiheng? How can we prevent them from ganging up on us? Look now, the ship and people are gone. Who else but Baiheng's people could have done this? After listening, Di Laodar glanced at Chen Ergi. Chen Ergi leaned against the door and lazily smiled. His girlfriend is quite extraordinary, somewhat strange, but my Yuanshan also said that she found the medicine and the ship. If it weren't for her help, we might all have died down there. Sun Laoliu scoffed coldly, if it weren't for her and her sister, we wouldn't have gone down there either. That's not entirely true. To chase that peculiar creature, we were originally planning to go down anyway. Chen Ergi said leisurely, unable to discern which side he stood on, there aren't many water-based people left on our side. If we want to find a ship and Alu, we must cooperate with her. Before Sun Laoliu could continue, Di Laodar interrupted. Summon the others, I'll personally go over there and have a talk with her. Xuetong woke up early and hadn't slept well the previous night. She was troubled all night and hadn't made a decision yet. Hong Fa was worried about LVMAO and hadn't rested well either, emerging with messy hair and getting stunned by the sight of Di Laodar and others standing at the dock. Luo Haosha stepped forward to explain their intention, and Hong Fa hurriedly turned around to call Xuetong. The conversation between Di Laodar and Xuetong went smoothly. They shared a common goal. Find the boat and save the people. Di Laodar officially invited Xuetong to join the Tunglong base. Xuetong glanced at Luo Haosha standing beside her, catching his gaze. Luo Haosha's expression didn't show any emotions, only her face reflected deeply in his eyes. In the end, Xuetong agreed. Di Laodar obviously seemed pleased, announcing the news together with Xuetong before setting out immediately toward the edge of the city, heading to the Baiheng base. The location of the Baiheng base had been asked about when Luo Haosha and his group captured White Tiger Brother and his crew. If it was really the deputy members from Baiheng who hijacked the boat, then they must have returned to their base. Xuetong's boathouse carried quite a few people. Di Laodar was injured, so he rested inside until they arrived. Shung Fu squatted below the kitchen window, fiddling with the dead little tomato plants. Jiao Wen poured water in the kitchen, glancing anxiously at Shung Fu outside the window. With a click, the door opened from outside, startling Jiao Wen as she looked over and saw Xuetong come in alone. Their eyes met, making Jiao Wen even more uneasy. Xuetong closed the door behind her casually, walked up, and seeing Shung Fu outside the window, took out a cup to pour herself some water. Jiao Wen awkwardly sidestepped her, hurrying to leave but was stopped by Xuetong's voice. What exactly did you hear? Xuetong turned and looked at her, smiling faintly. In the spider web room, what did you hear that woman say? I've already told you everything I know. Jiao Wen dared not meet Xuetong's eyes. That was Sun Laoliu's paraphrasing, it wasn't detailed enough. What I want to know is every word you heard. Xuetong slowly came closer and blocked the doorway. Jiao Wen gripped her cup tightly, hesitated for a few seconds, gritted her teeth, and glanced at Xuetong, whispering, that woman beat her, kept saying she had lost the child and would certainly be punished, also said, wherever she ran, she'd be found. Xuetong stared quietly at her. That's all. There's nothing else. Jiao Wen said. Xuetong hummed, stepping aside. Jiao Wen didn't leave right away. She bit her lip and looked at Xuetong, a mixture of urgency, panic, and a hint of, you've told me. Can't you just keep quiet about what happened that night regarding Di Laodar? Jiao Wen asked. Did we make any agreement? Xuetong smiled. You. Jiao Wen's expression was furious, her eyes red with agitation. Ever since she knew Xuetong had joined Tunglong, she had been uneasy about this. You're now one of the Tunglong base people, but many still can't accept what happened with your sister. Jiao Wen took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. When you return to the base, things won't be easy for you. Threatening me? Xuetong remained unruffled. Jiao Wen looked coldly at her. You can take it as a threat if you insist on telling Di Laodar. Xuetong gave an almost sardonic smile without responding immediately. As Jiao Wen waited, there was a knock on the door. Outside stood Chen Ergi, calling, Jiao Wen, Di Laodar needs you. Coming, Jiao Wen said, opening the door and stepping out. Outside stood both Chen Ergi and Luo Haosha, which startled Jiao Wen so much that she avoided eye contact with Luo Haosha and left hurriedly. Chen Ergi raised an eyebrow, looking slightly meaningfully at Luo Haosha and said, she seems to fear you even more now. Luo Haosha paid no attention, instead focusing his gaze on Xuetong inside. Unexpectedly seeing him outside, Xuetong hesitated briefly before asking, do you want some water? Chen Ergi raised his hand, sure, I'll have some. Xuetong ignored him. Chen Ergi shrugged and went in to pour himself some. Luo Haosha leisurely walked in, crossed his legs leaning against the counter, tilting his head towards Shung Fu outside the window. After noticing, Xuetong moved to the inside of the counter, grabbing another cup, putting some flower tea in it. Seeing this, Chen Ergi pointed at the flower tea and his own cup of plain water. So Xuetong grabbed one more flower tea packet and gestured toward the door. Chen Ergi. Okay. He took the flower tea packet and left holding his cup. Now only Xuetong and Luo Haosha were left in the room. While brewing tea, Xuetong said, Is the Baiheng base located at a prison on the outskirts? The prison probably wasn't flooded, but it might have been invaded by zombies. Cleaning them out would be quite the task. Initially wanting to discuss Baiheng and the zombies with Luo Haoshe, she found that he made no reaction after hearing her. Luo Haoshe nodded towards Shung Fu outside the window, coolly uttering, I heard you could lose your sister, but not your LVMAO. Ah? Xue Tong asked, who said that? Luo Haoshe didn't answer. Xue Tong looked at Shung Fu too, lowering her voice, your words will make my sister sad if she hears it. But between her and LVMAO, I'd definitely choose LVMAO. Luo Haoshe gave Xue Tong a cold glance, only to find her grinning at him, because LVMAO knows how to make cola chicken wings, braised potatoes, yam chicken stew, and 100 ways to eat instant noodles, plus lots of desserts. Without him, I'd starve to death. Luo Haoshe. I can't cook anyway, even if all the ingredients were laid in front of me, I wouldn't be able to stir-fry a dish. I've eaten plain crackers with boiled water and wild fruits for 2 years, and it's really disgusting. Xue Tong pushed the brewed flower tea towards Luo Haoshe, sighing, my stomach can't handle too much mishandling. If I don't die from being bitten by zombies but instead from a stomach disease, then I would truly regret that. Before she could finish, Luo Haoshe had already stood up and left. Hey! Xue Tong tilted her head, looking at him, the tea. Luo Haoshe, I don't drink. Bang! The door shut. Xue Tong blinked twice at the closed door before picking up her teacup herself. Shung Fu rose from the window, peering in gloomily. Qinyan, does mom really mean less than LVMAO? Sis, children's nonsense, don't take it seriously. Xue Tong calmly sipped her tea. Shung Fu squatted down again. Xue Tong sighed softly and walked to the window, standing there while looking down at her. Are they all dead? Can they still be saved? They can, Shung Fu replied. Xue Tong exclaimed in surprise, really? Shung Fu nodded, grabbing a handful of broken branches and looked up at Xue Tong seriously. It was possible before you broke them last night. Xue Tong. She said mercilessly, alright, plant something new. Shung Fu hummed, placing her hand on the soil and closing her eyes. Xue Tong thought she was using some kind of power but, upon closer inspection, found no change in the dirt or branches. Sis, what are you doing? Shung Fu whispered softly, praying. Xue Tong, praying for what? Shung Fu kept her eyes closed, appearing solemn, for the little tomatoes killed by Qinyan to leave peacefully, without resentment. Xue Tong lost her patience, slamming the window shut with a slap. Not far away, Ma Yuanzhen and Jiang Gang had witnessed the entire scene. Ma Yuanzhen pointed at Shung Fu and asked, can this kind of behavior be cured? Jiang Gang adjusted his glasses and replied, yes, try praying. Chapter 030. At twilight, the horizon was a deep red, the urban scenery faded away in the distance, and the sea stretched far but had its limits. At the end of the water source, there lay a large ship with quite a few smaller ones surrounding it. People sat on the smaller boats patrolling the water surface, but they didn't seem very focused, yawning continuously, almost falling asleep. Ma Yuanzhen swam back from underwater to report the situation. It seems like they are still on the ship, said Ma Yuanzhen. All the faces I saw were familiar, people from the deputy group. Sun Laoliu snorted, it's definitely them. This bunch of troublemakers, if we don't teach them a lesson this time, they will really think we're pushovers. Di Laro Da pondered aloud, we only have 3 water-type abilities users left. To get close, we'll need to deal with the patrolmen around. I'll go with Yuanzhen. Xia Fanqian volunteered. With your limited martial skills, who can you possibly beat? Sun Laoliu mocked her unkindly, turning his gaze towards Xue Tong instead. Rather, it's today's new recruit to Tunglong whose skills are pretty impressive. Xue Tong flicked her finger at him. Wanna try? Sun Laoliu sneered coldly. Fine then, you and Yuanzhen go scout ahead. Xue Tong laughed. Sorry, I follow Di Laro Da's orders. This made Sun Laoliu's face turn a shade darker instantly. Di Laro Da sighed and said, then let Xue Tong and Yuanzhen handle the patrols. After Fan Qian confirms it's safe to approach, she will report back to us. No one raised any objections. Before Ma Yuanzhen dove into the water, Xia Fanqian tugged on his arm with great reluctance, giving many reminders about safety. This left Ma Yuanzhen torn between crying and laughing as he asked, am I a kid? Xia Fanqian said, I'm just worried about you. After wearing a raincoat hood, Xue Tong glanced toward Luo Haoshe, who was discussing something with Jiang Gang and had his back turned to her. She mentally shook herself, thinking about what she had been doing. In the house, Red-Haired watched over Shung Fu who was sleeping. Otherwise, Red-Haired would have already been reminding her endlessly about safety. Xue Tong spun around and dived into the water, submerging forward. After their conversation last night, although the relationship between her and Luo Haoshe improved somewhat, it also became awkward. Both maintained a delicate balance, neither attempting to cross that line of safety. Xue Tong was still hesitating. Should she really deceive him again, or look for another way? The guards on the small boats were dealt with easily due to their drowsiness by the teamwork of Ma Yuanzhen and Xue Tong. Ma Yuanzhen signaled underwater to Xia Fanqian, indicating the patrols were cleared and instructed her to return with the news. Xia Fanqian nodded, then swam away. Xue Tong approached the larger boat via a smaller one and said to Ma Yuanzhen, there is no one watching up there, aren't they too overconfident? All the patrols are on these small boats, and there's no one on the large ships either, which makes sense given that this place is their home turf anyway. Their lack of vigilance plays right into our hands, replied Ma Yuanzhen. After finishing, Ma Yuanzhen wiped his face, looking at her curiously and asked, what did Haoshe tell you last night? Back-facing him, Shuetong answered, he told me he no longer hates me and has set me free. The tone of my Yuenjin's voice changed dramatically. What the hell? Shuetong continued, he asked me if I wanted to break up, and I said no. My Yuenjin took a deep breath, his fingers trembling as he pointed accusingly, gritting his teeth. You're too cruel. You even planned to trick him a second time. Shuetong muttered quietly, since his hatred vanished, and the story plot doesn't move forward without it, what else could I do? Damn it, my Yuenjin slapped the boat railing, full of anguish. You're terrible. You're too terrible. You're playing with his emotions, letting him fall in love with you, and then betraying him by pushing him into a horde of zombies, twice. Who can bear that? Shuetong turned around, staring at him deeply. Do you think killing his best friend might be faster and more effective? My Yuenjin was speechless for a moment before wiping his face again to compose himself. He said seriously, calm down, hear me out. Men become more popular when they've experienced some emotional complexity, and it matures them as well. Moreover, his feelings for you never entirely disappeared. If we make an effort, it won't be hard to succeed. Shuetong humphed and murmured, still, I must carefully consider this. After all, there's still more than 4 years before the main plot starts. My Yuenjin nodded in agreement. You could take action in the last year, finish the heartbreak directly, enter the plot, die, and then complete your task. Shuetong nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. That makes sense. My Yuenjin added, in the meantime, you can help me proceed with my storyline. What kind of storyline? To have him reclaim Tunglong and ascend to the position of base leader, explained my Yuenjin casually, gesturing his hands. If you feel bad betraying him as a lover, you can also serve under him as his subordinate. After contemplating for a while, Shuetong refused. My Yuenjin looked confused. Why? Shuetong said, no matter how I think about it, the position of a lover seems higher than that of a subordinate. My Yuenjin. HMPH. Women. The boats scattered around carried people from Tunglong, gradually surrounding the larger ship. Shuetong and my Yuenjin were the first to board, one providing cover while the other deployed the gangplank, allowing the rest to come aboard. Leader Di and the others were familiar with this ship, so they followed the previous plan, leading separate teams to search different cabins. Shuetong and my Yuenjin acted together. She went looking for Liu Mao without waiting for Luo Haoshi. They stealthily moved on the second floor when suddenly they heard gunshots behind them. Leader Di, who had weapon storage in his space ability, ensured that those from Tunglong were not unarmed. Upon hearing the gunshots, there was a thud inside the room, as if someone had fallen out of bed. They hastily dressed and opened the door ready to fight but were immediately knocked out by my Yuenjin waiting outside. Shuetong stood at the door holding an assault rifle, looking down curiously at the unconscious person, saying, they're too weak. My Yuenjin looked back, glancing at her shoulder where the weapon lay, and twitched his eyebrows slightly, put it away quickly. How are you going to explain it to others when they see it? By telling them we seized it, Shuetong shrugged but still put the assault rifle away, switching to a handgun. It didn't take long for Leader Di and the others to find out that my Yuenjin was right. The faces on the ship were all familiar, those captured that night from the deputy group. Apparently, these people hadn't yet contacted Baiheng base, hence there were only these people left on the ship. The surprise attack was very successful. Baiheng's deputy group was caught off guard, being both careless and relaxed, assuming all of Tunglong would die in the water. Shuetong followed my Yuenjin into the underground cabin, but they encountered Luo Haoshi and Xiao Wu and a few others at the entrance. Xiao Wu gestured to them and said, we've already cleared the area. Liu and the others are locked inside. Liu Mao? Shuetong lowered her gun and asked. Xiao Wu pointed inside. Shuetong arrived at the entrance, peeked inside, and called out, Liu Mao, leader. Amidst those sitting or standing, Liu Mao's voice came, and he excitedly rushed out, leader. With his torso bare and wrapped in medical bandages, Liu Mao's eyes streamed tears as he ran toward Shuetong, arms open wide to embrace. Luo Haoshi walked forward expressionlessly, accidentally bumping into the rushing Liu Mao, causing him to cry out Aya and fall forward directly. Shuetong looked down at Liu Mao sprawled at her feet, squatted down, patted his shoulder, and said, don't worry, it's fine. Rescue operations proceeded more smoothly than expected. All members of Tunglong recovered the large ship without injury and saved their captured comrades. After confirming no danger remained, Shuetong signaled Red-Haired to bring the boathouse closer and then descended to it herself. Shung Fu was squatting by the kitchen window yawning, seemingly still drowsy and somewhat confused. Shuetong waved to Jiang Gang coming out, pointing at Liu Mao beside her, saying, Dr. Jiang, please check him. Jiang Gang just nodded but hesitated momentarily, looking toward Luo Haoshi on the big ship behind Shuetong, asking, is it okay? Shuetong, what situation is this? Are you actually seeking approval from Luo Haoshi? Shuetong slowly turned her head back to look. Luo Haoshi was walking unhurriedly down to the boathouse. Hearing this, he lightly responded with an Only then did Jiang Gang lead Liu Mao into the house. Shuetong looked at Luo Haoshi and said, he should have listened to both of us since we rescued him together. Why does he only listen to you? Luo Haoshi replied, because I give more spirit cause than you do. Shuetong. Fine, I concede. When Shuetong asked Jiang Gang to help examine Liu Mao, it was precisely because she wanted him to use his abilities to heal Liu Mao. Luo Haoshi explained, Leader Di and the others don't know about Jiang Gang's ability. Shuetong looked surprised. You haven't told them? Luo Haoshi stood at the bow of the ship, slightly lowering his gaze at her. Only Yuenjin, you, and your younger brother know. Shuetong did not ask him why he chose not to tell, Naturally he has his own considerations. I'll let red-haired and Lumaro be cautious. Shui Tong lifted her eyes, her dark gaze sparkling. Somehow, from these words, Luo Haosha felt a slight sense of distance. As he watched Shui Tong turn back and return to the cabin, he thought that her current focus should be on her injured younger brother who can cook tomato scrambled eggs. Tomato scrambled eggs? Where are the tomatoes coming from? Luo Haosha looked up. Night had fallen, the moonlight was abundant, cascading down gracefully. By the railing of the big ship, my Yuanjin was munching on a bright red tomato, his cheeks puffed out, as he talked to him. Di Laro Da's calling some people to clean up. I took the opportunity to steal some food from the kitchen. Here. He threw an uneaten tomato with his other hand towards Luo Haosha. Luo Haosha caught it with his hand and then threw it back, saying indifferently, I don't eat. My Yuanjin smiled slyly. Why do you bother with tomatoes? It seemed as if his thoughts had been seen through. Luo Haosha turned away, avoiding eye contact. The two of them stood at the bow of the ship chatting for a while. Then they saw Jiang Gang come out. My Yuanjin threw him the tomato. Thank you. Jiang Gang sat down by the edge of the ship and took a bite after wiping the tomato. How's it going? My Yuanjin asked. No infection, just superficial wounds, more than half healed, Jiang Gang said. Spirit cores are somewhat useful. In his case, they could handle 7 or 8/10 of the situation. That's interesting, my Yuanjin said, munching on the tomato. If you were given the spirit core of an abnormal creature, you'd have dual abilities and would be nearly invincible. Jiang Gang smiled gently, saying warmly, what I have now is already good enough for me. After speaking, he looked toward the water reflecting moonlight, slightly downcast. If my teacher was still here, he'd be happy. He stayed underwater because of me and never left. If it weren't for me. Luo Haosha glanced at him and spoke into the night breeze. My uncle, who does research, also had a beloved student. My Yuanjin, ? Shui Tong, who had just emerged, ? Both of them, with a series of question marks above their heads, looked at Luo Haosha. Where did this researching uncle of yours come from? The moment they met, they felt an instant rapport, and he placed the person under his care for careful teaching, calling him his lifetime's proudest and favorite student. During a foreign business trip, they unfortunately encountered an earthquake and were buried together in an unfinished industrial building. My uncle gave the safety helmet to his disciple in a critical moment, thus sustaining severe injuries which led to his death. The disciple was very saddened but cherished the opportunity his teacher had secured for him, continuing to live earnestly and diligently. So it wouldn't count as betraying the love his teacher showed towards him. Jiang Gang ate his tomato but his eyes brimmed red without his notice. He removed his glasses to rub his eyes, asking softly, what kind of research did your uncle do? Luo Haosha responded lightly, what's the name of your junior sister? Jiang Gang. He put his glasses back on, sweeping away all traces of his previous despondency, replying seriously, I understand, people should look forward, not be trapped in the past. I will continue to live earnestly and diligently for both myself and my teacher. My Yuanjin held his cheeks, trying not to laugh. He thought that last night, Luo Haosha had been convinced by the touching story between Jiang Gang and his junior sister, only to find out he had known it was fake all along. Since he knew it was fake, he still went to find Shung Fu. Looks like he truly can't let go. Chapter 031. Shui Tong had no idea what a younger sister was being referred to and curiously glanced at Jiang Gang, about to ask when an alarm sound came from the large ship. Something's up. My Yuanjin looked behind him. Luo Haosha returned to the large ship. Shui Tong let Shung Fu go back inside, and she followed. Di Laodar was just stepping out onto the deck with a solemn expression, and their Chen Ergo was already leading a group of people looking in the direction of the land. Chen Ergo handed over the binoculars in his hand to Di Laodar and pointed in a direction for him to look. What is it? My Yuanjin asked Xiao Wu who was coming over. Xiao Wu pointed towards the forest and said, someone's coming. Shui Tong was holding the binoculars and looking. In the night's mountain forest road, there were lights flashing. 3 police vehicles were driving this way. It seems like the people from Baiheng base are rushing over, Xiao Wu said. They arranged to meet here tonight. It's just that before the base people arrived, we took them down. No wonder they were so relaxed earlier. They had already contacted the people from the base and felt supported. When Luo Haosha was investigating, he noticed Shui Tong standing still with the binoculars. She really has everything going on. The convoy bypassed the forest path and stopped by the shore. The glaring headlights illuminated the dark night, and the car doors immediately opened, with 5 or 6 people getting out. This bunch wore police uniforms, held batons in their hands, and looked ferocious, evidently not ones to be trifled with. Shui Tong observed and discovered that those who got out first all went to the last vehicle, helping to open the passenger side door. It seemed the leader was in this last car. She aimed the lens at the back seat, and after the car door opened, a man wearing a police uniform and a black fur coat walked down. With a haughty demeanor, he swung a baton while looking towards the big ship. Shui Tong stared at the face and froze. Her expression turned odd as she removed the binoculars and looked again. It really was him. What's wrong? My Yuanjin saw her odd expression and quietly asked. Shui Tong handed the binoculars to him. Take a look. My Yuanjin took them over. After finishing, the two exchanged a glance and simultaneously looked at Luo Haosha nearby. Luo Haosha silently watched the distant convoy on the shore without speaking, and his expression remained unreadable. My Yuanjin hesitated for a moment and then said, Haosha, don't you want to take a look? Luo Haosha took the binoculars and, under the tense weight of the other two, finished observing. He leisurely remarked, "Ah, it's him." Shui Tong touched her nose and made a sound. This attitude, she worried for nothing. Ma Yuanjun lowered his voice. "It's probably better not to let Di Laodar and the others know about your relationship. Sun Laoliu will definitely stir up trouble." "Whatever," said Luo Haosha. Chen Ergo called him ahead. Luo Haosha returned the binoculars to Shui Tong and walked away. Xiao Wu secretly edged closer and asked, "Who is it?" Ma Yuanjun quietly replied, "An older brother, a cousin, with bad relations." Regarding the later details of Luo Haosha's family, the book did not describe much further. However, it was known that Luo Haosha's parents died in a car accident, the estate was seized by his uncle, he was bullied by his brother as a teenager, just one word, pitiful. But there was no mention about the uncle or the cousin after the apocalypse. Seeing them now, both Shui Tong and Ma Yuanjun were somewhat surprised. Shui Tong blinked, watching the direction where Luo Haosha left. She had met this cousin of Luo Haosha, who was 5 years older, before. He had a bad character, acted arrogantly, played with dangerous things before the apocalypse, and associated with unsavory friends. At that time, she had settled matters with Luo Haosha, and they agreed to watch a movie together. Before entering, Luo Haosha went to buy popcorn and coincidentally encountered Luo Yang with his female companion. The atmosphere between the two brothers was very tense, almost coming to blows. Even more unfortunately, when they came out, they encountered each other again. They looked at each other, and Luo Haosha led her away directly. Later, Luo Haosha's mood wasn't too good. Shui Tong pretended not to know and tried her best to cheer him up. Thinking back now, she used to do quite a bit of comforting in the past. Shui Tong continued observing Luo Yang and the others on the shore with the binoculars. Luo Yang picked up the megaphone and shouted toward the large ship, "Are you crazy? Moving the boat so far, do you want me to swim over?" Shui Tong. The distance between the ship and the shore was too far. The people from Baiheng couldn't clearly see if those standing on the ship were still their own allies. Sun Laoliu complained beside Di Laodar, "Why don't we just go over and take them all out?" Tenglong also suffered losses this time. Quite a few companions died in the turmoil, and those who survived could consider themselves lucky. Because of this, Di Laodar harbored murderous thoughts. He nodded and said, "Go." Sun Laoliu signaled to the others to follow him. The large ship began to approach the shore. Sun Laoliu pressed a gun against the waist of several people from Baidu Heng's vice regiment, threatening them in a low voice, "Do as I say, or I'll blow your brains out." Drenched in cold sweat, the captives nodded. Under the cover of those from the vice regiment, Sun Laoliu and Luo Haosha's group boarded a smaller boat to head ashore, waiting for an unexpected moment to strike. Shui Tong watched from the large ship. Red Hair came over from behind quietly and asked her, "Boss, what's wrong?" "People from the opposite side are here," Shui Tong said. "Is my sister asleep?" "Just fell asleep," Red Hair replied. Shui Tong thought for a bit, then decided to follow. She handed the binoculars to Red Hair. "I'll check underwater." "Shouldn't you let them handle it?" Red Hair looked puzzled at her. Shui Tong shrugged without answering. It was almost instinctual. Shui Tong glanced at the approaching smaller boat. During their relationship before, whenever questions about his family came up, Luo Haosha would avoid them completely, even shutting himself off. His uncle liked to show off occasionally at school. Each time, she had to spend extra effort to comfort him, knowing that Luo Haosha became sensitive when facing issues with his relatives and got hurt easily. Shui Tong swam stealthily underwater when suddenly she noticed someone fall in. As she approached, her eyes widened in surprise. A frog zombie in the water was choking the person who had fallen, trying to bite into him. After surfacing, Shui Tong heard a piercing gunshot sound. Swear words and angry shouts were alternating. Before people from Baiheng and Tenglong could engage each other, frog zombies emerged from the water and the woods, launching a preemptive attack. Luo Yang held a gun in his hand, retreating with terror on his face while being protected by someone nearby. He shouted, "Kill! Kill them all! Where the hell did these come from? Luo Captain, save!" The cries for help from the deputy regiment were cut off abruptly by Sun Laoliu's bullet through their heads. Luo Yang stared in shock, then yelled, "Go! Everyone get in the cars and leave!" Damn it, this bunch from the deputy regiment actually brought Tenglong's men along. Waste of space. Luo Yang opened his car door intending to enter, but Sun Laoliu shot toward him, forcing him to crouch down. Then he was knocked down by the others from Tenglong. People around quickly covered and helped him retreat. Frog zombies leaped onto the roofs of the vehicles, coldly watching this group. Luo Yang swallowed nervously, hastily getting up to run toward the forest, away from the battlefield. Sun Laoliu called out loudly, "Don't let those bastards escape. Chase them." Along with Sun Laoliu and his team, frog zombies also chased after them. As Shui Tong just finished dealing with the waterbound zombies and surfaced, she saw Luo Haosha running into the woods. Originally, 3 men were protecting Luo Yang, but they were all bitten by the pursuing frog zombies, leaving only him still fleeing. The distant gunfire and curses made his heart race as he broke into a sweat, constantly cursing those useless fools under his breath. Suddenly, the soil beneath his feet gave way, feeling like he'd stepped into a void, making him immediately fall down. Luo Yang felt as if his limbs were clamped by the sinking and re-solidifying soil, unable to move. Xiao Wu panting arrived, still running. He grabbed hold of Luo Yang, yanking him up. However, due to Xiao Wu lowering his guard because of his own abilities, Luo Yang managed to stab Xiao Wu in the shoulder with a hidden knife during the struggle. Xiao Wu screamed in agony as he was kicked down to the ground by Luo Yang, who then turned and ran. Xiao Wu, clutching his wounded shoulder, tried using his ability on Luo Yang but found it had no effect. Luo Yang suddenly stopped, turning back and looking down condescendingly at Xiao Wu lying on the ground. With a derisive laugh, he said, "What, did you think having powers made you invincible? Why did he suddenly stop running?" Before Xiao Wu could figure out what Luo Yang meant, he suddenly saw him run back, with 2 or 3 frog zombies following close behind. So he was forced back by pursuit. Xiao Wu attempted to rise, but Luo Yang had already returned, stepping hard on Xiao Wu's injured shoulder, increasing the pain and causing another cry of anguish. During this time, Xiao Wu continuously triggered his skills, but nothing happened. Luo Yang shoved Xiao Wu toward the frog zombies chasing after him, escaping. Xiao Wu was caught by the frog zombie, who was about to bite into his neck, when a gunshot rang out, hitting its heart. The moonlight filtered through the dense forest, dispelling the darkness, accompanied by dazzling firelight which caught another zombie attempting to attack Xiao Wu from the trees. The flaming consumed the zombie, letting out a terrified roar. But there was still one left. It tightened its grip on Xiao Wu's neck and smashed him into a tree, knocking him unconscious, ensuring its prey couldn't resist. Just as it was about to bite down, Luo Haosha arrived in time to fight the frog zombie. The frog zombie was grappling Xiao Wu tightly, ready to bite his neck. Suddenly, a well-timed shot pierced the creature's chest. However, this frog zombie had a bit of intelligence. After a few encounters, it learned his moves and used its excellent jumping ability to bounce back and forth between the trees. Luo Haosha was managing one just fine, but then unexpectedly Luo Yang came running back, bringing with him 3 or 4 more pursuers. The two unexpectedly met. Luo Yang was initially startled upon seeing him, then filled with shock. As the zombies closed in, Luo Yang shamelessly shouted, "Luo Haosha, save me, I'm your brother." But Luo Haosha completely ignored him. Luo Yang nearly got tackled by the zombies, barely dodging and rolling on the ground as he cursed, "You little bastard." Glancing at Xiao Wu who lay unconscious nearby, without hesitation, Luo Yang used him as a meat shield, only for Luo Haosha to come over when he saw this. Once again, Luo Yang shoved Xiao Wu toward the zombies to secure his safety, attracting the nearby zombies before immediately fleeing. Luo Haosha didn't have time. His flames could terrify the zombies, but they also affected humans, intense enough to cause burns. Thus, he had no choice but to risk blocking the zombie himself, taking a bite on his shoulder. Luo Haosha gazed in the direction Luo Yang had fled, the stars in his eyes flickering. After struggling to deal with the zombies around him, Luo Haosha picked up Xiao Wu and chased after the direction Luo Yang had run off to. Yet he never imagined what scene awaited him when he caught up. Luo Yang held a blade against Shui Tong's pale neck, coldly grinning as he threatened her, "You're all fools, relying on your abilities and thinking you can rush in?" Shui Tong swore she hadn't expected things to turn out like this either. When facing Luo Yang, she had indeed intended to use her powers to subdue him, but nothing happened, giving Luo Yang the chance amid her momentary surprise and lapse in vigilance. Hearing footsteps, both looked over and found Luo Haosha emerge carrying Xiao Wu on his back. "Hey, Luo Haosha, you sure did a great job clearing out all those zombies. My brother really has to thank you," Luo Yang sarcastically mocked. Chapter 032. Luo Haosha cast a cold, dark gaze toward Luo Yang. Shuetong said, "Don't let him touch you, he can nullify your powers." As soon as the words left her mouth, Luo Yang tightened his grip and broke the skin with the blade, causing blood to seep out. The pain made Shuetong furrow her brows. "You've got some insight," Luo Yang sneered, glancing at Shuetong. He suddenly raised an eyebrow. "Wait, haven't I seen you before?" Shuetong didn't reply. Luo Yang burst into mocking laughter, looking at Luo Haosha. "Big brother has a good memory for beauties. You little rascal, weren't you the one who accompanied her to the cinema back then? I never expected it, Luo Haosha, even in the apocalypse, the two of you are still together. Your luck is so good, it's infuriating." Luo Haosha shot him a cold glance and said, "Let her go, and I'll let you leave." "Release her?" "Of course I will. I wouldn't dare hurt my future sister-in-law," Luo Yang threatened, "but you have to toss me the gun first and clear the path for me. Make sure there are no zombies chasing us." Without hesitation, Luo Haosha threw the gun over. Luo Yang glanced at the gun on the ground and laughed heartily. "You really acted without hesitation. Follow the position I told you to walk in. You lead, confirm it's safe, and I'll release her." Luo Yang grinned slyly at Luo Haosha. With a deep look, Luo Haosha fixed his gaze on Shuetong, meeting her dark, bright eyes, clear and beautiful. He silently followed the order. Luo Yang bossed around Luo Haosha arrogantly, acting rudely. Unable to stand it anymore, Shuetong was about to use another power card to break free when Luo Yang tut-tutted, "My dear sister-in-law, how could someone as beautiful as you be so blind as to choose this fake?" "What fake?" Luo Haosha's footsteps faltered momentarily as he stopped. "What are you standing there for? Go." Luo Yang smirked teasingly. "Sister-in-law, you like this guy because he told you that after adulthood, he'd inherit all his parents' money and company, right? And become the young master of the group, huh?" Luo Haosha never said that. Shuetong internally scoffed. She had actually wished for him to talk more about his parents, but he never did. "He must have complained to you numerous times, blaming my dad for taking what was rightfully his. Oh boy, imagining that scene makes me laugh until I fall off my chair." Every word pierced into Luo Haosha's weaknesses, leaving Shuetong feeling enraged inside. "Listen, sister, I'm just giving you advice. Following him is futile. You won't get a single penny from him. Trust me," Luo Yang laughed wildly. It's already a big act of kindness by my dad not kicking him out of our family. Want to know why? Though asking Shuetong, his eyes were set on Luo Haoshe walking ahead. Carrying Xiao Wu on his back, Luo Haoshe kept stepping forward as if unaffected. Luo Yang shouted louder, because he's an illegitimate child born out of an affair. Not even of our Lu family lineage, no rights for inheritance whatsoever. Shuetong came to a halt, refusing to take another step forward. Luo Yang gloated while watching Luo Haoshe up front. Though he paused too, he didn't turn around. Shuetong regretted not silencing him sooner. Suddenly, green vines surged out and wrapped around Luo Yang's limbs. Before Luo Yang could react, Shuetong grabbed the knife from his hand and slit his throat. Tilting her head slightly, Shuetong avoided most of the splashing blood but still managed to get speckled with some. At the sound behind him, Luo Haoshe immediately turned around, only to witness Luo Yang collapsing and Shuetong holding the knife, blood dripping from its blade. Shuetong turned around, her eyes full of determination. She wiped the blood off her face and whispered, "He's wrong, I have high standards." Luo Haoshe's complexion turned pale, and the tightly clenched fist trembled, unable to loosen. Averting his gaze from Shuetong, his eyelashes flickered lightly, casting a shadow over his eyes. Taking 2 steps forward, Luo Haoshe suddenly fainted. In a hurry, Shuetong approached to check on him, noticing the festering wound on his shoulder. He'd been bitten again by a zombie. The two were eventually found by Ma Yuanjun, who had caught up. Ma Yuanjun looked at the dead Luo Yang, then at the blood-streaked face of Shuetong, raising a thumb towards her. "Seems like you've increased your popularity points once more." Ignoring his jest, Shuetong pointed at Luo Haoshe, saying, "Carry him back." Ma Yuanjun moved to help. Supporting Xiao Wu, Shuetong walked alongside Ma Yuanjun towards the shore. On the way, Ma Yuanjun muttered, "How did Xiao Wu end up so injured?" "Probably because Luo Yang sealed his abilities," Shuetong explained. "I couldn't use my powers after being touched by him." However, since she had used only one type of ability earlier, others remained accessible even after the seal. "This is pretty impressive, no wonder several people protected him before," Ma Yuanjun exclaimed in amazement. "My brother really had bad luck. I remember this older brother always making cold remarks since childhood and even taking over Haoshe's estate with his father, even though Haoshe was the heir." Ma Yuanjun hadn't finished when Shuetong interrupted, "If you still want to be his friend, don't mention a single word about the Luo family from now on." Surprised for a moment, Ma Yuanjun tilted his head and saw that Shuetong was serious, so he nodded. He simply thought it was because Luo Haoshe disliked him. Shuetong didn't explain why. She didn't intend to let anyone in this world know what Luo Yang had said. Not even Ma Yuanjun. Several drivers from Baiheng fled, but the rest were all taken care of by the shore. After the frog zombie's death, Brother Chen led a group to collect the crystal cores. Shuetong and Ma Yuanjun first brought back the injured. When Di Laodar learned of Luo Haoshe's injury, he immediately wanted the doctor to come help but was politely declined by Shuetong. "Jiang Gang is already looking at him, and it's not too severe, don't worry, Di Laodar." Di Laodar asked again, "Would eating a few crystal cores help supplement?" Shuetong. This person truly cares about Luo Haoshe. Jiang Gang and Shuetong stared at each other in Haoshe's room. Pointing at the rotting wound on Luo Haoshe's shoulder, Shuetong said, "If you dare to mention a single word of this to others, I'll kill you." Jiang Gang. "Even though I can tell it's a bite mark." Before he could finish, he noticed Shuetong glaring coldly, so he picked up the tools and started cleaning the dead flesh silently. Shuetong placed the necessary medical instruments and medicines near him. Jiang Gang sighed, "You're really Doraemon." "If I hear that again, I'll take it as you calling me fat," Shuetong replied. Jiang Gang shut up. This time, Luo Haoshe was only bitten once, unlike the last time underwater where his body had been bitten in multiple places. Moreover, the range of necrosis was also extensive, which made treatment troublesome. Jiang Gang worked swiftly and professionally, putting Shuetong at ease. He had initially tried using his ability, but it was ineffective. Judging from his feverish state, I'm not sure if he's infected. Jiang Gang touched Luo Haoshe's forehead and said, "Will antipyretics work?" Shuetong asked. Jiang Gang looked back at her in surprise. "Do you have any?" Shuetong, "If they work, then yes." Jiang Gang pondered for a moment, "Perhaps, if they work." Shuetong took out several kinds and asked him, which one should he take? Jiang Gang reflected deeply, "Or maybe, you could just give me a hospital." Shuetong glared at him meaningfully, "One shouldn't be too greedy or die trying." Jiang Gang felt a bit regretful. After treating Luo Haoshe's wounds, Jiang Gang yawned and left. During this period, Ma Yuanjun came to take a look. He said, Di Laodar plans to return to the base now due to the threat of the frog zombies and the shortage of manpower. They decided to go back and settle accounts with Baiheng later. Shuetong responded with an "Oh." Ma Yuanjun pointed at Luo Haoshe and asked, "How is his injury? You seem quite worried." "I am." Shuetong blinked her eyes. "No, Jiang Gang has already handled it, he'll be fine once awake." Ma Yuanjun observed her thoughtfully, "If you really like him, I don't have objections, and I even agree, but I'm not sure if you can endure being imprisoned for 1800 years after failing the mission." Shuetong. Ma Yuanjun added, "And there are massive fines too. If I fail, it's at most 200 years, how did it become 1800 with you?" Shuetong raised her eyes and glared at him. Ma Yuanjun gestured towards Luo Haoshe again, carefully calculated, "If you fall for the male lead, can you tolerate him falling in love with the female lead later on?" So you'd have to compete with her for his affection, which would be far more serious than a failed mission, right? Hence, 1800 years isn't wrong, right? Shuetong. It makes some sense. Seeing Shuetong withdraw into self-isolation, my Yuanjin patted her shoulder and consoled her. No worries, it's just 1800 years, blink and it'll pass. Considering our revolutionary friendship, I'll visit you in prison if I have time and help pay a couple bail fees, that's possible. Shuetong expressed blankly, I've thought it through, killing his best friend directly would be much faster. My Yuanjin turned and bolted away. The large ship sailed across the water, the moonlight spilling onto the hull, casting a chill. Shuetong initially sat by the bedside watching over Luo Haoshe. Bored later, she wandered around in his room, looking for traces of his life. Eventually, she discovered many books in the drawer. They must have been for passing the time when he was bored. Shuetong took several and sat by the bed to read them. At first, flipping through them was quite dull, but as she went on, she became engrossed. When Shuetong got tired of reading, she leaned against the side of the bed and dozed off, one hand pressing down on an open page. A dim yellow light illuminated the room, accompanied by the silence of the night. When she woke up groggily, she found that the person on the bed had already awakened, now sitting half upright and looking down at a book in his hands. Shuetong rubbed her eyes and, within her line of sight, the contours of the man were clear, softened by the light. Neither of them spoke. Luo Haoshe was reading a book, while Shuetong watched him. Only when Luo Haoshe turned to the last page did Shuetong ask, is it good? Luo Haoshe's gaze lingered on the final line of the book. After a long while, he responded with a nasal sound indicating affirmation. Pointing at the book in his hand, Shuetong said, did you read this before? I saw a bookmark. Luo Haoshe glanced sideways. Shuetong smiled at him, it's quite a classic. The opening is very stimulating. Luo Haoshe remarked coldly, the way you describe it makes it seem vulgar. The beginning talks about the female protagonist committing adultery at home behind her husband's back. Naturally, it's quite stimulating. Shuetong looked at him innocently. Luo Haoshe pursed his lips. But the woman, who is so foolish, selfish, and malicious, has driven the calm, restrained, intelligent, and obsessive man to adore her desperately, bringing himself low, Shuetong said. Do you remember the part where he confronts her? Shuetong gestured vaguely. The dialogue is very classic. When you think about it, it seems to be the first time since their marriage that they treated each other truthfully. As Luo Haoshe listened to her voice, he instinctively flipped back to the page she mentioned. To be honest, I thought towards the end, she would fall in love with her husband. But it seems that by the time of his death, all she felt was guilt and pity, Shuetong said lightly. I think if he had shown his intelligence and pride from the start and conquered her, the outcome might have been different. Luo Haoshe's tone grew cool. He knew what kind of person the woman would accept, so he worked hard to show that appearance. So she doesn't understand her own husband at all, Shuetong said. Because she only sees what he wants her to see, much like you. Luo Haoshe paused, unable to understand why the topic had suddenly shifted to himself. Shuetong tilted her chin toward him and said with a tinge of regret, do you know what I disliked most about you when we dated? Luo Haoshe's fingers gripping the edge of the page tightened unconsciously. His beautiful dark eyes stared intently at her, waiting for the answer. You only told me good things. Shuetong stood up, and Luo Haoshe's gaze followed upward as she softly continued. You bottled up the bad things inside yourself, and whenever you were hurt, you hid alone until you healed, then came out to find me again. What do you even need a girlfriend for then? Do you know how exhausting it was to see you withdraw into yourself without saying why and having to carefully cheer you up? You're the type of person who makes dating extremely exhausting. For the first time in his life, Luo Haoshe was called this, and even more so, by the girl he liked. He gazed at Shuetong with a slightly sunken look, the yellowish light casting his silhouette, which now inexplicably seemed a bit desolate and disheveled. Shuetong met his gaze and could see the confusion in Luo Haoshe's eyes. Unable to hold it in, she chuckled, I can keep cheering you up, but sometimes, you should tell me those unpleasant things that happened to you. Shuetong closed the door behind her and sighed quietly in the hallway. Who could bear 1800 years? Luo Haoshe lowered his head and looked at the book in his hand. The bookmark rested on the very page where the male and female protagonists confronted each other. The first time he saw those sentences, he thought of Shuetong. I know your intention, your ideals, you are mercenary, vulgar, yet I love you. The Painted Veil by Morm. Luo Haoshe gently caressed the pages with his fingertips, as if he could hear the steady beat of his own heart. I know you may not love me, yet I love you. Chapter 033. The large ship traveled far away under the cover of night, leaving Zun south. The forest path by the riverbank was in a mess, with a mixture of bloody smell and the fragrance of grasses and trees. The full moon reflected on the water surface gradually covered with frost, then froze into ice. The ice layer spread to the distance at a steady pace. The zombies who have long lived underwater finally stretched out their hands, breaking through the water surface and coming onto the ice. Their green eyes were like fireflies, scattered in every corner of this city. The zombies on high-rise buildings jumped into the water one after another, then came onto the ice without exception. By the time dawn broke, Zun South had become an ice city. Zombies stood all over the ice. Life aboard the ship was a bit boring. Zwetang occasionally went to Luo Haoshe's place to find books to read. The subtle awkwardness between the two disappeared after that evening's conversation. Luo Haoshe subsequently recovered well. He was only very weak during the time when the rotten flesh wasn't cleaned up after being bitten. Shuetong was worried about her treasure hunting. Although the refresh point was on the ship, it was in someone else's room, so she couldn't go in rashly, and could only watch helplessly as the treasure chest disappeared. Sometimes the refresh point was underwater, but the big ship had already sailed past that area. Shui Tong let Hongfa and Green Hair keep watch while she secretly dived into the water. She almost couldn't find her way back. The ship sailed too far, and just then Luo Haosha came looking for her. Hongfa and Green Hair were anxious, stuttering and trying to cover up. Luo Haosha coldly watched the two of them perform. In the end, Shui Tong managed to catch up with difficulty and gave up the idea of hunting for treasures and opening boxes while the ship was sailing. After 5 days of sailing on the sea, the big ship finally reached the shore. It was exactly 6 o'clock in the morning, just before sunrise. A makeshift small dock had a street lamp flickering on and off. The people waiting at the dock whistled when they saw the big ship, turning around and blowing the whistle towards the convoy behind them. Zuetang was woken up by Ma Yuanjin knocking on the door, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she looked at him. Ma Yuanjin said, "Let's disembark, it's a half-hour drive to the base." Zuetang replied with an "oh," and went back to wake up Shung Fu. Ma Yuanjin had previously mentioned that the Tunglong base was located in a mountain village, backed by a large mountain. There was also a nearby town, some distance from the city. Every household in the village was a building, with a few even being countryside villas. Before the apocalypse, it was a developing township with various projects supporting its development, including flower and fruit cultivation and agritainment tourism. Unfortunately, everything couldn't be fully perfected. Tunglong base settled here, clearing surrounding zombies to ensure regional safety. Every day there are teams going out on patrol, and others responsible for daily living. Hongfa and Green Hair both appeared dazed as if they hadn't woken up yet. Following Zuetang, upon seeing the people and vehicles waiting on the shore, they became more alert. "Big brother, are we going to live with a lot of people from now on?" Green Hair whispered. "Weren't you living like this before?" Zuetang yawned, casually replying, "It's just returning to the normal state of human society." Hongfa patted Green Hair's shoulder, signaling him to stop asking questions. Judging by the response, Big Brother hasn't woken up yet. There were quite a number of people on the shore, all gathering around Brother Di, awaiting his arrangements. Some people noticed Zuetang and the other unfamiliar faces, curiously examining them. Ma Yuanjin waved at them from the car, "Over here." Only after Zuetang went over did she notice that Luo Haosha was driving the car. For a brief moment after looking through the car window, Zuetang asked, "Do you have a driver's license?" Both Ma Yuanjin and Jiang Gang were shocked after hearing her question. Luo Haosha glanced at her. "Do you know where to get the certificate?" Zuetang. Hongfa laughed awkwardly. "Ha ha ha, Big Brother is like this when she hasn't woken up yet." Green Hair nodded in agreement and opened the car door, intending to pull Zuetang inside. But then he saw her walk to the front door again and went to the driver's side window. When the window rolled down completely, Zuetang leaned in. Luo Haosha moved his body slightly backward, catching a whiff of her hair, as she said, "Seatbelt." Zuetang pulled the seatbelt and tilted her head to look at him. Without changing expression, Luo Haosha pulled over the seatbelt and fastened it. Only then did Zuetang satisfiedly get into the car. Jiang Gang, sitting in the passenger seat, silently pulled over the seatbelt and fastened it as well, feeling as though there was an additional traffic police officer on the car. Luo Haosha drove steadily. The night receded in the rearview mirror as dawn gradually dispersed the darkness. The village was connected with cement roads, making for smooth travel. Various types of flowers and trees were planted on both sides of the road, with commendable environmental greening. Passing the village entrance signpost, solar-powered streetlights could be seen every certain distance, visible houses increasing. Occasionally, a few families would still have lights on in their homes, some houses even having loudspeakers hung on them for convenient message transmission. As Hongfa and Green Hair watched the scenery outside the window, they gradually perked up. Only Shung family's two sisters were sleeping with their heads close together. Jiang Gang looked out of the window and said, "How many people live in that house?" "Minimum 5 people, not mandatory, depends on individual preferences for co-living," Luo Haosha said. "Also depends on the house structure, usually 2-story buildings. Single-story houses are calculated separately." Green Hair secretly raised his hand to ask, "Can we choose which house to live in?" Luo Haosha, "No." Green Hair, "You will stay with me." Luo Haosha glanced at Shui Tong in the rear mirror. Red Hair said, "Didn't you say only 5 people can live in one house?" "I live alone," Luo Haosha said, "or you can also go stay next door with Yuanjin." Green Hair immediately replied, "My Yuanjin surely stays with his girlfriend, how awkward would that be?" Jiang Gang turned around and said, "He also stays with his girlfriend, don't you find it awkward?" Green Hair. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Green Hair and Red Hair simultaneously looked at Shui Tong, then at Luo Haosha in front. The car drove past a denser area of houses and headed toward the back of the village, passing some flower fields, arriving at the back of the village where the houses became scattered. Luo Haosha finally parked the car under a small slope. Going up the steps could reveal a white house. Shui Tong was just awakened at this point, rubbing her eyes and getting out of the car. After ascending the steps, one could see a stone platform lined with flowers and grasses. Under the grapevine trellis stood a water-filled tank. What caught her eye was a full view of rustic charm. Impressive, being the number 1 in the base, an important figure who gets to enjoy his own residence. Red Hair and Green Hair were both excited about returning to human housing. After Luo Haosha opened the door, they enthusiastically entered carrying their luggage and cheered. Luo Haosha has been living here for over a year. Although he never thought there would be someone living with him one day, he had prepared the rooms, untouched ever since. There were 3 rooms upstairs and 2 downstairs. More than enough for them. Red hair and green hair were overly excited to sleep and ran around upstairs and downstairs. Jiang Gang, after emerging from the underground, became interested in everything on the ground, inspecting here and there. Luo Haoshe let them go as they pleased. Only Xue Tong and Shung Fu followed Luo Haoshe into the room upstairs. There was a musty smell of sawdust in the room. Luo Haoshe opened the window, left the mesh screen closed, then thought for a moment and asked, "Pull the curtains?" Looking back, he found the 2 had already fallen asleep, lying on the bed wrapped in blankets. Luo Haoshe. Watching Xue Tong fall asleep, his lips curved slightly, and he pulled the curtain shut. Xue Tong woke up late in the morning. Shung Fu was already gone. If she had nothing to do, she would let herself sleep till the end of time. Occasionally without the motivation to wake up, even more so considering how cold it was outside now. She rolled around in the warmth of her blanket, reminded by the soft bed and warm blanket of an undeniable fact: they had arrived at Tunglong Base. Xue Tong quickly sat up and swung off the blanket to get out of bed. Facilities around her indicated that the owner of this room was a young woman, cosmetics on the dressing table, skirts and coats in the wardrobe. Xue Tong pulled the curtains and opened the window, seeing green hair in the yard downstairs talking with Ma Yuanjun about something. When they heard the sound of the opening window, both looked up. "Hey, awake already?" Ma Yuanjun waved. "It's almost 1 p.m. We have to meet at the square for dinner at 8:30 p.m. It's a base rule, everyone eats dinner together every night." Xue Tong asked, "What kind of rule is that?" Ma Yuanjun answered, "To count the numbers, prevent accidents. At least 3 times a week." "Does the boss eat lunch?" Green hair asked. Xue Tong rubbed her eyes. "What's for lunch?" Green hair pointed to red hair holding a bowl coming out, instant noodles. Xue Tong. She returned to wash up and went downstairs. Their daily necessities were brought over by Luo Haoshe asking Ma Yuanjun for help. Tunglong Base, in this mountain village, uses powers of anomalies and remaining tools to generate electricity and supply water, through teamwork turning this place into a utopia amidst the apocalypse. Although compared to before there are still many inconveniences, for those fleeing outside, dining in the open while camping in the mountains, chased by zombies every day, living in fear and uncertainty, this was heaven. Red hair saw Xue Tong come down and served her the instant noodles. "Where is my sister?" Xue Tong asked. "She just went out to check on the grapevines," red hair pointed outside. "Seems like sister is interested in that. If my sister can grow sweet tomatoes in winter, can she also grow sweet grapes in spring?" Xue Tong called out to Shung Fu outside, "Sister, good luck." The fresh air and her pleasant mood made even the instant noodles in her hand more tolerable. Xue Tong asked while eating, "Where is Luo Haoshe?" "Leader, have you finally remembered about Big Brother?" Red hair looked at him pitifully, while green hair winked at her mischievously. Xue Tong blinked and replied, "What's wrong with him?" Ma Yuanjun shrugged near the door. Green hair, with a serious expression, said, "Leader, as soon as it got light this morning, a girl in a white dress despite the cold weather came running over, shouting Haoshe brother non-stop. Her eyes were only on him." Xue Tong, after hearing this, turned toward Ma Yuanjun with wide eyes. "Peng Xiu, Peng elder brother's daughter," Ma Yuanjun explained. "She's close friends with leader Di and mainly manages the daily life aspects of the base." Xue Tong uttered an "oh," ate a couple of bites, and then asked, "So where is Luo Haoshe?" "The training field side, he's taking Jiang Gang for exercise," Ma Yuanjun finished, adding with a mischievous tone, "Peng Xiu is there too. I feel I need some exercise since I just woke up." Xue Tong set the instant noodles back. Ma Yuanjun drove her there. Xue Tong hadn't paid much attention last night, but now looking around, she thought the scenery was pretty impressive. "Do all of you in the base get your own cars?" she asked. "Almost everyone does," Ma Yuanjun responded. "Anyway, there are so many cars now, and zombies can't drive. Speaking of which, what if anomalies can?" Ma Yuanjun said unhappily. "Don't be such a downer." Through the window, flower buds had appeared in the fields, red and blue densely packed together. As they passed the square, Xue Tong could see neatly arranged tables and chairs, along with manually built platforms surrounded by large lights and loudspeakers on all sides. Ma Yuanjun said, "We'll gather there tonight. Also, Leader Di will introduce you then." Xue Tong wasn't particularly interested. The sports field was not far from the square. Outside was a newly constructed playground next to 2 renovated buildings that served as training grounds for boxing, martial arts, and strength exercises. Ma Yuanjun led Xue Tong to the boxing arena, saying along the way, "No rush, Haoshe knows his limits." "I'm not in a hurry," Xue Tong replied. Ma Yuanjun added, "Then walk slower, don't pass me unless you know exactly where you're going." Xue Tong stopped at the entrance and declared confidently, "It's here." Ma Yuanjun gave her a look before heading next door. Xue Tong. When Ma Yuanjun opened the door, bright lights shone inside. Jiang Gang sat outside, lounging casually on a chair, wiping sweat with a towel as he glanced at the stage. Luo Haoshe, drenched in sweat, fought bare-chested with another young man. He moved steadily and sharply, his attacks fast and precise, leaving the youth gradually unable to defend himself. Xue Tong walked in and immediately forgot all about Peng Xiu, her focus solely on the figure of Luo Haoshe on the platform. His long legs, taut waistline, and flawless body combined with the menacing scars and sweat, giving him an air of wildness that made it impossible to look away. In an instant, any thoughts of ancient times flew out of Xue Tong's mind. The young man fell backward onto the ground, raising his hands in surrender. Brother, stop. I give up. That's enough, or I'll go crazy if we continue. Luo Haoshe didn't hesitate, gracefully stepping down from the platform to grab a bottle of mineral water. However, as soon as he descended, he saw Xue Tong standing nearby. His expression paused slightly, his Adam's apple moving, sweat dripping from his jawline down his chest. Xue Tong blinked innocently at him. Luo Haoshe turned back and grabbed a shirt to put on, completely ignoring how hot and sweaty he was at the moment. Xue Tong exclaimed, "Don't put it on." Red Hair and Jiang Gang both exchanged puzzled glances. What sort of bold words were these? Luo Haoshe cast her a cold glance, to which Xue Tong sincerely replied, "I can look at the wounds on your waist and feel guilty for a bit longer. No problem, it's only fair." Gripping the mineral water bottle tightly, Luo Haoshe shot a glare at Xue Tong while my Yuanjin sarcastically muttered, "You're feeling guilty? You just want to ogle his body." Xue Tong glared back, "Why did you have to say that out loud? Can't you tell he's embarrassed?" Luo Haoshe, expressionless, turned away, wiping the sweat off his face with a towel while taking sips of water, trying to cool down. Jiang Gang sent him a sympathetic look and said, "I suggest you run a couple more laps downstairs, at least there will be wind." Luo Haoshe almost followed the advice right then and there. Chapter 034. My Yuanjin tactfully shifted the topic, bringing up the base with Luo Haoshe. Xue Tong wandered around nearby, glancing about. She looked up and caught sight of a young man getting off the boxing ring. He had a clean face, with double eyelids and an energetic gaze, curiously staring at her. Xue Tong smiled and said, "Hello." Do Yang raised his hand in salute, firmly saying, "Sister-in-law, hello." Xue Tong was taken aback. Do Yang grinned at her sheepishly and lowered his voice, saying, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Before you came, he already sent Peng Xiu away." "Really?" Xue Tong also lowered her voice in response. "How did he manage to get rid of her?" Do Yang scratched his head as he answered with a hint of helplessness. Right before we reached the door, he said 3 words. "No entry allowed." Xue Tong couldn't help but burst into laughter. To avoid continuing to spar with Luo Haoshe, Do Yang volunteered to take Xue Tong on a tour around the base. Waving at Luo Haoshe before they left, he said, "Brother, you can practice with Dr. Jiang first. I'll take the sister-in-law for a look around the base." Luo Haoshe turned to Xue Tong and saw she had already left the room. One word after another, calling her sister-in-law flows pretty smoothly, my Yuanjin joked. Luo Haoshe told Do Yang, "Don't call her that." Looking back at him innocently, Do Yang said, "Isn't this your girlfriend, brother?" Everyone knows. And there was no way to deny it by saying she wasn't his girlfriend. So Luo Haoshe said, "Don't call me brother." "Why shouldn't the boyfriend of my sister-in-law be called brother?" said Do Yang. Luo Haoshe, unable to bear it any longer, snapped, "Go away." Do Yang drove Xue Tong around the base. He seemed very friendly and talkative, humorous, appearing to be around the same age as Luo Haoshe but talking much more than him. Xue Tong asked why he called Luo Haoshe brother, and Do Yang replied, "Because he saved me from zombies, not just once." The kind-hearted Luo Haoshe truly had rescued many fans along the way. 3 years ago, when I went into the city to find some supplies, I encountered him alone. Seeing that he had weapons and food, I set my sights on him. Do Yang grinned mischievously while reminiscing with a hint of pride. "I succeeded too, tricked him and ran away. But my luck wasn't good, I fell right into a nest of zombies." Xue Tong tilted her head and looked at him, asking, "Did he save you out?" Do Yang nodded, sighing, "Truly, sister-in-law, you don't know what the scene was like. It still terrifies me whenever I think about it. I thought I was about to say goodbye to this beautiful world." But without regard for his own life, risking being bitten by zombies, he jumped down to save me. Do Yang's smile radiated warmth and brightness, looking entirely like a loyal fan subdued by Luo Haoshe. At that moment, I felt like I saw a celestial deity descending from heaven. I cried from fear, but after being rescued, I obediently returned everything I had stolen and apologized to him. To which he said that all things could be given to me, except one thing. "What?" Xue Tong was intrigued. Do Yang made a face and replied, "The phone." "What's so important about the phone?" Xue Tong wondered. It wasn't useful then. There was no network connection, no way to make calls, and the screen had multiple cracks, Do Yang explained, glancing at her seriously. "But inside that phone were pictures of you, sister-in-law." Xue Tong froze. Do Yang's enthusiasm towards her wasn't merely because she was Luo Haoshe's girlfriend. It dated back much earlier. He had seen her and knew of her existence long before this encounter. He also knew someone had once jumped recklessly into a horde of zombies for her photograph. Back then, not long after Luo Haoshe had parted ways with my Yuanjin and wandered alone, he had saved Do Yang. Both injured afterward, they hid in a small supermarket to evade the zombies. While sobbing and apologizing, Do Yang returned everything he'd stolen from Luo Haoshe. Luo Haoshe quietly observed the pile of goods, ultimately picking up the black mobile phone and speaking softly, "If you want, you can have all this. Take it and live well." Do Yang choked back tears as he stammered, "Brother, I'm sorry, truly sorry." Luo Haoshe didn't respond, simply lowering his head to look at the phone. He lit up the screen. The lock screen was a selfie of a young girl under a flower wall. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the loudspeakers had already begun announcing the dinner gathering time. People gradually started heading towards the square. Below the square lay a parking lot where drivers neatly parked their vehicles. Because they received notice that new members were joining the base, according to tradition, everyone should give them a welcome look. After finishing her tour of the base, Shui Tong went back to take Shung Fu and the two younger brothers to the square. During this time, the two younger brothers were very concerned about her going to hit on a rival, but since Do Yang was present, it wasn't easy to talk about it directly. So they kept giving her eye signals along the way. By the time they reached the square, green hair and red hair felt like their eyes might have gone bad. There were quite a number of people at the Tunglong base, around 100 or so. After arriving, everyone started chatting with acquaintances. It resembled a school canteen where some people helped serve food while other windows offered self-service options. Shui Tong noticed that some people wore camouflage uniforms with weapon holsters on their waists. Do Yang explained, they're the patrol teams who go out every day. They hand over their duties on schedule. He then gestured her to look elsewhere, saying, those with guns form the weekly mobile patrol team. They search for supplies in towns and cities and check for zombie traces. Watching Do Yang explain things to Shui Tong the whole way made red hair and green hair feel rather embarrassed. Upon comparison, Do Yang seemed more like Shui Tong's junior, whereas the two of them looked like passers-by. How unreasonable. They stayed by Shung Fu's side and pleaded pitifully, sister, if the boss wants to change his juniors, you must stand up for us. Shung Fu was still preoccupied with wrestling the grape leaf in her hand and didn't hear anything at all. Shui Tong found a table to sit down, and Do Yang went to fetch food for them. Green hair seized the opportunity to ask, boss, how did it go? Did you see that enchantress? Shui Tong shook her head. Didn't she show up? That's impossible. Green hair couldn't believe it. Red hair suddenly tapped him and lowered his voice. Boss, quick, look there. The one in the white dress walking next to brother. Shui Tong followed his line of sight. Coming over were leader Di and his group. Beside him walked Jiao Wen, still dressed as an elegant woman. There were also several unfamiliar men laughing and talking with leader Di. They looked quite familiar. Luo Haoshe walked a bit behind. On his left was Jiang Gang, and on his right was Peng Xiu. The young girl appeared to be about 20-something, with long hair braided into a fishtail braid falling on her shoulder, a white long skirt accentuating her slender and slim figure. This matched what green hair had described. Her eyes only focused on Luo Haoshe. From the moment outside until she sat down, Shui Tong never saw her shift her gaze from Luo Haoshe. Jiang Gang approached Shui Tong's table and sat down. As Luo Haoshe just reached the position beside Shui Tong, Peng Xiu pointed to the neighboring table and said cheerfully, Brother Haoshe, let's sit there instead. I don't want to. He replied and took a seat immediately. To the left of Luo Haoshe was Jiang Gang, and to his right was Shui Tong. Peng Xiu bit her lip and asked Jiang Gang, who was sitting to Luo Haoshe's left, can I sit here? Jiang Gang thought, if he agreed, he would offend both Luo Haoshe and Shui Tong. If he refused, Peng Xiu would be upset. It's better to offend one than two. So Jiang Gang gently asked, why? At this moment, everyone was watching them, even those passing by the table stopped to eavesdrop. With a pitiful expression, Peng Xiu said, I want to sit next to Brother Haoshe. This isn't something I can decide, you should ask his girlfriend, Jiang Gang replied softly. What a bold move. Red hair and green hair almost burst out laughing, giving a quiet thumbs up under the table to Jiang Gang. Thus, Peng Xiu turned to Shui Tong, maintaining her piteous demeanor, sister, may I? Shui Tong loved bullying children, smiling and replying, nope. That ended the conversation. The atmosphere became awkward and strange. Clearly unable to bear the injustice, Peng Xiu's eyes instantly reddened. Just then, Do Yang returned with the meal boxes, sensing the tension in the air, he lightly slowed his steps and silently sat down next to Jiang Gang. Corresponding to her father's arrival, Peng Xiu was pulled aside with a laugh, this table is full, come on, go sit with Aunt Wen and the others. Lowering her head unwillingly, Peng Xiu followed. Mai Yuanjun came over to occupy the last available spot. Most dishes on the table were vegetarian, with little meat, only some soup ingredients with hints of meat flavor were available. Occasionally, Do Yang and Mai Yuanjun would explain the sources of food in the base. We have people growing crops, but apart from regular folks, they're mostly people with wood or earth elemental powers, Mai Yuanjun said. But food has always been a problem, Mai Yuanjun added. Just like certain medical drugs occasionally, we need to go into the city to find them. Speaking of medical drugs, Jiang Gang unconsciously glanced at Shui Tong. For Doraemon, it shouldn't be a problem. Meeting his gaze, Shui Tong gave him a slight smile, causing Jiang Gang to quickly look away. Because of the lack of supplies, we only gather for dinner at night. Leader Di said that at least we should ensure people are fed one good meal a day. Do Yang also admired Leader Di greatly, we are all very grateful to him. Red hair and green hair ate quietly without saying much, but inside they were grumbling, feeling that joining the base wasn't worth it. Back with their leader, they enjoyed 3 meals a day, occasionally even snacks, and various kinds of meat, which was making them feel more cheated now because comparison truly brought pain. Shui Tong didn't comment much. Toward the end of the meal, Leader Di came over with his 2 other management team members and chatted with them briefly, asking if she was comfortable living here. Shui Tong flattered him in response. Leader Di's visit this time was actually staged for the rest of the base, signaling that Shui Tong's group had officially become part of the base. When he left, Leader Di told Luo Haoshe, we'll talk about some things tonight, bring Shui Tong along. Luo Haoshe acknowledged with a grunt. After the meal, red hair and green hair took Shung Fu back on a walk while Do Yang and Jiang Gang accompanied them to prevent getting lost. Luo Haoshe then drove Shui Tong to Leader Di's place. As twilight descended, stars twinkled in the sky, and the weather grew gradually warmer. Streetlights flickered on, and nearby, a broadcast played love songs. The lyrics were filled with unrequited love, questioning why they broke up, mournful and heart-wrenching, enough to make anyone cry. Hearing the song, Shue Tong glanced at the speaker by the road and asked, "Do they play music every night?" Luo Haoshe kept his eyes forward. "Yeah." She asked, "Can I request a song?" Luo Haoshe said, "You can request one, but there's no guarantee it'll play." Shue Tong lowered her window, letting the gentle evening breeze hit her face, and said, "If they don't have it, I could sing." Luo Haoshe finally turned to glance at her. That skeptical look ignited Shue Tong's competitive streak. Clearing her throat, she said, "I really can sing. You've never heard me, right? Let me sing for you." Shue Tong chirped, "You're like a gust of Haoshe wind, blowing and blowing tilde." Luo Haoshe. Mid-song, she skipped to another one. "The moonlight is hazy, as Haoshe and I bid farewell with wine tilde." Haoshe's hand testing her weight, "I secretly hesitate whether I should pluck her gently tilde." Luo Haoshe switched on the car stereo, drowning out her voice. Chapter 035. Dai Laudar's house had a small courtyard with an elegant round table and chairs. There were quite a few people present, all core figures from the base. Jiao Wen poured tea for Dai Laudar and said softly, "Ahau didn't eat anything before sleeping. I'm a little worried, so I'll go cook something for him." Dai Laudar nodded gently, watching her enter the house with warmth in his eyes. Xuetong and Luo Hao arrived, finding that Dai Laudar had called quite a number of people. Elder Chen and son Laro Liu were there, along with 3 unfamiliar faces, one of them being Peng Laudar. "Xuetong, Xiao Shu, come over." Dai Laudar invited them to sit down and introduced the 3 individuals next to him. "This is Peng Laudar, who manages the base's daily operations, Xiao Laudar in charge of the weapons warehouse, and Zhao Laudar responsible for the medicine warehouse." All 3 men were about the same age as Dai Laudar except Zhao Laudar from the medical supplies warehouse, who appeared younger, around his mid-30s. These men had all been good brothers of Dai Laudar's even before the apocalypse. Xuetong greeted everyone politely, and Peng Laudar responded heartily. The other 2 remained rather casual. Dai Laudar then stated, "I've called you all here to discuss a few matters." Before he could continue, son Laro Liu grumbled, "We don't need to talk about Yi Kuei. But regarding the spider webs and disgusting frog zombie incidents in the underground shelter, I still maintain my original position. We shouldn't take in that woman." Shue Tong listened calmly, utterly unbothered by their words. She wasn't at all worried about Tunglong base expelling Shung Fu since she knew they could do just fine without relying on the base anyway. "You let old Dai finish what he has to say first," Peng Laudar smiled, continuing, "Although we lost some good brothers this time, it's not like we gained nothing. Hearing you describe those frog zombies was indeed peculiar, but the fact that they produce crystal cores without apparent side effects after consumption means profit for us." Xiong Laudar, who always squinted his single-lidded eyes, making them appear even slimmer, commented, "What concerns me more is if frog zombies are produced in such a manner, are there potentially other unknown zombie species lurking elsewhere unbeknownst to us?" Shue Tong looked at him, his imagination was impressive but the idea proposed by him was truly terrifying. As expected, Peng Laudar helplessly replied, "Don't scare everyone." To everyone's surprise, Zhao Laudar calmly remarked, "It's highly likely." Peng Laudar fell silent for a moment. Zhao Laudar continued, "Moreover, this marks the first time someone is cooperating with zombies." Xiong Laudar nodded in agreement. Previously, it was unimaginable, even the currently known smartest zombie Yi Kuei kills humans without exception. Listening quietly, Shue Tong felt somewhat astonished. Beside her, Luo Hao was pouring tea for her. After doing so, he began unwrapping a candy but did not give it to her, rewrapping it again repeatedly until Shue Tong couldn't bear it anymore and snatched the candy from his hand to pop into her mouth. Luo Hao started peeling another one once she finished eating the first one. For now, Dai Laudar interrupted the debate among several people and firmly declared, "Since I have personally invited Shue Tong and others to join Tunglong base, it signifies that I trust and accept them." After hearing Peng Laudar and a few others fall silent, son Laro Liu frowned and said, "However, Da Laudar, think carefully. Those frog zombies are all drawn towards the crazy woman. Moreover, their emergence is mysterious, involving help from live persons. Wouldn't this mean inviting trouble for our base?" Peng Laudar agreed thoughtfully, looking at Dai Laudar, "What son Laro Liu says isn't wrong. Not everyone in our base possesses special abilities, and even if someone does, facing off against zombies alone may not provide sufficient self-protection capabilities." Dai Laudar responded mildly, "But we can't keep hiding from zombies forever. Do any of you want to live your whole lives like this?" Hearing this, everyone was momentarily quiet. Besides, over these past couple years, let alone Yi Kuei, even the variant types have grown rare. Without crystal cores, how are we supposed to upgrade our abilities? How do we become stronger? When Dai Laudar mentioned this, he looked at both Luo Haoshe and Shue Tong. If these variants were to really show up, killing them would only benefit us with no harm. Shue Tong, munching on candy, was slightly surprised in her heart. Indeed, Dai Laudar was audacious and reckless. Taking in Shung Fu wasn't purely out of kindness, it was also because he had set his sights on the variants chasing her. Though it might be dangerous, with enough skilled personnel trained rigorously within the base, hunting these variants to gain their crystal cores would certainly benefit them greatly. But, Dai Laudar, things always have exceptions. These aren't ordinary variants. I don't feel comfortable with this, son Laro Liu said. Agree or disagree, let's follow the rules and vote accordingly. Dai Laudar decided, who agrees to keep Shung Fu, raise your hand. Chen Erji and Luo Hao raised their hands. Excluding son Laro Liu and Peng Laudar, The remaining 3 also lifted their hands. Di Laodar said, 5-2, Shung Fu can stay. Sun Laoliu snorted coldly, his face full of displeasure. Peng Laodar still chuckled and said, then that's settled. However, considering her special situation, we should keep a close eye on her normally. Xuetong finally spoke up, saying, I will watch over her. Peng Laodar nodded. Recently, strengthen patrols around the base. We mustn't be complacent. Di Laodar paused briefly after finishing and then continued, the last matter concerns Yi Kuei crystal cores. Only now did Xuetong perk up. She was indeed curious whose information about the Yi Kuei crystal core had reached Di Laodar. Previously, she suspected Luo Hao. However, when she saw Di Laodar turn his head to look at Chen Urge and ask, is it certain there are no side effects from inheriting Yi Kuei's powers? Chen Urge shook his head under everyone's gaze and said, no, Dr. Tang said before he passed away that after inheriting Yi Kuei's abilities, he experienced no side effects whatsoever. Like us, he could upgrade and strengthen his abilities with crystal cores. Hey! Xuetong inconspicuously glanced toward Chen Urge and noticed how serious and professional he seemed while speaking. So, was it Chen Urge who leaked the news about the Yi Kuei crystal core? Didn't Luo Hao mention that once someone inherited the ability from the Yi Kuei crystal core, they would lose the ability to upgrade using crystal cores? And wasn't it even speculated that she herself might have gone through this process? Which one of them was lying? Xuetong averted her eyes and blinked at Luo Hao beside her. Luo Hao maintained his composure, continuing to unwrap candy wrappers. Xuetong handed him another piece. After listening, Di Laodar's expression revealed a hint of deep thought. Peng Laodar patted his shoulder and smiled, old Di, don't worry about it. We already agreed unanimously during the prior vote for how to ingest this crystal core. Di Laodar gave a bitter smile, shaking his head slightly and saying, let's wait a bit more. Why do we need to wait again? Peng Laodar asked, confused, isn't it better for a how to recover sooner? Suspect there's something wrong with the intelligence. Chen Urge also inquired. Di Laodar laughed softly, saying, of course, I'm not doubting you. We all knew Dr. Tang, but... His gaze shifted toward the lit direction inside the house. It was the kitchen where Jiao Wen was preparing dinner. Let's wait a bit more. Di Laodar concluded. Since he put it this way, no one else voiced an opinion. After the meeting adjourned, everyone returned to their respective homes. All had risen, except Sun Laoliu who remained seated as if indicating he still needed to talk with Di Laodar. Most could guess a little, believing he intended to discuss Shung Fu further with Di Laodar. Xuetong didn't care, and left following Luo Hao. Unexpectedly, right after getting into the car and sitting down, she spotted Chen Urge walking over, handing a cigarette to Luo Hao, arching his brows with a smug grin and saying, let's talk. Luo Hao glanced at Xuetong and told her, wait inside the car. Xuetong helplessly watched him close the door and move to Chen Urge's car. What could these two possibly discuss? Xuetong looked at the rearview mirror, lost in deep thought. The car window closed, cutting off any chance of eavesdropping. Chen Urge took out a lighter and asked, want one? Luo Hao placed the cigarette back in his car, indifferently saying, no. Afraid to smoke in front of your girlfriend? Chen Urge teased him. Luo Hao tapped the car window lightly with his finger and warned, if you're not going to say anything, I'll leave. Chen Urge put away his lighter, leaning against the seat back and said, how about my previous proposal, have you considered it yet? Not considered. Luo Hao answered flatly while looking ahead at the other vehicles. Chen Urge wasn't annoyed by this response, continuing with a laugh, you know Sun Laoliu. If you threaten his interests, he will certainly go all out to ruin you. The others aren't much better either. Peng Laodar sides with Sun Laoliu, Xiao Laodar is wishy-washy, and Zhao Laodar doesn't like to interfere in other people's affairs, a pure self-serving individual. You only have me left to help you. Chen Urge added while turning his head to look at him, regardless whether it's an apocalypse or not, some things they wouldn't hesitate doing, despite having no guilt at all. It's obvious whom Di Laodar would help. Chen Urge's tone softened, slightly coaxing, you've made great contributions to the base and clearly have feelings for this place. But in reality, the base is merely a weapon controlled by a group of people surrounding Di Laodar. He would risk everyone else's lives to intentionally attract zombies just for the sake of obtaining crystal cores. So, you should understand that if he had to choose between you and Peng Laodar or Sun Laoliu, he'd definitely select Peng Laodar and Sun Laoliu. To be honest, to Di Laodar and those people, you are a threat. Chen Urge whispered with a low laugh, because you're stronger than them. They can't control you. Luo Hao asked, finish talking? Urge Chen narrowed his eyes and said, how about we try getting rid of Sun Laoliu first? What do you think? Whatever. Luo Hao got out of the car. Xuetong watched Luo Hao enter and start the engine before moving forward. She rolled down the window, letting the night breeze blow in, but soon felt a bit cold, so she obediently rolled it back up and asked, what did he want to talk to you about? It's nothing, Luo Hao replied indifferently. Xuetong asked, is it something I shouldn't know? Luo Hao glanced at her and said, it's better if you don't. Xuetong let out a no and didn't say anything else. The car suddenly became quiet. Luo Hao glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Xuetong was looking outside the window. He hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. Chen Urge has too much ambition. He wants me to join his side. Xuetong turned her head back, blinking and asked, does he want to seize power and become the boss? Something like that, Luo Hao said. Did you agree with him? No. Shui Tong paused, then asked again, so, was it Chen Urge who told Di Laodar about the Yi Kuei crystal core? Yeah. But didn't you mention before that after inheriting the abilities of Yi Kuei, one cannot upgrade using crystal cores anymore? Shui Tong looked at him curiously. Chen Urge just now didn't say that. Why would he deceive Di Laodar? After waiting for quite some time, Luo Hao quietly responded, why don't you think it's me who lied to you? Shui Tong replied, do I even need to think? Of course, I believe you over him. Luo Hao listened, slightly pursing his lips. Shui Tong noticed the trace of a smile crossing her eyes, how easily satisfied he really was. But how do you know? She asked. With such a pleasant atmosphere and the relationship progressing, shouldn't he tell her by now? Luo Hao narrowed his eyes and calmly replied, because I just know. Saying it was like not saying anything. Shui Tong felt a sense of regret. Red Hair and the others were waiting for them at home, they dared not sleep without their return. Mai Yuan Zhen had dropped by for a while, Shui Tong and the rest were called back by Xia Fanxian just when they arrived. Shui Tong said to the two juniors, in the future, keep a close eye on sister, absolutely don't let her stay alone. Both Green Hair and Red Hair slapped their chests and promised there wouldn't be any issues. Shui Tong asked, then what about my sister? Still admiring those grapes over there. Red Hair pointed towards the dam, look, your sister seems very interested in those grapevines. Shung Fu stood under the grapevines, curiously observing her reflection in the water of the jar. Gradually, the curiosity and bewilderment in her eyes faded, becoming calm. Shung Fu extended her hand to cover the eyes of her reflection in the water and coldly whispered, go away. Chapter 036. Life in the base passed by carefree. The week was calm and peaceful. Xuetong just watched Shung Fu and didn't go anywhere. Of course, no one asked her to do anything either. Every day after waking up, she would go jogging. She helped Jianggang exercise when Luo Haosha was around, and practiced martial arts with Doyang. It seemed like everyone in the base had something to do. Patrol teams, farming, preparing food for the nightly gatherings, repairing houses and roads, etc. When someone fell ill, they would go to the medical station for medicine. The base's few doctors once passed by the playground and saw Jianggang running laps under the supervision of Luo Haosha. They quietly took a detour, trying their best not to be seen by Luo Haosha. While everyone lived peacefully, Ma Yuanjun alone sank into anxiety. He squatted on the steps of Luo Haosha's house smoking, attempting a deep thinking pose. White smoke billowed around him, paired with his disheveled hair, making him look completely dejected. Xuetong, along with her sister and two younger brothers, chewed on lollipops, silently watching the man blocking their way. Ma Yuanjun exhaled a puff of smoke and said, candy. Xuetong fished one out of her pocket and handed it to him. Shung Fu spread her hands, and a green vine wrapped around her wrist bloomed into a small flower. She pinned the flower onto Ma Yuanjun's hair and smiled contentedly. The redhead immediately applauded, praising, sister has great taste. Sister has excellent craftsmanship. Ma Yuanjun. A lick dog. Xuetong waved her hand, and the redhead and the green-haired boy took Shung Fu away. She puffed out her cheeks and asked, what's wrong that makes you so sad? Ma Yuanjun extinguished his cigarette and opened the candy wrapper. Breathing weakly, he said, still about the plot, I need to help him become the leader of the base, but he simply has no interest. How am I supposed to help? Xuetong sat down next to him, propped her chin with both hands, and blinked after listening. Make him rebel? Of course it would be excellent if he wants to rebel. I will undoubtedly rush ahead for him, climbing mountains of knives and diving into seas of fire. Ma Yuanjun bit the lollipop, his voice slightly unclear, but he respects Elder Di greatly and has no such thought. He doesn't, but Brother Chen does. He tried to pull him in before but was rejected, Xuetong said. Ma Yuanjun stared at her wide-eyed. Why are you only telling me this now? It's such an important matter. Xuetong innocently looked back. You never asked. Ma Yuanjun rolled his eyes in annoyance. This person is perfect in every way, but lacks the ambition that the male protagonist should have, Ma Yuanjun lamented. I really don't understand where the great devil king who conquered all 4 years later came from. Xuetong asked, do you know about the Yi Gui crystal core? Inheriting abnormal abilities? He told me about it. Ma Yuanjun looked at her. Is there any problem with it? Xuetong asked again, did he tell you that after inheriting Yi Gui's abilities, you cannot use the crystal core to upgrade? Ma Yuanjun nodded. Yes, he did. Xuetong was speechless. Luo Haosha really regarded Ma Yuanjun as a good brother. Xuetong asked, have you ever asked him why he knows these things? Ma Yuanjun scratched his head in confusion. I did ask, but he just said he knew. Xuetong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be the main character Aura? Before she could think through the reason, Xia Fancy appeared on the path ahead and looked at them curiously. What are you two doing here? Ma Yuanjun quickly got up and approached her. Nothing, darling. Today's patrol was hard on you. Do you want me to massage your shoulders? Xia Fancy bypassed him to see what was behind, and Xuetong had already stood up and returned to the steps. As usual, lunch was instant noodles. But it wasn't as simple as soaking them in hot water. It was enriched with eggs, tomatoes, and vegetables. Green Hair held the bowl mournfully. In the end, it's still instant noodles. Jianggang stirred with chopsticks twice and looked at Luo Haosha. If you want me to work out, you shouldn't give me instant noodles to eat. Luo Haosha thought for a moment and said, starvation or instant noodles, which one do you choose? Jianggang quietly lowered his head and continued eating. At this time, my Yuenjin ran over, knocking on the door half-heartedly and standing at the doorway saying, "Hey, someone fell ill in the patrol group," asking Shung Shuetong and Jiang Gang to take over, from 1 o'clock tonight to 6 o'clock. Shuetong responded with an "oh," without any fluctuation in her heart. Luo Haosha said, "No one else left over there." My Yuenjin shrugged and said, "They say no one's available, it's already been decided. In fact, she hasn't done anything these past few days, and some people have expressed dissatisfaction." Everyone knew who that person was. Thus, Luo Haosha said, "I'll go with you then." My Yuenjin regretfully replied, "You can't, today's our team's turn to search the city." Luo Haosha. This timing was chosen well indeed. "Nothing will happen to us in the base, but you need to be careful out there," Shuetong said with a smile to Luo Haosha. The patrol team was responsible for the safety within the base's perimeter, whereas the mobile team had to venture deep into the zombie-occupied towns. Luo Haosha's group was set to leave in the afternoon. In front of the base gates, several off-road vehicles waited. The mobile team members wore camouflage uniforms, were armed, and each one of them looked capable of a fight. Doyoung was among them. He just waved and called out bro to Luo Haosha when a white figure darted past him. "Haosha brother." Peng Xiu puffed up as she ran towards Luo Haosha in front of the car and handed over a food box. "I made some food for you, eat it when you get hungry." Luo Haosha did not move and politely replied, "Thank you, no need." Peng Xiu, "Then just take it." Doyoung quickly stepped forward and took the food box, smiling brightly at Peng Xiu and saying, "Thanks, Peng Xiu." Peng Xiu glared at him angrily, "It's not for you. It's for brother Haosha." Doyoung grinned and nodded his head towards my Yuenjin who approached. "He has snacks from his sister-in-law and won't eat this anyway. Aren't they going to us brothers later? This is just thanking you early." Peng Xiu huffed, "What kind of snacks? I can also give brother Haosha." Doyoung glanced at Luo Haosha, who hesitated for a moment and walked toward Shuetong not too far away. Seeing Luo Haosha come close, Shuetong asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Haosha said, "Snacks." Shuetong fell silent for a moment. She glanced at Peng Xiu and others behind Luo Haosha and instantly understood. Shuetong fished chocolates, marshmallows, and even a few small bags of dried fruits out of her pocket. Luo Haosha held a full armful of snacks and turned to look at Peng Xiu and the others. "Doyoung. Fuck, I was just joking around, didn't expect there to really be something." My Yuenjin lifted a finger to point at the dried fruits in Luo Haosha's arms and said to Peng Xiu, "Xiu'er, don't trouble yourself too much." Peng Xiu almost cried when she saw what Luo Haosha was holding. She really couldn't match that. Unwillingly, Peng Xiu asked, "Where did she get those?" My Yuenjin shrugged, "How would I know?" Doyoung held the food box and sighed, "A goddess matches with a heavenly being, both have magic powers." Peng Xiu snatched the food box in anger and ran off. My Yuenjin, why did you have to say something? You've lost the food in your hands, haven't you? Doyoung touched his nose and helplessly shrugged. Holding the snacks, Luo Haosha said, "I'm leaving." Shuetong nodded and stepped forward, saying, "Come closer." Luo Haosha looked at her and moved forward a bit. "What?" "Bend down." Shuetong tilted her head back and looked at him. "You're too tall, I can't reach." Luo Haosha's eyelashes trembled slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then obediently bent his head down. Shuetong stood on her tiptoes and, under everyone else's knowing gaze, gently touched Luo Haosha's head. "Luo Haosha." Shuetong smiled and said, "Safe journey." At the same time, a high-level treasure chest was opened. Acquired 5 anomaly exchange coupons. Recently, these treasure chest refresh points had become increasingly outrageous. From other people's rooms, to other people's heads. Therefore, Shuetong could only watch and not obtain, feeling sympathetic and depressed. During dinner, a patrol member came to her and Jiang Gang to distribute equipment and walkie-talkies. After dinner, they led the two to the area needing patrolling. The captain asked, "Who knows how to drive?" Jiang Gang shook his head. Shuetong said, "I do." The captain was somewhat surprised and handed her the car keys. "There's someone required to patrol outside the iron fence. Since you know how to drive, you go. Make a round every hour." Shuetong accepted the keys. The captain, seeing they were both young and girls, not as aggressive as old Sun Lucian had described, softened and said, "You can still go back to sleep now. Come back for your shift on time." Both Shuetong and Jiang Gang declined. The two waited inside the car by the iron fence. As night grew darker and colder, the person on the forward observation platform was already yawning drowsily. Jiang Gang leaned against the car window, exclaiming, "Never heard of medical personnel getting pulled for patrols." "Because you offended someone," Shuetong answered honestly. "I should have given my seat to Peng Xiu back then," Jiang Gang regretted. Shuetong laughed and said, "Then you offended me." Jiang Gang thought for a moment and said, "Still better to offend Peng Xiu." Shuetong leaned her hand against the car window, propping her head up and looking at Jiang Gang meaningfully asking, "Dr. Jiang, what type of girl do you think you'd like?" Jiang Gang was stunned for a moment. "Why are we talking about this topic?" "Curiosity," Shuetong said. Jiang Gang thought for a moment and said, "First, let's rule out the type like Peng Xiu." "None left." Shuetong. Jiang Gang adjusted his glasses frame and smiled somewhat embarrassingly. "I don't even know what kind I'll like, but I do know what kind I won't." So Shuetong asked, "How about the universally adored Mary Sue types?" Jiang Gang, "Be more specific." "One whose heart is broken into 3 or 4 pieces, each piece loving a different person, yet all being true love," Shuetong seriously stated. "Everyone loves her, kind, innocent, beautiful, benevolent to all." Jiang Gang listened carefully and then felt he might have been teased. Serious question? Shuetong, dead serious. Jiang Gang lightly twitched his eyes and said, don't like, absolutely won't, not even in death. Shuetong giggled and said, just don't contradict yourself later. Jiang Gang shook his head furiously. At 1 o'clock, they officially went on duty as base patrol officers. Ma Yuanjun had told her before leaving that old Sun Lucian was deliberately testing her. Shuetong should appropriately stir up some trouble and provoke him. Shuetong asked why. Ma Yuanjun said, you are now the most precious pet in Haosha's heart. If anyone moves against you, it will definitely provoke Haosha. If Luo Haosha competes with old Sun Lucian, DI leader would be in a difficult position. If DI leader doesn't side with Shuetong, there's a high chance Luo Haosha would turn against him. That's how things were planned. But Shuetong thought he was daydreaming. Despite this, she still drove with Jiang Gang to patrol outside the iron fence. No one was on the lookout platform. Jiang Gang hesitated. If someone asks, I'll say I kidnapped you, Shuetong nonchalantly replied, I'll take responsibility if anything happens. They circled around several times outside. When tired, they stopped in front of the observation tower to rest, looking around with binoculars. The night vision binoculars were provided by Shuetong, and Jiang Gang already got used to not asking where she got them from. After patrolling for more than 2 hours, there were no abnormalities noted. Both thought this night would end this way. Shuetong got tired of driving and eventually walked instead. Jiang Gang followed closely behind her, afraid of getting lost. If anyone at night encountered the pair wandering aimlessly in the forest, they'd probably get quite a fright. Shuetong climbed up a small hill intending to see the base scenery below but heard Jiang Gang give an astonished hum. She raised her alertness. What's wrong? Over there, someone. Jiang Gang instinctively lowered his voice. Looks familiar. Following his direction, Shuetong identified a woman wearing a thick down jacket, holding a flashlight sitting in front of a rock. Xia Fanxi. Shuetong arched her brows upon recognizing the woman's face. What's she doing there? Jiang Gang also recognized her and asked, waiting for my Yuanjun? If she was waiting, she'd go to the main gate. This area is the back mountain forest of the base. Shuetong felt something was off. Why is she roaming around here at midnight? Jiang Gang added, if not waiting for my Yuanjun, then 99% she's waiting for someone else. Silently observing, Xia Fanxi displayed cautious vigilance, constantly observing her surroundings, finally walking deeper into the forest. Shuetong and Jiang Gang exchanged glances and quietly followed her. Judging from Xia Fanxi's vigilant and careful attitude, she was certainly up to something underhanded, either taking advantage of the moonless, windless night to kill someone, or sneaking around to cheat on her boyfriend. Xia Fanxi kept moving stop and go until she finally reached the entrance of a cave. In front of the cave stood a large osmanthus tree trying hard to sprout due to the early spring. It seemed Xia Fanxi called out once inside the cave, and soon enough, a man came out. They hugged and kissed. Xia Fanxi removed the scarf from her neck and wrapped it around the man. Shuetong, wow. Jiang Gang, wow. The two looked at the scene through the lens and silently lit a candle for my Yuanjun in their hearts. Shuetong whispered, can you read lips? Jiang Gang regretfully answered, no. Just when they thought that was all, another man emerged from the cave. Shuetong. Then came the third. Jiang Gang began to sweat on his forehead. And then a fourth. Both realized the situation wasn't simple at all. Chapter 037. Xia Fanxi went inside the cave and didn't come out until nearly half an hour later. The man with the scarf walked her for a while. Their state was intimate, just like an affectionate young couple. Shuetong and Jiang Gang followed them cautiously. After watching the two split up, Xia Fanxi quietly returned to the base under cover of night. There was still some time before the 6 o'clock shift change. The two stood facing each other below the watchtower, unsure what to do. Jiang Gang picked up the binoculars and said, let me take another look. Shuetong stood with her hands in her pockets, jumping in place to warm herself. Did you see how many people there were? Jiang Gang suddenly asked somberly. 5, Shuetong said, but there might be more inside. Jiang Gang added, the one who was acting closely with Xia Fanxi was just that one guy. Shuetong looked over, with an odd expression on her face. Dr. Jiang, what are you thinking about? Jiang Gang didn't turn his head, replying slowly, don't say you haven't thought it either. Shuetong was momentarily at a loss. She touched her nose and said, this group isn't simple. The ones who came out later were all armed and checked the area around, showing that they're familiar with the terrain. They've been there for at least a few days. If they're not from Tunglong base, then who could they be? Jiang Gang asked. Shuetong spun her eyes around and said suddenly, you'd have to ask Xia Fanxi. However, given the way they've been secretly hiding away, it's definitely not just because of a clandestine affair. Shuetong paused and remembered something. Xia Fanxi was Chen Ergo's younger sister. Jiang Gang asked, what did my Yuanjun say about this matter? Shuetong shook her head and stepped back. It's probably easier between men to discuss. Jiang Gang glanced back at her. If someone sees it, they have a share. Shuetong extended her hand. Rock, paper, scissors. Jiang Gang nodded. Then he won. Shuetong gritted her teeth. Best 2 out of 3. Jiang Gang hesitated but finally agreed. Then he won again. At 6 in the morning, it was time to switch shifts. The two arriving were Sun Laolio's subordinates. They told Shuetong, Dai Laro wants you to go see him. Shuetong asked, what for? How would we know, the person said, and then stopped paying attention to her, going up to the watchtower. Jiang Gang yawned and looked at her. Should I go with you? Shui Tong shook her head, drove him back, and then went to Dai Laro's side. Only the first floor light was on in the house. The door was open, and Jiao Wen, wrapped in a large coat, was frowning as she waited by the door. Shui Tong strolled forward and said, "Still awake?" Jiao Wen glanced at her, slightly awkwardly smiling at the corner of her mouth. "Young master How had a nightmare and woke up, couldn't fall back asleep, so I'm staying with him." "How is Dai Laro's son?" But Shui Tong has never met him. Shui Tong asked, "Where's Dai Laro?" "Dai Laro is still sleeping, he's been really busy lately, I don't have the heart to wake him." Jiao Wen said. Shui Tong paused at the doorway. "So you're the one who called me here? I heard you were on patrol today." Jiao Wen whispered, "Are you getting used to it? Did you call me here just to chat?" Shui Tong looked curiously at her. "Didn't you say before that I wouldn't last long in the base?" Jiao Wen's complexion turned slightly pale from what she said, and her expression became even more awkward. Shui Tong stood at the door without going in, asking, "Is there anything? If it's just idle chit-chat, I'll go back first." She turned to leave after saying that, and Jiao Wen called out, "Wait." At the same time, she also heard a weak voice behind her. "Is it Sister Shung?" Surprised, Shui Tong turned back. A frail boy appeared at the stairs in the living room. He looked to be around 5 or 6 years old, covered in a blanket, only revealing his head, with a pale face, appearing weak and unhealthy. Jiao Wen approached the boy and looked at Shui Tong, saying, "This child likes Haoshe very much." After waking from a nightmare, he originally wanted Haoshe to play with him, but since Haoshe went patrolling the city, I had no choice but to ask you to come. Hao heard that Haoshe has a girlfriend and is quite curious too. Shui Tong didn't know that Luo Haoshe had such a tough life. He still had to get up in the middle of the night to keep the boss's son entertained. The boy hid behind Jiao Wen, shyly looking at her. Shui Tong smiled at him and said, "Hello." She wasn't skilled at comforting children. Following Hao upstairs back to his room, Shui Tong asked what he wanted to play. Hao thought for a moment, and pulled out a set of Chinese chess from the drawer. "Auntie Wen says you're very good at playing this." Hao sat on a small stool, setting up the chessboard while speaking in a babyish voice. "She doesn't know how to play, but I want to." Jiao Wen said from the side, "I'll get you a glass of water." "No need," Shui Tong said, "if you don't know how, you can learn, it's very simple." Jiao Wen frowned. Shui Tong tilted her head to look at her, her smile warm. "Don't you want to learn?" Jiao Wen gritted her teeth inside. "I'll go get some snacks for our Hao and then we can learn." Jiao Wen finished speaking, opened the door, and went out. Shui Tong seemed lost in thought, then turned back to play Chinese chess with our Hao. The child was a decent player. Because of his poor health and Dai Laro's indulgence, even in this post-apocalyptic world, he lived carefree. He had been weak since birth, like an easily broken porcelain doll, and everyone treated him gently. Everyone knew that if they wanted to please Dai Laro and gain his favor, the most effective way was through our Hao. It was because she won our Hao's liking that Jiao Wen could stand beside Dai Laro. Shui Tong occasionally heard others talk about this, but she hadn't given it much thought. When Jiao Wen returned with snacks, she stood by quietly watching, occasionally responding to our Hao. The room sometimes was so quiet that only the sound of playing chess could be heard. After more than an hour, having lost every game to Shui Tong, our Hao finally got tired. Outside, it was already daybreak. Seeing our Hao fall asleep, Shui Tong got up to bid farewell. Jiao Wen said, "I'll see you out." Shui Tong didn't speak as Jiao Wen saw her off downstairs. Jiao Wen stood by the roadside, watched Shui Tong drive away, wrapped tightly in her coat, her long black hair blowing with the morning wind over her eyebrows and eyes. Shui Tong stayed awake all night and was somewhat sleepy, falling into bed to sleep as soon as she returned. Shung Fu got up very carefully. After coming down, she pushed the quilt entirely to Shui Tong, keeping her warm while she slept. Unintentionally, Shung Fu saw herself in the mirror, slowly approached, stretched out her hand to cover the eye in the mirror, and frowned. Shung Fu searched around the house and grabbed a blanket to cover the mirror. Shui Tong woke up at around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. No one called her. And rarely, she had a dream. In the dream, she found herself in chaotic darkness, yet always felt a pair of eyes watching her. Those eyes were high above, full of coldness and indifference, and even a bit malicious. She wandered aimlessly, not knowing what to do, until she eventually discovered that the pair of eyes were within her own. Startled by this, Shui Tong woke up frightened. She opened her eyes and blankly stared at the ceiling. Before she fully reacted, she suddenly heard a sharp alarm sound from outside the window. This was the warning of being attacked by zombies. Shui Tong immediately got up, forgetting to put on shoes, and barefoot went downstairs. Her 2 younger brothers and sister weren't there. Neither was Jiang Gang. Shui Tong raised her hand to scratch her hair and went back to put on her shoes. Outside, car horns sounded. Dai Laro's subordinate, Alu, stood at the steps calling out to her, "Miss Shung, amphibious zombie attacks have been found in the rear mountains. Dai Laro has ordered us to check it out." Amphibious zombies? They really followed her here? Shui Tong got into the car with him, asking, "Did you see my sister and the others?" "No, I just came back from the rear mountains." Alu hesitated and scratched his bald head. "Someone reported seeing zombie tracks earlier, so a group went out to investigate and met a zombie attack. 1 death, 1 injury. After they returned, they identified it as amphibious zombies and triggered the alarm." Shui Tong furrowed her brows. Their boat took about 5 days to reach the base, during which she dove several times and never encountered any zombies. Were amphibious zombies really so powerful that they followed all the way to Tunglong Base? When she arrived, she realized this was where she had patrolled last night. A foreboding premonition rose in Xue Tong's heart. Almost all the main people from the base were here. Di Laro's face looked grim, and Xue Tong received many angry glares as she approached. Sun Laoliu cursed, I told you not to keep that crazy woman around. Look, we've lost another brother. And look at the other one, arm cut off, heavy bleeding, it's unclear whether he can survive. Di Laro glanced at them coldly and said, why blame living people for what the zombies did? Zhong Laro from the pharmacy was busy treating the injured man with a severed hand. Upon hearing this, he found time to mutter, many of them. Di Laro turned to the person who returned alive, who was scared pale, hands trembling, and answered stutteringly, too many. There were 7 or 8 altogether, lying in ambush in the trees and grass. They're mutants but don't look human. Sun Laoliu appeared furious, since they dared come to our doorstep, I can no longer bear it. Open the gate, I will go and kill them now. As he walked not 2 steps, he turned back and glared at Xue Tong, saying, you go too. Xue Tong looked at him without answering. Sun Laoliu sneered coldly, what? Not willing? We risked our lives to protect your crazy sister, and so many of our brothers died. You think you're clever hiding in the back and enjoying peace? Many people looked at Xue Tong with blaming eyes. Xue Tong turned to Di Laro and said, my sister has gone missing. Could you ask someone from your side to look for her? Di Laro nodded, just about to speak when he saw Xue Tong walk towards Sun Laoliu. Zhao Laro looked back and watched as Xue Tong got into Sun Laoliu's car and left the base. Another doctor whispered to him, something feels off. There's not a trace of zombie odor on him. Isn't the face cutter supposed to leave a clear mark? Zhao Laro glanced at him and smiled, maybe you have sinusitis. How else could I smell it? But you can't. The doctor touched his nose, puzzled, is that true? Go take some medicine for your sinusitis. Zhao Laro raised his hand and patted his shoulder before walking away. His gaze swept over Chen Erg, standing not too far away. Their eyes met briefly before both quickly averted their gazes. There were many roads around the perimeter of the base, some had been dug by Tunglong base personnel. They weren't paved with cement, just mountain mud paths, and as long as it didn't rain, they remained dry enough for easy travel without much trouble. Xue Tong was observing the surroundings from inside the car. Sun Laoliu, sitting in the passenger seat, kept muttering under his breath with sarcasm all along. She ignored him, knowing full well his malice. However, it was too low level to elicit any significant reaction. By the time the base's landmarks disappeared completely, the car suddenly turned off the road and entered the forest. Xue Tong arched an eyebrow upon hearing the driver say, it's right up ahead. Just after entering, Xue Tong spotted Shung Fu being carried by a red-haired figure and a green-haired one sprinting furiously toward the road, pursued by 7 or 8 ordinary zombies, ones that were nimble and ran fast. These weren't amphibious zombies at all. The red-haired man and the green-haired one were practically burning through their energy as they ran, but the zombies clung relentlessly to them, showing better stamina and speed. At times, the creatures almost hooked their clothes and pulled them back. And worse yet, Shung Fu was still being carried by the red-haired one. Seeing a vehicle approaching in the distance, the green-haired figure frantically waved and shouted for help. Xue Tong didn't have time to ponder how the 3 ended up here. She immediately yelled, stop the car. But Sun Laoliu replied, drive back. So the car turned again, heading back to the road. What are you doing? Xue Tong snapped angrily. Sun Laoliu sneered, it's not your place to give orders. Let them stay out there, it's better if they haven't run into amphibious zombies yet. Wasting bullets on these regular zombies is pointless. Let them run, and we'll come out only once the amphibious zombies catch up. Almost caught, and he still wants them to keep running? Xue Tong wasn't about to waste another word on Sun Laoliu. Just as she was ready to open the car door herself, others saw her move and simultaneously pointed their guns at her. Sun Laoliu in the passenger seat twisted around, I suggest you behave, otherwise. He hadn't finished speaking when Xue Tong made her move. She ducked, avoiding the nearest gun barrel, kicked the person next to her, and grabbed the weapon from another. Before anyone could react, she aimed the gun at Sun Laoliu with a loud bang. Panicked, Sun Laoliu hastily dodged and yelled, shoot her down, waste her. But the other 3 men in the backseat had been subdued by Xue Tong. Firing recklessly would likely harm themselves instead. As Sun Laoliu was grabbing his gun and preparing to counterattack, Xue Tong struck him directly in the face with the gun handle. With the gun now pointed at the driver's head, she ordered, stop the car. Startled, the driver fumbled, losing control of the vehicle, causing Xue Tong to lose her balance. Amidst Sun Laoliu's cursing and gunfire, Xue Tong managed to wound the driver's hand with a shot. Screaming in agony, the driver was forced to stop. Ignoring Sun Laoliu's yelling and shots, Xue Tong kicked open the car door and ran toward the trio consisting of the red-haired figure, the green-haired one, and Shung Fu. Get out! Sun Laoliu furiously kicked the injured driver aside and hopped onto the driver's seat. Just as he was about to drive himself, a flash of light startled him when he glanced up. On the roadside stood a tall figure with a grotesque expression, dragging a shining thunderball in its hand. The blinding light revealed partial details of its features, bulging veins in dark blue-green and fangs. Frozen in place, Sun Laoliu couldn't believe he'd encountered a Yi Kuei at this moment. The thunderball emitted crackling sounds, which reverberated painfully in the ears. As the Yi Kuei raised its hand toward them, Sun Laoliu panicked instantly, starting the car and making a U-turn. Chapter 038. By the time Xuetong got out of the car, it was already too late. She could only watch helplessly as those 2 were tackled down by a zombie rushing towards them. She still heard Lu Maro cursing under his breath. She cursed inwardly as other zombies began to pounce one after another to feed on them, the redhead desperately resisting, kicking or hitting back with one hand while protecting Shung Fu in his arms with the other. The zombie grabbed at his arm and bit down but was suddenly flung away by a green vine that appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around its neck. The green vines spread everywhere, several thick ones like pythons sweeping the zombies before Shung Fu. The sharp leaves cut through the bodies of the zombies as they moved swiftly. The situation had completely turned around. Luha, who was just about to fight the zombies to death with his final weapon, a shoe, froze in place as he saw the enemies being thrown away by the green vines, some losing their heads. Xuetong, who had just arrived, also stopped. The two looked at each other from afar. Luha cried, "Boss, thank goodness you arrived just in time. Even though I can do this move, it's not me." Xuetong pointed behind him, indicating that he should take a look. When Luha turned around, he discovered that the origin of those green vines was Shung Fu, who had fainted. Her wrist always had a small green vine entwined around it, from which she would occasionally pluck a few small flowers to give to Xuetong. He remembered that not long ago, when she faced Luha, she could only summon a small green vine as thick as a finger. Now it had transformed into supersized green vines full of strength, easily crushing anyone wrapped around, and there was more than one. Luha was stunned. After Redhead realized what was going on, he instinctively said, "Sister is awesome." As Xuetong approached to ask if there were any injuries, she heard a roar of an engine behind her. Turning around, she saw Sun Laoliu speeding toward them, continuously shooting out of the open window on the rear seat. She didn't see the peculiar figure behind Sun Laoliu and assumed he had gone mad wanting to run them over. The green vines seemed to sense danger too and shot toward him as Sun Laoliu's car drew closer. They quickly lashed at the vehicle, pulling and trying to stop it. The wheels spun against the ground, almost sparking flames. Sun Laoliu was dumbstruck as well. Lowering his window, he yelled furiously at Xuetong, "What the hell are you doing?" His voice carried both shock and anger. Xuetong coldly laughed, "I was about to ask you what you're up to." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud thud. Sun Laoliu's face went pale, looking up at the car roof. Xuetong was also slightly taken aback. She thought Sun Laoliu wanted to crash the car into people until she saw Yi Qiu leap onto the car roof, holding a thunderball in his palm. This bastard was trying to escape. Green Marrow and Redhead looked up at Yi Qiu on the roof and involuntarily swallowed, feeling that they had escaped from the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's mouth. The others in the car tightened their grip on the guns in their hands, trembling. What do we do? What are you standing there for? Shoot. Sun Laoliu roared, slamming the accelerator with red eyes. Shung Xueting, damn you, let go. His subordinates fired at the rooftop per his orders, continuous gunfire mixed with the hissing sound of the thunderball, hurting everyone's ears. Gunfire and lightning intertwined in the night, unexpectedly creating a beautiful sight. Xuetong couldn't control Shung Fu's green vines. As the large green vines contended with the vehicle, they suddenly built up strength and pulled hard, flipping the entire car. The people inside tumbled around, almost hitting each other, while Yi Qiu gracefully leaped off the roof just before the car flipped. Sun Laoliu frantically steered the wheel. Fortunately, after the car was tossed aside, the green vines lost their energy and turned into dead vines instantly. The car got stuck sideways against a tree, and those in the rear seats had to push forcefully toward the other side to restore the balance. Before Sun Laoliu even caught his breath, he saw a dark and grotesque face near the window, making him shiver. The person then smashed the car window with a single slap, grabbing his throat. Yi Qiu opened the car door, dragging Sun Laoliu out by his neck. "Boss." The others were infuriated by the scene and immediately raised their guns, firing at Yi Qiu. Xuetong almost couldn't help laughing. These people truly weren't afraid of accidentally killing Sun Laoliu with a stray bullet. Yi Qiu threw the thunderball at those inside the car, lighting up the dark night with flashes of lightning, screams of agony rising as all three people inside were wiped out. This destructive power made Sun Laoliu extremely terrified. Choked speechless with his neck held tightly, his bloodshot eyes widened as he saw Redhead and others quietly preparing to carry Shung Fu away. Using all his strength, he pointed at them. "You, go kill them." Sun Laoliu screamed internally. Xuetong happened to witness this scene and felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. Unfortunately, the fake Yi Qiu really turned to look, spotting the group who were just about to flee. He then flung Sun Laoliu aside, knocking him unconscious, and swiftly charged toward Xuetong. "Run." Xuetong blocked Green Marrow and Redhead's path, urging them to run toward the road. Redhead and Green Marrow gritted their teeth, knowing it was best to keep their distance from the fake Yi Qiu instead of getting caught and becoming a nuisance. The fake Yi Qiu noticed this and threw a thunderball at the three escaping figures, but it was intercepted mid-air. An identical thunderball hovered in the air, stopping the fake Yi Qiu's attack. The fake Yi Qiu suddenly halted his steps, shocked as he stared at Xuetong. With no one else around now, this provided an ideal situation for Xuetong to fight. She raised her hand, the ball of lightning flashing as she met the fake Yi Qiu's gaze and said, "Keep chasing us." This caused the fake Yi Qiu to become more cautious. Surrounding himself with flashes of lightning, he rushed at Xuetong, trying for a swift and deadly blow, striking hard. Xuetong did not underestimate her opponent and faced him calmly. After exchanging blows, she felt slightly surprised. This fake Yi Qiu was far too smart. Every move and countermove he executed against her was remarkably skillful, clearly not learned through mere mimicry. His use of the thunderball attacks was advanced. Car headlights flickered from behind. Shuetong retreated, while the fake Ichio relentlessly pursued, gaining the upper hand and intensifying his attacks. But several times when he rose close to her, Shuetong utilized her body's flexibility, almost managing to pin him down, which put the fake Ichio on high alert. The two fought fiercely back and forth, yet Shuetong sensed something off, unable to shake the feeling that something wasn't right. As she neared the fake Ichio again, a realization struck her. She stopped grappling with him and abruptly sent out a green vine from her wrist, circling it around the fake Ichio once before sharp leaves sliced into his flesh, spilling blood. The fake Ichio panicked under the sudden green vine attack, quickly withdrawing to escape its encirclement. Shuetong stood still, coldly watching him. "Fake Ichio? You do look awfully convincing," she commented. The fake Ichio froze. Playing the role of Ichio shouldn't involve being so clean. Why not spread more zombie stench on yourself? Shuetong eyed him disdainfully and flicked her wrist. The green vine swung and splattered drops of blood from the leaves onto the fake Ichio's face. "I haven't seen any zombie blood as fresh as human blood until now." The fake Ichio clenched his teeth and wiped the blood off his face. Since he had been unmasked, he saw no point in continuing the act. He looked back coldly and asked, "Exactly how many abilities do you have?" Shuetong shrugged. "Why don't you tell me first why you're impersonating Ichio?" In the fake Ichio's eyes, a killing intent flared up. "Since you know, I can't let you live. It sounds like you were going to kill me anyway," Shuetong snorted. Thunder flashed beneath the fake Ichio's feet, and numerous thunderballs floated around him once again. Suddenly, they all shone brightly, blinding everyone to the extent where they couldn't see his face. Under the cover of this dazzling light, the shadow of the fake Ichio moving became blurry and hard to discern. However, Shuetong possessed the same electric powers, allowing her to perfectly replicate his moves. "If you've got it, I've got it too. If you don't have it, I do." The green vine swung horizontally, its leaves cutting across his body and causing unbearable pain. The fake Ichio grunted and evaded the green vines before exploding his thunderballs next to Shuetong. The explosion echoed as loudly as fierce gunfire. For a brief moment, even the fake Ichio couldn't look directly at the scene. When he retreated from the explosion range, he saw Shuetong unscathed, encircled by smoking green vines. Parts of the vines were blackened due to the explosion, looking rather battered. Apparently, Shuetong had used the green vines to shield herself from the fatal strike. With only one ability, the fake Ichio stood no chance against Shuetong. He decisively turned around and ran. Shuetong wouldn't let him escape. Her green vine hurled his own thunderballs at him, keeping him struggling desperately. Tossed and battered by the thunderball explosions, his body was already covered in wounds. Struggling to make his way onto the road, the fake Ichio barely had the strength left to be flung onto the ground by the green vine grabbing his ankle. He rolled a few times and found it difficult to get up. Shuetong walked forward slowly, crouched down, grabbed his collar, and said, "Conserve your energy. Let's chat, shall we?" The fake Ichio looked at her with both shock and fear, swallowing hard. At this point, not a single thunderball could be summoned, using his powers consumed far too much energy. Shuetong gazed down at him and coldly questioned, "Who sent you?" The fake Ichio hesitated, without responding immediately. As he trembled, feeling the circle of green vine tightening around his neck just as he was about to answer, lights from behind shone upon them. Shuetong turned her head and saw Sun Laoliu driving out from the forest trail, his face contorted as he fired 3 shots this way. Each shot hit the fake Ichio. The change happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Shuetong no time to stop it. "What the hell?" Shuetong looked at the dead fake Ichio, released him, and slowly stood up. Sun Laoliu drove onto the road, laughing wildly. "That was killed by me, so Ichio's crystal core is mine. You can't snatch it." Shuetong said, "You get down and open your dog eyes wide to see if he's Ichio or a human." Sun Laoliu hesitated, bewildered. "Don't bullshit me." He got out of the car, knelt down beside the fake Ichio and inspected closely. The bright red blood spread across the ground. Sun Laoliu immediately cut into the man's chest for the heart before being kicked down by Shuetong. "Damn." Sun Laoliu cursed while glaring at Shuetong. Shuetong didn't expect him to dig the heart out to judge the truth. "Sun Laoliu, you're brainless about Ichio stuff, but scaring people saying there are frog zombies is quite impressive." Shuetong stood in front of the fake Ichio and coldly stared at Sun Laoliu, who had gotten up from the ground. Sun Laoliu was startled inside after hearing her words, becoming vigilant. "That was something you didn't witness. At least now we know this imposter isn't on your side." Shuetong said, "But he came straight aiming to kill you guys, so looks like someone wants to silence you." Sun Laoliu's eyes flickered with a mix of shock and annoyance upon hearing these words. He pointed his gun at Shuetong and sneered, "Anyway, you won't live through tonight." Without hesitation, Sun Laoliu opened fire at her. The bullets were destroyed mid-air by a thunderball. The expression on Sun Laoliu's face mirrored the surprise that had been seen on the fake Ichio's earlier. "You!" Sun Laoliu made a decisive choice, shooting to cover his retreat back into the car, breaking out in cold sweat. "I must rush back to tell them. This woman hides her capabilities far too deep. She even has lightning abilities." Sun Laoliu swerved the car around while continuously shooting to hold Shuetong back, increasing the distance between them as he felt quite proud of his slick maneuvers. Seeing Shuetong left behind the speeding car, Sun Laoliu let out a relieved sigh, looking smug. The night breeze fluttered Shuetong's long hair. Unhurriedly, she took out her rocket launcher from the storage space and placed it on her shoulder, aiming at the car ahead. She said, "You've only just realized I'm a true antagonist. Unwittingly glancing at the rearview mirror, Sun Laoliu was shocked speechless. Is this possible? Where did she get her rocket launcher from? Before he could ponder further, Shuetong had already launched it. Shit. Sun Laoliu couldn't think of any escape plan. The flames from the explosion surged skyward as the fast-moving car caught fire and stopped. Shuetong put down her weapon and noticed more headlights coming from behind. Looking back, she squinted her eyes slightly, recognizing the mobile team that had gone out. In the first car rode Luohausha and others. Shuetong. Wait a minute. How do I explain this? The fleet halted one after another, clearly stunned by the fiery explosion they witnessed. Shuetong didn't even have the time to put away the rocket launcher beside her. The car door opened, and Luohausha stepped out, facing the scattered sparks brought by the night wind. He arched his eyebrows and glanced at the woman standing ahead. Shuetong was about to explain when she spotted my Yuenjin getting out of the car behind. Her attention shifted. Seeing my Yuenjin made her expression seem peculiar. My Yuenjin exaggeratedly said, "What the hell are you doing here? Don't tell me that explosion was caused by you." Shuetong fell silent but spoke volumes through her gaze towards my Yuenjin. She slightly nodded, focusing her vision on the green hat atop my Yuenjin's head. Bro, what the hell? Why the hell are you wearing a green cap? Chapter 039. Xiao, the head of the armory, was also among those going on this trip. He came over to Shuetong to understand the situation. Shuetong, who had been staring at my Yuenjin's hat all along, finally turned her head and explained everything. In the end, Xiao drove back to base first to get the situation under control, while Luohausha set up camp with a group of people, preparing to patrol nearby throughout the night. During this time, LV Maro and Hongfa returned carrying Shung Fu on their backs. Upon seeing an explosion behind us, we rushed back because we were worried about our leader, LV Maro explained as such. The two were out of breath and tired like dogs. My Yuenjin helped carry the unconscious Shung Fu to the car to lie down, and then he asked the two subordinates, "How did you two come to be outside?" Do Yang kindly handed them each a bottle of water. LV Maro drank it guzzlingly, and only Hongfa panted as he replied, "Summer Fancy said she would take her sister out to play, but it turned out that they had left the perimeter of the base." After drinking the water, LV Maro said, "When we were by the river, she said she'd find some branches to light a fire for roasting fish, but she was gone for too long without returning. We too got worried that something might have happened to her, so we prepared to go look for her, only to discover several zombies coming out from the forest. They were unfamiliar with the area there, completely relying on Summer Fancy to guide the way. In the process of fleeing, they failed to find the path leading back to the base. Fortunately, Shuetong discovered them in good time." After finishing speaking, LV Maro looked at Shuetong with reddened eyes. "Could it be that Summer Fancy has met with the zombies and perished already?" My Yuenjin frowned at hearing this, saying, "I will return to check it out first." "Don't worry, she is fine within the base. She was just beside me when I went out." Shuetong spoke in low tones, raising her chin slightly when my Yuenjin turned to look at her. At the moment when I told Brother Di that my sister had gone missing, she didn't show any reaction at all. My Yuenjin furrowed his brows, looking strangely at her. Others also sensed something unusual. Do Yang hugged his water bottle and blinked, gazing at Lu Hao's direction, who appeared fake yet mysterious, turning his gaze towards here as well. Shuetong pointed at the side of the road, helplessly telling my Yuenjin, "Let's talk." My Yuenjin didn't reject her either, silently walking towards the direction she indicated. Lu Hao observed the two calmly. Shuetong touched her nose, smiling, "I'll tell you after I've spoken with the person concerned." That overturned vehicle was still burning, with a few water ability users putting out the fire to prevent embers being carried into the woods by the evening wind. My Yuenjin stood under the tree, looking strangely at her. "What do you want to say? You answer first. Why do you insist on wearing such a cap?" Shuetong seriously questioned. My Yuenjin lifted his hand to touch his head, taking off the cap to toy with it in his hands as he grumbled, "After entering the city, we startled the zombies and lost my hat then. This one was given by Do Yang. That place has become dangerous buildings. A piece of rock can fall anytime without paying attention. How could not wearing a cap be possible?" It sounded quite reasonable. Shuetong said, "The cap is good, it's just too green." My Yuenjin's face darkened. "And you still joke about such vulgar puns at this moment?" Shuetong blinked at him, hesitated for a few seconds, and then slowly started, "I want to tell you something, don't get too worked up." "Speak." My Yuenjin calmed down. "Judging from your expression, it isn't anything good." Shuetong asked, "Do you like Summer Fancy?" My Yuenjin retorted, "If I didn't like her, what am I doing together with her? Last night, I was patrolling with Jiang Gang. Around 3 in the morning, I saw her leave the base alone and go to the mountain forest behind it." Shuetong calmly recounted, "She walked a very far distance and stopped before a cave. My Yuenjin's motion of rotating the hat halted as he narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Shuetong described the armed appearance of those people at the entrance of the cave and concluded, among them, one of them gave her an intimate hug. Before leaving, Summer Fancy even gave him the scarf she brought along. While narrating this segment, she scrutinized my Yuenjin's expressions and internally reviewed if she had expressed it too bluntly. What should she do if he starts crying sorrowfully in grief later? What to do? Luohausha's brother Luohausha would come to console. My Yuenjin remained silent for a considerable period. Shuetong thought it was over. His eyes were red. "That scarf, brown, knitted?" My Yuenjin painfully inquired. Shuetong nodded. My Yuenjin deeply inhaled, tightening the cap in his hand as he squatted down. Shui Tong reached out to scratch her hair, sighing and said, that scarf. I watched her knitting it, thinking it was for me, my Yuanjin said. Before we set out, I even thought that she would have finished knitting it by the time I returned, so I'd become someone who had a girlfriend to knit scarves. Shui Tong closed her mouth. My Yuanjin, with reddened eyes, mocked, I've always said, where could the supporting characters find love? It's all deception. Hearing this, Shui Tong's expression faltered slightly as she swallowed all the comforting words she was about to say. Luo Haoshe, who had been observing the two, felt something was off and frowned slightly. My Yuanjin asked, where is that man? In the cave. Where is the cave? In the mountain. My Yuanjin glared fiercely at her. Which part of the mountain? Shui Tong helplessly looked at him. I can take you there now, but are you sure? My Yuanjin deeply inhaled, stood up, and walked briskly towards the car. Do Yang was talking to LV Marrow when he suddenly got thrown a green cap straight into his face by my Yuanjin, which LV Marrow quickly caught. My Yuanjin turned around and told Luo Haoshe, hold me back. I'm afraid I might kill someone. Do Yang's face filled with terror. Kill who? Me. Just because of this cap. That's not something you insisted on wearing yourself. Luo Haoshe remained speechless. In the end, my Yuanjin still didn't decide to go find that random guy in the mountain cave. He drove away, returning to base first to look for Shia Fancy. LV Marrow handed over the caught green cap to Do Yang. Do Yang, confused, asked, what's wrong with big brother Yuanjin? Luo Haoshe turned to look at Shui Tong. Shui Tong, with an innocent look, replied, it involves personal matters, I can't say without his permission. However, she did mention that there were people inside the cave at the back of the mountain behind the base. Do Yang held the cap in his arms and said, this matter is quite serious. Luo Haoshe pointed at the fake Yi Kuei lying on the ground and said to Do Yang, you stay here and guard. I'll check nearby. I want to go too. Shui Tong raised her hand. Luo Haoshe didn't stop her, allowing her to follow along. His destination was the river where Shia Fancy took LV Marrow and others. There was only one river surrounding the base, spanning the entire mountain path, approximately 1 meter wide, with clear flowing water. As they walked along, Shui Tong asked what happened during this patrol, and Luo Haoshe obligingly answered every question, satisfying her curiosity. Afterward, Luo Haoshe said, next time, you go with me. Shui Tong hesitated, but my sister. Take her along if you're worried, Luo Haoshe said. Shui Tong glanced at him. Luo Haoshe pursed his lips, looking forward as they walked. Upon reflection, those people acted only when he left, so if next time he walked away alone again, Shui Tong would definitely get targeted. Well then, don't worry about my sister. I'll take good care of her and won't give you any trouble. Shui Tong clearly understood what Luo Haoshe meant. After hearing this, Luo Haoshe stopped walking and turned to look at her. Shui Tong also stopped and asked, what's wrong? Luo Haoshe lowered his gaze and softly said, she hasn't caused any trouble. After saying that, he stepped forward and continued walking. Shui Tong watched his silhouette and thought how gentle he truly was. The moonlight shone upon the deep woods tonight, even though so, they both still needed the flashlight beam to illuminate their way. Spring had already arrived, green grasses were growing everywhere, tender green buds emerged from brown branches, and some flower buds were quietly blooming. There were a few fireflies hovering near the riverbank. The intermittent flashes of green light almost made Shui Tong mistake them for zombies. Luo Haoshe holding a flashlight said, this place is within the safe perimeter of the base, zombies aren't likely to appear. As Shui Tong reached the riverside, after getting closer, the moonlight became brighter, enhancing visibility. The fireflies hovered above the surface of the water. Indeed, the flow was pure enough to reflect these faint luminous sparks. The most common kind of zombie, according to your statement, couldn't just appear out of thin air, right? Shui Tong casually glanced down at her reflection in the water and squatted down. Sun Laroliu and fake Yi Kuei aren't on the same side, neither are they aligned with Shia Fancy. Luo Haoshe looked toward the rear forest while whispering, but it's highly possible that fake Yi Kuei and Shia Fancy are together. Shui Tong intended to turn back to ask him why but froze when seeing her reflection in the water. The reflection under the moonlight wasn't very clear, yet Shui Tong was inexplicably attracted to the eyes in the reflection. The fireflies circled around her reflection once, and those bright, clear eyes staring fixedly revealed another pair evil and cold, belonging to a man. She was entranced and extended her hand toward those eyes. Luo Haoshe heard a splash sound and turned back, only to see Shui Tong had fallen into the water. Though the river wasn't deep, it reached her waist at its deepest point. The moment she entered the water, Shui Tong felt countless whispers by her ears. She saw an endless wasteland, with boundless starry sky stretching behind. Flames burned from the mountain ridge and spread to the sky, exploding into showers of sparks like fine rain falling on the earth. Desolate grey cities lit up one after another, roaring like a dragon taking over every corner of the world. At the end of the lights, there was an abandoned bus stop. The signpost was covered in rust, with blurred letters. A man in black stood under the platform, half smiling at her. Zhao Mian. With a splash, Shui Tong emerged from the water before Luo Haoshe could come down. She wiped her face with her hand, ready to curse bastard, but stopped when she met Luo Haoshe's eyes. Luo Haoshe paused at the edge, and seeing that she had emerged unharmed, his heart relaxed. What happened? He asked, extending his hand to Shui Tong. Shui Tong didn't take it but instead rubbed her eyes and blinked. Luo Haoshe, look at me. Her expression was serious. Look at my eyes. She thought something had been off these days. The dreams she had before and the images in the water just now were all signs that something was wrong with her eyes. What exactly had that guy done to her eyes? While Xue Tong was seething with indignation inside, she didn't realize how perplexed her suggestion sounded to Luo Haoshe. Furrowing his brow, Luo Haoshe said, "Why should I look at your eyes? Just look." Xue Tong's tone carried an odd mixture of gritted teeth. "See if there's anything different, whether they have some kind of allure." Luo Haoshe. He looked carefully. Xue Tong had just gotten out of the water, her whole body soaked, her hair clumped together sticking to her skin, making her feel colder in the night breeze. Yet, she was so serious and focused. This made it impossible for Luo Haoshe not to focus as well. But those clear and bright eyes could easily enchant him anyway. Fireflies danced around the two, seemingly for just a moment, yet also feeling like forever. Suddenly, Luo Haoshe reached out and pulled her close. He slightly bent down, pressing his forehead against hers, who was shorter due to the water level. As he leaned down to kiss her, clarity struck him. Just as Luo Haoshe was about to release her, Xue Tong tiptoed and pecked his cheek. Chapter 040. Xue Tong felt like she was digging her own grave. The strange phenomenon of no reflection in the water wasn't the problem, it was that she couldn't help but stare at the face. Luo Haoshe looked at her with a heavy gaze. Xue Tong stepped back, calmly and politely saying, "My legs are weak. Can you carry me?" Luo Haoshe carried Xue Tong on his back as they made their way back. Xue Tong wasn't lying, her legs really felt weak, leaving her with little strength and feeling exhausted. Although she could use many abilities, using multiple ones simultaneously took a tremendous toll on her body. Luo Haoshe took off his coat and draped it over her, shielding her from the wild night breeze. "How did you fall in?" he asked softly. Xue Tong sniffed, not hiding anything from him as she recounted the previous events. She sneezed, her voice slightly hoarse due to exhaustion, speaking softly, "It might be related to being caught in the spiderweb cocoon last time, otherwise I can't figure out what went wrong." "You were caught?" Luo Haoshe furrowed his brow. "Just for a brief moment, my sister pulled me out," Xue Tong hesitated but still truthfully told him, "and I saw Zhao Mian through the eyes in the reflection." Luo Haoshe walked along the riverside, glancing at the moonlit river afterward. "I used to think he was just some guy who abandoned your sister, but now because of the reflection, I suspect he's involved with the mastermind behind the spiderwebs," Xue Tong added. There was another sentence Xue Tong didn't say aloud. It was possible Zhao Mian was the zombie king behind it all. "Based on what you're saying, it seems like a mental type ability," Luo Haoshe said. "I've met people like this before and even fought them. Mental type abilities are rare, but their power is strong." Xue Tong blinked. Mental type abilities were indeed rare. In 4 years, she had only seen one mental type ability redemption coupon, which was rarer than precious treasure chests. So she had always kept it safe, knowing nothing about these types of abilities. People with such abilities can leave force imprints in other people's eyes. If they're more powerful, they can remotely control someone via that imprint, turning them into a puppet without consciousness. Luo Haoshe spoke seriously. "Weaker ones can only use their powers by making eye contact with someone directly, with a short control period. Longest I've seen was 3 seconds. If the person's willpower is stronger than the ability user, they remain unaffected." Xue Tong was momentarily stunned. "Then, does that mean I've been left with an imprint?" "Most likely," Luo Haoshe replied. "The person you saw in the reflection is probably the one who left the imprint on you. The imprint on you requires some kind of medium to activate, and it appears that medium is the reflection," he explained further. After hearing this, Xue Tong suddenly understood. Her arms circled around Luo Haoshe's neck, her voice filled with laughter. "You're so amazing. You know everything. I was scared before, but now that I understand what happened, I'm not so afraid anymore." It seemed this was the first time she openly praised him. Luo Haoshe couldn't help but lower his head slightly, the corners of his lips curling slightly upward. "But how do we get rid of this imprint?" Xue Tong quickly turned her joy into worry. "Kill him," said Luo Haoshe, "or leave his range of influence. Figuring out his range is hard, and even if we kill him, we don't know where he is." Xue Tong sighed. "For now, I'll just have to put up with it." But then again, is Zhao Mian nearby? She glanced around curiously. Luo Haoshe paused briefly before whispering, "Don't worry, I'm here." She originally wanted to talk further with Luo Haoshe about the fake Yi Kuei and Ma Yuan Zhan, but her fatigue became heavier, pressing her eyelids shut. She fell asleep on his broad, warm back. Even though she'd fallen into the water, throughout the journey, Luo Haoshe had been using his ability to keep her warm. By the time they reached the road, Xue Tong's body was warm, showing no signs that she'd been submerged. Upon realizing she was asleep, Luo Haoshe carefully placed her inside the car. Patrol teams sent out were returning one after another, having found no unusual situations. After closing the car door, Luo Haoshe gently touched the cheek she kissed earlier, his lowered lashes concealing the depth of his gaze. Do Yang waved to him from across the way, saying, "Yuanzhan brother has returned." Luo Haoshe lifted his eyes to look. Ma Yuanzhan was walking behind Do Yang, cigarette dangling from his mouth, black sunglasses perched on his face as he strolled through the night, looking quite pompous and arrogant. Jiang Gang, walking beside him, swatted away the drifting cigarette smoke irritably. Ma Yuanzhan went back to see Xia Fan Qian. The other party's acting was superb, not showing the slightest flaw, as they both rejoiced over his safe return and worried about Xue Tong who went out with Old Sun. He even tearfully recounted how he lost Shung Fu when taking her out. Ma Yuanzhan felt even more uncomfortable. Big brother Xiao brought back the news of Old Sun's death to the base, causing a stir among everyone. Some who were close to Old Sun turned red-eyed, vowing to avenge him. The one who killed him was an imposter Yi Kuei, using a rocket launcher to blow up the car, Big Brother Xiao said solemnly. The only living witness at the scene was Xue Tong. Since the presence of the RPG was hard to explain, the blame was directly placed on the dead fake Yi Kuei. Fortunately, since Big Brother Xiao was on the same side as Luo Haoshi, his words carried more credibility than if Xue Tong had returned to explain herself. Big Brother Di immediately wanted to leave to check the situation, but Big Brother Xiao stopped him. Xiao Shi is watching there. They are patrolling outside to prevent further incidents. They'll come back when it gets light. Chen urgisade, I'll go take a look too. But my Yuanzhan replied, no need. There are enough people there. Some of our brothers got injured. I'll bring Dr. Jiang over. After looking around and not seeing anyone, he asked, where's Jiang Gang? Jiang Gang was unlucky indeed. After staying up all night, he went straight to bed when he returned. But he was woken up in the afternoon by someone saying that several people were feeling unwell and needed his help. This was part of daily life for doctors at the base. He bore it. The driver took a roundabout route through the base before arriving at a place filled with ridges and vegetable gardens, even small orchards. There were many orange trees planted. It was the person planting these who had problems, lying on the ground complaining of back and leg pain and being unable to stand up, occasionally vomiting and having diarrhea. There were many patients, but only one doctor, Jiang Gang. As such, Jiang Gang was busy sweating profusely, completely preoccupied with treating them, paying no attention to zombies or my Yuanzhan or Xia Fanqian. When the alarm sounded, he didn't realize at first, still frowning as he pondered over the condition of the person in front of him, only reacting after someone reminded him. My Yuanzhan came up to Luo Haoshi and said, why did you have to bring Jiang Gang here? What use does he have? They just finished their patrol last night and found something strange, then the incident happened the next day. Better safe than sorry. Luo Haoshi said. Jiang Gang looked at him gratefully, adjusted his glasses, and said, I also feel it has something to do with last night. My Yuanzhan turned to look at him. Jiang Gang looked into his dark sunglasses and sincerely said, you probably heard about it, right? My Yuanzhan gave a cold snort from his nose. This attitude clearly meant he knew. So Jiang Gang continued openly, this afternoon, while I was going out, I accidentally saw Xia Fanqian on the road. She seemed very nervous upon seeing me, which she wouldn't normally be. Later, I also heard others say that she was asking who was on patrol during the early hours of the morning. Did she not know? Do Yang was surprised. Luo Haoshi leaned against the car door and closed his eyes briefly. My Yuanzhan looked away and muttered, old son arranged for you and Xue Tong to go on patrol, and she wasn't part of his gang, so she miscalculated. If she didn't know about the switch at the time, she would assume that area was unguarded, Luo Haoshi said. Or when she went there was no one on the watchtower. Jiang Gang sighed helplessly, we indeed didn't go up to the watchtower, we basically drove around outside. Do Yang clapped his hands, I get it. That fake Yi Kuei was definitely from the cave on the back mountain, because Sister Fanqi thought she might have been seen leaving by the wives, so sent the fake Yi Kuei to kill and silence witnesses. Luo Haoshi spoke indifferently, and could take the opportunity to deal with old son as well. One stone two birds, Do Yang nodded, pointing at the fake Yi Kuei still lying nearby, saying, there's no need to think about this, it must have been Chen Erg's behind it. Old son wasn't necessarily meant to die. He was probably just supposed to inform the base people that Xue Tong's group was killed by the fake Yi Kuei, my Yuanzhan analyzed seriously. Old son intended to lure Xue Tong out of the base with zombie divers and then kill her, so Chen Ergs went along with the plan. Let the mantis prey on the cicada while the oriole waits behind, Do Yang nodded again, adding, but none of them expected the counterattack from Mrs. Xue. After saying this, he gave a thumbs up toward Xue Tong sleeping inside the car. Where did those zombies come from? Jiang Gang asked. From the cave, Do Yang blinked at him, smiling enigmatically, since you've already seen 5 or 6 people coming out of the cave, it means that space inside isn't small. Moreover, everyone is equipped with excellent weapons, just like this fake Yi Kuei, indicating they're likely all ability users. For them, catching a few ordinary zombies and tying them up is as easy as pie. Do Yang pointed at Luo Haoshi and said, when my brother and I hadn't joined the base and were wandering around outside, we also caught some. Walking in the forest with a fierce zombie on a leash was actually quite reassuring. Wild animals wouldn't dare to come close, let alone those bandits who wanted to rob us. Jiang Gang was stunned. This kid sure has rich experiences. Although Do Yang didn't have any special abilities, he was smart. Before meeting Luo Haoshi, he managed crises all by himself. Despite his young age, he had been through many things. He was also good at lying and acting. Once, it was precisely through deceit that he won Luo Haoshi's trust and managed to steal his equipment. Thanks to Do Yang, Luo Haoshi could instantly tell whether Jiang Gang's story about his female disciple was true or not. The distance from the base to the town makes it impossible to go out and catch zombies within half a day, which means they must have prepared them ahead of time. Luo Haoshi squinted slightly, speaking clearly but with an icy undertone, if these zombies were pre-prepared and they just released 7 or 8 of them at once, their stock should only be increasing. What does Brother Chen want to do? Jiang Gang shivered at the thought that someone would keep zombies locked up in a cave. My Yuanzhan chuckled coldly, he wants to start a rebellion. At first, I thought he wanted to recruit Brother because he lacked manpower. Now it seems he has his own external reinforcements, and not only are they not small, but their strength can't be underestimated either. Do Yang stroked his chin as if deep in thought, but his attempt to sacrifice sister-in-law, frame old son for his crime, and provoke Brother into joining him cannot be forgiven. After saying this, he angrily added, and to think he deceived brother Yuanzhen's feelings. That's too much. My Yuanzhen got stabbed unexpectedly. Luo Haosha looked at my Yuanzhen. Why are you wearing sunglasses? He'd been wanting to ask. Before my Yuanzhen could answer, Jiang Gang lifted his hand to stop Luo Haosha from pursuing the matter further. Don't ask, real men don't shed tears easily, even if he wears them. My Yuanzhen. Shit. Chapter 041. When Xue Tong woke up in the morning, the team had not yet returned to base. She got up from her seat after a night of sleeping curled up, and when she stretched, her bones cracked. Beyond the car door was bright daylight. She rubbed her eyes and stepped out, just in time to see my Yuanzhen getting down from another vehicle. In their brief moment of eye contact, Xue Tong, fully awake, asked, "Why are you wearing sunglasses?" My Yuanzhen gritted his teeth. Here we go again. Xue Tong looked up at the sky. Were the sun rays really that blinding? Trend. Do you understand trend? With a cold snort, my Yuanzhen walked away, only to retreat a few steps later. After looking around and making sure there was no one, he whispered, "According to Hao Shi, your eyes bear the mark of the psychic system." Xue Tong nodded. My Yuanzhen added, "Since you have it, then wouldn't it follow that the others captured in the tunnel also have it?" Xue Tong raised an eyebrow at him. Already immersed in self-talk, my Yuanzhen continued, "What if Fan Qian was also manipulated because of her mark?" Xue Tong interrupted, "She wasn't consumed by the spider cocoon, so the possibility of having such a mark is small, right? And didn't she mention any abnormalities with her vision? Because she's brother Chen's younger sister, any manipulation would probably involve obeying her brother's words. As for gifting scarves, that was likely done genuinely." Before she finished, my Yuanzhen turned and left. Xue Tong blinked as she watched his departing figure. He still couldn't let go and tried to find excuses for sheer fancy. My Yuanzhen sincerely cared about sheer fancy too. Xue Tong found the two juniors, then went to check on Shung Fu, who was still asleep. She hasn't woken up since last night, but Jiang Gang has seen her and says there's nothing wrong. This was said, yet red hair still appeared somewhat worried. Xue Tong touched Shung Fu's forehead. The temperature was normal. Looking at her wrist, the green vine rested quietly as usual. If it were Zhao Mian, he would definitely leave some kind of mark on Shung Fu. Xue Tong carefully re-examined the script and relevant information provided by the system. As a major antagonist later in the story against the male and female leads, Shung Fu possessed considerable abilities and was a ruthless villainess. Her interference would foster the romance between the male and female protagonists. That's all. Xue Tong hated it. For the first time, she felt how hard it was being a minor character with little plot development. Not even deserving to know the entire storyline. My Yuanzhen should know more, but now it was better not to bother him. With one hand propping her chin, Xue Tong looked at Shung Fu somewhat wistfully. Could it be that sister becoming a villain later on is related to Zhao Mian? If Zhao Mian is one of the zombie kings, did sister become his subordinate? That's outrageous. While lost in her own musings, Do Yang came over and called out, "Sister-in-law, you're awake. Are you hungry? We'll return to base once the final batch comes back." "Where's Luo Haosha?" Xue Tong asked. "Brother is over there." Do Yang pointed in a direction and said, after checking the equipment and the count, "He'll come over." Xue Tong exchanged a few words with Do Yang about last night's events and was informed about Luo Haosha and other speculations, thus understanding what happened. After Do Yang left, Xue Tong turned back to find the two juniors looking dejected and hesitating to say something, practically wagging their tails. "What's wrong with you two?" Xue Tong asked irritably. Red hair drooped as green hair wiped his frostbitten nose and said, "Feels like we're utterly useless." "Don't think that way, you two mean the most to me." Xue Tong shook her head. "Besides knowing how to cook scrambled eggs with tomatoes, we can't do anything else." Red hair muttered, "When encountering zombies, we're completely useless. Weren't we clear on this? Zombie encounters are my responsibility. When I'm hungry, that's where you two come in." Xue Tong winked. "We have clear roles, and we work perfectly well together." Red hair and green hair looked at each other, feeling even more tired inside. Xue Tong was not without understanding their feelings, but she believed there was no need for this. Of course, she must protect her subordinates. Understanding their wish to prove themselves, Xue Tong suggested, "Last night, dealing with zombies made us both exhausted and famished. When we get back, why don't we eat something good?" The morale of red hair and green hair immediately boosted, and they asked what she wanted to eat. "Let's eat some meat," Xue Tong said. By the time the team returned to base, it was nearly noon. Luo Haosha deliberately delayed going back a bit to make second brother Chen worry longer. Just arriving at the base, Luo Haosha took Xue Tong to meet Di Lao Da. It was still the familiar courtyard gate and stone table, the same faces, except Sun Laoliu was missing. Sun Laoliu had been blown into a charred corpse, and Di Lao Da had arranged for his burial, quite dignified considering how in this post-apocalyptic world, unclaimed bodies were often left to rot. As Xue Tong took her seat, she noticed several pairs of eyes on her. Foremost among them was second brother Chen. He usually grinned with a roguish air, but now his gaze held a depth of scrutiny that hinted at something more. Xue Tong greeted him with a bright smile in return. Second brother Chen wasn't sure if they suspected her, so he could only judge by Luo Haosha's current attitude. Luo Haosha began by reporting the results of the patrol. "We found nothing other than the few zombies that attacked us initially. There's no sign of any frog zombies." Di Lao Da furrowed his brow. "Could they have fled?" Zhao Lao Da said casually. "The mutants aren't stupid. They'd run if they felt threatened. We widened our search area and still saw nothing, replied Luo Haosha calmly. Peng Laro Da looked slightly sorrowful. This time Sun Laoliu met his end, completely unexpected. What was the deal with that fake Icho? How did he even have a rocket launcher? Turning to Xue Tong, he said gently, Xue Tong, what exactly happened? She was quite shaken up. Luo Haosha raised his eyes briefly. Within seconds of the explosion, Xiao Laro Da and I reached the scene. Xiao Laro Da added obligingly, the fake Icho had a rocket launcher, Sun Laoliu had a gun. It was obvious that in their confrontation, Sun Laoliu would be at a disadvantage. Judging by the direction of the vehicles, Sun Laoliu was attempting to retreat back to base. But he left Xue Tong stranded on the side of the road. Everyone present knew about the discord between Sun Laoliu and Luo Haosha, and given Sun Laoliu's character, it wasn't surprising that he'd do such a thing. Dai Laro Da sighed deeply and turned to Xue Tong. That's fate for him. Luckily, Haosha and Xiao Laro Da arrived in time. Xue Tong murmured softly in agreement. Yes. Was the Icho killed by you or her? Asked second brother Chen. I killed it, said Xue Tong. Second brother Chen raised an eyebrow, impressed. Not bad skills. I thought you already knew that, Xue Tong smiled mischievously. In light of this incident, we must increase patrols and vigilance immediately, no slacking off, Dai Laro Da said seriously. The appearance of the fake Icho suggests there are live humans watching us. Could it be people from Baiheng base, suggested second brother Chen. Given our past disputes, according to the personalities at Baiheng, someone will surely come chasing after us. Hearing this, Xue Tong smirked inwardly so he wasn't entirely dumb, attributing the blame to Baiheng base. We can't rule out that possibility, frowned Dai Laro Da, as though it seemed very plausible. There's also a subtle connection between the frog zombies and the people from Baiheng. And it seems Shung Fu is involved as well, isn't that right? He looked at Xue Tong, who nodded in response. That makes being vigilant even more critical. These frog zombies act in groups and are cunning, clearly under the command of someone behind the scenes, continued Dai Laro Da. We've lost one person in Sun Laoliu, and we cannot afford to lose more brothers. Dai Laro Da's focus was now entirely on the frog zombies and Baiheng base. He hadn't considered the possibility of an insider. Xiao Laro Da stood up and announced, then I'll go supervise today's patrols and investigate nearby. I'll go too, added second brother Chen. With that, the meeting dissolved. Haosha, you've just returned from outside. Go home and rest well, advised Dai Laro Da kindly to Luo Haosha. Luo Haosha acknowledged it, then took Xue Tong away. As everyone dispersed, Luo Haosha called out to second brother Chen. I want to talk with you. Still in second brother Chen's car, the scene was familiar. Smirking slyly, second brother Chen remarked, it's rare for you to approach me willingly. From the start, Luo Haosha said, I accept your proposal from last time. Stunned, second brother Chen nearly thought he was dreaming. Are you sure? Never mind then, Luo Haosha moved to open the door, but second brother Chen quickly locked it. Looking back coldly, Luo Haosha's expression remained detached. Changed your mind? Asked second brother Chen. He messed with the wrong person, replied Luo Haosha. Inside, second brother Chen chuckled but responded teasingly, I heard your girlfriend once pushed you into a zombie mob, yet here you are defending her. This had been told solely by my Yuanjin to Xia Fanshi, who subsequently relayed it to others. Glaring at him, Luo Haosha spoke coolly, yet with an edge, if it were you who harmed her this time, what do you think I'd do? Second brother Chen scoffed, don't joke around. Knowing how precious she is to you, I'd never dare lay a finger on her. This time, Sun Laoliu plotted everything. That fake Ichio might truly be someone from Baiheng who followed us here. As he said this, he observed Luo Haosha's expression, wanting to see if he knew about the people in the cave. But Luo Haosha didn't let him figure it out. If those from Baiheng have followed, then it's perfect for us to capture them all at once. Luo Haosha finished and coldly smiled while looking at second brother Chen. However, are you really not responsible for Sun Laoliu's death? How can you suspect me when your girlfriend has testified that she saw the fake Ichio kill him? Second brother Chen shrugged innocently. I would have liked to act, but wasn't I cut off before I could get to it? Luo Haosha remained silent with his lips tightly pressed. Since you've made up your mind, we're now comrades in the same boat. Second brother Chen handed him a cigarette, and Luo Haosha accepted it. Dai Laro Da's way of doing things can't protect the ones you want to protect. Only by becoming the master of the base yourself can various schemes be avoided. To second brother Chen's indoctrination, Luo Haosha was letting it pass through one ear and out the other, yet he kept a serious face as if waiting for the moment to rebel. Second brother Chen's suspicion relaxed. He believed Xue Tong had not detected any abnormality that night, and Luo Haosha hadn't noticed any conspiracy in Sun Laoliu's death. After finishing talking with Luo Haosha, second brother Chen went to patrol the back mountain. The junior brother drove and asked, Brother 2, can we trust him? This time, we probably pinpointed his weakness. He cares too much for that woman, said second brother Chen, lighting a cigarette casually. Even though he is very capable, he is destined not to be someone I can use. When he loses his value, we will just kill him. He looked out the window, but his face wasn't in good shape. Second brother Chen knew the rocket launcher definitely wasn't their own members, so he found it strange. Where did that thing come from? What Snow Tong had said made him doubt, but previously Luo Haosha and Xue Tong's attitude towards each other seemed like they didn't know anything. They all thought Sun Laoliu had been pulling strings behind the scenes. Could it be that Sun Laoliu had privately stored weapons and during the fight, his men had taken them and turned against him? Regardless, Shung Fu killing his buddy wasn't over. Shui Tong was obediently waiting alone in the car while Luo Haoshe went outside to talk business. When Luo Haoshe returned, she sat upright and properly, ready to drive even though it wasn't far ahead. Still, her seatbelt was fastened. Luo Haoshe drove silently and focused. Shui Tong didn't ask how his conversation with second brother Chen went because what concerned her right now was something else. It wasn't until they were nearly home that Shui Tong slowly opened her mouth to say, "That rocket launcher. It's in the trunk. You find time to take it away yourself," Luo Haoshe replied. "Xiao Laodar. I've already told him. He's an insider." Shui Tong blinked at him. "Why haven't you asked me where it came from?" she inquired carefully. Luo Haoshe glanced at her and responded with a flat tone. "Isn't it due to spatial abilities?" Shui Tong. "So you had guessed?" She nodded solemnly. "Exactly. It's that. If I've known that already, why would I need to ask?" Luo Haoshe asked. Shui Tong was touched to the core of her heart. How considerate, understanding, and tender he was. She sniffled and seriously stated, "I'll tell you a secret, I am a dual elemental. I possess a spatial ability filled with plenty of food. Tell me what you'd like to eat, and I will surely get it for you." What she didn't realize was that in Luo Haoshe's ears, these words sounded more like what one might say to comfort a child. He blinked once and responded faintly, with an indifferent hum. While Shui Tong was reflecting whether her confession wasn't sincere enough, Luo Haoshe stopped the car. Looking up, she saw my Yuanjin standing by the steps with Xia Fanqi, whose eyes were red from crying. Xia Fanqi had come specially to apologize to Shui Tong. It was her oversight that led to the departure of Cheng Fu and the two others from the safe zone of the base. The young girl sobbed uncontrollably, touching anyone's heart who saw her. But in front of the three people in the know, Xia Fanqi's actions made herself look embarrassingly inadequate. Luo Haoshe understood well. Between Xia Fanqi and my Yuanjin, there was a conflict that neither him nor second brother Chen would let go of. After confessing to Luo Haoshe, Shui Tong became reckless. In the past, instant noodles for every meal were the norm, and adding eggs or greens secretly was already the best-case scenario. Now, it was closing the door daily, letting the two chefs develop freely, eating meat with every meal. Letting my Yuanjin and the others do all the work, she just stayed at home eating meat. After all, the current plot missions were no longer hers. After my Yuanjin learned the truth, he couldn't reveal it to Xia Fanqi yet had to keep acting, feeling utterly bitter inside, longing for death every day. Only by coming to Luo Haoshe's house to freeload and eat meat in large bites could she recover. Recently, the base's patrols had been intensified, operating on a 24-hour rotation. Many people were called in for work duty. Shui Tong returned from her afternoon patrol already in the evening, skipping dinner and falling straight into bed. By the time she woke up, it was deep into the night, with dimmed lights outside the window. She tiptoed out of bed, remembering that the redhead had said he'd kept some food for her in the kitchen. On her way down, she noticed a small light lit up in the kitchen. Because of an incident 2 days ago where my Yuanjin and Jiang Gang collided over food, the kitchen door was damaged and could not close anymore, thus it was left slightly ajar. Shui Tong thought it was the two younger brothers still busy inside. She mischievously intended to scare them but paused at the doorway when she heard Green Hair lowering his voice saying, "Big brother, stop. That's soy sauce, not cooking wine." Shui Tong halted, gripping the doorknob while opening the door just enough to peek inside. Indeed, the redhead and Green Hair were present, but so was Luo Haoshe. Luo Haoshe stood frowning before the pot, holding a bottle of cooking wine in one hand and a bottle of soy sauce in the other, unsure which one to pour. Green Chef insisted both cooking wine and soy sauce must be added. Red Chef argued only for cooking wine and wanted the soy sauce out. The debate grew heated, nearly escalating to blows. Luo Haoshe silently set down what he held, stepping back from the stove toward another table. He picked up a knife and began cutting shredded carrots, demonstrating perfect knife skills. Seeing this, the redhead turned and exclaimed in astonishment, "Big brother, your knife skills are badass. But the carrot should have been cut into cubes." "Luo Haoshe, why didn't you say so earlier?" He frowned. He prepared next to handle the grass carp swimming freely in the water. Fishiness is unavoidable. After washing for a while but still feeling it wasn't clean, he deeply contemplated then picked up the dish soap nearby. "Shui Tong," she nearly shouted. Redhead and Green Hair quickly intercepted this man attempting to wash fish with dish soap. Tension filled the kitchen. Shui Tong quietly closed the door, leaned against the wall squatting down, eyes brimming with amusement. The reduction rate of ingredients in the fridge mysteriously accelerated. At breakfast, the redhead and Green Hair cautiously informed Shui Tong of the unfortunate news that ingredients would soon run out. Luo Haoshe ate his noodles without any change in expression. Jiang Gang said, "I saw a few green onions in the fridge last night. How did they vanish by morning?" Redhead and Green Hair glared at him. "Shut up." Mao Yuanjin, who came over for food, said, "Who among you ate them?" Jiang Gang, "Eat green onions? For what?" Luo Haoshe remained unmoved. "Green onions? There weren't any last night. Remember, I am certain. You must have seen wrongly." Green Hair stated seriously. "Jiang Gang, I." Green Hair pointed at him and said, "I'm the royal chef, and you're a doctor. If I say there weren't any, then there weren't any." Jiang Gang. Shui Tong handed the fried egg from her bowl to Luo Haoshe and said, "If there aren't any more, we can fetch again." "What's all the fuss about?" Witnessing this scene, Mao Yuanjin. The fried egg in the bowl suddenly lost its appeal. Chapter 042. Shui Tong pretended not to know that those ingredients had all been consumed by Luo Haoqi when he was practicing. For this, she had no choice but to start diligently searching for treasures and opening boxes to accumulate supplies. But her refresh point was still in a densely populated area, making it difficult to collect everything. A week after Old Sun's death, on the evening of that day, Di Laro announced to everyone in the base that he was going to marry Jiao Wen. The wedding was set for next Saturday. The recent gloomy atmosphere caused by the zombies was finally dispelled by this good news, and people began cheering up and busily preparing for the wedding. Living meant having something to look forward to. Especially under extreme conditions like the apocalypse, if there wasn't a goal given to the living, they would live aimlessly, fall into fear, become sensitive and irritable, and hard to control. People who were always patrolling and guarding at high intensity took the chance to relax. The whole base was helping to prepare what was needed for the wedding. As the wedding drew near, Shui Tong was called upon to be a bridesmaid. Upon hearing the news, she repeatedly confirmed, "Really? Say it again, are you sure it's right?" The one delivering the message was a woman close to Jiao Wen, who nodded with certainty. "No mistake, including you, there will be 5 bridesmaids." Shui Tong. Her relationship with Jiao Wen wasn't nearly as good as to be asked to be a bridesmaid at her wedding. Shui Tong puzzledly sent the woman away, then turned to Shung Fu standing under the grape trellis and said, "Sister, how about you go instead?" The red-haired girl looked at her with eyes full of horror. Shung Fu touched the grape leaves and smiled happily. "Qingyan, the flowers have bloomed." Shui Tong shook her head. "Hasn't sister gone crazy many fewer times lately?" she asked the red-haired girl. The red-haired girl nodded, counting on her fingers. "For over a week, I've been very obedient, didn't have an episode. The last episode happened when we went out of the safe zone." Shui Tong approached Shung Fu, gazing intently into her eyes only to have Shung Fu avoid her gaze several times. She said, "Sister, why do you cover the mirror in the room?" After hearing this, Shung Fu cautiously looked around, tiptoed closer to Shui Tong, and whispered quietly in her ear, "The reflection in the mirror is ugly." Shui Tong. "Worthy of my beauty-loving sister." Shung Fu was well taken care of, her wounds gradually healed, and her weak body gained some weight. Even though she was insane, she still despised the scars left on her face. During the time when she wasn't patrolling, Shui Tong always stayed by Shung Fu's side. She was certain that Shung Fu also bore some marks. In this disordered state, the power of the green vines seemed to have returned. If controlled by Zhao Mian, its destructive power could not be underestimated either. Shui Tong said to Shung Fu, "Sister, if you find anything unusual and see Zhao Mian, you must immediately tell me. Don't trust Zhao Mian, don't listen to him, he's just trash." Shung Fu glared angrily at her. "Qingyan, you shouldn't say such things about Dad. He's a jerk." "Qingyan." Shung Fu stomped her feet in anger. Shui Tong patted her head. "Anyway, you must remember to tell me, understand?" Shung Fu unwillingly nodded her head. She turned and looked at her reflection in the water vat, then threw the leaf in her hand inside to cover it. That night, Shui Tong was called over to Jiao Wen's place to try on the dress. An enormous base that accommodated hundreds really had everything. Tunglong Base had been rooted here for more than 2 years, accumulating countless items from trips between the city. If Shui Tong had arrived earlier, she would know that during major holidays, the base even held various parties where people dressed formally. Di Laro truly built a paradise outside the world in the midst of the apocalypse. Shui Tong saw Jiao Wen. She was surrounded by everyone, each person congratulating her. Jiao Wen's smile filled with reassurance and happiness. Come on, come on." Xia Fankai pulled Shui Tong into the dressing room. "Look, which of these two do you prefer? Or maybe this one? You choose one." Then she handed over the dress in her hands. "I think you'll look great in this." Shui Tong sighed inwardly. This girl's acting skills were impressive. This one, she picked one that caught her eye. "Brother Haoqi has already arrived. Quickly change. Impress him when you come out." Xia Fankai gave her a thumbs up. Shui Tong truly couldn't understand this kid. Had it not been for that incident, she thought Xia Fankai was pretty nice, lively, and cute. However, appearances can be deceiving. When Shui Tong came out, Luo Haoqi and Ma Yuanshan had already arrived. Xia Fankai had come out earlier, now she was twirling in front of Ma Yuanshan, shaking her skirt, and looked at him with anticipation. "Isn't it nice?" What could Ma Yuanshan say? Of course, he praised her. Xia Fankai took his hand and pointed to Jiao when surrounded by others. "The wedding dress is even more beautiful, it's just my dream gown." Ma Yuanshan was really in a difficult situation. Each sentence exchanged was like stabbing himself. Luo Haoxia couldn't bear to watch, so he consciously distanced himself from the two. Shui Tong waved to him. When Luo Haoxia saw her, his expression changed slightly for a moment, then he walked over slowly. A light purple off-shoulder long dress, with floral patterns on the skirt, the waist-cinched design highlighted her slim figure. Luo Haoxia's gaze fell on her exposed shoulders, where there was a faint pink scar on that fair skin. Shui Tong hadn't noticed yet. She glanced down at the dress and said, "Isn't it nice?" Luo Haoxia reached out, gently touched the scar on her shoulder, and whispered, "Why didn't you let Jiang Gang remove it?" Shui Tong turned her head and suddenly realized, "I didn't think about it since it's usually hidden. Besides, why didn't you let Jiang Gang remove your scars on your abdomen?" She raised her finger and pointed to the scar on her shoulder. "It's also a mark, I think it's quite good. It records her heroic deeds of shielding the male protagonist from a bullet." Speaking of Jiang Gang, under Luo Haoxia's help, his abilities had upgraded significantly. His scar removal skill is top-notch, leaving no trace behind and perfect restoration. Then Xue Tong lowered her voice and said, since Jiang Gang is already so capable, we might as well let him remove your scars. Otherwise, she felt too guilty every time she saw them. Luo Haoshe lowered his eyes, speaking softly, he can't. How could that be? Xue Tong doubted. Luo Haoshe continued, he tried, but couldn't remove them. Xue Tong was stunned. Luo Haoshe pulled back his hand, meeting her clear gaze, smiled lightly, it's very beautiful. That fleeting smile was extremely similar to that of the young man from years ago. Xue Tong felt a lump in her throat, almost tearing up. In the evening, Xue Tong patrolled with Ma Yuanshan, both looking glum. Tomorrow was the wedding day, the base was decorated festively everywhere, flowers and balloons were placed on either side of the roads, even the streetlights weren't spared. The wedding was held in the square. After dinner, people were rushing to set up the red carpet and tables and chairs. With heavy power usage, some families' electricity was cut off to focus entirely on the wedding setup. Areas that usually seemed quiet now bustled with noise. Xue Tong sat in the car, while Ma Yuanshan stood outside, both sighing at the lights towards the square. Brother Chen plans to take action on the wedding day? Xue Tong asked. Yes, he told Haoshe to keep an eye on the north side, they will let zombies inside and cause chaos. Ma Yuanshan had a lollipop in his mouth, puffing one cheek while talking. The zombie king has already appeared, there's not enough time to fight zombies, and humans are busy killing each other. There will always be such people in the world. Xue Tong supported her head against the car window and turned to look at the non-safe area beyond the iron fence. They only care about their own interests, regardless of others. Was Xia Fankai also such a person? Did he like someone like her? Ma Yuanshan received this questioning from his soul. After staying silent for a while, he said to Xue Tong, take me to see. Xue Tong remembered the location of the cave. She'd already taken Luo Haoshe there before, carefully monitoring the movement of people in the cave. Ma Yuanshan had never been there once. He deliberately refrained from going, wanting to see if Xia Fankai would confide in him. Now it seemed he had foolishly hoped. Xue Tong fully understood his feelings, got out after opening the car door, and said, you have to stay calm, after all, tomorrow it will end. The cave was far from the safe zone of the base. The base leaned against the mountain, which was deep and easy to get lost in. During patrols, no one was allowed to go alone, it must be at least 2 people to prevent being lost. Xue Tong was recently familiar with the route and wasn't afraid at all. Tonight's moon was full, its light extremely bright. With the aid of night vision goggles, the two smoothly arrived at the cave point. The reason why it hadn't been discovered all along was because the person responsible for this area was Brother Chen. Under his cover, only insiders came and went. Xue Tong pointed to the front, hiding behind a large rock and said, see that? There's someone standing guard, if we approach, we'll be found. Is this the one on guard? Ma Yuanshan asked expressionlessly. No, Xue Tong shook her head and gestured with her hand to describe, about your height, slim, a bit long hair, single eyelid, not as handsome as you. Before she finished, Ma Yuanshan interrupted, I've seen him. That fast? Xue Tong peeked out from behind the rock again, and indeed saw the man come out of the cave. You see, exactly as I described, right? Ma Yuanshan said, he's wearing a scarf. Xue Tong. So that's how he recognized him. The scarf-wearing man seemed to be taking a breather, standing aside chatting with his companion. Ma Yuanshan asked, do you have a sniper rifle? Xue Tong replied, yes. Give it to me. Ma Yuanshan held out his hand, I want to take him out with one shot. Xue Tong helplessly said, calm down. It's just 1 day left. You can kill him tomorrow night when they rebel against the base. By then, you can choose between a sniper rifle or a rocket launcher, alright? Ma Yuanshan clenched his teeth and let out a cold snort. After a short chat with his companion, the scarf-wearing man returned to the cave alone, strolling around outside. Soon after, the person who went inside came back carrying a weapon bag, said something to the scarf-wearing man, and turned to leave. Ma Yuanshan frowned. Xue Tong was also a bit puzzled. Where is he going? To the base side? Or just out on patrol? Maybe he went ahead to Chen Erg's designated position so as not to miss tomorrow, Xue Tong guessed. Ma Yuanshan had his eyes only on the scarf-wearing man, and his hand at his side had already clenched into a fist. Xue Tong continued to advise, these people are organized and premeditated, each with their own abilities. The fake Yi Kuei before wasn't bad in fighting ability either, and I only won because he exposed his abilities first. We don't know what kind of abilities this guy has yet, what if it's mental-based? By the time she finished talking, Ma Yuanshan had convinced himself to leave. But just as he was about to speak, both of them saw the scarf-wearing man turn toward them. They simultaneously froze, then the scarf-wearing man arrogantly flipped them off from behind the rock. Xue Tong. Shit. Ma Yuanshan lost it completely. They were 200 to 300 meters away. A strong wind stirred up the fallen leaves rustling. After walking out from behind the rock, Ma Yuanshan cast a cold eye at the scarf-wearing man. Xue Tong realized they'd been spotted a long time ago, thus she took out the sniper rifle from her space ring to support Ma Yuanshan at the front line. When rivals meet, there's no holding back. The scarf-wearing man knew Ma Yuanshan, and knew he only had one ability, water. This ability didn't work well on land, which was why he dared to act so arrogantly. Holding his gun towards Ma Yuanshan, he taunted, I thought you were hiding back there forever. Why should I hide? Ma Yuanshan said, continuing forward without any fear of the gun in the scarf-wearing man's hand. Wasn't it you who sneaked around and didn't dare to show up last time? The scarf-wearing man shrugged, smirking nastily, you coward who knows your girlfriend cheats but doesn't dare to confront her lover. Ma Yuanshan gave a cold laugh, stepped forward another step, and entered the range of the scarf-wearing man's gun. Without hesitation, the scarf-wearing man fired several shots, but they were blocked by floating lightning spheres conjured by Ma Yuanshan. Before he could even be surprised, the sharp wind blinded his eyes, and a silently approaching green vine wrapped around his neck, lifting him up and throwing him to the ground. All these actions happened in an instant, and all elements launched their attacks at the same time. Watching the scarf-wearing man sink into the soil, with only his head above ground and being choked by green vines, his face turning red while rolling his white eyes, Xuetong quietly put away her sniper rifle and walked out. Ma Yuanshan was different from Xuetong. He didn't have much in terms of elemental cards. This time using several already counted as lavish spending. The scarf-wearing man was stunned by what happened to him. As Ma Yuanshan approached, the green vine loosened its grip, letting him breathe. A cough sounded, as he looked at Ma Yuanshan with a frightened gaze. You. Xuetong looked inside the cave, on guard in case anyone came out. But at this point, still, there was no sound or sign of movement from the cave. Could it be empty inside? From your words earlier, cheating seems like some proud achievement, isn't that shameful? Ma Yuanshan stepped on the body buried in dirt with his earth element ability. With a kick, the scarf-wearing man twisted in pain. His veins bulging on his forehead, eyes reddening, he struggled to look up, gritting his teeth and said, Fan Chi, grew up with me. We were together before the apocalypse. Ma Yuanshan was dumbfounded. Xuetong, who had gone to check around the cave entrance and come back, furrowed her brows. It's weird, there's no one inside, and we can't see the zombies they were hiding either. Ma Yuanshan wanted to interrogate him, but was speechless because of the childhood friend confession from Fan Chi. Since they already knew about us, they must also know that Luo Haosha was pretending to cooperate, Xuetong said without dwelling on the love-hate relationships among the three people. Brother Chen might not have given precise intelligence. The time they planned to make their move could be now, not tomorrow night. Ma Yuanshan took a deep breath, stomped hard on the scarf-wearing man's body, causing him to scream in pain and cough up blood. Where did the others go? Ma Yuanshan asked sternly. The scarf-wearing man laughed despite coughing blood, taunting crazily. She guessed right, but it's useless. It has already started. Suddenly, lights lit up down the mountain. On closer inspection, they were fireworks being set off. The deafening sound of fireworks startled the people in the base. Under the cover of the firework sounds, gunfights broke out in parts of the safe zone. After taking care of the sentries on patrol, they opened the gates of the safe zone. Behind this group of people was a long string of zombies tied up with ropes. Chapter 043. The brilliant fireworks bloomed in the night sky, drawing everyone's eyes upward, captivated by this fleeting beauty. Red hair and green fur were outside with Shung Fu watching the grapevine. The sister had a particular fondness for the plant, often checking on it when she had nothing else to do. The fireworks suddenly shot up right in front of them, the loud bang startling both of them. Shung Fu turned her head toward the night curtain and clapped her hands happily. Fireworks! Fireworks! Qingyan, come look. But when she turned back, she realized Qingyan wasn't there, and her brows furrowed unhappily. Green Fur asked curiously, why are they setting off fireworks now? Weren't they supposed to be tomorrow evening? Could it be a pre-show test? Red Hair guessed. Are they that professional? Green Fur was impressed by the residents of the base. Lights from a vehicle were seen below. Red Hair went to check it out, and Xia Fanyang got out of the car, waving at him before skipping over. Red Hair felt a pang of unease in his heart and asked, why have you come? Can't I? Xia Fanyang laughed playfully but then, while approaching, caught Red Hair off guard and threw him down with an overhead throw. Green Fur stood shocked as Xia Fanyang already pointed a gun at his head. Don't move around, I don't want to shoot. Then put the gun down, said Green Fur, hands raised. Xia Fanyang shook her head and walked towards Shung Fu under the grapevine. That won't work, might as well fall willingly, save me the trouble of beating you again. Seeing Red Hair who had been knocked unconscious, Green Fur's eye twitched slightly as he took a deep breath and asked, what are you doing? Aren't we on the same boat? Why attack your own people all of a sudden? Don't pretend, I know you guys have discovered the cave behind the mountain, Xia Fanyang whispered softly. These past few days have been exhausting, but tonight, I'll finally be set free. As she spoke, her smile grew sweeter. After seeing this, Green Fur got very angry and couldn't help but snap. You're exhausted. Is Mei Yuanzhen not exhausted too? At the mention of Mei Yuanzhen, Xia Fanyan's expression slightly changed, clearly displeased. I'm having a decent conversation with you, why bring up these unhappy things? She pressed the trigger, and Green Fur dodged immediately, pulling out his gun and shooting back. Yet, he was at a disadvantage regarding supernatural abilities. Xia Fanyang showed no panic even after Green Fur dodged her shots. She broke the water jar under the grapevine with one shot, splashing water onto the ground, which she then manipulated into several water orbs flying towards Green Fur. Despite repeated attempts to dodge, Green Fur couldn't avoid being hit by one of the water orbs on his face, causing suffocation. Watching Green Fur being struck to the ground, Xia Fanyang shook her head lightly and said, it's your fault for forcing me to this. Turning around, Xia Fanyang gazed at Shung Fu still standing under the grape arbor. The girl looked at her with childlike curiosity, surrounded by the dazzling fireworks. Sister, you should feel grateful that you're still of some use, otherwise, we wouldn't bother feeding someone useless like you. Xia Fanyang smiled as she approached Shung Fu, taking her hand, intending to take her away. Shung Fu didn't say a word, letting Xia Fanyang hold her hand. The flowing water on the ground reflected the silver moonlight. As Shung Fu looked down and saw the reflection of her eyes, she abruptly stopped moving. What's wrong? Xia Fanyang laughed while looking back at her, about to coax her to leave, but froze when she met Shung Fu's gaze. Those eyes glowed with a soft green light, dazzling like gemstones. However, through those eyes, Xia Fanyang saw a man high above, condescendingly overlooking all. A domineering voice reverberated in her mind, "Get lost." Suddenly, Xia Fanyang let out a painful scream, covering her bleeding eyes, falling into madness. Blinking her eyes, Shung Fu's pupils turned back to their original chestnut brown. She stepped on the water surface, breaking the reflection. Ignoring Xia Fanyang's screaming in agony, Shung Fu returned under the grape arbor. Bathed in the moonlight, she stretched out her hand towards the vine. The green leaves swayed gently as she picked a cluster of sparkling grapes. The moment the fireworks lit up, Luo Haosha had a bad feeling. He picked up the radio, telling Do Yang and others not to lose focus and to continue patrolling properly. But not long after, Do Yang reported, "Brother, these bastards attacked us sneakily from the south entrance and led zombies inside." Hearing this, Luo Haosha knew they were done. Chen Erg must have seen through his fake submission and made a surprise attack. Luo Haosha remained calm and started giving orders, block the southern entrance first, disperse the crowd, and simultaneously inform Xiao Laodar. Not long after, gunshots rang out. The chaos within the base had begun. Luo Haosha got into the car and headed to Grandpa Di's place. Chen Erg's target was there. As soon as he got on the road, cars from behind and at the fork ahead began chasing and blocking him. Without hesitation, Luo Haosha sped through. The tires screeched against the pavement, sparks flying as if they were ablaze, while near collisions barely missed, tossing his vehicle into chaos. With steady resolve, he sharply steered through the ambush zone. The pursuers cursed and fired their guns out the windows. While driving, Luo Haosha listened to Do Yang's updates over the radio about the situation from all sides. Though he had not yet responded, Do Yang remained calm. On the way, he saw people being chased by zombies. In the base, there were ordinary civilians, the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. In dangerous and uncontrollable situations, they were always the first ones sacrificed. Night winds blew the colorful balloons hanging on lampposts back and forth until they were soon shot apart by the gunshots from behind. People in the flower fields screamed for help but were trampled down by zombies. In no time, those infected joined the ranks of the undead. The number of zombies grew gradually. Other members of the base watched in despair as their former comrades turned into detestable zombies attacking them, their hearts crumbling under the pressure. Xiao Laodar shouted amid the firelight, retreating while protecting others and battling the increasing numbers of zombies. But their enemies were not just the zombies. They were also humans. The ones emerging from the mountain cave were dressed in black tactical gear, well-equipped, and individually strong. However, instead of killing the base residents directly, they severely injured them so that they would be bitten and die from the zombie bites. Because they needed these people to turn into zombies. Preferably mutated kinds, even elite zombies. Xue Tong and Ma Yuanjun rushed back toward the base. They traveled at top speed, even employing wind element abilities to accelerate. When they reached the watchtower, the fireworks had just ended. What followed was an ear-splitting alarm. Duly smart, Do Yang seized control of the base's broadcasting station, sending out a signal. Although the loudspeakers were sabotaged and unable to broadcast sound, they could still control some streetlights, giving warnings to passers-by about the presence of zombies and danger. Do Yang caught attention this way. Another group then arrived at the broadcasting station pursuing him, though he managed to slip away due to his cleverness. To issue the warning signals, Do Yang got separated from his team and was now alone, dodging bullets on the road. Thankfully, Xue Tong's car arrived in the nick of time. "Get in." Ma Yuanjun opened the door and shouted to him. Seeing the two, Do Yang was nearly moved to tears. After getting in the car, Xue Tong immediately turned around and headed toward another road, making her way toward Luo Haosha's home. Though exhausted, Do Yang mustered up his energy, calmly reporting all the known intelligence to the two of them, regretfully noting, "I ran too fast and lost my walkie-talkie. I can't contact brother." "Where did he go?" Xue Tong asked. "To Grandpa Di," Do Yang replied. "I'll check on my sister first, then head over," Xue Tong said. She drove the car to the roadside and noticed a parked car below Luo Haosha's steps, Xia Fanyan's. All three had a bad feeling as they hurried up only to witness a strange scene. Although both Green Fur and Red Hair lay unconscious, Sister Shung Fu was fine. Shung Fu squatted beside Green Fur, poking his face, seemingly dissatisfied with his state of lying there unresponsive. Xia Fanyang knelt on the ground covering her eyes, wailing pitifully with a hoarse voice. Ma Yuanjun's Adam's apple bobbed up and down silently watching her, finding himself speechless momentarily. Qingyin. Shung Fu ran happily towards Xue Tong and held out her hand with a bunch of grapes proudly presenting it. "Look." Xue Tong grabbed her shoulder and asked, "Sister, what happened?" Shung Fu gave her due respect, pointing to Xia Fanyang and saying, "She knocked everyone down and tried to take me away, but she couldn't defeat me." Upon finishing, she looked quite proud. Ma Yuanjun stepped forward to Xia Fanyang, seizing her arm and whispering quietly, "Xia Fanyang." Despite being in immense pain, covered in sweat and blood flowing from her eyes, Xia Fanyang heard her name called out and whimpered in reply expecting pity. But Ma Yuanjun coldly said, "He's dead." Xia Fanyang froze. "I killed him." At hearing this, Xia Fanyang screamed once more, breaking down completely. Outside, amidst the chaos swirling around, inside Grandpa Di's house reigned an unsettling quietude. Luo Haosha entered the yard and sensed something wrong. Only when he spotted Jiao Wen standing at the doorway did he suddenly realize what had transpired. Jiao Wen was wiping her face, attempting to clean the blood smeared across it, but the more she wiped, the more it appeared. She didn't say a word, occupied solely with her cleaning. Nearby, Ah Hao lay unconscious on the ground. Luo Haoshe coldly observed her. "You're late," Jiao Wen whispered softly. "When the first fireworks bloomed, I killed him." No matter how many calculations were made, no one predicted Jiao Wen's betrayal. They had assumed that without Sun Laolio strategizing, she would obediently stay by Di Lao's side like a little rabbit. But rabbits with fangs can be lethal too. When Jiao Wen glanced at Luo Haoshe, she extended her hand toward him, and an icy flower condensed in her palm. Luo Haoshe asked, "Did you consume Yi Kuei's crystal core?" Jiao Wen laughed. "Is that not allowed?" Before Sun Laolio died, he promised that if I helped him deal with you, he would make Di Lao give me Yi Kuei's crystal core. Jiao Wen, having achieved her goal, was bursting with the desire to confess all her thoughts and emotions. "I've always been so uneasy, fearing that Shung Fu would tell Di Lao about that night. Don't you know? What matters most to him is his son, whereas I'm nothing but a nanny." Here, Jiao Wen let out a cold laugh filled with resentment. "Just because I lack superhuman abilities, should I be trampled upon by everyone? Must I obey him, listen to him, look after his son, and tread carefully while serving him? Why should I?" Luo Haoshe said, "That was your choice." "Yes, but if I didn't make this choice, could I have survived?" Jiao Wen retorted harshly. Luo Haoshe's gaze on her held mockery. Jiao Wen despised such looks from him. "You're all the same. Just because you possess special abilities, you don't see ordinary people as human." Jiao Wen spoke with hatred. "Do you think Chen Erg had a different view?" said Luo Haoshe. He hadn't finished speaking when low laughter came from inside. The half-closed door opened, and Chen Erg led a group of people out slowly. Di Lao's body was dragged out and thrown beside Ah Hao. Luo Haoshe looked down and noticed several gunshots concentrated around the heart area. "I collaborated with Jiao Wen for mutual benefit. Now that she has the power to protect herself, her thoughts naturally differ from before," Chen Erg calmly explained. The signal light on his walkie-talkie flickered, followed by voices. "Second team found mutations, 3. First team found mutations, 1. Third team found Yi Kuei, fire attribute, handled. Well done." Chen Erg played with the walkie-talkie in his hands and smiled smugly towards Luo Haoshe. "Do you know? Through repeated experiments, I discovered that there's a very high chance for supernaturally gifted individuals who die from zombie infections to turn into either mutants or Yi Kueis. Our opportunities to evade zombies and gather crystal cores are few, yet to grow stronger, we need those crystal cores to upgrade our supernatural powers. Especially Yi Kuei's crystal core." Luo Haoshe looked at him with indifference. "So you ordered them not to be killed outright but instead to be bitten by zombies, just to produce more mutations and Yi Kueis for obtaining crystal cores. Clever." Chen Erg nodded approvingly. Luo Haoshe's dark eyes were filled with sarcasm, subtly mocking Chen Erg's inferiority complex. Chen Erg said, "Luo Haoshe, don't be overly naive. In this current world, those without supernatural abilities are merely useless. Without assistance from people like us, do you think they could survive long? Instead of dying from hunger or disease, it's better to die from a zombie bite. Appropriately utilized, they die with meaning." After finishing his sentence, Luo Haoshe immediately launched an attack. Such absurdities couldn't bear listening to any longer. Fiery flames encircled them in a fiery ring, scattering fiery orbs assaulting from all sides. Jiao Wen stepped forward, using a move Yi Kuei used in the underground passage. A frost-covered ground rose up, attempting to block the fireball attacks. It had no effect as they easily penetrated. Jiao Wen, newly empowered and unfamiliar with her new skill, lacked practical combat experience. Terrified and pale-faced, she fell backward over Di Lao's arm, letting out a shriek. But Luo Haoshe's target wasn't her. His flames collided with Chen Erg's wind barrier, unable to directly reach him. Several henchmen shot at him, but the bullets melted near him. With unmatched speed, ignoring the barrage of bullets, Luo Haoshe exerted pressure on Chen Erg. In terms of martial arts skills, Chen Erg clearly lagged behind. The battle between fire and wind produced waves of heat, forcing Jiao Wen and others to keep their distance. "Why bother getting angry for a bunch of trash?" Chen Erg sneered. "Who are you to call them that? Even in this apocalypse, a world full of zombies, no one can deny their value and meaning of existence." The flames burning in Luo Haoshe's eyes flickered as he raised his hand to conjure several walls of fire, enclosing himself and Chen Erg. Chen Erg's heart sank. The fierce winds couldn't disperse the fire walls, trapping him within. Under the intense heat, he felt the pain of his skin being scorched. He sneered coldly, "These people deserve to be weeded out by us. They have no value in staying alive." Just as he finished speaking, he was met with a direct punch from an advancing Luo Haoshe. Chen Erg barely dodged, retreating hastily under the scorching flames, only to be kicked down and thrown backward. The dazzling firelight made it impossible for him to look directly at his opponent. Luo Haoshe stood before him, looking down disdainfully. "It is the zombies outside who should die, not the people living here." Defeated, Chen Erg was drenched in sweat, struggling to rise while clutching his injured abdomen, spitting out blood. As Luo Haoshe prepared to move forward again, he heard someone outside the firewall shout, "I'll kill him if you take another step." A man in black held a gun pointed at Ah Hao, threatening him. Luo Haoshe stopped. Chen Erg wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Luo Haoshe with a sinister expression. "Your fake righteousness will eventually be your downfall." Luo Haoshe looked back at him indifferently. Chen Erg gestured, let's go. The man in black was about to drag Ah Hao away when he suddenly collapsed with a bullet to the head. Startled, Chen Erg immediately ran, but before he could escape, he was pushed back by Xiaolao's reinforcements who had arrived just in time. Luo Haoshe turned toward the lamppost where Do Yang rose from behind the sniper rifle, waving casually. Jiao Wen shakily got up, intending to flee while their attention was on Chen Erg. As soon as she turned around, however, Xue Tong standing beneath the moonlight gave her a faint smile and said, planning to run now? Too late. Chapter 044. The situation had reversed, and Chen Erg brother, along with Jiao Wen and others, were now surrounded. Xiao Larodie saw Di Larodie's body, his face darkening as he angrily shouted, Chen you're not leaving here alive today. Chen Erg brother gave a cold laugh, standing protected by his subordinates, saying calmly, I don't think I'll die here. Just as he finished speaking, everyone heard a deafening explosion. The firelight of the explosion came from far away, but the base was plunged into darkness. The power station had been blown up, and the base lighting system collapsed. In that moment of darkness, gunshots rang out everywhere. Li Feng and Lai Hua clashed again. This time, Chen Erg brother no longer underestimated the enemy, focusing fully on dealing with the situation. Several dodges were perilous. Under the moonlight, Xiao Larodie fired at Chen Erg brother, simultaneously saying, do you think you can escape here with just the number of people you have? Take a good look. Aren't it your people who are fewer? Chen Erg brother smiled mysteriously. Do Yang, who was running towards Luo Haoshe's position, was suddenly pulled back from behind. When Luo Haoshe advanced, he was forced to retreat by a gunshot, and flames roared like a dragon in the distance. However, the opposing side did not seem flustered, with Li Feng and Lei Qiu directly countering. Xiao Larodie and his group encountered attacks in the darkness, forcing them to begin their own defenses. Xue Tong looked at the various light effects around her and fell into deep thought. This was probably what was known as an extraordinary clash between psychic warriors. She didn't let Jiao Wen slip away unnoticed when she turned around and tried to run into Chen Erg's fighting circle. Xue Tong effortlessly caught her back. Jiao Wen angrily raised her hand, shooting ice shards at her. However, they were evaded by Xue Tong, who then twisted Jiao Wen's arm, making her scream in pain. During this brief exchange, Chen Erg brother had already moved to the road from behind. Vehicles raced toward them from behind, lowering their windows to reveal Peng Larodie's face. He shouted to Chen Erg brother, get in. Through the window, it could be seen that the driver was Xue Larodie, in charge of the pharmaceutical warehouse. You actually dare. Xiao Larodie felt deeply betrayed. Chen Erg brother smoothly got in the car, and the three sped off. Luo Haoshe saved Do Yang, and the black vehicle passed by him closely. Go after them. Xiao Larodie roared angrily. Brother. Do Yang opened the door, and Luo Haoshe immediately drove, chasing after Chen Erg and his group. If they let Chen Erg and his gang get away, they'd regret it for sure. Xue Tong held Jiao Wen by the roadside, watching the dazzling headlights gradually disappear into the distance while Jiao Wen kept shouting at her, let me go. In the distance, zombies began howling closer, their speed indicating they were mutants. So Xue Tong said, alright, I'll let you go. She whistled in the direction of the zombies, successfully catching their attention before stepping back. You. Jiao Wen glared at her. You've got powers, right? If you believe you're capable of protecting yourself, why don't you try it? Xue Tong mocked her. The mutant's speed was fast, its eerie green glow drawing nearer. With one hand broken, Jiao Wen gritted her teeth through the pain and hurriedly stood up. The fear of zombies wasn't lessened even with her newfound powers. The mutant bared its fangs and, using its exceptional jumping ability, leapt at Jiao Wen. Get away! Jiao Wen screamed in fear, causing ice pillars to rise. However, due to their slowness, the mutant dodged them. Terrified, Jiao Wen turned pale as she realized this failed attempt hadn't killed the zombie, making her panic even more. Xue Tong stood by, observing this amateurish struggle. Suddenly, she heard Ma Yuenjin's voice over the radio, Shung Fu, there's something strange about your sister. What? She furrowed her brows. Are you done on your end? Come back and take a look. Ma Yuenjin said. Xue Tong took out her gun and shot the mutant dead, scaring Jiao Wen into sitting down on the ground. She approached, extracting the crystal nucleus, and asked Jiao Wen, for the crystal nucleus you got only after sacrificing the person who solely protected you, yet wasted it so carelessly, what good are you anyway? Tears welled up in Jiao Wen's eyes, and she resented, what do you know? He just needed a nanny to keep his son company. If she was merely a nanny, then she could be replaced if gone, so why did he insist on going underwater to find her when she was captured by the frogman zombie? Xue Tong sneered, breaking Jiao Wen's other hand. Jiao Wen screamed in pain, sweating profusely and glaring at her with hatred. Xue Tong handed Jiao Wen over to someone else to watch over, and she returned to Luo Haoshe's house to check what the problem was with Shung Fu. Ma Yuenjin did not head over to Di Larodie's side. He watched Xia Fanqian, blinded, and conversed with her about the year-plus worth of feelings they'd shared. Overcome by grief at the death of her childhood friend, every word from Xia Fanqian's mouth was a curse directed at Ma Yuenjin. Her venomous words, filled with hate and unreasonableness, made even Shung Fu beside her look down on her. Ma Yuenjin was numbed by her final tirade, his emotions shifting from anger and bitterness to a strange calmness. Just as he was about to end things with Xia Fanqian, he noticed her suddenly hunching over, her forehead touching the ground while a low growl emanated from deep in her throat. The veins beneath her exposed skin swelled up, and dark brown patterns spread across her neck and face. When Xia Fanqian raised her head again, her eyes glowed dangerously green. She had turned into an Yi Kuei. Ma Yuanjun froze in shock as Xia Fanqian sprang up from the ground, attacking him. At the same moment, Shung Fu crouched down, clutching her head and screaming, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" Without hesitation, Ma Yuanjun decided to subdue Xia Fanqian first. When Xuetong arrived, it was all over. As she walked up the stairs, she smelled the stench of zombies in the air. Thinking that Ma Yuanjun and her sister might have been attacked by a zombie, she hurried over but found the already corrupted body of Xia Fanqian lying on the ground. Did she? Xuetong paused, astonished. Ma Yuanjun looked back at her. Shung Fu squatted beside him, covering her head, muttering insanely under her breath, "Be quiet." Turned into an Yi Kuei, Ma Yuanjun summarized succinctly, explaining what had happened. Xuetong listened carefully as she stood next to Shung Fu, frowning deeply and squatting beside her. She waved a hand in front of Shung Fu's eyes, saying softly, "Sister?" Shung Fu seemed not to notice, continuing her self-muttering. "How did she turn into an Yi Kuei? No zombies approached, and I see no bite marks on her." Xuetong turned to look at the deceased Xia Fanqian. Ma Yuanjun appeared exhausted, pinching his nose bridge wearily, his hands trembling slightly. His gaze shifted toward Xia Fanqian, complicated and finally turning away with a soft murmur, "Only your sister fought her. After she transformed into an Yi Kuei, your sister also changed like this." Xuetong lightly patted Shung Fu's back, trying to soothe her. Tilting her head, she looked into her eyes and said, if Zhao Mian is the zombie king, making someone else become an Yi Kuei could be possible, right?" Ma Yuanjun's expression flickered after hearing her. "No need for ifs. The zombie king indeed has such power, but if Zhao Mian is the zombie king, then your sister." Ma Yuanjun pointed to Shung Fu, "Is the wife of the zombie king?" Xuetong. "Is the zombie king your brother-in-law?" Xuetong supported her forehead in exasperation. Ma Yuanjun pinched his nose bridge again, sighing with a mix of pain and weariness. "Ah, confirmed antagonist." Xuetong looked up at him seriously and said, "I think you need to stay calm now." "I am calm." Sitting there on the spot, Ma Yuanjun remained silent for a moment before saying, "The zombie king is the ultimate boss of this world. There are 5 of them in total. Only by defeating these 5 zombie kings can we completely destroy the zombies and let humanity return home. According to the plot setting, before the protagonists meet each other, they each kill 1 zombie king." Ma Yuanjun told her about the script details he already knew. The remaining 3 are taken down together through cooperation, saving the world. "What about the details?" "There aren't any." Xuetong. After silently staring at each other for a few seconds, Ma Yuanjun scratched his head and said, "I chose the hard mode. The system only provides the general direction of the main storyline without detailing. I can understand that it means more bonus rewards." Xuetong nodded. Ma Yuanjun also nodded to express his gratitude for understanding. They both fell silent once again. Only Shung Fu's murmurs persisted. Xuetong raised her eyes to inspect Ma Yuanjun sitting opposite her. With the electrical system paralyzed, the surroundings were pitch black, except for the faint moonlight shining above. Seeing Ma Yuanjun's blank expression and the slight redness around his eyes, she hesitated before asking gently, "Are you alright?" Ma Yuanjun stared at his own hands, replying softly, "Not really. I feel empty inside." Xuetong consoled, "Your ending is a happy one. You will live until the end. You still have a long way to go, plenty of choices along the way." "That's true, but you know, going through so many worlds, aside from the needs of the plots, no one ever liked me outside the scripts." Ma Yuanjun frowned slightly, speaking softly, "That feeling, it's very strange." Xuetong felt her heart tremble at his words, thinking instantly of Luo Haosha. "Except for us, the canon fodder female antagonists, the role of best friend to the male protagonist earns the highest task bonuses. Female canon fodders earn big due to enduring the most hardships and having high demand, while we exist solely to serve the main character." Ma Yuanjun couldn't suppress the urge to confide, and so he indulged in pouring out his heart amidst the chaotic situation. "The more tasks you do, the more occasionally you feel meaningless, as if you are destined to be a side character for someone else's life, losing your own self." Yet, they couldn't switch roles. Once assigned as the male supporting character, one would forever stay in that role. In a world where everyone likes A, it's truly astonishing when someone suddenly likes you. Xuetong pursed her lips slightly and remained silent. "Such a precious admiration, once obtained and then lost again, leaves me unable to say I'm fine, barely managing to hold myself together." Ma Yuanjun ran a hand through his hair, took a deep breath, and gazed at the night sky. "Well, life must go on, I'll just need some time to recover." Xuetong gave a faint smile, saying, "It's good that you're able to see through it." Ma Yuanjun wiped his face and said, "If you're still worried about how to advance the plot, there is a clear path right before you." Xuetong frowned, asking, "What path?" "To betray him emotionally." Ma Yuanjun glanced at her, his tone tinged with sorrow. "I assure you, he will never forgive you, and he will certainly kill you himself." Xuetong. She decided that it was best to be kinder to Ma Yuanjun from now on. Otherwise, she might turn dark before the main character even had the chance. Xuetong reflected for a moment and said, "My previous task cycles were all very short, no longer than 3 months. But this time, I've already been here for 4 years and have to stay another 4. Do you know why?" With a pained look in his eyes, Ma Yuanjun said, "I understand, it's because we don't have money to accelerate." Xuetong sighed, "That's why you shouldn't be too upset, try to earn more money." Ma Yuanjun checked his balance, and it only made him feel even sadder, to the point of wanting to cry. Chapter 045. After Ma Yuanchen calmed himself down, he stood up to leave and support Luo Haoshe. Xue Tong stayed with Shung Fu, trying to talk to her but getting no response. Shung Fu's condition was fluctuating between good and bad. She either sat quietly in a daze or became violent, covering her ears and shouting for people to shut up. During this time, Jiang Gang returned once. He had been conscripted as a medic, saving many lives, and now exhausted, was sent back by Ma Yuanchen to rest. Currently, Xue Tong's place in the base was considered relatively safe. Jiang Gang sat down to drink water. Xue Tong pointed at Shung Fu and asked him, "Can you think of anything?" Jiang Gang shook his head. "Even modern medicine can't help with this," Jiang Gang said regretfully. "A mental illness requires a mental cure, or we can only pray." Shung Fu became violent again. "Shut up, shut up, shut up, Jiang Gang." They endured until dawn. Xue Tong didn't sleep all night, watching over Shung Fu until she fell asleep from exhaustion. Luo Haoshe and others returned late at night, joining forces with Ma Yuanchen to control the zombie spread within the base, protecting the remaining survivors. It wasn't until sunrise that everything calmed down. Green Hair and Red Hair woke up, seeing Xia Fancy's corpse at the door almost made them faint again. Xue Tong looked at the two with a deep gaze. "You're finally awake." She had been hungry for a long time. "Boss, this." Green Hair stuttered while pointing at Xia Fancy's corpse. What happened?" "Dead, killed by a different creature." Xue Tong pointed toward the kitchen. "Breakfast." Green Hair. Red Hair pushed Green Hair to the kitchen and circled Xia Fancy's body. "Boss, where's the sister?" "Just slept for a little while." Xue Tong glanced upstairs. "So Ma Yuanchen?" Before Red Hair could finish asking, Xue Tong replied, "He killed her." Whatever Red Hair wanted to say next was swallowed, and they scratched their heads, then silently went to help cook breakfast in the kitchen. Jiang Gang, lying on the sofa sleeping, was awakened by the noise from the kitchen and sat up somewhat dazedly. Xue Tong sat by the door, hands supporting her chin, eagerly looking at the steps entrance. When she smelled the fragrant fried rice coming from the kitchen, she saw Luo Haoshe and several others returning. Luo Haoshe had bloodstains on his clothes, mud on his face, his brows slightly furrowed, and an expression somewhat cold. Xue Tong blinked and asked him, "Are you done?" Luo Haoshe lowered his gaze and softly nodded. Both Luo Haoshe and Ma Yuanchen seemed somewhat introverted, not wanting to talk much, while Do Yang actively explained last night's battle report and the current situation of the base to Xue Tong. "The people we were following lost us. Boss Peng and Boss Xue betrayed us, taking away our medicine and most of our food supplies," Do Yang said, drinking water handed by Xue Tong, his tone slightly disheartened. "We spent the whole night cleaning zombies, some of the brothers were injured, it ended just after 6 o'clock in the morning. Now we have around 40 people left." Luo Haoshe and Ma Yuanchen both stared at Xia Fancy's corpse without saying a word. Do Yang said, "Now the only thing we have left in large quantities is weapons. After all, Boss Xiao in charge of the armory didn't participate in this rebellion." Xue Tong asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "First, let's tend to injuries, then clean up other materials within the base," Do Yang said. "Then see what Big Brother and Boss Xiao will do." After listening, Xue Tong looked at Luo Haoshe who was silent. Red Hair called out from inside, "Tomato fried rice is ready, come and get a plate." Do Yang and Jiang Gang both went over. Xue Tong said to Ma Yuanchen, "Go eat." Ma Yuanchen stood up and said, "Deal with her." "How am I supposed to deal with her?" Xue Tong asked. "However it needs to be dealt with, deal with it," Ma Yuanchen said and walked towards the kitchen. Xue Tong touched her nose, sighed, and took a knife toward Xia Fancy while telling Luo Haoshe, "Go eat first, then take a nap after eating." Since Do Yang said there's no problem, rest well before thinking about what to do next. Luo Haoshe glanced at her and remained silent. Xue Tong dug out the crystal core. Xia Fancy, who had already become a Yi Gui, turned entirely into something resembling dry wood. She looked around, intending to take the body outside to bury when Luo Haoshe pulled her back. Fierce flames burned intensely and quickly incinerated the zombie. "Go eat," Luo Haoshe said. Xue Tong looked up at him. In that moment of fire burning, she felt a brief but genuine hostility from Luo Haoshe, which made her hesitant to make any rash moves. This breakfast was eaten in somber silence. Everyone carried something heavy in their hearts, few words were spoken, and all was quiet. After the meal, Red Hair and Green Hair voluntarily collected the utensils to wash the dishes. Jiang Gang avoided the two who were in a self-isolated state and joined the kitchen cleaning team. Do Yang was very honest. He rubbed his eyes, said that he would take a nap first, and then collapsed on the sofa. Ma Yuanchen stood outside the door smoking while pondering about life. Luo Haoshe, on the other hand, listened and went upstairs to clean up and sleep. Xue Tong went upstairs to check on Shung Fu, only to find that she was still asleep, so she closed the door and left. As soon as she turned around, she found Luo Haoshe standing at the doorway of the room looking at her. His eyes were full of red bloodshot, his voice hoarse, "I can't fall asleep." Xue Tong paused for 2 seconds and walked towards his room, saying, "Then I'll put you to sleep." Luo Haoshe's room had its curtains drawn, dim and dark. Xue Tong closed the door, pointed at the bed, indicating that he should lie down. She rummaged through the bookshelf, took out a book, and said, "I'll tell you a story, and you'll fall asleep listening." Luo Haoshe sat by the edge of the bed, not lying down, with an unlit cigarette in his hand, just gazing down at it, slightly pursing his lips, his expression somewhat gloomy. Xue Tong sat on the single-person sofa nearby, flipping through the book in her hands, asking gently, "When did you learn to smoke?" Luo Haoshe was startled, and replied in a low voice, "Around 3 months after. After the apocalypse started?" Luo Haoshe's Adam's apple moved, his nasal tone slightly heavier, his voice hoarse. "Back then, I was constantly looking for you but couldn't find you, feeling very anxious and angry." Shui Tong stopped flipping through the book, gripping the page corner tightly. "So that's why you started smoking?" Now that you've found me, can you stop smoking?" Shui Tong looked up at him. Luo Haoshe glanced at her, silently returned the cigarette at his fingertips back into the box. Shui Tong handed him the candy in her hand. Luo Haoshe reached out to take it. Their silent interaction exuded a tacit understanding. Luo Haoshe slowly peeled the candy wrapper, his actions slow, his voice low. "Next time if you want to leave, let me know beforehand." Shui Tong tilted her head and looked at him, agreeing freely, "Sure." Luo Haoshe peeled the candy wrapper but didn't eat it, wrapping it back up repeatedly. Seeing he fell silent again, Shui Tong laughed and said, "From now on, wherever I go, I'll tell you, and I'll also tell you when I'll be back, so you won't get worried or angry when you can't find me, and end up smoking." Luo Haoshe's eyelashes lightly trembled as he heard this. Shui Tong said, "Dr. Jiang said smoking is harmful to health. Do you still want your lungs? Now that we're in the apocalypse, we shouldn't get sick even more." Luo Haoshe peeled the candy and put it in his mouth, where the sour and sweet fruity flavor spread. Shui Tong flipped through the book and said softly, "I hope you remain healthy and safe. Sincerely." Luo Haoshe felt the sweetness of the candy in his mouth, yet his heart twitched repeatedly, filled with sourness. He was actually like a stray dog. Whoever was good to him, he followed. When he was little, he accidentally saw his mother having an affair with someone, learned that he was an illegitimate child. On the day his father found out the truth, the cold look he gave him as he passed by was something Luo Haoshe would never forget. Even now, sometimes he'd still be trapped in this scene in his dreams. He was smart since childhood, which made him quite sensitive, timidly enduring his father's scornful eyes and hatred. Until one day, his parents argued and got into the car, then had a car accident. The uncle's family knocked on the door late at night, informed him of this unfortunate news, and then brought him to attend his parents' funeral. During that time, he was always dazed and scared. If he wasn't his father's son, could he still participate in his father's funeral? He stood in front of the tombstone, afraid to look directly at the man's portrait. But the nightmare wasn't over yet. The uncle who had always smiled kindly at him told him after the funeral, smiling, "I know about your parents' situation. As an illegitimate child, you don't have inheritance rights." Young Luo Haoshe completely broke down after hearing this. He was really scared. After the seemingly normal parents died, he became all alone. The uncle who once loved him discovered the truth and began to distance himself from him. The uncle did not reveal his identity because it was the shame of the family. To prevent the deceased from being humiliated unnecessarily, he allowed Luo Haoshe to stay in the Luo family and provide him with living expenses, but he must give up all inheritance rights. Luo Haoshe agreed. Day after day, year after year, living cautiously. He lived alone in this world. Luo Haoshe even doubted why such a person as himself still existed. Since the death of his parents in a car accident, he had become a stray dog, barely surviving in this world. Suddenly, someone passing by stopped beside this stray dog, stretching out a hand to attempt stroking it. Although the wary stray dog evaded, the person persisted. She was exceedingly kind to this stray dog. That memory was entirely gentle and beautiful. The stray dog had let down its long-held wariness and guard, finding meaning in its existence through this person. Cheng Shuetong was the first one to tame him. Di Laro Da was the second. They were all individuals who allowed Luo Haoshe to feel warmth and love. Luo Haoshe folded the candy wrapper into a perfect square, unable to compress it further, then unfolded it to start again. Shui Tong was telling him stories from the book, reciting several passages. Seeing that he was still sitting upright, she gestured with her finger and commanded, "Lie down." Luo Haoshe replied hoarsely, "I can't fall asleep." Shui Tong said, "I'm already trying to coax you." Luo Haoshe looked at her, his eyes were red, his hair slightly messy. When he tilted his head to look at her, he seemed a little absent-minded and even somewhat adorable. Shui Tong then asked, "Do you want me to sing to you?" Luo Haoshe blinked, placed the candy wrapper on the bedside table, and turned over to lie down on the bed. Shui Tong paused. She sighed and said softly, "Shall I sing?" Luo Haoshe murmured, "Tell me a story." Shui Tong lightly gritted her teeth, flipped through the pages of the book, and continued telling him stories. As she spoke gently, Luo Haoshe closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep. Shui Tong's mouth felt dry after speaking so much. After noticing he had fallen asleep, she closed the book and quietly gazed at the cover for a while, having completely forgotten what she had just narrated. The only image lingering in her mind was of Luo Haoshe lowering his head to peel the candy wrapper. She put down the book, stood up, and walked to the edge of the bed, gently sitting down. She pulled the blanket up to cover him a bit more. In doing so, she noticed a delicate silver chain hanging around his neck. Her curiosity piqued, her gaze moved downward. The object attached to the chain was concealed beneath his clothing. Carefully, she reached out and lifted the chain out from under his sweater. Dangling there was a bullet. The very bullet she had removed from her own shoulder. Shui Tong silently observed it for a moment, her heart tangled with complex emotions. In the end, as if accepting defeat, she withdrew her hand. Chapter 046. It had been raining for several days, sometimes fiercely, sometimes sparsely. Clearing the remaining supplies at the base took some time. Everyone was busy with their tasks, so the time passed quickly. Shuetong was also very busy. After comforting Luo Hao, she had to prevent my Yuanjun from becoming secluded and finally keep an eye on Shung Fu to see if there were any changes. The revenge of betraying the base by killing Di Laro Da was something Luo Hao had to avenge. He analyzed the escape route of Chen Ergo and others with Xiao Laro Da, and it was highly likely that they would stop to recuperate in the Fog City. So they set off to the city despite the rain to look for them. However, zombies dislike rainy days and always come out to cause trouble. Luo Hao and his group were just wrapped up upon entering the city. As a result, Chen Ergo wasn't found, but a batch after batch of zombies were killed, inadvertently clearing a safe area. The rain that lasted for over a week had finally stopped. The sun broke through the thick clouds, casting a warm golden glow. Thanks to the continuous rainfall, flowers bloomed, and all living things flourished. When Shuetong came downstairs, she saw a group of people wandering around the grape trellis outside the door, looking amazed as if they'd seen a ghost. She was about to ask what was going on when she saw Jiang Gang stepping on a stool and picking a string of clear and lustrous black-purple grapes from the trellis. Shuetong. This was truly like seeing a ghost. Qingyan, come quick. Shung Fu waved her over, happy, pointing at the grape trellis and saying, grapes. The grapes have grown. Jiang Gang put a grape in his mouth, and it was quite sweet. Red Hair began his flattery again, giving Shung Fu a thumb up, coinciding with Shung Fu crossing her arms and arrogantly tilting her head back, clearly enjoying it. Shuetong came under the grape trellis, seeing many grapes hanging from the vines and fell into deep thought. Sister, besides grapes, what else can you grow? She asked. Shung Fu smiled at her and said, whatever Qingyan wants to eat, Mom will try her best to provide. Her wood-type power is somewhat exaggerated, my Yuanjun remarked, eyes wide after eating a grape. Most people's wood-type powers are just about pest control or reducing death rates. Your sister directly skips seasons to force growth. Green Hair sighed, simply divine. It's an ability, nothing is too far-fetched. Shuetong didn't pay much attention. After all, she had also grown vegetables using her wood soil double system abilities. Like small tomatoes. But although she could cultivate them off-season, it wasn't very successful. Either they looked bad, twisted and deformed, or tasted wrong, sour, bitter, spicy, sweet. Like Shung Fu, producing both perfect looks and taste with a wave of her hand, was indeed impressive and rare. Rare sunny weather and having grapes to eat dispelled some of the gloomy atmosphere recently. Even my Yuanjun talked more than usual. While eating the grapes, Shuetong was lost in thought. Was it Shung Fu's natural capability or Ouyang's influence? Jiang Gang showed interest and asked her, did you eat too many crystal cores, thus upgrading? Since I picked her up, I haven't seen her eat a crystal core. Shuetong said, she tosses them away if given. That means her power must have been upgraded before you picked her up. Jiang Gang reflected. Shuetong thought, whatever happens later, her sister has to be a big villain with strong abilities. Luo Haoshe returned in the evening, staring at the washed grapes on the table for a long time. Shuetong pointed at the grapes and said, they're edible. Luo Haoshe then picked one and put it in his mouth. Xiao Laro Da also came over. This man whose face bore a scar looked terrifying at first glance, but now he was leisurely munching on a bunch of grapes. Younger sister-in-law, you seem to have everything here, Xiao Laro Da sighed. Luo Haoshe glanced at him and softly said, don't call me blindly. Xiao Laro Da glared back, what's wrong with calling you younger sister-in-law? Yes. Shuetong chimed in. Luo Haoshe was speechless and casually went upstairs with the grapes as if nothing happened. Xiao Laro Da mumbled, stingy, he wouldn't let anyone ask about his girlfriend's past, and now that he's found her, we can't even call her. Do Yang, washing vegetables nearby, chuckled and said, he likes sister-in-law too much, unwilling to share anything related to her, wishing the whole world knew only him. My Yuanjun made a precise comment while sweeping, pathetic. Jiang Gang nodding in agreement. Shuetong pointed at the two of them and said, you two only get vegetables tonight, no rice. Jiang Gang vigorously shook his head. My Yuanjun said, being pitiful in love but noble in humanity, I admire deeply. Shuetong eating grapes stared at him, how absurd. The pursuit of Chen Ergo and others was now completely hopeless. Their trail had been lost due to the interference of zombies, leaving them without a direction. In this world at the moment, finding someone wasn't exactly difficult, but it also wasn't easy. Once separated, distinguishing life or death became nearly impossible. No one could guarantee whether the other might encounter zombie attacks and fail to survive. Perhaps one day in the future, when they meet again, you would still be you, but he may have become a zombie. Perhaps even a mutated kind. Xiao Laro Da and Luo Hao were trying to shift their positions, moving to Fog City, where they needed crystal cores to upgrade. After staying too long in Dao Yuan village built by Di Laro Da, some people were no longer accustomed to the current world. But when danger appeared, losing protection, they still had to face this cruel world and learn how to survive, with the ability to protect themselves. That night they discussed the matter of transferring for a long time, eventually deciding to go to Fog City. Thus, the next day everyone began packing luggage and equipment, boarding vehicles heading toward Fog City. Red Hair, before getting on the car, looked back at the place behind him. Due to the explosion and fire that occurred the night of the betrayal, most buildings had been destroyed, as well as the flower fields and orchards seen before their departure. Are we all leaving? Green Hair asked. Even though the base has been destroyed largely, it is still relatively safe. I see that some people's injuries haven't healed completely. Wouldn't it be better for them to recover here? Not possible, my Yuenjin said. Splitting up people at this point, as you said, would leave those left behind extremely anxious, thinking they might be abandoned. And staying here further will only lead to waiting for death. My Yuenjin glanced toward Shuatong. Medicine, food, and daily living supplies were all taken away by Peng Lao Da. Staying here means no water, no food, starving to death is just a matter of time. Not to mention, if unlucky enough to encounter more zombies. Green hair nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. Departure was inevitable. They couldn't stay here, at least not now. The convoy headed toward Fog City. A few days ago, Luha and his group had cleared the roads, so they did not worry about accidents along the way and arrived safely. Shuatong fell asleep during the journey. In her dream, she saw the abandoned bus stop again. Zhao Mian, dressed in black, was standing there, grinning at her. He said, "We really should meet once and talk properly." Shuatong scoffed, "I don't have anything worth discussing with scum." Zhao Mian said, "Come over." Shuatong didn't want to go, but her body acted involuntarily, stepping towards the signboard, watching Zhao Mian's eerie smile. She felt anxious and tried hard to stop herself. As she was almost near, a circle of fierce flames appeared under her feet, trapping her in place, preventing her from moving forward. Zhao Mian raised an eyebrow in surprise, then smiled. "This is interesting." Shuatong could feel the warmth radiating from the flame but was unable to relax, because Zhao Mian was walking towards her. His eyes carried inexplicable malice, shaking her will, making her instinctively want to step back and run. Fear crawled into her heart through her eyes, spreading everywhere, swallowing her entirely. Shuatong woke up gasping for air, sweat pouring down her head. Luo Hao, who was preparing to wake her, grabbed her and softly asked, "Did you have a nightmare?" When Shuatong saw who it was, she sighed lightly and leaned back into the seat, blinking while wiping her eyes and making an acknowledging sound, furrowing her eyebrows unconsciously. "I dreamed of Zhao Mian. He said he wanted to meet me." Shuatong muttered, a bit scary. After hearing this, Luo Hao touched her head and whispered, "Don't be afraid." Shuatong looked up at him, her heart calming instantly. The car window was tapped on, and outside my Yuenjin rolled his eyes. "It's broad daylight, control yourself. Your sister went crazy again at the front, calling for you." Shuatong got out of the car after opening the door. Shung Fu was throwing a tantrum, demanding to find Qingyan. Both red hair and green hair were unable to console her, so they sought help from Shuatong. Although the city had been attacked by zombies, most of them concentrated in certain areas, leaving parts of the city safer with fewer zombies. As long as they didn't create too much noise to attract hordes of zombies. Shung Fu screamed, kicking and hitting red hair, who pitifully dared neither to hit back nor dodge, his eyes full of tears. Shuatong came over and pulled Shung Fu away, saying, "Sister, what are you doing?" Shung Fu hastily looked at her, touching her face, checking her up and down. "Qingyan, are you okay? There's a bad person, wanting to grab you." Shuatong paused. "Sister, how do you know?" Luo Hao watched the two of them nearby, looking solemn. Shung Fu, panic-stricken, said, "Hide quickly, hide and don't get found." "Did Zhao Mian tell you?" Shuatong asked. Shung Fu screamed again immediately after she finished. Shuatong tried to comfort Shung Fu for a long while with no success. Shung Fu's condition was deteriorating, so they decided to knock her out. Looking at the unconscious Shung Fu, Shuatong contemplated, could Zhao Mian really be nearby? "Boss, is everything alright?" Red hair came over and carried Shung Fu on his back. Shuatong shook her head, and as she looked towards Luo Hao, he too was watching her. The old streets had been cleared of zombies. The sun was shining perfectly, and the car was parked by the roadside while everyone else had started adapting to their surroundings. As Shuatong approached Luo Hao, he said just as she drew near, "If he dares come here, I'll kill him." "Don't stress, it's probably just a dream," Shuatong consoled him. Luo Hao lowered his gaze to her, with an earnest expression, not joking around. "You shouldn't go out of my sight," he said. Shuatong nodded. Then Luo Hao added, "You will sleep with me at night." "Hey." Shuatong blinked wide-eyed at him, frowning, "I don't feel safe." Although she felt scared in the dream, after waking up, Shuatong didn't feel particularly tense or frightened. She handled it calmly. And Luo Hao remained calm too, keeping her within reach and denying Zhao Mian any chance. The ground floor along the street was shops, while the second floor consisted of living quarters. They occupied this entire street, infusing some warmth into what had once been a cold and desolate area. During the day, Shuatong went with Luo Hao to search through the neighboring street, occasionally spotting a few wandering zombies. When they moved further away, they would find more zombies gathering together. After dusk, those who ventured outside returned to the streets. My Yuenjin's group discovered several mutated ones in a place slightly further off, deciding to hunt them down the next morning. Luo Hao stuck to his word and followed Shuatong throughout the day. Even when resting that evening, he still kept watch over her. Sitting at the edge of the bed wrapped in a blanket, Shuatong asked him, "Do you want to come sleep? I can spare half of my quilt." Hearing this, Luo Hao standing by the window subtly avoided her gaze and glanced out the window instead, replying, "No need." Snowcapped only showing her face from beneath the blanket, oed softly and gazed at him. When Luo Hao turned back, he found her still sitting there, bundled up like a triangular dumpling, looking at him. He said, "Not sleepy?" "A little." Shuatong smiled with a twinkle in her eyes. "I just wanted to take a good look at you before going to sleep." Meeting her amused eyes, Luo Hao couldn't help but soften his own gaze, whispering, "I'll keep watch here." Only then did Shuatong lie down, facing Luo Hao as she said, "All right, I'm sleeping." Her eyes slowly closed. Outside the window was pitch dark, inside equally dim. Leaning against the window, Luha quietly watched the person on the bed. Such moments were inexplicably luxurious. Their relationship inexplicably became more ambiguous. From his forgiving her, their relationship gradually mended until becoming flirtatious after the previous base incident. On the surface, they seemed like lovers, yet neither crossed any line, maintaining a subtle balance. But as he watched her, Luha realized he no longer wished to maintain this delicate balance. Leaning against the window, he closed his eyes. The night wind blew gently outside. Shung Fu, sleeping in the adjacent room, suddenly woke up startled. She found her window had been opened and the night breeze was blowing strands of her hair across her forehead. The man standing by the window whispered softly, "Afu, it's time to go." At the exact moment, both Luha and Shuatong simultaneously opened their eyes and rushed to the next room. Chapter 047. The eerie and ominous aura made the two act simultaneously, but before they could open the door, it was forcefully pushed open. The several pairs of green eyes outside sent chills down their spines. Shuatong had just jumped off the bed when she caught a glimpse of the zombie frogman behind the window. Before she could warn Luha, those 3 frogman zombies had already broken through the window. The two didn't hesitate, they pulled out their guns and started shooting. The gunshots and the frogman zombies' attacks woke up everyone, who immediately joined the battle. Lumei and Redhead rushed to Shung Fu's room first, but upon entering, they found no one inside. Only the open window allowed wind to blow in. Redhead moved to the window edge and shone his flashlight downward. A man dressed in black was seen strolling away, holding an unconscious Shung Fu in his arms. "Damn, he's cocky," Redhead shouted angrily. "Stop." Lumei swung his iron rod to knock away a rushing zombie and yelled loudly to Shuatong in the next room, "Leader, sister has been abducted by a man, right downstairs." Shuatong came to the window and looked down. Countless frogman zombies were surging from all sides on the street, while the black-clad man with Shung Fu in his arms walked calmly away against the flow of zombies. "This is targeting Shung Fu. What a despicable trick, diverting our attention." Shuatong gritted her teeth in anger, flipped herself out of the window, and jumped down. When Luha turned around and saw this scene, he frowned deeply, quickly eliminated the zombies beside him with 2 shots, then followed to the window edge, only relaxing a little after seeing she landed safely. Ma Yuanjun stood guard downstairs and looked at Shuatong, who descended using green vines, and asked faintly, "How many anomaly tokens do you actually have?" Shuatong pointed ahead toward Zhao Mian and said, "Zombie King." She dodged a zombie lunging at her from the ground, nimbly got into the car, and started the vehicle to prepare for pursuit. Just as she slammed the door shut, Luha caught up and shut the door with a loud bang. Luha cast her a cold look. "Shuatong. Whoops, I totally forgot about him. Go." Ma Yuanjun also climbed into the car and used his gun to shoot the approaching zombies. Shuatong focused her eyes on Zhao Mian ahead and stomped hard on the gas pedal without restraint, directly ramming through the frogman zombies blocking the way. "Are we confident in catching up?" Ma Yuanjun asked while firing. Shuatong said, "Great question." Ma Yuanjun rolled his eyes. "Without confidence, why chase? Is the zombie king so easy to deal with? We need to try confronting him." Shuatong said, "Besides, he kidnapped my sister. Who knows whether Zhao Mian plans to kill Shung Fu or force her to bear children." The vehicle drew the attention of other zombies, and most of the zombies on the ground rushed toward Shuatong. But some couldn't keep up, being held back by the flames wielded by Luha. Shuatong took a sharp turn and oversped, executing a beautiful drift at the crossroads, blocking Zhao Mian's path ahead. The oncoming zombies were stopped by the firewalls erected by Luha. Zhao Mian paused at the zebra crossing. Under the flickering firelight, his handsome and delicate face seemed somewhat gentle and weak. If you didn't see the evil in his eyes, you might think that the man in front of you looked like a scholar from ancient times, clean and delicate. Shuatong stepped out of the car and kept a safe distance from him, saying coldly, "Let go of my sister." Zhao Mian smiled lightly, his voice bright and gentle. "I intended to find you later, but didn't expect you to chase over yourself." Just as Luha and Ma Yuanjun arrived, they saw Zhao Mian's eyes flash with a green glow, revealing his true nature as the zombie king. "Don't make eye contact with him," Luha whispered. But Zhao Mian already grinned oddly. Too late. He targeted Ma Yuanjun, and at that moment Ma Yuanjun appeared slightly dazed as Zhao Mian ordered, "Kill the man beside you." Shuatong and Luha prepared to restrain Ma Yuanjun, yet they heard him angrily retort, "Who do you think you're ordering around?" "Zhao Mian." Shuatong blinked, and Luha remained silent. Zhao Mian furrowed his brows slightly, then shifted his gaze to Luha. A flash of green light shone in his eyes as he commanded, "Kill him." Luha coldly stared at him but made no move. The atmosphere became strange all of a sudden. Shuatong poked her head out from behind Luha and said, "Why don't you take another look at me?" Zhao Mian's calm expression immediately turned dark. He glanced at Shuatong. She innocently blinked at him, completely unaffected. "Zombie King? Are you fake?" Ma Yuanjun skeptically scrutinized Zhao Mian. "I thought your psychic abilities were incredibly strong and terrifying. Why can't you control anyone now?" Shuatong also doubted, "You probably aren't more than just a lackey under the real zombie king, right?" Zhao Mian gave them a cold look. Things weren't going quite as expected. He was originally just interested in Shuatong, seeing the mixture of various anomalies in her. He didn't care much about the others, but now these 3 people could resist his charm ability head-on. That was interesting. Luha took a step forward and said, "Put the girl down." You humans think the Zombie King only knows one trick. What about dual element abilities? Zhao Mion's voice was icy cold, and as soon as he finished speaking, a wall of fire rose behind him, towering like a 100-meter skyscraper, stunning everyone who looked up. The brightness of the fire wall attracted the nocturnal zombies all over the city. They woke up with roars and rushed toward it. Damn, that's impressive. My Yuanjin stared at the fire wall, then looked back at Luo Hao's small flame wall of no more than 2 to 3 meters. Truly, there was nothing worse than comparison. While the three were startled, sounds came from behind. Bro. Boss. Zhao Mion turned to look at Do Yang and Green Hair who had caught up. Luo Hao immediately turned around and shouted at them, "Don't come closer." Green Hair and Do Yang obeyed upon hearing his voice, but it was too late, they had already entered Zhao Mion's line of sight. Zhao Mion stubbornly tried to control them, saying, "Kill him." Do Yang and Green Hair, their eyes void of expression, moved swiftly despite their lack of emotion, aiming their gun barrels straight at my Yuanjin. My Yuanjin? Shit. Why me? Shouldn't it be my bro, the male lead? Finding confidence again in Do Yang and Green Hair, Zhao Mion secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Their earlier failures really made him think they were encountering ghosts. More people approached from behind. Zhao Mion's smile grew deeper. Zombie frogmen broke through the fire wall, attacking Luo Hao and Xue Tong from the front while they also faced gunfire from behind. The situation quickly turned unfavorable for them. Stun the ones under control first. My Yuanjin said. Xue Tong intervened. No, if they lose their mobility, Zhao Mion will surely let the zombies bite us. Zhao Mion smirked, as clever as your sister. Xue Tong retorted, my sister wouldn't have fallen into your trap if she was smart enough. Zhao Mion looked down at Shung Fu who lay quietly in his arms and whispered gently, this is just temporary, I'm giving her a lesson. Who would have thought she wanted to run away from me? Xue Tong couldn't help herself any longer. She dodged the zombies hiding behind the car and shot at Zhao Mion. However, before the bullets reached him, they exploded with a crackling sound, turning into little star-like sparks that disappeared. Yes, Zhao Mion continued, with her sister here this time, she won't run anymore. Xue Tong was about to say you're dreaming, when suddenly, lightning flashed and fierce winds howled. From the shadows emerged countless EQ, each of them glaring at her with icy green eyes. Holding Shung Fu, Zhao Mion left, his back facing Xue Tong, whispering, take her away. The EQ launched their attacks simultaneously. Xue Tong angrily cursed, taking advantage of numbers, you have no shame. The EQ were faster than the mutants and each had special powers. The scene became dangerous and chaotic. Instead of retreating, Xue Tong pushed ahead, thinking at least she had to rescue Shung Fu. However, she underestimated these EQ. Like the zombie frogmen, the EQ acted as though well trained. They knew how to ambush and coordinate efficiently, almost flinging her back several times and injuring her gravely. Luckily, Luo Hao arrived in time. Xue Tong stood up gasping for breath. Just as she was about to thank him, she froze. Countless fireflies appeared in the night sky. Some were emaciated skeletons, their clothes blood-soaked, sniffing around hungrily, rushing forward with increasing speed towards the light and the fighting humans, letting out cries of agony. Zombies sped up. Mutants led the charge, and even stronger ones scaled the outsides of buildings. Zombies from high-rise structures leaped down directly. All the zombies in the city were converging here. Cold sweat poured down Xue Tong's back as she grabbed Luo Hao and said, run, go go go. At this moment, running away was the only choice, not to stand against tens of thousands. Dense crowds of zombies with no end in sight meant certain death. Just as Xue Tong pulled Luo Hao to turn around, 2 EQ jumped down from upstairs blocking their way. Firelight flickered, creating an encircling ring of flames. But the brightness of the night was drawing more zombies. Xue Tong opened fire, targeting the EQ following Zhao Mion's orders who concentrated solely on her. The situation was tough. Luo Hao held tightly onto her hand, refusing to let go. In the chaos, he took most of the damage for her. Explosions caused by wind and thunder energy clashed, throwing both of them off their feet, crashing into the glass door of the building. Luo Hao held Xue Tong in his arms as the fragments flew and scratched against his body. When they landed, his back crashed heavily against the ground. He groaned softly but didn't pay attention to it, quickly getting up to lead them away. The door was blocked by EQ and zombies, so they had no choice but to run upstairs into the building. Do Yang and Green Hair chased my Yuanjin, who wanted to lure them away to avoid more people being controlled by Zhao Mion. My Yuanjin warned Red Hair and others preparing to come up about Zhao Mion's ability. Red Hair and Jiang Gang had run out of bullets. Seeing my Yuanjin running from zombie frogmen, they grabbed whatever weapons were nearby and rushed in. My Yuanjin, seeing Red Hair with a cleaver and Jiang Gang with a frying pan, sarcastically asked, are you two making fun of me? Red Hair swung the cleaver wildly, I'm serious. I've run out of bullets. My Yuanjin yelled again, what are you doing, Jiang Gang? Jiang Gang, this frying pan is too heavy. Let me switch it. He then darted into a nearby furniture store to pick another weapon. Red Hair covered for him and shouted at Green Hair who was approaching, Green Hair, don't come closer. I'll cut you if you do. Green Hair kicked him in response, missed, lost balance, and fell down. Behind them, Do Yang also ran out of bullets and prepared to fight hand-to-hand, grabbing onto passerby Red Hair and pulling his hair. My Yuanjin killed the chasing zombie frogman and turned around only to witness these three bickering like amateurs, pulling each other's hair and biting arms. His eye twitched as he was about to criticize them when a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Shui Tong, being led upstairs by Luo Hao, heard it too. Both were shocked. The annual system maintenance update has begun. Estimated maintenance time is 24 hours. Functions temporarily disabled, connection with the timeline interrupted. My U-engine. Shui Tong glanced back at the approaching horde of zombies and at the frozen items in her space, her heart screaming in panic. Chapter 048. My U-engine, who was standing at a distance, had yet to see the large group of zombies approaching. He was cursing the system for not warning him earlier. Up to this point, he could still use his gun thanks to the ample bullets provided by the space. Occasionally, he would secretly use some other abilities to fend off attacks. Now that everything was frozen, he only had 5 bullets left. When he glanced behind him at the 3 people squabbling like chickens, my U-engine sighed, feeling as if his death was imminent. Jiang Gang emerged carrying a baseball bat, his usually gentle demeanor now tinged with a bit of cruelty. He said, "I'm ready." Before my U-engine could speak, the two of them saw zombies climbing walls and rushing forward quickly. As they froze in place, suddenly there was an explosion. The redhead who had kicked apart Green Hair and Do Yang also looked over. Tens of thousands of green-eyed zombies were rushing towards them crazily. OMG. The redhead's face turned pale in fear. Are all the zombies in the entire city here? Run. My U-engine turned around, picked up Do Yang, and fled. The redhead led Green Hair closely behind. Since Green Hair and Do Yang's mental control hadn't been lifted, they were struggling and causing trouble during their escape. Unable to bear it, the redhead asked, would knocking them out and then waking them up be effective? Try it. Jiang Gang struck the person unconscious with the bat. The redhead frantically shook and slapped the person awake. Wake up. Get up and run yourself, damn it. Green Hair took some time to wake up, his head feeling muddled. Clutching the back of his head, he sucked in a breath and exclaimed, who the hell hit me? Delighted, the redhead immediately shoved Green Hair away and ran off. The group ran through narrow alleys, where mutant creatures jumped on rooftops, spotting prey below and changing direction to follow them. Leading 3 individuals with almost no abilities was exhausting for my U-engine. Although Jiang Gang had abilities, they weren't offensive, making him count as half as well. After using his last 5 bullets, the zombies leaping down from the walls and blocking the way only grew in number. My U-engine observed the surroundings and told Jiang Gang, give me the bat. See those cars up ahead? I'll cover you while you go get one. Jiang Gang didn't hesitate and immediately followed orders. There were many vehicles parked along the roadside ahead, but not every one of them could be smoothly started after Jiang Gang got inside. My U-engine covered from behind, preventing the zombies from advancing. He was drenched in sweat, with numerous cuts and bruises. However, the explosions around the area brought light to this dark and silent city for the first time. An attack from the mutants sent him flying into a nearby shop. Just as he fell, 2 zombie-like frog creatures pounced. Fortunately, he managed to roll out of the way in time. It was a small supermarket, filled with shelves of snacks. Rolling and bumping into the shelves caused several bags of chips to fall directly onto his face. My U-engine brushed the bags of chips aside when he stood up agilely, only to hear a crisp snapping sound. Crack. Crack crack. My U-engine looked down and met a pair of bright eyes. A girl in a red cloak was kneeling on the floor, her arms full of snacks. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders nearly reached the ground. Raising her head, she looked directly at the man in front of her, eating a candy stick and creating the crack-crack sounds. As the girl raised her head, her cloak's hood slightly slipped backward, revealing a petite face. Her strikingly clear eyes watched him quietly, calm yet laced with a touch of curiosity. My U-engine. He placed the bag of chips still in his hand into her embrace and silently turned away. If someone could hide calmly in the supermarket during such times, peacefully eating snacks, she must be some kind of expert. There was no need to interfere. Thinking thus, my U-engine prepared to exit and reunite with Jiang Gang. But the frog zombies wouldn't let him go. They flanked him from both sides, forcing him to retreat again. The ferocious impact of the zombies caused the shelves to topple. When my U-engine looked back, he saw that the girl was still there, her pure and clear eyes fixed on him without any intention of dodging. Are you stupid? My U-engine rushed over and pulled the girl away before the counter collapsed. Then, he sidestepped to avoid the incoming zombie, causing both of them to tumble under the overturned shelves. Even at this moment, the girl tightly guarded the snacks in her arms. What in the world, is she an expert or just a foodie? My U-engine got up, pushed the girl aside, and faced the zombies chasing after them. Either run outside without looking back, or find a place to hide so they don't see you. As soon as these words were spoken, howls erupted from the entrance as more zombies stormed in. The girl bent down to pick up the fallen snack bags. After the zombies entered, my U-engine had no choice but to leave her, only glancing back occasionally to find that the child showed absolutely no sense of danger. 4 or 5 zombies broke through the window, and the scattered glass shards hit her head. She instinctively shrank her neck a little, looking and astonished. Raising her hand to cover her head, she frowned as she stared at the approaching zombies. My U-engine internally exclaimed with alarm, thinking this girl would surely be torn to pieces. He raised his baseball bat, ready to rescue her. But in an instant, he heard the sound of howling wind, followed by cold air rushing toward him. Ice began spreading everywhere, heading toward the zombies, and froze them into solid blocks before shattering them. My U-engine stood frozen in shock as the ice didn't stop but started freezing him too, rising up from under his feet in icy pillars until it reached his waist. Wait, I'm not a zombie. Why are you freezing me? My U-engine shouted out loud. The ice column finally stopped advancing. The girl, hugging her arms full of snacks, looked at him and pointed to the baseball bat in his hands. My Yuanjin followed her gaze and felt wronged. I'm holding this to save you, not to fight you. The girl seemed hesitant after hearing his words, pointing again, this time at herself, seemingly confirming something. My Yuanjin nodded firmly. Yes. To save you, protect you from the zombie attack. I swear. Inside, though, he was seething. Do I look like someone who wants to harm you? Even a blind person can tell apart a good guy from a bad guy. How could this be misunderstood? The girl frowned again, pointing once more at herself for confirmation. My Yuanjin asked puzzled, can't you talk? The girl shook her head. Mute. My Yuanjin guessed. She nodded again. At this, my Yuanjin fell silent. Rows of fiery walls separated the incoming zombies outside, burning them to ashes whenever they tried to force their way through. However, despite being incinerated one after another, they continued relentlessly moving forward. Some peculiar mutants managed to scale the walls over the fire barriers and entered the building to chase after the two. With the help of these firewalls keeping the zombies at bay, the pair kept running far away until Xue Tong's legs gave out, and they decided to find a place to hide. This floor was part of a food and entertainment complex, now disheveled with broken dishes and cups scattered everywhere due to the chaos of the outbreak. Xue Tong walked inside, choosing what appeared to be the cleanest spot to sit down. She stretched her neck, making a clicking sound, and touched her bruised forehead, causing her to sharply inhale in pain. She turned back intending to ask Luo Haosha about something, but then she noticed his shirt had been soaked with blood on a large patch of his back. Just as Xue Tong furrowed her brows, Luo Haosha spoke facing away from her, asking, are you injured? No. Luo Haosha ceased questioning, instead inspecting the surroundings carefully to ensure no hidden zombies were lurking nearby. This floor was rather high, they had ascended over 10 levels by rough estimation. Upon closer inspection, they realized they had taken refuge in the cinema lobby of this level, where several claw machines sat idly by. While Luo Haosha was checking the area, Xue Tong bent down and picked up a crushed movie poster that had fallen beneath her feet. It was a comedy film. The celebrities on the poster were familiar faces. Even more memorable was the title. Xue Tong lost herself in thought staring at the poster when Luo Haosha returned after his sweep. He announced, there are no zombies found here, and those below will take some time to get here. If they do come, they'll wander around aimlessly looking for us. As long as we stay concealed until morning, most zombies will enter hibernation, making it the safest time for us to escape. When Luo Haosha glanced over, he saw Xue Tong holding the movie poster in her hands. She quickly discarded it and said, you're injured. It's fine, replied Luo Haosha. If it's fine, there wouldn't be such a large red stain on your clothes. Lie down, let me take a look, and at least stop the bleeding, Xue Tong insisted. Luo Haosha hesitated for a moment, pursing his lips, then finally stepped closer. Xue Tong pushed the movie poster aside, creating space for him. Luo Haosha was drenched in sweat. When he lifted his shirt, his entire back was a blur of flesh and blood. Xue Tong felt heartbroken watching this sight. She went down to the next floor, finding several pieces of clothing, cutting them into strips, and used them to press against his wounds. With alcohol and flames from the nearby eatery, she performed a makeshift disinfection. My ability suddenly stopped working, I couldn't use it. Hence, I don't have any medicine for you. Xue Tong muttered gloomily, once we survive this, I'll return to treat you properly. No, as soon as we go out, I'll call Jiang Gang to heal you. Luo Haosha frowned and asked, your power malfunctioned? Yeah, it just wouldn't work all of a sudden. Wasn't there someone last time capable of cutting off others' abilities? Zhao Mian mentioned that person was a zombie king, so he likely possesses the same skill. That might explain why I suddenly lost functionality. Xue Tong swiftly passed the blame onto Zhao Mian without hesitation. Luo Haosha pressed his lips tightly together, feeling regretful for not having protected her well enough. Xue Tong, seeing that he wasn't speaking and observing the fresh wounds on his back, said softly, you can rest assured. Even without my ESP, I'll make sure not to be a burden to you. Luo Haosha glanced back at her. Xue Tong raised her hand in an oath-taking gesture. Whether or not you have ESP, I will protect you. Luo Haosha lowered his gaze to look at her, sweat sliding from his jaw to his neck, breathing warm and raspy, so you don't need to be overly afraid. Looking into those eyes where she saw herself, Xue Tong felt something heavy press against her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. She stared deeply into those black irises and asked softly, do you really like me that much? Luo Haosha was startled, seemingly unprepared for such a direct question, and a bit of embarrassment flickered in his eyes as he tried to avoid her gaze. However, he found Xue Tong's inquiry unusually earnest, not like her usual teasing. He shifted his eyes away but looked back. Xue Tong was still gazing at him. Luo Haosha calmed his mind and replied, yes. I like you so much that I cannot let go no matter what. Xue Tong then said, even if I betrayed you, hurt you, and deceived you. Without blinking, Luo Haosha answered, even if you killed me, my feelings would not change. Xue Tong knew Luo Haosha too well, understanding that he had always lacked affection, yet even after hearing this response, she still couldn't feel reassured. She asked, is your liking for me only because I was once good to you? Luo Haosha slightly shook his head, bending over to pick up the movie poster that Xue Tong had thrown aside, looking down at it. It was the movie they watched before they parted ways. Going in was heaven, coming out was hell. I did live poorly in the past, aimlessly wandering through life, unable to find any meaning. It was you who gave me many things I've never experienced before. He reached out to wipe off the marks from the poster, speaking calmly in a low voice. After we separated, it wasn't just you alone, but many more people who treated me kindly. People like Yuan Zhen, Do Yang, and Di Laodar. But every time, I always thought of you. The sudden abundance of kindness from loneliness made me immaturely compare, Luo Haosha said, and then I realized no one compares to you. Even if later on more people treat me well, far better than you by 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold, the person I like will still be you. Chapter 049. Xue Tong stared at his profile, muttering in response, what if I don't like you? Luo Haosha pressed his lips together without answering. Xue Tong blinked and waited. After a long pause, she heard him say hoarsely, then I'll try harder. How foolish. After hearing this, Xue Tong almost wanted to laugh, tugging at the corners of her mouth, but found that she couldn't. She made Luo Haosha turn around, pulled the hoodie over him, helped pull it down, and said softly, in the future, you will like someone else. Luo Haosha responded quietly, no, I won't. In fact, I don't want you to like her either. Xue Tong continued speaking to herself. Luo Haosha turned his head to look. Because she might not be good to you, so don't like someone who's not good to you. After finishing, Xue Tong silently withdrew her hand. Luo Haosha broke the silence, bending his lips and asking, then who should I like? Xue Tong, I'm not good to you either. A flicker of mockery passed through Luo Haosha's eyes. You'd rather believe that I'll like someone else than trust that I like you. Xue Tong blinked. What right did she have to doubt Luo Haosha's feelings for her? Her heart was tangled up like a ball of yarn, circling and circling inside trying to find a way out but unable to find the path. Luo Haosha adjusted his clothes, wiped the sweat off his face, stood up, and turned his back to her, saying, I'll go outside and take a look. Xue Tong reached out and grabbed him, pulling him back. I'll go. You rest first. She didn't give Luo Haosha the chance, getting up directly and running away. If she stayed any longer, she feared she wouldn't be able to control herself. Standing by the window, one could see the fires ignited from explosions blazing everywhere outside. Xue Tong looked down the stairwell, faintly hearing the zombie growls coming from below. She sat at the foot of the stairs, lost in thought with her chin resting on her hands. When the zombies caught up, they would have to run farther upstairs again. Such repetition would continue until dawn. The system was scheduled for maintenance for 24 hours. Zhao Mian had taken his sister somewhere, and now they were completely lost. Xue Tong tried hard not to think about what Luo Haosha just said, but all she could see in her mind was his face. 1800 years, calm down. Xue Tong lifted her hand and slapped her face, trying to get her act together to watch the wind. The more she ignored it, the less peaceful her mind became. Xue Tong felt a little annoyed with herself, standing up, frowning, clenching and then unclenching her hands, afraid to turn around and look at Luo Haosha behind her. A while later, the growling sound of zombies downstairs became even clearer. She went back and told Luo Haosha, we need to go up another section. Luo Haosha didn't speak, and directly took her upstairs. Maintaining the wall of fire consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and since he was already injured, his face became increasingly pale, gradually losing stamina. As the fire wall weakened, more zombies caught up. Gradually, the distance from 7 or 8 floors shortened to 2 or 3 until they were on the same floor. Luo Haosha didn't let go of her hand as he faced the large influx of zombies on the stairs and said, stay behind me. The scorching flames blazed brightly, blocking them as he fought against the group of zombies. The mutant kind and the unique leader were also there, guarding against the special abilities of the unique leader and the unexpected attacks from the mutants, their concentration highly focused. There are too many. Xue Tong's arms ached from swinging the stick, her muscles shaking, drenched in sweat, strands of black hair clinging to her skin. To the safety passage. Run upward. Luo Haosha calmly dealt with the situation, staying composed as the situation grew more desperate. At least he couldn't panic in front of Xue Tong. Luo Haosha provided cover, opening the way for her, letting Xue Tong run first. The swarming zombies' eyes glimmered with a fierce glow, resembling hungry wolves on barren land, ferocious and ruthless, leaving no room for mercy. Running was difficult for Xue Tong. The two of them were almost completely surrounded by zombies, and although Luo Haosha managed to carve out a path for her using the intense fire, it severely drained his strength. Even though she had supernatural powers, it was still challenging against such overwhelming numbers. As Xue Tong ran toward the staircase, she suddenly heard the system tell her, elevator. 2 minutes time, straight to the ground floor. Xue Tong immediately turned and shouted toward Luo Haosha, the elevator. Luo Haosha furrowed his brow upon seeing the elevator lit with a red light and the ding sound opened it. There wasn't enough time to ponder why. He directed the fire dragon to shift direction, shielding Xue Tong as they both ran towards the elevator. 2 minutes weren't enough. While running, Xue Tong complained to the system, can't you give more time? Limited ability during maintenance period. Damn maintenance. Normally, the system didn't bother her, leaving her to wander alone, only surfacing to peek when her life was in danger. Interfered by the unique leader, Xue Tong practically rolled into the elevator, running as fast as she could. Just as she stepped in, the elevator doors began to close. Xue Tong hurriedly stopped them. Luo Haosha. As Luo Haosha rushed over, Xue Tong kicked and pushed away the zombies attempting to pounce on her. 2 Yi Kuei leaped at her, while Xue Tong ducked under one, another dragged her out of the elevator. The elevator door was about to shut when it got stuck by the baseball bat that Xue Tong threw back. In her mind, she cursed the system. Why does it close on its own right when I step out? Don't elevators usually do that? Xue Tong. The Yi Kuei tried to drag her up from the ground but were instead pulled down by Xue Tong, who flipped them onto the ground. However, these two creatures broke through the wall of fire, making other Yi Kuei charge at Xue Tong. She was the one Zhao Mian had come to capture. Xue Tong crouched down to avoid the Yi Kuei jumping toward her from the perimeter. Being outnumbered and overwhelmed by various abilities, she tripped and was dragged along by the green vines entwining her feet. A fiery ball lunged at her. Although it was unable to coalesce into a full wall, it burst like an exploded balloon with scattered sparks igniting the green vine and cutting it apart. Having just gained her freedom, Xue Tong barely had time to catch her breath before frost spread across the floor, freezing her hands. She gritted her teeth and struck the ice blocks with her small knife, freeing her arm despite the torn skin bleeding on her hand. There was little time left. Just as Xue Tong stood up, the green vines came rushing from all sides, binding her limbs, neck, and waist, almost wrapping her up like a dumpling and dragging her away. Her neck being squeezed, Xue Tong tilted her head back, feeling suffocated. At the peak of discomfort, suddenly flames blazed in her line of sight. Luo Haoshe walked towards her against the radiant light, chased by several Yi Kuei. While fighting, Luo Haoshe chopped and burned the green vines off her body. As more Yi Kuei approached, he held her waist and embraced her in his arms, rolling into the elevator amidst the explosion. The elevator closed with a ding and plummeted downward. 40 seconds remained. Leaning against the wall, Luo Haoshe took gentle breaths, sweat beads sliding down his forehead, his complexion pale. Hearing the heartbeat inside his chest, Xue Tong gritted her teeth and looked up to see that he'd been bitten again. You. I charged ahead too recklessly and didn't notice. Luo Haoshe frowned as he unraveled the green vine around her neck. It's fine, I can hold on, don't be afraid. He checked the person in his arms, ensuring she hadn't been hurt. When we get out, I'll attract all the zombies downstairs so you can run once the opportunity comes. Luo Haoshe's breathing quickened slightly. His words steady and calm, you don't have to be scared, and whatever happens, don't look back. With red eyes, Xue Tong bit her lips and said, let's go together. As soon as she spoke, there was a bump, shaking the elevator and causing her to fall back into Luo Haoshe's arms. At the same time, due to this unexpected incident, Luo Haoshe held her tighter, alertly looking at the entrance. The elevator was jammed on the 10th floor, the number unchanged. Impacting sounds echoed outside. Xue Tong turned her head toward the door, asking the system, what's going on? We've been stopped. Is there a way out? I'll try, but time is almost up. Tightly gripping her hands, Xue Tong wondered if she was going to die here today. No, it couldn't be possible, shouldn't happen. Maybe she would die here, but definitely not Luo Haoshe. In the darkness, Xue Tong felt the wet blood all over her hands. After being bitten, Luo Haoshe's condition deteriorated. Rotten flesh continued to spread, devouring his body. Xue Tong murmured, I'm sorry. Luo Haoshe, what are you apologizing for? I don't know, I'm sorry. Xue Tong's eyes turned red. She felt she owed Luo Haoshe an apology. In the dim light, Luo Haoshe lowered his head and gazed at her face, softly saying, it doesn't matter. The impact sounds grew louder, each one like thunder, leaving indentations on the elevator doors. The two returned to where they were years ago. Similarly trapped in the elevator, the moment the door opened, zombies awaited outside, even more than before. In addition, countless mutated species and Yi Kuei were visible. Luo Haoshe thought Xue Tong apologized because she decided to leave him behind just as she did back then. But that didn't matter. He could accept it now. After all, he liked her and was willing to give his life for her. Yet, Luo Haoshe couldn't ask someone who didn't reciprocate his feelings to do the same. The elevator doors were almost breached. Luo Haoshe leaned against the wall, holding her and standing up. Behind them, the view through the transparent elevator showcased a city under the night sky, fires burning in different places, and numerous zombies flowing toward their location. It doesn't matter. You don't have to feel guilty or sorry for me. I chose this voluntarily. Luo Haoshe tightened his grip on her, lowering his head to rest against her shoulder and neck. He took in the scent of her hair for what he thought would be the last time, hoarsely saying, if you get a chance, live well. Now I realize I was too clingy. You must have found it very annoying. The one who should apologize is me. Xue Tong felt a lump in her throat. Her already red eyes brimmed with tears that fell with a soft plop, one after another. Her heart ached severely, making it hard to breathe. She bit her lip tightly, afraid that if she opened her mouth, sobs would escape. The decaying flesh on Luo Haoshe's shoulders spread, and his body started emitting an unpleasant odor. He noticed it too but didn't want Xue Tong to find it repulsive. He wanted to let go but couldn't bear to. He told himself, just hold her for a little longer, for the last time. As the elevator door was about to be breached, it suddenly plummeted rapidly. The numbers flashed backward quickly from 10 to 1. There was a ding as the door opened. The first floor had already been overrun by zombies. The sudden opening of the door caught all the zombies' attention. The Yi Kuei that chased them down from upstairs roared toward the elevator. The zombie crowd was startled and rushed over. Luo Haoshe sprinted out with Xue Tong, the flickering fire deep in his eyes creating dazzling walls of flame. Broken glass windows let the night wind rush through. He used his last ounce of strength to clear a path for Xue Tong. Luo Haoshe let go of her, rushing towards the zombie horde, shouting, run. A wall of flames separated Xue Tong from the zombies, illuminating her way to safety in the dark night. On the other end of the road, however, he stood firm against thousands upon thousands of zombies, ready to fight with his back to the water, knowing full well it was a dead-end battle. Because behind him was the person whose life he was determined to protect. This fire wouldn't last long, it had already started flickering on and off. Shuetong turned to leave. The two were heading in opposite directions, but Shuetong looked back. She had tried, wanting to leave, but she couldn't. It was impossible to abandon Luo Haosha there, impossible to leave him behind. Turning around, Shuetong saw the swarm of zombies pressing down on Luo Haosha, biting him without restraint. This ignited uncontrollable anger within her. Rushing forward, this indescribable rage inexplicably granted her tremendous strength. No zombie could come near her as she pushed through. In Shuetong's eyes, there was only Luo Haosha. In her ears, only her own heartbeat resonated, erratic and chaotic like music urging something forward. She shoved away all the zombies atop Luo Haosha, hugging him in her arms as she helped him up, walking out of the building under the glow of the final flames. Holding on to Luo Haosha's hand, Shuetong cherished this moment as if it were the most valuable treasure. Zombies in the city were still rushing toward that building. Vehicles on the elevated roads moved against the flow of zombies, aimlessly fleeing. Shuetong had lost her map of the city, struggling to find pharmacies or hospitals. With all the zombies heading toward the building, other places were relatively safe. It took her a long time to find the necessary medicine and tools. Shuetong asked, "Can you drive?" "Where to?" Shuetong said, "To a safe place where we won't be disturbed or attacked by zombies. I need to treat his wounds, there are too many injuries this time." The system helped her start the vehicle and headed out of the city. Looking at Luo Haosha's various wounds, Shuetong felt both anger and sadness. His blood-soaked back and numerous face injuries almost made her cry. "You're such an idiot," she muttered quietly while carefully disinfecting and cutting away the decaying flesh. Luo Haosha remained unconscious, his brow furrowed tightly, his face pale. Shuetong asked the system, "Can you find Jiang Gang?" "No." Was it the employee protection mechanism that was triggered earlier? Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to break in and leave unscathed with someone. Shuetong sniffled, trying to stop her tears and chat with the system to divert her attention from worrying about Luo Haosha's injuries. During maintenance, the protection mechanism gets upgraded, but it has a time limit. If I hadn't acted fast then, it would have been useless. If I die because of this, will it count as a workplace injury? No. Shuetong. But I saved the male lead. I'm only responsible for your safety. If the male lead dies, blame my U-engine, not us. Well, since I helped my U-engine again, note it down. Make him repay me next time. The system paused. You shouldn't like him. Shuetong didn't reply. Before, I didn't say anything because I saw you were still hesitating. I'm not hesitating anymore. Shuetong, red-eyed, tended to his wounds as she whispered softly, "We've cooperated for so long, and you know everything about me. What I've done the most is to be the male lead's white moonlight. On the surface, I'm the one he likes, but in reality, every male lead talks about having a white moonlight while being ambiguously flirtatious with the female lead, eventually falling for her instead. I get jealous of the female leads, thinking they stole my person, so I sabotage things, assist as a helper, intensifying the romantic tension between them until I meet a tragic end. That's what it means to be the discarded female sidekick, and you always do an excellent job. After a while, it gets tiring, and I get tired of all sorts of male leads too, whether they're little wolves, puppy dogs, or wild dogs, they're all the same." As Shuetong said this, she looked down, holding a towel and wiping Luo Haosha's face who was lying on the car seat. "They say I'm the white moonlight, but none of them have ever truly liked me. The real love interest is always the female lead. Why would you seek the affection of fictional characters? Hey, the Union head has already said that everyone existing in each world line is alive and real, not just paper people. The term paper people is what you used to tell me, and you initially treated the people here as if they were just two-dimensional. Alright, it's my fault, but that's not the point I'm trying to make." Shuetong sighed, staring dazedly at Luo Haosha, saying, "In previous storylines, as soon as I entered, the male lead already saw me as his white moonlight, claiming to like me. All I had to do was behave snobbishly and put down the female lead. But this time, when I arrived, you told me the male lead didn't even utter a single word to the white moonlight, and asked me to seduce him first. Where's such a male lead who, nearing the apocalypse, hasn't even said a few words? Come to think of it, he's the first person among all my worlds who took the initiative to pursue me. He liked me, but I betrayed him. He must hate me, right? That's how the plot goes. You see the outcome, he actually said he forgives me and wants us to go our separate ways. Then after spewing harsh words, he eagerly came back asking me whether we should break up, implying that he didn't really want to split up, right?" The system remained silent for a moment. "He truly likes you." Shuetong smiled faintly, "Only he has genuinely liked me. Yet he will like you now because he hasn't fully entered the plotline yet. If he meets this world's female lead, do you really think he'll still like you like this?" This was precisely what Shuetong had been worried about. Shuetong said, "I asked him before, and you heard his answer. You just mentioned that in every world, the male lead talks about you being the white moonlight, but in the end, still chooses the female lead. But they never actually liked me in the first place. They won't care about me like Luo Haosha does. In all those worlds, only he truly likes me." Shuetong continued, "Have you ever fought for anyone in your life?" "No." Shuetong chuckled, "I have, just now." If not for the employee protection mechanism, she might have really died. After dealing with Luo Haosha's wounds, Shuetong wiped the sweat from her forehead. The car had stopped, and she got out, gazing toward the horizon where the morning sun slowly rose. It doesn't matter even if it takes 1,000 years, I can fight for him again. Shui Tong seemed to have let go of all her worries accumulated during this period, making a firm decision that calmed and lightened her heart. She squinted her eyes looking at that dazzling sunrise and whispered softly, "You can find a better partner, but could you please discover me a bit later?" "How much later?" "A few decades. 20 years. Chuckle. 10 years. 5 years. At least 3 years, right? Repair finished." Shui Tong. Shui Tong widened her eyes in shock. "Wow, how can you be so unrelenting? We've been long-time partners. It's not too late for you to regret." "No way. One more chance. No regrets." After a long pause, Shui Tong finally heard the system say, "Let's aim for something big." Chapter 050. A big move. Shui Tong was stunned, then jumped up and down in place, laughing. "I knew you're my best partner ever. You wouldn't let me be locked up for 1,800 years. Love you, kisses. Don't be too happy yet." Your words just made me even happier. The system, also known as the supervisor, assists the host in completing tasks while also monitoring whether the procedures are correct and reasonable. It could have simply reported Shui Tong's situation without interfering. The one who would be punished would only be her. Unauthorized interference with the timeline is a very serious offense. If you are taken away before implementing your plan, it's only imprisonment for 1,800 years. If you've already interfered, you might die. You must think carefully. I've thought carefully. If the heroine treats him exactly as in the original work, I absolutely cannot stand to watch. Shui Tong said seriously, and I can't just let go and allow him to fall in love with the heroine. That actually doesn't matter. Huh? Shui Tong looked shocked. This doesn't matter. Although we're following the original storyline, what sustains this world is the plot line, not the romance line. Shui Tong. She was almost about to lose it. Shui Tong was unsure whether she should cry or laugh. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The romantic line goes hand in hand with the plot line, but the plot line is the primary mechanism running this world. The romantic line is our mission. They need to kill all the corpse kings to reclaim control of the world, but only the hero and heroine together can do it. So, the key is to kill the corpse kings, not their tragic love story. Shui Tong blinked, then slowly said, "I can help kill the corpse kings too." "Of course, you must help, otherwise, after failure, an upper-level review will drag you back and lock you up for 1,800 years before executing you." Shui Tong. "But I still need to complete the task, and once the task is completed, I will die." Shui Tong frowned and said, "And he won't kill me either. You'll be instantly teleported back the moment the task is completed. So, we need to figure out a way to both finish the task and avoid being sent back. Living in this world means dying in another." Shui Tong smiled slightly. "I know. To stay here without being detected, I must officially be dead on the Alliance side. And I must die during this task. It's quite challenging." She temporarily had no solution. To accomplish the corresponding task, it has to be he who kills you. After hearing that, Shui Tong grimaced again and turned around to look at Luha in the car. He was still frowning, not yet awake. "Let me think some more. There must still be a way. After repairs, I'll look deeper into information about this world. Can you find it? If I can't find it, I'll ask, and if I can't get an answer, I'll steal." Shui Tong nodded approvingly, saying, "No wonder you're so good." Quiet for a moment, she asked again, "Why are you helping me?" She expected to hear a heartfelt analysis from her longtime partner. "Because I need to achieve perfect system rating awards by year-end. I can't afford any defeats." Shui Tong. When something good happens, people become spirited. Shui Tong was so delighted that she even forgot the searing pain in her hands. The car had been driven by the system to a cliffside in the suburbs, overlooking the city with its towering buildings far away. The spring sunrise cast a splendid glow over the sky, adorning this bleak world with a touch of magnificent brilliance. During the time Shui Tong kept vigil waiting for Luha to wake up, she had many conversations with the system and brainstormed numerous methods, all of which were rejected. After staying awake all night and working through the night shift, she finally fell asleep in the car. When she woke up, it was already dusk. A few stars twinkled in the night sky, and a gentle breeze carried a slight chill. The repair ended 5 hours ahead of schedule, and the system dove deep underwater to look for solutions. Seeing that Luha was still sleeping, Shui Tong reached out to touch his forehead, finding it warm. She quickly took medicine from her space storage and gave it to him. After watching him for a while, seeing no sign of awakening, Shui Tong got out of the car. Having slept soundly in a temporarily safe environment, her troubled heart relaxed, making Shui Tong feel extremely light. Humming a tune, she lit a fire outside to boil water and cook instant noodles. Taking out a few cherry tomatoes and grapes from her space, eating them, the sweetness made her eyes crinkle in delight. Luha opened his eyes and stayed quiet in the dimness for quite a while. Still alive. That came as a bit of a surprise. Raising his hand, he saw that his wound had been treated and bandaged, stirring a flicker of emotion within him. Sitting up, his face still pale, Luha cast a somber glance toward the window and spotted a flickering flame burning under the night sky. A slim figure was partially facing him, fiddling with the boiler on a wooden frame. Shui Tong tore open the seasoning packet of instant noodles and poured it into the pot. From Luha's perspective, he could see a few dried blood scabs on her face. The firelight cast a glow on her face, adding a touch of gentleness. In his eyes, the flickering flames deeply imprinted the woman's face in his mind. She had survived. Luha felt glad and relaxed for that. When Shui Tong was placing the noodle cake, she got splashed by hot water and quickly pulled back her hand with a hiss, instinctively looking toward the car and spotting Luo Haoshe sitting by the window watching her. Startled, she immediately ran over, her eyes filled with joy. Are you awake? Are you hungry? Do you still have a fever? Shui Tong didn't bother with the noodles and quickly stepped over to feel Luo Haoshe's forehead. You're not as hot anymore. Wait a moment while I get you some water. She returned and grabbed a cup to pour water for Luo Haoshe, blowing on it to cool it down faster so it could be drunk. Luo Haoshe silently watched her take out many things from nowhere like Doraemon. I'm cooking noodles, they'll be ready soon. You can eat some grapes or tomatoes first to settle your stomach, Shui Tong said as she approached, putting the cup aside and handing him a bunch of grapes. Luo Haoshe accepted it slowly and asked in a low voice, did you not leave? Would you rather I left? Shui Tong eyed him suspiciously. Facing her gaze, Luo Haoshe's eyes showed no fluctuation at first, then a flash of a smile passed through them. What's going on? He asked again. Why are you asking me? You should ask yourself. Shui Tong, separated from him by a car door, looked down slightly and teased him gently. You took on their 1,000 armies all by yourself. Congratulations, General Luo. When will you return to claim your throne? Luo Haoshe. He held the cup helplessly, stunned, just staring at her. Shui Tong pointed her finger toward the city direction. Look, right there, the empire you've conquered. Luo Haoshe was speechless, seeming a bit helpless, saying, was I saved by my Yu-engine? Neither my nor Yuan even appeared, it was me. I saved you. Shui Tong glared at him. Luo Haoshe looked at her with some doubt. You? Shui Tong was livid. Think about it. Those zombies were sent by Zhao Mian to capture me and use me to threaten my sister. They wouldn't let me get bitten to death. Shui Tong tried to explain reasonably. So I rushed forward and pulled you away from the zombies when they weren't paying attention and managed to escape. What a good when they weren't paying attention. Luo Haoshe almost chuckled at what he heard. Didn't you consider that they might really bite you? Asked Luo Haoshe. Bite if they bite, Shui Tong shrugged. If I were bitten, I'd still snatch you back. Holding the cup, the warmth transmitted from his palms to his heart. She always stirred up all his emotions with just a few words. And each time it was his own sentimental thoughts getting the better of him. Luo Haoshe calmed his heart and said in a soft voice, I've already told you, you don't need to feel guilty. Shui Tong, I'm not feeling guilty. She bent down, resting her hand on the window, leaning in a bit more to see his long dark eyelashes, beneath which lay calm and bright eyes. Shui Tong whispered, I couldn't bear seeing the person I like die under the hands of zombies. Luo Haoshe's eyelashes lightly trembled as he glanced down at her. She continued, the person I like wanted to sacrifice himself to save me, willing to go down with those zombies. Every time I think of you dying, I get very sad. Seeing you being bitten once was unbearable to me, let alone when hundreds surrounded and pressed you down, it drove me crazy. Let them bite, let me die, but I can't leave you alone there. Shui Tong blinked, seriously looking at him, because I like you too much. Luo Haoshe stared intently at her, missing not a single change on her face, carefully listening to every word she said. Even though she was so close, one reach and he could touch her, Luo Haoshe felt like it was a beautiful dream. In this dream, he finally gained what he desired, yet it was so precious that he dared not move carelessly, leaving him at a loss. Shui Tong understood him. Seeing the ripples in his eyes, she knew what he was thinking. Thus she smiled and said, it's true. After finishing, she pointed at the cup in his hand, drink some water first. Luo Haoshe obediently held the cup and drank water. Shui Tong asked, is it too hot? Luo Haoshe replied, it's hot. Shui Tong, if it's hot, why drink? Wait till it cools down a bit. Shui Tong reached to touch the cup, discovering it was indeed scalding and hard to swallow, thus glaring at him. Yet Luo Haoshe was watching her laugh. He was originally handsome, shedding the naivety of youth. Although he had become more steady and reserved, there was still an occasional unconscious wildness in his gestures. Shui Tong watched him, her mind drifting back to his teenage years. His gentle and intimate smile made her drown in it. Shui Tong lightly tapped on the car door and asked, can I kiss you? Luo Haoshe's laughter disappeared from his eyes as they darkened a bit further. He put down the cup and opened the car door. Just as Shui Tong slipped in, she was pulled into his embrace, and he leaned down for a kiss. A gentle touch after another, it seemed like a tentative exploration. Luo Haoshe, seeing her smiling at him with those bent eyes, felt his heart beat wildly like thunder in spring. Don't deceive me, his voice was slightly hoarse, and his eye rims slightly red. Shui Tong reached out to gently stroke his face and said, I won't deceive you. I swear, if I betray you again, may bad luck befall me. Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were covered by his. The car door was left open, and the night breeze blew gently. Suddenly, Shui Tong widened her eyes and pushed away Luo Haoshe. Ah, my noodles are burnt. She hurriedly got out to check on her instant noodles. Luo Haoshe quietly looked at her. It wasn't until quite a while later that he truly felt that he was alive again. Shui Tong brought back the noodles for him, disdainfully blowing on them before sighing, green hair and the other guy aren't here, so we'll just make do with this. Luo Haoshe never once took his eyes off her. Shui Tong, eat. She sighed, look at the noodles. Don't look at me. With the temperature differences of the night, Shui Tong hopped around at the car door after tidying up. Luo Haoshe's body was self-repairing, making him feel somewhat listless and a bit drowsy, yet he still forced himself to watch Shui Tong. Shui Tong pinched his cheeks, saying, I won't leave you behind, I promise. I'm afraid, said Luo Haoshe, every time you're kind to me, I think you're about to leave. Shui Tong. Alas, it's her own fault, no blame on others. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall during the night. Shui Tong came back inside the car. Luo Haoshe reached out towards her, and Shui Tong blinked back at him, replying, you're injured, I don't want to hurt you. But if you insist, I can let you use my knee as a pillow. See how good I am to you. It won't hurt, I can't even feel the pain anymore, said Luo Haoshe. Shui Tong also knew about his self-healing abilities, and poked at the wound on his shoulder, asking, doesn't it hurt? Luo Haoshe nodded slightly and pulled her into his arms, burying his head into her neck. You sleep, I'll keep watch. It's not far from the city, and I fear some of them might come wandering out and cross our path, said Shui Tong. Luo Haoshe hummed and hugged her as he closed his eyes. Shui Tong tilted her head and gently caressed his soft hair with one hand. The glass window was covered with water streaks. The drizzle fell softly without a sound during the night. He hadn't slept for long when Luo Haoshe woke up. His eyes were still dry, but he immediately checked if the person beside him was still there. Shui Tong lowered her head to look at him. Why did you wake up so fast? Go back to sleep. She's still here. Luo Haoshe relaxed and sat up, squinting his eyes before speaking in a hoarse voice. I've slept well. It hasn't been an hour yet. Shui Tong exclaimed. I slept almost all day yesterday, now I can't sleep anymore, said Luo Haoshe as he touched her head. You sleep, I'll watch over you. Shui Tong was indeed a bit sleepy. If there's any problem, call me. If you're uncomfortable anywhere, call me too. Shui Tong yawned, leaning against Luo Haoshe's shoulder before closing her eyes. Good night. Luo Haoshe kept watching her. Though he had only slept briefly, he dreamt that Shui Tong had abandoned him again, so he woke up in a panic. It still felt unreal to him. After going through all the previous twists and turns, Luo Haoshe's sense of security was pitifully low. He couldn't help but reach out to pinch Shui Tong's face occasionally, checking whether this person belonged to his dream or reality. And then, Shui Tong woke up. They looked at each other. Luo Haoshe, go back to sleep. Shui Tong closed her eyes. Not long after, she was awakened by him again. Shui Tong. After being woken up again by his pinch, Shui Tong couldn't bear it anymore. If you don't want me to sleep, just say so. Shui Tong grabbed his collar and sat half on his lap, leaning down to bite his lips. No sleeping tonight. Luo Haoshe held her waist to prevent her from falling, paused after hearing her words, and said, if you're tired, just sleep. Sleep? No way, I'm not sleeping. Shui Tong scowled at him but felt unbearably heartbroken. Repeatedly confirming whether she was still here, whether it was a dream, whether she would leave him again. She completely crushed and obliterated Luo Haoshe's sense of security. Shui Tong leaned down to kiss him gently, trying to comfort him. Let's do something else then, Shui Tong said. Luo Haoshe's eyes grew deep, not hiding his bodily reactions as he hoarsely said, all right. Shui Tong felt it too, and she couldn't help but laugh. What's so great about that? I mean playing chess. Even though she said this, her hands remained around his neck. Everything is good. As Luo Haoshe tightened his arms around her waist to bring her closer, his breathing grew deeper. Both of them urgently sought reassurance from each other's bodily responses, suppressing all their anxieties and worries. They needed each other. And so, no one slept that night. When dawn came, the rain had stopped. Shui Tong opened the window for some fresh air, put her clothes on properly, then pinched Luo Haoshe's face, saying, are you feeling better now? Luo Haoshe looked much more spirited than the night before. He kissed the hand that pinched his cheek and said, I'll drive, let's go back and find Yuan Jun. Shui Tong yawned as she got into the passenger seat, closing her eyes to catch up on sleep. As Luo Haoshe covered her with a blanket, he saw the marks on her neck and slightly narrowed his eyes, his warm fingers gently caressing them. With her eyes closed, Shui Tong lazily said, that's enough, her. Luo Haoshe smiled faintly, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Sleep. He drove back to the city. After the night rain, there was a fragrant smell of grass and trees in the forest. Shui Tong opened her eyes and looked at Luo Haoshe driving. What I said before was true. Luo Haoshe glanced at her. I like you best in the whole world. Luo Haoshe said, me too. Shui Tong closed her eyes. In all the worlds out there, I only like you. Chapter 051. Last night, under Zhao Mion's summons, all the zombies in the city rushed madly toward the building where Shui Tong and her companion were trapped. Although the two of them had escaped, the building collapsed due to the overwhelming number of zombies and various attacks from psychics, also affecting nearby structures and turning the area into ruins. A large number of zombies were buried beneath the rubble. No one expected such an outcome. After entering the city, Luo Haoshe encountered very few zombies, almost like he was on a clear path. Upon reaching this place, he was stopped by heaps of debris, the forward road entirely ruined and impassable. He got out of the car, his eyebrows raising slightly upon seeing the collapsed building and the broken roads. Shui Tong felt the car stop and opened her eyes groggily, looking outside. She immediately became more alert. At that time, her entire focus was on saving Luo Haoshe, with no attention spared for anything else. Looking now, she couldn't believe that this shabby building had collapsed. Under the blazing sunlight, warm and soothing, several unsteady figures rose from the ruins, sensing the scent and sounds moving toward them. There were still living zombies. Luo Haoshe turned back to the car and drove away as the zombies began to rush over. Let's hope they're not buried in there, Shui Tong said, sitting up and peering through the window at the distance. Can we find a way around? It should work, replied Luo Haosha as he descended from the elevated highway and found a route to their previous residence. Fortunately, at this moment, there weren't many vehicles obstructing the elevated bridge. On the way, they encountered a mutant hidden inside a passing vehicle, which leaped onto their roof suddenly as they passed, trying to attack. Luo Haosha kept calm, continuing to drive smoothly, while Xue Tong angrily shot it down. Your psychic abilities have returned? Luo Haosha finally asked. Yes. I don't know how, but they came back. I guess there's a time limit. Once the time is up, they return. Xue Tong explained seriously. With the failure to capture him, Zhao Mian won't give up, Luo Haosha said coldly. We don't have much intelligence about Zhao Mian, Xue Tong analyzed. Though we can confirm he's the zombie king, his mental strength is very strong, yet we have no idea how to deal with him. All we know now is that he seems interested in my sister, attempting to capture me to control her. Where could Zhao Mian possibly take Shung Fu? Xue Tong looked out of the window, deep in thought. I hope they're still in this city. He's producing new zombies, said Luo Haosha. The new zombies he creates using humans are neither fully human nor completely zombie, yet each is a kind of mutation. And his actions are supported and coordinated by some parts of humanity. It might not be voluntary support, he may be controlling and brainwashing them with his mental powers. Xue Tong folded up the blanket draped over her body. Their aim is world domination, turning all remaining living people into zombies. The people who help Zhao Mian now haven't transformed because he hasn't succeeded yet, but after conquering the world, none will escape transformation. Luo Haosha glanced at her. How do you know his goal is world domination? Good question. How do I know? Because I've read the script. Xue Tong, holding the neatly folded blanket, said, because I'm smart. Luo Haosha curved his lips slightly, chuckling silently. Don't you agree? Xue Tong pointed to herself, asking him with a serious expression. Smart, acknowledged Luo Haosha. You're just flattering me. You're the smartest person I've ever met, said Luo Haosha, extending his words further. Satisfied, Xue Tong squinted her eyes, and as she gazed out of the window at a children's clothing store, she suddenly remembered something, widening her eyes. Hey, I remember now, Xue Tong exclaimed. Qingsheng, Luo Haosha, Achem? The daughter of my sister and Zhao Mian's. He uses live humans to create new zombies but had a child with my sister, Xue Tong said. Luo Haosha, so he likes your sister? He's the zombie king. What like means for us normal people isn't necessarily the same as it is for him. Xue Tong shook her head, disapproving. Can the offspring of the zombie king and a human be normal? Before, the zombies Zhao Mian created within the spiderweb were conceived from live humans, and all were women. Why does only women conceive frog-type zombies? Because women naturally possess the ability to bear children. What is Zhao Mian trying to achieve by doing this? Xue Tong blinked at Luo Haosha. Isn't this freak first manufacturing zombies with cocoons, then dissatisfied, he starts reproducing like humans do? Luo Haosha hesitated slightly before replying. It's an interesting hypothesis. I think it's probably true, Xue Tong muttered. It doesn't seem like he actually likes my sister. Believe that I like you, said Luo Haosha. Xue Tong looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. I believe you, but you can only like me. Luo Haosha, I only like you. Xue Tong said, if I die, I won't like anyone else. No. Luo Haosha looked ahead calmly and said in a soft voice, if you die, I will avenge you before joining you. Xue Tong was speechless, recalling her mission, and frowned with annoyance. Why are you saying these ominous things? She waved her hand. Let's get back to the main point. Zhao Mian may be using my sister to breed new zombies, but after being discovered by my sister, he fled. Luo Haosha said, if Qingyan had characteristics of zombies, others would not have failed to notice them. In that case, if Qingyan has no traits of a zombie, Xue Tong reflected on the memories she saw when she was dragged into the cocoon. Does it mean in Zhao Mian's eyes this is a success? She paused. Sister escaped with Qingyan, unfortunately encountering Bai Heng's men, resulting in Qingyan's death. Sister went insane, but Zhao Mian wanted to take her back because with one Qingyan, there could be another. To think about it, Zhao Mian was indeed perverted. His feelings for Shung Fu weren't love, he simply regarded her as a tool. Shung Fu might have understood the truth, which is why she became fully deranged. But all of these are just guesses, Xue Tong added. I don't want my sister to end up like this, but I just can't help disliking Zhao Mian. Luo Haosha turned into a bend, about to speak, but caught a glimpse of a figure flashing by ahead. Xue Tong looked out of the window. When Luo Haosha turned the corner and stepped on the gas pedal, they saw the ground was frozen. Thick layers of ice even froze the car accelerating at full speed. That's impressive, Xue Tong truly admired the thick layer of ice. A blazing fire burned away, freeing the car from the ice layer, but countless icicles rose from the ground attempting to pierce through the car. Luo Haosha sharply turned the steering wheel, zigzagging to avoid the icicles. Xue Tong nodded, looking around, and spotted an ESP user. A girl wearing a red cape stood on a park bench watching them. Left, Xue Tong said. Luo Haosha glanced, catching a flash of red in his sight, then sky-high ice walls shot up. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, yet he charged forward without hesitation, with the roaring fire dragon together rushing towards the ice wall, instantly breaking it and opening a path. Xue Tong looked at the cloaked girl and thought to herself, she doesn't seem like a zombie. As both their powers clashed intensely, flames and ice danced fiercely, causing the vehicle to drive on icy paths while repeatedly losing traction. However, each time, Luo Haosha managed to steady the car. Xue Tong cried out loud, I'm not wearing a seatbelt. The incessantly flying ice spears and ice pillars shooting from the ground made it impossible for Luo Haosha to stop the car and jump out. He could only keep driving while dodging and counterattacking. The caped girl was chased by the fiery dragon, leapt off the bench, and rolled onto the icy path. Several times she almost got run over by Luo Haosha's car, but thankfully managed to deflect it with an ice wall just in time. Once in the icy path, Xuetong noticed this girl seemed a bit clumsy. She wasn't fast on her feet, her dodging skills were weak, tripping and falling several times as she ran across the ice. Once while avoiding the fiery dragon, she stumbled right in front of Xuetong's door. Xuetong could have easily grabbed the girl's neck. But the innocent look on the girl's face made Xuetong pause, missing her chance. When the battle was reaching its climax, a male voice suddenly called out from outside the icy road, "Stop fighting. We're on the same side. Cease." Xuetong looked out and said, "It's my U-engine." Breathless, my U-engine ran over here, waving his hands at both parties while shouting to the girl, "We're on the same side. We won't attack you, really." The cloaked girl looked at him, putting down her hands summoning the ice wall and ran toward my U-engine. She fell halfway due to the slippery surface. My U-engine. He quickly ran over to help her up. Only then did Luo Haosha stop the car, both getting out. Xuetong squinted at the two. This little kid isn't bad. Luo Haosha stood with his hands in his pockets, cold and cool. The cloaked girl was helped up and raised her hand to pat off the ice flakes on her clothes. "Are you two okay? Are you okay?" My U-engine asked Luo Haosha and then the cloaked girl, handing the girl a bag of sesame sticks. "We're allies, my brother, his girlfriend, take this." The cloaked girl took the sesame sticks and left. My U-engine wiped the sweat off his forehead, exasperated and looking back at Luo Haosha and Xuetong with irritation. "Where did you two go?" "I worried all day. I almost agreed with Boss Peng to find Zhao Mian and rescue someone." "Boss Peng?" Xuetong was surprised. "Is Brother Chen here?" My U-engine led the two to catch up with the cloaked girl ahead, explaining along the way. After parting ways, my U-engine relied on the young girl's powerful ice-based ESP to escape from the zombie pursuit and eventually found Xiao Larodie and the others. When they wanted to return to save Luo Haosha and Xuetong, the building had collapsed. Everyone could only escape in panic. My U-engine was almost frenzied with anxiety, wanting to rush back inside, but was stopped by Xiao Larodie. By dawn when they returned to the ruins, they encountered Peng Larodie and his group. Peng Larodie looked disheveled and was injured. Upon encountering this traitor, Xiao Larodie naturally showed no mercy and was about to shoot him dead to avenge Di Larodie. However, he saw the other man crying and kneeling, pleading for help to save his daughter. Whose daughter? Xuetong didn't remember. My U-engine said, "Peng Xiu, can't you care more about your romantic rival?" "She isn't even my rival," Xuetong frowned. Luo Haosha asked, "Is Brother Chen not here?" They were attacked by zombies in the city, and frog zombies abducted Peng Xiu. Thus, Peng Larodie got separated from Brother Chen. My U-engine explained, "Everyone knows about the spiderweb cocoons. Peng Larodie values this daughter greatly, and even if it costs his life, he must save her." "Does he know where she was taken?" Xuetong shrugged, "We don't even know where Zhao Mian took my sister." My U-engine nodded toward the garage ahead, saying, "He does know. Peng Larodie has Earth-based ESP and is very skilled at tracking." Xuetong raised an eyebrow. Frog zombies likely took Peng Xiu to be used as a cocoon. If they find the location of the spiderweb cocoons, there's a high chance they'll also find Shung Fu. "We thought the two of you were also captured by Zhao Mian, so we were discussing going together to rescue everyone. Just after making that decision, I came out to look for her and then found her fighting over here." My U-engine sighed, looking helplessly at the cloaked girl. Xuetong glanced at the two, smirking slightly. "Who is this girl?" "Don't know, met her on the road. She's mute, so we couldn't ask her name," my U-engine shrugged. Xuetong, "Not having a name makes it hard to refer to her. Since she seems simple-minded and dressed like Santa Claus, let's call her Little Red." My U-engine. "You're truly a naming genius." Chapter 052. My U-engine and others were hiding in the underground garage. When they saw Luo Haosha return, Xiao Larodie sighed in relief and stepped forward to hug him while calling him a little brat with teary eyes. The red-haired one and green hair also looked at Xuetong with tearful eyes, wanting to rush up and hug her, but she waved them off with her hand. She quietly said to Jiang Gang, "Could you help me check on him later?" Jiang Gang understood when he saw the injuries on Luo Haosha and silently nodded. Xiaosha, I beg you." Peng Larodie, who had lost one hand, pushed through the others to stand before Luo Haosha, crying and pleading, "I heard it, didn't you have someone taken away too? I know where they are, please help me rescue Xiu. It's my plea." Luo Haosha remained unmoved, only softly saying, "Do you know where?" Peng Larodie kept nodding, his injured hand made sweat pour down from his forehead as he gritted his teeth and insisted, "I've placed a soil seed inside Xiu's body. As long as we're within land range, I can find her." "Where?" asked Luo Haosha. "Outside the city," said Peng Larodie, hope igniting in his eyes. "Once we get outside the city, I'll be able to find the exact location." Xiao Larodie said, "We just decided to go and rescue them, thinking you were there as well. But now, let's go," said Luo Haosha. "Leave right away." He glanced at Xuetong, knowing she wanted to rescue Shung Fu. "You may stay," said Luo Haosha, looking at Xiao Larodie. "When the time comes, I'll go first, but maybe I'll need backup from the outside." Xiao Larodie understood what he meant, nodded, called people into the car, and set off following the direction given by Peng Larodie. In the car, Shuetong held the steering wheel and said to Jiang Gang, "You check on him." Luo Haoshe didn't say anything, letting Jiang Gang use his abilities to restore part of his injuries while asking, "Are you two alright?" "Blessed to survive," Shuetong said calmly, "good fortune awaits." Jiang Gang poked at Luo Haoshe's completely healed shoulder and pondered aloud, "Even the zombie bite marks heal. Could it be that he doesn't need to worry about being bitten by zombies?" Luo Haoshe slightly lifted his eyelids to look at him. Jiang Gang raised his hand and swore, "I haven't told anyone else about this." Shuetong said expressionlessly, "It's better not to act impulsively. Theoretically speaking, once bitten by a zombie, infection occurs. He may have resisted the infection, which is why he hasn't mutated. It probably has less to do with your ability." Jiang Gang fell into deep thought. Luo Haoshe whispered, "Have you never suspected me? Why would I suspect you?" Shuetong found it absurd. Luo Haoshe pursed his lips, wondering if she had ever doubted that he was a monster, something abnormal, something he didn't finish due to Jiang Gang's presence. Jiang Gang looked at both of them, sensing the subtle atmosphere. In the brief silence, Jiang Gang casually asked, "Are you two back together?" Shuetong didn't reply, while Luo Haoshe simply hummed an affirmative. "Jiang Gang? Back together," Shuetong finally admitted freely, "How'd you guess?" Jiang Gang reflected for a moment and said, "Before getting into the car, you two were always standing together, and several times he helped you fix your hair or collar. Red Hair came over to talk to you, yet he wouldn't leave your side. In the past, he would have walked away already. Is that so?" Shuetong said with teasing undertones. Luo Haoshe. Public execution. The most important sign, Jiang Gang sighed, is that there's a sour smell of love inside this car. Dr. Jiang's sharp eyes can't be deceived, Shuetong replied cheerfully, unable to hide, unable to hide. As long as you're reconciled, that's all that matters. Life is short, enjoy yourself. Jiang Gang patted Luo Haoshe's shoulder appreciatively. Luo Haoshe gave him a glance, feeling good, and let him continue gossiping. After discussing themselves, Shuetong started gossiping about others. "Who's Little Red?" Jiang Gang was bewildered. "Who's Little Red?" Shuetong, "The girl playing with ice. Looks like a high schooler. Has she reached adulthood?" "Oh, her. My Yuenjin said they picked her up at the supermarket." "Is her name really Little Red?" Jiang Gang recalled, "Little Red is very skilled. If it weren't for her that night, we might have all been dead. She's mute, somewhat mentally challenged. She doesn't respond when anyone talks to her, except for my Yuenjin who gets some reaction from her." Shuetong glanced at the rearview mirror. My Yuenjin was sitting behind her with Little Red. Little Red quietly ate sesame sticks on the back seat while Do-Yang read her the story of Snow White. She listened intently. Do-Yang said, "The queen sold Snow White a poisoned apple, after which Snow White died from the poison. Hey, this story teaches us not to eat things given to us by strangers. Wasn't it the princess who wanted to buy it?" Green Hair interrupted. Red Hair also said, "I know, Princess Snow White bought the apple from the queen because it was cheap." "Is that so?" Do-Yang flipped through the book, unable to find what they mentioned, but still nodded and told Little Red, "Then there's another lesson, don't be greedy for small bargains. Otherwise, you'll end up like Snow White, buying a poisoned apple, eating it, and dying." Little Red nodded. My Yuenjin. She's mute, not mentally challenged. Can't you guys tell a proper story? About an hour later, the convoy stopped in front of a scenic area gate in the city. As soon as they arrived, they saw several zombies wandering around the entrance, so battle commenced immediately upon exiting the car. Shuetong looked at the huge stone monument ahead and read aloud, "Wei-eating Ancient Mountain. Is this the Wei-eating I've heard about? Wow, I heard tickets are super expensive, hundreds of yuan." Red Hair got out of the car and looked at the entrance ahead, saying, "Are we going up? Is Zhao Mian on top? He sure knows how to pick a spot." In the end of the world, once inaccessible places are now freely accessible without any hindrance. Jiang Gang went to the ticket counter while others were fighting zombies, took out a 5 yuan bill from his pocket, placed it on the desk, and only then walked away with peace of mind. Shuetong. "Hey, come back." Shuetong pointed to the ticket counter and said, "An adult ticket is 80 yuan. You didn't pay enough." Jiang Gang pretended not to hear and kept walking forward. When Little Red passed through the checkpoint, she casually picked up the 5 yuan note. She took the money into a snack shop inside, exchanged it for several bags of snacks, and looked at My Yuenjin. My Yuenjin said, "Eat, eat. I'll buy you more." Shuetong stood guard at the ticket checkpoint, kicking aside any zombies trying to rush through, spreading her hands and saying, "Buy a ticket before entering." The zombie snarled at her, and was killed by My Yuenjin. After clearing the zombies near the scenic area entrance, Luo Haoshe and the rest came over to regroup. Shuetong was studying the scenic area map with My Yuenjin when she said, "There's a mountain road leading directly to the summit." Xiao Laodie asked Peng Laodie, "Where exactly is the location?" "I don't know." Peng Laodar's face turned pale. "The trail of energy ended here." "Didn't you say with soil? You can sense it." My Yuenjin was dissatisfied. Peng Laodie sweated profusely in agitation, his heart uneasy, "But I can feel nothing, it just cut off here. He must have erased the trail. Could it be that you're a plant sent by Zhao Mian?" Red Hair began to suspect. Peng Laodar's face reddened in panic. "How could I joke around with my daughter's life? How large is this scenic area? Until when will we search?" Xiao Laodie frowned. "We'll search section by section, and we must rescue our sister." Despite the doubt, Red Hair showed enthusiasm, determination in her eyes, flipping through the tourism brochure for clues. It was still daytime, offering bright visibility which was advantageous for their search. If it were nighttime, insufficient lighting would make any mountain mishaps even more perilous. Luo Haoshe discussed with Xiao Laodie and the others. Xuetong quietly talked with Ma Yuanjun off to the side. Ma Yuanjun said, by principle, your sister should survive 4 years and won't die here. But now that her relationship with Luo Haoshe has improved, how is she supposed to die in the future? If she doesn't have to die, then let her live. She isn't a villain right now and has lost her sanity anyway. As long as I'm here, I won't let her turn evil. Xuetong declared seriously. Ma Yuanjun looked at her with surprise. Do you plan to alter the storyline? Yes, change it. Xuetong declared powerfully, his mind. I'd rather die than let him be anyone else's backup. Ma Yuanjun stared at her stunned. Have you made up your mind? Xuetong nodded. Yes. Thank you on behalf of my friend. Ma Yuanjun raised his hand and patted her shoulder, initially moved, then worried. So what do you plan to do? With the union, just keep silent for me, that's helping. Xuetong looked at him with a deep gaze. Huh. What's the use of formalities between us? Even if it's for my buddy, there's no way I'd sell you out. Ma Yuanjun raised his hand in a pledge, but your mission was to have him kill you. Now that seems impossible too, right? We need to come up with a plan, where he kills me, but I don't actually die. Xuetong sighed softly, regained vitality after a few seconds. It's still a few years before my plotline plays out. We'll think of something eventually. Ma Yuanjun nodded in agreement. Let me know if you need help. Xuetong glanced at Little Red standing outside the crowd silently munching on snacks, raising her eyebrows to ask, is she an adult yet? Who knows? Ma Yuanjun shrugged, she should be by now. Luo Haoshe also said she's very strong. That ice layer was the most powerful I've ever seen. Wide range, high damage, long duration, Little Red can easily do it with a wave of her hand, Xuetong mused. Ma Yuanjun said, can't your advanced power achieve the same thing? Yes, but I rely on ability coupons. She's different. Xuetong flipped through the scenic area brochure, quickly scanning the introduction and saying, though she seems a bit dim, her timing is too perfect. Why don't you communicate more with her? Jiangang said she only listens to you. Ma Yuanjun understood her meaning. It's always wise to be cautious. The more something or someone appears harmless, the more likely it could be a fatal trap. Moreover, Ma Yuanjun had already been deceived once. He nodded in agreement. For the past 2 days, he'd been subtly observing the young girl, but she spent most of her time either eating or sleeping. When left alone, she just daydreamed silently. Watching her was utterly boring. On the other side, after their discussion, some people were left behind while the others went up the mountain to search. They took walkie-talkies and signal flares for communication. Ma Yuanjun went to start the car as Luo Haoshe approached, patted Xuetong's head, and asked quietly, what were you talking about? About Little Red, Xuetong replied. Luo Haoshe hummed. The tone was a bit strange. Xuetong, being perceptive, looked up doubtfully and asked, you're not jealous, are you? Luo Haoshe nodded and pointed at himself, saying, aren't I allowed to feel jealous now? The legitimate boyfriend has the right to be openly and reasonably envious. Xuetong couldn't help but laugh and gave him a peck on the cheek, smiling, what's there to be jealous of? He's our friend. You two often talk privately. Luo Haoshe gazed down at her, his eyes carrying a hint of seriousness, but you never consult me about anything, big or small. Because it's Yuanjun, you trust him, but I still envy a little. Xuetong paused, feeling a pang of guilt in her heart. She took Luo Haoshe's hand and said softly, my fault. From now on, whatever happens, I'll discuss it with you first. Chapter 053. The winding mountain road leads straight to the mountaintop. The rows of short lamps along the way, when lit up at night, resemble a long dragon coiling around the mountain. This is also one of the main attractions of the scenic spot. There are also several aerial tramway lines in the air. As Xuetong sat in the car looking out of the window, she could see some of the tramways stopped on the line. Douyang suddenly asked, what if there are still people in the cable cars? Long dead, Ma Yuanjun replied without hesitation, either starved to death or jumped down driven insane. Douyang sighed, these damn zombies, when will we be able to wipe them all out and give us humans a beautiful world again? As long as we try hard, it will happen. Ma Yuanjun cheered him on. Douyang looked at Luo Haoshe who was driving. Brother, it depends on you, go for it. Luo Haoshe squinted his eyes, but said nothing. Ma Yuanjun also leaned over and patted Luo Haoshe's seat back. Brother, I believe in you, you are the future of mankind. Go for it. Luo Haoshe remained silent. Xuetong turned back to look at them seriously. Don't put undue pressure on others, what if they fail? Douyang didn't even think before he said, then we all become zombies together. Ma Yuanjun shook his head wildly. There's a choice, it's unnecessary, really unnecessary. If we turn into zombies, it would be so ugly, I can't do it, I refuse to accept it. Xuetong also shook her head, either pitch black or greenish, with veins sticking out, it would be hideous beyond description. Douyang consoled her, sister-in-law don't worry, even if you turn ugly, I still want you. Xuetong covered her face with the tour booklet, only showing a pair of clear eyes looking at Luo Haoshe. Really? Luo Haoshe nodded seriously, yeah, even if you turn into a zombie. Ma Yuanjun was very disdainful of this love food in front of him. Okay, we know that even if you two turn into zombies, you still love each other until your hair turns white. Xuetong was laughing happily, none of them thought that Luo Haoshe would ask back, if I turned into a zombie. Before he finished speaking, Xuetong interrupted, Even if you turn into a zombie, you belong to me. Luo Haoshe smiled. Ma Yuanjun opened the window, stuck his head out and shouted to the car behind, Jiang Gang, switch cars. Jiang Gang drove past him, opened the window and shouted back, no switch. It takes about half an hour from the winding mountain road to the top of the mountain. The sun is blazing overhead. There are large palaces and temples on the mountain, full of ancient charm, cypresses planted beside the colonnades, and a wide square with many handicraft stalls that didn't have time to leave. As soon as Xue Tong and her group entered the corridor, at the end was a temple, with several exquisite large Buddha statues in the hall, and next to it was a small pavilion hanging a big bell. All around was peaceful, no sign of zombies. If it weren't for the already dried bloodstains and the disordered signs of a fight on the ground, one would think there were no zombies here. The two teams split up to look around everywhere, and found no abnormalities. Near that big bell, there was also an unknown ancient tree, which looked old. A circle of red ropes was used to enclose it, and colorful ribbons hung on the tree, with the ends tied to wish wooden plaques. Do Yang walked to the stall selling plaques and said, I know this, it's a feature of the scenic spot, a wishing tree. I've always wanted to come here before, but it's far and I don't have money. The redhead scratched his head and picked up a plaque, didn't expect my first visit to be under these circumstances. This is a rare opportunity, make a wish quickly. Ma Yuanjun said. The redhead solemnly took the wishing plaque and started writing. Wishing my sister comes back safely and stays healthy for life. Do Yang was also writing, filling up the small plaque with dense words. Little Red tried to take a look, but he avoided her and seriously told her, it won't work if you see it. Here, go write yours. Little Red took the wishing plaque handed to her, then finally gave it to Ma Yuanjun. Ma Yuanjun raised an eyebrow, what's going on? Little Red shook her head and walked away. Let you write. Xue Tong came back and took another plaque, flipping it over to look for a bit, then took the pen from Ma Yuanjun's hand and started writing herself. Knowing what she would write, Ma Yuanjun didn't even bother to check. Xue Tong wrote casually, unlike Do Yang and the redhead who were devout, believing that after making a wish, this tree would surely help keep and fulfill their wishes. Jiang Gang, who returned with Luo Haoshe, looked at these people puzzledly. Aren't we looking for people? Why are you climbing the tree? The tree was covered with red ribbons floating to and fro, there was no place left to hang more. Xue Tong tiptoed to try several times, then insisted on finding something to stand on and climbed up. Just as she had hung the wooden plaque satisfactorily and turned back to look at Jiang Gang, I didn't find it, did any of you see it? As others responded one after another, Xue Tong turned around and was about to climb down from the tree when she suddenly saw Zhao Mian standing beneath it looking up at her. The sudden sight shocked her so much that her hair stood on end. Yet Zhao Mian appeared calm, showing no concern of being caught red-handed by her. Xue Tong immediately shouted out Luo Haoshe's name. However, the surrounding atmosphere was abnormally quiet. Xue Tong looked back only to find that Luo Haoshe and others who were there just moments ago had vanished without a trace. It's no use, Zhao Mian said with a smile. You can only see what I want you to see right now. Xue Tong frowned in confusion as she clutched onto the trunk while looking at him. Do you remember last time? Asked Zhao Mian nonchalantly. When my attempt to charm all three of you failed? He then lifted his gaze toward Xue Tong perched in the tree. Mental manipulation is effective only on the living, and has no effect on those who've died, he added meaningfully. Xue Tong's heart skipped a beat. She and Ma Yuanjun had discussed this before, most likely because both of them had died once, which made them immune to Zhao Mian's charm. Speaking of Luo Haoshe, they both feared that he might have been replaced too. However, consulting the system later confirmed that their male lead remained unchanged according to the plot arrangement, he had also once experienced death. On the night the zombie apocalypse arrived, Luo Haoshe had met his demise under her hand, crushed by the encroaching horde. Yet he inexplicably survived. Hearing Zhao Mian's words now brought an overwhelming mix of emotions for Xue Tong. She came down from the tree warily, frowning as she asked, what do you want? Zhao Mian was one of the zombie kings, possessing more than just the power of charm. They had clearly underestimated him. Who could have guessed that Zhao Mian would quietly make everyone vanish from her sight? As she descended the tree, Xue Tong nearly exhausted every ability card at her disposal. With a gentle smile, Zhao Mian said, just a moment ago, you acquired 9 types of abilities. Xue Tong stared blankly. How fascinating. Zhao Mian stretched out a hand toward her. Let's go, I'll take you to meet Afra. You can tell me along the way how you managed all this. Xue Tong stayed still, her palm glowing faintly with fire. Chuckling, Zhao Mian teased, since I know how many powers you possess, I also understand how to deal with them. All your human abilities come from us, and I strongly advise against engaging me. His words were true. Xue Tong gritted her teeth but held her ground, demanding instead, what have you done to them? I am delving into their innermost fears, Zhao Mian confessed honestly. They're currently facing their greatest fears and deepest terrors. I'm finding it quite entertaining. If you don't leave now, then I will reveal your innermost fears as well. Taking a hesitant step forward, Xue Tong was met with Zhao Mian's sly grin. For a brief second, she froze. The scene transformed instantly, growing unfamiliar. In front of her eyes, flashes of scenes played out, giving her a visceral sense of presence within these events. She glimpsed the future. Luo Haoshe smiled indulgently at a woman whose face remained blurred, sharing flowers, moonlight, and battling zombies together through life-threatening adventures. Their relationship deepened firmly over time. However, when she appeared, those smiling eyes filled with coldness and hatred. When the female protagonist handed him a blade, Luo Haosha approached her decisively until Xue Tong yelled furiously, "Enough!" Overwhelmed with envy, anger, and piercing heartache, she felt suffocated until her outburst cleared away the vision, allowing her to breathe again. Zhao Mian watched her, drenched in sweat, with eyes gleaming maliciously. "How contradictory you are, longing for him to kill you yet fearing he will. The woman whose face remains hidden is also part of your fear, isn't she?" Zhao Mian nodded slightly, as if regarding her from a higher position. "Are you worried he'll fall for someone else? Mind your own business." Xue Tong glared fiercely, wiping sweat off her brow. Every word Zhao Mian spoke carried allure. "Wouldn't you like to see what he fears the most?" Her eyelashes trembled slightly. She enunciated firmly, "If you lay a finger on him, I will not let you off. No worries, we have plenty of time. For now, let's go see Afra. She's looking for you," Zhao Mian said with unhurried tones, turning to walk towards the palace behind. "I'll go with you, but set them free," Xue Tong said. Zhao Mian chuckled, "If I stay here longer, the effects on them will intensify. Should they lose their way in the illusion and encounter zombies, well, that's not my fault." Quickening her pace, Xue Tong cursed, "Go away already." Zhao Mian wasn't bothered. The further he walked, the denser the mist became. In the thick white fog, pairs of green eyes stared at her, sending shivers down her spine. The zombies concealed in the mist couldn't be seen clearly, but their putrid smell was unmistakable. Xue Tong furrowed her brow, trying to breathe as little as possible to avoid feeling nauseous. She turned back several times, attempting to see the ancient tree, but the mist obscured everything, leaving nothing visible. Only then did Xue Tong realize that all she could see now was what Zhao Mian allowed her to see. And what Zhao Mian didn't want her to see, she couldn't. "There are steps, be careful," Zhao Mian reminded gently. But Xue Tong felt increasingly repulsed. Approaching the grand hall, the fog dissipated somewhat. Xue Tong ascended the stairs. Before the long corridor's pillars stood 4 or 5 peculiar figures, who respectfully bowed to Zhao Mian, perfectly playing the part of his loyal minions. "Afra, take a look. I've brought your sister here. Are you happy?" Zhao Mian entered the hall and looked toward Shung Fu, who was shackled to a pillar with iron chains, saying with a smile. The hall contained numerous tables and chairs, arranged like the layout seen in TV dramas for imperial feasts. Shung Fu's hands were cuffed, and she sat on the edge of a chair, stunned as she gazed towards the entrance. Xue Tong called out "Sister" and moved towards her. As Xue Tong approached, Shung Fu slowly reached out, lightly stroking her face, her gaze complex. Xue Tong paused and said, "Sister, have you recovered?" She had a strong premonition that Shung Fu had regained her sanity. Zhao Mian strolled over and softly said, "With me around, of course I can cure her, restoring her to her former self." Shung Fu ignored him and only looked at Xue Tong, her eyes glistening with tears. After a long pause, she croaked, "You've grown up." Xue Tong was taken aback. Shung Fu was no longer as dim-witted as before, making it hard for Xue Tong to adjust. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Zhao Mian came to stand behind Shung Fu, bent down, placed a hand on her shoulder, pulling her into his embrace, and smiled as he whispered in her ear, "Afra, how do you plan to thank me?" Xue Tong gave Zhao Mian an odd look and said, "Have some shame, let go of my sister." After hearing this, Zhao Mian leaned down to kiss Shung Fu's cheek, casting a challenging glance at Xue Tong. Xue Tong. Chapter 054. Xue Tong thought Zhao Mian was shameless for real. Shung Fu remained indifferent, ignoring him completely. Instead, she looked at Xue Tong and said, "I'm sorry, sister, I've dragged you down." Xue Tong shook her head, staying wary of Zhao Mian. Zhao Mian didn't care about her gaze as he toyed with Shung Fu's hair, saying, "Of all the people here, Fu, you only care about your sister's fate and not those 2 boys who have been protecting you." Shung Fu ignored him, speaking to Xue Tong, "You don't need to worry about me. From now on, I'll walk my own path. Whatever happens, don't interfere." Xue Tong frowned, sensing that Shung Fu was serious. Seeing her being ignored made Zhao Mian somewhat displeased as he glanced down at her. She'd want to interfere but can't, Zhao Mian coldly chuckled. Shung Fu said, "He is blind." Zhao Mian. Xue Tong. Xue Tong stared at Zhao Mian in confusion. He was the epitome of a refined villain, impeccably dressed, meticulously neat and proper. His eyes were long and narrow, bright with an always present trace of wicked laughter. He certainly did not look like a blind man. "Sis, are you sure?" she asked cautiously. This was said openly, right in front of everyone. Zhao Mian laughed, pinching Shung Fu's chin while his tone carried a sinister edge. "Fu, be careful with your words." Shung Fu turned away in disgust, shaking off his hand as she said coldly, "If you want to act human, it'll never happen in this lifetime. Is it impossible just because you say so? I'll make you watch anyway," Zhao Mian sneered. Shung Fu retorted disdainfully, "Dream on." Zhao Mian leaned closer to her. "Don't you dream every night? Both inside and outside of your dreams, there's me, where could you possibly go?" Xue Tong. The atmosphere between these two was strange. They clearly detested each other and argued heatedly, yet their words sounded oddly affectionate. Xue Tong deeply felt out of place. Shung Fu said, "If you let them go, I will stay and waste time with you in this sickening scenario. But you break promises. How do I know you won't run if I don't leave someone here with you?" Zhao Mian shrugged, looking at her in mock difficulty. Shung Fu replied, "Have some shame." Zhao Mian smiled mockingly at her. "You already said I'm not human. What shame am I supposed to have?" Shung Fu mocked, "That's why you can't act human." The smile on Zhao Mian's face faded. After a brief silence, he said, "Fine, the others can be released. I'll keep your sister around to entertain you." With a wave of his hand, it suddenly became nighttime outside the palace. Lanterns along the corridor were lit up, swaying gently in the night. Zhao Mian hummed, looking outside, and suddenly laughed. I intended to give them a way out, but some people insisted on coming to die. Xue Tong had an ominous premonition. She got up and walked towards the door, but no matter what, she couldn't leave. It was as though an invisible wall blocked her path. "Never learn your lesson," Zhao Mian sneered. Turning back, Xue Tong angrily asked, "What are you doing?" "This space is created by me, so I can do whatever I want," Zhao Mian teased. "Go ahead, try to see your little lover. Even though he's managed to get this far, if I don't let you see each other, even if he dies at the entrance, you'll remain unaware." Truly a villain, thoroughly evil. Xue Tong wanted to strangle Zhao Mian. She saw Luo Haoshe walking slowly through the mist, pacing back and forth on the open ground outside the hall. "What have you done to him?" Xue Tong asked. "I already told you, he's trapped in his greatest fear." Zhao Mian came over beside her, squinting as he looked outside at Luo Haoshe and grinned wickedly. "Come on, let's take a look together." Luo Haoshe had gone through everything to reach this point. From the day of the apocalypse when he was abandoned by Xue Tong, and then years later, they met again, only for her to throw both him and the boat into the water again. These repeated scenarios left his heart restless, undermining his sense of security. What Luo Haoshe feared most now was being abandoned by Xue Tong. Her confession of love indeed made him very happy and fulfilled, but because the time was too short and past events haunted him, he couldn't be entirely sure whether this was yet another lie. After all, Xue Tong had always tried to leave him before. In essence, his sense of security regarding Xue Tong hadn't been fully established, he was afraid. The illusion Zhao Mian created was extremely realistic, making one feel as if they were truly there. After reviewing Luo Haoshe's experiences, Zhao Mian shook his head in pity. "Who would have thought your relationship would be so complicated?" Xue Tong was heartbroken watching this and shouted his name from the inside, trying to awaken him. "It's useless," Zhao Mian mocked. "Look at the fine work you've done, planting seeds of betrayal in his heart, making him relive the moments when you abandoned him over and over again. It's truly pitiful." "You shut up. Let him out," Xue Tong angrily shouted. "What's your hurry? If he wants to come out, he has to make the effort." Zhao Mian's smile was wicked, full of malice. "Until then, I might as well give him a taste of something sweet." Xue Tong tried to stop him but suddenly found herself in another scene. Luo Haoshe broke through the mist and found Xue Tong in front of the Great Hall, successfully rescuing Shung Fu. They left Wei-Eating Mountain and returned to the base, living peaceful lives. The chilly spring passed, and summer arrived with a dry breeze carrying the sweet scent of citrus blossoms. In such days, Luo Haoshe opened his eyes to see Xue Tong sleeping soundly in his arms, curled up snugly against his chest. Luo Haoshe had learned how to cook, preparing breakfast for her every morning. Together they planted an orchard of orange trees behind their house, set up trellises of grapevines in front, and even cleared a vegetable garden nearby. They worked side by side, pulling weeds, turning the soil, watering the plants, and took care of it tenderly. Occasionally, they ventured out into the city to explore for supplies, fighting zombies along the way. Their life was half thrilling, half relaxing. Zhao Mian snapped his fingers and said to Xue Tong, "See, he desires this kind of happy life with you, but you have to let him down." Had it not been confirmed by the system that there were only her and Luo Haoshe as taskers in this world, Xue Tong would almost think Zhao Mian knew the script. She glared fiercely. "Stop it right now." But Zhao Mian didn't. Instead, he cruelly manipulated the world where Luo Haoshe existed. Luo Haoshe wanted a good life with Xue Tong, wanted her to stay by his side forever, never leaving him. But Zhao Mian first gave him a piece of candy, then hit him hard on the face, telling him to wake up and see the truth. He hadn't seen through her yet, had he? "She lied to you. It's all a lie." Luo Haoshe woke up one day and found the person beside him gone. No matter where he looked, he couldn't find Xue Tong. Day after day, he realized he'd been abandoned again. Unwillingly, he left, searching for her traces across the entire world. Eventually, he discovered she had met another man after leaving him. They laughed and embraced together. Even having children, Xue Tong, watching this unfold, could barely bear to look. In a fury, she attacked Zhao Mian, trying to defeat him and stop the mental torture inflicted on Luo Haoshe. Zhao Mian seemed prepared, facing Xue Tong's attacks without panicking. He effortlessly cut off all her powers, freezing her feet in ice so she couldn't move. "To escape this place, all he needs is to kill you," Zhao Mian smirked maliciously. "But these memories will be engraved deeply in his heart, reminding him constantly, influencing him even after escaping." As Xue Tong cursed, the system suddenly intervened. A golden opportunity. His fabricated world is extremely real, perfect enough to pass the review from above. Xue Tong froze mid-sentence, stunned as she gazed at Luo Haoshe outside the palace. Luo Haoshe was confronting the person he'd finally managed to find, questioning why she abandoned him again. The confrontation was messy. Xue Tong shielded her current partner and child, hurling harsh words at Luo Haoshe. They fought, but Luo Haoshe didn't fight back once. He was directly killed by the hallucination of Xue Tong. Zhao Mian burst out laughing, clearly pleased with the outcome. "Do it again. I can keep giving him chances without limit." Once more, Luo Haoshe returned to Wei-Eating Mountain. He saved Xue Tong and brought her down the mountain, only to discover that she was planning to abandon him once again. Upon being caught, Xue Tong initially panicked and tried to cover it up, but soon grew agitated and began attacking him. Over and over again. In the illusion, Luo Haoshe continuously experienced being abandoned and killed by Xue Tong. It was evident each time caused him immense grief, even despair, because the damned realism made it impossible for him to escape or convince himself it was just an illusion. Zhao Mian manipulated the scenario worse still, making Xue Tong betray Luo Haoshe repeatedly in various ways, turning enemies against each other. The more distraught Luo Haoshe became being betrayed and killed, the more joyously Zhao Mian laughed, nearly shedding tears from laughter. A fool, look at this fool. Zhao Mian wiped his eye. So funny. Shung Fu remained unmoved. She continued tinkering with the iron chain around her wrist since before, deliberately ignoring Zhao Mian. The more she ignored him, the more Zhao Mian felt compelled to torment Luo Haoshe. Humans are like this, Zhao Mian remarked. After faking sincerity for a while, their true nature always reveals itself. Luo Haoshe's nightmare was still ongoing. Xue Tong communicated with the system, he won't kill me, even if he kills the you in the hallucination, it's useless. You must enter his hallucination and ensure that the one facing him directly is truly you. Xue Tong was almost breaking down. With how broken he is now, you want me to go in there? Are you serious? The system remained calm. If you don't go now, prepare to wait for 1800 years and never see him again. Time within Luo Haoshe's scenario progressed differently from theirs on the outside. In the blink of an eye for Xue Tong on the outside, Luo Haoshe had already experienced another cycle of the illusion, repeated over and over again already. He had been killed by Xue Tong more than 100 times. Zhao Mian watched with great interest and continued talking endlessly to Xue Tong. He still can't bring himself to do it. Even though he has realized this is just an illusion, he still refuses to kill you. Why? After what you've done to him, if it were me, I'd have torn apart whoever betrayed me and fed them to the dogs long ago. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden sharp sound rang out. Zhao Mian turned around, only to be confronted by a fierce gust of wind carrying fast-moving green vines aiming straight for his eyes. Agilely evading, countless green vines resembling giant snakes attacked him from all directions. Shung Fu had unlocked her chains, wielding green vines wrapped around her wrists as weapons, forcing Zhao Mian to retreat further back. Zhao Mian blinked, then chuckled, "Ah Fu, all these moves I taught you." Shung Fu massaged her wrist as she mocked, "But you're blind." Emotions surged in Zhao Mian's eyes, slightly angering him, and his attention shifted toward Shung Fu. Seeing that Shung Fu had successfully tied up Zhao Mian, Xue Tong forced herself to stay calm and thought of a plan. How can I enter his hallucination? Zhao Mian will definitely not let me. Do you have a mental ability coupon? Only this ability can connect. I can open a bug inside this ability for you. Will your interference be noticed by the higher-ups? I'll arrange for someone to delete the record of this aid so it won't be recorded officially. Xue Tong gritted her teeth. All right. She was grateful that she hadn't used her only mental ability coupon before. Using it now, with the system's help, allowed her to smoothly enter Luo Haoshe's hallucination. It began again at the scene where she was rescued from Weiying Mountain. When Luo Haoshe saw her, he paused for a moment. Following the sequence in the hallucination, Xue Tong ran down the steps and said, "Sister has been saved, the red-haired person will take her away first, we'll meet up at the foot of the mountain." She naturally took Luo Haoshe's hand and started walking towards the mountain road. Inside the hallucination, Weiying Mountain was nighttime. The palace areas were illuminated by lanterns, lighting up their path ahead. As they walked together, Luo Haoshe could hear numerous whispers around him. "Fear made me act like that because I am selfish. I'll compensate you however you wish. Sister, people say time makes even a dog feel attached. A little affection is acceptable, but any more would be wrong. Do I have to deceive him again? You're too cruel. You tricked his feelings, made him fall for you, and then threw him into the zombies' midst to betray him, twice. I'm impossible with him. There's no need to give up my freedom for him." The system filtered out task-related information, replacing necessary terms while feeding Luo Haoshe the information showing how Xue Tong decided to use him again and abandon him later. For the first time in the hundreds of cycles of the hallucination, Luo Haoshe heard these things. Even in such a realistic illusion, he refused to kill Xue Tong, forcing the system to escalate its tactics. Luo Haoshe's eyelashes lightly trembled. Every step became unbearably heavy. As they reached the foremost temple, stopping before the wishing tree, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and stopped walking. Because he heard this. He wants to get out. All he has to do is kill you. Then we might as well let the hallucination convince him that killing me is the way to leave me behind for good. Luo Haoshe gazed down with sunken eyes, gripping Xue Tong's hand tightly, as if it were the last straw of hope for a dying man. What's wrong? Xue Tong looked back, pretending to be confused. We're almost at the roadside. Once we're down the mountain, we'll quickly leave to avoid Zhao Mian catching up. Then, we'll return to base and live peacefully. Before she could finish, Luo Haoshe softly whispered, "It really is you." What? Xue Tong froze. The illusion is extremely realistic, real enough to make me greedy for those beautiful moments, yet I can still tell that it's false. Luo Haoshe looked up at her, his smile strained as if he was trying to laugh while looking at her but simply couldn't manage. It was filled with bitterness and pain. "So even though you betrayed me countless times, killing me, I never retaliated. I've just been waiting until I overcome the fear in my heart, until the day you won't leave me." Luo Haoshe tightened his grip on her hand once more, pulling her closer to him, gritting his teeth as he spoke almost fiercely. "But you came in here, pretending to be like the people in the hallucination." Xue Tong noticed that his eyes had reddened slightly. Faced with such a Luo Haosha, she could not utter any harsh words. Shui Tong directly chose to give up. Just as Shui Tong was about to confess, she heard a sneering laugh. Zhao Mion's eyes opened in the night sky, full of malice as he watched her, saying, "You've walked right into my trap." Shui Tong suddenly realized that she could no longer control her own body. "Since you've already figured it out, why don't you do something?" She said something against her will. "Kill me, and you can leave this illusion." "Don't you want to?" "Didn't expect you'd still be so entangled and indecisive within this illusion, huh?" Her face showed a look of disdain, each word stabbing Luo Haosha's heart like an arrow. "Come on, kill me and end this illusion." A slender blade had already appeared in Luo Haosha's hand. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "If I end this illusion, will you wait for me in reality?" This was the world Zhao Mion had created. Here, he could do as he pleased. So Luo Haosha saw the person in front of him smirk arrogantly and say, "Guess." Luo Haosha killed her. Zhao Mion let out a wild laugh of excitement. Shui Tong was devastated. Even when the task completion notification popped up, she didn't have time to rejoice because under Zhao Mion's control, her last words were, "I won't wait for you." Luo Haosha stood stunned, watching her fall. The mist cleared, and he returned to reality. Luo Haosha looked down at the long sword in his hands, then after a moment of silence, chuckled bitterly, "You deceived me again." Heavy clouds loomed over Wei-Eating Mountain, obscuring the daylight. Fires surged upwards from the mountain base like a group of dragons breaking through the earth, carrying the ferocity and roar of world-ending chaos. Fire dragons burst through the fog, waking up everyone trapped in the illusions. Xiaohong widened her eyes in fright, dodging those fire dragons. Zhao Mion held onto the unconscious Shung Fu, shocked as he stared upward and feeling the scorching flames even at such a distance it felt like being burned from afar. Luo Haosha's face was pale, but his eyes were bright. He looked at Zhao Mion and asked, "Where is she?" "Long gone, as you've heard in the illusion." Zhao Mion grinned wickedly, "She has long wanted to ditch you, taking advantage of the opportunity provided by the hallucination. TSK, abandoned by this woman again, haven't you?" Before he could finish speaking, two fire dragons roared and wrapped around him. Zhao Mion furrowed his brows to dodge, intending to put Luo Haosha back into the illusion instantly. However, the third fire dragon broke through the fog, making mental attacks impossible. Even though Zhao Mion skillfully avoided the attacks, his close combat ability was weak. Despite summoning fire dragons using his own pyrokinetic powers, they only lasted for less than a second before being devoured by Luo Haosha's fire dragon, which seemed determined to kill him. Thus, it ignored Shung Fu entirely. While Zhao Mion dodged another fire dragon coming towards him, he hesitated. If he didn't move out of the way, Shung Fu would get hurt. He paused, changed directions swiftly, shielded Shung Fu, and was struck on the shoulder by the fire dragon, rolling across the ground multiple times. HMPH. Zhao Mion got up messily and claimed, "I promise, you'll never find her in your life." Yet the fire dragon's attacks did not cease but multiplied. While fighting with Shung Fu earlier, Zhao Mion had suffered some wounds due to her finding openings. Now under these mysterious fire dragon's relentless attacks, he became more and more disadvantaged, ultimately having to retreat. Luo Haosha chased after him without relenting. However, the great fire on Wei-Eating Mountain did not subside, continuing to burn even as night fell. Fire columns reached the heavens as if trying to burn a hole in the sky with unspeakable fury. Everyone retreated safely to the foot of the mountain, dumbfounded as they stared at the massive fire. None dared approach. With the fiery dragon coiled around the mountain there for all to see, everyone knew it would be certain death to go near. "Where's Haosha?" Elder Xiao frowned, asking them. "No idea. But I think he's probably fine. After all, considering the only one who could possibly release such fire seems to be him," my Yuanjin said strangely. Jiang Gang hesitated and then remarked, "Burning down Wei-Eating Mountain? This might lead to a life sentence." My Yuanjin replied irritably, "Look at those flying fire dragons over there. Who could possibly sentence him to life imprisonment?" Chapter 055. Shui Tong lay motionlessly under the wishing tree, staring at the dark sky. The eye that belonged to Zhao Mion in the sky had disappeared, and she was surrounded by cold white mist. She had sent Luo Hao out of the illusion when entering it herself, but Zhao Mion trapped her inside. The blade piercing her heart caused blood to flow everywhere, and as her breath became faint, a spark of heart fire lit up, enveloping her in warmth. Zhao Mion ignored her, believing Shui Tong would die in the illusion. But she survived anyway. The mission is complete. I need to spend some effort editing the video. I'll submit it for review after the timeline reaches its due date. There won't be any issues once it's approved. Shui Tong said, "I'm dying." "You won't die." Shui Tong's voice was filled with gloom. "He confined me here, making it impossible for me to explain to him or even meet him. This imprisonment equals my death." The system ignored her complaints and continued. "The storyline's timing hasn't arrived yet. It's best if you stay in this illusion before the review is over. Don't wander outside and get caught by the world's patrol, risking exposure." "I can't leave anyway," Shui Tong replied bitterly. "When your body recovers, what about the fire protecting you? Where did it come from?" Shui Tong weakly smiled but didn't answer. Instead, she asked, "By the time the story begins, he will already be together with the female lead. If you don't trust him, leaving now might still work." Shui Tong closed her eyes briefly and opened them again, looking somewhat lost. "It's not that I'm worried he'll be with the female lead, it's that I fear he'll truly hate me. After enduring hundreds of repetitions of the illusion, even though I know they are all false, he wouldn't kill me. He only contemplates overcoming his inner fears. Stabbing me once was also part of the process of exiting the illusion so we could have a serious talk. Shui Tong whispered softly, I never doubted his love for me. But after this incident, the more he loves me, the more he will hate me. After hearing this, the system remained silent for a while before attempting to console her awkwardly. Since he loves you, he will believe in you. Shui Tong chuckled in return, unfortunately, there's no time. Given our previous experiences, he already finds it hard to feel secure. At least in his mind now, the logical ending would be that I betrayed him. Thus, the system responded. Then leave, you could go to the next world before the year ends. Shui Tong. No way, she responded, half laughing and half crying. You shouldn't urge me to leave anymore. What will you do if he genuinely falls for the female lead? Impossible, Shui Tong said seriously. He promised he wouldn't. Plus, considering he was gravely injured because of me, he will likely withdraw into himself, finding it harder to trust others and give others chances to approach him. Not even the female lead's aura would matter. If he doesn't give others opportunities, neither will he give you one easily. Shui Tong said with a sorrowful undertone, that's precisely what concerns me most. Despite feeling upset, she was resolute, saying, therefore, I cannot leave. I must prevent him from living in the shadow of my betrayal forever. Luha was an extremely sensitive person. Many times, he wouldn't blame others when things went wrong, but always reflected on whether he had done something wrong, if he had offended Shui Tong somehow, or if he wasn't good enough to hold on to her. And the person who understood him best was Shui Tong. During their youth, Shui Tong noticed Luha's character flaws but refrained from intervening since she thought they were meant to play roles reserved for later stories with the female lead. However, once she decided to treat Luha well, circumstances didn't allow her the time. Being the one most familiar with Shui Tong, the system ceased trying to persuade her to leave. Her body repaired itself slowly. During this period, most of the time, she slept soundly, occasionally waking up to chat casually with the system. A year passed in this stop-and-go fashion until her condition improved considerably. If you want to survive in this world, you must blend into it. Yet, regardless of when, before or after, this body of yours is destined to perish. After lying under the wishing tree for a year, Shui Tong finally managed to stand up, carefully examining the way-eating mountain peak shrouded in white mist under the dark night. Squinting, she glanced at the red silk tied to the wooden plates hanging on the tree and muttered, I understand. I need to find a way to enter the storyline and establish a reasonable identity for myself. That's simple. Kill Zhao Mian. That's exactly what I was thinking too, Shui Tong agreed. So the system withdrew the protection mechanism within the illusion, allowing Zhao Mian to discover her presence. After a year, Zhao Mian discovered that the person who should have died in the illusion was alive and well, which shocked him. For the first time after such a long while, Shui Tong saw the familiar eyes reopen in the black and somber night sky. You're still alive? Zhao Mian's voice carried a tone of suspicion. Shui Tong sat on the tree, flipping through other people's wishing plaques, and slowly replied to him, surprise? Shocked. Zhao Mian remained silent for a while. When he spoke again, his tone became chilling. So what if you're alive? You can't leave without my permission. Zhao Mian placed Shui Tong in another illusion. You're scared he'll fall for someone else, right? I'll make you see how your precious lover dotes on others. However, Shui Tong remained unmoved, occasionally even smiling as she watched the version of Luha in the illusion who was cold to her and protective of others. Zhao Mian asked her, what are you laughing at? Thank you, it allows me to see him again, Shui Tong sighed. It feels so real, perfectly easing my longing for him. Zhao Mian. Enraged, Zhao Mian kept changing the illusions to torture her, but Shui Tong wasn't affected in the least. Occasionally, she would even flirt with Luha in the illusion. What made Zhao Mian angriest was that even the Luha in the illusion almost gave in. Furious, Zhao Mian threw Shui Tong into a nightmare illusion where she was chased by various fierce evil ghosts and monsters. It was intense and thrilling. If she were truly caught and killed, she would be dead for real. Shui Tong had no choice but to escape or fight desperately. Watching her struggle to survive exhausted her, which finally pleased Zhao Mian. Shui Tong hadn't yet found a way to break free from the illusion and couldn't underestimate the abilities of the Zombie King. She also had no confidence in being able to kill Zhao Mian, so she decided to continue playing along with him. Over time, she noticed Zhao Mian could be quite talkative. Throughout one whole nightmare illusion, he wouldn't stop babbling, regardless of whether Shui Tong ignored him. If she ignored him, he would increase the difficulty and throw countless monsters at her. When Shui Tong shouted curses at him out of anger, Zhao Mian kept talking. Shui Tong finally understood why Shung Fu once covered her ears and screamed angrily to shut up. All because of Zhao Mian. She couldn't stand him. After surviving another tough chase, Shui Tong collapsed onto the grass field, her body bloody, gasping for air. Squinting, she looked at the eye in the sky. You've been showing up frequently lately, chatting non-stop and moody. Did my sister run away? She provocatively taunted. As soon as these words were said, the eye narrowed to a slit, resembling the cold glare of a snake. Zhao Mian didn't reply. Shui Tong laughed. Did I hit the mark? At this moment, Shung Fu had already developed her own forces outside and become the boss of a base, known as the Female Devil. Angry, Zhao Mian hurled masses of monsters at her. Just as Shui Tong began to curse while running again after only resting for a short period. You should have some shame bothering my sister like this, Shui Tong yelled while running. Bothering her? She's mine. The eye in the sky suddenly widened sharply. She is the only container capable of bearing offspring of my lineage. All the zombies out there now are inferior versions. We cleanse humans to create a perfect world for ourselves. A world without flaws. Shui Tong dodged the chasing monsters and focused on fighting them while paying attention to Zhao Mion's words. A world without flaws. Suddenly, she remembered something Shung Fu had mentioned before, that Zhao Mion was blind. Shui Tong asked, "Are you really blind?" Zhao Mion chuckled coldly. "The world I see is completely different from what everyone else sees. To be specific, everyone appears in my eyes as just a few blurred lines." Shui Tong couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Mion exclaimed, "Why are you laughing?" Shui Tong honestly answered, "Because you deserve it." Suddenly, the ground beneath her collapsed. Caught off guard, Shui Tong fell into a bottomless abyss. Thinking fast, she lodged her dagger into the rock wall, managing to halt her fall, though she still slid down quite a distance. Hanging precariously on the cliff wall, Shui Tong showed no signs of panic. Instead, she glanced up at the night sky and mocked, "You call my sister a container? Then what is your daughter? She has no defects, possessing my power and taking on the appearance of Fu A, making her the perfect zombie." Zhao Mion's eyes were filled with icy hatred, "But she was killed due to the ignorance of your sister and those foolish humans." Shui Tong thought that he was beyond saving. Indeed, there was no such thing as true love between humans and zombies. You think those infected humans are all defective zombies, and you want to create perfection, right? Shui Tong was climbing upward while speaking with difficulty. She had to focus all her energy on the climb. "You even captured live people to make cocoons and created ugly, frog-like zombies." Zhao Mion said, "They're all my guards, the children of Fu A and me, and will become my people." Shui Tong looked up at him. "I have a question. If there's nothing wrong with the child you had with my sister, then why don't you go sleep with other women? I see your underlings really want to get into bed with you." Zhao Mion sneered at this. "Fu A is enough." "Shui Tong, are you insane? Do you think my sister can give birth to many children?" Zhao Mion replied, "I can change her physical constitution. You just see her as a container, not as a human being." Shui Tong scoffed, "You even let her be bullied by that scar-faced man. You're truly a zombie, not a human. My sister may look cool, but she's actually a romantic at heart, willing to do anything for you. If you treated her sincerely, if you saw her as a person, she wouldn't hate you so much. Even if you were a zombie, she would stay with you and could be convinced by you." Zhao Mion spoke coldly, "She wanted my love, and I gave her exactly the kind of love she wanted." Shui Tong struggled to climb onto the cliff and lay down, hearing this only letting out a disdainful laugh and choosing not to respond further. Zhao Mion didn't let her off, but he didn't come back for quite some time. Shui Tong patiently prepared in the illusion. 1 year passed, and another. Before they knew it, 4 years had gone by. The system began uploading mission footage for review, and Shui Tong also had this matter on her mind. During this period, Zhao Mion returned. His voice sounded hoarse, yet he still talked as much as before. Shui Tong realized from Zhao Mion's words that he was injured. She asked Zhao Mion, "Why have you kept me here for 4 years?" Zhao Mion laughed at her, "You actually know how long it's been outside." Shui Tong, "It's not hard to guess." Zhao Mion said, "Sometimes I really feel like you're unfathomable, surprising me again and again, making me hesitate to kill you." Shui Tong said, "If you're hesitant about killing, then don't. Do you think I've raised you for 4 years for what reason?" Zhao Mion countered. "You call that raising? That's abuse." As soon as Shui Tong mocked him, she froze for a moment, furrowing her brow. What an interesting choice of word, raising. The laughter of a devil came from the sky as Zhao Mion gloated, "In this illusion, day after day, you've been tortured, and your mental strength has increased dozens of times compared to before. You mean a great deal to me, an excellent tonic." So she'd been kept alive as food for 4 years, solely so Zhao Mion could quickly recover after being injured. Shui Tong looked down. She was standing on the same cliff edge as before. Below, white fog swirled endlessly, offering no end in sight. That night, the system told her that the review had passed, and the Union confirmed her death. Shui Tong finally smiled. "Mission completed, I must leave this world. Thank you. I've left you the external attachment." Shui Tong was somewhat surprised and moved. "Truly, thank you. Including the cost of faking death, altering video footage, and fabricating evidence, you owe me 80 billion. Shui Tong." She took a deep breath, "You're and at #%hash." The system remained extraordinarily calm, adding, "This you must repay." Shui Tong almost wanted to jump off the cliff. "You can use items from this world as equivalent exchange. Universal currency works too. Repay slowly, there's no rush. If you can't pay off before death, your descendants can continue, and I can help oversee them. Shui Tong, go die yourself. The Union granted you a substantial death bonus and martyr reward. Martyr? For self-sacrifice in work. They're crazy. The director of the Union expressed deep regret over your death. The general director cried for a whole day and night. He went to work the next day with red eyes. This nonsense you believe? He was probably red-eyed because he stayed up late reviewing my work data. The female supporting role management group leader wanted to hold a funeral for you, but I stopped her. Can I have the condolence money from the funeral? She said that this money will be invested in developing the female supporting role system, and named it the Shui Tong protection mechanism. Thank you, can but shouldn't, truly shouldn't. The Security Bureau people expressed their sorrow over your plight, and Xiao's group leader is willing to come here to avenge you by beating up the male lead. Shui Tong knelt down, slapping the ground and said, "Tell him to get lost." She had decent relations within the Quick Travel Union. After her death was confirmed, the upper management used her case as an example, informing all employees to mourn their fallen comrade while also paying attention to their own safety. Do you realize how serious this matter is now? Under no circumstances can it be discovered that you're still alive. And definitely not before your death in this world. Shui Tong gritted her teeth. Don't change the subject. What about my huge death compensation? IT's in your account. Don't worry, I won't touch it. But factually, I'm your guardian, so only I have access to it. Shui Tong. If compared with 80 billion yuan, who's more important between Lu Hao and him? Of course, Lu Hao is much more important. After all, she doesn't have any right to regret anymore. Shui Tong got up weakly. The eye in the night sky opened. Zhao Mian came. I must leave. Shui Tong said irritably, go quick. The plot outside has already started. The main characters have already met. Don't ask me how they're doing, I only know so much. Shui Tong rubbed her eyes. Alright, go then. I'll keep the contact channel open for you. If you need anything, just give me a call, though it may or may not connect. Do you want me to deal with Zhao Mian before I leave? I don't want another debt of 100 million on my back. I'll handle it myself. So, the system left this world. Shui Tong looked at the greenish glowing eye in the night sky, finding it pretty scary. Zhao Mian said, it's time. He didn't see panic or urgency on Shui Tong's face. Her distinct black and white eyes were filled with mockery. You'd better be careful. It's not that easy to consume my mental power. I am the ruler of this world's mental power. Zhao Mian sneered, and the eye in the sky moved closer to her, closely monitoring every move she made. Shui Tong smiled and said, then go ahead. The moment Zhao Mian attacked her, he was swallowed by this horrifying world. An overwhelming amount of information rushed into his mind. Originally intending to consume Shui Tong, he was instead counterattacked by this powerful force. Zhao Mian was terrified to discover that he couldn't endure Shui Tong's mental strength. Shui Tong reached through the eye in the night sky, hearing Zhao Mian scream of pain, pulling him out of the void. The green vines turned into 5 sharp claws, piercing his heart and capturing the crystal core belonging to the zombie king. Zhao Mian fell blooded at the edge of the cliff, looking at her incredulously. You, how could, cough. Zhao Mian felt the life slipping away from him, his eyes losing their luster, the objects he saw becoming increasingly blurred. Shui Tong looked down at the crystalline core in her hand, seeing multiple cracks. It appeared Zhao Mian had been quite seriously injured. For these years, I've been waiting for you to use this move on me. Shui Tong stood tall, finally reaching the day where she could look down upon Zhao Mian. Want to know why? Because I've visited more worlds than you, endured more hardships than you. To put it simply, my mental power is stronger than yours. Without spiritual energy ability tokens, she could only wait for Zhao Mian to make his move so she could retaliate accordingly. As Zhao Mian felt the brightness in his eyes fade, he began to panic. My eyes. Now powerless, he had truly gone blind. Do you remember your daughter's name? Shui Tong squatted beside him and asked. Zhao Mian spat blood from his mouth, opening it wide but showing complete confusion, clearly having forgotten. What about my sister? Shui Tong asked again. Yuan. Zhao Mian struggled to say. Shui Tong stood up, pale-faced, yet firmly said, remember this name, then go to hell. Chapter 056. At the moment she stepped out of the illusion, Shui Tong's legs gave way and she tumbled down the slope. Her body had not yet adjusted to the external environment after being trapped in the illusion for a short period, especially after expending her mental energy in the earlier battle with Zhao Mian. She was utterly drained of strength, lying helplessly on the ground after rolling down the hill. The outside world was a star-filled night. The stars blinked at her as if curiously inspecting this disheveled person who had just tumbled down from the mountain. In her extreme weakness, Shui Tong saw the circle of warm light that enveloped her surroundings. It dispelled the cold, giving her a sense of peace. Shui Tong didn't have the strength to even move a finger, but when she saw the protective glow around her, a faint smile crossed her face, and she closed her heavy eyelids without any hesitation. The system had once asked where the heart fire protecting her came from. The answer was given by Luo Haosha. On the rainy night they confessed their feelings. Fine rain streaked across the windows, while inside the car it was full of warmth and passion. When they were close together, her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked him how he initially found her. Luo Haosha tenderly kissed her eyes and whispered softly, there is an eternal flame inside me. I gave it to you. Wherever you are, I can find you. Shui Tong often wondered whether it was because he couldn't find her or didn't want to look anymore. With stars scattered across the sky, strange beasts of the jungle detected the scent of food and approached. In the darkness, pairs of greenish-yellow eyes gradually edged toward Shui Tong. The infected wolf pack, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, slowly surrounded their prey, emitting low growls as warnings. As they got closer to Shui Tong, the wolves grew increasingly restless. Although the firelight around Shui Tong was weak, it intimidated them, preventing them from attacking and tearing her neck apart. A flashing car light appeared between the trees. The head wolf turned its ears, looking in the direction of the light. Gunshots and shrill whistles broke the air, causing the wolf pack to roar in anger and scatter under attack. A Hummer circled the area, making sure the wolves had fled and no zombies were around before stopping. A man in camouflage stepped out of the car. His boots hit the ground quietly as he cautiously approached the figure encircled by the glow of firelight. Chen Feng looked around Xue Tong, puzzled about where this girl came from. Trying to lift her up, he was stopped by the searing heat emanating from the glowing shield. Having no other choice, he stood beside her, thought for a moment, and called her name twice. Wake up. No response. Chen Feng chuckled, finding it intriguing. He walked backward holding a flashlight, noticing the trail left on the slope and flattened grass and plants along the path, confirming that this girl rolled down from above. Not daring to venture too far, he started small campfires nearby to prevent the wolves from returning and finally returned to the car. The night was long, but it would eventually pass. As dawn broke, the fiery sun rose over the horizon, casting rosy beams of light all over the land, making the faint glow surrounding Xue Tong seem even weaker. Dewdrops hung delicately on the grass and flower petals, trembling on the verge of falling. After waking up, Chen Feng exited the vehicle, clearing the already extinguished campfire, collected dew water to wash his face, then went back to clean the face of another little guy inside the car. Seeing that Xue Tong was still asleep, he wasn't anxious and skillfully gathered tools to start a fire and prepare instant noodles. When they were almost ready, Chen Feng opened the rear door of the car and said, roll, get up and eat. The boy sleeping in the car seat had fair and chubby features, looking incredibly cute. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he stretched out his hands toward the man. As Chen Feng lifted him out of the car, Roll's face lit up with joy. The little boy ran towards the fire rack with his short legs. Just as he was about to sit down, he noticed Xue Tong lying beside him and instinctively took a couple of steps back, a bit scared. Who is she? Roll asked in a baby voice. Don't worry about it. Chen Feng patted his head, letting him sit aside to eat noodles. Roll was talkative. While eating, he kept glancing at Xue Tong and asked Chen Feng again, is she my mom? No, Chen Feng replied irritably, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't ask every woman you see if she's your mother. If she were, I'd be the first to let you know. Then who is she? After being scolded, Roll asked unhappily, if she's not my mom, is she another child's mom? Chen Feng twitched the corner of his eye, she may not even be a mother. Eat your noodles. No more questions. Roll ate a couple bites but still couldn't help asking, why can't she be my mom? Chen Feng, because your dad doesn't like her, so she can't be. Roll. The kid stayed quiet after that. After finishing the noodles, while Chen Feng was tidying up, Chen Gungun mischievously went over and tried to touch Xue Tong. Chen Feng happened to see him extending his hand, which scared him so much that he felt like his heart almost stopped. He couldn't even handle the searing heat of the glow. How could this little brat handle it? Chen Gungun! Chen Feng shouted furiously, rushing back to try and pull him away, only to see Chen Gungun slap a hand on the woman's face. Xue Tong's eyelids fluttered slightly. Feeling some noise by her ear, she slowly opened her eyes. Chen Feng, who had been about to scold Chen Gungun, paused. How is this kid unharmed? After a moment of confusion, Chen Feng realized the glow had disappeared. As Xue Tong opened her eyes, she saw Chen Gungun hanging in midair by the collar of his shirt. The boy's bright, innocent eyes were staring at her curiously. Dad, she woke up. Chen Gungun looked proudly at Chen Feng. I woke her up. Chen Feng put him down and frowned as he looked at Xue Tong. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Xue Tong silently sat up and blinked as she looked at the two of them. After a brief period of silent eye contact, Chen Feng said, hungry? Xue Tong nodded. Half an hour later. After finishing the hot instant noodles, Xue Tong bit into an apple and sat in Chen Feng's car, leaving the mountain forest behind. Chen Gungun was secured in the passenger seat as Chen Feng drove, observing the woman in the back seat casually through the rearview mirror. How long have you been in those mountains? He asked. The time passed so quickly, I lost count, Xue Tong replied with an apologetic smile, looking shy and timid. Thank you for chasing away the wolves last night. I thought I was going to die there. When I arrived, they didn't dare get close to you, so you don't need to thank me, Chen Feng said. Xue Tong, wrapped in a black thin blanket, had a pale face. Her delicate beauty exuded weakness, making her look pitifully adorable. After hearing Chen Feng's words, she smiled again in gratitude. Xue Tong mentioned that she had stayed too long in the mountains and wasn't clear on the current state of affairs outside. She asked Chen Feng where he was from. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, a wanderer. Xue Tong slowly chewed on the apple and scrutinized Chen Feng carefully. Upon hearing him say he was a wanderer, she was slightly surprised, then seeing the equipment in his car, this man obviously didn't trust her and was lying. I used to be a member of the Tunglong base, but years ago during an encounter with zombies, I got separated from the base members. Chen Feng exclaimed, Tunglong base. Xue Tong nodded. Do you know anything about them? Afterward, she added wistfully, I wonder how they're doing now. That base is excellent, Chen Feng casually answered, one of the main forces of the Seven Corner headquarters, working together with several other bases to fight off zombies and reclaim their home. Xue Tong asked, what is the Seven Corner headquarters? The group of humans that managed to evacuate on time formed it, having professional armies and vast resources. Chen Feng patiently explained to her. 3 years ago, the Seven Corner headquarters started broadcasting via radio, sending out calls for recruits and rescue notices around the world. Most people still alive have joined them in designated cities. This development was just like in the original story. Xue Tong didn't doubt it but still asked, why didn't you go? I did, Chen Feng smirked lazily. Killing zombies, it's everyone's responsibility. There are so many zombies. She pretended to be unaware of the situation and sighed. How can we possibly win against so many? Chen Feng said, unity is strength. Plus humanity has already found a way to completely destroy the zombies. The upcoming town is one of 7 corner strongholds in Wantone, under the Ice Phoenix base. Shui Tong. Ice Phoenix base. Isn't that the base ruled by the female protagonist? Chen Feng continued, I'm not from the Ice Phoenix base. I can only take you to the town. If you want to return to your previous base, communicating with the Ice Phoenix people might be quicker. Both Ice Phoenix and Tunglong belong to the 7 corner headquarters, and supposedly their relations are quite good. Shui Tong felt like her heart was pierced by a knife. Puffing her cheeks, she suppressed the urge to ask, but finally couldn't help herself. How good are their relations? I'm not sure, I just heard that. You'll know when you get back, Chen Feng said calmly. Shui Tong took a bite of the apple with a crunch and didn't speak. Chen Gungun would occasionally turn his head to look at her, struggling to stretch his neck multiple times due to the safety belt, his face even turning red but still wanting to look. Chen Feng, losing patience, snapped, sit properly, stop always staring at others. Shui Tong didn't mind and smiled at Chen Gungun, then looked at Chen Feng and said, how old is he? Chen Gungun immediately responded, I will be 4 years old this year. Shui Tong, he really is cute. You're very pretty too. Chen Gungun smiled with squinted eyes. Shui Tong genuinely smiled. Smooth talker, always chattering. I wonder who you learned it from. Chen Feng scolded him, sit properly. Chen Gungun, intimidated by his father's authority, obediently sat still. About an hour later, Shui Tong arrived at the town. The only road leading to it was blocked by a high wall and barbed wire, with armed people guarding behind them, each looking serious. Chen Feng slowed down the car, rolled down the window, and said to the guards, it's me. One of the men in a hat recognized him, waved his hand, and the others stopped paying attention. Just as they were about to let him pass, Chen Feng was suddenly stopped. Why is there someone else in your car? Liang Kang frowned, looking at Shui Tong in the back seat. Chen Feng said, I saw her last night when I was patrolling the mountain. She's a free individual. Is there any problem? Liang Kang shook his head and said, you have her get out. During this period of heightened alert, we don't allow strangers to enter. Chen Feng obviously didn't know about this situation and was stunned for a moment. Liang Kang looked coldly at Shui Tong and said, sorry, miss. Shui Tong asked, what would happen if I insist on going in? Liang Kang narrowed his eyes, and the people behind him all turned to look at Shui Tong, aiming their gun barrels at her. It's a special time recently. If you have no issues, please wait outside for a while, Liang Kang said indifferently. Shui Tong put down the blanket, opened the car door and got out, saying to Chen Feng, thank you. Although Chen Feng had some caution towards her, he felt a little uncomfortable about the current situation. He gave Shui Tong several packs of compressed biscuits and said, this is another base's checkpoint, I can't do anything about it. It's fine. Shui Tong waved her hand and walked away casually. Despite walking away with composure, she felt somewhat puzzled inside. Didn't they say that the protagonist's base would fully rescue even injured cats and dogs? Why couldn't she get in? Chapter 057. Chen Gungun was trying to look out the window for Shui Tong, but was pulled back by Chen Feng who told him to sit properly. What's so serious? Chen Feng asked Liang Kang. Liang Kang frowned, looking quite helpless. I'm only telling you because of our years of friendship. Don't tell anyone else. He looked around and quietly leaned closer to the window, whispering to Chen Feng, this area is the main base for amphibious zombies. We don't know how many spiderweb-like tunnels there are underground. According to higher-up speculation, the Zombie King might be here too. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. And among us, there are brainwashed individuals who are helping find the traitors before they can act, Liang Kang continued. All travel is forbidden until the traitors are identified. Leaders from all sides are on their way, and at least until they arrive, nothing can go wrong. All right. Just as Chen Feng was about to leave, he heard Liang Kang say, it's strange that this woman would show up in such a situation. Don't think I'm cold-blooded, but for everyone's safety, I can't take risks. I get it. Chen Feng shrugged with a slight smile and drove into the town. He glanced at the rearview mirror, the woman's figure grew more distant. Shui Tong's face was still pale, not fully recovered, but she was much better than last night. She had consumed Zhao Mion's crystal core, and needed some time to digest the power of the Zombie King. She hadn't walked far when she realized someone was following her. Most likely, people from the base were uneasy, so they followed to check. Shui Tong didn't pay attention and took a detour through the nearby woods to lose them. The system had left her the collection upgrade, and treasure boxes kept refreshing daily. 4 years later, after returning to reality, Shui Tong enthusiastically hunted for treasures and opened chests to stockpile supplies. 4 years without collecting was like missing out on hundreds of millions. Just hunting for treasures and opening chests took her all day. As dusk approached, Shui Tong washed her face and hands by a river. Looking at her reflection in the water, she touched her face. She was thinner than before. Her stomach growled. Shui Tong sighed, opened her space pocket, and began to miss the tomato scrambled eggs made by her 2 juniors. She wondered if these 2 were still alive. If they'd listened to her and stayed close to Luo Haoshe, life would probably have been tough for them. Shui Tong stared blankly at the water, longing to see Luo Haoshe even more. She splashed water on her face, urging herself to calm down and not rush. From what she'd learned from Chen Feng, the current plot progress showed that the male and female leads had already met, teamed up to kill the Zombie King, and regained control over the world. This area belonged to Zhao Mion's domain, but the female lead's base forces had already taken root here, possibly preparing to act against Zhao Mion. Even if she didn't search him out, Luo Haosha would definitely come here. Shui Tong dried her face, ready to sneak into the town quietly. Chen Feng claimed he wasn't part of the base, yet she noticed some equipment in his car which were uniformly standardized, some of which only the military possessed. Though Shui Tong believed he wasn't from the Ice Phoenix base, she knew he wasn't a civilian either. While contemplating on her way back, she unexpectedly saw amphibious zombies leaping rapidly between the tree branches in the forest. Their reappearance nearly startled her. Large groups of amphibious zombies were traveling swiftly during the night, clearly heading toward the heavily guarded town. Shui Tong. She knew this was Zhao Mion's sphere of influence, but she had no idea where the amphibious zombies were located. By the time Shui Tong caught up, the guards who had stopped her earlier had already been killed by the zombies. The defenses were breached, and the alarm inside the town was piercing. The battle had already begun inside. Shui Tong entered rather smoothly this time, only to realize the massive number of zombies. The mutants were agile, working together effectively to besiege humans. But when she encountered large groups of zombies, they would just quietly stare at her for a while before running off. They did not attack, so neither did Shui Tong. She used the zombies' eyes to investigate the town's conditions, occasionally spotting Chen Gungun's figure before heading towards the center of the town. The situation was very intense here. The outer layer of zombies was brutal, while internal conflicts continued among humans. Liang Kang was choking Chen Gungun, glaring fiercely at Chen Feng and his group as he shouted, "Never expected the traitor to be you." The child's face turned red, sobbing miserably. Chen Feng's forehead veins bulged as he pointed a gun at Liang Kang, threatening harshly, "If you hurt him, I'll make your life worse than death." The people behind him were highly trained. Even though the zombies were closing in, they remained calm, passing information via eye signals, dispersing strategically. In contrast, part of Liang Kang's side was beginning to panic, especially those resisting outside. Several times, they loudly cried that they couldn't hold on much longer, their voices filled with fear. As Shui Tong gradually got closer to Chen Feng's group from the circle of zombies, she finally understood the situation ahead. "You infiltrated Bingfeng as double agents and lured the zombies here. It seems you have already defected to their side." Liang Kang was extremely angry, choking Chen Gungun while pressing a gun to his head, ignoring the child's heart-wrenching cries as he shouted at Chen Feng, "Let us leave here. Otherwise, your son will die." Chen Feng swore and yelled back to his men, "Let them go." The man beside him frowned at Chen Gungun and waved his hand signaling others to step back. Liang Kang then gathered the rest of his group and left, cautiously guarding against Chen Feng's change of mind. In the chaotic battle, the child's crying grew even sharper. Amphibious zombies broke through Bingfeng Base's containment ring and surged crazily toward Liang Kang and his group. They used nearby buildings to leap high and pounce on Liang Kang. Chen Feng's face turned pale, immediately rushing over to protect his child, but was stopped by Bingfeng Base members. He became frantic, his eyes turning red. "How come no one is stopping the zombies?" Liang Kang angrily shouted, dodging left and right. Everyone used their unique abilities to resist, but with too many amphibious zombies that worked together perfectly, breaking free from the encirclement became nearly impossible. Liang Kang still had Chen Gungun in his hands, a 3-year-old not exactly light, making it harder for him to control. In a desperate moment, he shamelessly used Chen Gungun as a shield in front of him. Damn it! Chen Feng went berserk upon seeing this scene, his eyes bloodshot red and hurried over without regard for himself, yet arrived too late. Chen Gungun cried loudly, but the zombie about to bite him instantly burst into ashes. A figure emerged from the flames, snatching Chen Gungun out of Liang Kang's grasp. During this time, all the zombies attacking Liang Kang paused their actions and retreated orderly. Chen Gungun tightly hugged the person in front of him, crying his heart out. After rescuing Chen Gungun, Shui Tong originally intended to return him to Chen Feng. However, the child clung onto her neck firmly, resisting several attempts to release him. She could only helplessly look at Chen Feng and said, "Well, take him away." At this point, Chen Feng seemed to snap out of his trance, red-eyed as he took back Chen Gungun. Hearing his father's voice, Chen Gungun let go and ran into Chen Feng's embrace to cry. The amphibious zombies, which were previously fiercely attacking, all backed off, surrounding the group while coldly staring at them. Liang Kang guardedly looked at Shui Tong. "It's you. You are definitely one of them." Shui Tong didn't look at him, instead towards those zombies under everyone's attention. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Flickers of fire ignited. All the amphibious zombies perished without resistance in an instant. People who were just involved in internal conflicts were all stunned. The chaotic night gradually calmed down as the zombies died. Members of Bingfeng Base, including Liang Kang, were tied up. Chen Feng was so enraged that he initially wanted to kill Liang Kang on the spot, but was stopped by the people around him. After beating Liang Kang up severely, Li Cheng pulled Chen Feng aside, trying to persuade him. "Team leader, this guy can't die, at least not before we save our second team." Chen Feng irritably responded, "Stop calling me team leader, what leadership nonsense." Li Cheng seriously said, "Thanks to you, we were able to infiltrate and capture the Bingfeng personnel, giving us leverage to trade for our people. I don't care why you want to quit, but you'll always be my leader in my heart." "Shut up," Chen Feng said, "I'm helping you this last time. Afterward, it's none of my business." Li Cheng knew he was still upset and didn't pay much heed, nodding toward the shop and saying, "You should stay with Gungun first, and also that young lady who saved Gungun and all of us." "What's her name?" Chen Feng glanced at Shui Tong and frowned. "I don't know, just some passerby." Li Cheng patted his shoulder and said, "I'll catch up with you after I finish my work." Chen Feng turned toward the shop. Chen Gungun was still sobbing quietly, and Xue Tong was wiping his tears while eating a small tomato herself. When he stepped closer, Chen Gungun suddenly wailed and rushed toward Chen Feng, hugging his leg tightly. Chen Feng held him in his arms and gently patted his back to soothe him, his tough features softening momentarily. Xue Tong remained silent, waiting quietly until Chen Feng managed to calm Gungun down to sleep. After much waiting, once the child fell asleep, both sat by the roadside, silently observing the messy streets for quite a while before hearing Chen Feng hoarsely say, "Thank you." Xue Tong replied, "You're welcome. You gave me food earlier today, consider this as returning the favor. I merely offered you a bowl of noodles and an apple, but you saved my son's life." Chen Feng hugged the child tighter, his eyes slightly red again. "He's my everything." "What about his mother?" "She's gone." Chen Feng responded casually. Xue Tong wasn't sure if leaving meant death or abandoning them. Regardless, it was a sorrowful matter better left unspoken. Chen Feng didn't want to give her the chance to probe further into this topic, so he took the initiative and said, "If there's anything I can help you with in the future, I'll do my utmost." Xue Tong smiled faintly but remained silent. Chen Feng then explained the situation that evening. Two base organizations have become enemies. Bingfeng captured people from Baiheng base. Baiheng? Chen Feng had barely started when Xue Tong paused, looking startled. "Do you know them?" Chen Feng asked. Xue Tong shook her head and brushed aside her questions. "Go on. There's not much else to say. Bingfeng captured people from Baiheng, and Baiheng attempted to capture people from Bingfeng in retaliation, planning to trade prisoners." Chen Feng spoke solemnly. "This team used to be my mercenary group comrades. Although I'm a free agent and haven't joined any base, I'm still willing to lend them a hand." Biting into a small tomato, Xue Tong asked, "Do you know who the leader of Baiheng base is?" Chen Feng replied, "A woman, surnamed Shung, named Shung Fu." Xue Tong. She bit down forcefully, splashing tomato juice all over Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng. Startled, Xue Tong forgot to apologize and instead asked again, "Are the captured ones important? Is it necessary to rescue them?" Shung Fu's capable assistants, one's called Red Hair, the other Green Fur. Chen Feng, irritated, wiped the tomato juice off his face as he looked at Xue Tong, whose expression seemed strange. "Where did you get those little tomatoes?" "Capable assistants." Xue Tong ignored his question and asked again. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow upon noticing her apparent interest and continued, "I don't know much, but aside from Shung Fu and Baiheng, these two are the ones giving orders." Xue Tong stuffed the entire tomato into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out as she looked at him. Unbelievable how quickly those juniors of hers made names for themselves after just a few years apart. Chapter 58. It was cold outside. Chen Feng held Chen Gungun and let him sleep in the car, covering him well with a blanket. The chair was equipped with guardrails to prevent him from falling. Xue Tong looked at them nearby and sighed. "It's not easy to raise a child alone in the apocalypse." "Not easy, but we'll get through it." Chen Feng didn't seem to mind. Xue Tong thought he had got used to it. Chen Feng told her everything he knew. After closing the car door, he turned to look at her and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Xue Tong puffed out her cheeks and said, "Let me think about it. To put it bluntly, you offended the Ice Phoenix base tonight, and your future days won't be good." Chen Feng said indifferently, "Nowadays, human forces are concentrated in the Seven Corner headquarters, which is their leader, and the Seven Corners are governed by three forces. The military, Tunglong, and Ice Phoenix." Chen Feng said, "Tunglong has the strongest combat capability, the military has the most supplies, Ice Phoenix is not lacking in both, and they have more intelligence and medical care than the other two." "Medical?" Xue Tong exclaimed, "What kind of medical care?" "A very rare healing ability similar to mental energy." Chen Feng frowned, saying, "Ice Phoenix has a doctor surnamed Jiang who is one of the top members of the Ice Phoenix higher echelons, possessing the power to heal everything." Xue Tong. Goodness. It turns out that Jiang Gang actually joined the female lead's faction. Didn't he say that he would absolutely never fall in love with someone like the female lead? Xue Tong's mood became complicated, and the small tomato she was chewing on suddenly tasted less sweet. Now all orders come from these three parties, and among the bases, only one hasn't joined the Seven Corner headquarters. Pointing his chin toward Li Cheng and others who were cleaning up in the back, Chen Feng said, "Which is Baiheng base. Baiheng always does things its own way, not moving with Seven Corners. Their influence dominates in the north, and they've been fighting frog zombies here for quite some time." Leaning against the car door as if he didn't want to disturb Chen Gungun inside, Chen Feng spoke in a quieter voice, "I heard that the precursor of this base wasn't good, it belonged to mountain bandits who like to attack passing freelancers. But after Shung Fu took over, although it's no longer so bad, strict regional regulations have been established." Xue Tong said, "So they rule like kings over the mountain?" Chen Feng nodded. Xue Tong covered her face, "Isn't this still the style of mountain bandit? An eye for an eye type, wanting help requires communication first. If you intrude without permission and annoy them, they'll just kill you directly." Chen Feng rubbed his jaw, feeling somewhat disheartened. "The last time I went, I couldn't contact anyone, and I almost got locked up to feed zombies." "They raise zombies?" Said for experimental purposes. Chen Feng shrugged. "Anyway, people from Baiheng are all tough because most of the people in their base are mercenaries." Xue Tong rested her chin in her hands, inwardly marveling, "My sister truly has immense charm." While they were talking, Li Cheng came over after finishing his tasks, wiping the sweat off his forehead and smiling gratefully at Xue Tong, sincerely expressing his thanks. Xue Tong waved her hand, indicating it was nothing. Li Cheng glanced at Chen Feng, who said indifferently, I'm asking her what she plans to do next. If you don't mind, you can join our Bai Hung base. Li Cheng sincerely invited. Our boss loves girls very much. Xue Tong. Afraid that she misunderstood, Li Cheng quickly supplemented. Our boss is female, pretty, and bold. Xue Tong chuckled. Thanks, but I like men. Li Cheng was dumbfounded. No, our boss likes men too. Xue Tong almost couldn't stop laughing. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, unable to bear seeing this, saying, she belongs to Tunglong. Li Cheng was stunned for a moment, suspiciously looking over, becoming somewhat wary. Tunglong base? Under Luo Haoshe? Xue Tong repressed her laughter, slowly replying, used to be. The situation is a bit complicated now. In that case, we're destined not to be allies. Our boss hates people from Tunglong the most. Li Cheng hesitated a little and then looked at Xue Tong, saying, but we will remember this kindness, and when we meet again, we will surely repay it. Are you leaving? Xue Tong asked. Li Cheng nodded and said, there are Ice Phoenix people in the city. It takes more than an hour to get there. Going while it's still dark is beneficial for us to rescue people. Xue Tong asked, is the entire city full of Ice Phoenix people? Not entirely. There are also some from Tunglong. They're cooperating this time, trying to reclaim WN City from the zombies. Progress should be around 1/3. Li Cheng said, we originally followed our boss to prepare for retaking WN City, but ended up encountering Ice Phoenix people. We've had resentment before, so we started fighting first. As a result, both captains were captured. Xue Tong narrowed her eyes. Who captured them? The head of Ice Phoenix, Han Fei. Li Cheng said with a hint of anger. Xue Tong remembered that this was one of the 3 male supporting characters, the heroine's childhood brother figure. When Chen Feng heard this name, he slightly narrowed his eyes, looked away to the distance, and his expression remained cold. We will set off in 10 minutes. The two of you. Li Cheng paused, then said, you go ahead first, I'll decide for myself. Li Cheng felt a bit helpless and then glanced at Xue Tong. Privately, he hoped that Xue Tong would leave with them. Just based on how she had killed all the frog zombies with one snap of her fingers before, this explosive combat power meant if she went with them to rescue people, what would they have to fear from Han Fei? But knowing that Xue Tong was from Tunglong, Li Cheng knew it was highly unlikely she'd help. After all, Tunglong was now Ice Phoenix's ally. So, we part ways here. Xue Tong looked up at Li Cheng and smiled faintly. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Li Cheng felt a bit regretful inside but still nodded on the surface and said, then I'll give you some supplies before I leave. Xue Tong thanked him and watched as Li Cheng left. Once Li Cheng departed, Chen Feng somewhat surprised asked, aren't you going with them? Xue Tong shook her head. Chen Feng regarded her thoughtfully. Didn't you want to return to Tunglong? There are Tunglong people near WN City. Wouldn't it be faster if you joined them? Hey, didn't you just say that because I offended Ice Phoenix, my future days won't be easy? Xue Tong leaned her chin on one hand casually, saying, and now since Tunglong is allied with Ice Phoenix, me going against them with Bai Hung isn't exactly good timing, right? She planned to move independently from Li Cheng and the others. Jiang Gang joining the heroine's faction confirmed that he had followed the original plotline. This made Xue Tong's heart waver slightly. If Luo Haoshe followed the plotline too, she couldn't handle it. It was better to get clear about the current situation first, preferably see everything herself. After observing Xue Tong for a moment, Chen Feng said, your mutation ability is extremely powerful. It's not weaker than either of the 2 greats over at 7 Corners. Xue Tong chuckled. That's the kind of compliment I like. So whatever crazy ideas you have, count me out. Chen Feng saw through her thoughts and spoke lightly. With your abilities, Han Fei wouldn't stand a chance against you. You know him? Xue Tong raised an eyebrow. Chen Feng looked indifferent. I just met him briefly a few years ago. Xue Tong caught his unwillingness to talk more. Usually, this kind of attitude suggested hidden secrets. You're not so simple yourself. Xue Tong finally took Chen Feng seriously and sized him up. Honestly, I feel you don't really want to go to WN City. That place is in battle. Why would I take Gun Gun there? Chen Feng replied matter-of-factly. Is that so? Yes. Is Gun Gun's mother still alive? Chen Feng. From his expression alone, Xue Tong understood. The topic became sensitive again, causing both to fall into silence once more. Li Cheng came over, handed them a portion of supplies, and then drove away with his team, leaving the town behind. Since dawn wasn't far off, Xue Tong decided to sleep for a while in the car. When she woke up the next day, the chest refresh point appeared, so she went to gather and open the box first. Chen Feng didn't inquire about where she was going. After Li Cheng left, the town was completely deserted, the only sound being the occasional chirping birds overhead. He cooked breakfast, woke Chen Gun Gun to eat. The child seemed somewhat down, ate little, and lay back down afterward. Concerned, Chen Feng let him rest without stopping him. When Xue Tong returned, Chen Feng said, I've cooked breakfast, do you want some? Xue Tong intended to decline, but when she saw the dishes on the table, she surrendered. Having a warm meal was rare, so Xue Tong was deeply moved. After eating to her satisfaction, Xue Tong then said, I'm leaving now, hope we meet again someday. Chen Feng didn't try to stop her, waving goodbye as their paths separated. Watching the car disappear in the morning sunlight marked the end of a brief meeting and departure, things he'd gone through many times before, feeling nothing special inside. After tidying up, seeing the fine weather, Chen Feng decided to call Chen Gun Gun out to bask in the sun. Upon opening the car door, the child was gone. Chen Feng. Having searched thoroughly inside the car with no result, Chen Feng quickly realized something possible and immediately got back in the car, speeding after the direction Shui Tong had gone. On the brightly lit road under the sun, the man yelled furiously out of the window, "Chen Gun Gun, get out of the car this instant." But the car carrying Gun Gun had already vanished from his sight, nowhere to be found. South Mountain Road near Wan City. A large convoy was making its way down the winding mountain road, and it had already taken a long time just to descend. After reaching the bottom, the leader stopped and announced they would set up camp there to rest. The vehicles found their positions to stop, and people gradually got out to busy themselves with setting up. The man sitting in the driver's seat wore a white medical robe, with glasses, exuding a gentle and elegant aura. Jiang Gang turned off the headlights and the engine, then asked the woman beside him, "Are you hungry?" The woman had a refined face, her eyes charming but her demeanor soft, a combination of an angel and a devil, contradictory yet mesmerizing. She truly deserved the title of someone blessed with the protagonist's glow. Su Jiao raised her gaze and gave Jiang Gang a bright smile, her voice sweet with a touch of coquettishness, "A little. I'll get you something to eat." Jiang Gang finished speaking and got out of the car. Su Jiao lowered the window and leaned out, looking outside. A tall figure approached, his features cold, but as soon as he saw Su Jiao, his expression softened instantly. "Mu Xian." Su Jiao greeted him with a laugh. "It must have been tiring for you, right? This time I'm going to find Brother Han, you didn't need to follow me." "It wasn't tiring." Mu Xian shook his head and handed over a chocolate bar. "Eat this to replenish your sugar levels." Su Jiao took it, peeled off the wrapper, and placed it in her mouth, so sweet. Mu Xian reached out to tuck the strands of hair scattered by the night wind behind her ear. Su Jiao smiled at him and asked, "Where are the people from Tunglong?" Mu Xian hesitated slightly before answering, "I don't know. I'll go take a look." Su Jiao prepared to get out of the car but was stopped by Mu Xian. "They're still setting up camp. You can go once everything is ready. The night air is strong, be careful not to catch a cold." "I won't catch a cold that easily," Su Jiao muttered, but she obediently stayed put. Their interaction was intimate and affectionate, and Su Jiao kept smiling at him while they talked. From afar, Jiang Gang returned with a rice ball, his expression unchanged when he saw this scene. He walked straight up and said, "Su Jiao, the Director General wants to see you for a moment. There's something to discuss with the people from Tunglong." "I'll go right away." Su Jiao immediately stepped out of the vehicle. Mu Xian glanced at Jiang Gang, hostility flashing in his eyes. Jiang Gang smiled faintly, completely ignoring it, and followed Su Jiao away. Together, they arrived at the center of the convoy, which was also the safest area under protection. Here, all facilities were already arranged. A large map lay on the table, with a dignified-looking middle-aged man studying it attentively. Beside him stood a young man in military uniform. There were two others seated casually on chairs. One, a boyishly round-faced youth, was yawning and rubbing his eyes, as if half asleep. The other seemed rather indifferent, absent-mindedly feeding sesame sticks to a girl dressed in a red cloak nearby. Feeling dissatisfied with his effort, the girl snatched the sesame sticks from him and stormed off. "My Yuanjin," she called out to the red-cloaked girl, "don't wander around." Just then, Su Jiao and her group arrived. She smiled at the girl in the red cloak, Xiao Hong. The girl directly ignored her and walked past. Su Jiao felt a bit awkward, touched her nose lightly, then looked at the few people around the table and curiously asked, "Where's Luo Haosha?" Chapter 059. Brother called us here because he's too tired and resting. Do Yang said, stifling a yawn. Jiang Gang looked at him, thinking, "You look even more exhausted. Is there any discomfort?" Su Jiao asked with concern. "I'll go check on him." "No, he'll be fine after a nap. Let's hear what the bureau has to say first." My Yuanjin interrupted. Director Lu remained calm, waiting until they were done before raising his head to speak gravely. "In the last battle with Zhao Mian, Xiaosha inflicted serious injuries on him. Is he really alright?" Everyone looked towards my Yuanjin. My Yuanjin shrugged nonchalantly, "He's jumping around like a spring chicken." "That's good." Director Lu nodded. "We've gathered today but haven't seen him come out yet, so I was a little worried." Do Yang added, "Don't worry, he's fine. Just hadn't rested well after staying up all night rushing to get here earlier. He's taking a rest now." Su Jiao turned to Director Lu and asked, "What does Director Lu want to discuss?" "It's about this time's mission of hunting down the zombie king, Zhao Mian." Director Lu pointed at the map as he began talking business. The conversation lasted neither too long nor too short, and everyone in front of the table earnestly discussed it. About half an hour later, it finally concluded. Director Lu packed away the map and said, "We'll reach Wn Cheng by tomorrow morning. Wn Cheng is our necessary base point. We need to take it back from the zombies first before proceeding further." Su Jiao and the others had no objections. As the meeting dispersed, my Yuanjin glanced at Su Jiao and said, "I heard that Ice Phoenix had a conflict with Bai Heng a few days ago in Wn Cheng and captured some people." Su Jiao replied disdainfully, "Bai Heng and I have never seen eye to eye. They've attacked my Ice Phoenix stronghold repeatedly. This time, they almost harmed Brother Han. There's no way I'm letting it slide." "There's been retaliation back and forth, with many casualties," my Yuanjin remarked calmly. "Do you have any plans on what to do next, Miss Su?" Su Jiao simply stated, "Revenge is a dish best served cold." She obviously didn't want to talk about it, quickly turning the subject to smile and say, "I should go see how Haosha is feeling. If he's unwell, let Jiang Gang examine him." Jiang Gang gently smiled when Su Jiao looked at him but stayed silent. Upon hearing her words, Do Young suddenly woke up, shaking his head fiercely to stop her. Miss Su, please don't bother him while he rests. Anyone disturbing him won't end well. Everyone knows my brother's temper. Once he gets angry, even Yuanjun can't handle him. My Yuanjun. Su Jiao bit her lower lip hesitantly. Mu Xian was always on Teng Long's side in such situations. He comforted Su Jiao, telling her to wait until tomorrow. Only then did Su Jiao reluctantly agree. When the group was about to leave, my Yuanjun said, Dr. Jiang, could you hold on for a moment? Xiao Hong got injured in a fall earlier, and would appreciate it if you check her out. Jiang Gang nodded and told Su Jiao, then I'll go over later. Su Jiao grabbed Jiang Gang's hand to warm it, saying, don't just care for others, take care of yourself as well. I know. Jiang Gang softly smiled. Su Jiao watched them leave dejectedly, quietly sighing as she returned to her camp disappointedly. The Ting Long campsite was slightly farther out, where a jeep parked beside the riverbank still had its lights on. The window was rolled down, and inside, someone was looking intently at the map in their hands. Suddenly, a rice ball was thrown through the window, catching Luo Haosh's attention as he tilted his head. He saw Jiang Gang outside with a contorted face, yelling, how much longer do I have to remain undercover? Do Yang held my Yuanjun's hand mimicking Su Jiao earlier and said, Jiang brother, make sure to take care of yourself. My Yuanjun shook off Do Yang's hand, laughing so hard tears nearly came out, while Jiang Gang wrestled both of them down, pressing their necks into the ground shouting, stop laughing. Luo Haosha put the map aside, picking up the rice ball thrown by Jiang Gang as he mocked, this is your own choice. You promised I could return after that one job. Jiang Gang angrily grabbed my Yuanjun, yelling, 3 years turned into another 3 years. How many more sets of 3 years are there going to be? My Yuanjun laughed helplessly, it's not like we're filming infernal affairs here. Get up. Be careful, or Ice Phoenix will see us. Let them see, let's all die together. I can't stand it anymore. Jiang Gang tried to grab my Yuanjun again, but my Yuanjun easily pinned him down again, shaking his shoulders slightly before getting up. Alright, when Zhao Mian dies, we'll bring you back. Jiang Gang lay sprawled on the ground, listlessly gazing at the night sky and muttered, killing Zhao Mian isn't so simple. We've already killed 2 zombie kings, you need to have some faith. Jiang Gang sighed, but this is Zhao Mian we're talking about. Remember when he was... Before he finished, my Yuanjun stepped on his abdomen, sharply causing him to cry out in pain mid-sentence. My Yuanjun exchanged glances with the person inside the car while Jiang Gang rolled his eyes in pain. Inside the car, the figure's expression remained indifferent. His distinct fingers were carefully unwrapping the rice ball at a leisurely pace. Do Yang cleared his throat and said, Brother, Ice Phoenix has no intention to release the captives. They are determined to eliminate Bai Heng entirely. The red-haired ones they captured might not have a good outcome. Luo Haosha unwrapped the rice ball but didn't eat it, instead wrapping it back up again and again. He said, tomorrow, find an opportunity to release them. I'll go with Jiang Gang, my Yuanjun said. Jiang Gang resignedly said, I'll find out where they're being held. Luo Haosha carelessly said, since they captured those 2, Shung Fu will definitely come over. She should be on her way. Release them and let Bai Heng and Ice Phoenix fight it out. Jiang Gang and my Yuanjun exchanged glances, simultaneously thinking how much more calculating and ruthless this guy had become. The Chijiao alliance set off toward Wen Cheng after resting enough during the night, arriving just as dawn broke. Xue Tong sped forward under the brilliant sunlight. She had a city map, but not one for beyond the city limits, including the various towns, which directly caused her to be delayed on the road for quite some time. After 99 trials and 81 difficulties, she finally found the right way to Wen Cheng. Looking at the city ahead, Xue Tong was almost moved to tears. Wen Cheng is an unrecaptured city. According to Chen Feng, the Chijiao alliance had only occupied 1/3 of it. The remaining 2/3 were all zombie zones. After entering the city, Xue Tong got out of the car, intending to find a zombie to use as an informant. However, she noticed something strange as soon as she exited. Going back inside the car and looking behind her, she froze in shock. What is Chen Gun doing in my car? Xue Tong was utterly confused as she looked at Chen Gun sleeping on the back seat. Chen Gun was still asleep. How can this kid sleep so soundly? Just as Xue Tong was feeling utterly baffled, a gunshot rang out, striking her car door. If it had been just a little further left, it would have killed her instantly. She immediately went to the back seat and picked up Chen Gun, ready to face the enemy, only to realize that she had been surrounded. Snipers from above, vehicles closing in from the ground, and fully armed people were encircling her. Someone shouted, "Put your hands up, Xue Tong." Well, great. She had unknowingly driven straight into the area occupied by Ice Phoenix. Xue Tong didn't resist, raising one hand while holding Chen Gun with the other and said, "I'm just passing through, really." The leader, a man wearing combat gear, with a buzz cut but an incredibly cool stance, squinted and examined Xue Tong, sneering, "Your car belongs to Ice Phoenix's operation in Shili Town." Xue Tong was surprised. They could even tell that. That makes her someone from Bai Heng. A person beside the buzzcut man said coldly, "Liang Kang said last night an unidentified woman helped Li Cheng's group. It must be her. Take her to Liang Kang for identification," the buzzcut man Han Fei said. Upon hearing their conversation, Xue Tong felt somewhat amused inside. So even Li Cheng's group got caught. She chuckled, then quickly realized that wasn't good either. Because she herself was also captured just moments after entering Wen Cheng. Seeing her smile, Han Fei frowned and asked, "Why are you smiling?" "No reason." Shui Tong suppressed her laughter, hugging Chen Gun and said, "You won't mistreat children, right? Only people like Bai Heng do such things," the person next to Han Fei mocked. Shui Tong shrugged, allowing the other party to point their guns at her and take her away. Han Fei saw her composed expression and furrowed his brow slightly. As he was about to speak, the radio at his side buzzed, transmitting a sweet female voice. "Han Gij, where are you?" Passing by Shui Tong happened to hear it and couldn't help but blink in surprise. The members of the Chijiao Alliance had already arrived in Wan Cheng. Su Jiao, after inspecting the base, began looking for her Han Fei brother. Now that Jiang Gang was free, he headed towards the building where Bai Heng's people were imprisoned. The detention place was located at the front line, possibly prone to zombie attacks, thus heavily guarded. Jiang Gang went there first to scout, encountering a group of people on his way back. They smiled and greeted him. "Dr. Jiang is here too." "Yes. What brings you here?" "Su Jiao is looking for Han Fei. I thought I'd see if he's around here." Han Fei just captured a Bai Heng woman. After hearing the walkie-talkie's voice, he returned. "Another one was captured. Yeah, these people are despicable. Last night, they even destroyed one of our small-town outpost." Jiang Gang was a bit surprised but patiently listened, making sure not to raise any suspicion. Once outside the building, he went to the agreed-upon spot and met Ma Yuenjin. "The prisoners are on the 4th floor. He handed the keys to Ma Yuenjin and said, "There are no guards on the 3rd floor in between, only the 1st and 4th floors have them." "Okay." Ma Yuenjin took the keys. "In a bit, I'll go up and delay them for you, and you decide what to do next," Jiang Gang said. Ma Yuenjin turned to Xiao Hong, who was standing next to him, and said, "You stay here. If Han Fei or Mu Xian comes with the key, you keep them busy so they can't go up." Xiao Hong nodded earnestly. Ma Yuenjin added, "Just distract them, no need to harm them fatally." Xiao Hong nodded again. Ma Yuenjin smiled and reached out to pat her head. Xiao Hong held out her hand to him. Ma Yuenjin. Such an ungrateful little Red Riding Hood. He resignedly pulled out some snacks for her. Jiang Gang looked suspiciously at the two of them and asked, "Are you sure she won't mess things up?" Ma Yuenjin placed a hat on Xiao Hong's head and proudly replied, "Definitely not." Jiang Gang said, "I think it's risky. If Mu Xian or Han Fei happened to bring snacks, it'd be even riskier." Ma Yuenjin scoffed, "She doesn't eat just anyone's snacks." Jiang Gang shrugged and followed the plan, re-entering the building. But as soon as he went in, he met Mu Xian. Talk about a bad start. Mu Xian looked at him and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Looking for Han Fei," Jiang Gang stiffly answered. "Why are you here?" Mu Xian walked upstairs and said, "I heard they captured a strong woman. I came to take a look." Jiang Gang frowned and stepped after him toward the upper floors. Inside the building, Shui Tong held Chen Gun, who was slowly waking up, and stared at Li Cheng, who was bound, both locking eyes awkwardly. The atmosphere was strange. Li Cheng trembled and said, "Why you? How did you end up here? And Gun, is the commander also involved?" "Misunderstanding. All misunderstandings." Shui Tong waved her hands frantically. "It's a long story." Chen Gun rubbed his eyes and said, "Dad." Shui Tong had a headache. "Put down the kid," one of Ice Phoenix's men demanded. Another said, "Inject her with the ability suppressant." As the person approached Shui Tong with the suppressant, Shui Tong suddenly turned her head and locked eyes with the person holding a gun pointed at her. Her charm ability activated, causing his gaze to lose focus, turning around and attacking the man holding the suppressant, knocking him unconscious with a single punch. Li Cheng and others. This was a deserted building, the whole floor open and spacious, indeed a good place for confinement. There were about 10 people detained in the room, all appearing to be well-built and able fighters. Shui Tong set down Chen Gun and untied Li Cheng while asking, "Were you all injected with the suppressant?" Li Cheng gratefully replied, "Yes, but our abilities are just temporarily blocked." Shui Tong thought for a moment and said, "I'll deal with the abilities, you handle the rest." "Got it." Li Cheng and others responded confidently. Shui Tong then pointed at Chen Gun and said, "Can any of you watch over him?" She hadn't finished speaking when Chen Gun burst into tears, hugging her leg and shouting, "Dad." Shui Tong. The guard outside the room hearing the child's cries opened the door and shouted, "Stop crying or I'll break your legs." Bang. The mesmerized guard shot at the door. Shui Tong. She lost control and yelled, "I didn't tell you to shoot." The gunshot alarmed others nearby, immediately escalating the tension. Li Cheng and his companions reacted quickly, grabbing guns and syringes to join the fight. The battle ignited instantly. With no choice, Shui Tong picked up Chen Gun and dashed out. She used several ability coupons. Green vines and fierce winds carved a path through the flames caused by explosions, shattering a row of windows on the 4th floor. Xiao Hong looked up from below without any expression. Jiang Gang, who had just arrived on the 4th floor, and Ma Yuenjin, still on the 3rd floor, was startled. "What's going on?" "Charge." Li Cheng and his group were extremely passionate. "Rescue our brothers. Enemy attack on building number 2. Enemy attack on building number 2. The Ice Phoenix members relayed the message through their radios. Han Fei, who was accompanying Su Jiao, furrowed his brow and immediately rushed to building number 2. Su Jiao said, "Brother Han, I'll come too." When the two were still on the way, building number 2 was already fiercely fighting. Shui Tong lived up to her word, taking most of the ability attacks herself to clear the way for Li Cheng and his group. They smoothly reached the room where the red-haired and green-haired captives were being held. Shui Tong avoided the fireballs flying at her and flipped into the room. Li Cheng shouted, "Red team, green team, we've come to save you." Xue Tong nearly burst out laughing, looking back. The red-haired and green-haired ones had just been freed, sleeves rolled up and ready for a huge brawl, but upon seeing Xue Tong's face, they froze abruptly. Old, elder. The red-haired one's face turned pale and he couldn't finish his words. The green-haired one mumbled, "Did the suppressant damage my brain, creating hallucinations? Take them down." More voices shouted from outside. As Xue Tong shot ice spikes from her hand, stopping a group of enemies, she handed Chen Gun to the red-haired one, saying, "What are you waiting for? Run, boss." The red-haired and green-haired ones were startled. "You're not dead. You freaking survived. Not dead. Take care of the kid. Hurry up and run." Xue Tong replied irritably. A thunderclap struck down as flashing lightning snakes lunged at Xue Tong, but she managed to evade it in time. However, the attack didn't cease, forcing her to retreat several meters until she jumped out through the window. Jiang Gang, standing in the corridor, was shocked by the person jumping out from the window. Xue Tong hadn't seen Jiang Gang. At this moment, her focus was entirely on the flickering lightning. This person was strong, incomparable to the previous soldiers. Mu Xian used the lightning attack to approach Xue Tong. As they engaged in close combat, Mu Xian unexpectedly discovered that his opponent was highly skilled, with every move fast and accurate. He hadn't heard of such an impressive figure in Baiheng. "What do you want?" Mu Xian asked gravely. "You don't know yet, you just attacked me," Xue Tong said. At that moment, Mu Xian's eyes glimmered blue, splashes of lightning temporarily blinding everyone. Mu Xian took advantage of the moment to choke Xue Tong, only to see fire and lightning collide, creating an explosion. The sudden eruption of fire energy saved her life, but the tremendous impact caused both Xue Tong and Mu Xian to fall from the window. Jiang Gang rushed to the window shouting, "Little Red." This was the 4th floor. Frost spread across the building, icy pillars shooting upwards gave them enough force to stabilize their fall. Jiang Gang was speechless at the sight. Saying that they wouldn't be discovered, this ability completely exposed themselves. Little Red's mission was to stop those who came out of the building, so ice spikes flew toward Xue Tong under her control. Sensing the approaching danger, Xue Tong retaliated with green vines. Both stopped their attacks the moment they recognized each other. Xue Tong paused when she saw Little Red, while Little Red stared at her blankly. Little Red stopped, but Mu Xian did not. He launched an attack while Xue Tong was dazed, thinking he would certainly deliver a fatal blow. But he was blocked by an ice pillar rising once again. Looking back, Xue Tong laughed. "Isn't it wrong to sneak attack?" Ma Yuanzhen, seeing the scene below from the 3rd floor window, was equally stunned. "Damn, is that Shung Xue Tong?" Little Red gestured at him and then pointed at Xue Tong, signaling him to come down and take a look. As Ma Yuanzhen descended using Little Red's ice pillars, Mu Xian attacked Xue Tong again. But this time, he froze before even getting close. Xue Tong's clear, bright eyes became seductive in an instant as she looked at Mu Xian and said softly, "Get lost." Mu Xian's thunderball expanded wildly, unable to be released, exploding directly and sending himself flying away. "Brother Mu." All the people inside the building ran out. Ice Phoenix members gathered around Mu Xian who had passed out, while Baiheng members rushed to Xue Tong. Su Jiao arrived just in time to witness this, furiously yelling, "Mu Xian." Hearing the voice, Xue Tong couldn't help but look up, only to face a towering water wall rushing towards her with an anger to devour everything. Yet she neither dodged nor fled, standing still as she watched Su Jiao. The water wall collapsed toward her but halted, solidifying into ice before it could reach her. This scene stunned all present, including Little Red who intended to intervene but paused. Ma Yuanzhen wanted to bury his earlier concerns along with the dog. How could anyone forget this woman has endless ability coupons? Xue Tong gazed at Su Jiao, knowing she faced the protagonist, but her heart remained unusually calm. Her subconscious desired a fight with the other side. Su Jiao wasn't calm, she was extremely angry. After a brief surprise, she raised her hand again, countering Xue Tong's power. The ice layer cracked, and the water forces trapped within surged forth, breaking free from the ice prison. Xue Tong still showed no signs of panic, even hinting a smile in her eyes. "Is this burst of water energy really still yours?" As the ice broke apart, 2 water dragons flew out and battled each other, tearing into each other. Shocked, Su Jiao thought, how could it split into 2? While Xue Tong focused on the water dragons, an unnoticed figure sneaked up behind her. Ma Yuanzhen shouted, "Behind you." Realizing it, Han Fei had already arrived in front of her with a fierce wind, wielding roaring flames in his palm. An arm reached around Xue Tong's shoulder, pulling her back a step into the warmth of a solid chest. She froze due to the familiar aura. The howling fire dragon pushed Han Fei back, dispersing into stars that rained down and dissolved the battling water dragons. Xue Tong felt the cold hand gripping her shoulder. When the starry sparks faded, Xue Tong turned around and noticed Han Fei's pale complexion. A faint trace of regret flashed through her eyes. "Brother Han." Su Jiao quickly supported Han Fei and glared at Luo Haoshao as she asked angrily, "Haoshao, what did you do?" Luo Haoshao ignored her, instead looking down at the person he held close in his arms and smiled softly. "You're not dead," he murmured quietly. The soft yet icy tone sent shivers down anyone's spine. Xue Tong tried to turn around to look at him but was restrained, so she opened her mouth slightly wanting to say something. However, before she could, a loud cry interrupted her. Chen Gun was screaming for his mother. At that moment, everyone's focus had been on Luo Haoshao, thus losing track of Chen Gun. Chen Gun ran crying toward Xue Tong, clinging onto her leg while sobbing and alternately shouting dad and mom. Such a sight caused quite an uproar. Ma Yuanjin and Jiang Gang were both confused again. Jiang Gang asked, "What is he calling?" Ma Yuanjin said, "Ma?" The red-haired one and the green-haired one exchanged looks and exclaimed simultaneously, "Am I hallucinating again?" Xue Tong remained silent for a moment. "It's over." Her shoulder hurt so much. This guy misunderstood everything. Chapter 060. Xue Tong did not hesitate and immediately said, "It's not me. I didn't. I don't know who his mom is." This was the truth. She couldn't see Luo Haosha's expression but could confirm from the forcefulness of his grip on her shoulder that this person was very upset right now. Xue Tong glanced around, looking towards Bai Heng and others, and called out to Li Cheng who looked confused, "Li Cheng." Li Cheng woke up as if from a dream, subconsciously raising his hand and saying, I will testify. Gun Gun is really not her son. I'll testify too. Gun Gun is the leader's son. He has nothing to do with her. It's true. That's right. By the way, where's the leader? See, it's really not me. Xue Tong looked down at Chen Gun Gun by her feet and softly said, "Gun Gun, you go play with Uncle Li for a while. Your dad is definitely on the way to find you." Chen Gun Gun sobbed, and Xue Tong's eyes indicated for Li Cheng to take him away. Just as Li Cheng was about to come over, Luo Haosha said, "Do Yang, take this child back." Xue Tong froze. Do Yang quickly came over and carried Chen Gun Gun away, quietly saying to Xue Tong during the process, "Sister-in-law, farewell, take care." Xue Tong. "It's really not my son," Xue Tong said, "He's Chen Feng's son. He has nothing to do with me. We've only known each other for 2 days. You don't need to worry, I won't do anything to a child." Luo Haosha mocked, "We can talk about our connection later, you can think of another excuse along the way." Xue Tong felt a heaviness in her heart. Luo Haosha let go, but a ring of thunder lines bound her hands, the faint crackling sound preventing others from touching her. Xue Tong turned back to look at him, but Luo Haosha walked to her front, leaving only a slim and upright figure facing her. Luo Haosha protected her behind him and looked ahead at Su Jiao who angrily said, "She hurt so many of my Ice Phoenix people. There is no way I can let you take her away just like that. That's unfortunate. She also hurt people on my side." Luo Haosha narrowed his eyes, a hint of mockery in his clear voice. "I caught her. What do you plan to do?" Xue Tong had just been under dark clouds drenched by rain, but seeing Luo Haosha's attitude towards Su Jiao, it instantly turned sunny. Su Jiao said, "Who did she hurt on your side?" Luo Haosha looked at Ma Yuanjin next to him. Ma Yuanjin hurriedly smeared some black charcoal on Little Red's face and declared earnestly, "Look. Her makeup was all messed up by her punches." Little Red allowed him to say nonsense and only blinked curiously as she observed Xue Tong. Su Jiao was fuming inside. "Were your people's makeup messed up?" "My people were beaten unconscious with bloody injuries. She hurt Mu Xian. I will never forgive her." Strong winds surrounded Su Jiao, preparing to snatch Xue Tong. Luo Haosha, with his hands in his pockets, slightly tilted his head and said, "Try." His posture was upright, his legs long, his presence dominating, and he stood there becoming a breathtaking sight. Xue Tong blinked watching, and even just his silhouette made her heart race, inwardly sighing, "How could the person I like be this handsome?" The two faced each other, fierce winds clashed with fierce flames, and their powerful auras forced others to instinctively retreat. Ma Yuanjin stepped forward to mediate. "Miss Su, since we captured her, we must question her first. Why don't you check on Mu Xian's condition first and then settle accounts later?" "Shut up. It's obvious you're going to protect her." Su Jiao directly attacked, breaking wind sounds roaring. Ma Yuanjin raised an eyebrow, and Little Red beside him waved her hand to intercept with an ice wall. Frost spread on the ground, attacking toward Su Jiao and her group. Han Fei blocked in front of Su Jiao, exchanging blows with Little Red. As several top figures started fighting, others naturally backed away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Xue Tong blinked watching the fight start. Just when the battle began, everyone saw Su Jiao's water wall pierced through by a suddenly emerging green snake. The snake opened its sharp mouth and bit toward Su Jiao. Su Jiao deflected it with light, causing the snake to split into 2 leaves and fall. A green vine surged like a huge python, sweeping across the street and separated those fighting into different clusters. Su Jiao tangled with the green snake, swiftly retreating to avoid the attack, landing on the green vine. She looked up and frowned at the person walking on the vine. "It's you." The delicate woman standing on the huge leaf of the green vine was elegantly dressed, stepping in high heels to the ground. Shung Fu played with the gun in her hand and looked at Su Jiao, coldly saying, "Shorty, you dare to detain my people, want to become shorter again?" Su Jiao was almost crying out loud, "You are the shorty. If you're brave enough, stop wearing high heels. You'd still be shorter than me without heels." Shung Fu sneered. Xue Tong looked at Shung Fu, who had made a stylish entrance, and blinked. All the people she wanted to see were now here. "Sister." The redhead and the one with green hair were delighted to see Shung Fu and pointed at Xue Tong, shouting, "Look, boss didn't die. She's alive." Shung Fu slightly frowned and followed the direction the redhead pointed at, seeing Xue Tong standing behind Luo Haosha, her hands bound by lightning threads. Xue Tong smiled at her. "Sis." Familiar face and voice alike, Shung Fu was stunned on the spot. Suddenly, tears welled up in Shung Fu's eyes. Just as she was about to take an excited step forward, Luo Haosha blocked her. As their gazes met, Shung Fu became angry and threw a few leaves which turned into green snakes hissing toward Luo Haosha. Su Jiao attacked simultaneously, so Shung Fu engaged with her. "So this is your sister. I knew you were all working together." No one is leaving today, Su Jiao said angrily. Shung Fu broke away from Su Jiao and turned to Luo Haoshe, saying, "Get out of my sister's way." Luo Haoshe didn't say anything but lazily lifted an eyelid. Psi energy exploded everywhere, and the battle with the added Shung Fu created devastating AoE damage, forcing onlookers to retreat even further. Xue Tong watched everyone fighting and was speechless. Unaware bystanders stared in shock at Xue Tong. What kind of goddess was this woman to make three big powers fight over her? Stop fighting first and let's talk properly. Xue Tong saw the thick green vine swing toward Luo Haoshe, large enough to flatten him completely, causing her heart to beat wildly. "Sis, don't hit him so hard. Shung Fu." She unhappily withdrew the green vine aimed at Luo Haoshe, just as she was about to go over, when Su Jiao said behind her, "Old lady, stop right there." The redhead and the one with green hair couldn't help but gasp audibly upon hearing this. "They're doomed." Shung Fu stopped her steps, her temple lightly twitching. She immediately turned back and started attacking Su Jiao. Once these two focused on each other, no one interfered with Luo Haoshe anymore. He took the opportunity and led Xue Tong away with the lightning threads. By the time Shung Fu and Su Jiao noticed, the two were already gone. Xue Tong was taken back to the Tunglong base by Luo Haoshe. The weather was great that day, sunny with clear blue skies, like a painting. On such a beautiful day, something good should happen. Such as lovers reuniting, family meetings, clearing misunderstandings, and reconciling. But alas, things didn't go as planned. The base was located in a university in this city. Xue Tong sat by the window of a third-floor classroom as soft golden sunlight streamed in, bathing the man in front of the table in light, making him seem even more aloof and cold. The view outside the window was breathtaking. Beneath the overlapping ginkgo trees lay a spacious playground and football field. Sunlight filtered through the branches and gaps, resembling heavenly light pouring down. But Xue Tong didn't have the mind to admire such beautiful scenery for the moment. Her hands were bound by the lightning threads, emitting crackling sounds when she struggled. Flashes of lightning hurt so much that she didn't dare move recklessly. Xue Tong had been hit by the thunderball during her previous battle with Mu Xian, leaving a few streaks of dirt on her face. Rolling around on the rough corridor floor also skinned her knees and elbows. Though she looked a bit disheveled, her eyes shone brightly as they fixed intently on the person opposite her at the table. Luo Haoshe, older by a few years, didn't appear worldly wise. The introversion he once had now transformed into an outward confidence. His brows slightly arched, with a smirk resembling mockery hanging at the corners of his eyes. He glanced over Xue Tong's wounds with a leisurely manner. "How did you survive?" Luo Haoshe asked indifferently. His half-closed eyes carried a hint of scrutiny. Xue Tong anticipated his attitude and questioning but wasn't overly saddened. She answered calmly, "The stab you gave me that day, though deep and fatal, left me alive because of pure luck." She intentionally brought up that knife wound, but Luo Haoshe's eyes showed no sign of emotion. Luo Haoshe sarcastically remarked, "It must have been my mistake then, not using full force when I stabbed you." Xue Tong steadied herself again and said, "Zhao Mian thought I wouldn't survive either, so he told you guys I was dead. Did you think I would believe Zhao Mian's words?" Luo Haoshe lightly tapped the desk with his fingers, creating a dull, low sound. "I've been looking for you for 4 years. For those 4 years, I was trapped in an illusion by him, that's why you couldn't find me." Xue Tong looked up at him. "I managed to break free only 3 days ago." Luo Haoshe asked, "Did he let you go?" Xue Tong replied, "I killed him." Her tone was calm as she concealed all danger and unwillingness within. Luo Haoshe leaned against the back of the chair watching her. He straightened up, leaned forward, and lightly wiped the remaining dirt off her face with the hand resting on the desk. He said slowly and mockingly, word by word, "So you really are something." Though there was none of the previous sarcasm in his tone, neither did it convey an ounce of concern or pity. Xue Tong tried to steady her mindset, but her breathing became slightly erratic. She gritted her teeth and said, "When I entered your illusion back then, it was to save you, which is why I said those things to provoke you into killing me." Luo Haoshe indifferently hummed in response, the warmth of his fingertips lightly brushing against the corner of her lips before trailing down her cheek. His gaze moved upward, meeting her bright eyes. "I knew it was an illusion. Zhao Mian intentionally goaded us, and he succeeded," Luo Haoshe said. "Thanks to that illusion, I realized how you went to great lengths to make me fall in love with you only to later figure out ways to leave me. You think, wasn't that kind of cruel?" Xue Tong looked at him in shock as Luo Haoshe gently wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, sneering, "Why are you crying?" "That was cruel to me, not to you." Xue Tong murmured, "That's not what I intended." Luo Haoshe narrowed his eyes slightly, leaning back against the desk, watching her with a half-smirk laced with malice. "So this time you're here to trick me for a third time? Then give it your best shot." Xue Tong blinked, and tears uncontrollably spilled down her cheeks. Luo Haoshe lazily asked, "Why are you crying?" "Because I came too late, letting you turn into this person now." With some difficulty, Xue Tong, feeling somewhat wronged, said, "You don't believe me." Luo Haoshe chuckled softly. "You've deceived me so many times, each time nearly fatal, yet you expect me to still believe you." Luo Haoshe jeered, "Shung Xuetong, have you ever heard of the boy who cried wolf?" Xue Tong clenched her teeth and continued, "I know whatever I say now, you'll think it's a lie. But I swear, everything I said before going to Wei-Eating Mountain was true. I never planned to betray you again. I always wanted to find you sooner, but I couldn't escape the illusion. The moment I got out, I wanted to explain everything to you. She paused midway because Luo Haoshe was simply staring at her silently, his expression indifferent and utterly unconcerned with her explanation. Xue Tong had imagined encountering Luo Haoshe again, how he would undoubtedly treat her coldly, refusing to believe her words. But even in all her imagining, she had underestimated her ability to bear this reality. Go on, Luo Haoshe arched an eyebrow and said lazily, I have all day to listen to your explanations. You. Xue Tong felt both anger and heartache as she tearfully looked at Luo Haoshe and said, I love you. Luo Haoshe momentarily froze, but only for an instant. How old is that child? He asked. He's 4 this year, and he has nothing to do with me. Xue Tong exclaimed in a mix of frustration and exasperation, his Chen Feng's son. He must have been on his way to look for Chen Gungun. Li Cheng and the others can vouch for this. Is that so? Luo Haoshe tilted his head slightly and looked at her with a smile. If he's unrelated to you, then it's easy to handle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it through today. Xue Tong was speechless. The man before her had indeed changed. From the formerly quiet and reserved little wretch, he had become a ruthless demon king. Chapter 061. Xue Tong and Luo Haoshe spent the whole day by the classroom window, from the pale golden sunlight to the fading sunset, then night fell, and the lights on the playground outside the window lit up. No one dared to come and disturb them, even those who tried were stopped by others. A small cluster of firelight burned on their desks, dispelling the darkness and bringing a bit of warmth. In fact, later it was mostly Luo Haoshe asking questions and Xue Tong answering, but he seemed to just ask casually when something came to mind. For Xue Tong's questions, he at most gave a mocking laugh and answered according to his mood. Luo Haoshe leaned against the back desk, his expression faintly looking out of the window. Xue Tong spent the afternoon watching his eyes reflecting the dawn and the golden ginkgos, the flickering lights outside the window, and the mist in the night, but there was no trace of herself. The gap between the two couldn't be bridged with just a few words. Luo Haoshe had been scared stiff by her lies and found it hard to trust her again. And he was no longer the pitiful and humble boy he used to be. Xue Tong carefully looked at the person in front of her and realized how much he had changed. Back then, when he was silent, his face was solemn, and occasionally his faint glance toward others was restrained and gentle. But the person in front of her now, when silent, carried a touch of mockery in his handsome eyes and brows, looking down on all things with an arrogant demeanor, yet also emanating a cold aloofness that kept people at a distance. Luo Haoshe glanced at Xue Tong and saw her looking at him, so he opened his mouth lazily. Nothing more to say? Xue Tong shook her head. Part of this world was still unfolding according to the storyline. Even though Luo Haoshe didn't fall in love with Su Jiao, he had become like the character in the original story. I'll take time to prove it to you, Xue Tong said earnestly. Luo Haoshe let out a low chuckle from his throat. He rested his chin on one hand and looked at her lazily. Prove what? Xue Tong said, that I love you. Love me? You can't afford it. You'd better not love me. Every time I hear you say that now, I feel sorry for myself. Luo Haoshe laughed lightly. Why did I behave so humbly in front of you before, making myself look like a fool? Now just thinking about it makes me feel sick and awkward. I advise you not to make me remember the past, or I don't know what I might do. As he said the latter part, a hint of ruthlessness could be heard in his cool voice, making one's heart tremble. Xue Tong quietly looked at him and said softly, you can do whatever you want to me. Even if you stab me again, I won't resist. Luo Haoshe snorted, don't cry out in pain when it happens. Xue Tong smiled at him, it will surely hurt a lot, but as long as you're happy, that's fine. Luo Haoshe looked at the smile on the face in front of him, which was pure and gentle. Each time, he was lost in the warmth this woman showed towards him, making memories surge even more strongly, contrasting starkly and making him even more embarrassed. He felt slightly irritable in his heart, his features instantly becoming colder. Yet his words were not overly harsh. Shung Xuetong, if you dare to smile again, I'll gouge out your eyes. The laughter in Xue Tong's eyes remained. Fine, gouge them out if you like. Tiny green vines crawled up her neck and reached near her eye sockets. The slender leaves lightly swayed in front of her eyes before lunging toward them. Xue Tong sat quietly without dodging. Luo Haoshe watched coldly. Just as the leaves were about to pierce her, the glass window suddenly shattered. Green vines burst through the window, forming a circle around Xue Tong to protect her. On the giant green vine leaf, Shung Fu angrily shouted, Luo Haoshe. Luo Haoshe frowned slightly and looked up. The little flame on the table flared high with a whoosh, transforming into a small dragon that swallowed all the flying leaves. Xue Tong was surprised to see Shung Fu break through the window. She wore slim black high heels, stepped onto the table, and with a bit of force, the table broke into 2 halves. Shung Fu grabbed the green vine around Xue Tong's neck and threw it to the ground, standing in front of her to protect her, furious. Green vines swept toward Luo Haoshe like a huge python, but he remained unmoved, sitting fearlessly on the chair. The small fire dragon flicked its tail and slapped the green vine back. Hey, stop fighting first. Xue Tong hurriedly called out, let's talk nicely. Shung Fu angrily said, Luo Haoshe, what right do you have to hurt her and injure her eyes? Luo Haoshe slightly raised an eyebrow and said lazily, you can see from so far away, sister, good eyesight indeed. This slow and mocking remark poured oil on the fire for Shung Fu. You killed her once, don't think you can kill her again under my nose. Shung Fu pulled Xue Tong's hand and said, let's go, Xue Tong, sis. The fire dragon suddenly grew larger, occupying 2/3 of the classroom space. Its long body and tail blocked the window and door, its head towering high as it glared down at both of them from behind its master. Luo Haosha stood up from the chair, his sharp gaze looking at them. The person I brought back, you think you can just take away? You secretly snatched her away when neither me nor that little dwarf were paying attention. Shung Fu also gave him a cold glare. She's my sister. What right do you, an outsider, have to keep her? Xue Tong helplessly said, sis, calm down first, let's talk. Let's talk after you move far away from this guy. Shung Fu pulled her towards the door, ignoring the threat of the fire dragon, using the green vines to clear the way. Seeing Xue Tong actually following Shung Fu, Luo Haosha's eyes darkened with intensity, and he spoke grimly. Shung Xuetong, who was it earlier that said they loved me and wanted to prove it to me? Xue Tong stopped and turned back to look, while Shung Fu also turned around, more infuriated. I don't agree with this marriage proposal. You're dreaming if you think otherwise. Try laying a finger on her again in front of me. Xue Tong. While she pulled Shung Fu, she said to Luo Haosha, I'll come back after chatting with sis for a bit. Luo Haosha retorted angrily, did you ever return after saying you would? Xue Tong bitterly smiled and said, this time, I'm really not leaving. Luo Haosha angrily interrupted, wasn't that what you always used to say? Shung Fu could no longer contain herself. Releasing Zhao Xue, she flicked her hand and directed the green vine straight at Luo Haosha, shouting, where she wants to go is none of your business. The two started fighting again. Xue Tong. Standing at the center of the storm, green vines and the fire dragon darted back and forth in front of her. Occasionally falling leaves and clusters of flames would drop onto her hair and clothes, almost igniting her hair. Xue Tong took a deep breath, breaking free from the electric chain wrapped around her hand, and slapped the table hard. Flashes of lightning illuminated the room, making a sound that repelled both the attacking fire dragon and green vines. Both of you stop. Stop fighting. Xue Tong exclaimed angrily, I'm not going anywhere, I just want to say 2 sentences. Shung Fu, startled by the green vines flung off by the lightning, glanced at Xue Tong. She didn't know Xue Tong had killed Zhao Mian and inherited the powers of the Corpse King, but was surprised by something familiar in the energy of the lightning. Instead, Luo Haosha, giving a disdainful glance, remarked coldly, if you want to talk, we'll talk here. Why should we? Shung Fu protested. Luo Haosha inclined his head towards Xue Tong and, with a touch of malevolence in his eyes, replied, if she goes out of my sight, I'll kill her. Well then, let's talk here, I'm not leaving, Xue Tong softly answered. Enraged, Shung Fu glared sharply at Xue Tong, with me here, why are you afraid? I can take you away, he won't be able to stop us. Leaning against the lectern, Luo Haosha sneered, without even lifting a finger, there will be plenty of people from the Ice Phoenix side ready to block you. You. Before Shung Fu could continue her argument, she was held back by Xue Tong pulling her sleeve. With a gentle smile, Xue Tong looked at Shung Fu and said, sis, seeing how well you are now, I finally feel a lot better. Shung Fu was taken aback, only now turning back to look at Xue Tong, whose bright eyes reflected her face, stirring feelings of sorrow within her. Gently stroking her younger sister's head, she said, I truly thought you were dead. I failed to protect you, dragging you into trouble, I've always felt very guilty. Not true, it's just that I lacked the strength to break free from the illusion. Xue Tong explained. Trapped in an illusion? Shung Fu frowned, revealing a fierce killing intent in her eyes. Is that Zhao Mian's doing? Xue Tong briefly explained the situation, causing Shung Fu to remark icily, he dared to lie to me, telling me you'd been killed in the illusion by Luo Haosha, yet trapped you for so long. That despicable man. Glancing once again at Luo Haosha standing idly by the lectern, she couldn't help but growl, stay away from us. Don't eavesdrop. Luo Haosha lazily lifted his eyelids and lightly snorted. As he refused to move, Shung Fu took Xue Tong to the last row. After taking a deep breath, Shung Fu whispered to Xue Tong, he's changed a lot, not the Luo Haosha he used to be. Don't fall for him anymore. Luo Haosha mocked, move further away, why don't you go next door? Maybe through a wall, you might not hear anything. Shung Fu. Her eyes twitched slightly, patience wearing thin rapidly. Xue Tong raised her hand to pinch her temple, her expression full of helplessness. Sis. Determined to change the topic, Xue Tong hesitantly began, Zhao Mian, he's dead. Startled, Shung Fu asked, dead? Xue Tong nodded and informed her of how she managed to escape. After a moment of silence, Shung Fu asked, where did he die? Where's his body? Looking somewhat troubled, Xue Tong said, in the mountains. But by now, wolves have probably eaten everything but the bones. Sis, do you want to go see him? Frowning, Shung Fu asked strangely, why would I look at that bastard? If his corpse was intact, I'd have ground his bones to dust and scattered them. Xue Tong. I see. He was one of the 5 great corpse kings. He captured me back then because he wanted to use me to continue his lineage. So, he gave me part of his power, which is why I could escape from him. Shung Fu said with a scornful expression. He really thought I was just some weak flower he could do whatever he wanted with. But you. Shung Fu reached out and gently caressed her face tenderly, saying, after all this torture by him, he truly died too easily. Xue Tong shook her head and then heard Shung Fu say as she glanced at Luo Haosha, you finally returned after such difficulty, and he treated you like this. Luo Haosha, if it wasn't for Xue Tong going into the illusionary realm to save you back then, there's no telling whether you would have been able to come out. Luo Haosha looked up at the two, his voice hoarse but lazy as he said, sister, what are you talking about? I've always been very grateful to her for coming in. Otherwise, how would I have known that she once told you, with time, even raising a dog should evoke feelings, yet towards people, there's none. But it seems she prefers feeding someone else's true feelings to the dog's. Shung Fu and Xue Tong both froze. Zhao Mian deliberately manipulated you. Shung Fu frowned and said, his goal was to drive a wedge between the two of you. Luo Haosha stared intently at Xue Tong, a smile on his face despite the coldness in his voice. Who doesn't know Zhao Mian was doing this intentionally? But so was she. She took my genuine feelings and fed them to the dogs, not once or twice, but repeatedly over and over again. Xue Tong finally understood the meaning of hurting an enemy while also wounding herself. If only she hadn't killed Zhao Mian but instead forced him to confess everything in front of Luo Haosha, that all the words in the illusory realm were fabricated by him, and nothing about the dog or humans had ever been mentioned. Luo Haosha harbored both hatred and resentment toward her. Had it been immediately after leaving the illusory realm, things might have been easier to resolve. But over these 4 years, every day and night had plunged him into the pain of feeling betrayed and abandoned. Perhaps he still loved, but he could no longer accept having his heart trampled upon cruelly by the person he once cherished. Chapter 062. Xue Tong completely understood Luo Haosha's current mindset. But Shung Fu couldn't. She immediately slammed her hand on the table and angrily said, "You shut up. Xue Tong, let's go." The fire dragon behind Luo Haosha instantly raised its head, ready to attack. Xue Tong pulled Shung Fu's hand. "Don't be angry, sister. I used to treat him badly." "Did you treat him badly? You already let him kill you once in an illusion, and it still counts as bad." Shung Fu turned around and glared at her. Xue Tong lightly twitched the corner of her mouth. Speaking of which, she had also killed Luo Haosha. Back then, she pushed him into a zombie pile, leading to his death. Originally, there was no way for her to redeem herself, but little did she know that Luo Haosha loved her so much that he could let go of that hatred. The two were intertwined. Even if they sacrificed their own lives, they would protect each other, yet because of those secrets that couldn't be told, they became like this now. Xue Tong couldn't tell Luo Haosha about the system's existence. She could only find a way for him to drop his cold facade and make him believe in her again. It wasn't that Luo Haosha didn't love her anymore, it was more like he was afraid. Afraid that Xue Tong would deceive him again and leave him. A steady pace of footsteps echoed from the door. Under the illumination of the lights, the classroom door opened, and my Yuanjin poked his head inside and helplessly said, "Are you guys fighting again?" Shung Fu snorted, standing in front of Xue Tong to guard her while glaring at Luo Haosha. Luo Haosha stood leaning against the podium with both hands in his pockets, looking indifferent. "Let's take a break. Su Jiao is still mad. If she sees you two fighting, she will definitely lose control." My Yuanjin glanced at Xue Tong in the back of the classroom, giving her a meaningful look. "Director Lu called you over to clear things up. If there's no resolution, I fear Bing Feng really will fight with us. If they want to fight, let them. I've disliked that little shorty for a long time," Shung Fu sneered. "Sister, if you keep fighting like this, can we still save WN Cheng? Can we rescue those girls who were taken captive?" My Yuanjin threw up his hands. Everyone else is waiting to save their loved ones and friends. What are we doing by fighting amongst ourselves? Who said us? That's your Seven Corners business. Bing Feng captured my Bai Hung people, and I haven't even settled the score with her yet. Shung Fu replied, "If you're scared of that shorty, I'm not." My Yuanjin frowned. "Who says we're scared of Bing Feng?" Luo Haosha straightened up, glanced at Xue Tong, and said, "Let's go." Xue Tong nodded and stood up, but was stopped by Shung Fu. "Where are you going? Why listen to him? Are you just going to hand Xue Tong over to Bing Feng at Director Lu's place? Don't even think about it, Luo Haosha." Luo Haosha's eyes fixed on Xue Tong as he darkly muttered, "I'll deal with my person. It's none of anyone else's business." Xue Tong gazed at him earnestly. "Your person? What person? Just shut up." Shung Fu fumed. My Yuanjin interjected, trying to smooth things over. "Sister, stop. Let these two young lovers solve their own problems. Why don't you join Seven Corners this time instead? That way, after dealing with the zombies, they won't come after you first." Shung Fu disdainfully spat out, "Get lost. There's no way I'll collude with the likes of you." After saying this, she felt something was off and became angrier, slightly twitching her forehead. "What lovers? We've broken up. If you say it again, I'll hit you." My Yuanjin looked bewildered. "Ah? Broke up?" Xue Tong hurriedly said, No, we didn't break up. Sister, he's right. I'll handle this myself." Shung Fu frowned deeply. "Shung Xuexiao." Xue Tong consoled her. "Sister, don't worry. No one can beat me, truly." Shung Fu felt both anger and helplessness. Despite her hundredfold unwillingness, she couldn't stop Xue Tong from walking toward Luo Haosha. Luo Haosha directly grabbed her hand and walked away with her. "What attitude is this?" Shung Fu was about to explode when my Yuanjin held her back and tried to reason with her. "Hey, sister, relax. He may be tough with words, but his heart is soft. He wouldn't dare to harm her. If he could let go, they would have split a long time ago. Didn't Director Lu also invite your sister along this time?" In the meeting room, many people had already sat at the long table. Director Lu, seated at the head, looked serious with slightly furrowed brows, as though deep in thought. On his left was Su Jiao, her face red with rage. Arms crossed, she occasionally looked toward the entrance. Jiang Gang and Han Fei beside her were quietly conversing, occasionally glancing at the group of Tunglong members walking across from them. The meeting room's door was pushed open, and Luo Haosha, with an expressionless face, brought Xue Tong, who seemed somewhat curious, inside. In an instant, all eyes fell upon the two of them. Xue Tong saw many familiar faces as well as some new ones. Her gaze swept past Su Jia, paused briefly on Jiang Gang's face, and continued downward, stopping when she spotted someone and froze. This. How is he here? The other person noticed her as well, and for a few brief seconds, he looked at Xue Tong with complicated eyes as she sat down. This man was none other than Chen Urge, who had betrayed them in the past. Now upon meeting again, it turned out that he had become one of the key members of Bing Feng's base. Xue Tong finally understood why Luo Haoshe disliked Su Jia so much. Little Shi, I know the reason for the fight this afternoon at building number 2. It was a personal feud between your bases which I should not interfere with. You deal with it yourselves. Director Lu was direct. However, our trip to WN Cheng this time has an important mission. Regardless of your disputes, the rescue operation must not be delayed. Shung Fu sat quietly at the end, sneering silently. Su Jia glanced over at Luo Haoshe, dissatisfied. You detained people from Bai Heng, and now you've detained this woman as well. What exactly do you plan to do, big brother Haoshe? There was a trace of wronged feeling at the end of her sentence. Annoyed, Xue Tong glared at her. What big brother? Big brother Haoshe? Don't be shameless. Luo Haoshe lazily raised his eyes. Those I've detained are all my people. What can you do about it? How are they your people? Su Jia protested angrily. They belong to Bai Heng, and we were the ones who captured them. Didn't they get released earlier? Asked Luo Haoshe. And then, weren't they recaptured by someone? By us, said my Yuanjin. Su Jia's eyes widened. How could anyone be so shamelessly brazen? Han Fei beside her coldly interjected, from what I see, your Tunglong group was just here for a rescue mission. Your relationship with Bai Heng is unclear. It seems like you colluded intentionally to target us at Bing Feng. What makes you worth me targeting intentionally? Luo Haoshe coolly retorted, looking him up and down derisively. Our issues with Bai Heng are known by everyone present. Why are you favoring Bai Heng now? Han Fei questioned harshly. Luo Haoshe responded lightly, favoring? Favoring whom? Su Jia humphed and pointed at Xue Tong. That woman from Bai Heng forcefully broke into our Bing Feng base and injured Mu Xian. Xue Tong couldn't help but protest. Hey, he started attacking me without saying anything when we met. Luo Haoshe lazily raised an eyelid. Who said she's from Bai Heng? Stunned, Su Jia frowned at him. What do you mean? She's mine, said Luo Haoshe, casting her a side glance. My girlfriend. Su Jia. Xue Tong also froze. Almost everyone in the room looked toward Luo Haoshe, astonishment written across their faces. What did you say? Who is she to you? Su Jia asked incredulously. Word by word, Luo Haoshe stated clearly, my girl friend. Su Jia involuntarily glanced at Xue Tong, discovering her unable to hide her joy, smiling happily and almost pouncing on the man next to her to show her affection. You're deceiving me. Su Jia exploded in anger and frustration. If she's part of Tunglong, then if you lay a hand on her, you'll have to fight me, said Luo Haoshe, sitting on the chair and lazily raising his gaze to meet Su Jia as she stood up, furious. I'm ready to accompany you. Shung Fu rolled her eyes at this scene, though she didn't stand up to expose him. Han Fei spoke coldly. Don't think we won't dare. Luo Haoshe raised an eyebrow. You don't dare. When Han Fei flipped the table in rage, Luo Haoshe glanced at Director Lu. She killed Zhao Mian. If you insist on moving against her, you'll never find out about the next zombie king. Su Jia froze. Director Lu focused his eyes on Xue Tong, asking, did you kill Zhao Mian? Xue Tong nodded, her gentle and obedient smile appearing very agreeable. Next, Director Lu dismissed most people, leaving only a few key members behind. He inquired about how Xue Tong killed Zhao Mian, and she briefly explained, even using the main mental abilities inherited from Zhao Mian's powers to dispel their suspicions. Su Jia sat there sulkily, coldly glaring at Xue Tong across from her and saying, I already thought you were strong before. It turns out it's because you consumed the core of a zombie king. Xue Tong said, I was strong even before I consumed his core. Su Jia looked at her, obviously disbelieving. Jiang Gang, however, unconsciously nodded. Director Lu said, in that case, this no longer counts as a private conflict between your bases. Su Jia complained unhappily. Director Lu. I live for one purpose, to exterminate all zombies and take back our world, Director Lu solemnly said. For this, I will pay any price. You all know my way of doing things. Su Jia bit her lip and sniffed. Luo Haoshe listened with an indifferent expression, showing no significant fluctuation in emotion. Director Lu looked at Xue Tong and said, the 5 zombie kings each have their own main inheritance ability. Previously, the water and thunder zombie kings were slain by Su Jia and Luo Haoshe. Now Zhao Mian of the mental system has died at your hands too. So what about the information on the next zombie king? Xue Tong met his gaze and blinked, asking in return, what is it? Director Lu. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room became slightly awkward. Luo Haoshe turned to look at her, and Xue Tong looked back with an expression of bewilderment. Su Jia couldn't help but laugh out loud, yet there was a cold edge in her tone. So, you've been fooling us with talk for half the day? My Yuanjin lowered his voice and explained to her, the person who swallows a zombie king's crystal core will gain knowledge about the next zombie king. At this, Xue Tong finally understood and exclaimed softly, but then frowned, saying, I haven't discovered anything. Director Lu's expression became inscrutable as he remarked, you haven't discovered anything? So the zombie king you killed was fake, and you've been deceiving us? Su Jia pressed. Not fake. Xue Tong was certain, but she truly hadn't received any relevant information. It might be delayed. Jiang Gang spoke gently. She just came out a few days ago and hasn't used much of Zhao Mion's power yet. Maybe there needs to be some kind of trigger, so we all need to wait patiently for a few more days. After hearing this, Su Jiao immediately gave him a glance filled with grievance, silently questioning why he was speaking up for her. Jiang Gang smiled helplessly at her and patted her head to comfort her. Xue Tong watched the interaction between them, her gaze complicated. Director Lu pondered for a moment before saying, since Dr. Jiang has spoken thus, let's wait further. Although Zhao Mion is dead, the zombies under his lineage still live. Starting tomorrow morning, we'll retake WN Cheng and find the scattered spider net points to rescue the trapped people. As Director Lu got up, he glanced at Shung Fu, who had remained silent sitting at the end, and said, are you still unwilling to join the Seven Corners? Your continued conflict with the other base will only hurt both parties. Shung Fu scoffed coldly, never. If you hadn't driven those people away back then, would Bai Heng even exist today? Mr. Big Director Lu, are you trying to nauseate me with hypocrisy now? Director Lu was reprimanded by her and walked away with a somber face. Curious from overhearing this conversation, Xue Tong looked toward Shung Fu, just as Luo Haosha said, let's go. And so she followed Luo Haosha. Shung Fu stood by the door, eyeing the two with caution and asked, where do you intend to take her? Luo Haosha smirked faintly and responded, it's late, time to go back and sleep. Doesn't your sister need rest? My sister will certainly sleep with me, Shung Fu declared. Then ask her whom she wants to sleep with, said Luo Haosha coldly. Xue Tong. She sighed, pulling at Luo Haosha's clothing, go already. Luo Haosha cast a glance at Shung Fu, with a hint of mockery and provocation in his eyes. You. Shung Fu rolled her eyes, intending to stop them, but was held back by Ma Yuanjun and Do Yang. Sister, don't get angry, don't get angry. From the side, Su Jiao gazed thoughtfully at the departing pair and asked, Chen Ergi, was what you said before true? Beside her, Chen Ergi nodded, looking at Su Jiao with a gentle touch in his eyes. He indeed had a girlfriend, the very one who abandoned him and fled alone during the beginning of the apocalypse. Su Jiao sighed, how could he like such a disloyal and heartless woman? Shung Fu, whose ears caught wind of the conversation, turned back and snapped, Shorty, who are you calling disloyal and heartless? You're just sour grapes because you can't have him. Su Jiao. Infuriated, she stomped her foot, you're short. You're short. You. The two women began bickering again, prompting the men nearby to quickly step in to mediate. As Xue Tong walked with Luo Haosha for a bit, she heard him say, let go. She froze, looked down, noticing her hand gripping his garment, and reluctantly released it. Luo Haosha took her back to their quarters, which were located on the 5th floor of the school dormitory. As soon as Xue Tong entered, her stomach let out a grumbling sound. Her pleading eyes landed on Luo Haosha, who remained leaning against the doorway, showing no reaction despite hearing the rumble. Xue Tong had no choice but to offer, you didn't have dinner either. Want to? No, said Luo Haosha. Fine then, not eating means not eating. Xue Tong glanced around. The 4 beds didn't resemble anything as fancy as girls' dorms. Recalling, she seemed to have noticed the sign that read boys' dormitory when entering. She stood in the corridor, making eye contact with Luo Haosha for a moment, and asked, what's next? Luo Haosha mocked her, what do you want to do? Jump off the 5th floor and take advantage of people resting in the night to break through again? Xue Tong. The 5th floor isn't high for you, jump if you want. Luo Haosha narrowed his eyes. I'm not leaving, Xue Tong muttered. Luo Haosha was used to her pretending to be pitiful and wronged in front of him, so he didn't believe a word. He only said, you first found your 2 little followers, looks like you're on good terms. Xue Tong felt this was a huge misunderstanding, and she hastily shook her head, I was taken there against my will. Luo Haosha snorted coldly, could Han Fei possibly capture someone as strong as you unless you were holding back? Xue Tong added, there was Chen Gun. Anyway, I thought since I'd been caught already, I might as well save them while I'm at it, then come find you. Then, Luo Haosha inclined his head towards her, find you again? Were the 2 of you on good terms or what? Xue Tong. Are you jealous? Xue Tong paused after being stunned for a moment, then said, I swear you're definitely number 1 in my heart. Back then, I didn't know where you were. Luo Haosha gave her a frosty look, showing no trace of emotion. He remained silent, making Xue Tong uneasy under his gaze. Her heartbeat quickened unusually, and her ears turned slightly warm, which was quite rare. After a long while, Luo Haosha finally said, go to sleep. Xue Tong replied with an "oh," and turned around, subconsciously climbing onto the desk and curling up into a corner, wrapping herself into a ball. She yawned softly, saying quietly, I'll sleep now, good night. Luo Haosha. He tilted his head slightly, looking at her with an unreadable expression and asked, where are you sleeping? Xue Tong suddenly realized something after hearing his question, and turned to look around her current location, immediately feeling awkward. Hey. For the past 4 years, I've lived outdoors, never slept in a bed, so it's just out of habit. Xue Tong hugged her knees, her bright eyes misty in the warm yellow light, bashfully looking at him and behaving extraordinarily obedient. If I lie down to sleep, and a monster sneaks up or there's sudden ground collapse, I won't have time to get up. Luo Haosha listened silently, his gaze deepening. Xue Tong said, so I'll sleep like this, I'm used to it. Annoying. Extremely annoying. This fleeting frustration caused Luo Haosha's urge to wreck things to soar uncontrollably. He suppressed it, speaking indifferently, sleep in the bed. Xue Tong blinked at him, softly replying, sleeping that way lacks a sense of security. Luo Haosha stared at her for several seconds more, then spoke casually, do as you please. He stopped talking, seeming unconcerned about how Shui Tong chose to sleep. Shui Tong patiently waited for a while, but seeing that Luo Haosha would say nothing further, she had no choice but to give in. She emerged from the table corner, climbed up the ladder, and went to bed. Luo Haosha raised his eyelids slightly from the doorway and looked at her. Shui Tong poked her head out from the edge of the bed railing and spoke gently to him. I thought about it, now that I have you, I don't need to be afraid anymore. Luo Haosha mocked her. Looks like you've always been a silver-tongued devil, it's fitting that I got duped by you. His tone was filled with sarcasm. Shui Tong didn't get angry. She folded her hands and leaned over the side of the bed, lowering her head and looking at him with radiant eyes. If telling you that I love you is deceiving you, then I'd only deceive you and nobody else. Luo Haosha said coldly, shut up. He didn't want to hear any more of such empty words. Shui Tong smiled faintly, lay back down, and quietly whispered in the silence, good night. Luo Haosha stood by the table beside her bed, leaning back against the chair. In the peaceful night, his expression was aloof as he watched her until dawn. Chapter 063. Luo Haosha didn't sleep all night. Zhu Tong, however, had a rare good night's sleep. She could finally let down her guard, no longer worrying about sudden ground collapses or monsters falling from the sky and chasing her around the world. Especially after seeing the person she'd been longing for, she felt even more at ease. Zhu Tong slept until dawn. Luo Haosha didn't wake her up. When she woke up groggily, she saw him still standing by the table, and she instantly became alert, slightly widening her eyes. Good morning. She sounded suspicious. Her voice was a bit hoarse from sleep, making her sound cute and innocent. The gaze that had moved away before she woke up returned, and Luo Haosha looked at her indifferently for a while before saying, get up. As she was getting up, she asked, you didn't sleep, did you? Luo Haosha didn't answer. Zhu Tong turned back to look at him, and Luo Haosha said, get ready and go out. Really didn't sleep, she asked. Luo Haosha looked at her coldly. Zhu Tong then stopped asking and went to wash up. It was rare to feel the warmth of the bed, and Zhu Tong sighed inwardly, wishing for an end to this apocalypse. Kill the zombie king and rebuild the world, restore it to what it used to be, it would be much better. Luo Haosha took her out. As soon as they stepped out of the dormitory, they saw Ma Yuanjun and Shung Fu. Shung Fu had specially come here to wait for her, and upon seeing Luo Haosha, gave him an angry glare. Come on, sister will take you to eat. Did this guy not give you dinner last night? Shung Fu exclaimed angrily. Zhu Tong waved her hands frantically. No, I ate. Shung Fu exposed her lie instantly. What did you eat? I already checked with the cafeteria and they haven't seen either of you. Zhu Tong said, sister, don't you remember? I have a lot of food in my space, so I don't need to go to the cafeteria. Shung Fu. What a scatterbrained younger sister. Shung Fu shot her a glare and dragged her towards the cafeteria, keeping an eye on Luo Haosha beside them. Luo Haosha ignored her, just walking behind while listening to what Ma Yuanjun was saying. Wan City also has underground passages. Zhao Mian might be like a mole rat who loves digging tunnels under the ground. Cocoons are all below, said Ma Yuanjun. Besides the underground of the city, there are also nearby caves where Xiao Wu has already led a team over. There are many anomalies in Wan City, occupying 1/3 of the place. Most of the guards underground are anomalies too, so we're waiting for them to clear the way. Luo Haosha absent-mindedly responded and occasionally glanced over at Zhu Tong. Shung Fu told Zhu Tong, red hair and green hair borrowed from the cafeteria to make breakfast for you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tong's eyes lit up, and she smiled happily. Wow, I've missed their tomato fried rice so much. Luo Haosha coolly glanced at her, showing disdain for her happiness. There were quite a few people in the cafeteria. The camp factions were very obvious, families stayed with their own. Between BNG Feng and Bai Heng was Teng Long, like a high wall separating the glaring people on both sides. Red hair and green hair excitedly waved to Zhu Tong, inviting her to sit over. Other people near them looked enviously. The reason was simple, the tomato fried rice on the table smelled so delicious. People from BNG Feng were extremely confused. Where did they get tomatoes? Unbeknownst to them, there were small tomatoes everywhere in Bai Heng base, growing year-round under Shung Fu's care. Every time she went out, her companions would bring some along for her. Zhu Tong was really hungry. After giving a grateful look to the two juniors, she sat down and started eating. Red hair and green hair kept serving water and fanning, kindly asking if it was salty or bland, and whether she wanted more meals, etc., providing excellent service. Zhu Tong, who had spent several years alone in the illusion, felt a sense of returning home while eating warm fried rice. Ma Yuanjun stole a bowl from Red Hair's hand and handed it to Xiao Hong. Jing Jie with Macron NG looked longingly at the less fragrant white rice in his own bowl compared to theirs, feeling unbearably heartbroken. SG regretfully said next to him, I should have lured those two cooks over back then. Han Fei gazed tenderly at her and said, if you want to eat, I can go learn how to cook. SG immediately cheered up. Shung Fu deliberately filled the table on Zhu Tong's side, successfully squeezing Luo Haosha to the adjacent table. On Luo Haosha's left sat Xiao Hong. The little girl was being picky and picking out tomato pieces from her bowl and throwing them into his. His bowl filled up more and more with tomato pieces. Luo Haosha lowered his eyebrows and lazily looked at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong blinked innocently when facing his gaze. After a silent exchange of glances between the two, Luo Haosha picked up his bowl, slowly dumping all the stacked tomato pieces back. He said dispassionately, don't be picky. Xiao Hong. Just then, Zhu Tong happened to see this scene and was momentarily stunned. If Ma Yuanjun had been there, things might have gone differently. He would have happily taken over the tomatoes that Xiao Hong tossed at Luo Haoshe. Unlike Ma Yuanjun, who'd have said something like "I'll eat it for you if you don't want to," Luo Haoshe wasn't as indulgent. These two were the only ones in the whole base who could negotiate and communicate smoothly with Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong looked quite troubled by the tomato chunks in her bowl. Picking left and right with her chopsticks, she wanted to put them back but didn't dare, eventually putting down her chopsticks and going to look for Ma Yuanjun. "Tomato. Come back and help me eat the tomato." Bing Feng was responsible for cleaning up the zombies on the surface of Wan City, while Luo Haoshe handled the spiderwebs and cocoons underground. The city hadn't suffered from earthquakes or tsunamis, making it easy to find entrances leading to the underground. Shui Tong followed Luo Haoshe to the outskirts of the city, where several teams worked together to open the cave entrance. Leading the way, people felt very secure following him. It was dry inside, and the light bulbs flickered intermittently, indicating insufficient power. Similar in structure to the underwater bomb shelters of years ago, they soon encountered frog zombie attacks before others could react. Shui Tong snapped her fingers, causing the frog zombies to combust and die instantly. Ma Yuanjun stood quietly watching, turning back to Shui Tong and giving her a thumbs up. "Impressive." Shui Tong modestly replied, "Not really, this move only works on frog zombies." With her abilities, rescuing the trapped girls from the web went smoothly. According to our research on spiderwebs, after Zhao Mion's death, the webs couldn't obtain his crystal core power and thus won't spawn more frog zombies. As long as the captured individuals haven't been entirely consumed, they should still be alive. Ma Yuanjun explained along the way. Shui Tong asked, "How many cities have we reclaimed?" "About half," Ma Yuanjun replied. "Some cities weren't affected and are still functioning well. The recovered cities also bounce back quickly. Due to the increasing number of anomalies, almost everyone now has unique abilities. Based on various combinations of these abilities, reviving the city's vitality isn't hard. However, if there is a large-scale attack by anomalies, destruction can happen instantaneously." Ma Yuanjun shrugged, adding, "Not to mention if the zombie king himself intervenes." Shui Tong looked up at the flickering lights above, asking, "Was the last injury Zhao Mion sustained caused by you all?" "He lost control and destroyed an entire city but was driven back by Haoshe and Su Jiao working together," Ma Yuanjun explained, seeing Shui Tong furrow her brows. Lowering his voice, he continued, "They're nothing to each other." Shui Tong raised her eyes and remarked, "I trust that they mean nothing to each other. But I just remembered, yesterday during the meeting, I saw Chen Ergu at Bing Feng's side." Luo Haoshe, walking ahead of them, could hear their conversation clearly. "Oh, you noticed? Su Jiao, despite having strong powers and a world-saving heart unwaveringly committed to saving lives, is, well, let's say she's overly naive and altruistic but more often than not just plain dumb," Ma Yuanjun complained to Shui Tong. "She has a bit of a childlike temperament, believing that though Chen Ergu once made mistakes and killed people, he's now improved, under her command, so she defends him. To summarize, double standards." Shui Tong understood. Given how Su Jiao favors Chen Ergu, it's understandable that Luo Haoshe wouldn't feel any goodwill toward her. Sometimes disagreements led to frequent arguments. If it weren't for Director Lu stepping in, both sides might have already clashed. Ma Yuanjun shook his head, his expression playful. "These two are nowhere near the original storyline. Forget being lovers, they're practically enemies." After understanding that the focus of this world lies in the main plotline rather than the romance line, Shui Tong no longer feared Su Jiao's influence. Upon discovering the spiderwebbed room guarded by anomalies, Luo Haoshe easily took care of them. Ma Yuanjun called for reinforcements to cut the web, allowing the cocoons to fall and rescuing the women trapped inside. Shui Tong also joined in with a knife, helping slash the cocoon threads. Though she had consumed the Zombie King's crystal core, she lacked the ability to command zombies' deaths en masse nor create new ones, only inheriting part of the Zombie King's powers. Having acquired Zhao Mion's strength recently, Shui Tong hadn't had much time to explore and grasp it fully. Just then, a severed strand of cocoon thread landed on her hand, suddenly growing wild, dragging her into the cocoon. In the blink of an eye, Shui Tong heard someone call out her name but was too late. Once again, she was pulled into a cocoon. Vast amounts of information forcibly invaded her consciousness, scenes switching rapidly, countless whispers buzzing incessantly in her ears. What felt like decades to Shui Tong occurred within merely a couple of seconds. A few seconds later, Luo Haoshe pulled her out from the cocoon, his gaze deep and somber as he watched her confused expression. Outside the cave, the sunlight was brilliant, and the suburban mountains were lush with greenery. Clusters of wildflowers blossomed by the roadside. Shui Tong sat on the ground, holding a warm water bottle and gazing blankly at a patch of wildflowers by her feet. The rescued girls were either crying or laughing. Ma Yuanjun arranged for them to be taken back, occasionally glancing toward Shui Tong's direction. Luo Haoshe stood in front of Shui Tong, his shadow falling over her. Shui Tong unscrewed the bottle cap, took a sip of lukewarm water to moisten her throat, then looked up at him, squinting and smiling as she said, "I'm really fine." Luo Haoshe asked gravely, "What did you see?" Shui Tong lightly rested her finger on the bottle cap and replied innocently, "Nothing much, it's the same as last time, Zhao Mion's memories." Luo Haoshe, "Do you really think I can't tell when you're lying?" Shui Tong, "If you could truly hear it, why do you think my saying I like you is false?" she complained. Luo Haoshe failed in trying to deceive her. He slightly tilted his body, shifting the shadow. Sunlight fell upon the woman, her neck long and white, tempting him to kiss and bite. His tongue lightly licked his teeth, a vague restlessness rising in his heart. Xue Tong hadn't noticed. Lost in thought, she asked, if I don't know the next zombie king's whereabouts, what would happen? You'll have to figure it out yourself, Luo Haosha said. Xue Tong took another sip of lukewarm water, her eyes showing a hint of helplessness. Zhao Mian told me that each zombie king, by human standards, has some kind of imperfection. For instance, Zhao Mian was blind. The zombie king you killed couldn't stand or walk. The one Su Jiao killed had a human torso but a snake's tail. However, they can all take human form, control zombies of their lineage, though they may not be able to control those from other zombie kings' lineages. Since you've consumed the core of a zombie king, you should know this too, right? She looked up at Luo Haosha. He was also looking at her. His dark eyelashes, like raven feathers, trembled slightly, concealing the emotions deep within his eyes. What are you trying to say? He asked nonchalantly. Xue Tong looked at him. The person in front of her was perfect, without any flaws. Chapter 064. Xue Tong still didn't tell him what she saw in the cocoon. In the following days, they moved on to other spiderwebs to save more people and spent a day cleaning up the zombie frogmen underground. According to the intelligence provided by Bingfeng, there were still many zombie frogmen hiding in the surrounding villages and towns. The recapture of WN City proceeded very smoothly without the interference of a zombie king. Luo Haoshi went everywhere with Xue Tong, keeping an eye on wherever she went. Others noticed this and were privately speculating, while Shung Fu dared to criticize but was gently persuaded back by Xue Tong. In the evening, on their way back to the dormitory, Xue Tong and Luo Haoshi saw Ma Yuanjun and Do Yang playing basketball on the playground. Little Hong, wearing a hooded hat, sat on the edge of the steps, supporting her chin with her hands, looking drowsy. Ma Yuanjun was sweating profusely from playing basketball and shouted at her when he got the ball. Little Hong opened her eyes. Ma Yuanjun jumped stylishly to shoot the ball, scoring successfully. Little Hong straightened her body and clapped for him. Ma Yuanjun wiped his sweat, looked back at her, nodded his chin, and grinned, am I cool or what? Do Yang and others rolled their eyes and gave up playing basketball. Jealousy caused them to separate from Mu Xian and start hitting Ma Yuanjun. Next to the basketball court, Han Fei and Mu Xian passed the ball back and forth, with Jiang Gang idly standing in between. Su Jiao shouted from the side, go Jiang doctor. The other two became jealous, their ball skills soared, easily surpassing Jiang Gang and running towards the basket. Jiang Gang calmly adjusted his glasses and said, you play, I'll go accompany Su Jiao. Han Fei said, you two play. I'll go accompany. No, I will. Mu Xian said, you guys play. At the moment they relaxed, Jiang Gang swiftly snatched the ball and performed a powerful dunk. Su Jiao cheered and clapped, Dr. Jiang is so handsome. Han Fei. Despicable. Mu Xian. Shameless. Jiang Gang adjusted his glasses expressionlessly and said, this is called wisdom. Do Yang saw Luo Haoshi on the stairs and beckoned him down to help hit Ma Yuanjun. Then he noticed Xue Tong behind him and waved his hand, saying, forget it, just stay with your sis-in-law, don't come. Xue Tong said to Luo Haoshi, if you want to play, go ahead. I'll sit here and watch. Luo Haoshi glanced sideways at her, his gaze scrutinizing. With just one look, she knew what he was thinking. Xue Tong was helpless to laugh and cry, you can't always stare at me like that without doing anything. If I wanted to leave, honestly speaking, you might not be able to stop me right now. The latter part was said jokingly, but Luo Haoshi's face darkened, so she hurriedly comforted him, I won't leave again, really. How many times had she said this? It was useless. Luo Haoshi said, I won't play. Xue Tong frankly said, I want to see you play. You look very cool when you play. Luo Haoshi smirked coldly, then said, I won't play. Xue Tong resigned herself and said, then. She hadn't finished speaking when Su Jiao below shouted loudly to the two of them, Big Brother Haosha, come down and play. Xue Tong. Big Brother Haosha? Here we go again. Xue Tong slightly gritted her teeth as she glanced down at Su Jiao, needing to figure out a way to make this woman change her tone. Luo Haoshi remained unmoved and walked slowly forward. Han Fei said, he's afraid of losing, stop calling him. From the adjacent court, Do Yang retorted indignantly, it's you who's afraid of losing. He doesn't dare to come down, Mu Xian said with crossed arms and a calm voice, isn't it just because he's afraid of losing? Do Yang. The young man brimming with high spirits challenged, come on, let's compete, whoever loses has to bark like a dog 3 times, do you dare? There had been many conflicts recently between Tunglong and Bingfeng teams, which made each other unhappy, thus beginning to challenge and provoke one another. Ma Yuanjun stood up with the ball and threw it to Luo Haoshi on the steps, boldly urging, Haosha, come down, make them bark like dogs. Luo Haoshi frowned and caught the ball. Xue Tong entered the court and found a spot to sit down, nodding her head to encourage him to join the game. Thus, Luo Haoshi joined in. Tunglong fought against Bingfeng while Bai Heng watched from the sidelines. The competition on the court was fierce, but every now and then, Luo Haoshi would glance outside to check if Xue Tong was still sitting there, thus allowing Han Fei to snatch the ball several times. Do Yang wiped his sweat and said, stay focused, bro. Luo Haoshi lazily raised an eyelid. A ball flew near Xue Tong. She looked at it as someone from the next court approached to retrieve it. Xue Tong bent over to pick it up and pass it to him. As she looked up, she heard a deep voice say, thank you. Why you welcome. The word welcome was almost out when she swallowed it back upon seeing the person in front of her. Xue Tong exclaimed in surprise, when did you arrive? The person in front of her turned out to be Chen Feng, Chen Feng looked grim and asked in a low voice, "Where's Gungung?" Xuetong. She really didn't know. Xuetong was a little annoyed. She hadn't even asked Luo Haoshi where Chen Gungung had been taken to. Weren't they watched by Li Cheng and his men? She asked. Chen Feng's face became even darker. It was Tunglong's people who took Gungung away. Xuetong was speechless. On the court, Luo Haoshi suddenly stopped chasing when he lost sight of Xuetong, only to see a man standing with a ball against his waist talking with the sitting Xuetong. From Luo Haoshi's perspective, he could see Xuetong frowning as if she was worried about something. "Haosha." Ma Yuanjun called him just then and passed the ball over. Luo Haoshi caught it without hesitation and threw it outside the court. Ma Yuanjun. That ball landed near Chen Feng's feet, bounced on the ground and then fell. Chen Feng glanced at the basketball that fell down, turned sideways, and walked away from the courtside. Xuetong hugged the basketball, raising her eyebrows as she saw him leave. "Sis-in-law, ball." Do Yang shouted. Xuetong passed the ball back and said helplessly to Luo Haoshi, "You should focus on playing." Luo Haoshi looked gloomy and turned to walk away. Ma Yuanjun said to Xuetong, "Why don't you comfort him?" "I really don't want to bark like a dog." Xuetong shrugged, indicating she couldn't do anything about it. Luo Haoshi wasn't playing attentively, repeatedly losing balls because he kept glancing elsewhere, and finally was voted unanimously by his teammates to leave the field. They switched another player in. He returned with an aloof expression, and Xuetong restrained herself from laughing. The score gap widened and narrowed alternately, both sides fighting fiercely without Haoshi's mistakes. Ma Yuanjun and the others were madly catching up on the scores, making it an intense match. Unfortunately, they lost by 1 point in the end. At the moment the game ended, Luo Haoshi immediately grabbed Xuetong and turned to walk away. After they walked far enough, there were still sporadic barks behind them. Xuetong tried not to laugh while walking beside him. Luo Haoshi, after the physical exercise, sweated profusely. His large and warm hands provided much security as they were held like this. After returning to the dormitory, he felt somewhat disdainful of his sweaty body and took clothes to wash. However, upon reaching the door, he frowned and looked towards Xuetong nearby. Xuetong was initially stunned, then reluctantly said, "Shall we wash together?" Luo Haoshi. He coldly stared at Xuetong. Xuetong, however, laughed and said, "I don't mind." Before she finished her sentence, Luo Haoshi had already gone inside. Xuetong dumbfoundedly looked at the lightning thread around her wrist, connecting all the way inside the door. Irritably, she said, "You might as well let me go in and wash together." Inside, no response. Blinking, Xuetong had a playful thought. She approached the door, tapped on it lightly, and spoke clearly. "Do you think the lightning thread can confine me? Why lock me outside? Let's wash together. I've been busy all day and got dragged into the cocoon silk. If we don't wash together, you should let me inside." Luo Haoshi opened the door, extended a long arm, and directly pulled the person at the door inside. Click. The door closed. Luo Haoshi released his hold, letting her stand at the doorway. He calmly glanced at her, mocking, "Don't you want to wash together? Go ahead and undress." Xuetong blinked and retorted, "You first." Luo Haoshi chuckled softly, slowly and deliberately taking off his coat. Spring wasn't very hot, he had merely worn 2 layers, an outer coat and a hoodie. Luo Haoshi tossed the coat onto the hanger and began to remove the hoodie. He wanted to see how long this woman could persist. In the bathroom, the yellowish lights illuminated warmly. As Luo Haoshi was undressing, Xuetong adjusted the shower head for temperature testing. The gushing water sounds broke the silence, and the steam quietly emerged once the hot water was released. The surrounding temperature was rising. When Xuetong turned back, the man beside her had already removed his hoodie, revealing a firm and muscular torso. His skin, bathed in light, appeared whiter. Luo Haoshi hung his hoodie properly. With a long arm, his fingers stood out distinctly, extremely handsome. Around the strong shoulder and waist region, there were traces of old scars. Perhaps due to the rise in temperature caused by the hot water, Xuetong involuntarily moistened her dry lips, her gaze gentle yet apologetic as it lingered on the scars on his waist and abdomen. Looking upwards, the man had a strand of fine silver wire circling his neck, with a bullet hanging below. Xuetong was momentarily dazed. Luo Haoshi didn't notice her focus, loosely placing a hand on his pants and looked at her with a hint of mockery. "What are you still waiting for? I'll adjust the water for you," Xuetong said. Haoshi moved closer to her, forcing her back against the wall. Seeing her retreat, a flash of mockery flickered in Haoshi's eyes as he snatched the shower head from her hand, turned it off, and hung it up properly. The splashing water ceased, leaving silence where every breath and heartbeat felt perilous. Steam swirled around as Xuetong tilted her head back, gazing at him with misty eyes. As Haoshi lowered his gaze, he noticed her slender neck, which reminded him of earlier in the day how the sunlight had illuminated her neck like jade skin, enticing him to lightly lick his teeth and yearn to lean in for a kiss, marking her as his own. Haoshi's breathing grew softer while his eyes darkened further. He reached out toward Xuetong, his warm fingertips gently brushing up along her neck until they hooked under her chin. His voice hoarse, he urged softly, "Take it off." The words, tinged with malice and sarcasm, concealed a deep desire for possession. Xuetong, seemingly resigned that there was nothing she could do, brushed his hand away and slowly began unbuttoning her coat. It didn't take long to unfasten all the buttons on her windbreaker. Seeing her actually undressing, Haoshi's brow furrowed deeper, his fingers slightly trembling. Xuetong did not show any sign of panic or bewilderment as Haoshi had expected but remained composed and graceful instead. Handing over her coat to Hao Shi, she smiled faintly while continuing to unbutton her blouse with one hand and said, "Could you help me put this aside?" Unbuttoning with just one hand wasn't such a challenge after all. By the time she handed over her coat, one button of her blouse was already undone. When she finished the second one, her collarbone was now exposed. Hao Shi took the clothes but kept his eyes glued to her. As the third button came undone, his Adam's apple moved perceptibly. The next moment, Hao Shi grabbed Xuetong and threw her outside. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Xuetong touched her nose, squinting playfully as she smirked. She knew he wouldn't hold out long. Xuetong suppressed her laughter and looked at the shadowy door, knocking on it audaciously. Clearing her throat, she spoke in a bright tone, "What's wrong?" Hao Shi's voice was hoarse as he replied, "Shut up." Xuetong tried hard not to laugh and said, "Can you return my clothes, please?" Hao Shi ignored her. Inside, the sound of rushing water resumed. Chapter 065. Xuetong listened to the water rushing inside, covering her mouth with a smile that curved her eyebrows. She refastened her buttons and went to close the window on the balcony but unexpectedly spotted Chen Feng hanging beneath it. The two silently exchanged glances for a moment. The atmosphere was unbearably awkward. Chen Feng had impressive skills. He climbed 5 stories by hand and managed to conceal himself perfectly against the wall. If Xuetong hadn't glanced down while closing the window, she might not have noticed him. After a brief moment of shock, Xuetong's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at him. Chen Feng gestured toward the bathroom. His position was very close, and if anyone stuck their head out or made a sound, even the slightest move could be picked up by the alert Luo Hao Shi. Xuetong calmed herself and used her water-based powers to create 2 bubbles from the water in the cup. One floated over to Chen Feng's lips. "Soundproof. When did you get here?" Chen Feng pursed his lips before expressionlessly responding, "When you said you were going to shower together." Xuetong. She felt mortified. Murder would erase all evidence. Her face turned bright red immediately, almost burning hot. Xuetong took a few seconds to suppress the murderous intent rising within her and muttered bitterly, "Forget it, pretend like you saw nothing." Chen Feng said, "I indeed saw nothing." He wasn't interested in watching this couple act overly affectionate. Xuetong asked again, "Are you here for Gun Gun?" After hearing this, Chen Feng's gaze became a bit somber. He said, "I questioned Li Cheng already, none of them know where Gun Gun is being kept, only that the Tunglong group is responsible. So, I figured out where Luo Hao Shi resides, intending to have him return Gun Gun to me." Xuetong looked down at Chen Feng who clung to the wall like a bat, suspiciously saying, "You don't intend to threaten him with a fight, do you?" Chen Feng replied coolly, "Exactly what I intend to do." Xuetong. What a ruthless person. Xuetong, feeling apologetic, said, "Sorry, it's still my fault. I'll go find Gun Gun soon. It was he who climbed up there himself, not your fault." Chen Feng responded without blame or discontent, "As long as he's fine, that's what matters. But since you're a free agent, why not just let Li Cheng come after Gun Gun instead of having to?" Xuetong paused for a moment, choosing her words carefully. "Stealthily intrude like this?" Chen Feng remained silent, his face darkening. Xuetong then recalled a past incident where he suddenly turned away during a basketball game and couldn't help but suspect, "Could it be that you're avoiding someone?" "No." Chen Feng snapped quickly, looking a little defensive. Xuetong blinked innocently at him, finding his reaction somewhat guilt-ridden. Though unwilling to elaborate, Chen Feng didn't push back further and simply stated, "You should go down first, it's dangerous to hang around here. I'll meet you later once I've found Gun Gun." Before she could finish, an ominous male voice came from behind. "Where exactly are you heading down to?" Xuetong and Chen Feng both startled, turning around swiftly to see Luo Hao Shi standing in the doorway, his hair dripping wet, beads of water falling onto his shirt creating dark patches. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Feng inquired, "Didn't you say it was soundproof?" Xuetong. "It surely is soundproof. But accidents happen," she exclaimed, tapping lightly on the glass door separating the room from the balcony, exasperatedly saying, "Climb up." Chen Feng frowned, thinking inwardly whether now was truly the right time to do so. Xuetong, however, explained calmly to Luo Hao Shi, "This is Chen Feng, Gun Gun's father. You kidnapped his son, naturally, the dad would want to look for him." She continued matter-of-factly, "Actually, he intended to fight you and take his son back, but I just convinced him, why waste energy on physical conflict when talking might resolve everything peacefully, isn't that correct?" While Chen Feng watched her exaggerating and improvising wildly, he gracefully jumped up from the balcony edge, landing effortlessly in the room. Luo Hao Shi looked indifferently at the man who just leapt in. Chen Feng wore camouflage clothing, was tall and robust with sharp eyes and exuded an air of stability, his skin slightly tanned due to years spent traveling and living outdoors. Compared to Chen Feng's rugged hardy style, though mature, Luo Hao Shi carried an extra wild and devilishly rebellious vibe in his mannerisms. Upon observing each other, possibly because of their contrasting personalities, they disliked one another at first glance. Without any formalities, Chen Feng bluntly demanded, "Where's my son?" Luo Hao Shi lazily gave him a side-eye glance without replying directly, fixing his gaze instead on Xuetong. Xuetong met his stare, questioning, "Why would you keep someone else's child anyway?" Luo Hao Shi. His face hardened slightly as he retorted, "Had to crawl in through the balcony to claim someone? Sneaking around quietly like that when saving your own son?" Chen Feng. Annoyed laughter escaped Chen Feng's lips. "You dare criticize us while unjustifiably keeping someone's kid? I'm the one who's holding him. There's no guard, no chains. He can go wherever he wants, Luo Haosha said while walking to grab a towel and dry his hair. Chen Feng glared at him and asked harshly, "Where is he?" "Ground floor." As Luo Haosha dried his hair, he flicked his finger, summoning a small flame that evaporated the water droplets from his strands. Then he smirked towards Chen Feng and added in a sly tone, "Go find him yourself." Clenching his teeth, Chen Feng turned around to return via the balcony route but was stopped by Xue Tong calling out, "Hey, use the door." She opened it, looking somewhat between laughter and tears. As Chen Feng left through the main door, Xue Tong hesitated for a moment, saying, "I'll go check on them." "What will you check?" Luo Haosha asked irritably, "Is he your son?" "No. I was weak when I encountered a wolf pack and fainted. He helped me drive them away. Their lives aren't easy, and the kid isn't so simple to take care of, so there's no need to involve others because of what happened between you and me." Xue Tong hadn't finished speaking when Luo Haosha, clearly impatient, walked off muttering, "Go ahead." Xue Tong followed quickly but was stopped again after taking just a few steps. "Stay still." Luo Haosha went back inside, retrieved his coat, threw it to her, his expression darkening. "Wear it properly." Xue Tong put on the coat, then followed him downstairs where they saw Chen Feng searching room by room. She looked at Luo Haosha, helplessly asking, "Which one is it?" In a mocking tone, Luo Haosha replied, "Let him find it himself. Let's see how deep their father-son bond runs." After hesitating for a bit, Xue Tong decided not to press further. She sensed the malice laced within Luo Haosha's words and knew how much he changed, especially the kindness that could no longer compare with what he had been like years ago. And given his personal experiences, hearing father-son bond as an ironic remark was both dangerous and unsettling. Eventually, Chen Feng found Gun Gun. When Gun Gun spotted him, he burst into loud cries, heart-wrenchingly pitiful. Chen Feng consoled him softly, and eventually, the boy calmed down, leaving only occasional sniffling sounds. Looking down, Chen Feng noticed the child tightly clutching several bags of snacks. Of course, Luo Haosha wouldn't trouble an innocent little boy unrelated to Xue Tong. Gun Gun was fair-skinned and smart, and even Do Yang enjoyed teasing him. After finding Gun Gun, Chen Feng told Xue Tong he wanted to leave. "At this late hour? There are still plenty of zombies outside that haven't been cleared yet. Are you sure you want to go now?" Xue Tong asked him, "How about waiting until tomorrow morning?" "No need," said Chen Feng, "I'm leaving now." Leaning against the door, Luo Haosha examined Chen Feng up and down indifferently and remarked coldly, "If you're not afraid of dying, go ahead." Chen Feng shot him a glance but didn't respond. Xue Tong helplessly asked, "All right, where are you heading?" "The farther from you two, the better," Chen Feng said. Xue Tong. After a brief farewell, Xue Tong watched silently as Chen Feng disappeared into the night with Gun Gun in his arms, her expression lost in thought. Seeing she wasn't moving, Luo Haosha snapped coldly, "Still missing him? Why don't you run after him?" "I'm not," Xue Tong exclaimed, shaking her head. "I just think he's avoiding someone." Luo Haosha stayed silent but wore an incredulous sneer on his face. Xue Tong sighed and stepped on his shadow while climbing upstairs, murmuring quietly, he never planned to come to WN Cheng or join any base organization. Considering his situation, having a 3-4-year-old child would make joining the base much easier than being a freeman. But Chen Feng insisted otherwise. He preferred wandering around with the child despite the hardships rather than joining the base. Could it be because the mother was in some base? Xue Tong speculated for a while but soon found it boring. She had her own troubles and didn't have time to think about others' problems. The next day, the recapturing of WN Cheng continued. To rebuild the defensive walls and secure safe zones, all zombies in the city needed to be exterminated. However, this fell under Bing Feng's responsibility, while Su Jiao took her 2 key assistants out early in the morning to clear the remaining zombies. Meanwhile, Xue Tong headed outside the city to continue destroying the web nets. Even without Zhao Mion's crystal nucleus power support, the web net could still gradually form, albeit slower than before. But if left unchecked, amphibian-type zombies could endlessly emerge. Hence, it was crucial to destroy these nests. Wasn't Zhao Mion actually a mole? Digging holes everywhere. My Yuanjin rolled his eyes while staring at the mountain cave entrance and complained, "I've been crawling in these caves every day. It's pitch black inside. Doesn't he get blind?" Xue Tong replied, "He is blind." My Yuanjin. They were clearing human cocoons. Since the caves lacked light unlike the city air raid shelters, they had to figure out ways to illuminate the area as they worked, which made progress today much slower compared to yesterday. Xue Tong had been watched by Luo Haosha yesterday, and today as well. My Yuanjin finally found the right moment to speak with Xue Tong alone. As they were cutting around a human cocoon, my Yuanjin whispered, "Everyone said you were dead before, but I didn't believe it. Not until recently when the Alliance sent out a message of condolence for you did I really think you were gone." Xue Tong looked at my Yuanjin and said, "Then treat me as dead." My Yuanjin frowned, "I can't do that when you're standing right in front of me, alive and well." Xue Tong gave him an exasperated look, "If the Alliance says I'm dead, then I am dead." My Yuanjin brushed this off easily, "It's just a misreport. There's still time to clarify it before your 7th day passes." Xue Tong wavered her knife, which was used for cutting cocoon threads, seemingly with some intention to stab my Yuanjin. She glanced up at him and murmured, "That news is exactly what I deliberately misreported. Stop messing around. Remember, I helped save the male lead twice for your sake, otherwise, your mission would have failed long ago." Startled, my Yuanjin stared in shock at her for several seconds before realizing what she was planning. His eyes widened dramatically. "Damn, you actually dare." Before he could finish, Shuetong glared at him, signaling to lower his voice. Luo Haoshe had just come back and heard their voices, giving them a glance but not approaching. Instead, little Hong covered her nose and mouth as she walked towards my Yuanjun. Upon reaching, she saw my Yuanjun waving his hand, saying, "Go wait outside first. Don't come here. It's dirty and messy here. Be careful not to dirty your dress." Little Hong obediently turned and left, standing by the door. Shuetong cast a glance at little Hong leaving and heard my Yuanjun say, "He's been watching you closely. I've had no chance to talk to you about this, almost wanting to announce it too. You truly go all out. This move is crazy. If you're exposed, you'll really be done for." "I feel the same about you too," Shuetong replied thoughtfully. "You too? Who? What are you talking about?" My Yuanjun looked at her confusedly. Shuetong pointed towards the direction where little Hong went, saying, "You and little Hong." Since she came back, she hasn't seen these two separate. Chapter 066. Me and Xiao Hong. My Yuanjun didn't detect any problem with that. Puzzled, he said, "She doesn't talk, ignores others, can't stay still on her own, and always follows me around here and there. It's just for amusement." Xiao Hong was standing by the door nibbling on a sesame stick, her eyes curiously taking in the people coming and going around her. She blinked when she finally focused on Luo Haoshe, who stood unmoving nearby. Luo Haoshe was stared at by her for a while, then he looked straight ahead and said coolly, "What are you looking at?" Xiao Hong gestured with her hand, but Luo Haoshe ignored her. The sound of crunching could be heard as Xiao Hong kept staring at him without letting go. When Luo Haoshe saw her finish eating, he casually handed her another sesame stick. After receiving it, Xiao Hong gestured again. "Eat your snack and don't chatter," Luo Haoshe said coldly to Shuetong, who was nearby. Xiao Hong stopped fidgeting, withdrawing her gaze, and focusing on eating her sesame stick. My Yuanjun had stored many of these because he knew she liked them and brought them every time they went out. Xiao Hong only acknowledged two people, my Yuanjun and Luo Haoshe. So when my Yuanjun was busy, the task of holding the sesame sticks passed to Luo Haoshe. Shuetong cut through the cocoon silk to rescue the trapped person, hearing my Yuanjun say, "You're too reckless. Aren't you afraid I'll report this to the authorities?" "Go ahead and report." Shuetong glanced at him, her knife glinting dangerously under the light. "I've come this far, you should know how determined I am. If you mess with my plans, we'll all perish together." Seeing her laugh carelessly, my Yuanjun realized she was serious, so he snorted in resignation. "Even though he's my good friend, your actions make me feel like you're the one getting shortchanged," muttered my Yuanjun. "There's a whole world out there, yet pining over one unworthy person." "I used to think the same way," Shuetong shrugged, "but what can I do? I like him." "Alright, I'll definitely stay out of this," said my Yuanjun. But then he added quietly, "However, remember that this world revolves around its plot line. The zombie king must die, and whether or not the protagonists fall in love is irrelevant." Biting the handle of his blade, my Yuanjun broke the silk strands before slicing again and continued lowly, "But the next zombie king will need both their powers combined to defeat." Shuetong turned her head to look at him, asking, "Next zombie king? Do you know who it is already?" "Of course, isn't it Zhao Mian?" My Yuanjun looked bewildered at her shock. Shuetong frowned slightly upon hearing it. "Didn't I kill Zhao Mian myself?" "Therefore," my Yuanjun explained, "you have inadvertently found your place in this world, but in doing so, you've also altered some aspects of the storyline. Previously mentioned, I chose the hard mode where certain information is released in phases. Only after reaching certain milestones does the following information unlock," said Shuetong, squatting down, fixing him with a stare. "Both protagonists have deviated from the script." My Yuanjun scanned around cautiously. Suddenly catching Luo Haoshe's piercing glance, he coughed and quickly shifted away awkwardly, turning his back to Shuetong and whispering, "Ah, he's watching." "Stop, Shuetong." She looked back and noticed Luo Haoshe leaning against the doorway, appearing inscrutable. "As long as he doesn't come over, keep talking. Stop when he does." Shuetong wasn't very worried. By Luo Haoshe's posture, it was clear that he'd been observing them for quite a while but hadn't approached, implying he either wasn't misunderstanding anything or deliberately allowing them some privacy. Since he was being so considerate, it would be a waste not to use this time to exchange intelligence fully. After hesitating for a bit, my Yuanjun eventually admitted, he has never believed Zhao Mian's words. Even when others thought you were dead, he stubbornly insisted otherwise. Shuetong sighed bitterly, "So, he assumed I faked my death and ran away. Thus, he's never stopped searching for you. He has remained resolute," my Yuanjun reported, adding, "Sometimes at night, using the highest elevation, he searches for you with fire magic, but no news comes." Shuetong listened silently, feeling both heartache and sweetness in her chest. "The evening I learned about your death, I tried to persuade him to let go," my Yuanjun recalled wistfully. That once arrogant man stood atop the mountain peak, blankly staring at his empty palm, the scattered sparks fading beside him in the wind. Witnessing his friend's vacant and lost demeanor deeply affected him. My Yuanjun slapped Luo Haoshe lightly on the shoulder and said, "You've searched for 4 years, it's more than enough." Luo Haoshe clenched his fingers tightly, his eyes reddened by the night breeze, and he murmured softly, "It's not enough." At that time, after learning of the news from the Alliance, believing Shuetong was truly dead, he stated, "She really liked you." Luo Haoshe gazed at him red-eyed. My Yuanjun thought back to the conversation with Shuetong on Mount Weiting and sighed as he sat down next to Luo Haoshe. "She wronged you in the past, but I think she truly wanted to be good to you and liked you later. But, she just didn't have the luck." She realized her true feelings, only to lose the chance. Shui Tong asked gloomily, what did he say? Ma Yuanshan scratched his hair. He didn't say anything, but I feel that it's been too long. He has some unresolved emotional knots. Moreover, he has definitely turned dark, becoming more irritable and ruthless than before. A couple of years ago, he even tried to kill Su Jia. If Mu Xian hadn't arrived in time, Su Jia would really have died at his hands. Shui Tong. Why would he try to kill her? Because she protected Brother Chen while Haosha was determined to kill him. Plus, he disliked the Ice Phoenix sex actions, which caused frictions when both sides were establishing their positions within the Seven Corner Alliance. And why did he stop trying to kill her? Not necessarily for good. Although Su Jia also has a bad temper, her determination to fight zombies and save the world is unwavering. At least until all zombies are gone, he should be able to hold himself back. Shui Tong wiped the sweat from her forehead and muttered, this plot, it's all out of control. I, however, think it's still unfolding as planned, just in a different form, Ma Yuanshan said. For instance, even though Jiang Gang went undercover, he still ended up with Su Jia. I once thought of having Haosha avoid Su Jia, but eventually they still crossed paths. Look at Su Jia's entourage, none of the male supports escaped being involved either. Undercover? Who? Jiang Gang? Shui Tong stared blankly at him. Seeing her confusion, Ma Yuanshan grinned broadly. Surprising, isn't it? It certainly was surprising. Shui Tong stepped out of the cave and looked outside as dusk descended. Xiaohong was pestering Ma Yuanshan to play with her, but Ma Yuanshan was counting people and told her to entertain herself. Shui Tong then waved her over. Come on, let's play together. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaohong approached her. They sat by the path as Xiaohong pulled out a string and held it up to invite Shui Tong to play cat's cradle. Shui Tong scrutinized the string for a long while before looking up to ask Luo Haosha, how do we play this? Xiaohong. Luo Haosha replied expressionlessly, I don't know. Shui Tong turned back to Xiaohong, let's do something else then. Do you want to play chess? Hearing chess, Luo Haosha involuntarily glanced down at her. Xiaohong couldn't play chess and fiddled with the string absent-mindedly, changing its shape into various patterns. Shui Tong took out a candy from her pocket and offered it. Do you want some? Xiaohong abandoned playing with the string, happily accepting the candy and peeled it off enthusiastically. Do you remember me? Shui Tong asked with a smile. Xiaohong nodded. You have a great memory. Shui Tong, seeing her obedient nature, reached out instinctively to touch her hand but was dodged. She eyed Shui Tong's outstretched hand warily, completely losing her earlier docility. Shui Tong quickly assured her, I mean no harm, don't be scared. But Xiaohong didn't give her the face, got up and walked away, putting plenty of distance between them. Shui Tong felt disheartened and examined her own hands, finding no threat whatsoever. How did I offend her just now? Shui Tong asked Luo Haosha again. Luo Haosha responded, she knows better than to trust you. Huh? Shui Tong looked up, meeting Luo Haosha's downturned eyes, heavy with suspicion. What did you two talk about just now? Her quick understanding showed that she knew Luo Haosha referred to the earlier conversation between her and Ma Yuanshan. Luo Haosha chose not to interrupt at the time but waited until after to question it, showing his trust in Ma Yuanshan. We discussed how you've been searching for me for 4 years. Shui Tong propped her chin up, gazing at him softly as she spoke. Didn't you leave something with me before? You said during the Kunnan incident you had retrieved it, but actually you didn't, right? Luo Haosha kept silent with a cold face. I'm alive, and after 4 years of your searching yielding no results, that proves I didn't deceive you. I was indeed trapped in an illusion, Shui Tong continued. You must understand how Zhao Mion's illusions work. They blur the line between reality and deception. Luo Haosha stayed quiet for a moment, then suddenly reached out and stroked her hair. It was fine and soft, pleasant to the touch. Startled, Shui Tong saw him lean close and murmur, so what if that's true? It's just been too long. The violent tendencies of the past few days seemed subdued, and this exchange with Shui Tong was one of the calmest he'd had in recent times. Shui Tong vaguely noticed how indistinct Luo Haosha appeared in front of her, fragile, as though the slightest breeze might reduce him to sand that scattered. Unable to resist, she grabbed Luo Haosha's hand. As their eyes met, a glaring light shot directly at them from ahead, forcing her to look away. Luo Haosha stood up and looked ahead as a Hummer drove along the narrow road and slowly stopped when it saw the group by the side of the road. The window rolled down, revealing the round face of a chubby child. Gululu? Chen Feng? Shui Tong squinted, stood up, and peered at Chen Feng as he got out of the car. Didn't you leave? Why are you back? Chen Feng rolled his eyes with an unpleasant expression. Luo Haosha gave him a cold look and heard Chen Feng say, we can't pass this way, I have to change direction. Why? Shui Tong had an ominous premonition in her heart. It's frozen. Chen Feng said. Shui Tong widened her eyes slightly. What's frozen? Everything is frozen, the mountains, rivers, roads. And it's still spreading toward here. It has already reached Baiyuan City, Chen Feng explained. The whole city has turned into icy ruins. The whole city? Shui Tong stuttered. How much power would that take? I don't know, but heading that way feels too dangerous to me, so we need another route, Chen Feng said, glancing at the girls who had been rescued from the cocoons, raising an eyebrow. Looks like you've got your hands full. I'll go check it out, Luo Haosha said. I'm going too. Let's go together, Shui Tong hurriedly interjected. But Luo Haosha didn't even glance at her, speaking only to Chen Feng, lead the way. What leading? Just drive straight ahead, you'll find something eventually. Chen Feng furrowed his brows, taking a cautious step back. I'm not getting involved in your mess. Luo Haoshe responded straightforwardly, then we're not going. Shui Tong. He turned back to Ma Yuanshan and the others and said, pack up and head back. Chen Feng's eyes twitched. He took a deep breath and looked disdainfully at Luo Haoshe. You really aren't going? Luo Haoshe answered indifferently, not unless I want to wade through troubled waters. Shui Tong went around and opened the car door, climbing in and shouting to both of them, then I'll go alone. CY. Chapter 067. Half an hour later, as Shui Tong glanced at Luo Haoshe sitting in the passenger seat, she cleared her throat and said, didn't you say you weren't going? Luo Haoshe gave her a cold look but said nothing. Shui Tong continued, the situation feels a bit strange. I also came out from this direction, and there was nothing then. Massive freezing, it could be a natural disaster or the work of a zombie king. Said Luo Haoshe, if it's the zombie king, what do you plan to do? Kill it, Shui Tong replied without hesitation. When the zombie king dies, the world will return to its original form. No, the past can never come back, but it will be better than before. She spoke these words without looking at Luo Haoshe, perhaps deliberately so, keeping her eyes forward as she steadily drove on. What expression Luo Haoshe had at that moment, she couldn't know. Chen Feng led the way ahead, and it took them 5 to 6 hours to just barely see the frozen mountains in the night. Shui Tong became more alert and accelerated her vehicle closer. Though the mountain looked close, it still took another half hour to reach the foot of the mountain. This mountain had been entirely devoured by frost. The cracks on the ice formed patterns resembling tentacles extending everywhere. Shui Tong got out of the car and approached the mountain foot. She bent down and observed the ice slowly spreading. First came the frost coverage, then coalescing into solid ice layers, emitting an intense cold, with thin mists rising up. Every tree on the mountain turned white. Looking up, she saw flocks of birds flying overhead, scattering in all directions. Ground animals that hadn't managed to escape were frozen stiff, their figures immobilized where they stood. I wasn't wrong, was I? Chen Feng pointed at the icy mountain and said, look, everything's frozen. It wasn't just one mountain that was frozen, the entire area seemed wiped out. The scale was far too vast for any psychic ability. Chen Gun was locked in the car but wanted to go down for the commotion. He leaned against the window and shouted to Chen Feng, Dad, I want to get out too. You stay inside. Chen Feng replied without looking back. Luo Haoshe inspected the ice beneath his feet, showing no expression as he stepped onto it and began walking toward the mountain. Hey! Afraid of potential danger, Shui Tong hurried after him, shouting, why are you just stepping on it like that? The surrounding ice was still fragile, breaking easily underfoot, creating faint sounds. Seeing both heading into the mountain, Chen Feng thought they were asking for trouble and decisively turned back to his car, saying, I've already led you here. You two figure it out yourselves, I'm leaving. Chen Gun banged on the window. I want to go down and see. Dad, it's snowing. This snow is dangerous. Don't look at it. Chen Feng casually answered, then paused momentarily, glancing back, puzzled, where did the snow come from? He didn't see any snow earlier when patrolling during the day. How did it suddenly start falling at night? Oddly, the snow fell only near the boundary between the frozen and unfrozen zones. Slight flakes fell on the roof, and Chen Gun screamed like a kid reaching out to catch them, only to be swatted away by suspicious Chen Feng. Chen Feng called out to the two inside, there was no snow earlier today. This snowfall is strange. Above, a dense flock of birds flew off into the distance, their calls piercing the night, creating an eerie atmosphere. With borrowed zombie vision, Shui Tong gazed in the same direction as the fleeing bird flock, following the path Chen Feng had taken. Luo Haoshe paid no attention, walking straight into the mountain. Shui Tong shouted back to Chen Feng, aren't you leaving? Chen Feng. The most snow was falling in areas not yet frozen. As they ventured deeper into the mountain, a bone-chilling cold rose from beneath their feet. A few steps further, Shui Tong started shivering from the cold. Luo Haoshe glanced at her and asked, why did you follow me in here? Shui Tong jumped around in place, replying, I just want to take a look. And didn't you come in as well? Luo Haoshe lightly rubbed his fingertips, igniting a small flame that quickly extinguished. No use. After observing, Shui Tong remarked, I tried using fire-based methods to keep warm, but it didn't help, the cold remains. Luo Haoshe then said, you should wait outside. No, Shui Tong disregarded his suggestion, bounding further ahead. This reminded him strongly of the time back in school, when she would dart through the rain and rush directly into the downpour beside him. Luo Haoshe was momentarily stunned by the sight before continuing on with an indifferent expression. Surrounding this area were highways flanked by mountains on both sides. Here and there, remnants of buildings appeared near certain sections, though closer inspection revealed them to be abandoned long ago. Perhaps Luo Haoshe was naturally fire elemental and less affected by the freezing temperature. On the other hand, Shui Tong had just exited a illusion not long ago. Her mental energy hadn't fully recovered yet, and with her being particularly intolerant to the cold, she trembled uncontrollably, jumping around in one spot. Luo Haoshe looked at her coolly as she jumped, her face turning white. The icy air rushed past her like blades cutting through, exacerbated by the chilling night wind. Shui Tong gazed pitifully at him, stammering from the cold, why you? How about you go ahead first? Go where? If he left now, this woman would likely freeze right there. After watching her for 2 seconds, Luo Haoshe extended his hand and said, come here. Shui Tong jumped once more before allowing herself to be pulled into his embrace, the warmth spreading immediately. She closed her eyes in comfort. The biting cold surrounded them, yet within Luo Haosha's arms, it was as warm as if they were sitting next to a furnace. Non-ice or fire elemental people won't last long out here, they'll freeze to death. Luo Haosha said dispassionately. But I've developed various abilities already, Xuetong muttered under her breath. All living creatures inside the mountain are frozen, Luo Haosha continued. No zombies have been seen so far, but who knows what might be ahead, maybe they're still on their way. Huddling closer to him to warm her hands, Xuetong asked quietly, who's responsible for this? Do I even need to guess? Luo Haosha responded with a low sneer. Didn't you say you could sense information about the next zombie king? I didn't receive anything, Xuetong mumbled softly. I haven't gotten any messages at all. Luo Haosha fell silent for a moment. No message. That's right, Xuetong lifted her face to look at him. I genuinely haven't, so I was asking you. How am I supposed to explain this to Director Lu if I don't know the location of the next zombie king? Luo Haosha paused for another 2 seconds before repeating the same phrase. You'll figure it out yourself. Xuetong stretched out the word "oh" as she drew back slightly, sounding a little aggrieved. She burrowed further into Luo Haosha's arms, her voice muffled but filled with vulnerability. Are you really determined not to help me? He can't do much to you anyway, Luo Haosha replied nonchalantly. Xuetong rested her forehead against his chest, smiling faintly as she listened. In this frigid wilderness, there was only a single cluster of warmth ahead, melting her heart completely. Xuetong suddenly didn't want to continue arguing with him anymore. Being embraced by Luo Haosha felt too blissful to let go of. You stop sulking and make peace with me, okay? Xuetong whispered softly. We've always been separated for very long periods of time, meeting for such short durations. And during those fleeting moments together, most of our interactions involved avoiding each other, doubting each other, and causing mutual pain. Why? When clearly, I like you so much. Xuetong's nose was bright red from the cold, but she warmed up a bit in Luo Haosha's embrace. Her words finally came out clearly and crisply. There are some things I cannot tell you, not even under threat of death, but you have to trust me. Everything I do is so that I can stay by your side without obstruction. Luo Haosha glanced down at her, subconsciously tightening his grip on her. Xuetong snuggled further into his warmth, speaking tenderly. Pushing you 8 years ago was my mistake, and I'm sorry. It wasn't the first time she'd apologized. If I were you, I wouldn't forgive me either. When I took the bullet for you later, it was truly sincere. I just couldn't bear to see you die. And when you forgave me afterward, my care for you wasn't out of guilt or compensation. I simply like you. It's impossible for me not to be kind to you, even when I think I shouldn't. But I can't stop. At the time, I was worried about affecting something, so I thought leaving your side would be better for us. But in the end, I couldn't leave. I know it's something that bothers you deep down, but trust me, I've always liked you. It's just that at that time, I lacked conviction since it wasn't me who stayed with you until the end. Now, I've resolved it. As Xuetong spoke, her heart grew calmer. Unable to resist, she tilted her head upward to look at Luo Haosha, extending her warm hand to gently touch his face, which was icy to the touch, warming it for him. Luo Haosha watched her silently, his gaze profound. Whether due to the sharp winter breeze or not, his eyes seemed slightly red at the corners. Don't you believe us? We actually lack destiny, you know? She blinked mischievously. Luo Haosha looked deeply at her once again, then caught the hand she had placed against his cheek, holding it tightly without letting go. I don't believe that, he stated firmly. Xuetong quieted for a moment before saying, it's my first time liking someone, and I'm sure I haven't done it well, but I've tried and will try even harder. I want to erase all the bad things from your past and bring happiness to your life, to give you everything I possibly can. So, can we make peace? Xuetong stepped back slightly, raising her head to look at him earnestly and tenderly from his arms. Luo Haosha's deep eyes bore into hers, his expression resolute. Luo Haosha held her hand, watching her quietly as if he were smiling, though the cold mist made it unclear, like a hallucination. In the end, he didn't respond to Xuetong either, simply taking her hand and saying, we need to go inside. You can't endure this cold, I'll carry you. Xuetong allowed herself to be carried on his back, hugging his neck as she leaned against his shoulder. With Luo Haosha's warmth transmitted to her, at least she wasn't as cold as before. Despite all that she had said, this man only gave her a tiny reaction, leaving her a little disheartened in heart. Had she been too vague? Did he not understand? Xuetong furrowed her brow, silently grumbling while recalling their conversation, feeling she should have made her feelings clear enough already. After some contemplation, she leaned closer to Luo Haosha's ear, whispering gently, Brother Haosha, let's reconcile? Who did you call? Came Luo Haosha's response. Brother Haosha, Xuetong replied with a faint tone. Why can Sujio call you but I cannot? Luo Haosha frowned. It sounded disgusting when she called me that. Are you joining her? Xuetong gritted her teeth slightly. Is it disgusting when I call you that too? Luo Haosha kept walking forward towards higher grounds on the mountain. After Xuetong lightly bumped her head against him several times, he finally said, not disgusting. Xuetong huffed. As they reached higher ground, he softly stated, but hearing it from you makes me want you. Xuetong. What a beastly thing to say. She was dazed for a long time, her face alternating between pale and red, momentarily at a loss. However, Luo Haosha was captivated by the view ahead. In the direction of the sunset, winding roads, or houses, or perhaps tall city buildings hidden behind half the mountain, were all frozen solid. The scope was vast, covering half the world at a glance. At the foot of the distant mountains, there were faint green lights flashing softly, resembling fireflies on a spring night, gathering en masse in great numbers. Shui Tong also noticed them and finally snapped out of it, asking, "Zombies?" Though it was certain they were zombies, they were still too far away to see clearly. Luo Haoshe responded with an affirmative hum, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Too many. Should we fight?" she asked. No. Luo Haoshe turned around and started walking back. Even if someone non-ice or non-fire elemental got lucky enough to avoid encountering zombies, they'd die eventually due to prolonged exposure. Plus, meeting so many zombies will further decrease their survival chances. It wouldn't be wise to fight on their turf. That would disadvantage us. Shui Tong also thought it reasonable after listening. They retraced their steps but found no sign of Chen Feng and Chen Gungun, only seeing that the car which had been parked beside them before departure had now frozen solid. Chapter 068. Shui Tong looked at the frozen vehicles and murmured, "Are they frozen inside?" Luo Haoshe didn't seem to fear anything as he walked over to inspect them. The ice was quite thick, adhering to the glass and car body, making everything look misty and unclear inside. However, one of the windows was open, confirming that there was no one inside. Shui Tong tapped on the ice surface and said, "This is so fast. We haven't been away for long, how come it's already frozen like this when we returned?" Luo Haoshe carried her out of the snowfield and looked around but didn't see any sign of Chen Feng. If the car was still here, even if Chen Feng wanted to leave, he couldn't possibly walk away. "The car is frozen, it will not be easy for us to go back," said Luo Haoshe. "It took nearly 5 or 6 hours to drive here, now it's night, and walking is inconvenient. If we really have to walk, who knows when we'll reach our destination. They might catch up with us before we reach Wanqing," Shui Tong said as she stepped out of the snowfield, instantly feeling the temperature return to normal. Even though the spring night was cold, compared to the snowfield, she felt much warmer. Luo Haoshe carried her towards the lane, frowning as he looked down while climbing uphill. Seeing him stop, Shui Tong asked, "What's wrong?" "There are bloodstains," Luo Haoshe pointed with his toe. "They're from a living person. He may be injured, and something might be chasing him." Shui Tong widened her eyes slightly. "What thing? Aren't the zombies still far behind?" Luo Haoshe didn't answer, maybe he didn't know either. After Shui Tong saw him get on the lane, she said, "Put me down. It's hard to move while you carry me. Now it's much warmer." Luo Haoshe complied and put her down. Looking at this, Chen Feng and Gun Gun might be in danger. "I'll go look for them." Shui Tong rubbed her hands and took out a flashlight, hoping Chen Feng would contact her upon seeing the light. As soon as they had taken a few steps, Luo Haoshe glanced toward the snowy mountain direction and frowned. "What's wrong?" Shui Tong asked after noticing something was off. Seemingly some faint sounds were continuously coming, getting closer and closer. Without any prior communication, both of them moved towards the source of the sound, reaching the edge of the snowfield where they saw trees covered with ice on the mountain cracking like an avalanche rushing downwards. The entire mountain was falling apart. Both stones and creatures turned into chunks of ice, forming a mass that rolled downwards. "Chen Feng!" Shui Tong shouted, spotting Chen Feng running in the snow with Chen Gun Gun in his arms. For some reason, he was in the snow, being chased by what seemed like an avalanche of ice blocks, desperately running for his life. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Feng turned to look at them just as he was about to cry for help when he got hit by a stone rolling behind him, fell down with Gun Gun still protected in his arms, and tumbled downhill. Just watching it hurt, and in the blink of an eye, they were swallowed by snow and ice. Luo Haoshe waved his hand summoning a fire dragon towards Chen Feng, its blazing heat slowing the forward speed of part of the ice layer. Taking advantage of this, Shui Tong rushed over to find Chen Feng, who had turned pale due to the cold and was trembling non-stop but still protecting the child in his arms. Chen Gun Gun was unconscious. As Shui Tong tried to pull Chen Feng out of the half-frozen block he was stuck in, she suddenly felt someone staring at her, sending chills down her spine. She abruptly turned back and saw vague figures rising from the ground amidst the walls of fire expelled by the fire dragon's breath. They appeared blurry in the firelight, indistinct yet distinctly humanoid, holding long knives and stabbing towards Shui Tong. It was an ice blade. Startled, Shui Tong quickly reacted and dodged. Numerous snow zombie figures emerged from the flames, there were dozens of them, and attacked Shui Tong with their knives all in unison. Although not too fast, their attacks were powerful. One knife slash went deep, leaving a deep mark. "What is this?" Shui Tong didn't finish her sentence when a second blade came towards her, forcing her to focus solely on dodging. Luo Haoshe's flames were ineffective against these snow zombies, so he could only hold back the speed of the avalanche and go inside to resist the snow zombies' attacks, covering Shui Tong as she helped Chen Feng out. Shui Tong attempted a mental attack on the zombies but realized these snow zombies wielding ice blades had no eyes. With Luo Haoshe's cover, she arduously dragged Chen Feng out using green vines and brought him to the side of the lane. She then turned back and shouted towards Luo Haoshe, still near the boundary line, "I'm done." Fiery flames burned at the boundary line, forming a series of fiery walls, isolating the snow zombies behind them. Their faces expressionless, their dark empty eye sockets under the firelight appeared increasingly terrifying. Luo Haoshe returned with a grim face, bringing an intense chill with him. "Where are you hurt?" he asked as he approached Shui Tong. Shui Tong touched her cheek, which felt slightly warm and stinging, then shook her head. "I'm fine, just a minor wound." After saying that, she looked down at Chen Feng. His clothes and hair were encrusted with ice shards, his complexion was pale, and his lips were turning blue from the cold. Chen Feng had removed his jacket to wrap it around Chen Gun Gun, but even so, Chen Gun Gun couldn't withstand the freezing temperature. Luo Haosha conjured fire to warm them up and chase away the cold, glancing back at the fiery wall that held the snow zombies behind. Are they similar to the frogman zombies created by Zhao Mian? Could they be another undead king lineage zombie? Xue Tong asked. Luo Haosha responded coolly, very likely. Xue Tong scrutinized them closely. Each one of them appeared gaunt, with thick frost accumulating on their bodies. Some even revealed several finger bones when gripping their knives. This power, it's pretty obvious it's based on ice, Xue Tong said as she wiped her face with the back of her hand before standing up. Freezing everything and shattering the mountain like this to speed things up shows they're intelligent. And since these snow zombies don't have eyes, they're probably targeting psychic abilities. Luo Haosha glanced at her and said, if you say so, then so be it. Xue Tong patted her nose, feeling somewhat helpless. What should we do now? Wait for reinforcements, Luo Haosha said. Since we didn't return, Yuanjun will send people over. As Xue Tong stared at the burning wall of fire, she tugged lightly on his sleeve, asking, are you planning to keep it lit all night? Luo Haosha simply nodded. This way we can prevent its progress. That's really draining your mental strength, Xue Tong said. Let me take over. Luo Haosha dismissed her offer curtly. Stay out of it. Pouting, Xue Tong said resentfully, if you can't hold on any longer, let me try. You can't do it, Luo Haosha replied. Xue Tong blinked innocently. Don't feel sorry for me. I can manage it. Luo Haosha kept his eyes focused on the fire wall without blinking. Yours won't work. Xue Tong. Doubting his statement, she made him remove the fire wall and tried it herself. As soon as the wall was gone, the ice layer visibly rolled down in seconds, and the motionless snow zombies also drew their weapons again. Xue Tong tried, and indeed failed, hastily retreating behind Luo Haosha once the snow zombies crossed the boundary line of the snowfield. You handle it. Luo Haosha cast a wry smirk her way before rekindling the fiery wall to halt their advance. When the reinforcements led by Yuanjun arrived, it was already daylight. Even the fierce sunlight could not stop the advancing army of ice and snow. The only thing holding still was the borderline, where the snow paused during the day, and the figures of the snow zombies vanished without a trace. Furrowing his brows, Chen Feng began stirring. In his dream, he relived many past events, happy ones, sorrowful ones, that tormented him repeatedly through his nights. Upon hearing children's laughter nearby, he suddenly awoke, sitting upright abruptly and startling Xue Tong who stood outside the car. Nightmare? Xue Tong waved her hand in front of his eyes. Frowning, Chen Feng asked, where's Gun Gun? Over there, Xue Tong pointed in a direction. Following the indication, Chen Feng's gaze shifted and froze when he noticed Chen Gun Gun playing happily with Su Jiao. In Su Jiao's hands was a ragged monster doll, dodging Chen Gun Gun's attack while responding cheerfully. Oh no, you're not skilled enough yet. The monster has evaded your attack. Keep trying. Chen Gun Gun threw another punch. Su Jiao placed the ragged doll on the ground, exclaiming, wow, little monster is defeated by you. You're so powerful. Chen Gun Gun jumped around excitedly and handed the toy to Su Jiao, urging, sister, play again. Su Jiao smiled. Alright, just for calling me sister, I'll play one more game with you. This time focus because the monster has upgraded and isn't so easy to beat anymore. Lying inside the car with Xue Tong standing by the door, Chen Feng worriedly blurted out, Chen Gun Gun. His voice carried a heavy undertone of seriousness. He opened the car door and stepped down, demanding sternly, come here. Surprised, Xue Tong arched an eyebrow, unsure why he was so angry. It was Chen Gun Gun's turn to panic, running hurriedly towards his father. Daddy. He hugged Chen Feng tightly for comfort. Su Jiao also looked startled, stepping forward and addressing Chen Feng. You're awake? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Dr. Jiang is also here. If you're hurt, he can help. Chen Feng ignored her and lowered his gaze to Chen Gun Gun. Unfazed, Su Jiao extended her hand toward Chen Gun Gun's head with a smile, saying, raising a child alone isn't easy. Why don't you join me? Chen Feng picked up Chen Gun Gun and turned back into the car, avoiding her gesture. Su Jiao was now a bit puzzled. Chen Feng replied indifferently, no thanks. I don't want to join any base. Confused, Su Jiao asked, why not? Chen Feng frowned, I've said I don't. Why don't you? Su Jiao became even more confused, weren't you operating with Tonglong's people? After saying this, she nodded slightly toward Xue Tong as a signal. Xue Tong thought for a moment and said, that can only mean he doesn't want to cooperate with you Bingfeng. The focus of Su Jiao immediately shifted to Xue Tong, who responded with a touch of resentment, you seem like someone who has issues with me from the start. I heard that you once abandoned Haosha, and repeatedly put him in danger. What's good about collaborating with a woman like you with such a snake-scorpion heart? Who told you that? Brother Chen Why doesn't he tell you about his betrayal of Boss Di? Xue Tong wasn't fazed by her provocation, saying I have a scorpion's heart, he's no different either. He has reformed already. Su Jiao seriously stated. Xue Tong slightly widened her eyes, feigning innocence, so do I. Seeing her eyes full of mockery, Su Jiao gritted her teeth in anger and exclaimed, not likely, you didn't even say half an apology for injuring Mu Xian. Today, I'm going to avenge him for him. With that, she was about to make a move. Xue Tong tilted her chin upward, huffing, come on then. As Su Jiao lunged towards her, Xue Tong just blinked her eyes. A streak of greenish light flashed in her eyes, causing Su Jiao's movements to noticeably slow down, stopping momentarily in front of her. Su Jiao, you. Xue Tong was peering into her innermost fears when she saw several images before Su Jiao counterattacked by cutting her own wrist with a knife to awaken herself from the intense pain, driving Xue Tong out of her consciousness. When Chen Feng glimpsed at this scene, he was slightly stunned. When Su Jiao forcibly expelled Xue Tong from her mind and was backfired onto herself, he subconsciously reached out to support her. Surprisingly looking at the two, Su Jiao, Han Fei and Mu Xian arrived simultaneously, quickly taking the person away from Chen Feng. What did you do? Mu Xian glared coldly at Xue Tong. Lightning flashes surrounded his body. Before Xue Tong could open her mouth, the lightning lines were already flying towards her but were bitten by a fire dragon midway. Hao Shi Luo and Jiang Gang just happened to see this scene of Mu Xian attacking Xue Tong, which caused his brows to frown. Are you trying to die? Hao Shi Luo said to Mu Xian. Jiang Gang, restrained by his undercover identity, could only go to check on Su Jiao first, asking what had happened. Xue Tong said, spiritual power got backfired. Can you heal it? If not, let me do it. Jiang Gang replied, then you do it. He thought Xue Tong should be faster than himself, yet Han Fei glared at him. It was just her who hurt Su Jiao, and you still let her help. Mu Xian grimaced, looking at Hao Shi Luo. Luo Hao Shi, we said mutual non-attack. Hao Shi Luo irritably retorted, we didn't say that. If you want to fight, then fight. Upon hearing this, Mu Xian's eyes twitched furiously. After last night, besides being somewhat restrained in front of Xue Tong, Luo Hao Shi remained very rude to others, showing off his arrogance and extravagance. Hey, calm down all of you. With such a huge snow mountain right in front of your eyes, isn't it better to save some energy to fight zombies? My Yuanjin shouted from under the roadbed to those up there. Xue Tong said to Han Fei, I guarantee, she attacked first, then I used my spiritual power. Just didn't expect her response to be so drastic. If you don't let me help, let Dr. Jiang take a look. With Luo Hao Shi holding him back, Mu Xian couldn't make a move and could only guard Jiang Gang while awakening Su Jiao. As soon as Su Jiao woke up, she turned fiercely toward Xue Tong and said, you're shameless. So despicable. How dare you use mental attacks on me? Annoyed, Xue Tong said, where is the despicableness? Luo Hao Shi didn't feel like having more talk with them and pulled Xue Tong away. Su Jiao complained piteously, Brother Hao Shi, you can't. If you call him like that again, believe me or not, I will keep monitoring you mentally every day. Xue Tong turned around and glared at Su Jiao. Su Jiao was scared stiff, stomping her foot angrily and spluttered, you. Unable to utter any other strong words, she finally huffed and said, let's go. She left the road with Han Fei and Mu Xian who were appeasing her. From inside the car window, Chen Gun popped out his head. Dad, I still want to play with sister. Chen Feng pointed his finger at his forehead and pushed him back. You are forbidden to play with her, forbidden to call her sister, forbidden. As he continued, he lost control of his growing irritation, nearly grinding his teeth and saying, forbidding you to see her. Chapter 069. The operation in Wan City was going smoothly, so Director Lu came personally. Looking at the iceberg in front of him, his expression became very serious. Unfortunately, his capable subordinates and humanity's hopes were still arguing loudly behind him, causing him an immense headache. Seeing my Yuanjin approach, Director Lu asked, what happened this time? It's a small matter, something trivial, my Yuanjin laughed. It has already been resolved. Director Lu sighed. Even though everyone looked forward to Xiao Shi and Su Jiao getting together, they didn't. These people don't include me. My Yuanjin shook his head and said, besides, Hao Shi has a girlfriend, and Su Jiao has a backup. No. She has a lot of admirers, it's impossible between them. Although the plot had changed, those around them still unreasonably approved of Su Jiao and Luo Hao Shi. After listening, Director Lu showed a regretful look on his face. Let them resolve their romantic matters themselves. As for this iceberg in front of us, what do you think about it? Director Lu asked my Yuanjin. Director Lu replied, does Xue Tong have any information on the next zombie king yet? My Yuanjin, I haven't asked yet. With this ability and scale, it's definitely a zombie king without a doubt. Director Lu pondered deeply. With the situation unfolding before us, we desperately need her intel to find a way to win. I'll ask her later. My Yuanjin said. He noticed Xiaohong standing by the boundary of the snowfield, poking around on the ground with a stick, so he went over and gently patted her head, asking, what are you doing? Xiaohong glanced up at him briefly, then returned her attention to jabbing the ice surface. Ants swarmed around the snowy land as she used the stick to drive them into the snow. My Yuanjin squatted down next to Xiaohong and said, since we're both of ice attributes, can you think of a solution? After hearing this, Xiaohong pointed toward the inside of the iceberg with her stick. My Yuanjin followed the direction she pointed toward. Is there anything? But he saw nothing, turning back with a puzzled look on his face. Xiaohong shook her head at him. Can't do it, huh? I understand, my Yuanjin thought to himself, concluding that ultimately, they would still need the protagonist's cooperation to fight the threat. Thus, my Yuanjin went to find Luo Hao Shi. Luo Hao Shi was just conversing with Do Yang, preparing to enter the mountain to check where last night's group of zombies had gone. Seeing my Yuanjin approaching, he questioned, where's Xiaohong? She's playing with ants back there, my Yuanjin shrugged. Luo Hao Shi responded, afterward, let her come with me. Hearing this, my Yuanjin was slightly surprised. Beside them, Xue Tong murmured softly, why call Xiaohong and not me? Luo Hao Shi answered coldly, you're not suitable. Xue Tong pressed on, then why Xiaohong? Without emotion, Luo Hao Shi replied, she has ice attributes and is resistant to the cold. Xuetong reluctantly said, alright, when do we leave? We leave now. Luo Haosha indicated the direction Xiaohong was in and started walking towards her. Ma Yuanjun stared at Xuetong, pointing to Luo Haosha's retreating figure. Are you too good again? Probably. Xuetong hesitated, at least his attitude towards me has improved somewhat. Not like you're treating others at all. Ma Yuanjun commented sarcastically. Hey, I want to ask you something. As Luo Haosha walked further away, Xuetong lowered her voice and whispered secretly, do you actually like Xiaohong? Ma Yuanjun shot her a glare. What nonsense. I'm a decent person, alright. How does that relate to whether you're proper or not? Xuetong gave him a confused look. Of course it does. You see, Xiaohong doesn't know anything. Not only does she lack speech skills, but her intelligence is also underdeveloped. She's tops 14 years old at most. I'm a mature man. I couldn't possibly be interested in a girl like her, Ma Yuanjun said resolutely. Really none at all? Xuetong suspiciously eyed him. None. What are you thinking? Ma Yuanjun glared at her. This type is not my ideal partner. Xuetong looked speechless, absently touched the strand of hair falling on her shoulder, and after some deep contemplation, she finally said, I see how well you two get along. Yes, indeed, after all, she once saved me. Ma Yuanjun frowned. How did this conversation suddenly turn to Xiaohong? Could it be you're jealous because Haosha took Xiaohong instead of you? Xuetong disdainfully remarked, how could I possibly be jealous? There's something more important to discuss. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Feng was seen approaching, making her stop. Chen Feng was leading Gun, looking rather grim. He raised his eyes slightly towards Xuetong and said, thanks for everything, but I'll take Gun and leave first. So soon? Ma Yuanjun was surprised. Isn't it safer to stay with us now? Chen Feng's brow furrowed slightly, his resolution firm. He merely came to say goodbye and wasn't intending to take advice. Xuetong watched him, her thoughts momentarily drifting off to another matter. She recalled several images she'd seen in Su Jia's mind and unconsciously arched an eyebrow. Do you know Su Jia? She suddenly asked. Chen Feng was startled, his brows furrowed even deeper, and he coldly replied, I don't. Never met before? No. Then how is she familiar with you? Chen Feng froze, recalling that Xuetong had probed into Su Jia's inner world earlier, his face paled slightly. What memory? Who with who? Ma Yuanjun stood between the two of them, puzzled by the conversation. What's the connection between this person and Su Jia? Whatever you saw. Chen Feng took a deep breath, his eyes shadowed, and whispered, she has nothing to do with me. He prepared to leave, holding Gun's hand. We're going now. If we have any fated encounters again, we'll see each other then. Xuetong said, although it's somewhat embarrassing to say, I did see images of you and Su Jia sleeping together. Chen Feng. Ma Yuanjun hurried to cover Gun's ears. What are you talking about in front of a child? Wait, who slept with whom? Xuetong gestured for him to keep covering Gun's ears as she continued speaking when Chen Feng tightened his fists, shaking slightly. Your personal affairs aren't something I should dig too deeply into, but the Su Jia I saw differs greatly from the current Su Jia. This is what concerns me, so I want to ask you what happened with her. Chen Feng's complexion turned pale. The secrets he had buried deep within his heart were suddenly unearthed, causing him pain and panic. But under Xuetong's watchful gaze, he felt he had no choice. Even if he didn't cooperate, this person's mental powers could forcefully extract those secrets from his mind. After struggling internally for a long while, Chen Feng ultimately gave in. His tightly clenched hands gradually loosened, the bones of his fingers whitening. The second year of the apocalypse, I was with her. We broke up 4 years ago. Chen Feng calmed his emotions, summarizing the situation briefly. When I met her, she had amnesia, and after her memory recovered, we separated. Xuetong never expected it to be an amnesia plot twist. Damn, does that mean this kid is? Ma Yuanjun was shocked at the sight of little Gun, whose bright eyes looked curiously at him without any trace of malice. Chen Feng cast a cold glance. It's irrelevant to her now, she doesn't remember anything about her amnesiac period. Ma Yuanjun couldn't comprehend. Wouldn't you just tell her once she remembers? Chen Feng remained silent for a moment, a hint of self-mockery flashing across his face. Do you think I haven't told her? But it's useless. No matter how many times he told Su Jia, it made no difference. Does Su Jia not recognize you? Xuetong asked, feeling something off. She didn't seem surprised upon seeing you. It was like it was the first time. When exactly did you tell her? Anyone suddenly telling someone they're their child's mother, Su Jia wouldn't forget something like that. She can't remember. No matter how many times I've seen her or spoken to her, she won't remember, Chen Feng said solemnly. Whenever I mention things from her amnesiac period, her memory of me resets to zero. Xuetong. It really is forgotten. Ma Yuanjun had a terrified expression. Damn, why is this happening? Chen Feng bitterly smiled, and it's not over yet. If I get close to her, her power weakens, making her frail. She might even lose her abilities altogether. Xuetong and Ma Yuanjun exchanged a glance. This was just too tragic. That's why she fainted earlier. Xuetong muttered, though there was some backlash, with her abilities, it shouldn't have happened. So I must leave. Chen Feng became composed, raising his eyes to look at Xuetong and Ma Yuanjun, revealing a somewhat fragile gaze. Please keep this matter confidential. The already stunned Ma Yuanjun quickly nodded. I definitely won't say anything. I'd die before saying it. Xuetong, however, frowned and asked, have you ever thought of finding a way to resolve this? Chen Feng fell silent for a moment. He glanced briefly in Su Jio's direction and quickly withdrew his gaze, softly saying, "She's doing well now." "That's enough." Ma Yuanjun mentally grumbled, "True love." Xuetong, lost in thought, said, "I saw these memories in Su Jio's mind, meaning that in her subconscious, your shared memories still exist." Moreover, in the few scenes she had seen, Su Jio and Chen Feng together appeared simply adorable, vastly different from her present haughty and slightly pretentious demeanor. The current Su Jio is the protagonist described in the original work. But Su Jio during her amnesiac period is not described in the same way. However, the system had stated that in this world, only she and Ma Yuanjun were the mission participants. So Su Jio really did experience an accidental loss of memory. While Xuetong was deep in thought, Chen Feng found it hard to stay any longer. With gun in tow, he left. Ma Yuanjun watched the two walk away, his expression filled with sighs and melancholy. It seems even the main characters have their own troubles. Xuetong, after hearing this, raised her hand to tap her head. That's right, she had forgotten that although this world follows a storyline, the heroine still ranks first. She has deviated from the plot, but can't deviate too much, so she was forcibly corrected by the world, Ma Yuanjun said with a sigh. I didn't realize before, thinking Su Jio was the one who followed the storyline most seriously. Who would have thought she had already deviated long ago? Xuetong frowned, then Luo Haosha's plotline also. Ma Yuanjun said, his 8 years were glossed over in one stroke, and so far, he hasn't done anything too outrageous. Xuetong rolled her eyes, planning to kill the heroine is not outrageous. Ma Yuanjun. You're right, but on the whole, things haven't changed much, always expanding the base, killing zombies. And since Su Jio's part is the biggest, she must be affected the most. Ma Yuanjun analyzed, not to mention when she lost her memory, all she wanted was to live happily ever after with Chen Feng. Who would go kill the zombie king then? So, killing the zombie king remains the focus. After learning about the relationship between Su Jio and Chen Feng, both looked at Bingfeng with complicated expressions. Su Jio was leading Han Fei and Mu Xian into the snowy field. Xuetong sighed, never mind, I can't interfere with other people's romantic lines. Let's get back to the previous topic. That's true. Maybe after killing the zombie king, she'll remember. On our way here, I received a piece of plot information. It was quite shocking. Ma Yuanjun turned to look at her. They exchanged glances, as if they could sense what the other was about to say. An eerie silence followed for 2 seconds before they spoke simultaneously. Xuetong, the zombie king is Xiaohong. Ma Yuanjun, the zombie king is Haosha. Upon finishing their sentences, both paused in shock. Just then, a massive explosion echoed from behind the snow mountain, causing several nearby snow-capped mountains to collapse. Chapter 070. What did you say? Xuetong's attention was not on the collapsing snow mountain. She almost grabbed Ma Yuanjun's collar and gritted her teeth. Say it again, who? Wait, I'm also shocked that you said Xiao Hong. How can the zombie queen be this little kid? Ma Yuanjun looked horrified again. Xuetong, tell me first what Luo Hao is. You don't get too excited yet. Ma Yuanjun said anxiously, if he really were the zombie king, wouldn't I be this calm if there were no hope? After these words, Xuetong finally calmed down a bit. But before she could speak, Do Yang ran over and shouted, sister-in-law. Brother Yuan Chen. Do Yang panted, several surrounding snow mountains have collapsed, and we've lost contact with brother as well. The walkie-talkie calls have no response. The last thing heard before interruption was that the situation wasn't good on his end. Should we go inside? Yes, let's go. Ma Yuanjun immediately said, go grab all the equipment. Do Yang nodded continuously, urgently going to save his brother, and rushed off with a whoosh. Ma Yuanjun said to Xuetong, let's talk while moving. The snow mountain was collapsing, and the rolling snow made the path forward difficult. Su Jio entered first and just happened to encounter the collapse along the way. He got blocked and couldn't assist Luo Hao, but instead had to protect the people around him first. Ma Yuanjun and Xuetong walked at the front, and he lowered his voice to say, in the original plot, the two biggest painful points are this. The male lead is the zombie king, and the female lead has to kill him to save the world, the intricacies of which you can understand, right? Xuetong held back and didn't say anything. She understood it very well. Especially now. But we all know that the male and female leads had a happy ending, right? Ma Yuanjun said, because Hao wasn't actually the main body of the zombie king. The main body is a flame, a fire possessing the consciousness of the zombie king. It parasitizes on Hao, trying to assimilate him into becoming a carrier controlled by the zombie king. Xuetong paused and asked, when did the parasitism happen? Ma Yuanjun glanced at her and helplessly said, that push you gave him, when he was near death. Xuetong felt like her heart had been stabbed. This is already a hidden clue revealed after your death, so it's normal that you didn't know, but the male lead always knew. Ma Yuanjun threw another sharp comment. When Luo Haosha was about to die years ago, that was also when he obtained his powers. The cluster of flames saw his innate strength and decided to consume this body to become its host. Unexpectedly, its arrival repaired the young man's near-dead body and ignited a strong desire for survival within him. Luo Haosha discovered his abnormalities and always had certain worries in his mind. One day, he talked to the cluster of flames in his heart and realized what he had become. So, following the original plotline, the male lead truly hates you very much. At this moment, Ma Yuanjun was mercilessly throwing one pointed comment after another. There would be absolutely no possibility between the two of you. Xuetong listened silently, not knowing how things would turn out this way back then. At this point, she finally understood why Luo Haosha knew about the core of Qi. Because he inherited the memory of the zombie king, naturally understanding zombies better than others. From that time onward, he had been worrying and doubting whether he was a monster destined to be eliminated. Yet, she hadn't noticed anything. How do we save him? Xue Tong asked. Ma Yuanjun looked at the fiery dragon rising ahead and furrowed his brows, saying, according to the plot, Zhao Mian was killed by Su Jiao, who then gained the strongest psychic ability and used the protagonist's aura along with her abilities to slay the parasitic zombie king. Xue Tong said without hesitation, I can give my psychic abilities to her. How will you give them? If you're killed for the core, won't you die? Ma Yuanjun looked at her suspiciously. I think you can't fake your death twice. This time, there's no system helping you. Xue Tong's heart churned with countless emotions. She clenched her fingers tightly, and deep in her beating heart was a crystal core containing tremendous power. Yet, once it was handed over, she would be dead for real. Well anyway, the psychic abilities reside with you, so you figure out a way first. Ma Yuanjun clenched his teeth hearing the sound of mountains collapsing, turned around, and commanded Do Yang to take care to dodge, asking simultaneously, what's up with Xiao Hong? Did she do all this? The information I received from Zhao Mian about the zombie king is Xiao Hong, but Hao's name appeared as well without any clear indication, so I've been suspicious all along. Xue Tong looked at the ice and fire dragons ahead. Only Xiao Hong and Luo Haosha could manifest such powerful forms using their abilities. To humans, Xiao Hong is just mute because they cannot hear or understand what she says. Xue Tong glanced at Ma Yuanjun and said softly, only zombies can understand her. So Xiao Hong got close to Luo Haosha. Because in her human environment, only Luo Haosha could understand what she was saying. Xue Tong said, but why she's willing to get close to you can only be asked to Xiao Hong. Ma Yuanjun looked at Xue Tong with a frown, wouldn't she like me? Xue Tong. At this moment, she really couldn't laugh. Encountered a large number of zombies coming from the rear. The cold made their movement sluggish, and many were lost in the horde, leaving only Su Jiao, who had activated his ultimate skill, still standing guard. Ordinary zombies were kept away by the flames and water jets, but snowman zombies managed to cut through the water jets and attacked them with ice blades. Xue Tong saw the fire dragon still fighting the ice dragon in the sky. That was the direction where Luo Haosha and Xiao Hong left. And they were getting closer and closer. Brother Han, I leave the others to you. I will go ahead first. It seems that the zombie king should be over there. Su Jiao showed no hesitation or doubt when it came to killing zombies, acting very swiftly. We have to go over there too. Ma Yuanjun turned around and told Xue Tong, Xiao Hong is probably the last boss. After dealing with Haosha, it will be her. We don't know what might happen since she has revealed herself early. Xue Tong's expression was complicated. Can you fight against Xiao Hong? Ma Yuanjun replied, Xiao Hong is Xiao Hong, the zombie king is the zombie king. Haven't you forgotten that the zombie king's thought patterns are different from humans? As they approached the battlefield, gale force winds and snow whipped fiercely around them. The cold was biting, but as the fire dragon zipped past, an intense heat followed, almost melting everything. This alternation between cold and hot resembled hell. Seeing the firelight, Su Jiao spotted Luo Haosha's back and called out, Haosha brother, don't go over. A group of people who entered earlier with Luo Haosha shouted frantically to Su Jiao and her group, they're both zombies. Don't go, brother Haosha, he is also a zombie. Su Jiao froze. What? Luo Haosha, surrounded by flames, seemed to have heard the sound, turning his head for a glance. He was injured, the right sleeve was gone and unable to move. Luo Haosha's indifferent gaze swept across Tunglong's people, Su Jiao, and Ma Yuanjun, but failed to find the one person he wished to see. Half disappointed, half glad. Glad that the other party wouldn't see his grotesque eyes gleaming green, disappointed that he hadn't seen her in his last moment. Xiao Hong stood on the ice pillar rising from the ground, looking down on everyone. The red hood was blown off, revealing a beautiful face, but with a slightly cold expression. She looked at Luo Haosha below her and moved faintly, while Luo Haosha heard a clear and sweet female voice in his ear, you like them, why not turn them all into zombies? Luo Haosha retracted his gaze and looked at Xiao Hong. Do you like them? He asked in return. Xiao Hong replied, no. I love this land. Xiao Hong waved her hand, making snow fly all around. She jumped off the ice pillar and flew toward Luo Haosha along with the ice dragon. I'll make it stay forever at this moment, preserving its most beautiful form. Luo Haosha had already talked to her for a long time, but communication failed, so they had to fight. Xiao Hong was pushed back by the fire dragon, but she didn't seem flustered, her injuries far less serious than Luo Haosha's. You're just a carrier, you can't use its full power, you won't win me. Xiao Hong said, since we belong to the same race, there's no need for us to fight. Luo Haosha said faintly, I'm not. Everyone was deceived by Xiao Hong's innocent appearance, thinking she was just an ignorant little girl. Only Luo Haosha knew. She was actually very smart. Xiao Hong glanced at the direction of Su Jiao, then leapt onto the ice pillar again. Looking down at Luo Haosha, she said, I won't kill you. Because they won't let you leave alive. She waved her hand and lifted the wind and snow blocking the approach of others, allowing more and more people to come near the battlefield and see the condition of Luo Haosha. Han Fei and Mu Xian arrived and were also stunned by the sight of Luo Haosha. Someone pressed the walkie-talkie and yelled hoarsely, Luo Haosha from Tunglong is the zombie king. Do Yang's eyes turned red and he started wrestling with this person. You're talking nonsense. My brother is not. Look at the situation clearly, stop being deceived. The other side shouted back angrily, just look at his current state, isn't it a zombie? You actually tricked me. Su Jia was trembling with anger, and the sudden water surge came like a tsunami, bringing overwhelming ferocity. One by one, the ice pillars were shattered by the surging water waves. The sky seemed to have a leaking hole that couldn't be filled, and the gushing water source swallowed the entire mountain. This instant became Su Jia's battlefield. She only targeted Luo Haosha according to the storyline. At this moment, this area was like Zun Nan from before. The massive flood turned mountains into seas, and people were tossed about uncertainly in the seawater, floating up and down. Although Ma Yuanjun was of the water element, he was still far inferior compared to Su Jia. The power was too fierce, even he was slapped away by a giant wave. Just as Xiao Hong was about to leave, she caught sight of this scene and jumped down from the last ice pillar to rescue the man being battered back and forth by the water waves. Ma Yuanjun looked at Xiao Hong who was helping him float upwards, almost enraged enough to scold her right there. Why? Don't you look down on me? You've already become the zombie king, how dare you still come find me? Su Jia's powers originally counteracted Luo Haosha's. Adding to that the serious injuries he sustained after his battle with Xiao Hong, Luo Haosha was carried up and down by the water waves, coldly watching Su Jia swimming towards him. Come on then. All of you come. He might as well resolve all these troubles at once. Instead of retreating, Luo Haosha advanced further. Just when they were about to meet, a delicate white hand slipped around his shoulder, pulling him back forcefully yet tenderly. Smooth long hair spread out in all directions underwater as Xue Tong met Su Jia's gaze, launching an attack. Su Jia had no time to avoid it. In her brief daze, countless bubbles arose in the water, cracks opened on the ground below, and the suction force dragged her down. Taking the chance, Xue Tong disappeared from Su Jia's line of sight, taking Luo Haosha with her. At the foot of the mountain, Chen Feng resolved to stay away from these people, driving off with his son in the splendid spring sunshine, continuing their wandering life. Even though the thunder flashed occasionally behind them, the jewel dragons roared, or the earth shook, he didn't look back. Until Chen Gun Gun needed to get out of the car for diarrhea, Chen Feng stopped the car. While complaining about what messy things the child must have eaten, he turned around and discovered that the car he'd parked by the road was gone. Chen Feng, what the? Returning to the side of the road, apart from finding a large patch of water stains, he also saw a $100 bill with a message written on it. The car is mine now. The money is yours. Chen Feng. What good is this money in the apocalypse? Chapter 071. Xue Tong took Luo Hao and journeyed westward. In order to quickly shake off those pursuers, she even utilized her psychic abilities to speed up. She distanced herself from the city, weaving through mountain ranges and forests, resting briefly only when night fell. Chen Feng's car had almost everything, but more of it was children's stuff. Looking at the clothes of Chen Gun Gun in the car, she belatedly felt somewhat apologetic. When the people from Chijiao caught up, Chen Feng should be planning to stay with Gun Gun in the base for a few days, restocking on supplies before leaving again. As Xue Tong looked at Luo Hao, he had been unconscious since passing out, his brows tightly furrowed as if trapped by something. She lowered her head and touched Luo Hao's forehead lightly, whispering, "Sleep soundly, I'm here." Xue Tong restarted the vehicle, advancing under the cover of darkness. During this time, Luo Hao had woken up sporadically a few times. In poor physical condition, his body burned like a furnace, causing Xue Tong to dare not easily touch him. Luo Hao's state was hazy, his brows furrowed upon waking, seeing the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window. The moonlight was abundant, scattering brilliant light across the lake. Upon waking the second time, they had already left the lakeside. What he saw was Xue Tong driving. His eyes still flowed with an eerie green glow. When Xue Tong turned her head to look over, he averted his eyes and said softly, "Don't look." "I think it looks quite good," Xue Tong said earnestly. "Black eyes or green eyes don't affect how handsome you are in my eyes." Luo Hao wanted to laugh but couldn't manage it. As dawn approached, Luo Hao woke up just as Xue Tong stopped the car. "Where are we going?" His voice was hoarse. "To a place where no one can find us." Xue Tong reached out and touched his face, which was still burning hot, a temperature that could cause burns, and yet she didn't withdraw her hand. She kissed his forehead gently, saying, "Shall we elope, big brother Haosha?" With Haosha by her side, she crossed the strait, traversed deserts, passed through prairies, and gazed upon distant snow-capped mountains. A crystal-clear river meandered downwards, nourishing all living beings in the nearby hills. Every day, Xue Tong diligently searched for treasure boxes, and it was thanks to these supplies that she managed to arrive here. "I don't know the names of these landscapes, but I've seen quite a few leopards, tigers, and wolf packs along the way. Could I have ended up abroad?" Xue Tong peeked out the car window, locking eyes with a giraffe drinking water by the river. The emerald glow in Luo Hao's eyes had faded, though his periods of sleep were still more frequent than wakefulness. While still awake, he got out of the car, basking in the gentle morning sunlight and cool breeze as he squinted his eyes. Luo Hao looked at the giraffe that turned its head and ran away, saying, "Let's stop here. No more running." Xue Tong replied with a smile, "All right, it's your call." Thus, they settled beneath the snow-capped mountain. At night, one could see nothing but a starry sky stretched high above, the Milky Way displaying dazzling colors, its beauty and grandeur visible to the naked eye. Behind Xue Tong blazed a campfire. She stood by the riverside taking photos with her phone, never tiring of capturing the star-filled skies through her lens. Luo Hao was responsible for boiling instant noodles by the fire, the water not yet heated, while he carefully tore open the packaging. Shui Tong turned around, directing her lens at him, snapping dozens of pictures in quick succession. Each angle captured was pleasing to the eye and heartwarming. Hey, Haosha. Luo Hao glanced at her. Once again, Shui Tong snapped several photos in rapid succession. The fiery glow of the flames reflected in his eyes as Luo Hao offered a faint smile, his lips slightly curled into a small arc. Shui Tong approached with her phone, wrapping her arm around his shoulder as she said, "Come, let's take a picture together." Luo Hao complied, turning towards the camera. 3, 2, 1. In the instant Shui Tong pressed the shutter, she leaned in and kissed him. The photo captured their intimate moment. Luo Hao said, "Let's do it again." "All right," Shui Tong responded seriously, "but this time, I won't kiss you." 3, 2, 1. As Shui Tong moved her finger, Luo Hao tilted her chin and planted a kiss on her lips. Click. Shui Tong's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. When they parted, Shui Tong set down her phone, rolling up her sleeves as she declared, "Let's skip the instant noodles, I'm sick of eating them every day. Tonight, I'll cook you something fresh." Luo Hao raised an eyebrow, looking at her. "You can only make instant noodles, right?" "Oh, don't underestimate me." Shui Tong pulled out frozen ingredients from her space ring all at once without hesitation, pointing at a pile of vegetables, fruits, and meat. "Tonight, I'll show you what a Manchuhan imperial feast is." Seeing her confidence, Luo Hao dropped the instant noodles and laid back lazily on the ground, watching her with crossed arms. Shui Tong glanced at the ingredients for a few seconds, then realized she might have exaggerated earlier. After a moment of contemplation, she gracefully picked up a bag of frozen dumplings and said, "I'll cook you some dumplings first, corn and vegetable with soup-filled ones. They're bound to be incredibly delicious and are an essential part of the Manchuhan imperial feast." Luo Hao watched her with a smile. Under his gaze, Shui Tong felt embarrassed and slightly irritable, snapping, "What? What are you looking at? Anyway, I don't want to eat instant noodles, and neither do you." "I don't want to eat dumplings either," said Luo Hao. "You shouldn't either." Shui Tong pouted and said, "Then there's nothing else." "You keep playing," he said. "I'll do it." Shui Tong paused in surprise before recalling the time she secretly saw Luo Hao learning cooking skills from two younger brothers. Unable to resist, she chuckled softly. Luo Hao shot her a cool glance. "What's so funny?" Shui Tong waved her hands, eyes brimming with laughter. "I was just thinking, you should know by now not to wash fish with dish soap, right?" Luo Hao. He dropped what he was holding, picked up the instant noodles, and said expressionlessly, "Eat instant noodles, then." "No, no, no." Panicking, Shui Tong hurried to pacify him, throwing her arms around his waist and murmuring sweetly, "I want to eat whatever you make, even if it's washed with dish soap, it's fine with me. I'm not afraid." Luo Hao sighed exasperatedly but amused as well, lifting her by the waist. "Go play somewhere else." Shui Tong stood up, deciding to help him. During the day, she had taken out the boathouse and set it beside the car. After Luo Hao selected the ingredients, they both went into the kitchen inside the boathouse. Before coming here, Luo Hao spent most of his time in a semi-conscious state, and it was Shui Tong who handled his meals. Tonight, since he was unusually awake, and given that Shui Tong was tired of eating instant noodles, he decided to prepare some home-style dishes for her. Once inside the boathouse, Luo Hao displayed impeccable knife skills, slicing vegetables beautifully. Standing outside the window, Shui Tong looked down at the barren earthen pot and wondered aloud, "What should we plant here?" "What would you like to plant?" asked Luo Hao. Shui Tong rubbed her hands together, gently exhaling, "Not sure yet. Do you have anything in mind? Flowers or fruits, perhaps?" After pondering for a moment, Luo Hao finally said, "How about oranges?" Shui Tong froze and turned to look at the kitchen where Luo Hao was arranging the freshly cut vegetables onto plates. "Or grapes. Or maybe we could continue planting cherry tomatoes, since I know you like them." While answering, Shui Tong was reminded of the illusions he once created, a hill behind their base covered in orange trees. Every morning, the delightful scent of orange blossoms filled the room through the window. Her heart quieted, and she squatted down, picking up a small shovel and turning the soil earnestly. "Let's plant oranges then." "Are you sure?" Luo Hao seemed surprised, glancing briefly out the window. Shui Tong nodded. "Yeah, it's just that I don't have the resources right now, but when I do, I'll grow a whole orchard of oranges for you." Luo Hao chuckled lightly. "Then let's plant cherry tomatoes for now." "No, this spot is specifically reserved for you." Standing up, Shui Tong turned to glare at the kitchen, puffing her cheeks. "Only, and must be, oranges." Luo Hao was speechless but couldn't help feeling warm inside. For nearly 10 days on this journey, neither of them had mentioned anything about zombies. They were entirely focused on each other, putting aside all worries and immersing themselves in their hard-won romance. Intimacy, tenderness, passion. If Luo Hao happened to stay awake longer during the night, he would sleep throughout the entire day. If he stayed awake during the day, he would certainly fall into a deep sleep at night, occasionally waking up intermittently for 15 minutes or half an hour after being asleep for 2 or 3 hours. Shui Tong remained by his side constantly, ensuring that every time Luo Hao woke up, he'd see her. It was only at the sight of her when he opened his eyes that Luo Hao could feel truly at peace. This night, under the moonlight on the tips of branches, Luo Hao hadn't woken yet. Inside the house, only one oil lamp was lit. Shui Tong called him via the channel left by the system with her phone, but it kept failing, so she persisted. Given the unofficial nature of interworld communication, success was always difficult to achieve, and she didn't expect immediate results. After dozens of failed attempts, Shuetong gave up temporarily and began scrolling through the photos of herself and Luo Hao on her phone, smiling contentedly with closed eyes. Occasionally during the night, howls of wolves echoed through the valley, especially during full moons. Shuetong went outside to reinforce the perimeter fire to prevent unwanted wild animals from trying to approach. After all, they enjoyed good food and drinks every day here, and the scent carried by the wind traveled far. Each night, many animals lingered nearby, eyeing them hungrily but hesitating to approach too closely. When she returned, she found that Luo Hao was awake. His energy seemed a bit weak, but when he looked at her, there was a long-awaited glint of green light in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Shuetong approached, frowning with concern. Luo Hao didn't speak, he simply reached out for her. After she lay down, he held her tightly in his arms, his chin resting on her head as he gently caressed her soft hair, seeking solace in her embrace. Shuetong closed her eyes in his arms and softly said, "It's nothing, don't be afraid. I just went to reinforce the fire wall outside, to prevent the wolves from rushing in and fighting us for our food." Luo Hao responded with a low hum from his throat, his voice deep and sensual. Shuetong felt a tingle in her heart and couldn't help but lift her head to kiss his jaw. Luo Hao then said, "I've been sleeping longer lately." With a straight face, Shuetong replied, "Not true." Luo Hao gazed deeply into her eyes, his fiery gaze unwavering. "All right, it's only increased by a tiny bit," Shuetong admitted. "Maybe 2 or 3 seconds. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Before she could finish, Luo Hao leaned down and kissed her, transforming the rest of her words into something intimate and fragmented. After that night, whenever Luo Hao was clear-headed, he mostly held Shuetong tenderly in passionate embraces. As if a person tossed and turned by waves in an endless sea clung desperately to the floating wood in despair. Shuetong endured his tenderness and his wildness each time, comforting him like a wild beast on the verge of breaking. She would gently kiss his eyes after they were done. Each time, Luo Hao would cover her eyes with his hand, his voice hoarse with a touch of grievance and reluctance. "Don't look, it's ugly." Shuetong laughed, her vision obscured, reaching out blindly, touching his face, then his corners of his eyes, and gently stroking them. "You look good no matter what in my eyes," she said. "And I like you anyway." Luo Hao's dark lashes quivered slightly, staring silently at her with a heavy breath. Nothing else mattered except for the person before him. The once tangled and complex feelings from the past had now become clean and pure. Chapter 072. Although neither of them said anything, both were fully aware of what they were about to face. The zombie king was devouring Luo Hao's body and consciousness, trying to kill him. It had already succeeded halfway, making Luo Hao's sleeping time longer. Every day, Luo Hao was resisting with all his strength, but as a result, he appeared increasingly weak. Shuetong couldn't contact the system, unable to obtain more information from it, so she decided to take action herself. She tried to intrude into Luo Hao's consciousness but was blocked by a force, unable to get in. Despite trying various methods, Shuetong couldn't break through and felt disheartened. Summer had arrived. The mountains and grasslands were lush, and at night, the wind whistled through the trees. On the high mountain ridges, one could see a brilliant river of stars every night. Moonlight streamed through the window, spilling onto the bare back of the man leaning forward slightly, revealing prominent spine lines marked by several fierce scars. Shuetong rested her chin on Luo Hao's shoulder, her gaze fixed on the scars as she muttered, "Don't you worry that indulging too much will worsen your health. I'm only awake for a little while each day." Luo Hao turned his head, sniffing her hair, and whispered, "Not interested. I'm afraid you'll leave me behind." After pausing silently for 2 seconds, Shuetong finally voiced the fear that had been lingering in her heart lately. "I've worked so hard to find you, make peace with you, and be together without any worries. But I can't figure out how to help you." Frowning, she looked somewhat frustrated. Luo Hao gazed at her dazedly. Always the one who had been abandoned by Shuetong, he never thought he would hear such words from her. His heart was filled with indescribable emotion as he held her close and fell back. Moonlight shone upon the spread-out black long hair. "Don't be afraid," Luo Hao bowed his head, almost reverently cradling her face in his hands. "I won't leave you. Never." That night, Shuetong wasn't able to say more to him because all her energy was spent enduring Luo Hao's possession and frenzied claiming, as if trying to integrate her completely, breaking down and rejoining her bones within himself so they could no longer be separated. In summer, plants grew wildly, the valley beneath the snowy mountain wasn't too hot, clear streams flowed horizontally, and along the riverbanks, clusters of unknown white flowers blossomed. Shuetong hadn't seen Luo Hao conscious during the daytime for quite some time. She got up and opened the window, allowing the pure sunlight to pour in. Seeing a white fox drinking water by the river, she picked up her phone and took a picture of it. That evening, she told Luo Hao, "Today, I saw a fox, it was furry and extremely beautiful. No wonder spirit foxes are always depicted as beauties. Today, I also saw that giraffe again, the same one we saw when we first came here. The tree across the river has produced fruits, they're green and red, mixed together, I don't know their name. More and more animals are around. It must be due to the aroma of the meals you cook that lures them over. Look, there's little squirrel and big tiger, but do tigers eat squirrels? I watched him chasing the squirrel, maybe he's hungry. Oh my god, there are actually fish in this river. Fish, you can believe that. This is the first time we've seen fish here after nearly 2 months. Brother Hao, shall we eat fish tonight?" Luo Hao was no longer waking up during the day. Shui Tong documented everything she saw during the day by taking pictures so she could tell him about it at night when he woke up. However, he remained asleep for longer periods. From being able to wake just as dusk began, to only awakening late at night. His waking hours were gradually shortening from 10 hours to 8, then 5. As Shui Tong watched Luo Haoshe sleep, she gently stroked his face. He had only woken for 3 hours tonight. Dawn was approaching outside. Luo Haoshe still clutched her hand tightly, and it took Shui Tong a little effort to pull away before getting up. She gave him a peck on the forehead and followed her routine of calling the system with her phone. No answer. Shui Tong again tried to intrude into Luo Haoshe's mind, but she still couldn't get in. She dressed properly, leaned against the window watching the sunrise emerge from the horizon, but her eyes betrayed a faint sense of loss. What should she do now? Should she really call Su Jiao? But Su Jiao probably wanted nothing more than to eliminate Luo Haoshe with a single strike to settle the matter. She didn't hesitate when killing zombies. Though possessing the strongest mental type abilities, she couldn't breach Luo Haoshe's mind to locate the zombie king. Was it because she wasn't strong enough, or was it because she wasn't the main female character? Shui Tong pressed her brows, thinking for a while, and eventually became hungry. She went to the kitchen to heat up the food Luo Haoshe had prepared beforehand. Daylight was bright, the cool summer breeze brushing past, and the grasses by the riverside swayed. Shui Tong stood there blankly looking at the scene. How she wished she and Luo Haoshe could walk together under such radiant days. That night, Luo Haoshe didn't wake up. Shui Tong stayed by the bedside and didn't go anywhere else. Dawn broke, and he was still asleep. It wasn't until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon that Luo Haoshe slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Shui Tong beside him, a faint green light flickered in his eyes, reflecting the slightly dazed face of the woman. Shui Tong reached out to touch his face, but her hand was caught by Luo Haoshe. The warmth traveled to her fingertips, and she finally smiled and said, "You're finally awake." She hadn't slept all night, and bloodshot lines showed in her eyes. Though she looked a little tired, she smiled sweetly at Luo Haoshe. Luo Haoshe's Adam's apple moved as he extended his hand to embrace her. With a low grunt, his voice hoarse, he murmured, "I'm sorry." Shui Tong closed her eyes in his embrace and said softly, "This time, it really took longer." Her hand tightened on Luo Haoshe's clothes as she said quietly, "But it doesn't matter, I can wait." "There won't be a next time," said Luo Haoshe as he buried his face in her neck and shoulder, gently rubbing against her. "I'm sleeping because it is trying to take over my consciousness. It takes a great deal of energy to stop it, so I find it hard to wake up. This time it attempted a strong attack, so it took more time," explained Luo Haoshe. Shui Tong said somewhat resentfully, "I can't enter your sea of consciousness." Luo Haoshe chuckled softly, "That's good. It's too dangerous. I don't want you to get hurt." Shui Tong leaned up and looked at him, saying, "And you're laughing about it?" Seeing her slightly red-rimmed eyes, Luo Haoshe sobered up, kissing her gently. Pulled by Shui Tong, he fell back onto the bed. After sharing some affectionate moments, Shui Tong gazed at the sunlight filtering through the window and asked, "Today's weather is nice, shall we take a walk?" Luo Haoshe squinted his eyes, having not seen the sun for quite a while now. After getting up and taking a shower, they dressed and headed out together. The gentle orange glow bathed them as they strolled along the river towards the lower part of the valley. Although spring had passed, when summer arrived, there were still plenty of flowers and plants around. Shui Tong thought the house was devoid of any decoration, making it feel a bit stuffy. She usually didn't dare to wander far while watching over Luo Haoshe, so this time when they went out, she picked a lot of flowers and let Luo Haoshe carry them. When she spotted a beautiful flower tree, she would try climbing it to pick the most beautiful branch. Luo Haoshe stood under the tree, looking up at her reaching for the branches. "Ah, I can't reach it, I'll climb a little higher." "You should come down, if you keep climbing, you'll fall," said Luo Haoshe. "Let me do it." Shui Tong obediently came down, but as Luo Haoshe climbed the tree, she had already run to another one, looking up and exclaiming, "I think this one looks better." What a fickle woman. Luo Haoshe let her be and went over to help pick the new ones obediently. Shui Tong happily directed him, and neither of them used their special abilities during their play. As they were having fun, her phone rang. The unexpected call made both of them pause for a moment. Shui Tong picked it up and saw it was the system calling. Luo Haoshe raised an eyebrow at her, and Shui Tong said hastily, I'll answer the call. I'll be right back. Just stay here, don't move. Can you even get calls in this place?" Luo Haoshe asked casually. Shui Tong gave him a quick smile and walked away with the phone. If it were before, Luo Haoshe would definitely have been furious, his mind probably already concocting jealous questions about whether this woman still loved him or was planning to leave him again. Shui Tong excitedly answered the call, hearing the system ask, 2 minutes. "What's up? Do you know the later plot? Luo Haoshe is parasitized by the zombie king. How can I save him?" Shui Tong asked. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds before the reply came. "I just glanced at the plot. The female lead uses water-based abilities to suppress the zombie king's strength, then separates the two using mental abilities, and finally kills it with water-based abilities." Shui Tong. "Does it require water-based abilities?" The system replied, "It needs Su Jiao's water-based abilities. Su Jiao only wants to kill him now. This is what the plot shows. Another method is that since he and the zombie king are in a life-and-death relationship, injuring him also injures the zombie king," the system said. "When he's near death, the zombie king's power is weakest. You use mental abilities to separate them at this point. Tong muttered, I can't even enter his sea of consciousness, and I've thought about this plan too. But if I do, he can't survive either. There's always a chance. Don't you remember your universal remedy, the system said. Time's running out. Come on, I won't rush you to repay me yet. Tong. That's right. Universal remedy. As long as there's still a breath of life left, it can save him. But she had already lost it. In these days of keeping watch over Luha, she hadn't gone out searching for treasures or opening boxes. Tong put her phone away and turned to look at Luha, who was standing under the flower tree. He had just picked up the other flower branches from the ground and held them in his arms. Seemingly sensing her gaze, he turned his head toward Tong. Tong ran over to hug him, tiptoeing to kiss his chin with a slightly appeasing smile. Luha let out a light grunt and looked down at her without speaking. Tong explained earnestly, It's an alien. That's why it could call me. Luha almost burst into laughter. He said in surprise, an alien. It told me how to separate the zombie king. Tong bit her lip, looking somewhat troubled. It also helped me get out of the illusion to find you before, so Luha dragged the tone, sounding dangerous. Tong, looking aggrieved, said, I owe it 80 billion. Luha, 80 billion? An alien? Luha asked lightly, when will you pay it back? Probably when I die, Tong sighed, from now on, I must work hard to make money, otherwise, I might get taken by the aliens. Luha gave her an exasperated glance, not listening to her nonsense and didn't probe further, let's go back. If it's not enough, I'll accompany you here tomorrow. Tong picked up the remaining flower branches and followed him back. On the way, they talked about the methods given by the system. After hearing them, Luha commented, it's pretty much what I thought. In theory, it should work. Tong, however, was troubled, but I can't enter your sea of consciousness, nor use my mental powers to separate it. Am I just too useless? Don't talk nonsense. If it wasn't for you, I would have long given up and surrendered to it, said Luha. You couldn't enter because we always attempted it when I was unconscious. Tong. Luha continued, if it's done while I'm awake, it should be possible. I have no secrets from you and wouldn't guard against you. Tong gritted her teeth, I should have done this earlier. Luha teased her, you didn't say that before. Hearing this, Tong became even angrier, whenever you were awake, all you wanted to do was, do. She hesitated halfway through her sentence, too shy to finish. Under Luha's mischievous gaze, she quickly changed her words, then let's try it when we go back. But Luha said, it's too dangerous. Do you know what's truly dangerous for me? Tong whispered, it's losing you. Chapter 073. Luha was persuaded by Tong, and after returning, he let her try to intrude into his mind sea to look for the zombie king. Tong successfully entered Luha's mind sea using her spiritual power. In this boundless dark world, there were countless sparks falling from the sky, with bright flashes of light. She had to find that cluster of fire among the myriad stars which symbolized the original form of the zombie king. Tong closed her eyes, focused, and carefully sensed it. Yet, she still couldn't find it. Tong returned to reality, and upon meeting Luha's gaze, she pouted in disappointment. Luha pulled her into his arms, placed his chin on her shoulder, affectionately rubbing his face against hers. Don't rush. Tong said, let's try again. The time she could intrude wasn't long. With each attempt, although the duration became longer, she still failed to find the original body. Tong used water-based attacks on those sparks, watching as they gradually went out, but still, an endless number of sparks fell from the sky, burning continuously. It won't let you find it easily. Luha said, it's a cunning and intelligent creature. Night had already fallen deeply, and the galaxy filled the sky. Tong, who had expended much mental energy, felt somewhat tired. Luha let her lean on his chest, kissed her hair as he looked down, rest, I'll watch over you. Leaning on the warm chest, she listened to Luha's heartbeat and murmured, sooner or later, I'll drive it out. Make it go away far, far away, it infuriates me. Rarely seeing her childish temper, Luha consoled her softly. After listening to her chatter for a while and then calming down, when Luha thought she had fallen asleep, she suddenly heard Tong softly say, sorry. Chem. Sorry. Tong tightened her arms around his waist and buried her head in his chest, muttering faintly, if only back then I hadn't. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Luha's kiss. Luha lay down holding her and whispered, all I want is for you to be by my side. The past is past, and I have no regrets. No regrets. Tong grabbed at his collar tightly, her heart tightening repeatedly, so uncomfortable she struggled to breathe. In the following days, Tong started venturing out to seek treasures and open chests, hoping to obtain a universal remedy. Though she saw 1 or 2 rare treasure chests every day, what came out was not what she wanted. Luha's awakening time had become balanced, sleeping during the day and waking up at night. Even though Tong intruded into Luha's mind sea multiple times and several times sensed the presence of the zombie king, she still couldn't find its exact location. After several attempts, she even felt like this guy was deliberately playing with her. There are things in this world that can kill it too, Luha said calmly while chopping vegetables. Water overcoming fire is inevitable. In terms of strength, Su Jia would certainly defeat it. Sitting obediently beside the table, Tong supporting her chin on one hand as she watched him busy himself, hearing this, reflected thoughtfully, if Su Jia were here, she would surely severely injure this fire-type zombie king. Then I would use my spiritual power to separate it. Theoretically feasible, and also the most likely method for success, Luo replied. I haven't found the universal remedy yet. Once I find it, I'll send a message to Sujio and ask her to come here. Shuetong blinked as she looked at him. Only with the universal remedy can I rest assured letting you use yourself as bait. Otherwise, no way. Luo smiled, not caring where she got the resources from. As he had said himself, as long as Shuetong stayed by his side, everything else was unimportant. Shuetong prayed every day for treasures while searching, hoping to obtain the universal remedy. About 10 days later, she finally succeeded. She happily jumped twice in place and quickly returned to the boathouse, giving Luo, who was sound asleep, a quick kiss on the cheek. Following their prior agreement, upon obtaining the universal remedy, Shuetong utilized her spiritual force to command nearby animals to go find Sujio and my Yuanjin and bring them here. Sujio was currently chasing leads about the two people across the world. As the female protagonist, after the male lead and the female supporting character ran away together, Sujio shouldered the burden of the storyline, rebuilding the world, hunting zombies, exhausted and furious. It took time to transmit the message, and it would also take time for Sujio to get here after receiving the message. Shuetong waited patiently, looking forward to the final conclusion. Though unclear about the state of the outside world, Shuetong knew well that as long as the zombie king remained alive, the plot of the original story had not ended. Perhaps due to the situation improving slightly, Shuetong rarely took an interest in others' affairs now. At the time, you and Little Hong both turned into zombies. Sujio didn't capture you. I wonder if she captured Little Hong? Shuetong, sitting with Luo outside the boathouse, roasting meat over a bonfire and brushing oil onto the skewers as she asked, Little Hong has such a good relationship with my Yuanjin, he probably can't bring himself to do it. She's smart, not that easy to be caught. Luo was carving thin wooden sticks for the grilled meat as he said, even though she likes Yuanjin a lot, he might not show mercy to her. Shuetong turned back to look at him. Did you know long ago that Xiao Hong was the zombie king? Luo replied with an unchanging expression and a hum. When? About 2 years ago, Luo said, her sensitivity to zombies has been increasing since then, and she also knew there was a monster inside her. Shuetong, I remember zombie kings always have some defects. Xiao Hong is mute, this fire-based one. Ha, it's just a lump of fire without a body, the defect is too big. Luo, she can actually talk, but only zombies can hear her. Shuetong opened her eyes wide and looked at him. Luo slightly bent his lips into a meaningful smile. She talks quite a bit normally. Shuetong recalled Xiao Hong's innocent and sweet expression. She would look at you calmly with a blank gaze, so obediently adorable that you felt like petting her head just like a likable cat. Because she is mute, many people talk in front of her without any reservation. Occasionally when you joke with her and see her at a loss, she has already cursed at you fiercely several times. Shuetong. Huanjin likes to pat her head. Every time, Xiao Hong gets irritated and tells him to go away. Shuetong hissed and could vividly imagine the scene. She wasn't wrong. Xiao Hong is just like a cat. Seemingly meowing cutely to you, but actually cursing you to leave her alone. Shuetong murmured, no wonder Xiao Hong wants to kill you, maybe to shut your mouth. Luo chuckled lazily again. Then he heard Shuetong ask, why did you choose to keep Xiao Hong's secret and not expose her identity? That hit the point. Luo paused quietly for 2 seconds before answering. At that time, I was hesitating because I might become something similar to her one day. Shuetong listened and felt heartache. I don't know what she wants to do, so I decided to keep her around to monitor her intentions. Luo said indifferently. In these past years, she has been very well behaved and shows no sign of wanting to turn all humans into zombies. Being together with him and my Yuanjin, Xiao Hong seemed human. But ultimately, she isn't a real person. I wonder how she is now, if she's still alive. Shuetong felt a little melancholy. She didn't think ill of Xiao Hong, but she was the zombie king who had to be eliminated. It's regrettable if she dies. If she lives, it will be more troublesome. Although Sujio's brain has issues, she is powerful. Xiao Hong may not escape. Luo said, Yuanjin is also there, she's probably captured. Shuetong nodded. Sujio's brain indeed has problems. Luo glanced at her, and Shuetong waved her skewer at him and laughed. I've been wanting to gossip about this with you, but I haven't been able to tell you until now. Luo casually said, I'm not interested in her brain. Hey, she had memory loss. The Sujio I saw before was different. Shuetong said, by the way, do you know who Chen Feng's wife, Gungan's mom, is? Luo, who? Shuetong grinned mischievously. Luo raised an eyebrow, and his expression became somewhat delicate. Sujio? Shuetong nodded. This sparked Luo's interest, so he asked her what happened. Memory loss. During that time she met Chen Feng and started living with him. They ended up having a kid, but unfortunately she regained her memory later, yet forgot Chen Feng. Shuetong told Luo about their entanglement, and after listening, his expression grew even more complex. Does Sujio not remember anything at all? Shuetong nodded. Luo said, that's her son. Is Chen Feng not planning to tell her? She won't be able to remember. The reasons are complicated. Maybe when world peace comes, we can take another look. Shuetong couldn't explain the original story's setting clearly, so she could only remain vague. Luo raised an eyebrow and picked up the carved thin wooden stick to thread the meat, asking, how can she forget her own son? Seeing his focus was on Chen Gungun, Shuetong squinted and glanced at him sideways, saying, speaking of which, you were really concerned about that kid before. Did you assume he was mine back then? Luo Haosha. Without changing his expression, he said, no. Shuetong looked at his awkward expression, and the laughter in her eyes deepened. The flickering firelight chased away the chill of the summer night. When she looked up, she could see the starry river across the sky. Shuetong pulled on Luo Haosha's sleeve, and as he looked over, she said, do you want one? Luo Haosha was taken aback, hearing her add, a child. Shuetong looked at him with gentle and bright eyes, her smile soft. I want one more person to keep you company, she said. I want you to never be alone again in this world, and for there to be someone connected to you by blood. The summer night breeze swept past her eyes, reddening the corners of them as Luo Haosha's Adam's apple moved slightly, his heart melting. He gripped the hand that Shuetong had tugged on his sleeve with, pulling her tightly into his arms, the force so great it was as if he wanted to fuse her with his body, never to separate again. The two waited nearly 10 days before finally waiting for Su Jia. She arrived just as it happened to be evening, Luo Haosha in a sober state while Su Jia was extremely angry. Seeing the two, she immediately cursed, you made me trek through mountains for so long, bastard. Then she fought with Luo Haosha. Su Jia glared furiously as she hit him. Haosha brother. Luo Haosha, you are actually the zombie king that endangers the world, deceiving me for so long, unforgivable. Without any love between the protagonist couple, they spared no mercy, delivering only fatal moves. Luo Haosha led Su Jia to the mountain ridge, further from the boathouse to avoid causing damage. Su Jia came quickly, followed shortly by my Yuanjin who ran up gasping like a dog. Seeing the colliding fire dragons and water walls on the mountain, he took a deep breath and shouted, Luo Haosha, damn it, you've been hard for me to find. That night, the wind rustled fiercely, and all the wild beasts that had ventured out at night were driven far away by the successive arrivals of people. Shuetong waved to my Yuanjin, here. Seeing her only added to my Yuanjin's anger as he approached, cursing all the way, you disappeared without a word, running so far away. Do you have any idea how many months I've spent looking for you two? Universal medicine is ready. Take it and give it to him after I extract that damn thing from Haosha's body, Shuetong said. My Yuanjin hastily caught the universal medicine she threw to him. Do you have a plan? We do, but it's dangerous. You need to hurry, Shuetong said while speaking. Her eyes stayed focused on Luo Haosha. If we're late, it will be too late. She needed to deal with the fire-based zombie king because she might not have enough time to administer the universal medicine to Luo Haosha, so she entrusted it to my Yuanjin. After understanding, my Yuanjin gritted his teeth even more fiercely. Damn, I owe you two something from my previous life. Shuetong smiled faintly and glanced at him when she turned back around, asking, how's Xiao Hong? Dead. Killed by Su Jia, my Yuanjin answered quickly, glancing at Luo Haosha atop the mountain. Now there's only one left. Stay focused, it'll be over soon. Shuetong was surprised by his calmness. She wanted to ask more details but was drawn to Su Jia and Luo Haosha's battle. Su Jia unleashed full power, suppressing Luo Haosha's fire-based strength, while he didn't use anything else. You could say Su Jia beat him up thoroughly. As thin icicles pierced through Luo Haosha's heart, rising out of the ground, Shuetong used her quick reflexes to catch him as he swayed forward, intercepting Su Jia's next lethal move. Su Jia, stop. My Yuanjin roared loudly, rushing beside Luo Haosha and getting ready to inject him with the universal medicine. Stopped by the pair, Su Jia paused her attack and frowned. What are you doing? That's the zombie king. Shuetong met Luo Haosha's eyes. He was very weak, his chest bleeding all over the ground, pale-faced, but he still gave her a weak smile and winked. This time, she would surely find the culprit. Shuetong entered his mind realm. It was once again an endless dark world, suffocating and oppressive, with countless falling starlights. It was hiding among them. Shuetong had never been this calm before. She gathered all her strength and, taking advantage of his injury, swept across his mind, capturing it. In that moment, the countless falling starlights extinguished, leaving only that single one. Get out. Shuetong stared at that flame, reaching out to grab it. Seeing the flame appear in Shuetong's hand, my Yuanjin wasted no time injecting Luo Haosha with the universal medicine. Shuetong opened her eyes, throwing the flame toward Su Jia. Su Jia reacted fast, raising her hand where the water dragon, which had been patiently waiting beside her, roared and lunged at the flame. With a thunderous boom, it erupted like fireworks blooming in the night sky. Shuetong saw an endless wasteland stretching ahead, with equally boundless starry skies behind her. Firelight burned along the mountain ridges, spreading and exploding across the sky. Countless small fiery sparks rained down on the earth like a fine drizzle. Dead silent, grey cities began to light up one after another, roaring like mighty dragons filling every corner of the world. Before the starfire touched the ground, it had already been extinguished. The last zombie king in this world had perished here. While Su Jia and my Yuanjin were lost in amazement at the starfire lighting up the sky, Shuetong glanced at the unconscious Luo Haosha, reaching out to touch his heart. Feeling its strong beat, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Shuetong wiped away the blood from the corner of his lips and whispered softly in his ear, we succeeded. The dust had settled. From now on, every day. The night, the moon, Haosha, and you. Chapter 074 Bonus Chapter 1. The third month after the apocalypse ended. Shuetong and Luo Haosha were still living carefree lives in the valley. My Yuanjin shamelessly came here to mooch food and drink. Su Jia had long gone back to rule the world. As autumn set in, the chestnut trees nearby ripened. Early in the morning, Shuetong and Luo Haoshe went out to pick chestnuts. They knocked the chestnuts down from the trees, picked them up, peeled them, and then washed them before stir-frying with sugar. The scent drifted far away. Ma Yuanjun was woken up by the smell, yawning lazily and sleepily came out looking at the two outside eating chestnuts and said, "How come you didn't call me when there's good food?" Shuetong shrugged, "I saw you stay up all night chasing a rabbit last night, so I let you rest well." Luo Haoshe glanced over and asked, "Why are you chasing that rabbit?" After washing his face at the river, Ma Yuanjun replied confidently, "To eat it. Isn't roasted rabbit meat fragrant?" Luo Haoshe, he asked again, "Couldn't even catch a rabbit." "It's not that I didn't use my powers. I rarely see you guys using your abilities normally. It'd be such a loss of face if I used mine just to chase a rabbit." Ma Yuanjun humphed, "I want to prove with my own strength that rabbit really ran too damn fast." Luo Haoshe gave him a sideways glance, handed him the chestnuts he had just peeled, and asked, "Until when do you plan on staying here?" Ma Yuanjun grumpily said, "What for? Got a girlfriend now, don't need your buddy anymore." Luo Haoshe nodded. Ma Yuanjun stuffed the chestnuts in his mouth, angrily biting them, cursing, "Forget your loyalty. You can't always stay here. You need to go out with me and rebuild the world. Do Yang and director Lu have already sent messages many times to urge us." Ma Yuanjun said, "Look at what Su Jia has done. If we follow her standards, this world will eventually fall apart. Besides, Tunglong Base is so big, and basically everyone looks up to you as the leader. If you refuse to show up and agree, they won't cooperate either. Isn't the conflict getting bigger?" Ma Yuanjun snatched the chestnuts he had just peeled and shoved them into his mouth, seriously saying, "So you need to go back with me to rebuild the world." Luo Haoshe glanced at him, humming a laugh. Only then did Shuetong say, "That makes sense." Indeed, in the original storyline, the subsequent operation of the world relied heavily on Luo Haoshe and Su Jia. After hearing this, Luo Haoshe raised an eyebrow, looking at Ma Yuanjun and asked, "Are you sure it's about rebuilding the world, and not wanting to find out something about Xiaohong from me?" Ma Yuanjun. He froze for a moment. Shuetong opened her eyes wide, looking at Luo Haoshe and then Ma Yuanjun. She also found this somewhat peculiar. Throughout this period, Ma Yuanjun never once voluntarily mentioned Xiaohong, not even half a word. Shuetong kept suspecting whether he genuinely didn't care or was pretending well. What information could you possibly have about her? Ma Yuanjun curiously looked at Luo Haoshe. Luo Haoshe told him that Xiaohong could talk, and also shared the words she had spoken over the years. After hearing this, Ma Yuanjun became extremely agitated. "Good, so she was secretly badmouthing me behind my back all along." Shuetong passed the peeled chestnuts to Luo Haoshe. Just as Luo Haoshe took the bowl, Ma Yuanjun swiped 3 or 5 pieces with one hand. Luo Haoshe said calmly, "How did she die?" Ma Yuanjun ate the chestnuts while reminiscing and said, "Here's what happened back then. Su Jia's explosive water elemental force devoured several mountains nearby, turning the area into an ocean. Ma Yuanjun was battered by the sea waves and submerged to the bottom. Xiaohong saw him afterward and pulled him up. When Ma Yuanjun emerged, he choked on water and coughed incessantly. Xiaohong supported him swimming toward the shore. Upon reaching the shore, Xiaohong gestured to him and simultaneously said, "Why are you so weak? You almost drowned." Ma Yuanjun couldn't hear her voice nor understand what she said but only saw the gesture Xiaohong made at him. Irritably glaring at her, he asked, "What are you doing? Trying to hold me hostage to threaten Haoshe?" Xiaohong remained silent without responding. Ma Yuanjun stood up, taking a few steps back cautiously, trying to keep distance from Xiaohong. Xiaohong said, "I won't harm you." Unable to hear any sound, Ma Yuanjun furrowed his brows, observing her standing motionlessly for a while, feeling somewhat exasperated inside. "At least react, all right?" Xiaohong extended her hand towards him. Ma Yuanjun immediately became alert, asking, "What for?" "Give me your hand," Xiaohong said. Ma Yuanjun guessed her intention and asked, "What do you want?" "Sesame sticks. How can you think about eating at this moment?" Xiaohong said, "Give me your hand, idiot." She frowned, looking a bit impatient. After seeing this, Ma Yuanjun added, all right, here you go." He searched through all the pockets he had, pulling out a bag of damp sesame sticks and placing it in her palm helplessly, saying, "Eat them then." Xiaohong remained silent. Just as she was about to grab his hand, a water dragon roared toward her, separating the two. Su Jia angrily emerged from the water, standing on the surging waves and looking toward Xiaohong atop the mountain, saying, "You're not getting away." "Then what?" Shuetong asked. Then she wasn't a match for Su Jia, so Su Jia killed her. Ma Yuanjun kept stuffing chestnuts into his mouth, muttering vaguely, how could she, an antagonist, possibly defeat the darling daughter of this world? This comment carried a touch of mockery, but Shuetong knew it was true. Luo Haoshe narrowed his eyes slightly but said nothing. Shuetong pointed at Ma Yuanjun and asked, "Did she die right before your eyes?" Her tone was somewhat subtle. Ma Yuanjun sighed. The killing move came too fast, it happened in the blink of an eye. In that moment, he didn't have a chance to ask Xiaohong why she extended her hand toward him. When Xiaohong fell from the tall ice pillar, she tried hard to turn her body and look back, but couldn't catch one last glimpse of that person. It's strange, Xiaohong only had half a crystal core. Ma Yuanjun mused deeply, and this half was full of cracks, very fragile. That must be because she was injured, Shuetong wondered aloud. No wonder Su Jiao was so strong and shattered half her crystal core. Ma Yuanjun nodded, agreeing. That's what I thought too. As much as he said that, his gaze still shifted toward Luo Haosha. Luo Haosha humphed. You've been talking for such a long time, all you wanted is to inquire about that half-crystal core from me. Ma Yuanjun coughed, feigning seriousness. I am concerned about humanity's future. If the zombie queen isn't dead yet and rises again, what should we do? Shuetong suddenly realized, so it's for Xiaohong. Ma Yuanjun was silent for a while, finally sighing like he'd conceded defeat, exuding an air of helplessness. Actually, I've been having the same dream repeatedly. Shuetong, what dream? I dreamt Xiaohong said thank you to me when she died. Ma Yuanjun frowned, over and over again, which made my heart feel uneasy. Luo Haosha continued peeling chestnuts and casually said, then go pray at a temple. Ma Yuanjun stopped talking. He quietly peeled chestnuts, and the sweet scent easily reminded him of the young girl who used to always follow him around. She loved sweets. His rational mind was clear, Xiaohong had to die. He couldn't say he felt especially sorrowful after confirming Xiaohong's identity as the zombie queen. From then on, he became cautious of every move she made. However, during these years, he'd become accustomed to her following him around everywhere, giving her spare snacks whenever he remembered to, or subconsciously chatting with her, assuming she was always by his side. Habit was truly a terrible thing. In the evening, Luo Haosha saw that Ma Yuanjun was still sitting by the river staring at the starry sky, lost in deep thought, so he walked over and tossed him a piece of paper. Ma Yuanjun was surprised upon receiving it. What's this? A dress, Luo Haosha calmly said. She suffered severe injuries before, half her crystal core shattered. She collected the fragments herself and hid them here, attempting to repair it. Ma Yuanjun was momentarily stunned. She must have suffered a lot. He looked up again at Luo Haosha, asking, how did you know? Luo Haosha, she mentioned it when she was drunk last time. Ma Yuanjun sighed wistfully and looked down, surprised to see. Is it actually in Zunnan? But even if I find that half-crystal core, what can I do? Can she come back to life? Ma Yuanjun frowned. She is the zombie queen, and if she comes back alive. He left the rest unsaid but glanced towards the direction of the boathouse. If the zombie queen wasn't fully dead, and the world timeline got disrupted and thus subject to review, Snowtong would be done for. Even if the shattered crystal core is reassembled, it won't work. Luo Haosha said, in her mindset, anything she likes needs to be frozen and preserved. She liked this land, so she wanted to freeze the world. She also liked that half-crystal core, so she froze it inside a human cocoon. She was severely injured by humans in the past. When she met you, although you raised your weapon, you claimed it was to protect her. As Luo Haosha recalled this while Xiaohong was drunk, he involuntarily narrowed his eyes. Though she seemed clever, in this matter, she was naively simple. You are the first human who said you would protect her, hence why she liked following you. Ma Yuanjun was utterly stupefied. All this time, Xiaohong had still been a foolishly innocent and sweet girl. The reason I didn't expose her identity is because she wasn't like the other zombie kings who liked to kill indiscriminately. She only wanted to freeze the things she liked, causing minimal harm. Luo Haosha said, that's all I know. The rest is up to you to figure out. Ma Yuanjun thought about it all night. The next morning, he said goodbye to Shuetong with the piece of paper in hand. I'll be leaving soon. Shuetong replied, what a coincidence, we're leaving too. ? Ma Yuanjun was shocked. What? You're leaving today and you didn't tell me before? Luo Haosha got into the car. Shuetong laughed and said, aren't we busy saving the world? I thought you'd stay here chasing rabbits. How come you're leaving today too? Ma Yuanjun retorted irritably, mention rabbits one more time and we'll have problems. This was now a world without zombies. People no longer lived in fear, instead harnessing their newfound abilities to develop a new world. Shuetong did not know what the future of this world would look like, but Ma Yuanjun was right, Tenglong needed Luo Haosha. Only he could make the decisions that Tenglong's people would accept. 6 months after the end of the apocalypse, the city reclamation plan was completed, with most reconstruction work done. 1 year after the end of the apocalypse, human society stabilized. Those human elites who had retreated in time made great contributions to the reconstruction. Issues regarding superhuman abilities were fully overseen by Su Jiao and Luo Haosha. Shuetong joined the Superhuman Research Institute, studying abilities there with hopes of enjoying a peaceful life. But in the early days of the institute's establishment, peace was elusive. She was constantly busy, even indulging in water being a luxury. Because she possessed rare mental abilities, she also became a sort of experimental subject, often required to cooperate in many studies. Of course, if she herself was unwilling, there was nothing anyone could do. With the thought of maintaining a stable world, Shuetong agreed, resulting in her having no time to go home. Overtime. Luo Haosha returned home after a meeting at Chijiao. After finishing dinner, and seeing no sign of her, he drove directly to the institute to retrieve her. The test supervisor trembled as they greeted this expressionless commander of the Tenglong base, speaking as gently as possible. Shuetong has 2 tests left. Luo Haosha gave a cold look. It's Chinese New Year. Do you want her to work through the night? The test supervisor tried hard to explain. She definitely won't work all night. It's just 3 hours. Luo Haosha scoffed. 3 hours? The test supervisor was drenched in sweat. 2.5 hours. 2 minutes, said Luo Haosha. Give her back to me. If her dinner gets cold when she gets home, don't expect her to help you with any more tests. After hearing this, the test supervisor quickly returned to end the test and sent Xuetong home immediately. It was the eve of Chinese New Year. After the apocalypse, the first New Year's Eve was celebrated with great enthusiasm by everyone. But some workaholics were indifferent to the festivities, focusing solely on the data in front of them. Xuetong complained to Luo Haoshe about the group of crazy people at the research institute who worked day and night without rest. After listening, Luo Haoshe said, "Don't go tomorrow. If you can't stand it, you can come to my place. Your place is too intense for me. I can't handle it." Xuetong shook her head. Chijiao handled the future of superhumans, the most pressing issue at the moment. An era where superhumans and ordinary people coexisted. Many rules needed to be revised or supplemented. Each meeting was filled with heated debates and arguments, sometimes leading to fights. Every force and institution was vying for rules that benefited them, making it a complex and exciting situation. After hearing this, Luo Haoshe glanced sideways at her. "So are you going to keep working overtime and not come home?" "How could I not come home? Even if you don't come, I'm planning to leave anyway." Xuetong picked up her phone angrily. "I'll resign to the director right now. I'm not going tomorrow." While typing, she suddenly received several messages from the director and the test supervisor begging her not to quit with cries and pleads. Xuetong looked, her eyes twitching slightly, then put down her phone and said, "Maybe we should wait until after the superhuman information collection records are completed to discuss this further." Luo Haoshe sat across from her, arms crossed, looking at her profoundly. Xuetong picked up her phone again and messaged the director, "No overtime. Absolutely cannot come home late." The director immediately agreed. After resolving the overtime issue, they were about to finish eating when they suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Luo Haoshe got up to open the door, while Xuetong, starving, buried herself in eating. As soon as the door opened, the man standing outside handed him a bag of sesame stalks and said, "Happy New Year, buddy." 6 months after my U-engine disappeared, he returned. With a talkative girl. Luo Haoshe led them inside. Xuetong looked up. When she was about to greet my U-engine, her attention was drawn to the red-cloaked girl hiding shyly beside him, and her eyes widened in astonishment. The girl was somewhat timid, hiding behind my U-engine as she hesitantly greeted Xuetong. "Hello." Her voice was crisp and sweet. You, cough." Xuetong was so excited that she choked and began coughing non-stop. Luo Haoshe patted her back gently. My U-engine said, "Don't be nervous, don't get too excited. She's not the zombie king, I promise." Shocked, Xuetong asked, "Is that Xiaohong?" "This is half of Xiaohong's crystal core." My U-engine explained, "The cocoon has a repair function for the core, but Xiaohong herself had already died. This is the repaired crystal core retaining Xiaohong's memories and formed this appearance." Xuetong turned to look at Luo Haoshe. "Did you understand that?" Luo Haoshe said expressionlessly, "No." My U-engine wiped his face. "Just think of her as a robot with Xiaohong's memory, got it?" Xiaohong 2.0 could now speak, was shy, and still followed my U-engine around like a little tail. She lost her supernatural powers and became an ordinary person, completely harmless. I almost had a heart attack when I found her. Just after she emerged from the cocoon, my U-engine sipped on his tea as he recounted his experience to his two close friends. Perhaps because she no longer had those special abilities, she was extremely timid. Xuetong glanced curiously at Xiaohong, who shrunk upon feeling her gaze and edged closer to my U-engine. In a tiny voice, she said, I really don't want to rule the world, please don't catch me." Xuetong. My U-engine helplessly patted her head to soothe her. "See?" Luo Haoshe said indifferently, "Maybe deep down she's still cursing us as dumbass to leave." My U-engine. Outside, fireworks lit up the sky, the booming sounds scaring Xiaohong enough to make her cover her ears. My U-engine patiently guided her, encouraging her to let down her guard and watch the fireworks outside the window. From her initial terror, the young girl gradually calmed down. Her black, bright eyes reflected the colorful fireworks, and her frown slowly relaxed as joy crept into her expression. Watching her, my U-engine felt his heart calm. Chapter 75, Side Story 2. When Su Jiao and others saw Little Red, they were all startled. Even after my U-engine's explanation and understanding the background, they still couldn't put their hearts at ease. Therefore, Xuetong took Little Red to the institute for examination, confirming that she possessed no abilities whatsoever, nor did she pose any danger. She was a completely ordinary person. Xuetong led Little Red to the headquarters of Corner 7 to inform them of the test results. Su Jiao critically scrutinized Little Red and said with pursed lips, "Nowadays, the relationship between mutants and normal people is already tense. Many people are aware that she was once the zombie queen. Even if I agree, will Bureau Chief Lu agree?" Luo Haoshe calmly responded, "Bureau Chief Lu no longer manages Corner 7, his agreement or not doesn't matter." "I mean," Su Jiao snapped in dissatisfaction, pounding on the table, "the others, those who know she was once the zombie queen, can they just let this go easily?" With an indifferent voice, Luo Haoshe retorted, "Raise your hands if you can forgive her sitting here." Both my U-engine and Xuetong immediately raised their hands. Su Jiao. Beside him, Shung Fu raised her hand, soon followed by two younger brothers along with Li Cheng and others. Su Jiao grimaced, drew a deep breath, calculated the numbers, it was evenly split. Just when she was about to say something, she noticed Jiang Gang beside her also raising his hand. Luo Haoshe said, "You see, everyone isn't as petty as you thought." Su Jiao gets scolded daily by Luo Haoshe until she bursts into tears. Corner 7 has become the highest regulatory organization for mutants in the New World. The heated debate on certain new regulations continues. Luo Haosha gains a capable assistant, while my U-engine also gets help from the system, allowing things to proceed much more smoothly than before. After resolving the misunderstanding with Luo Haosha, Shung Fu's attitude toward Corner 7 improved significantly. In early spring, all living things are growing and flowers are blooming everywhere. Shung Fu came to bid farewell to Xue Tong. They met at the open-air park in the city. It was Sunday, and there were quite a few people bustling about around them. Behind the bench stood cherry blossom trees laden with flowers, stretching wantonly under the bright sun during the mid-afternoon. Xue Tong brought over a cup of bubble tea for her. She asked, "Where do you plan to go?" "Anywhere really," Shung Fu replied, comfortably leaning against the backrest, holding onto her warm bubble tea. "The world is gradually recovering, staying cooped up here won't contribute much anyway. Better to observe the situation in person." Xue Tong nodded, "You're right." Shung Fu squinted her eyes, watching as two children laughed and ran past them holding a bubble wand, producing numerous bubbles as they sprinted, glowing in dazzling colors under the sunlight. "Roll. I want to play too," called the girl chasing behind Chen Roll, her voice childishly endearing. Seeing the girl, Shung Fu's gaze softened. As Xue Tong sipped her bubble tea, she inquired, "Are the two redheads coming along?" "Thought they'd like to join, but I rejected them, left them here to look after Bai Heng," Shung Fu answered. "Most people in Bai Heng were abandoned by Director Lu long ago. They harbor resentment in their hearts. No wonder they always resisted Director Lu's decisions earlier," Xue Tong chuckled. To have these two supervising people like Li Cheng, letting them gain some experience so they could secure their standing within Corner 7, Shung Fu explained, to avoid becoming homeless and making life harder later on. Xue Tong looked at her sister with her chin resting on her hand. "You sure do consider them?" "I take good care of myself naturally," Shung Fu arched her brow and smiled. "And you?" Innocently, Xue Tong said, "What about me? How old are you to even elope?" Shung Fu slapped her lightly, clearly upset. "I was so worried when I couldn't find you back then." Xue Tong begged for mercy repeatedly and snuggled on her shoulder teasingly. "You both have had a tough time. Now things have calmed down, so live well from now on." Shung Fu extended her hand, gently touching her head with tender movements. Sisters lived recklessly half her life, clinging on until time comes to reunite with Qingyin again. Tears formed in Xue Tong's eyes hearing this. She sidestepped and hugged Shung Fu tightly. "By the way, that little dwarf seems off recently," Shung Fu suddenly recalled, unable to resist gossiping with Xue Tong. "Is there something wrong with her brain?" Xue Tong. Perplexed, she straightened up. "Why say that? I've seen her several times at night refusing to sleep, crazily running on the road all by herself." Shung Fu's expression remained enigmatic. "Even when encountering me, she acted like she didn't know me. Usually, she's fierce like a narcissistic peacock, yet at those times, she resembles a baby kitten, crying and sobbing. It gave me chills." Xue Tong was utterly speechless and stunned. During the day, she hadn't noticed anything unusual about her. Her thoughts involuntarily shifted to Chen Roll playing with the bubble-blowing device in front. Not far away, Chen Feng sat alone on a bench wearing sunglasses. Only after Shung Fu left did Xue Tong approach Chen Feng. Seeing her approach, Chen Feng didn't appear surprised, nor did he move. He lazily said, "I see you talked with your sister for quite a while. Why are you here?" "I want to ask you something," Xue Tong said. "Why aren't you leaving anymore?" Chen Feng's expression didn't change. "Everyone outside is rebuilding, it's fine here. We have everything we need. Not leaving anymore. I'll stay for a while longer before I leave. Do you know?" Xue Tong took a sip of her milk tea and said leisurely, "Su Jiao has been acting strange recently, like she's regaining her memories." Chen Feng immediately sat up, removing his sunglasses to look at her. Xue Tong met his startled eyes, innocently asking, "Didn't you know about her recent state?" Chen Feng responded somewhat awkwardly, "I haven't gone to see her." "You figure it out yourself then." Xue Tong blinked her eyes. "Whether to give it one last try or give up completely, it's your decision. I'm leaving." The next morning, Shung Fu applied a beautiful makeup, styled her hair in curls, dressed elegantly, patiently painted her nails, and happily went out. But upon opening the door, the first thing she saw was that dazzling red hair. The young man smiled brightly at her, patting the open car door and saying, "Sister, I calculated and you lack a driver." Shung Fu stared at him silently for 2 seconds. Inside, the redhead reminded himself not to chicken out and grinned foolishly, opening the car door for her. "Sister, let's go." Shung Fu slowly got into the car, looking at her newly manicured nails, and lightly hummed, "What do you think you're doing?" "I'm your driver, sister." The redhead closed the car door and automatically sat in the driver's seat. "Look at your freshly done nails. Wouldn't it be a pity if they got scratched from driving?" "Nowhere to go?" Shung Fu asked. The redhead confidently replied, "Anywhere you want to go." Shung Fu waved her hand. "You don't know, get out." "Wait, give me another chance." The redhead turned his eyes. "Go home." Shung Fu paused. The redhead said, "I heard our leader mention that sister lives in Qingju City, which has been rebuilt and reopened for living. In that case, revisiting old places would be a great idea." Shung Fu hadn't really decided where to go. Hearing this suggestion, she defaulted. Seeing her nod without refusal, the redhead joyfully set off. Before leaving the city, Shung Fu asked, "Do you have a driver's license?" The redhead answered calmly, "Don't worry, sister, I've had it since before the apocalypse." Shung Fu then asked, "What did you do before this?" The redhead seemed a little embarrassed. "Nothing special, even almost went down the wrong path, but thankfully, the apocalypse saved me." It was the first time Shung Fu heard someone thank the apocalypse for saving them, and couldn't help but smile. This road trip was long, and there were many things to talk about. Green Hair faced the group from Baihang alone and looked at the note left by Red Hair, furiously crumpling it and throwing it hard out the window. Plop! It landed just by Xue Tong's feet, who was about to go upstairs. She curiously picked it up, smoothed the paper and saw the messy handwriting saying, "Farewell, brothers. I'm going to wander far with sister." At the end, there was a sketch of a smugly laughing little person in red. Xue Tong. She chuckled coldly. The boy sure has guts. Xue Tong had been busy these few days with the Research Institute matters, compiling all kinds of mutant information, having promised no overtime, because the team found a new subject of study. It was Dr. Jiang Gang, who also possessed rare abilities. Dr. Jiang didn't have parents, neither wife nor children. Returning home only meant solitude, thus, he was successfully persuaded to stay for some extra work. The next day when Xue Tong went to the institute, she saw a bunch of young girls gathered around a couch watching Dr. Jiang sleep peacefully, all blushing and heartbeats accelerated. Jiang Gang enjoyed high popularity at the institute. Many people had ideas for him. One day when Xue Tong and Jiang Gang were having lunch in the canteen, midway she went to fetch a glass of juice. Coming back, she saw a female researcher earnestly confessing her feelings to him. Xue Tong tactfully sat at another table, not wanting to disturb, but at the same time, kept her ears perked. In response to the girl's honest confession, Jiang Gang hesitated under her expectant gaze, murmuring, "I have a younger female apprentice." Xue Tong, drinking the juice, wasn't prepared and ended up choking. In the end, the institute's female staff left dejectedly. When Xue Tong turned back to look at Jiang Gang, Dr. Jiang looked very innocent. Thus, the following day, the entire institute knew that Dr. Jiang had a female apprentice. More and more people had noticed Su Jia's odd behavior recently. She has been spacing out for longer periods, often appearing absent-minded. Most of the time when someone talks to her, she is lost in thought and only comes back to reality after being called 3 or 4 times. Han Fei and Mu Xian are very worried about this situation, but there's nothing they can do except advise Su Jia to get more rest. Xue Tong hadn't paid much attention to the matter, but she never expected that one evening when she opened the door, she would see Su Jia standing at her doorstep looking extremely conflicted. What are you doing?" Xue Tong was startled. Luo Haoshe, who stood behind her, raised an eyebrow. Su Jia took a step back awkwardly, furrowing her brows as she hesitated. "I feel things have been chaotic recently. Could you use your mental powers to check on me?" Su Jia finally mustered the courage to say this. Xue Tong agreed. Su Jia asked if she had lost memories from a certain period, because lately, she had been seeing some bizarre images. Xue Tong asked, "What did you see?" Su Jia frowned, glancing at Luo Haoshe beside her, hesitant to speak. So Xue Tong sent Luo Haoshe away. Luo Haoshe left grumpily to buy some supplies. Finally, Su Jia steeled herself and said, "I keep seeing myself with someone." Xue Tong, "A man?" Su Jia reacted in shock. "How did you know?" Xue Tong. It seems her memory wasn't erased after the plotline ended. Su Jia, greatly troubled, said, "I always feel like I've forgotten something important, but I'm not sure if I should remember it. Because the person in those memories doesn't seem like the person I am now." She was distressed and unsure. Xue Tong didn't make any decisions for her, only saying, "Let me know once you've made up your mind." Su Jia thought for a long while before concluding, "I must remember who this person is." When Luo Haoshe returned after buying supplies, he just happened to see Su Jia crying as she left his house. He swiftly moved aside as Xue Tong chased after her, shouting, "Hey, be careful on your way back." Su Jia ran off without looking back, sobbing all the way. Xue Tong urged Luo Haoshe, "Quick, call Chen Feng and have him pick up Su Jia." Luo Haoshe lazily replied, "I don't have his number." "Do you?" Xue Tong, "No, I don't either." In that case, Luo Haoshe shrugged, putting his arm around her shoulders as he closed the door, "Let them handle it themselves." At least Su Jia had remembered. She recalled the man who once helped her change all her bad habits, taught her to live humbly and kindly, yet also spoiled her immensely. Chapter 76 Bonus Chapter 3. When Xue Tong saw the incoming call display from the system, she already had a premonition. As soon as she picked up, she heard the system say in an emotionless tone, "The new partner is a rookie, just as dumb as you were back then. I took your death funds to buy cheats to save her life." Xue Tong replied unhappily, "I was sharp and clever when I was a rookie. Where am I dumb?" After saying this, she asked again, "So are you out of money?" System, "Yes. I knew it. You're here to collect debts." Xue Tong rolled her eyes, "Equivalent exchange. I have quite a few things that can be used as cheats here. But is the channel safe?" "I'm afraid you'll be found out." System, "It won't. If it said it wouldn't, then it wouldn't." Xue Tong did not doubt. Thus, Xue Tong started repaying her 80 billion debt. Leftover crystals from family and friends, food and crafts cultivated with special abilities, weapons obtained from treasure hunting, these paid off the debt rather quickly. Within 2 or 3 months, Xue Tong finally managed to sleep well. In the morning, she rolled into a ball in her blanket, whining and coquetting with Luo Haoshe, who was calling her to wake up, asking for more sleep. Luo Haoshe pinched her face gently, asking, "Not going to the research institute?" "Help me take a leave," Xue Tong said drowsily. Luo Haoshe clicked his tongue, somewhat helplessly agreeing. Just after he finished speaking, Xue Tong suddenly flipped over, busily getting up to dress. No, I will go to the research institute first, then to Lantian area. Won't come back tonight." Luo Haoshe. Shui Tong leaned her head towards him, gave him a kiss on his chin. As Luo Haoshe looked down at her, he asked, "What are you going to do in Lantien?" "Not coming back." "Secret." Shui Tong winked at him, "Don't follow me secretly. It's a surprise for you. If you know beforehand, it would lose its fun." Luo Haoshe gave her a deep look. He could skip the surprise, because he found it hard to bear without Shui Tong around. Shui Tong also knew his heart, so she supplemented, "I'll try to come back as soon as possible, but it might be late." Only then did Luo Haoshe not say anything more. Nowadays, he had unwavering trust in Shui Tong, so he wouldn't pry into certain things. However, he always feared her absence like before. The research institute was next door to the Seven Corner headquarters. Usually the two were not far apart, always going and returning together. Since they came back from the Snow Mountain Valley, they had never been apart. Suddenly, Shui Tong saying she'd stay outside overnight made Luo Haoshe unable to adapt. Even several times when she returned home later, he checked his wristwatch repeatedly, waiting anxiously in the living room, unable to sleep. Knowing fully well that nothing would happen, he still couldn't calm down. Close to 4 in the morning, Shui Tong finally returned home. Seeing Luo Haoshe sitting on the sofa in the living room, she was surprised. "You haven't rested yet?" Luo Haoshe responded lightly, "Couldn't sleep." In fact, every day after killing the Zombie King, Luo Haoshe only slept after seeing Shui Tong sleep first. He would sleep later than her, wake up earlier, and forever protect her. "Have you eaten?" Luo Haoshe asked. "Already ate." Shui Tong approached him, cold from the night air, diving into his arms. Luo Haoshe kissed her hair affectionately, his voice low and sexy. "Tired?" Shui Tong shook her head, rubbing against him, murmuring, "Next time, I definitely won't be this late." Luo Haoshe chuckled lightly. "Is there going to be a next time?" No, none from now on. Absolutely no more leaving you alone to guard the house." Just this one time, Shui Tong looked up at him, her gaze soft and bright. Luo Haoshe gently hooked her chin, leaning down to kiss her. A lot of people knew about Shui Tong planting oranges, and she had threatened them not to tell Luo Haoshe. During this time, a few were frequently exploited by Shui Tong to do hard labor taking care of the orange grove. First among them was Jiang Gang. Shui Tong pointed at leaves chewed haphazardly by some unknown bug and sighed wistfully. "Can you fix this?" "Jiang Gang. Do you think I can?" he asked faintly. Shui Tong put on a serious face and said, "I believe in you." Jiang Gang never prided himself on his rare healing power, but this time, he oddly felt that Shui Tong was wasting his talent. An ability that could regenerate severed limbs was being used for orange trees bitten by insects, oddly frustrating. Even more frustrating was that it didn't work. Jiang Gang stretched out his hand, white light flashing on the leaves, but the leaves filled with small holes from the insect bites remained half dead. Unable to heal the orange tree, Dr. Jiang became even more frustrated. Shui Tong sighed deeply beside Jiang Gang, her gaze complicated as she looked at the doctor. Jiang Gang tried to hold back his frustration but finally said, "Let's use medicine." "What kind of medicine?" "Pesticide." "What kind of pesticide?" Jiang Gang glanced at her with a twitching eye corner. "Why are you asking me when it's your orange grove?" Shui Tong retorted confidently, "Because you're a doctor." If it weren't for fearing that he'd lose in a fight against Luo Haoshe, Jiang Gang might have strangled her on the spot. Under Shui Tong's skeptical gaze that wondered if he couldn't even produce pesticide, Jiang Doctor's competitive spirit was ignited. He returned to the research institute and started experimenting with materials to create the pesticide. He eventually succeeded in making it for her. Shui Tong happily spent an entire day using the pesticide in the orchard. After solving the insect problem, Shui Tong became worried about the color and taste of the fruits. She decided they needed the best water source for nourishment. So, she called my Yuengin. My Yuengin looked at the fruit grove and exclaimed, "Holy crap, are you trying to start a farm here?" "I don't have such ambitions." Shui Tong casually waved her hand while standing before the orange grove. "Just planting this grove will do." My Yuengin touched the leaves and asked, "Did you plant all this by yourself?" "Of course not," Shui Tong replied. "I had people from Lumao help out too." Jiang Gang also provided the medicine. My Yuengin pointed at himself and asked, "Then what am I supposed to do?" "Provide them with water." Shui Tong gestured towards the orange trees. It said that good water source makes oranges look better and taste sweeter. Thus, my Yuengin inevitably used his water-based powers to help her irrigate the orange grove. Little Hong trailed behind him, running around the path holding a watering can, much livelier than she had been during her first days there. My Yuengin, worried she would fall, said, "Slow down, don't run, be careful not to collide." Little Hong took a selfie with her phone, cleverly including my Yuengin in the shot behind her. Ignoring his concerns, she cheerfully answered, "I'm not a kid anymore. Stop being so naggy." My Yuengin rolled his eyes in annoyance, ready to give her a lecture, but then saw Little Hong joyfully jumping over to show him the photo. His anger melted away instantly. Shui Tong checked the time, taking off her fertilizing equipment, saying, "It's getting late, I have to go home now. The rest is up to you too, good luck." My Yuengin shouted after her retreating figure, "Do you realize I have a home to go back to?" Without turning around, Shui Tong shot back, "But Little Hong is here with you, where would you go?" Defeated, my Yuengin could only accept his fate. Shui Tong avoided letting Luo Haoshe know about her orange grove by masking any scent that might give her away whenever she went home, ensuring no hint reached him. Solving the pest issue made her mood exceptionally light-hearted. After evening ablutions, she naturally snuggled into Luo Haoshe's arms upon lying down. Luo Haoshe was reading a book in bed, calm and focused. Only when Xue Tong cuddled up did he obligingly open his arms to embrace her. Xue Tong listened to his book-turning sounds for a while but grew restless, lifting herself up to lean on his chest. She looked down at the silver chain dangling around his neck, beneath which rested a small bulge, the bullet. Smiling, she leaned forward and kissed it through his shirt, then snuggled back into his side to lie down again. Luo Haoshe glanced down at her and asked, "What's got you smiling?" "I'm happy," Xue Tong replied with closed eyes, "very happy." Her simple happiness made Luo Haoshe chuckle softly as he stroked her hair like one would pet a cat. Cool and smooth, her hair played through his fingers, looping and twirling endlessly. Unable to continue reading, he turned off the lamp and embraced Xue Tong, shifting to lay beside her. "You're done reading?" Xue Tong, feeling sleepy, mumbled softly, "Go to sleep already." Luo Haoshe hummed in agreement, falling silent for a couple of seconds before adding, "The Civil Affairs Bureau has finished reconstructing their system. They'll be open for registration these next few days." "That's good," Xue Tong yawned with closed eyes, "we should register someday." "Tomorrow," suggested Luo Haoshe. Xue Tong agreed, "All right." Holding her tighter, Luo Haoshe felt snow resting peacefully against his chest. Through her clothes, she could hear his steady heartbeat. This rhythm gave her courage and strength, confirming her unwavering resolve down this chosen path without fear. "Sleep now," he whispered gently, brushing his lips across her forehead, "I love you. Good night." At the end of spring, occasional thunderstorms graced the skies. Not long after that night, Xue Tong drove Luo Haoshe to Lantian, telling him it was for a surprise inspection. By the time they arrived, it was already afternoon. The setting sun painted the horizon with brilliant yet gentle hues. They passed fields filled with lush rice crops surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. Xue Tong parked the car by the side of the road and, hand in hand with Luo Haoshe, ran towards the rear mountain of Lin House. "Look." Facing Luo Haoshe, Xue Tong walked backwards along the forest path. Behind her and on both sides stood a vast stretch of short and carefully tended orange trees. The green leaves highlighted the white blossoms that emitted a sweet fragrance. Amidst this fragrant air, she smiled brilliantly at him. "I told you I would plant you an entire grove of oranges." This was the surprise she had secretly prepared for him. "Now they're just blooming, it'll take some time for the fruits to come out, but I couldn't wait to show you." Xue Tong continued walking backward as she held out her hand to him, smiling all the while. "They will keep growing better, flowering beautifully in the spring, flourishing through summer, and bearing golden fruits in late autumn, then it will all be yours. So are we. We have endured all hardships together and now stand united. Therefore, we will continue to grow stronger." The warm glow of the setting sun filtered down from above, bathing the world in a serene light. Before his eyes lay an orange grove identical to the one in his dreams, but unlike the mirage Zhao Mian once gave him, this one was real. This was the result of Xue Tong's dedication, cultivated day by day, with earnest effort. And in the nights to come, he would finally live the life he had long desired to awaken in the arms of his beloved, surrounded by the scent of wind-scattered orange blossoms. As the last rays of light dipped below the horizon, Luo Haoshe gazed at her and smiled. Chapter 77, Bonus Chapter 4. Chen Feng found a girl with amnesia. The girl was covered in injuries and looked very delicate. She had been crying non-stop ever since she woke up. Watching her eyelashes dampened with tears, her pained tremor as she blew on the cuts of her own hand, whimpering and sobbing, "Blow once, it doesn't hurt as much, blow." "Chen Feng." He asked the girl what her name was. The girl said, "Su Jia." "Chen Feng, that's not a very good name." Su Jia became quite irritated after hearing that, lowering her head to wipe away her tears. "If you keep blowing, you'll still be in pain. Get up, let's find some medicine." Chen Feng extended his hand to her. Su Jia said, "I don't want to go with you." "Chen Feng, question mark." The girl wiped her tears, feeling wronged and choking back sobs. "Why you think my name sounds bad, just leave me alone." Jokingly, she had quite the temper. Chen Feng was straightforward too, he left at once. Just as he reached the stairway, he heard the little girl behind him crying as she chased after him. "Why did you really leave?" Chen Feng said, "Isn't this what you told me to do? Come back." Su Jia cried while running toward him. Whoa, there are zombies, help." Chen Feng twisted the neck of the zombie chasing them, then turned back to look at her. Su Jia's face was smeared with tear stains. She said, I will follow you, protect me. I will be good to you." Chen Feng wanted to laugh. Seeing her, an apparent high school student who hadn't yet faced society's cruelties, and didn't know what such words meant in the present environment, Chen Feng rejected Su Jia's proposal. "Don't follow me. These things are for you. Try your best to survive. Goodbye." As the sun rose in the morning, after dividing some supplies with Su Jia, he left her on a road blocked by vehicles, turning and leaving with grace. Right after, the girl exerted all her strength to chase after him. Being doggedly clung to by the girl who refused to let go, Chen Feng's face darkened instantly. Thinking about using force but then deciding it wouldn't be worth it against a girl, he eventually compromised and brought her along. He asked if the girl had any relatives or friends and what had happened before, etc. But Su Jia knew nothing. She only knew her own name. "Do you think pretending to have amnesia will make me pity you enough to let you stay?" Chen Feng looked at her mysteriously. Su Jia, feeling aggrieved, said, "I truly don't remember." Chen Feng pointed out the car window and said, "The next stop is a safe zone. There won't be any zombies there. You get off when we reach it." Su Jia stretched out her hand toward him. A steady stream flowed from her palm. Her voice was tinged with a nasal tone as she said, "But I know how to use this." Chen Feng. Clean and potable water sources were indeed scarce nowadays. When they reached the safe zone, Chen Feng kept a straight face as he stomped hard on the gas pedal, speeding right through without stopping. He decided to take the girl suffering from amnesia with him on the road. Walking in this post-apocalyptic world, the girl had a domineering temper, easily losing her cool when hungry or sleep-deprived. But Chen Feng didn't spoil her. Whenever Su Jiao argued with Chen Feng, she never won. Chen Feng's method was simple. "Break up," he said. "You go your way, I'll go mine." Su Jiao cried even harder. "You're no real man." Chen Feng stood before the car, raising an eyebrow as he looked at her. "Sking, what else can you do apart from cry?" Su Jiao accused him. "It's all because of you I'm crying." "Is that so?" Chen Feng approached her, looking down with a half-smile. "Then why don't you tell me exactly how I made you cry?" Su Jiao pointed her finger at him, her face flushed red, a mix of shame and anger. "Leave me alone. I won't talk to you. I'll come find you after I've finished crying, and you're not allowed to leave." Such spoiled. Chen Feng chuckled coldly, yet for reasons unknown, he didn't walk away. At this moment, Su Jiao didn't know how to survive in this world at all. She had an extreme fear of zombies. Even though she possessed relatively powerful psychic abilities, she would be at a loss on how to use them due to fear. Chen Feng was her lifeline tightly held onto in the vast expanse of her memory lost. Su Jiao was frail, loved to cry, easily dropping tears of sorrow anytime something upset her. Even slight wounds could bring on a long bout of weeping, and being scolded by Chen Feng made her shed a few more drops of tears. This was the first time Chen Feng deeply understood the meaning behind the saying, "Women are made of water." "Why do you like crying so much?" "I just feel like crying. Does it bother you?" Su Jiao replied irritably. Chen Feng smirked coldly. "Your temper sure is fiery." Su Jiao stared at him angrily with a puffed-up face. Chen Feng didn't know how to comfort her. They had been traveling together for nearly 3 months. Su Jiao cried 4 or 5 times a day, but Chen Feng had never once consoled her. For him, if Su Jiao followed, there would be a water source. If not, he wouldn't lose anything and would enjoy peace and quiet. Thus, over the days, Su Jiao's temper was being worn down bit by Chen Feng's lack of indulgence and his sarcastic remarks. Chen Feng said they were eating instant noodles today. The smell of instant noodles made Su Jiao feel like throwing up. She pursed her lips and didn't say a word, but her eyes watered. In the past, she would definitely have screamed and cried that she wouldn't eat them, rather die than eat it. Then she would cry and command Chen Feng to find ingredients for another meal only to be rudely scolded back, at which she'd cry even more. But now, Su Jiao would even take the initiative to help light the fire and boil water. Chen Feng teased her on purpose, asking, "Do you realize how delicious instant noodles are now? They're so hard to eat." Su Jiao muttered quietly. The glow of the fire illuminated her beautiful face, her reddened eyes making her look pitiful. "But if you say we're eating this, then we'll eat this." It was the first time Chen Feng realized that this girl had changed. Later, they met a team from the base. This team severely injured Chen Feng and captured Su Jiao. Chen Feng originally had no intention of chasing after them. But as he lay there motionless, his heart was filled with anxiety and anger. Not angry at his own injuries, but because they took someone away. So he went after them. 1 against 6, completely covered in blood, Chen Feng managed to rescue Su Jiao back from the enemy's hands. Behind them, the flames of explosion lit up the night. The red sun sank below the horizon. On the long road, Chen Feng carried the woman away. Su Jiao shrank into his arms, her hands tightly hugging his neck. At this moment, she knew the safest place in this world was in Chen Feng's arms. Su Jiao cautiously raised her head to look at the man, saying softly, "I thought you wouldn't come to save me." Chen Feng let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip on her, and spoke harshly, "No one except yourself is allowed to snatch you away from under my nose." Su Jiao gazed blankly at the man's side face. Unfortunately, his handsome demeanor did not last long as Chen Feng collapsed due to excessive blood loss. Su Jiao worked hard alone to drag him back to the car, so tired that she wanted to cry but held back her tears. She told herself, "Don't cry, crying does no good, he doesn't like to see me cry." Su Jiao wiped the sweat from her face, rubbed her somewhat sore nose, and looked up at the night sky, forcing the tears back. The atmosphere between the two of them became subtle later. The always blunt Chen Feng found himself slightly uncomfortable facing her red-rimmed eyes, awkwardly averting his gaze while speaking sternly. Though feeling aggrieved, Su Jiao remembered not to cry. Once when they quarreled, there happened to be a lake nearby. Su Jiao angrily wiped her eyes and jumped straight into the lake. Chen Feng stood dumbfounded for half a second before cursing and immediately diving in to save her. Holding Su Jiao tightly in his arms as they surfaced, Chen Feng didn't even notice that his hands were slightly shaking. He glared fiercely at the woman and said, "Su Jiao, do you want to die? Get away from me." Su Jiao pushed him, her eyes already red and her face soaked with water trails. She said, "I don't want you to see me cry. I can't hold back anymore, just leave me alone." Unable to stop her tears yet unwilling for Chen Feng to see, Su Jiao simply jumped into the water. Upon hearing her words, Chen Feng felt either she was ill or he himself was. He pressed Su Jiao's head close against his chest and said irritably, "If you need to cry, cry here. I won't look." Su Jiao grabbed his clothes and only got up after she cried enough in his embrace. Under Chen Feng's guidance, Su Jiao changed a lot. Her bad temper became more restrained. She was no longer the crying ghost. She learned how to survive in the apocalypse, mastering many wilderness survival skills. From a delicate little girl, Su Jia grew wiser and more obedient. Chen Feng noticed that the amount of time he stared at Su Jia kept increasing. But he felt he didn't have the right to touch her life. One evening, he casually asked Su Jia, "Do you have any family left?" "No," Su Jia shook her head. Chen Feng said, "Let's go look for them when you remember." Although Su Jia wasn't as fragile as before, she thought Chen Feng was an oddity, easily making her want to cry with a few words. "Are you trying to drive me away?" Su Jia muttered lowly, "Are you trying to break up with me?" Chen Feng responded, "You're imagining things. I didn't say that. Now eat your meal." The turning point came during one encounter where they were surrounded by several monsters. Chen Feng couldn't fight them all off. All he could do was create chances for Su Jia to escape first. Throughout their journey, though verbally disdainful, Chen Feng had been the one who protected Su Jia all along. Su Jia didn't run. She finally overcame her inner fear and successfully used her abilities to defeat the alien monster, resolving the crisis. Chen Feng, lying on the ground, was nearly driven to despair when he heard Su Jia sobbing and saying she wouldn't leave. Crying, Su Jia embraced him, wiping the blood from his face and pleading, "Chen Feng, you must not die. I'm not leaving. I don't want to be separated from you. I like you so much. I won't leave or cry. You mustn't abandon me. Don't die." Her words became incoherent towards the end, as she repeatedly emphasized that he shouldn't die. Chen Feng did not die. He struggled to stretch out a hand, pulling Su Jia into his arms and smiling as he asked, "Who do you like?" Hastily wiping away her tears, Su Jia was stopped by Chen Feng, who looked at her tenderly and said, "I like you, so don't die." Chen Feng wiped away her tears, finally daring to show the affection in his eyes openly before her. Such lovers were destined to be together. That was how it should have been. But in the year Su Jia gave birth to Gun Gun, she left Chen Feng behind. Su Jia forgot these 4 years she spent with Chen Feng. She became the queen who killed the zombie king and the owner of the Ice Phoenix base. Walking through her storyline, Su Jia basked in the admiration around her, occasionally giving responses, yet instinctively rejecting any attempts for intimacy. Occasional memory gaps would make her momentarily lost, but she would quickly forget them due to the undead issues. She would not remember. In those brief periods of lost memories, there was a man who had sought her dozens of times and was rejected mercilessly each time by her. Chen Feng sometimes thought this was retribution. Why had he treated Su Jia so poorly at the beginning? He didn't want to give up. Yet he couldn't bear to see Su Jia in pain. Until the world reset. On that night, Chen Feng saw Su Jia crying and running out of Xue Tong's house. Su Jia sobbed uncontrollably, collapsing onto her knees by the roadside. Fortunately, no one was around, and it was night, so she couldn't help but let it all out. As Chen Feng approached, he heard Su Jia muttering softly, "No more crying, I won't cry." He doesn't like it. Chen Feng felt a pang of sorrow in his eyes. He walked up to Su Jia and under her astonished gaze, reached out his hand, pointing at his heart, saying, "I told you, you can cry here." Chapter 78, Omake 5. On the day when the Civil Affairs Bureau reopened, many people came to get their marriage licenses. The long queue stretched on until there were fewer people in the evening. Xue Tong and Luo Haoshe arrived in the evening. Because it was the first day, the staff worked until midnight as an exception. When they arrived, they saw Chen Feng holding Su Jia's hand leaving. After a silent moment of eye contact between the 4 of them, Luo Haoshe took Xue Tong's hand unhurriedly and said, "Let me introduce you, this is my wife." Su Jia, remembering her dark history from all those years ago whenever she faced Luo Haoshe and Xue Tong, felt too ashamed to face them and hid behind Chen Feng. And Chen Feng laughed, saying, "Let me introduce you, this is my child's mother. Luo Haoshe." Xue Tong covered her face, not sure why she felt like they had lost somehow. On the way home after getting their marriage certificate, Xue Tong suddenly asked, "Do you want a boy or a girl?" Luo Haoshe driving replied without hesitation, "Either will do." Xue Tong thought for a moment and said, "A boy." Luo Haoshe looked at her, and Xue Tong said, "A man grows up to be independent and protective, he can protect you." Luo Haoshe felt warmth in his heart. Xue Tong added again, "If it's a girl, we'll protect her." Luo Haoshe stopped the car, unfastened the seatbelt, turned around and pulled Xue Tong into his arms, lowering his head for a kiss. "No rush, we still have a lot of time." Xue Tong responded to his tenderness with a soft hum, "Look at Chen Feng, he just challenged us. Luo Haoshe, he hasn't even solved his own family troubles, ignore him." Xue Tong thought about Chen Gun Gun and couldn't help but narrow her eyes. It was impossible for Chen Gun Gun to immediately accept Su Jia, and the adjustment period for the 3 of them would also be long. That night, Luo Haoshe treated her with exceptional gentleness. It wasn't just about expressing passion, but treating her as a precious treasure, being very careful. Children are gifts from God. Luo Yi was born in winter the following year. When late autumn meets early winter, oranges ripen. Each tree is heavily laden with bright orange fruits, creating a comfortable sight where the orange of the fruit blends beautifully with the deep green of the leaves. Gentle and beautiful. Luo Yi lived up to his name. He was lively and mischievous when he was young. No one could control him except for his father. The smart little kid loved to act out with Xue Tong, always managing to soften her heart every time. However, once in front of Luo Haoshe, he became timid. Luo Haoshe just stood there, giving him a cool sidelong glance, saying nothing, which was enough to make Luo Yi obedient. All those tricks that worked on his mother to gain sympathy didn't work at all with his father. There was only one time it succeeded. That day, after being caught using superpowers with Xiao Gij Chen next door to steal oranges, Luo Yi was scolded by Xue Tong and left outside the door for punishment. Not long after, Luo Haosha came calling for him to come inside to eat. The child looked beseechingly at him, muttering, "Dad, does Mom dislike me?" "Not." Luo Haosha said, "You destroyed more than 10 orange trees with your superpowers, your mother feels sorry for them." The child grievously complained, "I am less important than orange trees in her heart, she just doesn't like me." Luo Haosha lowered his head, reaching out to wipe away some dirt from his face, hearing these words and faintly pressing his lips, forming a small arc. "Your mother worries that you can't yet control your superpower properly and use it recklessly, hurting yourself. The truth has proved that you indeed couldn't control it well, thus burning those orange trees. I practice hard." Luo Yi rushed to defend himself. At that moment, "I panicked because I was afraid of being found, so..." Realizing his father was helping him wipe his face, he seized this rare opportunity, and changed the topic to ask plaintively again, then, "Dad, do you dislike me?" Luo Haosha glanced sideways, half smiling and half teasing. Luo Yi said, "Since these oranges are all ours, why should I sneak to eat them? It shows that you don't like me either." Luo Haosha pinched his cheeks. "You eat oranges 3 times a day already, and your snacks are all oranges. If we didn't stop you, wouldn't you have eaten so much that you explode? I like eating oranges. That also needs to be moderate." "Dad." Luo Haosha looked at him. The child held out his hands towards him, with shining eyes unlike usual mischief now filled with direct and hopeful expectation, asking, "In order to prove that you like me, can you carry me inside?" In the end, what he wanted was just a hug from his father. Luo Haosha carried his son indoors. Xue Tong sat by the dining table, raised her chin toward the two. "Even though you made a mistake, you need your dad to carry you in." Thus Luo Haosha put him down again. Luo Yi. Wah. In the end, the little short-legged one sat down at the dining table by himself. The child couldn't figure it out. Previously, whenever he would throw a tantrum, his mother would always spare him from being sent to the corner for reflection, so why not this time? It wasn't until he grew up that he understood. Because the orange trees he burned were ones that his mother had given to his father. Even after growing into adulthood and experiencing much, Luo Yi still firmly believed. In Xue Tong and Luo Haosha's hearts, their eternal favorite would always be each other. Not even their children could surpass the importance of one another in their hearts. Next door Chen Gun held different insights about his parents' love. Luo Yi said, "I think you should stop resisting. Our parents are all the same." No, I'm definitely first in my mom's heart, without a doubt." Chen Gun was extremely confident. "In my dad's heart too, definitely half and half between me and mom, but with some effort, I can become number one." Luo Yi rolled his eyes, coolly shooting a 3-pointer on the basketball court and saying, "I bet you that tonight when you go home and confirm this, if you're first, I'll wash your clothes for a whole semester. But if you get kicked out, you'll give me your allowance for a year." Chen Gun humphed, "Young man, you better prepare to do laundry." That evening, Chen Gun returned home from his holiday break and was enjoying a rare moment of family warmth. Then suddenly, he asked his mom, "Between me and dad, who is more important to you?" Su Jiao looked at her report book without lifting her head and said, "You." Chen Gun gave Luo Yi a yes gesture through video chat. Unluckily, this question was overheard by passing-by Chen Feng, who immediately turned jealous. Chen Gun quickly called out to his father, asking urgently, "Dad, between me and mom." Before he finished, his father interrupted, "Of course, your mom is more important." Chen Gun. Su Jiao smiled. Chen Feng walked to Su Jiao's side and sat across from her, with a mysterious look asking, "If I'm not as important as him?" As time went on, the woman became increasingly gentle and quiet, whereas the man only got more childish. Su Jiao sighed and raised her head to look at him. "Why are you competing with him? Who doesn't like being first? Why can't we compete?" Chen Feng said. Su Jiao said, "Of course, you are also very important to me. So, between me and our son, who is more important?" "That's also your son. Why are you being so childish?" Chen Feng just stared at her silently. Su Jiao put down her pen and coaxed him, waving her hand indicating Chen Gun should leave. Chen Gun, "Dad, you're really being childish." Then he was thrown out of the house by Chen Feng. Standing in the cold night wind, Chen Gun widened his eyes staring at the closed door, left with his father's words, "Don't come back in until it's resolved." On the video call, Luo Yi had already burst into laughter, lying on the couch while even recording the screen to share the joy with Xue Tong later. Mother and son both collapsed laughing on the couch. Luo Haosha came out from the kitchen and saw the two almost crying from laughter, casually asking, "What's so funny?" Xue Tong showed him the video. After finishing, Luo Haosha also chuckled slightly. Luo Yi laughed, slapping the table. "I told him not to ask this, luckily I know myself, ha ha ha." Xue Tong asked him, "What kind of self-awareness?" "Between me and dad, in your heart, without a doubt, you'd pick dad," Luo Yi proudly declared, showing no hint of disappointment. Xue Tong narrowed her eyes, pinching his cheek, slowly replying, "Worthy son of mine, truly smart." Luo Yi was about to smile and speak, but then heard his mother add, "But you're also important, irreplaceable in our hearts." The young boy was moved to tears. Luo Yi's looks followed his father's handsomeness, but his personality resembled his mother's. He didn't encounter many setbacks in life, living under endless adoration. After graduation, he traveled around the world, embarking on his own adventures. Yet, he loved writing letters to his family. Unlike today's electronic information, various pieces of paper or postcards, sometimes filled with densely written lines, other times just a few simple sentences. To Uncle Yuan Zhan, daily greetings and some information about special abilities. This sweet hawthorn is for Miss Xiao Hong. Believe me, it's really sweet. My Yuan Zhan put down the postcard and rolled his eyes. Why should I be called uncle, while you're referred to as sister? Xiao Hong was taking pictures of him against the beautiful clear sky, with my Yuan Zhan also appearing in the picture. To red-haired uncle, this love crystal found in the Ryle Gorno River, the locals say it's blessed by the Ryle god. Wearing it will make you grow old together with the person you love. Uncle, I can only help you here, good luck. Red-haired was deeply moved and wore the pink and shiny crystal stone on her hand that very day. At the same time, she was ridiculed by Shung Fu for lacking taste. To brother, the psychic crystal stone I mentioned last time has been sent to you. You little rascal, if you're dating, do it properly. On my way, I've already met 3 girls you've wronged. P.S. Take care of mom and dad and the younger sister. The brother calmly replied, I've never been in a relationship, unclear situation, just pretend you don't know me. To sister, sweetheart, have you been studying hard every day? Is your pocket money enough? If not, ask your second brother for more. If someone bullies you, tell your second brother. If even your second brother can't deal with it, let me know immediately, and I will come back right away. The sister happily replied, don't worry, brother, there's no one in our courtyard who can beat me now. To parents, dad, mom, are the oranges at home ripe yet? Your favorite eldest son is coming home for the spring festival this year. Shui Tong stood in front of the orange grove looking at the postcard her son had sent. The handsome young man was dressed in combat fatigues, with a tropical jungle as the backdrop. Luo Yi smiled brightly into the camera. She turned her head toward Luo Haoshe, who was picking oranges, and said, our son has written to us. Luo Haoshe asked, what did he say? Shui Tong handed him the postcard. He asked if the oranges are ripe at home, and is coming back this year. Luo Haoshe took the postcard and handed her the golden oranges in his hands. End of story.